To escape the fate of a forced marriage, she meticulously orchestrated a scheme of feigned death and retreated into the rural wilderness. There, she formed a companionship with a mysterious fox spirit, embarking on a self-sufficient farming life characterized by labor from dawn until dusk. Through her industrious hands and benevolent nature, her days flourished. The wheels of destiny turned once more as she unexpectedly reunited with her youthful first love, a connection that propelled her to the pinnacle of the imperial palace. From a humble countrywoman to the empress of a nation, she garnered the emperor's exclusive affection through her wisdom and sincerity, crafting a legendary tale of triumph from the fields to the palace. Chapter 1. The Runaway Bride. Amidst the crackling sounds of firecrackers, a floral sedan chair approached. The bearers bore expressions devoid of joy, their faces marred with worry, reminiscent not of a wedding celebration, but of a funeral procession. Within the sedan chair, the bride remained unusually silent. Unlike typical brides who weep in their floral carriages, lamenting their departure from maidenhood and their families, this graceful young woman merely rested her head on her hand, feigning sleep. Upon the sedan chair's arrival, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, "I hear this is her third marriage." "Oh, rejected? Which of the 7 reasons did she commit?" A gossiping aunt inquired. An old man with a white beard interjected, "I've heard the first 2 both died suddenly." "Ah, so both of her previous husbands were sickly and short-lived?" "Not at all. They were both robust men," the old man continued. "Have you heard of the master of the feign sect?" "Of course. Who hasn't? It's said he passed away half a year ago at just over 30 in the prime of his life. He was quite the figure, renowned for his ancestral martial arts. It was this very man who married her and met his demise." "Ah, surely that must be mere coincidence?" "Absolutely not. Just listen to the identity of her second husband. The head of the Chihue Hall, known for selling longevity elixirs, married this Miss Zhu, and mere days later, he perished. Despite swallowing over 100 of his own longevity pills, he could not be saved. Not only did he lose his only heir, but his reputation also crumbled." "Goodness, if that's the case, wouldn't this young Master Chong be in grave danger as well?" "Indeed, it seems he may soon be attending a funeral." From the crowd, a young man stepped forward, kicking open the sedan door, while the matchmaker assisted the bride out. As they took a few steps, gasps arose from the crowd. Her figure was so enchanting that even her movements captivated the onlookers. The couple crossed over a fire pit and entered the Chong family residence. At that moment, an inexplicable gust of wind surged, lifting the bride's veil momentarily, and a voice whispered in her ear, "Luton, let go of him. That hand is filthy." "Dear me, where did this wild wind come from?" An elder's wig was swept away, and he hurriedly chased after it. The bride glanced at the hand held by her groom and gently withdrew her own. The groom, oblivious, mistook her action for shyness. "How bold is this Master Chong? Is desire more important than life? If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't dare marry someone so beautiful." "You are unaware. The Chong family has a notorious gambling problem, and this third bride requires no dowry, but instead brings a substantial marriage gift. What does it matter if she loses her life? How will that settle the debts? At least it will preserve the family tomb. The creditors have threatened to dig it up if the debts are not repaid within 3 months." Miss Luton and her groom walked through the ceremony with formal respect before entering the bridal chamber. She quietly sat, waiting until the groom stepped out before lifting a corner of her wedding veil. "Shout by. Can't we spare a life? After all, we share no enmity." She spoke to the empty room. 6 months earlier, in the Fenghua sex garden, Luton sat by the corridor feeding the fish. The koi in the lotus pond surrounded her hand, eagerly accepting the torn pieces of steamed bun she offered. These fish were so plump they resembled chubby koi, barely able to swim. A man and woman strolled arm in arm from the opposite end of the corridor. The man was tall and distinguished, while the woman was elegantly adorned, her attire vibrant. As they passed, their laughter ceased, and the woman shot Luton a disdainful glare. "Do you not understand the rules? When someone walks by, you should at least tuck your feet away." She lifted her shoe, ready to kick Luton, but somehow stumbled and fell. "Ouch! That hurt. Darling, look. She pushed me. This vixen wants to kill me. You must defend me." Luton remained silent, fully aware that he had witnessed the incident without needing her to explain. Unexpectedly, the man raised his hand and struck Luton firmly across the face. "I was forced to marry you. Do not overstep your bounds. In this household, You would do well to mind your place. His tone was not one of negotiation, but rather a command. She was his legitimate wife, yet he struck her for the sake of a favored mistress. Umph. Darling, you should lock her away to avoid seeing her wandering about and becoming a nuisance. The master of the sect supported his beloved, while he and Luton were bound by a political marriage. He had a long-time companion, Attain, even before marrying Luton. Though Attain held no official title and was a reformed courtesan, she had long taken advantage of the master's affection to position herself as the rightful lady of the Fenghua sect. Eye in her eyes, the newly arrived Luton was a vixen, intent on ruining their marital harmony, deserving of the gravest punishment. She cannot be locked away. I must maintain some respect for General Zhu. Then it is simple, just claim she has gone mad. Locking her away is for her own good, to prevent self-harm. Luton lowered her gaze, remaining silent. She had no desire to marry an unfamiliar man, yet her marriage was beyond her control. Attain, let us depart. She did not follow the master of the sect, but clenched her jaw and swung her arm, ready to deliver a slap in retaliation, knowing her husband would turn a blind eye. In a moment of unexpected impulse, Luton turned her head aside. The slap grazed only a strand of her hair. Do you dare to evade? Attain reached out again, but this time the master of the sect caught her wrist. He shook his head and lifted Attain into his arms, saying, do not cause a scene. Hitting her will only hurt your hand, and I will be heartbroken. You know how to cherish others, darling. Attain giggled. Luton watched as the two departed intimately, her breath escaping in relief as she returned to feeding the fish. As night fell, Luton extinguished the candle in the cold palace. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as someone kicked the door open, seizing Luton from the bed and throwing her violently to the floor. Startled, she gasped, what are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? Look at the mess you've created. It was the voice of the master of the sect. Moments later, servants entered, lighting the candles. Luton beheld a face twisted in fury. What have I done? Just because you dislike me, does that mean every breath I take is wrong? You all are insane. You might as well kill me. Since marrying into the Fenghua sect, she had received none of the privileges of the master's wife, yet she had endured endless humiliation. Attain's manipulations had turned the servants against her, and she had to dodge everyone while still facing slaps. Luton was not without her temper. Her efforts to maintain peace had not earned her respect, and she was no longer willing to endure. Bring me my knife. Today, I shall end her life. Luton, do not fear him. He is but a paper tiger that I shall handle. A voice declared, Xiaobai, what have you done? I just had a taste of a hand. You consumed Attain? Although Xiaobai mentioned eating a hand, it was far from a simple act. Like a python suffocating its prey before swallowing it whole, Xiaobai consumed the hands of the deceased. No wonder the wretched Huang was furious. She was his beloved. He would undoubtedly hold Luton accountable for this. Who are you talking to? Do not feign madness with me. Master Huang snarled, gripping Luton by her collar. I warned you to mind yourself. I can provide for you, feed you, and care for you until death. Yet your jealousy has led to Attain's demise. His eyes brimmed with anger and tears that Luton murmured, that I suppose you wouldn't believe me if I said it wasn't my doing. I did not slay Borun, yet he perished because of me. It is of little consequence, for it is still somewhat tied to my fate. A servant presented a knife, which he raised high, prompting Luton to shut her eyes. A surge of warmth erupted forth. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the wretched Huang lying on the ground, lifeless and unable to rest in peace, while the servants were thrown into a frenzy. In this tumultuous scene, she felt like an onlooker, akin to witnessing a shadow play, as if none of it pertained to her. With the blood of the Huang Minju on her face, she exited the cold palace, marking her first experience as a widow. Old Huang had taken his own life in public. All could attest to it, and it bore no relation to her. Xiaobai, my friend, let us discuss a matter, Luton said, leaning against the bedpost, deep in thought. Speak, for given our familiarity, I would feel remiss to refuse your request, came a voice in response. Yet the pastries on the table dwindled, leaving behind only an empty plate in a short span. Those with bite marks were substantial enough to consume half a osmanthus cake in one go. Xiaobai, even if you ascertain he is a scoundrel and a notorious womanizer, could we perhaps spare him from death? What is this, my precious young lady? Have you developed feelings for this octopus of a man who juggles multiple affairs? Not at all. I merely think he is the offspring of parents, and his demise would undoubtedly sadden his friends and family. Moreover, he is but a wretch now, possibly just a youth lacking wisdom. Who knows, he might yet redeem himself. Then do you intend to be with him? No, no, no. Luton hastily waved her hand. Shall by. Do you think there exists a method to retain my father's dignity while also freeing me from the shackles of marriage? There is indeed. The voice paused. If you were to die, that would suffice. Luton gasped. Ah, are you suggesting I should perish? That evening, upon the groom returning from toasting, he discovered the bride already reclined in bed. Oh, my dear, have you fallen asleep without waiting for me? Awaken, for there are important matters yet to attend to. The bride remained unresponsive, motionless. Perplexed, he approached and touched her. Ah, she had ceased to breathe, her body already stiffened. In a few days, the neighboring gossip monger, oblivious to the truth, would find that a casual piece of gossip had turned into reality. Having just attended a wedding, they would soon be mourning. Yet this time, it was not the groom who had perished, but the bride who had met her own tragic end. 7 days later, after the mourning period, she was buried. The groom wept bitterly along the way. His tears were not for the bride, but for his own misfortune, lamenting, what kind of fate was this? The label of a gambler, a spendthrift, and a husband cursed to bring misfortune all lay heavily upon him. Who would dare marry him now? Luton's coffin was lowered into the grave. Shovels of earth were heaped upon her. As darkness fell, a commotion stirred at the grave beneath the bright moon. It seemed something was digging into the soil with a crunching sound. A pure white fox emerged, devoid of any mixed colors. It used its forepaws to dig and kicked with its hind legs. And after a while, Luton's coffin finally broke free from the earth. The fox leapt into the grave and landed atop Luton's coffin. It opened its mouth and bit off a coffin nail. Once all the nails had been pulled from the earth, it elegantly tapped with its forepaw. My precious young lady, it is time for us to rise. The coffin lid was lifted from within. A pair of pale, delicate arms emerged, followed by a charming little face. Shall by, thank you. Was I seen by anyone? Come out quickly. If we delay, someone may arrive. Together, the girl and the fox filled in the grave and compacted the earth. All done. I am free now. Henceforth, there shall be no more Luton, and I shall not have to marry again. Congratulations, my esteemed young lady. What are your plans now? I do not know. The girl and the fox vanished into the moonlight from the grave. Luton awoke in an inn, the sun already high in the sky. Today was the first day of her newfound freedom, and she felt a twinge of excitement. The fox was nowhere to be found. Luton fetched water to wash up. Luton, how do you plan to sustain yourself? You still need to support me, Luton replied. I have hands and feet, and I am quite clever. Aside from thievery and deceit, I can do anything. What, for instance? The fox inquired. For instance, growing vegetables, selling flowers, and cultivating produce. Excellent. Luton, how about we grow garlic sprouts? I adore eating garlic sprouts. Very well. Garlic sprouts are among the easiest plants to cultivate. Their seeds are inexpensive, and consuming the sprouts yields new garlic bulbs. Luton settled her lodging bill, found a pawn shop, sold a fine golden Nanmu hairpin, and exchanged it for coarse garments and a basket of garlic. She meandered alone into the depths of Orange Mountain. This secluded place was desolate. Any land cleared would be her own. Should she wish to build a house, ample timber and bamboo were at her disposal. Luton cleared a large patch of wild grass, surveying enough space for 3 rooms plus front and backyards. Shall by. I declare this will be our future home. Very well, very well. When shall we plant the garlic sprouts? I am famished. Soon. Luton snapped her fingers. First, should we build with bamboo or solid wood? Certainly bamboo. It is lightweight. As a strong laborer, you could manage it alone. Would require sawing, digging, joining, and crafting windows and doors. By the time it is finished, the fox would be famished. Luton scratched her head. All right then. They ventured into the bamboo grove, and Luton selected the largest, straightest bamboo. She pointed that one, and the fox dashed over to gnaw at it. In a few bites, it felled a bamboo stalk. Luton dragged the bamboo back, binding it into walls, a roof, and windows, and wove a thatched cover for rain protection. In a matter of hours, the girl and the fox constructed a stilted house. Luton also fashioned a bamboo bed, erected a fence around the yard, and planted 2 sweet spring trees at the front. In the yard, she created a stove from earth. The fox lay in the yard, sprawled out like a roasted duck, wagging its large tail. Luton, isn't it time to plant the garlic sprouts? Of course, I'll do it right away. Peeling the garlic, she dug shallow holes and buried them lightly, then fetched mountain spring water to irrigate them. Luton and the fox sat in the yard, munching on wild fruits while gazing at the still bare vegetable patch. They will sprout soon. Let us make do with wild fruits for a few days, and on a clear morning, Luton awoke in her new abode, inhaling the fresh air as she rose to wash. Chapter 2. The demon hunter descending the bamboo ladder from the stilted house. Luton beheld an astonishing scene. She hastily rubbed her eyes. Am I seeing things, or am I still dreaming? The garlic sprouts had astonishingly grown tall overnight. They had been planted only yesterday. How could this be? The fox swaggered back in, proclaiming, Luton, I want garlic sprouts with scrambled duck eggs. Shall we have no duck eggs, but we do have garlic sprouts, though I find this quite absurd. The fox pointed with its gaze toward the nearby basket. There are wild duck eggs there. I found them by the river in the dead of night. We have our principles. How can we steal wild duck eggs? The fox shrugged nonchalantly. They're already laid there. If we do not eat them, the old fisherman will take them. Absolutely not. Return them. But I want garlic sprouts with scrambled duck eggs. There is no room for negotiation, Luton insisted. The fox, unable to persuade her, strutted away with the basket. If I cannot have duck eggs, I shall catch fish, it declared, leaping into the river to swim freely. Holding its breath, it submerged, its eyes spinning as it watched the fish approach, then opened its mouth to snap up 3 at once. When it returned, satisfied, it caught the enticing aroma of garlic sprouts with scrambled eggs wafting through the air. Dinner was served, featuring not only garlic sprouts with scrambled eggs, but also fluffy steamed buns and millet porridge. Where have you been? It's taken you half a day to return for dinner. Oh, my apologies. The fox often finds itself under the firm control of Luton, who knows how to handle it perfectly. It fears kindness more than anything. It may express its anger through mischief, but the moment kindness is shown, it becomes obedient. Luton had gone to the base of the mountain to gather garlic sprouts. What did you buy, Luton? I exchanged our garlic sprouts for seasonings, eggs, rice, and oil, and also traded for some vegetable seeds. The fox sprang onto a wooden stool, using one paw to steady its bowl while holding a spoon with the other, resembling a child at mealtime. Delicious. Luton's cooking is superb. Garlic sprouts are truly the finest delicacy in the world. Luton replied, I procured watermelon seeds, tomato seeds, and several types of chili seeds. Once they grow, we can trade for a hen, and when it matures, we'll have fresh eggs daily. Sound great. With garlic sprouts and scrambled eggs, we could be meal partners for life. The fox licked its bowl clean, leaving it as shiny as a mirror. Luton, why not sell flowers? There are plenty on Hua Mountain. We could engage in a no-cost business. Luton shook her head. Are you referring to those young girls who pressure couples into buying flowers? If they don't purchase, they cling on. Flowers may be beautiful, but they aren't sustenance. Buying them should be voluntary. Typically, young men feel embarrassed if they don't buy, yet the flowers hold no real value. I cannot partake in such coercive business. Luton, you are quite stubborn. One must have principles. Stubborn indeed. You neither steal nor rob. Why take it so seriously? Luton gently patted the fox's head, soft and warm. In the end, good and evil will be repaid. Meals earned through conscience are the most fulfilling. The fox pouted, I am a fox, and I cannot abide by human rules, hypocrisy, and false righteousness. That night, a storm raged outside. While thunder and rain clashed, Luton slept soundly in her bamboo house. The fox curled up at Luton's feet. Feeling cold, it shivered and slipped under Luton's blanket. This is much warmer. In the morning, the rain had cleared, revealing a sunny sky. As Luton rose to prepare breakfast, she noticed that the garlic sprouts she had just harvested yesterday had grown tall again. The watermelon seeds planted just the day before had sprouted vines throughout the yard, bearing dozens of watermelons of varying sizes. The colorful chili plants had not only grown leaves overnight, but were also laden with clusters of enticing chilies. The tomatoes had transformed into towering plants, heavy with fruit, resembling plump little lanterns. The fox spun in circles in the yard. Luton, let's eat watermelon. Also, your straw blanket is quite stiff. Can we switch it for a silk one? Don't you find all this incredible? Not all. I just want to eat watermelon. The fox opened its mouth wide. Slice it thin, sprinkle a bit of fine salt, and it's sweet. Luton patted the melons in the yard and picked a ripe one that when she struck it with a knife, it cracked open with a crisp sound, revealing its tender, juicy flesh. Perfect. Both Luton and the fox sat down to savor the bounty, the fox grinning as juice dribbled down its shin. Luton, I want tomatoes with sugar and chili stir-fried with meat. We don't have pork at home. I'll go down to the mountain and trade for some. After their meal, the fox washed the dishes with its little paws, while Luton gathered garlic sprouts, bundling them into a basket, and also picked chilies and watermelons. With a heavy load on her back, she said, "Shall buy, I'm going down the mountain to buy meat. Keep a good watch over the house." The fox finished washing the last dish and declared, "Leave it to me. Even if the big bad wolf comes, I'll make him bow 3 times at our door." "Do you think boasting will spare you a piece of meat?" Luton turned to descend the mountain. "Who's boasting? It's just that wolf meat isn't particularly tasty. Otherwise, the gray wolves of the nearby villages would have been extinct long ago." In the evening, Luton returned with 5 men, each pulling a donkey cart. "This is my home. The watermelons, chilies, and tomatoes are in the yard. These 5 carts should fill up nicely." The fox trotted over to Luton, sitting on her embroidered shoe, which was surprisingly soft. "Wow, young lady, your dog is impressive. The coat is quite pure. When you decide to sell the hide, remember to contact me." Shalby bared its teeth in a fierce manner. "Who's a dog? You should be wary of your own hide." Luton stroked the fox's head. "Not for sale at the moment." As she watched them load the carts, the leader handed Luton several silver notes, which she counted. "Correct, just right, big brother." The donkey carts wobbled away, and the fox looked up. "Luton, have we struck it rich?" "Yes, we've made a small fortune." "Buy me a hen. I want to eat garlic sprouts with scrambled eggs." "Not only can we buy a hen, but we can also buy a donkey." Luton tucked the silver notes in her pouch. "Next time, we can take a small car down the mountain to sell watermelons." They hire people to pull the carts, and they deduct transportation fees. "Why do we need a donkey? Am I not strong enough to pull it?" Luton looked down at the fox with a smile. "Why look down upon a fox?" The fox puffed up its cheeks in indignation and suddenly transformed into a fully white sheep. "See, am I not robust enough?" Luton patted Shalby's horns. "Very good, very good. I only knew you could eat people. Little did I know you could also turn into a sheep. I have many talents. You will slowly come to admire them. Say you're fat, and you'll puff up." The following day, as expected, the harvested vines had once again sprouted with watermelons. The chili plants were also laden with fruit, bending under their weight. Luton began to pick again, filling 4 large baskets stacked on the sheep's back. 2 baskets on the left, 2 on the right. Heavy, yet the sheep felt no strain, standing strong on its 4 hooves. "Let's go buy a hen. I want to eat garlic sprouts with scrambled eggs, and I want plenty on the way home." Luton happily counted her silver notes, while Shalby carried 4 heavy baskets, now filled with hens. There were both old hens and young ones. "Hey, you with the silly grin, counting money." Luton paused. "Are you calling me? Let's release the chicks here. There are no others around Orange Mountain." "Sure, if you enjoy gathering eggs all over the mountain." Shalby raised its head. "What's the problem with that?" "Are you certain?" "Of course." Luton untied the baskets, and Shalby instantly transformed back into a fox. Thousands of chirping chicks were released onto the ground, gleefully scurrying to find insects to eat. The fox looked towards the direction of the mountain and declared, "I hereby announce that from today, we will rule this mountain. Orange Mountain shall no longer allow outsiders. I fear they might steal my eggs." Luton remained unconcerned, continuing to count her silver notes as she ascended the mountaintop. Suddenly, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and a fierce wind arose. Luton crouched by the window to watch the rain. The fox leaped onto the windowsill. "This doesn't feel like natural wind. It seems as if someone is engaging in a duel." Since meeting Shalby, Luton had grown accustomed to the strange occurrences. Let them duel, as long as no innocent is harmed. Just as she spoke, a sudden clap of thunder struck down. Luton gasped as her feet lifted off the ground. When she awoke from her shock, she found herself in the arms of an extraordinarily handsome man. Luton had never been embraced like this before. She stammered, "May I ask who you are? I must be heavy, right?" The man set Luton down and soared into the sky once more, followed by several bolts of lightning crashing down onto her bamboo house. "Can someone tell me, is this a dream?" Luton pinched her warm cheek, feeling pain. Suddenly, A boy with white hair and white clothing appeared beside her, his expression so familiar that it made Luton feel a sense of déjà vu. Luton, run. Ah, shall by? You can transform into a human. The boy grabbed Luton's hand and fled without looking back. Luton ran breathlessly, rushing to the hillside, where she collapsed beneath a large tree. Shall by? Where are we running from? That person just now is not human. That if he isn't human, then what is he? A fairy like you. Bah! How dare he compare himself to me? That man is a vile demon catcher, specializing in capturing my kind for bounties. Luton was perplexed. Her sixth sense suggested he did not seem like a villain. He could have taken advantage of her, but chose to maintain distance instead. Luton, get up quickly. We must continue fleeing. Shall by insisted, pulling her up and running once more. Shall by, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Are you scared? Shall by showed no signs of slowing down. Did I not mention? From today onward, no outsiders are allowed in this mountain. Anyone who enters has broken my barrier, and he is stronger than I am. I cannot defeat him. The fox's anxiety appeared genuine, that Luton found it strange. Usually, they would descend the mountain in less than an hour, yet they had been running for over an hour and were still stuck on the hillside. Shall by, are we on the right path? Yes, it is all the work of that demon catcher. I am now certain we have fallen into a trap. The ominous cloud surrounding the mountain peak suddenly dissipated, and the fox shrank, burrowing into Luton's sleeve. Luton, protect me. Luton thought to herself, if you are afraid, must I not be? Before she could voice her thoughts, the man approached again. Having been held by him earlier, she had not realized his imposing height until they stood face to face, feeling the overwhelming difference in stature. He towered over her, and she had to crane her neck to see him, which made her neck ache. Miss, there's a demon here, Luton replied. I know, and I also know that demon's name is Shall by. The man was clad in sky-blue satin, wielding a staff made of chicken wing wood and copper. His handsome features exuded an air of heroism. Was he truly a demon catcher? This place is unsafe. Please, come down the mountain with me. But the one at the peak is my home. Luton had escaped a marriage and needed to hide in a remote location. Do you know why Juzishan has remained desolate for centuries? Luton shook her head. I do not know. There's a white snake on this mountain that will go to great lengths to absorb a person's essence. Luton was taken aback. Why didn't Shall by tell me this? Seeing her puzzled expression, the man inquired, Miss, have you encountered anything extraordinary since ascending the mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Luton replied, when I planted garlic, it sprouted overnight. Does that count? And watermelons and peppers all grew in a single night. I even profited from these fruits. That is the work of the white snake, exploiting human greed and fulfilling desires to achieve its ends. When you revel in your gains, your essence has already been unwittingly siphoned away. Luton began to believe him. When she took out a stack of silver bills, she noticed the designs had all changed, resembling a green-faced, toothy grin mocking her. Ah, startled, she dropped the bills. They weren't like this before. Luton's shoulders trembled. Even though she had seen corpses before, the bizarre scene before her frightened her. Images flashed through her mind. Shall by, why didn't you tell me? Shall by referred to this man as a vile demon catcher, treated demons as kin, and did not believe eating humans was wrong. For a long time, the rift with her family made Luton reticent. Her personality harbored elements of melancholy and solitude. She had always considered Shall by a friend who had never harmed her. Luton lifted her gaze to the man. Should I trust him? Who should I believe, him or Shall by? She felt her sleeve empty. Shall by had vanished. Miss, let us leave this place first, he urged. Luton followed him down the mountain. Have you subdued the snake demon? Not yet. The white snake is cunning. I only wounded it. It will not show itself again for at least 10 days. Oh. Upon reaching the fork at the mountain's base, Luton thought he would say something like, parting ways here, or poetic sentiments about enduring mountains and flowing waters. To her surprise, he said nothing, emerging from behind a tree with a horse, effortlessly lifting Luton onto its back as if she were a mere infant. He then mounted and cracked the whip, urging the horse onward. Giddy up. Luton was taken aback. May I ask where we are going? Follow me home. Big brother, can I not go? They had only just met. Why should she accompany him home? Although the young man was handsome, well-built, stylish, and skilled in magic, Luton was not so infatuated with men. She understood the distinction between freedom and the cage of marriage. The horse galloped at a breakneck speed. No matter what Luton said, the handsome young man pretended not to hear. Determined to escape, she contemplated jumping off but hesitated, fearing injury or worse. Big brother, let's be reasonable. I believe I have the right to my own freedom. He remained silent. Xiaobai, where did you go? Did you leave me here abandoned? Were we not good friends? As they entered a bustling marketplace, Luton felt the urge to cry for help, believing she had been kidnapped. With tears brimming in her eyes, she had yet to speak when she felt a tightening around her waist. Her entire body stiffened, and her fingers became immobile. She had been paralyzed. Luton thought. It seemed Xiaobai was right. This man is not human, merely a pretty shell, unconcerned with human affairs, plundering homes, abducting young maidens, and now restricting her freedom. Luton did not expect the journey home to be so long. They rode horses, switched to boats, took carriages, and finally a sedan chair, swaying from the northern regions to Jiangnan. The sedan chair traversed winding mountain paths, steep despite the steps. Luton felt like a mute, her only moving faculties being her eyelids and pupils. This kidnapper had not provided her with food or water for 3 days, and she had no idea what his intentions were after arriving at this mountain. Luton. She felt as if she were hearing things. Turning her eyes, she realized it was indeed an illusion. Luton, whatever he offers you, do not eat. Xiaobai, is that you? Luton couldn't open her mouth to speak, her frustration nearly causing her to burst. Upon reaching a large residence halfway up the mountain, the bearers were paid off and dismissed. The demon catcher hoisted Luton over his shoulder and kicked open the door, striding inside. Second master, you have returned. Two servants rushed to take the burden from him. Get away. He continued onward. Luton was perplexed. The scent on him seemed to have changed. When she first met him on Juzishan, he had a faint minty aroma. Now, that scent was replaced by the foul stench of rotten tofu, the kind that had maggots. He kicked open a side room and carried Luton inside, slamming the door shut behind them. This time, Luton was not treated gently. She was unceremoniously thrown onto the ground. The man began to undress in front of her. Heavens, earth, I have never committed any wrongdoing. Why must I face this fate? Luton closed her eyes. He discarded his shirt on the floor, muttering, human clothing is such a hassle. It seemed he was trying to scratch his back, but couldn't reach. He opened his mouth, extending his tongue, which stretched and wrapped around his neck to his back. With his dark red tongue, he scratched an itch before retracting it. Luton thought, what on earth is this creature? It is a python, a voice whispered in her ear. It is the white snake of Juzishan. Luton. Xiaobai, did you not say he is a monster hunter? The first time you encountered him, he was a monster hunter, and this one is transformed from a white snake. He must have ulterior motives for infiltrating the Xian family mansion. Luton. Xiaobai, can you hear me? After knowing each other for decades, I can read your thoughts just by looking at your eyes. Luton. Xiaobai, he wouldn't want to eat me, would he? Perhaps he might. Luton, you'll save me, right? Given our friendship, how could I stand by and watch you be devoured? I will simply close my eyes at the opportune moment. Luton, I truly thank you. Xiaobai, you're welcome. The man lifted his head to gaze at the pitch-black ceiling. Suddenly, his tongue flicked out, startling Luton as it shot towards the beam, ensnaring a mouse and delivering it into the demon's mouth. Luton, I have no objection to the act of eating mice itself, but could you refrain from using a human guise for such deeds? It's simply too jarring. Luton expressed through her eyes, Xiaobai, do you think it can comprehend like me? I sense this snake spirit possesses some manners, albeit limited. Luton, how did you discern its slight politeness? Xiaobai, look, it hasn't eaten you yet. After consuming the mouse, its eyes transformed from the dark pupils of a normal human to a vivid crimson. It stared at Luton, who was filled with dread, unable to turn away. Luton, please do not eat me. I am young and beautiful, and I wish to live to experience the wonders of the world and to cultivate friendships with refined individuals. It extended its hand to unlock Luton's acupoints. Luton gasped. Spare me. The snake's spirit tilted its head, nearly brushing its face against hers. Luton, terrified, recoiled and collided with the wall. Help! Help me! The white snake retorted. No one will come to your rescue. This place is isolated, appearing to have been claimed from the very foot of the mountain. Hiss! I won't eat you. Luton. I believe you. Not at all. I have use for you that I'm useless. I am a burden. I implore you, great spirit, let me go. You are not a burden. Your primordial soul is particularly flavorful, and you serve as bait to draw out another. Its venomous tongue flicked out, circling Lu Tan's cheek. Disgusting that Lu Tan, you have some self-respect. Why, lovely maiden, if you obey me, I assure your safety. I am neither lovely nor compliant. I simply wish to return home. That dilapidated house on Juzishan? What amusement lies there? You enjoy gardening. I could conjure that anywhere for you. Agree to his demands and see what scheme he intends to execute. The fox's voice whispered in Lu Tan's ear. Lu Tan. What a terrible idea. He certainly will not ask me to perform any good deeds. I refuse to engage in murder, arson, or any nefarious activities. One must have principles, Xiao Bai. Principles are insignificant. What matters is ascertaining his strength, so I can know how to proceed. Lu Tan. Xiao Bai, why do I feel as if you are selling me out? Xiao Bai, silly girl. Who else can save you besides me? Lu Tan. No one. I truly cannot save myself. Xiao Bai, trust me, turn the tables on him. When the soldiers come, the generals will stand their ground. When the water flows, the earth will cover it. Lu Tan covered her face. What exactly do you want me to do? Bait. You are the bait he desires that I refuse to be fed to a demon. This is not about becoming roasted meat. It is a beauty strategy. Oh, no way. I vow to kill rather than endure humiliation. Xiao Bai, steady yourself. Do not lose your temper. Otherwise, negotiations will collapse. Lu Tan, you shameless Xiao Bai. I am not a courtesan from Yihong courtyard. I will not lower myself to seduce anyone. Lu Tan's vision darkened, and she fainted. Upon awakening, a red candle flickered in the room, and before Lu Tan lay an assortment of red dates, peanuts, longan, lotus seeds, and a plate of dumplings. Another familiar set of offerings for a prosperous offspring. Looking down at herself, she was adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal gown. To others, this attire represented celebration, but for Lu Tan, it symbolized an inescapable nightmare. Marriage felt like a prison. The repeated political unions had cast a long shadow over her, and she never wished to don this wedding attire again. Where am I? Xiao Bai? Lu Tan stood up, clutching her head in pain. Her head throbbed and spun. Yes, she took a step. The pain became nearly unbearable. Lu Tan, stop. Do not move. Xiao Bai's voice was tinged with urgency. Where am I? I remember being at a luxurious mansion halfway up the mountain. You're still on that mountain, still in that mansion, merely in a different room. Lu Tan, do not move. You have been poisoned. 4 more steps, and not even a celestial being could save you. Lu Tan squatted down, one hand embracing her knees, the other pressed against her head. What does that snake's spirit want? To use you to threaten someone? Who would care about me? My family treats me like a hot potato, eager to marry me off, even if it means incurring costs. I have long become a lonely soul, without friends or value. Lu Tan was not wallowing in self-pity. She was simply stating the facts. She had resorted to faking her death to escape, for there was no one in this world she cared for any longer. Bait? What does that have to do with me? Why must I be the bait? The fox said, You will understand when you see him. The fox's voice abruptly ceased, and with a creak, the door swung open from the outside. A man clad in a groom's outfit, reeking of alcohol, entered. Lu Tan attempted to lift her head to see, but she felt too dizzy. Even the slightest movement made her nauseous. My dear wife, why are you squatting on the ground? I do not wish to, but I cannot move. The man reached out to assist Lu Tan. Please do not touch me. I feel faint. He lifted Lu Tan into his arms and placed her back onto the bridal bed. Lu Tan. My feet did not move, so that should not count as leaving, right? Lu Tan closed her eyes, her brow furrowed. Is my wife unwell? Ugh. The jostling made Lu Tan exceedingly dizzy, and she promptly vomited. She vomited onto the groom's attire, but he neither recoiled nor showed any signs of disgust. The groom allowed Lu Tan to cleanse herself before gently patting her back and wiping her mouth with a handkerchief. Why, dear wife, please wait while I fetch the doctor. With repeated addresses of my wife, Lu Tan had yet to ascertain who she had married. Who are you? Lu Tan grasped his sleeve. The groom leaned down, drawing closer to Lu Tan. Is it you? Isn't this the monster hunter? Yet, Lu Tan could not discern whether he was genuine or false. Beneath the stench of alcohol, she could not detect the scent of mint or stinky tofu. Who are you? Why will you not let me go? If you wish to eat me, then do so. Why this mockery? Do you still recall the wishing silks on Jixiang Mountain? His voice was rich with magnetism. Lu Tan remembered Jixiang City, where she would visit every festival, as her 80-year-old grandmother resided there. She had spent a carefree childhood in Jixiang City. The shrine on Jixiang Mountain always granted wishes, drawing countless pilgrims from afar. All one needed was to tie a wishing silk, leaving the rest to the mountain deity. With nearly all wishes being fulfilled, Lu Tan had tied a wishing silk, and her wish had indeed come true. Battling through her dizziness, Lu Tan forced herself to look at the groom once more. His features began to blend with her memories of that handsome visage. "Brother City Lord?" He replied, "It is I Xiannan, the younger cousin of His Majesty, governs the prosperous territory of Jixiangcheng. He prefers to be addressed as the City Lord rather than Prince." In the eyes of the young Lu Tan, Xiannan was a great hero, capable of climbing mountains to capture ferocious tigers and diving into waters to catch serpents. In Jixiangcheng, there exists no corruption, no oppression, and no predatory beasts. No external foes dare to invade. Xiannan is approachable, greeting every citizen with a warm smile. During her childhood, Lu Tan could barely reach Xiannan's shoulders even when standing on tiptoe. Yet whenever she wished to speak with him, he would graciously bend down to listen. Young Lu Tan would lean in close to his ear and softly declare, "Xiannan Gij, when I grow up, I want to marry you." He would respond with a polite smile, gently ruffling her hair. "By the time you grow up, I shall be old, and there will be more accomplished young men seeking your hand." Yet Xiannan has not aged. It is Lu Tan who has endured countless hardships and trials, nearly forgetting his visage. She is no longer the carefree granddaughter of the Zhu family. She now bears the weight of a cursed fate, a difficult marriage prospect, and the burden of unknown past transgressions. Despite never having offended anyone, she finds herself despised, as if uttering her name could bring fame or immortality to others. "Xiannan Gij, what brings you here? This is not Jixiangcheng. He should not have ventured beyond its confines. Wait for me, Lu Tan. I shall fetch the doctor." Xiannan Gij, do not leave. That Lu Tan is uncertain of the intentions of the white serpent. She attempts to grasp the hem of Xiannan's garment, but her strength wanes, and the fabric slips from her fingers, along with his shadow disappearing beyond the door. A cascade of icy water drenches her. Lu Tan awakens to find herself in a desolate wilderness, her hands bound behind her, the stench of stinky tofu permeating the air. Before her crouches a figure reminiscent of Xiannan. But no, he is the white serpent. "Why do you take on Xiannan Gij's form? What do you intend to do?" "Intend to do? He, with the surname Xian, has slain my kin. I seek justice in Jixiangcheng." What she has just witnessed was but a dream, as if someone had intentionally sent her a vision to reveal everything. Lu Tan grows increasingly puzzled. If the demon hunter she encountered on Orange Mountain truly was Xiannan, could he now venture beyond the city? "Your vile intentions shall not succeed. A noble man may be slain, but he cannot be dishonored. If you intend to use me as bait against Xiannan Gij, I would rather take my own life." Just as she resolves to bite down, her small mouth is forcibly pried open, and a piece of rag is stuffed inside. "Woo woo woo, let me go." Such loyalty to him? When he is dead, I promise you can join him in eternal oblivion. Ha ha ha. Chapter 4. The twins despicable, shameless, deranged, revolting. The venomous words of condemnation flowed through Lutan's eyes, a torrent of frustration directed at those who deserved it. A giant in thought, yet a dwarf in action, aptly described her current predicament, trapped with no escape, unable to retaliate, and even contemplating self-harm proved futile. However, she had grown accustomed to setbacks and patience, thus resigning herself to a detached observation of the unfolding events. There was little else she could do. As she walked forward, the path became increasingly familiar. Indeed, it led to Jixiangcheng. It had been ages since her last visit. Ever since her forced marriage, she had ceased to have a home. In her in-laws' eyes, she was an outsider, while in her own family's view, she was merely a relative. With an unhappy marriage and a husband who lived yet kept his distance, she bore the stigma of a widow after his death. Life had become a precarious balance, filled with whispers and rumors, and Luton had long since grown disillusioned with the world. Have we found the second master? Reporting to the city lord. We have scoured Orange Mountain, but found neither the second master nor the wicked serpent demon. The lord of Jixiangcheng paced the hall, his mind restless. Send more people to search. Regardless of the outcome, send a carrier pigeon every hour with updates. Yes, my lord. In recent days, Xuannan had been fraught with anxiety. The moment he closed his eyes, a voice echoed, "I'm so cold." He wandered to the mountain deity's temple, finding solace in its tranquil environment, for chaos resolved nothing. The wind rustled the wish tree, and Xuannan sat cross-legged on the mat, eyes closed in concentration. A red silk ribbon floated down, landing gracefully in his hand. He read a faded inscription. "I wish to exchange my lifetime of fated love for Xuannan's health and longevity." The elegant script bore a unique, ethereal beauty, and the signature was none other than Litten. Litten? Xuannan, desperate for a clue, pondered the significance of the silk. Just then, a pigeon alighted upon his shoulder. He unrolled the note tied to its leg. "Someone wishes to see you, city lord." Returning to his residence, he inquired, "Who is it?" The individual refuses to say. They were the second master's clothing. It could be the same style. The messenger insisted it belonged to the second master, recounting how he had climbed a tree to rescue a cat, tearing his sleeve in the process. The subordinate had witnessed him mending it beneath the tree, and the fabric matched perfectly. "Let him in." The figure entered, shrouded in a mask, cradling a woman on his shoulder. "May I ask where you acquire that attire?" A sinister chuckle escaped the figure. Litten was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. The true and the counterfeit had indeed crossed paths, appearing indistinguishable. The white serpent evaded the city lord's queries, retorting, "Do you truly care for your kin?" With her meridian points unblocked, Litten felt weak and famished, unable to move more than a few steps. Her gaze fell upon Xuannan, the childhood hero she had idolized. This was Jixiangcheng, the sanctuary of her carefree days. It seemed Xuannan did not recognize her. His eyes were fixed on the serpent demon. "Where is he?" His expression conveyed, "I inquire about your clothing, yet you present me with a woman? Forgive me, but I have no interest in beauty," he replied dismissively. "Have you ever considered that your slaughter of my kin would incur retribution?" The figure tore off his mask, revealing a wicked grin. "Ha ha ha." In the blink of an eye, Xuannan was before the serpent, as swift as lightning. He tore open the white serpent's garments, exposing a muscular chest adorned with a distinct fu tattoo on his shoulder blade. What kind of demon dares to usurp a human's form? Litten was perplexed. What does it mean to usurp a form? Did he not use sorcery to transform into Xuannan? The white serpent raised his right hand, swiftly grasping his own neck. "Step back, or I shall end his life." Litten thought, this person is truly ruthless, willing to harm even himself. Xuannan stepped back. "What do you intend to do? What do you think?" "Ha ha. The Xuan family has never been virtuous. You slaughter my kind, and there must be a price to pay. You are the white serpent?" "Indeed, that is I." The two shared identical features, one exuding righteousness, the other malevolence. Litten was confused. Had not Xuannan battled the serpent demon on Orange Mountain? Why was he now reintroducing himself? As Xuannan reached for the white serpent's wrist, the latter deflected while seizing Litten as a shield. "Let us see who this is." Litten, weary from the journey and lacking sustenance, had not groomed herself. Her hair was a disheveled mess. Xuannan scrutinized her for a long moment before feeling a sense of familiarity. Is it truly so difficult to recognize? Does a woman's appearance change that drastically without makeup? "Well, what do you think?" Litten retorted. Xuannan replied, "Indeed." The white serpent tugged at Litten's hair, pulling it back to reveal her face. Though the hairstyle left much to be desired, Xuannan finally recognized her. "You are Litten?" "Ah, I wish to find a block of tofu to slam my head against." What an embarrassing reunion with the older brother she had admired since childhood. "Ha! That portrait in your study must be of her, Jixiangcheng Lord. Release her. If you have grievances, confront me directly. Abducting a woman is cowardly." "I refuse." The white serpent replied coyly, sending chills down one's spine. "Let us speak civilly," Litten urged. "What are your terms?" Xuannan inquired. "I want this city as my burial ground." The white serpent laughed heartily, and with that, he engaged Xuannan in battle. Litten, thrown to the ground, touched her scalp, relieved that her thick hair remained intact. Xuannan, renowned for his prowess, moved with such speed that one could only see his shadow. Yet, he seemed hesitant to strike with lethal force. Each maneuver aimed to subdue rather than kill. The white serpent was slippery, evading Xuannan's grasp time and again. He was almost serpentine, his long tongue extending to constrict Xuannan's neck. Xuannan blocked it, but the repulsive tongue ensnared his wrist. Litten watched, her heart racing. Xuannan, you can do it. Defeat him. He is truly wicked. You might be disappointed. I predict the white serpent will prevail. A white fox appeared at Litten's feet. Litten, what are you doing here? I have been quietly following you. Would I abandon a friend? Indeed. Then why did you not rescue me along the way? Because I cannot defeat him. What is he? A white serpent with millennia of cultivation, a giant python. What am I? A mere fox that can barely maintain human form for long. I would be insufficient to fill the gaps in his teeth. The fox gestured animatedly, its small paws flailing adorably. Does Xuannan have no chance at all? Your Xuannan? If I am not mistaken, he can only hold out for a short time. At that moment, the white serpent's head was the only part of him that remained normal. His body had transformed into a serpentine form, swiftly coiling around Xuannan. Litten's heart tightened. Little White, you must help Xuannan. I cannot risk it. What if I get hurt in their duel? I am but a small, innocent, adorable fox. Be quiet. You dare to speak, and I must believe you. Can you count how many lives you have consumed? That is irrelevant. Those were humans, but these two are not. The white serpent constricted Xuannan, but he was not easily subdued. He seized the serpent's head and twisted with all his might. What manner of creature is this? Why does it shift between serpent and human? How can it transform into someone identical to Xuannan? They are not the same. Xuannan's eyes are amber, while the other S are pitch black. Xuannan's hair has a hint of indigo, while the other S leans towards dark green. Xuannan has a subtle black mole at the end of his brow, while the other does not. Litten stared in astonishment at the fox, listening to its elaborate explanation. Xuannan's shoulder blades bore no tattoos, yet the one before him did. Xuannan's garments had been torn during the struggle. Two individuals collided with the wall, yet emitted no sound. Litten cast a glance toward the door, where the guard stationed outside stood motionless, their gazes fixed ahead. It struck her as peculiar. Why did they not come in to assist Xian and Gidge? The reason was simple. They were oblivious to the scene within, as Xianin had conjured a barrier that obscured visibility. What is that? Litten inquired, perplexed. It's transparent, a spell that can obscure sight and restrain the monster within, ensuring it cannot escape unless the spellcaster suffers substantial harm, rendering them incapable of maintaining the barrier. Otherwise, it remains intact. What a fascinating creation. Xiaobai, do you possess such abilities? What do you think? I suspect you can consume it. Hurry and devise a plan. Do not leave Xian and Gidge to fight alone. Hey, I've been speaking for ages, and you haven't grasped the crux of the matter. Litten, have you lost your wits from hunger these past few days? What time is it for you to be jesting? Litten clawed at the fox. Unfortunately, her feeble strength was insufficient even to tickle it. How disdainful, remarked the fox. If we weren't so familiar, I would have bitten you long ago. The white serpent and Xianin were entangled, crashing against the barrier. The white serpent had reverted from a noodle-like form back to that of a muscular man. Litten noticed the fox's tattoo of the character for fortune. Indeed, Xian and Gidge bore none. Why is that? Did he cut corners during his transformation? What do you wish to hear? Litten, you truly are dazed from hunger. I was about to inform you. They're not the same person, not at all. What do you mean they're not the same person? Isn't the serpent spirit just masquerading as Xian and Gidge? Fool! The monster hunter you encountered on Juzishin is now the serpent spirit, but he is not Xianin. The monster hunter fell prey to the white serpent's possession, which is the arrogant noodle fish you see now. Xianin is not him, and he is not Xianin. What you have seen from start to finish are two distinct individuals. Litten rubbed her head. Could you speak plainly? The fox sighed, resting a paw on Litten, its expression one of profound grievance. You cannot be blamed for your low intellect. The fault lies in your sheltered upbringing within the confines of a grand estate. To put it simply, these two are brothers. The elder is the lord of Jixiang City, while the younger is the monster hunter. Currently, the younger has been possessed by the serpent spirit. Do you comprehend now, foolish Litten? What brothers? I have known the city lord since childhood, and I have never seen him with a brother. Your human biases twins are often deemed anomalies. To avoid gossip, one is discreetly sent away. Thus the younger brother became the abandoned one. He was taken away by the midwife at birth and only returned after Zionan's incident. However, due to a twist of fate, the elder was resurrected by your wish, leading to their reunion. Hence, the world now bears two strikingly similar gentlemen with the surname Zion, and the tattoo of the character for fortune on his shoulder was inscribed at birth to facilitate recognition with his family in the future. So that's how it is. Zion and Gidge has a twin brother. But how do you know all this? Luton had not disclosed her wish tied to the silk ribbon to anyone, because that wish tree is my abode. After you made your wish, the mountain deity fulfilled it, taking away the item of exchange, your destined love. It retired to the mountains to pursue romance, leaving the resurrected Zionin to take on the role of the mountain deity. The battle between Zionin and the serpent spirit escalated, sparks flying as they clashed. Zionin wielded his sword, and with every evasion by the white serpent, sparks erupted upon the barrier. This is bad, run. The white serpent lunged forward, threatening to crush Luton. In a split second, the fox transformed into a young boy and pulled her away, saving her from peril. That was close. This household cannot function without me. Silly Luton, I am truly your benefactor. Zionin seized the white serpent and wrestled him down. It was the guise of his brother, and he could not bear to wound him with a blade. Forgive me, Luton. It's I who am in the way. Luton stammered, fear rendering her speechless. I will keep my distance. Zion and Gidge, give it your all. Zionin did not spare time for pleasantries. The two regrouped and rolled away, while the fox ensured Luton's safety. Your command. Your command? Luton looked at the fox with curiosity. Xiao Bai, when did you become associated with Zion and Gidge? I just told you. I reside in the Wish Tree, which belongs to the mountain deity of Jishang Mountain. Thus, the current mountain deity is my master. What is so perplexing about that? Goodness, how many things am I unaware of? Why are the connections among you all so intricate? What complexity? My presence by your side is merely a normal labor dispatch. The master fears for your safety and has sent me to protect you in gratitude for your life-saving kindness. Huh, you sly fox, why didn't you mention this sooner? You never inquired. I am rather tight-lipped. I only speak when asked. Then why are you not friendly toward the monster hunter? You even said he is not human, but the epitome of evil. Zionin is my master. He is not. I am a spirit, and he is a monster hunter. Our relationship is as opposing as fruit. What is wrong with me speaking ill of him behind his back? Luton ground her teeth in frustration. Deceiver, I no longer wish to be your friend. With a loud crash, Zionin was hurled toward the fox, yet Luton remained unharmed. The white serpent glared menacingly, brandishing Zionin's sword. It was a heavy blow to Zionin. Luton crawled over to assist him, but lost her balance and fell. She felt weak. Zionin steadied Luton, who expressed regret. I cannot protect you right now. Do not concern yourself with me. Zion and Gidge, be cautious. The sword wielder's eyes gleamed with malice, intent on reducing Zionin to ash. Yet, the blade was not aimed at Zionin, but rather at Luton. Be careful. Luton cried out in horror, witnessing a torrent of blood as the blade pierced Zionin's arm. He shielded Luton with his own body, enduring excruciating pain as he swiftly withdrew his arm from the blade. Tears welled in Luton's eyes. With his uninjured hand, Zionin gripped the sword blade, preventing another strike as the white serpent, now frenzied, sought to harm Luton once more. Zion and Gidge, I am unharmed. Luton, do not cry. Xiao Bai, come forth. Zionin shouted. The fox had rolled to the edge of the barrier, licking its wounds after nearly being crushed, its paws injured as well. Upon hearing the call, it lifted its neck and swiftly rushed over. Master, I am here. Ensure Luton's safety. Not the master. She is too foolish to be carried. Zionin had no time for a chatter. If Luton is in danger, you shall transform into a fox hot pot. He had already gripped the sword, ready to retaliate. Luton noticed that in an instant, the blood on Zionin's hand had ceased flowing. The sword shattered with a crisp crack, and Zionin delivered a powerful strike, sending the serpent's spirit flying. I previously knew Zion and Gidge was skilled in combat, but his magical prowess is equally formidable. Of course, he is a mountain deity. Can a deity be compared to an ordinary person? The more devotees Jishang Mountain has, the more potent his divine power becomes. The fox's paw had swollen to the size of a bun. Luton glanced at him. The fox, now in the form of a child, had a round face with a hint of baby fat. Rather adorable, in fact. Unable to resist, Luton pinched it. Ouch. Silly Luton, what are you doing? Have some decorum. I was just pinching. It is so plump. Have you eaten too much? You were perfectly fine before. Why the sudden change today? What change? The fox replied. A bit of mischief, perhaps. It was likely due to Luton's return to a place from her childhood, where she unearthed numerous past memories. She had once been vivacious, but after witnessing the harsh realities of life and the absence of kin, she had become reticent. I am hungry, Luton said, clutching her stomach. I am feeling a bit hypoglycemic. This sensation is rather unpleasant. Leaning against the transparent barrier, Luton hung her head, conserving her energy by remaining still. She understood she could not assist Zion and Gidge. At this moment, not causing trouble was a significant contribution. The fox rubbed its face and said, I am also hungry. I desire to eat garlic sprouts, stir-fried with eggs. Wolftan, feeling weak, replied, Xiao Bai, the garlic sprouts we consumed earlier were transformed by the snake spirit's magic. Will there be any after effects from eating them? I not only ate watermelon, chili, and tomatoes, but I also sold many. Wolftan did not wish to deceive others. Rest assured, they are harmless. Items created by magic are mere illusions. Consuming them is akin to consuming air. At worst, one may feel hungry again shortly after eating, with no lasting consequences. Wolftan sensed that Xiaobai's expression was somewhat peculiar, and her intuition suggested that the credibility of the previous statements was low. Are you certain? I am not certain. I do not frequently encounter such situations. How would I know? His face clearly betrayed his deceit. I'm giving you an opportunity to rephrase that. All right, the truth is that consuming the items transformed by the snake spirit will weaken one's essence. The more one eats, the more frail one becomes. The items you sold were divided among each buyer, so it does not amount to much. They may feel weak for a few days, or in severe cases fall ill, but it is nothing serious. Wolftan felt tears welling up, lamenting the misfortune of wanting to cultivate vegetables, blaming herself for being greedy by selling those magically grown items. Do not blame yourself. Since the deed is done, consider it a lesson learned. Just remember this for the future. Yes, I shall diligently adhere to the natural laws of cultivation going forward, without expecting unearned rewards. You foolish child. Xuanan bound the white snake's arms with his belt, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Xuanan brother has won. The fox stroked his chin, pondering him. Wolftan remarked, Indeed, you cannot be trusted. I always knew that compared to shameless demons, my Xuanan brother is far superior. The fox protested. That should not be the case. My predictions considered various factors and should not have gone awry. Be silent. Be silent. Be silent. Xuanan brother is the finest, and I shall not accept any rebuttal. The fox continued, I preferred your former self when you spoke less and were more charming. Now, you are less endearing. Xuanan completely subdued the white snake and dispelled the barrier, calling for assistance. What has happened, City Lord? Second Master? When did you return? City Lord, what wrong has the Second Master committed that you both have come to blows? Xianbei has been possessed. Guards approached to assist the City Lord in binding the snake's spirit tightly. He laughed instead of expressing anger. Ha 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 ha. Xiaobai interjected. What is there to laugh at, you creep? You are wasting the Second Master's handsome face. Ha ha ha. Everyone you care for is doomed. With that, the white snake's neck tilted and he lost consciousness. His fainting was of little concern, as Wolftan felt dizzy, her head heavy, and she collapsed onto the floor. With a thud, Wolftan fell, catching the fox off guard. Wolftan, what has happened to you? Xuanan handed Xianbei over to the guards and rushed to embrace the unconscious Wolftan, calling Wolftan, Wolftan, wake up. The fox waved his hands. City Lord, please let me explain. I was watching over her diligently, more carefully than I do my roast chicken. Please do not stew me. Xuanan ignored him. Lifting Wolftan and carrying her outside, call for a physician. Fetch Mr. Zhou. The guards hurried to find a doctor. Wolftan was placed in a private chamber. She lay unconscious on a soft bed, while Xianbei, equally in a deep slumber, rested on a nearby couch. The physician arrived to check their pulses, shaking his head in dismay. What is it? The physician furrowed his brow. But it is of no consequence. City Lord, I see no ailments. This young lady appears to have fainted from fatigue and hunger. The second master is robust, with only minor injuries. I cannot discern any reason for their unconsciousness. Could it be poisoning? Xiaobai inquired. No, the blood I released is normal. Let us wait. They may awaken soon. After dismissing the physician, Xuanan instructed the maidservants to change Xianbei and Luftan into clean nightgowns. A bamboo curtain separated the two, with a guard beside Xianbei and Xiaobai sitting by Luftan's bedside. Munching on an apple, Xuanan visited every hour. 3 days passed without either waking. City Lord, the eldest granddaughter of the Zhu family, is here. Should we notify the matriarch? No, Xuanan replied before Xiaobai could leap up. Luftan has only just regained her freedom. City Lord, please do not harm her. The trials of Luftan's past marriages had been harrowing, and only the fox, who had accompanied her throughout, understood the extent of her suffering. The tears Luftan had shed and the uncertainty in her eyes were profound. The cold palace was frigid, and even maidservants treated her, the legitimate mistress, with disdain. It was not her fault that she was unloved. She was pitiable, and the fox could not bear to watch her tread the same path again. Should Luftan re-enter the world, her antiquated parents would surely attempt to marry her off to someone she did not love. You may leave now, Xuanan instructed the guards. He sat by Luftan's bedside, gazing at her for a long while. After her grooming and change into clean clothing, Luftan appeared transformed, serene and obedient in her sleep. Tell me about what has transpired over the years. Certainly, City Lord, let me recount in detail. The fox began to narrate, detailing Luftan's first weeping journey to the wedding carriage, marrying a scoundrel who lacked maternal love and kept a middle-aged courtesan. This pair of treacherous lovers conspired against Luftan, with the woman, out of jealousy, constantly opposing her, while the man protected her. They were indeed a couple steeped in mutual affection, a perfect match of snake and rat. Yet Luftan was subjected to such torment that she developed depression. The subsequent scoundrel was an encyclopedia of depravity, burdened with an elderly grandmother and a domineering mother-in-law who both opposed Luftan. He committed vile acts while forcing Luftan to take the blame, crafting excuses with alarming finesse. Relishing the chaos he incited among the women in his family, convinced of their affection for him. The third was immersed in gluttony, gambling, and vice. But Luftan had decided to feign her death and escape before suffering further harm, thus reclaiming her life anew. Together, the fox and Luftan cultivated a desolate orange mountain, only to unexpectedly encounter the seasoned snake spirit and the intrepid second master, Xianbei. Upon concluding the tale, Xuanan's gaze towards Luftan brimmed with newfound compassion. This is all my fault, the fox lamented. How can one blame the city lord for a wretched fate? Luftan exchanged her lifetime of destiny to save me. It is also possible that she never had a destined match to begin with. City Lord, you need not feel overly guilty. Xuanan had many matters to attend to, including managing the incessant requests on the wishing tree. According to the previous mountain deity's decree, as long as believers were willing to exchange equivalent items, their wishes would be fulfilled. After Xuanan departed, Xianbei awoke first, and upon Xuanan's return, he saw the physician just finishing the pulse check. How is it? Reporting to the city lord, the second master is young and strong, with no major issues. With adequate rest, he will soon be lively once more. And Luftan? That young lady has suffered from long-term depression. Her constitution is not robust, and it remains uncertain when she will awaken. Xianbei threw off the covers and leaped down from the couch. Brother, what has transpired? When did I return to Jixiang City? He glanced at the beautiful maiden lying beneath the quilt, recognizing her as the bold girl from the Orange Mountain. How could she, who others avoided, dare to settle in the sacred ground of demons? Her name is Luftan. Luftan? Xianbei echoed. Is she the beauty depicted in the painting in your study? No wonder she looks familiar. You have excellent taste, brother. She is indeed remarkable, the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. When she awakens, do not speak carelessly. I will regard her as a sister. Xianbei secretly thought, should I not draw her portrait to adorn my study, so I may gaze upon her each day? Xiaobai entered the house with a basket of fruits, exclaiming, Ah, the city lord and the master demon hunter are here. Second master, You are awake. Good afternoon. A fox spirit? I am a good fox. Xiaobai hurriedly dropped the basket and raised both hands. I am a loyal subordinate of the city lord. Please do not look at me with such eyes. We are all on the same side. Brother, Xianbei inquired with a glance. Xian, Nan nodded in response, revealing that he had previously been caught stealing offerings at the mountain god temple and begged for a chance to redeem himself, which led to him being assigned to protect LV Tan. Oh, big brother truly cares for little sister-in-law. Do not speak nonsense. How is that nonsense? Your eyes nearly popped out. LV Tan suddenly opened her eyes. Look, the pretty girl is awake. She glanced from left to right at two identical individuals, one composed and reserved, the other lively and robust. Xian Nengij. So sweet. If you call me by name, it would melt my bones, Xianbei joked. Xian Nan, ignore him. He is always so glib. Xian Nan adjusted a pillow for LV Tan, helping her sit up. What is your name, young man? I am Xianbei. I share a name with my older brother, just one character apart. Oh, Xianbei Gij, nice to meet you. This could be considered fulfilling his dream. Oh, so charming. If you do not marry my brother, I will surely take you as my wife. Just calling me brother every day would be enough to make me content. LV Tan laughed. This brother was quite amusing. Xian Nan Gij, what about the snake spirit? It ran away. I cannot find it in Xianbei's realm. Does that snake spirit have a grudge against Xian Nan Gij? I apologize for involving you. LV Tan shook her head. It is not Xian Nan Gij's fault. Xianbei shrugged. The one it should be angry with is me. I captured a nest of malevolent snake spirits and brought the corpses back to my brother for alchemy, which is why their ancestor came seeking revenge. That white snake is ancient. Every few hundred years it hibernates. When it emerged from its cave and found its disciples extinct, it sought out demon hunters. One must bear the consequences of their actions. I went to confront it, but alas, I was outmatched. Xianbei was evidently candid and lacked guile. He would answer 10 questions if you asked one, and would speak at length even without prompting, fearing others might not grasp his situation. LV Tan actually found this straightforward nature quite appealing. It was refreshing to encounter someone without pretense or selfishness who admitted to his actions without shifting blame. You must be hungry, LV Tan. I will have the kitchen prepare some food. Yes, I'm hungry. Thank you, Xian Nan Gij. Do not mention it. Xian Nan replied as he left. Xianbei, if you have nothing to do, go about your business and do not disturb LV Tan's rest. All right, brother. Xianbei replied obediently, but he did not leave. As soon as Xian Nan exited, he plopped down beside LV Tan's bed. Beautiful sister. Let me tell you that my brother has your portrait hanging in his study. He sees it morning and night. Anyone can tell how fond he is of you, sister. Rest assured, you will be my sister-in-law here. I promise you, my brother will treat you well. Once he decides on someone, he will never change. Chapter 6. Stirring up trouble, why must love lead to marriage? LV Tan's unexpected question left Xianbei bewildered. He scratched his head. Sister, why are you not following the usual script? It is simply for someone to care for you, to ensure proper burial after death, to raise children and be filial. The benefits of marrying are numerous. Where one is buried is inconsequential. Ultimately, we all return to the earth. Are children guaranteed to be filial? As for someone to care for me, I prefer to seek my own fortune. Upon uttering those words, LV Tan felt a chill run down her spine. Xiaobai entered with a plate of scrambled eggs with garlic shoots, asking, what are you two awkwardly chatting about? It does not seem like a pleasant conversation. LV Tan suddenly clutched her chest. Xiaobai placed the plate on the table. What is wrong, LV Tan? Are you feeling unwell? What I just said was my true feelings, but why did I say it? The most basic decorum for adults is to avoid arguing and to keep things direct. She felt as if a dark cloud loomed over her, instigating a tinge of depression and irritability, making everything seem unsatisfactory. LV Tan resolved to keep her mouth shut for now to avoid attracting trouble. Perhaps it was due to hunger. People often feel low when their blood sugar is low. She mused. Let us eat. The city lord has ordered a feast prepared by the chef. I will fetch it. Xianbei, too, was hungry. He washed his hands and sat down to dine with LV Tan. The fox hurriedly brought out 8 dishes and a soup. A balanced meal is less tiring. Come, LV Tan, you must eat more. Try this crab. Xiaobai placed a large crab in LV Tan's bowl. Without hesitation, She bit into it, shell and all, swallowing without chewing. Xian then patted Xiao Bai and inquired with a glance, "Does she always eat like this?" "No. LV10 usually eats slowly and savors her food. This is the first time I've seen her like this." LV10, oblivious to the gazes upon her, finished one crab and reached for another with her bare hands. Just as she was about to stuff it into her mouth, a hand snatched it away. LV10, the shell is hard to digest. Peel it first. LV10 shot him an annoyed glare, and Xianbei noticed a flicker of purple light in her eyes. LV10 furiously reached for the crab. Xianbei would not yield, and LV10 bit down hard. A clear bite mark appeared on Xianbei's wrist. "LV10, why do you bite?" Xiao Bai was equally astonished. "I feel she's acting strangely," Xianbei remarked. "I think so too." Xiao Bai exchanged glances with him. In the next moment, LV10 erupted in fury, flipping the table and shouting into the air, hurling a barrage of profanities. Such vulgar language was unbecoming of her. She had always been a refined young lady with a good education. The fox pointed at LV10. "What manner of demon are you? Who are you to dare possess her under the second master's nose? Ha ha! Do you think I'm afraid of a mere fledgling mountain god? White snake, is you again?" Xianbei's gaze turned icy. "You serpent spirit, release LV10. Hiding behind a woman's shell is no accomplishment." The fox was fiercely protective. "I am not hiding. I am merely hungry and here to replenish my nutrients. This pure and innocent soul is quite delectable. I have not tasted such a delicacy in ages." As she spoke, the white snake's tongue flicked out, licking LV10's cheek. "Go summon my brother," Xianbei commanded. The fox turned to flee. "Second master, be cautious." "I will run," while cursing it. LV10, amidst the chaos, leaped onto the windowsill, gracefully escaping like a cat. "Hey, do not run." Xianbei sprang to chase after her. He climbed onto the windowsill, glancing down and feeling a wave of nausea. The Xian family estate was built against a mountain. With sheer cliffs outside the window, the view was stunning, but one wrong step could spell disaster. The possessed LV10 vanished like a monkey over the precipice. Gritting his teeth, Xianbei jumped after her. Xiao Bai, transforming back in her fox form for speed, raced ahead with sparks flying from her paws. Four hooves were indeed quicker than two legs. When the city lord returned, he found the window open and the room empty. The escape was through the window. "I can smell it," the fox panted. Xian Nan, like a gust of wind, leaped out the window, disappearing. The fox climbed onto the windowsill, but was blown back by a sudden gust. "Oh dear, how terrifying!" The fox trembled, retreating down from the windowsill and bolting out the door. In the dense bamboo forest, Xianbei chased after her, but lost the trail. The sound of a waterfall echoed and drenched in sweat. Xianbei splashed water on his face at the pool beneath the falls. "Curse that white snake. If I catch you, I will skin you alive and brew a 10-soul tonic." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the water, swiftly pulling Xianbei beneath the surface. Xianbei was utterly unprepared. The shadow before him was an unfathomable entity, imbued with immense strength. In a state of panic, Xianbei took a gulp of water. He drew his dagger to strike at the dark mass, only to find that it was an empty thrust. This being lacked a corporeal form. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at his neck as someone seized him from behind. He retaliated with an elbow strike, realizing that the tangible figure was indeed a being, while the shadow he had attempted to stab was merely an illusion. The assailant clung fiercely to Xianbei's legs, dragging him towards the deep pool. In his peripheral vision, Xianbei discerned that the assailant was Lu Tan. He hesitated to inflict harm, contemplating how to render her unconscious without causing injury. As they sank rapidly, the possessed Lu Tan exhibited a grotesque grin, holding on to Xianbei's legs with unwavering tenacity, seemingly intent on drowning him. Xianbei struggled to pry her arms away, but despite delivering several heavy blows, he could not incapacitate her. Though he possessed a myriad of lethal techniques, he lacked the courage to employ them against someone dear to his brother. As Xianbei neared the limits of holding his breath, the white serpent's laughter grew, increasingly triumphant. Xianbei thought, "You celebrate too soon." A thunderous clap erupted from nowhere, striking the surface of the water and penetrating the depths. In an instant, The pool was filled with floating fish belly up. A tall figure emerged from the water, Xianbei himself. He cradled the unconscious Lu Tan and waded towards the shore, colliding with the approaching fox. Second master, what happened? How did you fall into the water? Xian arrived from another path. Second brother, what has become of Lu Tan? She was possessed by that serpent demon, and it seems never-ending. What does it truly desire? Its vile tactics are relentless, showing no mercy even towards an unrelated weak woman. Xianbei's temper flared. Lu Tan was laid gently by the water's edge as Xian then examined her closely, finding no signs of drowning. Did you knock her out? I intended to, but could not manage it, so I summoned a bolt of lightning to incapacitate her. The fox tenderly stroked Lu Tan's delicate face. Oh, my poor child. What a tragic fate. One can only wonder what sin she committed in her past life to endure such suffering. In Xiannan's memory, Lu Tan was still the cherished daughter of the Zhu family, bright and talented in all arts, raised with utmost care, like a flower untouched by the tempest. Had it not been for him, Lu Tan would never have faced such a fate. She could have led a life of ease and affection, devoid of hardship. Contemplating this, Xian was enveloped in guilt. He felt like a harbinger of disaster for Lu Tan. How much better it would have been had he never crossed paths with her. Xian lifted Lu Tan and began to retrace his steps. Brother, allow me to carry her for a while, he said, but Xian continued on, as if she weighed nothing at all. This serpent demon appears determined to achieve its goals. We must take the initiative and cannot let it toy with us. Xian, steadfast while carrying a living person, remarked, I only need to ensure your safety alongside Lu Tan. The targets for possession are few. The fox, confused, inquired, why is that? Lord City Master, our city has such a large population. This white serpent has millennia of cultivation. It finds the souls of ordinary humans unpalatable. For it, consuming an average person is akin to gaining nothing while expending energy. It seeks only pure human souls, like those of Lu Tan and Xianbei, whose intentions are as innocent as mountain spring water. The fox was incredulous. Are there truly so few good people? It is not merely a matter of good or bad. Even good people can commit wrongs. Every human possesses both virtue and vice. I can only perceive that they both are devoid of any malevolence. What about me? What about you, Lord City Master? We are also upstanding citizens. Xianbei replied sternly. Before my brother became a mountain deity, he was a formidable general, having taken many lives in battle. I, having spent my youth in seclusion, have only engaged with demons, thus preserving the purity of my soul. As for you, you are well aware of how many lives you have consumed. The fox retorted, Humph, those I devoured were all wicked. I am merely ridding the world of harm. Suddenly, Lu Tan stirred, opening her eyes and lunging to bite Xiannan's neck. Xianbei quickly intervened, seizing Lu Tan's arm and pulling her away as Xiannan swiftly evaded. After exchanging several blows with Lu Tan, Xianbei felt a sharp pain in his arm. Not only was she strong, but her arms were as unyielding as stone. Xiannan drew his sword and joined the fray. Xianbei, step back. I fear she may attempt to possess you again. I wouldn't have it any other way. I caused this trouble and prefer to deal with it myself rather than implicate others. As he spoke, Xiannan shot him a glare, but Xianbei complied and withdrew. Xiannan erected a barrier, enclosing himself and Lu Tan within. Xianbei, nursing his arm, observed their struggle with mounting concern. After a moment, Xianbei declared, Fox, let us procure some garlic. For what purpose? You shall soon find out. Xiannan returned with the fox, each carrying a basket of garlic. Quickly peel the garlic. Xiannan urged. Why are we indulging in garlic while others enjoy a show? Less chatter, and get to work, Xiannan insisted, his hands moving swiftly. The fox, finding the peeling tedious, suggested, Second Master, can we employ a clever technique? This method is too slow. What do you propose? Of course, just a moment. The fox returned with several bamboo segments, tossed the garlic heads inside, sealed the ends, and began to shake it vigorously, as if casting dice. Moments later, he opened it to reveal the garlic separated from its skins. Impressive. Thank you, Second Master. I learned this from Lu Tan. Xianbei mimicked the fox's technique and began to shake. Once the basket was filled with garlic cloves, Xiannan called out, Brother, We shall use this against the serpent demon. The fox scoffed. Does a millennial-old serpent demon truly fear this? As Lu Tan engaged with Xian Nan, her hair was disheveled, and her clothing disordered. The serpent demon, unconcerned about the vessel it inhabited, showed no regard for modesty. Xian Nan swiftly opened a gap in the barrier, pouring in the garlic cloves. With a flick of his wrist, a tempest arose within the barrier, swirling the garlic into a paste that flew directly towards Lu Tan. Ah, how despicable! If you have the ability, face me without such underhanded tactics. What right do you have to speak of dishonor? In terms of deceit, you are the progenitor. The fox retorted angrily. With each anguished cry from the white serpent, Lu Tan collapsed within the barrier. A massive white python materialized from thin air, seizing Lu Tan and attempting to escape. Xian Nan lunged to catch the serpent, while Xian Bei seized the opportunity to carry Lu Tan through the narrow opening. Xian Nan's sword struck the serpent's scales, producing sparks. Oh, my dear Lu Tan, you now reek of garlic. Add some Sichuan pepper and star anise, and you could be tossed right into a pot. The fox exclaimed. Xian Bei, sticky with garlic paste, was already soaked and did not mind getting wet again. He submerged Lu Tan in the pool to wash off the garlic before lifting her out. I never anticipated that the serpent demon would fear garlic juice. Truly, second master. Your knowledge is vast. Xian Bei replied. There is no need for flattery. It is common knowledge that garlic wards off evil and combats viruses. The fox shrugged. Very well. I wish you a happy new year. May all your endeavors be fruitful. May your family be united, and may your dreams come true. May you rise in your career, achieve high honors, leap through the dragon's gate, enjoy peace year after year, and may good fortune come to your door. The fox recited a lengthy list of auspicious greetings. Fool, you actually followed through with wishing me well. Of course, I'm the most sincere fox, never one for pretense. Seizing the moment, the city master delivered a heavy blow to the white serpent and swiftly retreated from the barrier, sealing it tightly. The white serpent thrashed within, left and right. Brother, do you require assistance? Xian Nan formed hand seals, realizing that this creature was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, impervious to ordinary ice blades. It was best to seal it here and devise a long-term plan. The trio and the fox returned to their residence, where Lu Tan appeared even more frail. Having barely eaten, she was further drained of her vitality by the serpent spirit's possession. Upon waking, Lu Tan felt pain throughout her body and noticed her clothes had been changed. Xiaobai was seated nearby, enjoying a mango. Xiaobai, why do I feel faint again? She asked. You were possessed by the serpent spirit. Ah, how terrifying. Boo-hoo. Do not worry, it is all over now. The serpent spirit has been sealed by the city lord. Boo-hoo. I feel a sense of dread just thinking about it. I should be the one afraid. If anything were to happen to you, I would be buried alongside you. You must cherish your life, for it affects our fates. The fox, taking advantage of Lu Tan's name, sought a feast. Despite her hunger, Lu Tan savored her food delicately, taking small bites, exuding an air of nobility and grace. The fox remarked, Indeed, this is the true you. Why is that? Lu Tan inquired. Do you not recall how you ate when possessed? You swallowed crab shells whole. Do not tell me. Lu Tan covered her ears. Let me believe I did not know. Otherwise, I would feel too ashamed and might just find a block of tofu to bang my head against. Covering your ears will not help. Others saw it too. Lu Tan made a gesture across her throat. Silence him. But that is the second master. Even with 8 lives, I would not dare. Forget it. I was merely jesting. As if summoned, Xian Nan needed to focus on maintaining the barrier and sent Xian Bei to check on Lu Tan. How are you, little sister-in-law? You seem to be looking well. Do not call me sister-in-law. Just call me Lu Tan. It is too awkward. The fox, munching on seeds, chimed in. The young lady is shy. What is there to be shy about? When men marry and women wed, what shame is there in that? Lu Tan, since you are here, make this your home. This way, my elder brother will not constantly gaze at the portrait in longing. Second master, could you refrain from gossiping about me? I actually do not wish to stay here. What are your plans for the future? Half a month later, a small courtyard was established atop a peak of Jixiang Mountain. Surrounded by mist, a pleasant aroma wafted through the air. 3 small wooden houses, freshly lacquered, had smoke curling from their roofs. In front of the house was a spacious vegetable garden, with a fragrant camphor wood tea table in the courtyard. Xianbei arrived, carrying a basket of garlic from the mountain below. Luotan, can I just bury these in the soil? Thank you so much, second master. I will take care of it. Luotan replied, emerging from the kitchen in an apron. What are you being so polite for? What smells so good? Braised pork. Second master. Wash your hands and stay for a meal. All right. Xianbei fetched water from the cistern and poured it into a basin to wash his hands, while the fox offered a clean towel. Please, second master. Luotan brought over 3 bowls of steaming rice and a large bowl of braised pork. The fox, no longer clamoring for scrambled eggs with garlic shoots, now gazed at the braised pork with eager eyes. Wrapping the pork in lettuce leaves, she took a bite, and it melted in her mouth. The fox exclaimed, how could something be so delicious? Tears of joy are streaming from my mouth. I want to try too, Xianbei said, using his left hand to hold a lettuce leaf and his right to grasp chopsticks, lifting a piece of meat into the leaf. Xuanbai. Add some rice. Of course. After rolling it all up, he stuffed it into his mouth. This is the best braised pork I have ever tasted. Beyond 100 paces lay towering mountains, the scenery resembling a painted scroll, accompanied by exquisite food and a beautiful lady. In that moment, Xianbei felt a sudden yearning for family. He ate with abandon, finishing a bowl of rice, prompting Luotan to serve him another large bowl, along with a freshly made bowl of tomato egg soup. Xianbei could not stop eating. Luotan, you are truly exceptional. Such a girl is rare to find. The fox remained silent, its paws busy, fearing that if it ate slowly, all the food would end up in Xianbei's stomach. In the end, Xianbei devoured 7 bowls of rice, 3 large bowls of soup, and an entire basin of braised pork, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Sitting on a root-carved stool, he patted his belly, feeling full but still wanting more. The fox lay on the ground, belly up, having just let out a satisfied burp. It is all second master's fault. I could have stopped eating, but your arrival made me lose control. Do not blame me for your lack of self-restraint. Indeed, previously, I was the only one to enjoy the delicious food Luotan made. Her small appetite meant I consumed most of it. I will continue to compete. Luotan, I demand a share of the food expenses. What food expenses? You are welcome to eat anytime. This entire residence was built with the help of Xianbei, without me paying a dime. The fox raised a paw in protest. I do not agree. Objections are futile. Xianbei stood up. Luotan, my brother is busy dealing with the white serpent. He is not deliberately neglecting you. So please be understanding. Why do I need to report to you? Xian has no obligation to look after me. Luotan began clearing the dishes and wiping the table, bringing forth a pot of dandelion tea. Let us speak plainly. Luotan, I sincerely hope you will marry into my family and become my sister-in-law. I want to eat your cooking every day. Luotan poured a cup of tea for Xianbei. Please do not tease me. When I was young, I did say I wanted to marry Xiannan, but that was an immature thought from my youth. What I know back then? I merely thought Xiannan was a great hero. Children idolize heroes. Now that I have grown up, it would be wonderful if I could marry my brother. But I have come to understand that marriage holds no real value for me. I simply wish to lead a quiet life, free from worries until the end. Luotan sipped her tea, gazing at the distant mountains. This is already quite good, just as it is. She did not comprehend what love was, only knowing that she could not endure the mundane trivialities of daily married life. She felt unworthy of Xiannan, who was so exceptional and handsome, of noble birth. What was Luotan? A woman who had been through 3 marriages, now lost to the world, lacking a family background or loved ones to care for her. With only a courtyard and a pet fox to share her life with, Xiannan deserved the best companion, and whoever that may be, it certainly should not be Luotan. After dinner, Xiaobai joined Luotan to peel garlic and plant garlic shoots. Luotan explained that unpeeled garlic sprouts slowly. The second master brought her a bundle of firewood before leaving. Luotan, shall we buy some chicks to raise? I want to eat scrambled eggs with garlic shoots. Wait until the garlic shoots grow, then we can sell them and buy chicks. Our budget is tight, so we must take it one step at a time. The fox pouted. They say it's good to lean against a big tree for shade. Your first love is the city lord. Why must we continue living such a hard life? Who taught you to seek unearned gains? Was the last lesson not painful enough? I've decided to no longer take shortcuts. Life should be approached steadily, step by step. Then we have no meat to eat? The fox lamented, having completely fallen in love with braised pork. Garlic shoots grow quickly, with proper watering and fertilizing. They will sprout in no time, Luotan assured. As rain poured heavily, Luotan awoke in the middle of the night, freezing as she went to close the window, catching a glimpse of a fleeting figure. Recognizing the embroidery on the hem of the garment, she knew that only one person in the city could afford gold thread embroidery, the city lord. He was concerned for her and came to check on her daily. Luotan was aware, but pretended not to know, to spare Xian any embarrassment. Xianbei mentioned that his elder brother was busy with official duties. Yet Luotan and Xian managed to meet under circumstances where they would not cross paths. In this way, both felt a sense of comfort. Luotan lowered the window pole and returned to the oak single bed that Xianbei had helped to make, which exuded the fragrant aroma of solid wood. The family of Luton only concerns themselves with marrying her off, disregarding her well-being. However, she finds solace and support from the Xuan family brothers, a kindness she has long been deprived of. The fox, in a state of confusion, stumbled into the kitchen, rubbing its eyes, where it encountered a tall and handsome gentleman. "My lord, you summon me at this late hour. What is your command?" "I instructed Xuanbei to give Luton the silver, but she refuses to accept it. When she goes to sell vegetables, you shall take care of the task, delivering the produce to my residence." "Very well, my lord. Please offer a fair price so that we may enjoy abundant meat." "Thank you for your generous hospitality." The fox bowed respectfully. Returning to Luton's bedroom, the fox nestled at her feet, resuming its slumber. Luton, an early riser, embraced the dawn, tending to her duties. She fetched spring water to irrigate the garlic sprouts and planted several sweet potato seedlings in a bowl. In a few days, the seedlings sprouted, and Luton transferred them into the soil, where the leaves quickly flourished. Sweet potato leaves can be used in soups, stir-fries, or minced for dumplings, and they proliferated rapidly, overwhelming her efforts to keep up. After harvesting a basket of sweet potato leaves and garlic sprouts, the fox recalled the Lord's instructions. "Luton, are you going down the mountain to sell vegetables?" "Yes, I am. You will guard the house. Shall we switch places?" "I would like to take a stroll down the mountain." "That's fine, but do you know the prices?" "I'll inquire at other stalls. We must match the market rate to avoid any tricks." Luton nodded, clever as always. "Flattery received. If I sell the garlic sprouts and sweet potato leaves, what shall we purchase?" The fox transformed into a young boy, carrying a basket in each arm. "Did you not wish for eggs? We should buy chicks and have the vendor select hens for us." "Excellent." Luton added, "If we have extra, we could buy some vegetable seeds." "All right, I shall set off now. The earlier, the better." The fox descended the mountain, heading straight for the neighboring lord's estate. The lord had already instructed the kitchen to accept all the fox's deliveries, offering 3 times the market price. With silver in paw, the fox joyfully ventured into town to procure supplies. Luton's vegetable seeds were bought in bulk, and the remaining silver was spent on chicks. The fox returned home, filled with elation, only to find Xuanbei busy in the courtyard. "Ah, you have arrived, second master. I just finished weaving this chicken coop. Is it large enough?" "You have acquired over 50 chicks, and this coop seems ample. However, it appears oversized. It could accommodate 1,000. The chicks will roam freely during the day, foraging for insects, and only return at night." Xuanbei had already secured the coop against the wall, clapping his hands. "Better too large than too small. We can always buy more chicks later." "Indeed, second master, your charm renders you always correct." The fox released the chicks, who eagerly scattered throughout the yard, chirping excitedly as they searched for insects. "Where's Luton?" "Luton has gone to bathe in the hot springs," Xuanbei replied. "Girls truly are fastidious. She bathes daily without fear of overwashing." The fox rubbed its belly. "I am hungry. I find it quite agreeable. Cleanliness enhances a girl's allure," Xuanbei remarked as he began chopping firewood, neatly stacking the pieces outside the kitchen. Luton returned with a copper basin, her hair tousled, cheeks flushed, and an aura of post-bath weariness about her. "Xuanbei, you have worked hard." At the sight of her, Xuanbei felt a warmth in his heart, momentarily breathless. Not at all. It was a mere trifle. He himself was unsure of the source of his nervousness, having spent years in solitary cultivation on the celestial mountain, where only his master and he resided. Having never encountered young women during his youth, he had seen various types upon descending, including courtesans, but none stirred his heart. Even as they attempted to entice him, he remained indifferent, finding them mundane. Yet, Luton, though modestly dressed, concealed every inch of her, evoked feelings he had never experienced before. Brother Xuanbei, take a moment to rest. I will prepare dinner. Oh, I am not weary. I shall chop more wood. The fox, eyes wide, quickly covered its mouth. I believe I have seen something. I shall remain silent to avoid repercussions. Luton gathered a basket of sweet potato leaves and green onions, using the leaves to mix with rice noodles, crafting wontons, and steaming a large pot of flour rolls. The steaming dishes were presented at the table, and Xuanbei rolled up his sleeves. I shall not hold back. Brother Xuanbei, eat heartily. Luton watched the fox and Xuanbei indulge, competing over who could eat more. Xuanbei devoured 16 rolls while the fox managed 11, conceding defeat. I have never tasted wontons made with sweet potato leaves. They are unexpectedly delicious. The chef my brother hired cannot compare to your culinary skills, Luton. Whoever marries, you will be truly blessed. You flatter me, Brother Xuanbei. Luton planted mint seeds in a clay pot and a variety of vegetable seeds in the garden, including tomatoes, cucumbers, kumquats, and watermelons. She sowed a gourd seed in front of her door. With diligent labor and care, the small tomatoes bore fruit, kumquats filled the branches, and the gourd vines blossomed with white flowers. The hens grew, supplemented with excess cabbage from her garden. Luton traded her bountiful harvest for rice, flour, and pork, slicing the lean meat for stir-frying and rendering the fat into lard for storage. As evening fell, Xuanbei visited for dinner, and Luton sliced into a large watermelon. This time, it was not a shortcut. It was naturally ripe, entirely organic, and free from harm. Chapter 8. Fantasies. The watermelon was juicy, and Xuanbei praised, delicious, delicious. The beauty's watermelon is sweeter than anyone else's. Luton smiled politely, rising to pluck some mint from the pot, rinsing it before brewing tea. Brother Xuanbei, eat slowly. I shall hold back little by to prevent him from snatching your share. Thank you kindly. The fox, with tearful eyes, looked up. Luton, do you not love me anymore? Oh, girls grow up and surely turn their hearts outward. Luton merely jested, not truly pulling the fox, as there were plenty of watermelons to enjoy. Xuanbei savored the watermelon in one hand and mint tea in the other, feeling content. Luton had intended to invite him to taste, but hesitated, recognizing her own place and remaining sensible. Whenever she sold vegetables, the fox accompanied her, while Luton grew accustomed to the peaceful life atop the mountain, relishing her freedom. She no longer had to endure the nagging of relatives or the envious glances of others. A day spent in the garden, followed by a soothing soak in the hot springs, then drifting into a deep slumber, was the life Luton had dreamed of through countless sleepless nights. She was grateful to the heavens for fulfilling her wishes. Life, indeed, presents opportunities for rebirth. Without hitting rock bottom, one cannot bounce back. After relinquishing everything, Luton attained all she desired. The fox had visibly gained weight, nearly rolling over in contentment, its 4 little white paws in the air, basking in the sun. As Luton dug holes for planting, it snored softly. Setting down her hoe, she approached the fox and playfully slapped its belly. It jolted awake. What is it? Little boy, you cannot grow any fatter. Who has seen a breed of fox that resembles a pig, sleeping all day and night, only to eat and sleep? The fox closed its eyes again, contentedly rubbing its back. Hee, I have appreciated my worth. I have gained value by the pound, thanks to your excellent cooking. Well, it is acceptable to eat. However, one should rise and engage in some activity after satisfying their hunger, lest they become overly plump. Thus, the fox, with its delicate paws, scratched its belly and rolled about, declaring its intention to contribute to the household by descending the mountain to sell vegetables and fruits. The fox transformed into a charming little boy and playfully dragged along 2 large baskets. Luton said, "Shall buy, wait a moment. I shall tidy up and see which surplus items can be sold. There's no rush. I shall eat for a while." The fox began to pluck cherry tomatoes, stuffing them directly into its mouth, one after another, which explains why it could easily become round as a ball. Luton also felt that the cherry tomatoes were growing abundantly, so she picked up scissors and began to trim them. After finishing with the tomatoes, she turned to the sugar oranges. These two items quickly filled a basket to the brim. Looking up, she noticed that the gourds at the entrance were already laden on the vines. Although she had only planted a single gourd for amusement, it had flourished into a sprawling network of vines throughout the yard. At a glance, there must have been hundreds of large and small gourds. Shall we sell the gourds too? Luton replied, perhaps next time. The gourds need to be harvested, peeled, and dried before they can be sold. If they're not peeled, they will rot in a few days. Oh, is that so? Luton, you truly possess a wealth of knowledge. You flatter me. It is merely basic common sense. Luton then harvested a basket of cabbage, while Xiaobai, as usual, carried one and held another as he wobbled out the door. Luton, I am off to make a small fortune. Return early. Luton waved her handkerchief. Luton began to climb the ladder to pluck the gourds, also trimming away the branches and vines to allow more sunlight into the yard. Soon, the yard was filled with gourds, initially estimated at a few hundred. Upon closer inspection, it became evident there were over 1,000. Sitting on a small stool, Luton took a spoon and began to scrape the gourd skins. After scraping, she tied them into strings and hung them on the wall to dry. Xuanbei entered. Ah, Luton, what a bountiful harvest. Indeed, I have gathered quite a bit. Xuanbei, please take some home to hang up for good luck. Gourds have been a symbol of good fortune since ancient times, and many people enjoy using them as decorations in their homes. Xuanbei also found a small stool to sit beside Luton and began to scrape gourd skins alongside her. Luton's hands were truly skillful, agile and soft, while Xuanbei, despite his strength, found it difficult to keep pace with her delicate work. After an hour, all the gourd skins were scraped and strung up on the wall. Xuanbei stood up, stretching his waist, and remarked, "Oh, sitting still is more exhausting than a day of fighting." Luton gently massaged Xuanbei's back. "You have worked hard, brother Xuanbei. It is not tiring at all." Luton cooked dinner while Xuanbei chopped firewood, and the two had developed an unspoken understanding. "Luton, have you not descended the mountain in a while? Are you going to the Lantern Festival tonight?" "What Lantern Festival? It is neither a holiday nor a festival." Xuanbei replied, "It is the Lord's birthday." The Lord's birthday coincided with brother Xuanbei's own birthday, Luton mused. "Happy birthday, brother Xuanbei. I wish you a fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains." "Thank you, Luton." Luton prepared a bowl of longevity noodles and cracked an egg on top. A simple bowl of noodles with the simplest of seasonings: chopped scallions, cilantro, vinegar, soy sauce, salt, and a hint of sesame oil, which made Xuanbei's mouth water at the mere aroma. "Thank you, Luton." Xuanbei picked up chopsticks and savored the meal. Having grown up away from his parents, he had only known a stern master, and this was the first time anyone had wished him a happy birthday, as well as the first bowl of steaming longevity noodles prepared specifically for him. Xuanbei did not know how to express the excitement surging within him. Luton was truly wonderful, nurturing with a gentle touch, her kindness expressed not through words but through delicate actions. She spoke little, enhancing her serene beauty. Xuanbei silently thought, if she were not my brother's favored girl, I would certainly pursue her with all my might. Luton simply groomed herself, changing into a pink pleated skirt, and together with Xuanbei, they descended the mountain to enjoy the lanterns. Before leaving, she wrote a note and affixed it to the door. "Xiaobai, your meal is in the pot. I have gone to admire the lanterns." Luton, possessing natural beauty, looked stunning even in simple, unadorned clothing, and with her modest embellishments, she captivated the heart of a certain someone. She carried an air of scholarly grace, quiet and gentle, which made Xuanbei unable to look away. Xuanbei picked up a branch and said, "Luton, the path down the mountain is treacherous. Hold on to this branch, and I shall hold on to you." "Oh, all right." Luton obediently grasped it. Xuanbei walked ahead, warning Luton of any pitfalls. Upon reaching the city at the mountain's base, the Lantern Festival had already begun. The sounds of drums and cheers filled the air, followed by fireworks bursting in the sky. Luton paused, closed her eyes, and made a wish. When she opened her eyes, she found Xuanbei gazing at her. "You are truly beautiful. Shall we go?" Brother Xuanbei? Xuanbei said, Lu Tan, you are more beautiful than the fireworks. What? Enormous fireworks ascended into the sky in rapid succession, drowning out Xuanbei's voice. Lu Tan had not heard what he had said. It is nothing. He felt too shy to repeat himself. The Lord rode in a flower-draped carriage through the streets. And tonight, Xuan appeared resplendent and graceful. Xuanbei and Lu Tan squeezed into the crowd, and Xuanbei donned a half-mask to avoid alarming the townsfolk with the appearance of two lords. Xuan spotted Lu Tan in the throng and nodded at her with a smile. "Happy birthday, Xuan!" Lu Tan exclaimed. He read her lips and guessed her words, replying, "Thank you." As the flower carriage passed, Xuanbei led Lu Tan along the riverside, enjoying the lanterns and sampling snacks. Throughout their stroll, Xuanbei bought various treats, continuously offering them to Lu Tan. "Lu Tan, try this. It looks delicious." "Lu Tan, are you thirsty? Shall we get a bowl of sour plum soup?" As they indulged in food and drink, they traversed half the city without feeling fatigued. Suddenly, Lu Tan tugged at Xuanbei's sleeve and dashed away. "What is it?" Seeing the panic in Lu Tan's eyes, Xuanbei followed her without waiting for an explanation. They hid beneath a tree by the river, and Lu Tan, breathless, touched her heart. Xuanbei crouched down beside her. "What is it, Lu Tan?" "I saw my cousin." Lu Tan had relatives in the place where she had grown up. In order to evade marriage, she had become a person who no longer existed in the world. Xuanbei placed a finger to his lips. "Shill." He quickly turned Lu Tan around, pushing her against the tree, covering her mouth with one hand while tightly embracing her with the other. Two individuals approached, a young man and an elderly woman, admiring the lanterns as they passed by Xuanbei and Lu Tan. The elderly woman remarked, "Look at that couple over there, being all lovey-dovey. Let's take a detour." "Very well, grandmother." Once they had gone far away, Xuanbei released Lu Tan. "I apologize." Lu Tan straightened her clothing and tucked her loose hair behind her ears. "Thank you, Brother Xuanbei." "No need for thanks." Lu Tan's heart raced at the moment Xuanbei had held her. It continued to race, and her cheeks flushed. "It was merely a temporary measure. Lu Tan, please do not take it to heart." "Oh, I understand." As they walked further, Lu Tan fell silent, reliving the sensation of being embraced by Xuanbei. She recalled the distinct minty scent he carried, the warmth and firmness of his chest, and the strength of his arms. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she recognized she ought not to indulge in them. Whether with Xuan or Xuanbei, she felt unworthy, fully aware of her own limitations. Noticing Lu Tan's silence, Xuanbei inquired, "Are you tired, Lu Tan?" "Yes, a little tired." "Then allow me to escort you home." "Oh, that would be nice." As they retraced their steps along the lantern-lit river, blossoms of lotus lanterns floated on the water, while the shore was adorned with colorful lanterns of various shapes. Beside the grand lanterns were vendors selling an array of snacks and toys. Xuanbei spotted a comb made from Lu Tan's material, lifted it to his nose, and detected a sweet fragrance. He purchased it without haggling, and the vendor gifted him a Lu Tan hairpin. The young man presented a token of affection to his beloved, wishing her a love that is harmonious and beautiful. "Thank you, dear uncle," she replied. Xuanbei hurriedly caught up with Lu Tan, who was holding a light green pouch. "This is a birthday gift from Xuanbei Gij. I happen to have something for you as well. It may not be of great value, but I believe it suits you perfectly." The two exchanged gifts, and Lu Tan was delighted with the comb and hairpin. Once a lady of fortune, adorned with golden hairpins, she now led a humble life as a farmer, her hair merely tied with a plain cloth strip. The hairpin paled in comparison to her previous jewels. Yet Lu Tan cherished it, feeling grateful instead of disdainful. "Thank you, Xuanbei Gij, I truly like it." Xuanbei opened the pouch to reveal a string of 108 green sandalwood beads. "Is this a sign of a deeper connection?" He brought it close to his nose, inhaling its sweet fragrance. "Thank you, it reminds me of you." Eagerly, he slipped the beads on his right wrist. He walked her home, only pausing once they reached her doorstep. "Rest early, good night." Good night, Xuanbei Gij." He watched her enter before he departed. The fox was already asleep, sprawled in the middle of the bed, belly up and drooling. After washing up, Lu Tan opened the quilt. "Xiaobai, wake up." And the fox grunted, "Xiaobai, it's time for breakfast." "Huh? What is for breakfast?" Upon seeing nothing appetizing, Lu Tan replied. I just got back. I was so bored home alone that I fell asleep. I want to see the lanterns. What is so fascinating about lanterns? Nothing beats a good sleep, the fox grumbled, rolling back to sleep. Suddenly, Xiaobai raised its head. Lu Tan, who did you go with? Xianbei Gij. You too, there is something going on. You're thinking too much, Lu Tan replied, burrowing under the quilt. The fox leaped over, its 4 white paws resting on the quilt. Are you feeling guilty? A lonely man and woman wandering at night, returning with glimmering eyes. Are you perhaps smitten with the city lord or the second master? No, Lu Tan insisted, covering her head with the quilt. She refused to admit even the slightest flutter of her heart, planning to feign ignorance. Having experienced the misfortunes of marriage, she had no intention of returning to that cold grave she had escaped. Lu Tan, tell me, do you prefer the clever and wise city lord or the strong and muscular second master? Lu Tan feigned sleep, ignoring him. Aren't we good friends? Why hide anything from me? Lu Tan maintained a steady breath. She had truly fallen asleep. After a long day of labor in the fields, she was exhausted, and with her head on the pillow, slumber claimed her. The fox, realizing the futility of its inquiries, rolled over and fell asleep as well. Yet, Xianbei spent the night tossing and turning, thoughts of Lu Tan consuming his mind. Lu Tan's silence, her gentle smile, and the way she called him Xianbei Gij flooded his thoughts. He recalled the moment he playfully pinned her against a tree. In his imagination, he envisioned not just embracing her, but also sharing tender kisses on her hair, cheeks, and her soft, petal-like lips. His infatuation with Lu Tan was not a fleeting sentiment. Such daring fantasies had crossed his mind more than once. He recognized that harboring such thoughts about his brother's beloved was rather improper, but he could not help it. Lu Tan epitomized all his dreams of a perfect partner. Chapter 9. Rising step by step, the first batch of hens he purchased began to lay eggs. Lu Tan collected a basketful daily, keeping half for themselves while sending the other half with the fox to sell at the foot of the mountain. The fox skillfully sold them to the kitchen of the city lord's residence. Chef Zhou was sunbathing cured meats when he called out, Xiaobai, hold on. The city lord instructed me to select the finest cured meat for Miss Lu Tan, 10 pounds. Great. Cured meat stir-fried with garlic chives is the best. I want to charge you for the eggs today. Fair is fair. I still need to collect what's due. Chef Zhou packaged the cured meat and handed it to the fox. The fox, elated, returned home with the meat. Upon seeing it, Lu Tan exclaimed, how can we trade for so much meat? We don't have golden eggs at home. Look, these are from the city lord. He said to make sure you eat well and not get too thin. Lu Tan, I want garlic chives stir-fried with cured meat. Lu Tan patted the fox's head. We need to return a gift for all this cured meat. What are you being polite for with the city lord? You are his savior. Besides, the city lord is not lacking in money or goods. Our gifts may not even be of interest to him. Lu Tan, hands on her hips, feigned anger. One must have principles. One cannot take things without giving in return. Principles, principles. You only ever say that, the fox replied, crossing its arms and rolling its eyes. Originally thrilled about receiving 10 pounds of cured meat, it found Lu Tan's insistence on returning a favor rather disheartening. The fox preferred taking things home rather than giving them away. Lu Tan gathered a basket of sweet oranges and another of dried sweet potatoes. Seeing her busy, the fox wondered what more she intended to take. This is already plenty, it thought. Lu Tan stated, gifts should be roughly equivalent in value. Pork is quite expensive now. She brought out a jar, and the fox sniffed. Eggs. My favorite. I boiled all of them and made tea eggs. Lu Tan shared. You're gifting this too? I really want to eat it. The fox was nearly in tears. Let us wait until tomorrow to enjoy it. We have hens now, so we can eat eggs every day. Save some for me. I want to eat too. No way. We're having garlic chives stir-fried with cured meat for dinner. Hurry and deliver this, and then we can enjoy the cured meat upon your return. All right, for the sake of garlic chives stir-fried with cured meat. Xiaobai, despite its small size, ran swiftly and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Tan chopped a fresh batch of garlic chives and soaked the cured meat. After washing the rice, she steamed a pot of fragrant rice. The fox returned, giddy, and before reaching the door, caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. Lu Tan, I'm back. I'm here for garlic chives stir-fried with cured meat. Lu Tan glanced at the setting sun. Why hasn't Xianbei Gidge arrived yet? I heard from Brother Zhou that the second master left the city to catch a spirit yesterday and hasn't returned yet. Then we'll wait a bit longer. Lu Tan replied. The fox grumbled, I'm hungry. Let us set aside some for Xianbei Gidge. Okay, that sounds good. Both Lu Tan and Xiao Bai had their fill, yet Xianbei still had not arrived. The fox's belly was round and full, but it still thought of Xianbei's portion. If the second master hasn't returned by midnight, I'll eat it for him. Xiao Bai, you've eaten enough. Any more and you'll burst. I'm not afraid. I'm just worried about my cravings. Plus, if we leave it until tomorrow, it won't be fresh. I'm willing to share with the second master. Then I truly should thank you. Even before seeing him, I can hear his voice. Indeed, it was the second master. His voice was so resonant that the little fox could not help but admire it. The fox turned to bow towards the courtyard entrance. Just then, Xianbei stepped through the door, holding 2 rabbits. Little rabbits? How plump! The fox rushed to help. Is this an extra meal? Xianbei replied. These are for Lu Tan. Thank you, Xianbei Gidge, Lu Tan said, accepting the rabbits, who were still trembling and kicking with their little feet. Don't be afraid, little ones, she reassured them, gently stroking their heads. They're so cute. Let us keep them as pets. It was perfect. Lu Tan was not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Xianbei spent the day in a daze, enchanted by her. Outside, while capturing demons, every glance reveals the shadow of Luton above, and beneath, the same shadow looms large, enveloping the world in her essence. Without her, an emptiness prevails in my heart. Now that she is present, a sense of reassurance fills my soul. Xianbei feels as though he is stricken by an ailment, afflicted by unrequited love, yearning for someone he ought not to desire. Xianbei Gidge, take a rest. I shall prepare the dishes. The steaming rice and stir-fried garlic shoots with cured meat are served at the table. Xianbei, despite his intentions not to devour hungrily, finds the meal too tempting to resist. The fox watches, salivating in anticipation. Yi, is it delicious? Indeed, Xianbei replies, savoring the flavors. Have you eaten, Yi? Yes, I could eat even more. It is utterly delightful, a true testament to Luton's culinary skills. Yi, if you cannot eat anymore, do not force it. There is still me. No, I assure you, I will eat until I burst. Luton observes the two with an amused heart. She brews a pot of dandelion tea. The dandelions sprouted from the vegetable patch. Luton picks, cleans, and dries them, steeping the tea to cool heat, detoxify, and combat inflammation. Xianbei Gidge, please enjoy. She pours out the first cup, discarding the first brew before serving the second to Xuanan. Luton, what a waste. The first cup could have been mine. There is plenty. No need to be frugal. Luton pours a cup for the fox as well. The fox, using its paw, grabs some rock candy from a white porcelain jar and drops it into its cup, taking a large sip of the steaming tea. Yi, I heard you went out of the city to capture a demon today? Yes, I caught a wolf demon who steals children. Despicable. The fox detests those who bully the weak. You must tear him to shreds. Luton chuckles. I wonder which fox has such a taste for human hands. That is different. I only feast upon the wicked, the evildoers, and I do not consume children. It is best to abstain from eating both good and bad. Let the authorities handle the villains while you enjoy your garlic shoots and cured meat. This oppressive feeling. Who told you to be both Yi and a demon hunter? I am speechless. Xianbei finishes his meal and rinses his mouth, while Luton brings out sugar oranges. The three of them, 6 hands, begin to peel the oranges. Tossing the peels into a basket, Xianbei asks, Luton, do orange peels serve as fertilizer? I wish to make an orange peel pillow. So sweet, tangy, and delightful. Ever since Luton arrived, fortune has smiled upon me. I am grateful. Xianbei Gidge, eat plenty and take some back for the Xue family to enjoy. No need. Xianbei wishes to say that the entire Xue residence has already savored the sugar oranges grown by Luton, all singing her praises. The fox nudges Xianbei under the table, signaling him not to betray his elder brother. Luton is quite proud and refuses to accept favors without merit. She remains unaware that her vegetables and fruits have all been sold to the Xue residents. Xianbei understands, Luton, it is unnecessary. We bought plenty of fruit from the market. There is an abundance at home. The next day, Luton collects the hanging gourds from the wall. Xiao Bai the fox is here. Xiaobai rushes over. Do you need me to go down the mountain to sell the gourds? Clever as you are, the sooner you go, the sooner you return. I will prepare tea eggs for you at home. All right, Luton, you're truly virtuous. The fox leaps forward, hugging Luton, nuzzling against her cheek. Oh dear, how bothersome. Luton pushes him away. You are a fox, do not act like a poodle all day. Close enough. After all, I am a pet like a poodle. The fox descends the mountain with a basket full of gourds. Luton begins to boil eggs. A basket of eggs is cleaned and placed in the pot. After a while, they are removed and tapped gently. Once the shells are evenly cracked, they are placed back in boiling water, along with soy sauce, spices, tea leaves, dried chili, and salt, and simmered. After a slow cook, she covers the pot to let the flavors meld. The Shuya residence possesses exquisite gourds, and the city lord has instructed that all items sold by Luton be purchased at a high price. The steward dares not delay, sending someone to retrieve the basket's contents and paying the fox thrice the amount in copper coins. Thank you, Uncle Steward. I wish you good health. Do not thank me. Thank the city lord. I will sing praises of the city lord in my dreams. Xiaobai happily descends the mountain toward the city. Luton prepares a list for the fox, instructing him to sell the gourds for flowers. Flowers cannot be eaten, but they beautify the home and produce oxygen. If people enjoy them, they can be cultivated for sale. Following the list, the fox purchases lucky bamboo, guanine bamboo, fortune bamboo, duckfoot wood, green radish, aloe vera, and a variety of succulents. Upon returning home, he finds Luton has already prepared flower pots. Luton meticulously tends to each plant while Xiaobai enjoys the sugar oranges. Watching the proceedings. To prevent pests, Luton steams the soil. She places clay pellets at the bottom of the pots. She mixes nutrient soil, sandy soil, vermiculite, and garden soil in a specific ratio, filling the pots to 8/10 full, setting them aside for later use. Luton begins trimming the succulents Xiaobai bought. She prunes the robust roots, removes excess soil, and detaches any wilting leaves, shaping them into a neat and attractive form before planting them into the pots. The fallen leaves are placed in a tray, covered with a layer of vermiculite. Luton, why not discard the fallen leaves? Xiaobai, you do not understand. A single leaf can grow into an entire plant. Really? How miraculous! In a few days, you will see. The lucky bamboo and guanine bamboo are water propagated. Luton trims some excess branches and leaves from the green radish and duckfoot wood, not discarding them, but placing them in water jars. Can a single leaf also grow into a plant? The fox inquires. Correct. A leaf placed in water will root, and once rooted, it can be planted in soil to become a flowering plant. Luton sprinkles water on the succulent leaves in the vermiculite tray with a feather, repeating this daily. In just a few days, the leaves sprout aerial roots. After a few more days, small succulents emerge from the leaf bases. Luton carefully transfers them from the vermiculite tray to the pots. The green radish and duckfoot wood leaves have also rooted, and she similarly plants them into prepared pots. The water-propagated lucky bamboo and guanine bamboo have taken root as well, and Luton plants them at the entrance of the courtyard. The fox observes this and that, while Luton plucks some new leaves from a large succulent to place in the vermiculite tray. Wow, it is true. Soon we will have an abundance of succulents. Indeed, our mountain has ample sunlight and suitable temperatures, perfect for succulent growth. I believe we can cultivate succulents for some extra profit when we strike it rich. After settling here, small fortunes come in continuously. Through Luton's diligence and wisdom, both the human and the fox lead a life free from want. Yet, the fox senses an intangible void. Compared to their previous life of luxury, their current existence feels rather simplistic. Why seek great wealth? This steady and modest life is quite satisfactory, Luton replies, gazing at the sky, as warm sunlight bathes her face, comforting yet not overwhelming. Luton, don't you wish to wear silk? The fabric is soft and smooth, far more comfortable than coarse cloth. Don't you desire abalone, sea cucumbers, and bird's nest? Their nourishing properties cannot compare to porridge and buns. Don't you want to buy cosmetics and jewelry? Every girl loves such things. Wouldn't you prefer to replace your Luton hairpin with one made of golden silk namu? Its everlasting quality would suit you better. Luton shakes her head, not particularly. If you had not mentioned it, I would not have thought of it at all. though resplendent, necessitates careful handling, for one misstep could render it sullied. Such fabric is not intended for everyday wear, but rather for admiration, thus losing the true essence of clothing, a notion I find unappealing. In contrast, the taste of homegrown Chitangu surpasses that of abalone's and bird's nests. Gunton gently caresses her cheeks, believing that a joyful spirit is the finest elixir. Since arriving here, she has distanced herself from the clamor of the world, finding solace, and her skin appears to have flourished. As for rouge and powder, they seem unnecessary. Living alone in this mountain, who would I adorn myself for? Most jewelry purchased is destined to be passed down to future generations, yet with my aversion to marriage, it is unlikely I shall have any descendants. What purpose do such acquisitions serve if they cannot be taken along when one departs? Gunton fondly touches the hairpin atop her head, a gift from Xianbei. He is a quintessential straight man, possibly oblivious to the value of women's adornments. Perhaps he merely believes that the hairpin suits the name Gunton, and indeed, she treasures it. Regardless of whether it be gold, silver, or precious wood, nothing compares to a heartfelt gift. Xiaobai, do you feel that sharing this secluded life with me is a burden? Not at all. Gunton, your culinary skills are exquisite. I feel no grievance. I merely believe that our quality of life could continue to improve. Gunton, is there truly nothing you desire? Gunton strokes her chin and replies, indeed. There is. I long for a study, a sanctuary for my cherished books. From that day forth, each time the fox descends the mountain to sell vegetables, it also returns with a book. Chapter 10. The study Gunton, a lady of refinement from a scholarly lineage, adores music, literature, pets, and the cultivation of flowers and vegetables. Previously, her time was consumed by laborious farming, but now that life has settled into a rhythm, she aspires to enhance her home, for she wishes to reside here for an eternity, perhaps a lifetime in the blink of an eye. A study must have a dedicated room and a grand bookshelf. Alas, I lack the skills to construct a house. The fox believes there is a man who can help Gunton realize her dreams, one whose gaze lingers upon her irresistibly. During a meal, it shares Gunton's wish with Xianbei. Xianbei, lost in the delightful flavors of stir-fried pig intestines with bell peppers, looks up and acknowledges, I have been remiss. I should have anticipated this. A girl living in such an environment is indeed a bit harsh. The fox nods vigorously. It is better late than never. What else does Gunton desire? I shall hire a carpenter to discuss this further. Think for yourself. Do not rely solely on the fox. Xiaobai eagerly devours more stir-fried pig intestines and fills his belly with a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Such delicacies surpass the pleasures of being an emperor. Help me brainstorm, for I cannot do it alone. Your gifts are so rudimentary. It is unrealistic to expect you to decipher a woman's heart. Rudimentary? More like perfunctory. Could you not procure something of greater worth? A roadside stall will not suffice. Are you courting a bride or playing house? Xianbei pats his head. Courting a bride is far from my intentions. I am still far from such a prospect. I have feelings for Gunton, yet she regards me merely as a friend. However, I find it quite beautiful and well suited for her. Do not all girls appreciate the finer things? The fox swallows a piece of pig intestine and interjects, not necessarily. I believe Gunton appreciates it. She has experienced luxury and is not a materialistic woman. However, if you genuinely wish to pursue her, do not be stingy. Small gifts go a long way. Do all girls enjoy receiving gifts? The fox cradles the bowl of rice before him. Girls do not merely love gifts. They adore seeing you smile foolishly, you big oaf. It is a mystery how you have reached this age with such low emotional intelligence, which explains your continued single status. Xianbei retorts, you are no better. Single yourself. Let us not mock one another. I am a fox. Do not mistake my species. Gunton emerges from the kitchen carrying a bowl of spicy chicken feet. What are you discussing? Xiaobai seems rather agitated. Speaking with the second master is exhausting. It is akin to conversing with a chicken or playing music for a cow. Xianbei chuckles and shakes his head. What are you discussing? Allow me to join in your merriment. Xianbei hastily covers Xiaobai's mouth, forbidding him from speaking. Gunton blinks. What? Is there a secret for me? The fox bites Xuanbei's hand and escapes his grasp, stating, I told you, this straight man has remarkably low emotional intelligence. the more you try to conceal it, the more conspicuous it becomes. It is better to be forthright. The second master has a gift for you, Gunton. Gunton responds, "Oh, there is no need. I require nothing. Xianbei brother, please do not spend on me. The second master wishes to gift you a study." Xuanbei's heart nearly leaps from his chest. Fortunately, the fox does not unveil Xuanbei's true feelings. If Gunton were to discover my intentions, she may never acknowledge me again. The second master finds a carpenter, and together they design a bookshelf, opting for pine and nan bamboo, both lightweight and sturdy. Materials are abundant in the mountains for immediate use. Within half a day, 3 large bookshelves are completed. Gunton arranges her beloved books upon them, and soon the shelves overflow. On that day, Xianbei gazes at Gunton's wooden abode and muses. I believe these 3 small wooden houses no longer suffice for Gunton's study. He enlists the help of craftsmen to construct a quadrangle adjacent to Gunton's abode. 1 room for living, 1 for tea, 1 for cooking, and the remaining rooms adorned with bookshelves on 3 walls. The courtyard is planted with flowers, pomegranate trees, persimmon trees, tune trees, jujube trees, and osmanthus trees. The original wooden house is transformed into a chicken coop and storage space. On the day of moving into their new residence, firecrackers explode joyfully at the entrance. Under the protection of the Xian family, Gunton not only acquires a stable new life, but also a grand estate all her own. Gunton personally inscribes a sign reading, "Heroine," and affixes it to the entrance. Amidst the busyness, the new year approaches. Gunton plants several acres of walnuts, peanuts, and sugarcane, while the small wooden house shelters over 30,000 silkworms. Initially, Gunton purchases silkworm eggs, which hatch into tiny black ants. Each morning, she collects mulberry leaves from a forest and sprinkles them upon the silkworms. 3 days later, the silkworms grow noticeably larger, prompting Gunton to lay a fresh layer of mulberry leaves, encouraging them to climb and feed. She transfers them, along with the leaves, into a new basket, discarding the remnants and washing the old basket under the sun. After a month and a half of diligent work, Gunton harvests 5 silk quilts and several silkworm sand pillows. During dinner, Xianbei produces a folded piece of paper. "Gunton, I have something to give you. You've already done so much for me. There is no need for further gifts. It is already purchased, so you must accept it." The fox chimes in, "Accept it is the second master's goodwill. He has been competing with me for food, which is quite laborious. A little additional meal allowance is deserved." Gunton takes the paper, and upon opening it discovers it to be a deed. Xiaobai leans in to see. Wow, the second master is quite generous. "Gunton, from this moment forth, this mountain peak belongs to you. Among the hundreds of undulating peaks of Jixiang Mountain, henceforth, one shall bear the name Gunton Mountain, named after you. This is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Gunton attempts to return it, but is pushed back by Xianbei. "Gunton, simply accept it. The city lord has already stamped it. It is official. This mountain is merely a wasteland, and its purchase is not exorbitant. It will belong to you personally, and you may cultivate your favorite plants and raise more poultry here." Gunton acquires over 5,000 chicks and more than 6,000 ducklings. The fox daily leads the ducks to the water, while the chickens transition from confinement to free range across the mountains. Each morning, Gunton gathers eggs in a basket, and soon she has a full load of chicken and duck eggs. The fox, utilizing all 4 legs, dashes down the mountain at rocket speed, transporting eggs to sell. In the household, copper coins were exchanged for silver, and silver was further converted into banknotes, resulting in an ever-increasing fortune. Luotan. It seems we are on the verge of great wealth. In the courtyard, beneath a corridor sheltered from the rain, a tea table and a writing desk were set up. Luotan was diligently inscribing characters on red paper with gold ink. Daily income like a mountain of gold. "Ah, this year we shall enjoy a bountiful harvest." The two toiled in the morning and rested in the afternoon. Luotan brewed tea and tidied the courtyard. When fatigued, she would sit in a rocking chair to read, then compile a list of items needed for the new year, while the fox was tasked with descending the mountain to procure supplies. The household was well stocked with vegetables. Purchasing meat was the only necessity. The fox returned from the city market, carrying half a pig. Luotan promptly began her preparations. Lean meat was set aside for stir-frying. The pig skin was transformed into gelatinous pork skin, and slices of fatty pork were seasoned with cooking wine and spices, stuffed into casings to create sausages. After completing over 100 pounds of sausage, Luotan stood on a stool, hanging them on the clothesline to air dry. The natural breeze infused the air with an enticing aroma, captivating the fox. Oh, how fragrant! Luotan, I fear over 100 pounds may not suffice for my appetite. One's eyes may be larger than one's stomach. 3 links a day is the most I can manage. This will surely last us for half a year. You have neglected to account for second master's appetite. That lad could eat a mountain, the fox remarked. Hey, speaking ill of someone behind their back is quite unbecoming. Xianbei interjected, I shall assist. Luotan needed to stand on a stool to reach, but Xianbei effortlessly hung the sausages. What mischief did you get up to today, second master? Your clothes are torn. The fox noticed a rip in Xianbei's back. Oh, I had a scuffle with a demon. Another demon? What mischief did it cause to tear your clothes? A wild horse demon, which transforms into an old man with white hair at night, runs a pawn shop in the city. Engaging in usury. The fox scratched his head. Demons running businesses? Is usury even legal? Aren't pawn shops doing the same? Xianbei hung the sausages and clapped his hands. Borrowers can usually manage to repay their debts, but this wild horse demon employs a band of scoundrels who stop at nothing to create trouble for the borrowers. They may poison individuals to make them ill, sabotage their transportation, or resort to robbery, all to ensure that debts cannot be repaid on time, leading to a cycle of compounded interest that ultimately ruins them. The fox gritted his teeth. How wicked! Such cunning minds wasted on nefarious deeds. Eventually, these individuals became impoverished, and their relatives and friends shunned them, leaving them unnoticed even when they disappeared from the bustling marketplace. Did this family meet their demise at the hands of the demon? Xiaobai inquired. Xianbei nodded. Indeed. I initially noticed the number of beggars in the city dwindling to 0, followed by the emptiness of certain residences belonging to families who had fallen into poverty and were ostracized by kin. I later uncovered a loan document linked to a pawn shop named Ma Shang, which revealed their misdeeds. Xianbei recounted this matter with a nonchalant tone. But the fox and Luotan sensed the underlying danger. The act of severing one's means of livelihood is akin to disturbing ancestral graves. Xianbei's endeavor to uproot the demon's criminal organization would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Luotan offered, Xianbei, allow me to mend your clothing. Thank you, Luotan. Xianbei, clad in a white undershirt, sat on a bench, watching as Luotan repaired his garment. Her hands were fair, delicate, and nimble as she threaded the needle with grace. Her movements akin to a dance upon the fabric. The mended clothing bore no trace of its previous damage. Luotan, how did you achieve this? She smiled gently. I concealed the stitches on the reverse side, leaving the front immaculate. After shaking the garment, Luotan scrutinized for any additional damage and discovered a subtle hole on the sleeve. I need to find a matching piece of fabric, otherwise it will look wrinkled. No worries, as a man, I'm not overly concerned, Xianbei replied. Though second master and the lord of the city share the same appearance, familiarity allows me to distinguish them at a glance. The lord possesses a certain gravitas, always donning new attire. I have never seen him wear the same outfit twice. In contrast, second master has merely 2 or 3 sets of clothing, made of coarse fabric, and seems indifferent to his appearance, the fox remarked. You have known me for too short a time. Had you known me since childhood, you would see that I have always cared for my appearance. In my youth, I wore garments designed by my master, a solitary figure who lived in the mountains for centuries. His craftsmanship was impeccable, as he would simply drape cloth around me, tying it with a cord. Luotan chuckled. Did he dress in the same manner? Of course not. He possessed a set of ancestral garments that could withstand wind and rain, impervious to water and fire, and immune to cuts and stitches. He promised to bequeath them to me upon his passing. And what of him now? Is he well? When shall I see him wear them? The fox queried. Xianbei scratched his head. Perhaps it is a matter of time. My master, despite his age, remains vigorous. I would require an entire night to subdue a horse demon, but my master could accomplish it in a single blow. Heaven forbid I encounter him, for any misstep would leave me no chance to explain. His response would be swift and fatal. By the time I contemplated defending the fox, it would have already been reincarnated. That is not to say he is unreasonable, Xianbei reassured. All done, Luotan declared, having adorned the mended area with a four-leaf clover, rendering it not only unnoticeable, but also more beautiful than before. Thank you, Luotan. This garment feels elevated. Luotan tucked a stray hair behind her ear, smiling. Xianbei, now clad in the mended clothing, admired the four-leaf clover on his sleeve. Marvelous, indeed, crafted by Luotan. The abundance of eggs from Luotan's family filled the markets of Jixiang City, and her sweet oranges filled the gap in the city's fruit supply, ensuring that every household could enjoy affordable fruit. Luotan finally found a sense of belonging in her home, experiencing a tranquil harmony imbued with a lasting happiness. Jixiang City needed her, and she cherished it in return. Xiaobai descended the mountain with a basket of sweet oranges, quickly surrounded by a crowd at the market. Ah, Xiaobai, the sun is already high. Why have you only just begun your deliveries? An elder inquired. What time should I have risen? I have already worked diligently. Dear sir, you ought to have started before dawn to harvest the sweet oranges. My granddaughter is eagerly awaiting them. How could I? Xiaobai, you should pitch a tent and sleep on the ground at night, gazing at the stars while you harvest sweet oranges. What? You treat the fox as if it is not a person. But the fox requires rest, too. Rest? Xiaobai, if you tire from harvesting sweet oranges, you should switch to cutting sugarcane. If you tire from that, return to harvesting sweet oranges. Balance is key. The fox, taken aback, lamented, Woe is me. You all desire sweet oranges, yet you show no compassion for the fox's plight. After unloading the goods, the elder and his wife urged Xiaobai to hurry. Quickly. Xiaobai, the new year approaches, and we simply wish to gather and enjoy sweet oranges. Chapter 11. Happy New Year. The fox rushed back to Luotan Mountain, exclaiming, Luotan, we are overwhelmed by demand for our sweet oranges. If necessary, let us hire an extra hand. A splendid idea, Luotan replied, glancing behind her at the dozens of large baskets brimming with sweet oranges, all harvested solely by her hands. I wonder if hiring someone will suffice. As we still have countless eggs to collect, Luotan remarked. Luotan, I have something to tell you, and then you may decide whether to hire another person for egg collection. I am all ears, Luotan responded. The fox counted on his fingers since we began raising chickens and ducks in abundance on Luotan Mountain. The supply in the city has exceeded demand, leading to a quiet decrease in the prices of eggs. Other suppliers have expressed some discontent with us. Luotan, Oha, the fox remarked. Today, I descended the mountain to sell eggs, and an elderly woman, with a tone both peculiar and sarcastic, said to me, Oh, we shall no longer raise chickens or ducks. It brings little profit. Better to let that monopolist on Luotan Mountain handle it all. Luotan curled her lips in disdain, thinking it wise not to stir up conflict with them, allowing her peers to make a living, thus avoiding their jealousy and the trouble it might bring. Stroking her chin, Luotan pondered what kind of person she should recruit, someone strong and agile, capable of swift movement, able to carry burdens effortlessly, and quick as a spark when trimming the sugar oranges. The fox chattered incessantly. Luotan tilted her head and asked, Are you referring to Bajie? No. We are not in Gao Lao Zhuang. And besides, if Bajie were here, he would devour an entire mountain, leaving none of the delicacies for me. The fox's ears perked up, and it mentioned hearing a rustle in the woods. Turning her head, Luotan spotted a white figure darting beneath the sugar-orange tree, disappearing from sight. Ah, thief! Don't run. Xiaobai transformed into a fox and quickly scurried under the tree, vanishing in a flash. Xiaobai, is he truly a thief? Would a thief target sugar oranges instead of gold or silver? What was Luotan observing? Upon turning, she came face to face with Xianbei, almost colliding with the wall. Xianbei, I must step back, she said hurriedly. Xiaobai just went after a thief, and I was curious about the thief's interest in sugar oranges. Luotan casually snipped off a cluster of sugar oranges, about 5 or 6 in number, complete with branches and leaves, and handed them to Xianbei. Thank you, Luotan. These sugar oranges look enticing. Xianbei peeled one and popped it directly into his mouth, relishing the sweet and sour flavor, declaring it a delightful treat. Second master, assist me. Don't let that rascal escape. With Xiaobai's exclamation, A white figure rushed towards Luton and Xuanbei. Xuanbei, quick as lightning, pulled Luton aside, his long arm reaching out to grasp the white object. What is this? It's so fluffy. Luton leaned in closer to observe. Xuanbei declared, "It's a dog." The puppy barked, "Wong, wong, wong." "What a snowy white dog," Luton said, scratching the puppy's chin playfully. "You little thief of sugar oranges." Xiaobai, now in human form, rolled up his sleeves, "Wong, wong, wong. I only ate the ones that fell from the tree. I merely picked them up." The little white dog spoke human words, leaving Luton perplexed. "Huh?" Xuanbei lifted him higher for a closer look. "So you are a dog spirit?" "Yes. You guessed correctly." "Sir, please set me down. I'm afraid of heights." "Calling me Sir 1T help. I can't let you go. I worked too hard to catch you." Luton remarked, "If even Xiaobai can't catch you, how fast must you be? It is well known that foxes are cunning and swift." Xuanbei looked at the little white dog and said, "Please don't run away. I trust you, and you must honor that trust." The little white dog nodded eagerly, panting, "Wong, wong." Luton believed that if Xuanbei was willing to let go, he surely had a way to capture him again. The little white dog landed on the ground and transformed into a small boy in the blink of an eye. Luton looked at the little white dog and then at Xiaobai. Both wore white clothes and had rosy faces, standing nearly the same height. "So adorable," she remarked, pinching the little dog spirit's cheeks. The little white dog did not shy away, allowing Luton to pinch his face, appearing to enjoy it. "Flattering, indeed," the fox scoffed. "Hands on hips." Luton queried, "Such fun. What is your name, little one?" In response to the beautiful lady, "My formal name is Bai Hui, and my nickname is He Xian. Once cleaned up, I'm called Mianhua Tong." Luton replied, "So, you're a Bichon Frise?" It is common knowledge that Bichon Frises are soft and white, resembling fluffy cotton. Once cleaned, they are pure white. But a roll in the dirt turns them into He Xian. "Can you work?" Luton inquired. "I can," the little white dog replied cheerfully. "Can you carry things?" "Yes, yes." The little white dog nodded vigorously. "Then stay and work, little Mianhua Tong, with plenty of sugar oranges to eat, both from the tree and the ground, which we will use as fertilizer," Luton proposed. "All right," the little white dog agreed. No, I disagree," the fox huffed. "I want to remain the only pet in the house. I despise this silly dog. Dislike me all you want. I don't care," the little white dog said, clinging to Luton's arm. Luton ruffled the dog's head. "Thus, it is decided. Xiaobai's objections are futile." Luton felt fortunate to have found such a splendid worker who required no wages other than sugar oranges. Luton trimmed sugar oranges while Mianhua Tong and the fox carried a basket down the mountain to deliver orders. Mianhua Tong quickly outpaced Xiaobai, delivering more than him, all the while beaming with joy. Xuanbei finished work early that day and, having nothing else to do, decided to assist Luton with trimming the sugar oranges. At mealtime, Luton prepared a large pot of duck soup, a big plate of spicy chicken feet, and cooked spicy hot pot. Mianhua Tong joined the table. Xiaobai eyed him suspiciously. "Hey, weren't you just eating sugar oranges? Why are you here for a meal too?" "I'm just here to observe." When Luton brought the spicy hot pot to the table, Mianhua Tong could no longer resist, his mouth watering profusely. "I'm just sniffing." Luton served Mianhua Tong a bowl. "Here, eat. You worked hard today." "Is this really for me?" Mianhua Tong exclaimed in delight. "Eat up. If it's not enough, there's more." "Thank you, madam," Mianhua Tong said, diving into the bowl without utensils, burying his face in it. "Slow down. Don't choke, my little one." Luton had never seen anyone eat like this. Mianhua Tong not only finished the spicy hot pot, but also licked the bowl clean. "Madam's cooking is absolutely delicious. A million praises." Luton silently took the bowl and served him another. "Thank you, madam." Mianhua Tong licked his lips before gulping it down in one go. Luton filled a third bowl. The fox was boiling with rage. "Silly dog, have you never eaten before? I used to rummage through garbage bins. I've never tasted anything this delicious, especially warm and fresh from the pot. Go ahead, eat as much as you want. We have plenty at home." Luton's maternal instincts overflowed. Mianhua Tong decided to stick with Luton. He had sugar oranges to eat and no need to scour through garbage bins. Plus, he even received a cozy mattress. Luton folded an unused duvet cover and stitched the edges together to create a small cushion. Mianhua Tong transformed back into his dog form, curling up on it perfectly. The child was well fed and sound asleep, his soft head barely touching the pillow before he began to snore softly. Xiao Bai found him utterly irritating. This creature was stealing the spotlight, charming everyone while also snatching his food. Before heading out, Xuanbei glanced at Mianhua Tong's dog bed, curious about it, for it was sewn by Lutan. Xuanbei, what are you looking at? Lutan asked with a polite smile, pulling out a fragrant sachet from her sleeve and offering it to him. Is this for me? Xuanbei received it and inhaled. It smells wonderful. What is inside? Dried mint leaves, mugwort, and Sichuan peppercorns, with the words Ping and Shi Lu embroidered on it. Xuanbei felt satisfied, no longer envious of Mianhua Tong. Thank you, Lutan. I will cherish it dearly. With Mianhua Tong's assistance, Lutan could finally relax and prepare for the upcoming new year. Time flew by, and today passed swiftly. On the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, Lutan cleaned the kitchen, wiping down the stove and making pots and pans gleam. Sugar figurines and red dates adorned the counter. Lutan clasped her hands in prayer, earnestly beseeching the kitchen god, may you speak well of us to the heavens and ensure our safety in the coming year. Thank you for your blessings over the past year. May you continue to watch over our family, granting us smooth sailing and peace. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, with fine weather, Lutan boiled a pot of water infused with patchouli, mugwort, and mint leaves, beginning a thorough cleaning of the furniture, door frames, bookshelves, and floors, conducting a grand internal and external cleanup of the house. On the 25th day, Xiao Bai returned with gilded red paper. Lutan cut it, dipping her brush in gold ink to write couplets and the character for fortune. On the 26th day, Lutan cut window decorations and steamed buns. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, Lunton steamed the sausages to perfection, prepared the dumpling filling, and sautéed over 60 dishes, elegantly arranged on the grand dining table in the living room. She also steamed ribs, braised pig intestines, and prepared rice cakes. Lunton gazed at the delightful spread, longing to taste everything. Lunton, why prepare so many dishes at once? She was asked. While kneading dough, she explained, today, I aim to prepare all the dishes for the first 5 days of the new year. We neither steam buns nor stir-fry during this time, symbolizing a year ahead free from disputes, filled with harmony and safety. Oh, I see. If we don't eat steamed or stir-fried dishes, then what shall we have? We'll have boiled food, dumplings, and the pre-prepared dishes can be quickly reheated. Lunton, today is the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Shouldn't the couplets be affixed tomorrow? On the 30th? We shall begin putting them up around the hour of the dragon tomorrow morning. I can hardly wait. Just then, Cotton Candy entered, carrying half a pig. Master, I am back. Be a good one and place it in the kitchen. I will tidy up shortly. With Cotton Candy's presence, Lunton calculated that with 3 big eaters, the initial sausages might not suffice, so she decided to procure another half a pig to ensure abundance. Cotton Candy happily dashed down the mountain to purchase sunflower seeds and peanuts. On the morning of the 30th, the 3 began pasting the spring festival couplets together. Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy steadied the ladder while Lunton climbed up. Xiao Bai handed me the couplets, saying, thank you. Observing the 2 couplets, one read, wealth, peace, and happiness fill the hall, while the other stated, may your career flourish and fortune abound. The horizontal inscription declared, may all your wishes come true. Lunton, which one shall I hand to you first? Lunton stood to the right of the doorframe and replied, hand me the first line, may your career flourish and fortune abound. All right. Xiao Bai lifted his hand, presenting the one smeared with glue to Lunton. As she affixed it, she remarked, the right side of the couplet is oblique while the left is even. The oblique ends in the 3rd or 4th tone, while the even ends in the 1st or 2nd tone. After securing the couplets at the main entrance, Lunton added the door gods and the character for fortune. Each entrance of the courtyard was adorned with a couplet. Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy cheerfully affixed window flowers, while Lunton skillfully cut out the 12 zodiac signs, auspicious gourds, and symbols of family reunion. Xianbei arrived and exclaimed, ah, it truly feels festive. Happy New Year, second master, said the fox. Happy New Year, Cotton Candy, replied Xianbei. Happy New Year. I came to see if you need any assistance. Lunten responded, "Everything is ready. How about at your home, Xianbei Gij? With my elder brother and the steward managing. I am merely a hands-off manager. My elder brother sent me to see if there is any work I can help with. Thank you, Xuanan Gij and Xianbei Gij, for your support this past year. Oh, I have done nothing but enjoy the meals. Lunten has spoiled my appetite. Now, even dishes made by the chefs at the Xian residence do not satisfy me." Lunten gifted some of her handmade window flowers, and Xianbei, admiring the couplets at the entrance, remarked, "Lunten's writing is exquisite. Could you write a few more for me?" "Of course." With some leftover paper, Lunten spread it out on the large writing desk and crafted 5 couplets and 10 characters for fortune, which Xianbei took with him, also receiving 10 pounds of her homemade sausages. Though Lunten felt immense gratitude towards Xuanan and Xianbei, she refrained from overtly displaying it, mindful of her status as a single woman and the need to avoid gossip. During the new year, many townsfolk presented gifts to the city lord's family, and Lunten seized this moment to express her appreciation. After returning home, Xianbei did not delegate the window flowers and couplets to his servants for display. Instead, he framed them and hung them on the walls of his bedroom, cherishing the gift from Lunten. On New Year's Eve, Lunten hung a long string of lanterns along the path leading up the mountain, illuminating the surroundings. The home radiated light, and Lunten, Cotton Candy, and Xiaobai gathered in the courtyard to make dumplings. Lunten shaped her dumplings like ingots, while Cotton Candy, fearing leakage, filled hers with only a small amount of filling. The fox, Xiaobai, unable to master the art of dumpling making, opted instead to create boxes, simply placing the filling in the center and sealing the edges. At the stroke of midnight, the dumplings were boiled and firecrackers were set off. The sounds heralded the end of the old year, welcoming a new year that promised to be better than the last. The steaming dumplings were served at the table, and Cotton Candy exclaimed, "Master, may you prosper and thrive in the new year, and may your health be abundant." Lunten clasped her hands in gratitude, replying, "Your blessings have been received. May Cotton Candy enjoy delightful meals every day." Xiaobai declared, wishing Lunten smooth sailing, beauty, and great wealth. "May fortune flow in." Lunten returned the gesture, wishing Xiaobai daily happiness and the blessings of abundance. "May you soon achieve enlightenment and ascend." They kept vigil until dawn, and on the first day of the new year, they feasted on vegetarian dumplings. Lunten prepared fillings of chives and eggs, fennel and vermicelli, and cabbage and scallions. As soon as the dumplings were ready, the first to arrive for New Year's greetings was Xiaobai, lured by the enticing aroma. Cotton Candy and Xiaobai rushed over to greet. "Happy New Year, Second Master. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Xianbei Gij, wishing you a happy, peaceful, and healthy New Year." Lunten, "Happy New Year. Gulme, Gulme. May you have good fortune and health." Xianbei handed over 3 large red envelopes. The 2 children received them joyfully, tearing them open to reveal substantial banknotes. "Wow, thank you. Second Master, may you capture more monsters and gain wealth." Lunten teased, "A single banknote has sold you out to your fellow spirits?" Xianbei chuckled. Xiaobai and Cotton Candy have grown accustomed to labor. They seem to have forgotten they are originally spirits. Lunten had not received red envelopes for many years. Receiving one on the first day of the new year felt like a good omen, filling her heart with sweetness. "Thank you, Xianbei Gij, I am delighted to accept. Please stay and enjoy dumplings with us." In the human realm, it is customary for unmarried young women to dine with unmarried men on the first day of the new year, which could lead to speculation. However, here in Lunten Mountain, only she, a fox, and a dog were present. Animals are often simpler and more loyal than humans, and Lunten had truly distanced herself from worldly troubles, engaging solely in what she loved. "What is this?" Cotton Candy exclaimed, spitting out a copper coin that had been hidden in a dumpling. Xianbei remarked, "Congratulations. It seems Cotton Candy will have a lucky year ahead." "Really?" Cotton Candy rubbed her sore molar. Lunten chimed in, "Finding a coin in your dumpling marks you as the luckiest of babies." Xiaobai interjected, "Lunten, I want one too." Lunten encouraged, "There are more. Keep eating." The fox, determined, began devouring dumplings at a feverish pace, eager to become a lucky baby. Xianbei also found a coin, saying, "Thanks to Lunten, I too will be fortunate this year." Lunten smiled, "I shall be lucky as well." "Why? Why am I the only one who hasn't found one?" Lunton urged, keep trying. As the last dumpling remained in the plate, Cotton Candy yearned for it, but Xiaobai swiftly intercepted. Don't fight me for it. I want the lucky coin. Lunton counted the dumplings, knowing this one would surely contain the coin. Xiaobai, how about I give you the coin if I can have a dumpling? You've eaten so many already. Let me have this one. Xiaobai swiftly grabbed it and popped it into his mouth. Cotton Candy's eyes sparkled. Is it delicious? Delicious. And it has a coin. I'm also a lucky baby, ha. After the meal, Lunton prepared glutinous rice balls as a dessert, filled with black sesame paste. She cautioned the greedy Cotton Candy and Xiaobai, take a bite first to let the filling cool down before eating. Don't burn your tongues. The two stared at the bowl, salivating, disregarding Lunton's advice. As soon as Lunton placed the bowl of glutinous rice balls on the table, the fox and the dog immediately grabbed their spoons and stuffed a ball into their mouths. Just as Lunton feared, the incident she dreaded occurred. Both the fox and the dog started tearing up. The rice balls were too hot, and as the sesame filling flowed into their mouths, it became even hotter. The dog gulped it down, feeling the heat settle in his stomach, but at least his mouth felt better. Better to endure a short burn than a long one. Xianbei ladled a ball, blew on it, and took a cautious bite, chuckling at the two. Must one eat glutinous rice balls this way? I prefer to savor them slowly. Cotton Candy licked her tongue. Second master, these rice balls are absolutely delicious. I couldn't control myself. The fox shed tears, expressing the delight of having tasted something utterly delectable. So much so that saliva flowed from her eyes. Savor it slowly, she advised. There's still more in the pot. Luton, do we need to stay up on the first day of the new year? Not all. Staying up is only for New Year's Eve. If you're tired, you should rest early. All right, I shall indulge in a nap. After satisfying their appetites, Luton tidied the table while Mianhua Tang washed the dishes. The industrious fox intended to sweep the floor, but was halted by Luton. Xiaobai, dear, from the 1st to the 15th of the new year, we do not sweep the floors or dispose of trash. Oh, is there so much to observe during the new year? Luton replied, indeed there is. Then I shall go to sleep. Xiaobai transformed back into a fox, nestling with Mianhua Tang on soft cushions at the door, one on the left and the other on the right, allowing them to enjoy a lazy slumber while also keeping watch over the household. Xiaobai, hurry to work. My granddaughter desires sugar tangerines. Sugar tangerines, sugar tangerines. My eldest grandson has been waiting for several days now. Hurry up and start cutting the tangerines. On the 5th day of a new year, Xiaobai and Mianhua Tang were awakened by a commotion. What noise is that? Mianhua Tang perked up her ears. It seems someone is calling from the foot of the mountain. The two climbed down to find a crowd of elderly men and women beyond the fence set up by Yi, all clamoring loudly. It's the 5th day already. My child wants sugar tangerines. My child wants sugar cane. Xiaobai scratched his head. It's not that I do not wish to work. But Luton said from the 1st to the 5th, we should not touch scissors or needles. Please wait a little longer. Xiaobai, you must cut the sugar tangerines for me tomorrow. Xiaobai, let us sleep in the field tonight. Once midnight passes, we can start cutting the sugar tangerines. What? Not even a holiday during the new year? No, the sugar tangerines need you. The sugar cane needs you as well. After sending the elderly away, Xiaobai and Mianhua Tang headed back up the mountain. The day was bright and sunny, and they spotted Luton digging holes in the field. Mianhua Tang snatched the hoe. Sister Luton, let me help. Fruit continuously fell from the trees, and digging deep holes to bury the fallen fruit could serve as fertilizer. Buried tangerine seeds could yield new trees. Luton, it's only been a few days since we started working, yet the townsfolk are already impatient. This shows that they need us. Let us wake up early tomorrow, and the three of us will cut the sugar tangerines together. Luton's life had become one of abundance, lacking nothing in food or shelter. She could bask in the sun daily, read her favorite books, and engage in activities she loved. Luton was thoroughly content. Money was merely a figure to her. She did not toil for wealth, but labored because the townsfolk required her efforts. On the 6th day of a new year, work commenced smoothly. Luton bestowed red envelopes upon Xiaobai and Mianhua Tang. The fox kissed the envelope. What a delightful sense of ceremony. I absolutely adore it. The three rose with the sun. Luton snipped at sugar tangerines amid sparks, while the fox and Mianhua Tang swiftly descended the mountain to deliver goods. Customers. Unable to contain their excitement over the sugar tangerines, urged Xiao Bai and Yanhua, hurry up, these are not enough. Each household is buying 30 to 50 pounds, and the supply cannot meet the demand. Lu Tan worked diligently, sweat dripping into the soil as she gazed upon an endless expanse of sugar tangerines. Lu Tan, quicker! The fruit shop owner is urging us. All right, Lu Tan replied, her scissors never pausing, having not even had time to drink water since morning. Just then, Xianbei arrived to lend a hand. Yi, you are truly a savior. My shoes are nearly worn out from running, and everyone is still urging us. The three of us are overwhelmed. Upon saying this, the fox dashed off with a basket. Lu Tan, take a break. I'll handle it, Xianbei offered. Lu Tan shook her head. I'm not tired. Despite her petite and delicate appearance, Lu Tan was anything but dainty when it came to work. Xianbei sometimes admired her, capable of managing both the household and preparing an entire New Year's Eve banquet. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? Yet, one wondered if Xianbei possessed the fortune to win Lu Tan's heart. As evening approached, Lu Tan urged Xianbei, Xiaobai, and Mianhua to rest. People are like iron, and food is like steel. Even the strongest need nourishment. Lu Tan prepared a feast to reward her family. The table was laden with stir-fried bell peppers with meat, garlic chives with sausage, braised pig's trotters, spicy crabs, boiled shrimp, spicy goose intestines, pickled chicken feet, fish with pickled vegetables, duck blood with vermicelli soup, tomato braised beef, green beans with tripe, spicy pig's ears, stir-fried bean sprouts with scallions, zucchini with beef meatballs, and papaya with base, culminating in an exquisite banquet akin to a New Year's Eve feast. Lu Tan relished cooking, while the others delighted in eating. The four had long become like family, gathering joyfully for dinner and sharing warmth. Xianbei remarked, sometimes I feel this place is truly home. Although my elder brother's home is filled with many people, it lacks warmth. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, conducting business formally without the comfort found here. Then you should move here to cut sugar tangerines. Why bother with catching demons? We can share a few more meals together each day. I wish I could, Xianbei replied, ruffling his hair. But work requires me. Without me, the demons across 10 cities and 18 villages would run amok. In this era, few were willing to serve as demon catchers, and Xianbei's master had invested great effort in cultivating such a disciple. It would not be easy for him to allow Xianbei to switch to cutting sugar tangerines. Mianhua raised her hand. I know. The fox inquired. What do you know now? Mianhua explained. Yi's reputation as a demon catcher is renowned. I know that demons tremble at the mere mention of his name. His greatest role is not merely catching demons, but rather suppressing them in their territory. Therefore, it suffices for Yi to catch a demon from time to maintain order. He need not be out and about every day. One could simply affix his likeness at the entrance to ward off evil spirits. Child, placing it at the door to ward off evil spirits is the duty of a door god. I am not worthy to be compared with such esteemed figures. I merely fear that catching demons is too arduous for Yi. I wish for him to enjoy a leisurely time cutting sugar tangerines at our mountain. Hey, leisurely cutting sugar tangerines? What are you thinking, dear Cottonhead? The fox teased. Xianbei, having trained in martial arts since childhood, bore thick calluses on his hands, while Lu Tan's delicate palms nearly wore raw from work. It was only today, with gloves on, that her hands remained unscathed. Every profession requires someone to fulfill it. Once I find a worthy successor and retire, I will join you in cutting sugar tangerines. All right, Yi, we will await your retirement. The next day, after breakfast, the three continued to cut sugar tangerines and harvest sugarcane as usual. A gentle breeze wafted through the lush sugar tangerine grove, carrying delightful aromas. Watching Xiao Bai and Mianhua run about energetically, Lu Tan felt immense satisfaction, grateful that these two laborers were spirits, brimming with vigor and vitality. Had they been human, they might have already complained of aches and pains. The trio worked tirelessly from the 6th to the 15th, and finally, the supply of sugar tangerines, along with chicken and duck eggs, met the demand throughout the prosperous town. Lu Tan could finally take a breather. The fox and Mianhua descended the mountain to deliver goods, today without haste, allowing them to leisurely visit the bookstore and bring back a book for Luton. Before long, Luton's study was once again filled with books. Xianbei thoughtfully assessed the layout, determining that placing bookshelves along 3 walls was optimal, as it would not obstruct light. Adding more bookshelves would render the room dark during the day. A bright and airy environment was preferred, with strong yang energy over yin. Xianbei enlisted a craftsman to expand Luton's home. What had been a 4-sided courtyard was transformed into a spacious residence with 3 entrances. The first courtyard would serve as living quarters, while the second and third would house bookshelves and instruments that Luton cherished. With so many additional rooms, Luton no longer needed to worry about where to store her books. Yi, you are wonderful. Thank you. Yi, you are majestic and powerful. What thanks are necessary? I come here daily for meals. It would be inappropriate not to contribute in some way. Luton's succulent plants had blossomed, each leaf transformed into a charming pot, basking in ample sunlight. She lovingly adorned each pot with intricate designs. Xiaobai and Mian Huatang descended the mountain, transporting a large basin of succulent plants to wholesale to the flower shop owner. As the weather warmed after the new year, the silkworm eggs produced by their own silkworm moths hatched into silkworms. Luton diligently collected mulberry leaves to feed them, yielding 5 beds of silk quilts and over a dozen silk pillows every month and a half. The fox carried the silk quilts, selling them to Xianfu. Just as Mian Huatang returned with sugar tangerines, the two met at the fork in the road. Xiaobai, did you not go to sell the silk quilts and pillows? Why are you coming from this path? This route only leads to the second master's residence. The fox replied, I can no longer keep this a secret. It seems I must be forthright. Please refrain from speaking indiscriminately, especially to Luton. All right, Xiaobai. I can keep my mouth shut. Mian Huatang made a gesture of sealing his lips. In truth, Xianfu is our family's major client. Most of our flowers, fruits, vegetables, and silk quilts have been purchased by them. Oh, is it because the second master's family has many members, hence they require more quilts? Certainly not. It is because the city lord takes care of our family's business. He directly provides Luton with silver, which she refuses. Therefore, the city lord can only express his intentions in this manner. Oh, what is the relationship between the city lord and the second master? Is he the second master's father? Why do they live together? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Is your head filled with cotton? The two, burdened with baskets, wobbled their way up Luton Mountain, while Xiaobai enthusiastically recounted the connection between the 2 lords of the Xian family and Luton Mountain. The fox became parched from talking, and Mian Huatang finally understood. Oh, you mean the city lord and our second master are twins, and Luton favored the city lord before she liked the second master? I did not say that. You're merely guessing. I find the second master handsome and kind. It seems Luton has someone else in her heart. No wonder she hesitates to confess her feelings to the second master. Is the city lord as kind to Luton as the second master is? Why has he never visited our home? Mian Huatang remarked that since he arrived, he has yet to see the city lord. The city lord is exceedingly busy. Aside from maintaining the normal operations of Jixiang City, he also doubles as the mountain god. However, on many nights, I feel I have seen the city lord quietly guarding outside, leaving before dawn without a word. Why does he seem so peculiar? Who knows? Do not attempt to decipher human thoughts. They are unfathomable. It is said that the human heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Upon returning home, they unexpectedly encountered the source of the gossip. Mian Huatang exclaimed, Heavens, 2 second masters? Luton was preparing tea for guests. 2 identical handsome gentlemen sat side by side, opposite the gentle and graceful Luton. Sister Luton, we are back. Luton responded, Thank you for your hard work. Xiaobai and Mian Huatang. The 2 young men turned simultaneously, and Mian Huatang tilted his head, noticing subtle differences. The city lord appeared more regal, while the second master had tanned a shade darker, appearing more vibrant and healthy. What an honor! The presence of the city lord brings great splendor. The fox flattered extravagantly. Luton brewed a cup of fruit tea for both Xiaobai and Mian Huatang. Xiaobai found Xianbei somewhat unusual, not as talkative as usual. Is the city lord here today for a matter of importance? Indeed, a joyful occasion, specifically to propose marriage. 7 years ago, when Lu Tan had just turned 18, it was also the year before her marriage. The matriarch of the Zhu family sought a suitable husband for her beloved granddaughter, who was to be entrusted to someone of good character, family background, appearance, and who possessed both martial and literary skills, as well as kindness and ambition. General Zhu felt his mother-esque conditions were overly stringent. "Mother, where can we find such a son-in-law? Do you wish for Lu Tan to remain unmarried and grow old at home? How can you speak like that? Is it proper for a father to say such things? I tell you, a girl must not settle when marrying. It is a lifelong commitment, and settling will not bring happiness, even if there is someone meeting your standards. How can we ensure he will choose Lu Tan? Why not? My granddaughter is a rare gem, possessing beauty and grace, well-versed in literature and gentle in nature. I must see her married well. Mother, as I see it, we should select from those who have proposed. A girl should not linger too long, lest she becomes burdened with worries. How dare you speak such nonsense? Are you challenging me?" The matriarch raised her cane, declaring, "Fu Zhu, come forth." From behind the screen stepped a figure clad in black, wearing black boots and a mask. "Madam, I am here." General Zhu's facial muscles twitched. "Lord Fu, what brings you here?" This individual was none other than a third-rank sword-bearing guard of the imperial court, obedient only to the emperor, tasked with handling the emperor's secret orders. Bearing a golden token granted by the emperor, with the authority to act decisively in special circumstances. This person had grown up beside the emperor and was his most trusted confidant. Fu Zhu emanated a chilling aura, revealing his reticence. Fu Zhu did not respond to General Zhu's question. Instead, the matriarch spoke. "I borrowed him from the emperor. All that I have stated was gathered by Fu Zhu. Do you still consider it unreliable hearsay?" The general's wife turned her head away, evidently furious. Once the couple exited, Lu Tan soon lifted the curtain and entered. "Brother Fu Zhu, you have come. It has been a long time." The 18-year-old Lu Tan was much more vivacious than the Lu Tan of 7 years later, her smile radiant upon seeing her childhood companion. Fu Zhu, in an instant, transformed from a cold stick into a different being. "Lu Tan, you have grown taller and more beautiful during our time apart. All you do is play. It's so cold, and you went mountain climbing. Your little hands must be frozen." The matriarch tenderly remarked, stroking Lu Tan's hands. "It is not cold. Climbing the mountain keeps me warm. I fear if I do not stay active, I will become a large fat person." A maid took Lu Tan's cotton cloak. "Lu Tan, do not heed whatever your parents say about marriage. Listen to your grandmother. They only care for themselves and will not consider your well-being." "Grandmother, you are the kindest." From Lu Tan's demeanor, it was clear that she disregarded her parents' schemes. Under her grandmother's protection, she lived carefreely, knowing anyone who wished to harm her would be thwarted by her grandmother. This adorable young lady remains blissfully unaware that a calamity is stealthily approaching, and it is her innocence and naivety that may plunge her into despair. The city lord harbors a disdain for the extravagant and hedonistic lifestyle of the imperial capital. Thus, in Jixiangcheng, there are no brothels filled with smoke and vice, nor are there raucous taverns and eateries. Instead, the city is filled with the fragrant smell of cooking, harmonious couples, and numerous study rooms lining the streets, where residents indulge in reading and sipping tea as their daily leisure. "Grandmother," Lu Otan bashfully confesses, "I have a fondness for Xiannan Gij." "Xiannan?" The old matriarch, Bamboo Granny, glances at the nearby Fu Zhu. He certainly possesses the capability, yet he is 5 or 6 years her senior, already 23 years of age. It is rumored that Xiannan's household does not employ concubines, nor does he have any maidservants. Could it be that he harbors a hidden ailment? "Grandmother, what are you saying?" Luotan's face has already turned crimson. She believes that Xiannan's ability to remain composed in the presence of beautiful women is a mark of a true gentleman, and the age difference is of no concern to her. "Fu Zhu, you shall spend a few days with Xiannan." "Yes." Fu Zhu bows and departs. Fu Zhu, like a shadow, stealthily infiltrates the Xian residence for half a month, returning with news that Xiannan maintains a remarkably regular routine. He rises early to practice martial arts, has breakfast at dawn, then attends to various affairs of the city. He inspects the city during the morning, assessing public safety and market prices. In the afternoon, He engages in tea drinking, reading, and playing the qin, followed by lunch and a nap. He receives guests in the late afternoon, ascends the mountains to soak in hot springs, dines again, and concludes his day with tea, reading, and playing the qin before retiring at night. While there are no concubines or maidservants in the Xian lord's residence, the physician of the Xian household assures that Xian Nan does not possess any hidden ailments. Bamboo Granny, having lived for many years, has encountered many men. She has never seen one who is neither greedy for wealth nor lustful. If a person were to be utterly devoid of flaws, she would begin to worry that perhaps they are simply adept at concealing their true nature. She does not wish for her granddaughter to marry someone of poor character, yet she is left with doubts about Xian Nan. Have someone inform Xian Nan that I wish to meet him. Bamboo Granny is the wet nurse of the current emperor, having watched him grow from childhood. In her old age, she has returned to her birthplace, Jixiangcheng, to enjoy her retirement. Her son is a general of the realm, and her daughter is the wife of the chancellor. Given her status, Xian Nan would avoid her carriage when he sees it on the streets. Even when the emperor travels incognito through Jixiangcheng, he ensures that Bamboo Granny is presented with generous gifts. When Bamboo Granny expresses her desire to meet Xian Nan, the message reaches him, and he promptly sets aside his affairs to visit her. Bamboo Granny welcomes him with tea, first praising his handsome demeanor and his commendable governance of Jixiangcheng, noting his sense of responsibility and accountability. Then, she directly addresses her concern. Why has young Xian not yet taken a wife or concubine? Xian Nan replies, fate is something one can encounter but cannot seek. It must arise naturally. Do you have a lady in mind? Xian Nan shakes his head. Not yet. What do you think of my granddaughter Luodan? Bamboo Granny observes him closely, believing that first-hand observation surpasses hearsay, and his gaze reveals his sincerity. Bamboo Granny discerns that Xian Nan is a man of integrity. Luotan is innocent, charming, and intelligent, a rare gem among women, yet she is still young. Oh, but not too young. Luotan will turn 18 after winter. I am currently searching for a suitable husband for her. Luolan, Luodan's maid, hides behind a curtain, eavesdropping, and upon hearing this, her face lights up with joy. It seems a match is on the horizon, and Bamboo Granny is almost compelling Xian Nan to marry her young mistress. Luolan rushes back to share the delightful news with Luotan, who is in the kitchen learning to steam hedgehogs from Aunt Tuesday Miss. Can you guess who has come to our residence? Who has made you so cheerful? Luotan, having shaped a small hedgehog, is cutting its spines with scissors. It's Xian Nan. Oh, what business does Xian Nan Gij have today? It's good news. The old lady inquired if he likes the young lady and if he wishes to marry her. Do not jest. Grandmother mentioned just days ago that Xian Nan Gij has a hidden ailment. No, truly. I believe the old lady intends to finalize this match. He will have to marry her, whether he wishes to or not. Luotan sets the hedgehog down and rushes toward the backyard. Though Xian Nan is her beloved, if her grandmother truly forces a marriage, where would Luotan find her dignity? Upon entering, she unexpectedly encounters Xian Nan as he exits, and she hurriedly hides behind a wall. Uncertain of her own nervousness, she acknowledges her affection for Xian Nan Gij, and merely seeing his upright figure causes her heart to race as if it were a rabbit. When Xian Nan's shadow disappears around the corner, Luodan quietly slips into her grandmother's chamber. Grandmother, what did you discuss with Xian Nan Gij? Luotan, do you not have feelings for young Xian? He mentioned he would come to propose on an auspicious day. Ah, how swiftly that day approaches. It is set for a month from now, and the steward of the Xian household is coming to propose with great gifts. However, on that very day, Luotan mysteriously vanishes. The bamboo household searches high and low, inside and out, yet they find no trace of her. The maidservants and young servants rush in and out, reporting they have searched all of Luotan's usual haunts, to no avail. Luotan, who is typically well-behaved, has indeed caused Bamboo Granny great distress today. Upon learning of the Bamboo family's turmoil, the steward of the Xian household reports back to Lord Xian, for the disappearance of the Bamboo young lady is no trifling matter. She is to be the future lady of the city. The Xian family similarly dispatches all their servants to search, and together with the Bamboo household, they conduct a thorough search involving over 500 people, turning Jixiangcheng upside down, yet still, no trace of Luodan is found. The city gates, as per the Lord's orders, have been closed, and the guard stationed at the gates confirm they have not seen Miss Zhu. After 3 days of exhaustive search employing every possible method, including prayers at the most revered mountain shrine, Bamboo Granny gazes at the wish tree there, adorned with countless silk ribbons. If she is not found by sunset today, I will bind those wish ribbons. I would trade my life for hers, Bamboo Granny weeps openly. The shrine of Jixiang Mountain is known for its efficacy. As long as one is willing to exchange something of utmost importance, their wishes are sure to be granted. As the sun approaches the horizon, an arrow bearing a letter strikes the city gate with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply, indicative of a powerful bow. Xian Nan himself retrieves it, revealing a simple yet chilling message. I demand her life in exchange for the life of a dog of the Xin clan. The letter is inscribed in the script of the Yu tribe. The Yu tribe, located to the north of the Shuwa, has long been a source of conflict, as Jixiangcheng serves as a barrier between the two factions. Due to the Yu tribe's history of deceit and treachery, Shuwa severed trade relations with them, rendering them eternal foes, as the Yu tribe has frequently launched surprise attacks over the past century. 6 months prior, Xian Nan had successfully repelled an invasion from the Yu army, leading 1,000 defenders in an offensive that culminated in the decapitation of the Yu chieftain, whose head was displayed prominently on a flag. The Yu tribe is returning? These barbaric people are relentless. What shall be done about Miss Zhu? Xian Nan swiftly assembles his troops, leading the elite to rescue her. Luo Tan finds herself imprisoned in a dark room, her hands and feet bound, her mouth gagged with cloth. She is disoriented, unable to recall how she ended up here. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a loud bang. A middle-aged man with a single eye enters, leering as he adjusts his trousers. What a lovely little thing. The women of Shuwa are indeed fair. Serve me well today, and I may grant you a swift death. Please no, don't come near me. Luo Dan struggles desperately, rolling on the ground, finally managing to kick the scoundrel in the head, but it causes little harm. Enraged, he lunges at her once more, tearing at her clothing. Luo Tan resolves to use all her strength to dash against the wall to preserve her dignity. Just then, the vile man suddenly collapses, his head hitting the ground. Luo Tan glances behind him and sees a tall, slender woman standing there. She had just rendered the scoundrel unconscious with a candlestick, rescuing Luton. Gratitude shimmered in Luton's eyes as she approached to untie her. Sister, who are you? Where am I? This is Yuegwa. I was also captured by them. I will help you escape. Thank you, sister. This life-saving grace will be forever etched in my heart. The woman introduced herself as Iwan, a native of Shuwa who had been abducted at the tender age of 5 and had lived among the Yue people for over 2 decades. Her command of the Shuwa dialect now faded. She had served an unseemly old man in the elder's household, enduring a miserable existence, and had contemplated death countless times. Today, having learned of the capture of the fiancé of the Lord of Jixiangcheng, she resolved to perform a good deed before her end, believing that saving a life was worth more than building a pagoda of 7 stories, perhaps securing a favorable rebirth. Tears streamed down Luton's face as she learned of Ewan's tragic fate. Together, they fled from the woods. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed behind them as enemy cavalry pursued. The 2 vulnerable women were swiftly captured and thrown onto horseback. Luton's screams were swallowed by the wind, her tears mingling with the earth, for she realized she would never see her grandmother again, nor wed her beloved hero, Xuan Nan. Luton and Awan were taken to the chieftain's hall to face judgment. Fear gripped Luton as she gazed at the assembly of men, aged from their 40s to 60s, all members of the 8 elders of the Yue tribe. Since the chieftain's demise, all matters have been entrusted to them. At the center, an elderly man with missing teeth sat in a grand chair. Awan, her hands bound behind her back, crawled before him, pleading, Elder Sure, I know I was wrong. I promise it will not happen again. I will serve you diligently from now on. Luton recognized this man as the one who had enslaved Awan. You disobedient girl, your end is near. Take them away and ensure they are well taken care of. Luton and Awan were thrown back into the shed. The man who had tossed them and leered at them. Please don't let me go. I beg you, Luton sobbed. Having lived a sheltered life filled with love, she had never endured such suffering and was utterly unprepared to confront such filth. She retreated to the wall. Awan stood in front of her. Come at me. Oh, you said it. Don't regret it later. The man roughly dragged Awan away. Luton clutched Awan's arm tightly. Sister Awan, don't go. If it comes to it, we can die together. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. Awan, in despair, replied, Sister, you are still young, a virgin. Perhaps you still have a chance to escape. Awan was pulled away. The door slammed shut behind them, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Luton heard Awan's screams echoing through the wall, the cries lasting for over an hour, until Luton had cried all the tears she had left. When Awan was thrown back, her hair was disheveled, her clothes torn, and there were bloodstains on her skirt. Luton embraced Awan, weeping bitterly. Awan lifted her bloodied hand to stroke Luton's hair. Her voice hoarse, We are both from Shugwa. I will protect you. The door opened again, and another guard, lecherous and crude, stepped in. You are in for a treat. Enjoy your time with the master. His gaze fixed on Luton. Awan repeated, Come at me. When the door closed, Luton could no longer reach Awan. She pounded on the door, wishing to tear off the ears of these beasts, refusing to cower and await death, unwilling to let Awan suffer humiliation on her behalf. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted outside, and the acrid scent of smoke filled the air. The door burst open, and just before Luton fainted, she glimpsed her hero, Xuannan. He had slain the 8 elders, and after a quick examination by the physician, Luton was found to have only minor bruises, still retaining her purity. Xuannan not only brought Luton back unscathed but also rescued Awan, who was in much worse condition, her body battered and feverish. Upon waking, Luton was too preoccupied with gratitude for her savior to heed Xuannan's comforting words. She stayed by Awan's side until she slowly regained consciousness, personally preparing and feeding her medicine. Luton expressed to her grandmother that without Awan, she would not have returned alive, and she wished to bond with Awan as sisters. Madame Zhu disapproved, asserting the high status of their family. Yet Awan, not wanting to burden Luton, only expressed her desire to remain as Luton's maid after her recovery. Following this ordeal, Luton's betrothal to the Lord of Xuan was delayed. The next suitable date for their engagement would not arrive for another 6 months. Madame Zhu encouraged Luton to spend more time with Xuannan to foster their relationship. Luton was not in a rush. Everyone knew she was destined to marry Xuannan eventually. The Lord invited Luton to admire the lanterns together, to fly kites, and he purchased osmanthus cakes, rice cakes, and rouge to send to his future bride. Xuannan had previously believed that fate was something one could only encounter by chance, refusing to seek a partner through matchmaking. Now that he had recognized Luton as the one, he redefined his role from the neighborly brother to Luton's future husband. Luton, sweet and innocent, became the object of Xuannan's deepening affection since their engagement was confirmed. On the day of the Lord's birthday, a grand lantern festival was held in the city. After a round of festivities, the Lord eagerly changed in a fresh attire to meet Luton. The dragon boat swayed gently on the river, and in the cabin, Xuannan pulled Luton into his embrace. Ahuan, witnessing this scene, hurriedly lifted the curtain and exited. The boatman, having put down his pole, leisurely took out his pipe, anchoring the boat in the river's heart, muttering, It seems this long night can afford to linger until we reach the other side. Xuannan, new to the taste of love, found himself increasingly captivated. He was unsure how to please his beloved wife, feeling that no amount of affection was sufficient. A passionate kiss unraveled their breaths, and in a moment of intoxication, Xuannan instinctively loosened Luton's skirt. Luton, barely conscious, trembled yet surrendered to his desires. Her softness only fueled Xuannan's cravings. As Luton nestled in his arms, he held her tightly from behind, whispering sweet nothings. Suddenly, the metallic scent of blood jolted Luton awake. Blood stained the floor and the bedding. Weak and dizzy, she saw Xuannan with a gaping wound, bleeding profusely. The cabin was filled with a sickly, sweet fragrance. The words bewitching incense flashed in Luton's mind. Before her stood Awan, brandishing a dagger. Awan, why? Xuannan was dead, but the greater blow to Luton was Awan's betrayal. She had treated her like a sister. Yet why did she harm her in Xuannan? I infiltrated Jixiangqing just to wait for this day. Thanks to you, the bed of tenderness is the grave of heroes. Last night was his most relaxed moment. Thank you for providing me this opportunity. Awan's face twisted into a snarl, entirely unrecognizable from the Awan Luton knew. Her demeanor transformed into madness, laughter echoing with malice. Why do you ask? Let me tell you my full name, she enunciated. My name is Yue Wenjuan. My father, the chieftain of the Yue tribe, was slain by your man. To orchestrate this trap, my clan sacrificed the 8 elders. Haha, it was all worth it, all worth it. As long as I can chop off his dog head. Yue Wenjuan looked up at the sky. Father, if you are watching from above, see your daughter take Xuannan's head as an offering. No. Luton lunged for the dagger. The bewitching incense clouded her senses, leaving her disoriented, unsure whether she shattered a vase or a teacup. Yue Wenjuan dismissed Luton entirely. A soft shrimp thinks it can be strong? As I sever the head of Xiannan, I shall also take yours, arranging the 2 of you upon the offering plate to form a pair. Yuan forcefully pushed away Elftan, only to inadvertently step on a piece of orange rind that had rolled out from the shattered teapot. Losing her balance, she fell backward, her occiput striking the ground and impaling itself upon the dagger she had just relinquished. The blade pierced through her skull, exiting through her left eye. Elftan watched as Yu Wenjuan's brain matter mingled with blood, cascading onto the cabin floor, painting a gruesome ink wash. Elftan closed her eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she learned of her brother Xiannan's demise. The city of Jixiang fell into a profound silence. Shops shuttered, and households closed their doors. A collective gesture to pray for their lord. The proclamation that reached the townsfolk spoke of an unexpected illness afflicting their lord. Clad in pure white, Elftan approached her brother Xiannan's coffin. He appeared as if in slumber. She sat beside the casket, gazing at him. He was the man she longed to wed. Their hearts entwined. Elftan awaited the day when Xiannan would come to claim her as his bride in grand procession. She envisioned a lifetime of love with him, dreaming of bearing many children, be they boys or girls, for she cherished them all. 5 years her senior. Xiannan's departure left her resolute in her vow never to remarry. She would await him in the afterlife to continue their union. But why had he left? Why had such a robust and healthy Xiannan vanished? All was her fault. Elftan was consumed with guilt for having unwittingly invited a wolf into her home by trusting Yuan. With a mixed accent, Yuan struggled to articulate the language of the Shu kingdom, and Elftan had believed her tale of being abducted and enslaved by the Yu clan, resulting in her inability to speak the language fluently. It was Elftan's naive compassion and lack of insight that led her to trust Yuan's ploy, mistaking her for savior. Time and again, her grandmother had expressed her disdain for Yuan, cautioning Elftan, but she had dismissed it as mere class prejudice against someone of humble origins. Elftan, I sense she is not as simple as she appears, her grandmother had warned. Grandmother, I believe Sister Wan. She saved your granddaughter's life. I hope you refrain from speaking ill of her. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Elftan wished she could strike herself. After 7 days of mourning, Xiannan was buried. Elftan learned that Jixiang could not remain without a ruler for a day. They would soon welcome a new lord to restore stability. She cared not who the new lord would be. It held no relevance for her. Elftan ventured to the temple of the mountain god on Jixiang Mountain. In a daze, she neither ate nor drank, kneeling on the mat at the temple entrance for 7 days and nights. I have but one wish. I want my brother Xiannan to return. I am willing to exchange anything for it. Anything? Are you certain? A voice floated through the wind. As long as I possess it, as long as it can be exchanged, Elftan declared. Very well. How about trading your lifetime of marital bliss? Without hesitation, Elftan agreed. I am willing to trade. The voice responded, go bind silk, and your wish shall be granted. Elftan inscribed her wish upon the silk and tied it to the wish tree. The silk fluttered in the breeze, and Elftan thought, the one I love is Xiannan. If he is no longer here, what use is there for marital bliss? Elftan descended the mountain, resuming her life. From that day forth, her memories of Xiannan began to fade. She forgot their promises to one another, vowing a lifetime of devotion. She forgot the gentle kiss he had bestowed beneath the pear blossom tree. She forgot the night of his birthday on the boat in Jixiang River, when they welcomed Xiannan's twin brother, Xianbei, to assume the title of lord. while Nan inexplicably returned to life. Two lords. How are the people to choose? Xianbei declared, I have no interest in ruling. I shall continue my pursuit as a demon catcher. While on his demon-catching journey, he received news about the temple of the mountain god, which seemingly granted wishes but was, in fact, consuming human souls. It first satiated human desires, only to feast upon their souls once those desires reached a fever pitch. This resembled the cunning of a serpent demon. Upon arriving at the temple, Xianbei feigned being a devotee and made a wish. I desire wealth beyond measure. Although Xianbei did not truly care for riches, he spoke merely to appease the spirit. Are you willing to exchange your most precious possession? Certainly. I am willing to exchange anything. I am weary of poverty. I crave luxurious garments, sumptuous feasts, and a beautiful wife. I will trade anything for it. Then let us exchange your 50 years of life. Agreed. If I must live in poverty for 80 years, I would rather live in wealth for 30. I am 23 this year. A fortune teller foretold I would reach 80. To enjoy 7 years of opulence is worth even death. Your wish shall be fulfilled. From that day forth, Xianbei found himself collecting bricks of gold, one after another, eventually amassing a fortune. He merely waited for wealth to fall from the heavens. Having filled his abode with riches, he finally achieved the wealth he desired and could live without worry. Now that his wish had been granted, it was time to await the serpent demon to collect the interest. Xianbei lay in bed snoring, awaiting his fate. A dense aura of demonic energy wafted into Xianbei's humble chamber under the cover of night. This aura transformed into a green shadow, gradually morphing into a colossal serpent. It opened its mouth, drawing near to Xianbei's nostrils, attempting to extract his soul. Human souls are the most nourishing. As it took its first breath, it sensed something was amiss. This was not a human soul. Ah, my throat burns. The green serpent exhaled fire. The one who had seemed to be in a deep slumber suddenly drew out his soft sword with closed eyes. As the blade gleamed coldly, it cleaved the serpent in two, and only then did its master open his eyes. A mere serpent demon with a century of cultivation dares to impersonate a mountain god? Truly, you are unaware of your own insignificance. Xianbei returned to the mountain god's temple, where he heard cries for help emanating from a jar on the offering table. Help! Let me out! Xianbei replied. I can assist you, but first tell me who you are and how you came to be trapped. I am the mountain god of this place, ensnared by the cunning of the green serpent and imprisoned in this pickled vegetable jar. You seem to be no ordinary person since you can hear me. Help me, and I shall grant you a wish. Xianbei opened the jar, and after a puff of white smoke, a small boy with white hair and white clothing appeared before him. You are the mountain god? Is the mountain god truly this adorable? Xianbei pinched the mountain god's cheek. Ouch! Don't touch me. I despise humans who lack boundaries. My apologies. You are simply too cute. The mountain god turned, transforming into a white fox nestled on the ground. Is this less adorable? A fox? Are you not the mountain god, but a fox spirit? Humph. You are too easily surprised. The mountain god is a being who is cultivated to divinity. My true form is that of a fox. You promised to grant me a wish. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Speak your wish. I want my elder brother to truly resurrect. Previously, the snake spirit had transformed into the mountain god, allowing her brother to return in a demonic form. Wolftan desired her brother to return as a human. This is quite challenging. Challenging does not mean impossible. I know you can do it. Unless I were to transfer all my cultivation to him, he would not become a true spirit, but rather an immortal. Yet I would revert to my fox form, powerless to protect the people. It is simple. Allow my brother to take your place as the mountain god, and you may enjoy a leisure-filled life. The fox spirit replied, Your cultivation is quite pure. Donate some. Due to the excessive output of his cultivation, Xianbei forgot many things. From then on, the fates of all involved underwent a transformation. The fox descended the mountain and discovered there was little of interest, eventually returning to Jixiang Mountain, where Nan welcomed him as a retainer. Nan was both lord and mountain god. Xianbei continued his demon-catching endeavors. Most pitiable was Wolftan, who had pawned her marital bliss. That essence had already been consumed by the serpent spirit. Even though the serpent spirit was slain by Xianbei. Luftan's marital fate could never return. Initially, Luftan obeyed her parents' wishes and married a capricious master with an Oedipal complex who favored a courtesan, and later, she married a young steward dealing in counterfeit medicine. Grandmother fell ill due to the misdeeds of her wayward son, and after recovering from stroke, she chose to live in seclusion, unconcerned with the world. After experiencing repeated disappointments in marriage, Lutan finally decided to retreat from society. The fox, dispatched by Xuannan, was sent to protect Lutan. Although the fox had given most of its powers to the city lord, it still possessed enough strength to deal with a few scoundrels. The fox excitedly ran back to Lutan Mountain with Mian Huatong, only to find both Xuan Qingzhu and Xuanbei simultaneously appearing. Such rare visitors. Was the city lord here for a matter of importance? A joyous occasion. He came to propose. The city lord took a sip of tea and spoke. The fox glanced at Xuannan, then Xuanbei, and finally at Lutan. There is only one Lutan. To whom will she marry? The city lord or to the second master? Xuanbei expressed his desire to marry Lutan and requested his elder brother to assist in the proposal. The fox's mind was struck by a thunderclap. Is it the second master who wishes to wed Lutan? If I am not mistaken, the city lord still harbors feelings for Lutan. Otherwise, he would not remain a solitary figure after all these years. This beloved person is about to become his brother's wife. How noble of the city lord. The fox's inner musings were conveyed telepathically to Xuannan. As the mountain deity and a fox spirit, they could easily conceal their thoughts from others with minimal effort. Xuannan replied, "Speak less. Lutan has already forgotten me. I can see it in her eyes. Xuanbei likes her, and she reciprocates his feelings. I only wish for Lutan to have a good future, regardless of whether that person is me." The fox remarked, "City lord, you are truly admirable. I believe your affection for Lutan runs deeper. Love is not possession, but the desire for her happiness." Lutan tilted her head, adorably asking, "Xiaobai, why do you keep looking at Brother Xuannan?" "Lutan? Think carefully. Marriage is no trifling matter, and once made, the decision cannot be undone. Do you feel I have not treated you well? Or is it that my New Year's gift was insufficient?" Xuanbei inquired. "Neither. The second master has treated me well. But you must know that a gentleman does not take away another's love." "What are you talking about, Xiaobai?" Mian Huatong found it puzzling. "Since no marriage has taken place, fair competition is permissible. The city lord has no objections, but the audience disagrees. Lutan, please consider this carefully. Perhaps you have already fallen for someone else. Do not let regret catch up with you later. Brother Xuannan, Brother Xuanbei, I have made up my mind. I do not wish to marry. I find my current life very satisfactory. Marriage feels like a nightmare to me. That is because you married the wrong person before." Mian Huatong commented, "The city lord and the second master are different. They are good men." Lutan shook her head, explaining that marriage entails establishing a family and bearing children. "Until I can ascertain that this world is a happy place, I do not wish to bring another into it. A child must endure trials and tribulations to understand the essence of life, yet I cannot bear to subject them to such hardships." Holding a teacup, Lutan gazed at Xuannan and Xuanbei, stating, "I am uncertain if I can bring happiness to Brother Xuanbei, nor am I sure about having children. For the sake of the Xuan family lineage, I ask Brother Xuanbei to seek another worthy partner." This rejection was unmistakable. Some were pleased, while others felt disheartened. Xiaobai felt relieved. Fortunately, Lutan did not agree. Xuanbei responded, "I understand. I respect Lutan's decision. Lutan, may I still come over for meals in the future? Of course, we are family." The fox continued to observe Xuannan's expression, which appeared calm, leaving one to wonder what thoughts lay beneath. Lutan's refusal left him wondering whether to feel joy or regret. The residents of Jixiang City enjoyed reading, with every household having a writing desk. Lutan's flowers were particularly suited for the left side of a desk, adding an aesthetic touch. Whether it was hydroponic lucky bamboo, guanine bamboo, or pothos, all were in high demand. The fox and Mian Huatong descended the mountain to sell flowers and returned with a basket full of books. "Lutan, wake up and take a look at your spiritual nourishment." Lutan had fallen asleep in a rocking chair, covered with a soft blanket and resting her head on a plush rabbit-shaped pillow. Xiaobai called her several times, but she did not awaken. The fox and Mian Hua Tong exchanged glances, questioning why Lu Tan seemed so exhausted today. Lu Tan was dreaming. In a meadow blooming with flowers, a golden coffin lay still. A slender woman wielded a dagger, frantically declaring, "I will sever his head, I will sever his head." Lu Tan felt she had seen this woman before, but could not recall where. Blood flowed, causing the flowers to wither instantly, the ground stained with crimson. The grotesque woman approached the coffin, and Lu Tan felt compelled to see who lay within. Lu Tan, wake up!" Xiao Bai began to shake the rocking chair. Startled, Lu Tan awoke. "Xiao Bai, Mian Hua Tong, you were back? You were asleep so deeply. I called you for quite a while. I just had a dream. A very vivid dream." "What did you dream about?" "A woman was insisting on severing someone's head. I feel as though I have seen her before, yet I cannot recall who she is. You should have some Huang Qi to replenish your energy. Vivid dreams may indicate your body needs adjustment." "Yes. I've been a bit congested lately. Perhaps I sweat too much while tending to the orange trees and did not change clothes in time." "Sister Lu Tan, if you are tired, just rest well. We are here to help you. You should go back to your room and sleep." Xiao Bai and Mian Hua Tong guided Lu Tan into her bedroom. As soon as her head touched the pillow, she drifted back to that place filled with withered flowers and blood. The woman had vanished, and Lu Tan walked slowly toward the golden coffin. She saw Xuan Bei. Reaching out, she touched Xuan Bei's cheek, finding it devoid of warmth. Brother Xuan Bei, wake up. You are a demon hunter. How can you be dead?" Lu Tan attempted to pull Xuan Bei from the coffin, but in an instant he transformed into Xuan Nan. A gaping wound in his chest bled profusely. Lu Tan reached out, trying to stem the flow of blood. Surroundings transformed, no longer filled with dead branches and leaves. They found themselves on a boat. Lu Tan opened her mouth but could not utter a sound, as Xuan Nan's blood continued to flow. "Brother Xuan Nan, do not die, please." Xiao Bai opened the door. Hearing Lu Tan's cries, "What is wrong with Lu Tan?" The room was empty. Was Lu Tan merely dreaming? The fox hesitated about whether to awaken her when a tall figure slipped in beside Xiao Bai. He embraced Lu Tan, saying, "Lu Tan, wake up." Just moments ago, Lu Tan had seen Xuan Nan covered in blood, and the next second, she saw a perfectly unharmed Xuan Nan. "Brother Xuan Nan, you are all right. How wonderful." Just a moment ago, Lu Tan was on the brink of tears in her dream. "It's all right. I am here." Xuan Nan held Lu Tan tightly. The fox knew that Xuan Nan visited frequently, often standing outside without entering. Therefore, he was not surprised by the scene before him. After all, they were once true lovers. The fox quietly closed the door and stepped out. Lu Tan clung tightly to Xuan Nan, afraid he would vanish at any moment. It was merely a dream, yet the pain in her heart felt all too real. Xuan Nan quietly accompanied her, and, after a long while, Lu Tan finally lifted her head, asking, "Brother Xuan Nan, how did you come to be here?" "I was passing by." Realizing her indiscretion, Lu Tan distanced herself from Xuan Nan's embrace. "I apologize for my earlier behavior." "No harm done." Lu Tan glanced again at the location of Xuan Nan's heart, hoping it was merely a dream. She found this embrace strangely familiar. Xuan Bei often came over for meals and carried a faint scent of mint, while Xuan Nan exuded a milky fragrance. Lu Tan rose and washed her face, preparing a pot of Jumingzi tea for Xuan Nan. The two shared a few cups in silence, and, as Lu Tan went to refill the water, she suddenly felt dizzy. Xuan Nan caught her as she fainted. Lu Tan. Xiao Bai staggered back in, asking, "What happened to the city lord?" Xuan Nan replied succinctly, "Bai She, wasn't it sealed by the city lord? It escaped. I was worried and came to check on Lu Tan, and sure enough, the first thing it did was drain her energy. How despicable. Picking on the weak, is it?" Lu Tan was taken to the Xuan residence, where Xuan Bei paced anxiously outside, pondering why his elder brother Lu Tan had yet to awaken. Xuan Nan remained steadfastly by Lu Tan's side, aware that Lu Tan had been drained of too much vital energy, a fact she was oblivious to. Had I arrived any later, she might have succumbed to exhaustion. Xuan Bei struck the doorframe with a fist, producing a resounding thud. Is this endless? Why is this cunning snake so difficult to deal with? Xuan Bei would not shy away from a genuine fight. Rather, he was weary of such deceitful tactics. City Lord, a grave matter has arisen." A servant rushed in, seemingly either too frantic or genuinely oblivious, stumbling over the threshold and crashing to the ground. What has happened? City Lord, let me tell you. He scrambled up and leaned close to Xuan Nan, stealthily drawing a knife and lunging at him. Brother, be careful. Xuan Bei swiftly intervened, delivering a punch that sent the servant flying, who then collided with the wall, still laughing maniacally. Ha ha! As Xuan Bei attempted to seize him again, the man bit his own tongue and swallowed it. Stop! This change has come too swiftly. Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei were caught off guard. The servant's life had slipped away. Xuan Bei gently closed his eyes. A slender worm emerged silently from the corpse's ear, inching towards the doorway. Xuan Bei swiftly stomped on it, capturing it in his hand. The worm coiled around his wrist, crawling up his arm towards his shoulder, seemingly intent on entering his ear. Xuan Bei formed a hand gesture, shaking it towards the worm, and in an instant, a foul odor accompanied the creature's charred demise. He shook off the burnt remnants. Brother, look, it is a Tia Xianchong. The white snake scorns the souls of ordinary people. Yet this creature shows a certain esteem. They typically feast on mantises, luring them to their doom, only to return to the water to lay their eggs. It is the more evolved ones that consume humans. This one has just attained a semblance of intelligence, lacking in prowess, and dared to wreak havoc in Jixiang City, likely under orders. Xuan Nan summoned the guards to handle the servant's remains, providing substantial compensation for the family. Second brother, check if there are others under control. Xuan Bei called forth the household servants and maids of the Xuan residence, lining them up before him. He produced a bell from his palm. He circled the line from front to back, then declared, Elder brother, there are none. Second master, what is the significance of this bell? The cook inquired. I had the Tia Xianchong ashes sent it. If any share a similar odor, it will sound an alarm. Since it remains silent, it indicates the absence of others. Xuan Bei ventured into the city once more, the bell cradled in his palm, and it remained mute throughout his journey. Thunder rumbled, yet the rain was scant. To incite such panic with merely a single minion? Chapter 16. The colorful rope with Luton guarded by Xuan Nan. The fox arrived to assist Xuan Bei. Second master. Are Tia Xianchong and the white snake allies, or is the Tia Xianchong merely taking advantage of the chaos? The truth remains elusive. Yet its infiltration of my household at this critical juncture surely harbors insidious motives. Ding, ding, ding. The fox shook its ears. Second master, the bell has sounded. The two had exited the bustling marketplace, arriving at the foot of Luton Mountain. Who goes there? Step forth. Xuan Bei sensed a rustling of branches. Uncertain if anyone was indeed present, it was merely a tactical bluff. The continued shaking of the branches indicated someone fleeing in the opposite direction. Chase. The fox bolted forward, while Xuan Bei encircled from another direction. Upon reaching a hollow in the mountains, he spotted Xiao Bai fixated on a corpse. Xiao Bai turned. You are late. This individual bit his tongue to end his life. The body lay sprawled on the ground. Xuan Bei flipped it over. Zhuang Bo, the vendor of vegetable seedlings? Indeed, it is he. I previously purchased strawberry seedlings from him, selecting the freshest ones still adorned with fruit. Upon returning home, Luton found them wilted and withered. He must have switched them while packaging. Xuan Bei remarked, the citizens of Jixiang City are simple and kind-hearted. Zhuang Bo is not a local. He arrived last year seeking refuge with his son-in-law, citing a plague that claimed his entire family as the reason for his relocation. Xuan Bei examined Zhuang Bo's scalp, peeling back his clothing to search for additional wounds. Xiao Bai suggested, should I notify his daughter and son-in-law to identify the body? Xuan Bei shook his head. His son-in-law is the servant of a Xuan residence who also took his life by biting his tongue. What? Xiao Bai exclaimed in surprise. It appears the compensation awarded by the city lord will go unspent. Let us visit his home and see if there remains a chance for his wife. Xuan Bei and Xiao Bai arrived at Li's residence in the city, the front door wide open. As soon as Xuan Bei stepped inside, the bell at his waist began to jangle incessantly. He quickened his pace and noticed a disheveled woman crawling from the inner room. Her movements were stiff and slow as she crawled on all fours. Xuan Bei fixed his gaze upon her. The woman paused and lifted her head. He observed her rolling eyes, with streaks of blood running down her cheeks. Drawing his soft sword, Xuanbei struck decisively at her neck, severing her head. She convulsed momentarily before remaining still, as iron worms emerged from her mouth and both ears, even spilling forth from the severed neck. My heavens! How many iron worms are there? No wonder the bell is sounding so ominously. Xiaobai attempted to stomp on them, but Xuanbei stopped him. Do not crush them. These creatures could harm others again. With a gesture, Xuanbei pointed at the writhing worms on the ground, igniting them in flames. In but a moment, all the iron worms were reduced to ashes. Truly, second master, you handle the extermination of demons without getting your hands dirty. Xuanbei replied, let us enter and discover why these iron worms have set their sights on this family. As he crossed the threshold, a foul stench assailed them, nearly overwhelming Xiaobai. Xuanbei remained composed. Accustomed to dealing with monsters, he often encountered decaying corpses, honing his ability to hold his breath. I cannot bear it any longer. The fox rushed outside, leaning against the wall to retch violently. The source of the stench emanated from a large vat within the room. Xuanbei procured a stick to stir the contents, retrieving a segment resembling human intestines. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Was it human? He continued to stir, extracting a piece of skin, confirming with certainty that the vat contained human remains, already highly decomposed. My heavens! The fox could endure no more and vomited. Xuanbei kicked the vat, and, as it shattered, foul liquid gushed forth, revealing putrid entrails teeming with maggots. Using the stick, Xuanbei began to separate the pieces, eventually pulling free a human head. It was impossible to discern the identity. The fox took a glance and began retching again. Xuanbei stated, is a member of the Yu tribe. How could you tell? The fox, covering its nose, inquired. By the bone structure. The skull of a Yu tribesman is narrower and thinner than that of a Gua tribesman. Centuries without intermarriage have led to these facial differences. Xiaobai gave a thumbs up. Had Luton possessed her discernment, she would not have fallen prey to that Yu woman in the first place. What could have led a Yu tribesman to meet such a fate, and to be submerged in a vat? It is truly perplexing. Xuanbei began to search the surroundings. With centuries of trade embargoes between the two nations, their relations have been fraught with strife. The city lord had issued orders forbidding any Yu tribesmen from entering the city. On the surface, nothing appeared suspicious. Yet Xuanbei was undeterred. He tapped the walls, probing the brick seams with his stick. There's a void beneath. Xuanbei suppressed his nausea from the bodily fluids and began to feel around on the ground. He discovered a mechanism beneath the table and pressed it firmly, hearing a click as a secret door lifted. Such a mechanism in a commoner's home? It must be significant. Xuanbei glanced down into the darkness below. Lighting a fire starter, he leaped down. Xiaobai hesitated, contemplating whether to follow Xuanbei. Standing at the entrance, he found the stench unendurable. After much deliberation, he resolved to join, thinking that should Xuanbei encounter danger, he would be there to lend a hand. Upon descending, Xiaobai immediately spotted the flickering light. A candlestick had been ignited by Xuanbei. He sat under the dim light, perusing several pages of paper. Xiaobai leaned in for a glimpse. Yuguizi? Eryi, can you comprehend this? He could roughly understand that this person was an undercover agent lurking in Jixiang City, tasked with relaying information to the Yu clan outside the city. The informants they had bribed were none other than the old couple, Lao Li. Since they are in cahoots, why then did the Yu clan's agent end up submerged in a water vat? Due to conflicting interests, it seemed the untransmitted letters hinted that they intended to betray Lao Li. This couple had been gathering intelligence on the Su family and Jixiang City, but they had defaulted on a substantial payment. They had already sought out more capable replacements, planning to renege on the payment, while also intending to use iron wire worms to eliminate this family of three. So, Lao Li's family acted preemptively? The fox remarked. It appears so. Eryi, how can the iron wire worms heed the commands of the Yu clan? The Yu clan's shamans have mastered the art of breeding poisons for centuries. The iron wire worm is one such creature. If someone offers a handsome price, the shamans will employ iron wire worms to kill livestock or even humans. However, iron wire worms are feeble beings that can only attack those with weak will or wicked individuals who are destined for retribution. Xiaobai, sniffing around, crouched beneath the earthen bed and touched something that bore a faint scent of ink. Transforming into a fox, he began to dig with his sharp claws, unearthing a small booklet. It appeared to be a cheat sheet for the imperial examination. "Hear ye, I'm not well versed in characters. Can you decipher what is written within?" Su Bei flipped through it, his brows furrowing tighter, then gradually relaxing as a realization struck him. "What is it?" the fox inquired, intrigued. 7 years ago, Lu Tan's abduction was orchestrated by this agent in collusion with Lao Li. They have been monitoring the movements of my elder brother's residence through Lao Li. On that fateful day, Lao Li's wife staged a chance encounter, then feigned an accident to gain sympathy from Lu Tan, leading her to a secluded area where she knocked Lu Tan unconscious. No wonder Lu Tan has no recollection of that day. It must have been due to a concussion from the blow to her head. How wicked, to betray one's own. Such a person deserves to be devoured by iron wireworms, the fox huffed. "Hear ye, does this booklet mention who their newly found traitor is?" "No, I fear that person is also close to our elder brother." The two tucked the letters and booklet into their sleeves. "Hear ye, it would have been better if they had buried or burned the body. Why leave it to decompose in such a foul manner?" Su Bei replied, "It seems that it was not Lao Li and his wife's intent, but rather the iron wireworms compelling them to act thus." The fox questioned, "Why would the iron wireworms go to such lengths?" "The poison worms depend on the blood and flesh of their practitioners for sustenance, regardless of the delicacies available outside. They must partake of their feeder's blood and flesh each day. Thus, they left the agent's corpse for their consumption. Can this be termed as mutual destruction among calamities?" The fox threw up his hands. Su Bei, armed with evidence, strode purposefully into Su Nan's bedroom. "Elder brother, I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "Whichever," Su Nan replied casually, casting merely a fleeting glance at Su Bei before returning his attention to Lu Tan, who remained unconscious. "The good news is that the iron wireworms are not allied with the white serpent. The traitor involved in Lu Tan's abduction has surfaced. The bad news is that there is still a Yu clan agent beside you, and we do not know who it may be." Su Bei handed the letters and account book to Su Nan, who perused them intently. He had never doubted anyone in Jixiang City, considering every citizen a friend. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that he had been sold for a mountain of gold. "Elder brother, how is Lu Tan faring?" The white serpent left Lu Tan with only a sliver of her vitality. She may require further rest to awaken. Su Nan tucked Lu Tan's hand under the covers. Until Su Bei's return, he had been holding her hand, attempting to impart strength. A small cotton candy had transformed into a little white dog, nestled beside Lu Tan's pillow in slumber. "Su Bei, do not disclose this matter to anyone for now. We must avoid alarming the enemy." "Understood, brother." If even those close to him could not be relied upon, he needed a trustworthy individual to safeguard Lu Tan. As the city lord, he was burdened with numerous responsibilities and could not remain there indefinitely. Xiao Bai and the cotton candy would guard Lu Tan. Su Nan resolved to accompany Su Bei in search of the white serpent. Su Nan glanced at Xiao Bai, who eagerly interjected, "I understand. If anything befalls Lu Tan, I shall serve the fox hot pot, right?" The fox can recite the ancient adage flawlessly. "Rest assured, Lord City Lord. Lu Tan is my friend and my most cherished family member. I will remain vigilant. And I, with my presence, will ensure that no demon harms Sister Lu Tan." Su Nan was acutely aware that together, they would not be a match for the white serpent. Su Bei looked at Su Nan, "Brother, I understand that I am no match for the white serpent alone. I will also stay to guard Lu Tan." "Very well," Su Nan replied tersely. Just as he was about to leave, Su Bei called out, "Brother." Su Nan turned back to see the multitude of emotions in Su Bei's eyes. "Brother, I heard from the steward that you had a betrothal with Lu Tan, and that when she went missing, you recklessly charged into the enemy camp. I assure you, I will no longer harbor any feelings for Lu Tan. I will not compete with you. If we both fall for the same person, regardless of who she is, I will certainly yield to you." Su Nan remained silent, nodding before stepping out. Xiao Bai looked at Su Bei. "Hear ye, you are aware of it all." "Indeed. It is absurd. Everyone knows except me. Had I known that elder brother and Lu Tan were already deeply in love, I would never have entertained the thought of marrying her. It is not your fault. Lu Tan is simply too virtuous, a gentle lady worthy of a gentleman." You need not blame yourself. Hear ye. The fox patted Su Bei's shoulder. Lu Tan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Lu Tan, you must awaken quickly. I long to savor the meals you prepare. Su Bei wondered if he was being a bit excessive, and then amended his words. Lu Tan, please awaken soon. I will learn to cook and prepare meals for you. Hear ye, you should give up. You could never replicate Lu Tan's flavor. Must you discourage me? Our Lu Tan's culinary skills may seem simple, yet she has an obsession with gourmet food. Many of our family's spices are her secret concoctions. The variety of her spices is vast and complex. Learning just those recipes could take you a decade or more. Su Bei, who spent his days at Lu Tan's home, had roamed the kitchen inside and out. Forgive my lack of discernment. I truly never noticed before. Take our vinegar, for instance. Did you not realize it is all-la-ba vinegar? Sunan shook his head, thinking it was merely common rice vinegar. The fox remarked, Lu Tan requires half a jar of garlic to be infused in just 1 jar of vinegar, yielding a deliciously fragrant and spicy flavor. Lu Tan's hand stirred slightly, slipping out from under the covers. Su Nin attempted to tuck it back in, only to notice a colorful string around her wrist, a fleeting glimmer emanating from it. Hear ye, what are you staring at? You just claim not to be emotionally swayed, yet here you are, fixated on her delicate little hand. If my eyes do not deceive me, then this colorful string bears significance. Su Bei reached out to touch the string, feeling warmth radiating from it. How can a mere colorful string possess warmth? The fox tilted its head, observing this string was gifted by a rather benevolent older brother. He mentioned that Lu Tan's innocence could attract the attention of malevolent beings, and he presented this colorful string to protect her life. Su Bei, puzzled, inquired, what did that person look like? The fox rested its chin on its hand, recalling he had a square face, thick brows, and large eyes. With a head full of lush hair, his eyes were very kind when he spoke, appearing quite approachable. Did he wear all purple? Indeed. Do you recognize him? Hear ye? That man is my master, Zixia Xianren. Ah, your master must be even more formidable than you, hear ye. Therefore, his gift of this colorful string to Lu Tan may indeed stem from a genuine desire to save her life. Chapter 17. Luring the tiger from the mountain, my master is a man who never helps others lightly, nor does he rescue people without due cause. He believes that aiding those who are wicked only leads to the suffering of more innocent souls, akin to assisting a tyrant in their cruelty. And such actions do not accumulate merit. He will only extend his help to those whose benefit is preordained for the greater good of humanity. Mayan Huiting nodded vigorously, proclaiming, Sister Lu Tan is the best, the most beautiful, and the kindest. The fox interjected, Second Master, could you elaborate on the purpose of this rope? I have always thought it to be merely an ordinary piece of string. I remain uncertain. I will inquire when I next meet my esteemed master. In a mountain cave on the outskirts, Xuanan sensed the presence of the white snake. Upon entering to search, he found nothing. Grandfather Mountain God, please bless my wife with a healthy, chubby boy. A man knelt on the mat in the mountain god's temple, repeatedly bowing his head. What would you offer in exchange? A voice inquired. I do not know what I can offer. My wife has been in labor for 3 days and nights, fainting from pain multiple times. The midwife said there might be 2 lives lost, so I came to beseech the mountain god. I desire a healthy, chubby boy to bring joy to my grandparents. Return home. Your wish shall be granted. Thank you, mountain god, thank you. The man departed, recalling that the mountain god had asked for something in exchange, yet no specifics were mentioned. Upon returning home, he heard the sound of a baby crying. It's here. A little prince has been born. Listening through the curtain, he exclaimed, Oh, the mountain god is truly benevolent. Thank you, mountain god. He knelt on the ground, offering his respects towards the mountain god's temple. How strange. This infant was born with a full set of teeth, the midwife remarked as she held the child. How is this possible? Pass him to me. For a closer look, the exhausted mother requested. As the baby was placed in the mother's arms, he burped, releasing a foul odor. Midwife, Granny Long, how is my son? Silence reigned. According to tradition, men were not permitted in the birthing room. Axiu, let Granny Long bring the child out for me to see. I long to meet my eldest son. Still, there was no response, and the birthing room was eerily quiet. What is happening? Please respond. The man, anxious, paced the courtyard, and after a while, with no one acknowledging him, he knocked on the door. Axie, Axie, let me see my son. I know you're upset because my mother hasn't provided you with nourishing food, but that is due to our family's poverty. I promise to repay you when I earn money. I'll let you eat 10 pumpkins. Yet still, there was no response. Convincing himself that his wife and the midwife were colluding to mock him, he grew increasingly angry. I usually let things slide, but today, on the day of my son's birth, you refuse to show me? What does that mean? His frustration boiling over, he kicked the door with force. The door, unlatched, swung open easily. Axie, you have crossed the line. He stormed inside, only to be stunned by the sight before him. A snake coiled upon the bed, with neither Axie nor Granny Long in sight. The snake, as thick as a water vat, opened its mouth and gazed at the man. I only consume pure souls. Thank you for informing me of a birth today. What could be more innocent than a newborn? It laughed heartily. You are a demon. You speak human words. Ah, help! The man panicked and ran towards the door, but slammed shut by itself. Let me go. What do you want from me, you monster? The snake replied. The souls of adult humans are foul and lack nourishment. Their flesh is akin to chewing wax. However, since I have already consumed 2, I am indifferent to 1 more. Come, obediently enter my belly. I refuse. I have yet to live enough. I do not wish to die. He kicked the door frantically, but when it wouldn't budge, he grabbed anything he could find on the table to throw at the constrictor. I had intended to swallow you whole and grant you a swift end, like that woman, an old lady, but you brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Do not eat me. I will serve you like a beast of burden if you spare my life. The man pleaded, crouching down and clutching his head, tears streaming down his face. You wish to serve me like a beast? Huh! I devoured your wife and child, and instead of seeking revenge, you offer your servitude? Am I hearing correctly? He could only blame their misfortune. Axie had always preferred wealth over virtue, often speaking ill of his parents. If she were to die, so be it. He could have his mother, a matchmaker, find him another. What is a son? He could remarry and have another child. As long as you do not kill me, I will serve you. Oh, great serpent, did you not say you enjoy feasting on infants? I can help you find them. In Jixiang City, I know every family that marries or gives birth. How spineless of you, yet I find it amusing. The snake flicked its tongue. Why does your grandmother know all this? My grandmother gossips daily, and if anything happens in the eastern part of Jixiang City, it will surely reach the western village before sunset. Very well, I require infants. They are the most delectable sustenance. With that, it swiftly coiled around the man, tightening its grip. The man struggled and cried out, Let me go. Did we not come to an agreement? The man rolled his eyes and departed this world. The constrictor opened its wide jaws and swallowed him whole, transforming into the likeness of the man. Ugh, truly distasteful, but to avoid revealing my true identity, I must eliminate the evidence. It stepped outside, grabbing a random person and asking, Where's my grandmother? Aha, are you drunk? Why ask me where your grandmother is? Speak. The man snarled, seizing him by the collar. What are you doing? Let go. The victim protested. You think you can speak to me like that? Your wife is unfaithful, and I am merely conveying what others say. Why take your anger out on me? The snake retorted, Enough chatter. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, its head morphed into a serpent's, and its body became a tail. Ah, a demon. Before he could finish his sentence, the serpent constricted around him, choking him to death before swallowing him whole. Afterward, the serpent burped. That was revolting. I can no longer afford to consume such refuse, devoid of nourishment and exhausting my energy. I crave infants. Spotting a woman nearby, it inquired, Where's my grandmother? Lady, you called me sweetheart just yesterday. The white snake scoffed at her. Simple folk, lives of stability, refined tastes. It appears that the Xuan family is merely boasting of their own virtues. Ignoring her, the white snake walked away, unaware of the beggar lurking in the shadows, who lifted his hat to reveal a bushy head of hair and beard. Jixiang City, under Xuanan's governance, is generally pleasant, though a few corners harbor a bit of filth. Where there is sunlight, there are shadows. One cannot expect everyone to be upright. With that, he donned his hat again and resumed his slumber. The white snake passed a group of elderly women basking in the sun at the alley's entrance, engaged in spirited conversation. Do you know which family has a newborn? A sharp slap resounded as one of the women struck the white snake's face. How dare you hit me? The snake exclaimed, clutching its face, astounded that in thousands of years, this was the first time someone had the audacity to strike it. You wretched child. Even your grandmother doesn't call for help. The woman scolded. Ah, you're his grandmother. Still no child? I truly wonder what purpose there is in marrying her. 7 years of eating without producing a single child. After several days of labor, how could anyone not give birth? The other elderly women chimed in, and as one began to speak, others followed suit, digging up every minor flaw to berate her, even if they had no personal knowledge of her. After all, failing to criticize her would seem disunited. The white snake gritted its teeth and demanded, I ask you, do you know which family has a newborn? A woman with bound feet kicked the snake's shins. How dare you speak to your elders like that? You show no respect. Having little patience left, the snake glared at them all, unwilling to consume them. Why is it that you do not give birth? Do you not know? It is because your grandson is incapable. And now, why has she finally given birth? To another's illegitimate child. After speaking, Baisha turned and walked away, feeling that merely uttering a few disdainful words was too lenient for them. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of his head. It was a stone. The elderly women cursed and hurled stones at Baisha, lamenting, unfilial wretch. You should have starved as a child. Family disgrace should not be aired. What nonsense are you spouting? How'll I face my old friends after this? Hongjia, how can you raise such a wretched child? If this little brat were born to my son, I would have him beaten to death. Baisha clenched his fists, having endured much, but this was the last straw. In an instant, he transformed into a python, wrapping his long tail around one elderly woman, suffocating her before moving on to another, discarding the corpses into a dung pit. A gust of wind swirled, covering the bodies with filth, and silence fell. Baisha reverted to a howl, thinking, am I to be trifled with? Do they think my temper is mild? City Lord, there has been an incident in Chinsai village in the northern outskirts. Speak, is it the work of a demon? Xian Nan was at his wit's end in the city. It is not yet confirmed. Villagers report several elderly women missing, and after a search, their bodies were discovered in the dung pit. The coroner concluded they died of asphyxiation. Luton stirred, her eyes fluttering open, yet she remained silent. Luton, you're awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry? Do you wish for something to eat? Luton seems not quite herself. Xian Bei, Xiao Bai, and Mian Huatong took turns calling her name, but she showed no response. Xiao Bai waved his hand before her eyes, wondering if perhaps her essence had been too depleted, rendering her dull. No, Luton is blessed. She will be fine. Xiao Bai, do not speak foolishly. Spit, spit, spit. Luton will not become dull-witted. She's clever, healthy, and charming. The fox interjected. Luton, please speak to me. What are you thinking? Though Xian Bei was anxious, his tone remained gentle. Luton stared vacantly at Xian Bei, and after a long moment, managed to utter a few words. Xian Bei Gij, I am here. Luton is fine. With me and my brother, we will protect you and ensure that Baisha cannot harm you again. And me too. If Baisha dares to return, I shall claw him to death. Mian Huatong declared vehemently. Just you? Give it up. The last time Baisha came, you were completely oblivious, Xiao Bai retorted. Yet you were no different. What right do you have to criticize me? Luton turned her gaze languidly toward them. Let's not argue. We are family. Yes, I want to argue. I will listen to you. Mian Huatong nuzzled against Luton's arm. Foolish mud only knows how to be coddled. Xiao Bai remarked as he pressed his face to Luton's other arm. Second master, there is trouble. The city lord requests your assistance. A servant rushed in to announce. What has happened? First, there were reports of missing persons in Chinsai village, and now, newborn infants are vanishing throughout the city. The city lord instructed me to inform you that all families with missing children had visited the mountain goddess temple to pay their respects before the incidents occurred. At that time, the city lord was hunting for Baisha. It seems the demon took advantage of the chaos to impersonate the mountain god. This is dire. Newborns are untouched by the world, their souls pure, making them prime targets for Baisha. How'd I not foresee this? Xiao Bai, Mian Huatong, you must look after Luton. Understood. Second master, please take care, Xiao Bai replied. Be cautious and return swiftly, Mian Huatong added. Indeed. Xian Bei cast a glance at Luton, who merely gazed back at him in silence. The urgency of the situation left no room for delay. Xian Bei turned and dashed out the door. However, the servant did not leave, watching as Xian Bei disappeared before turning back. Elder brother, do you have further business? The city lord instructed me to remain here to protect Miss Zhu. The city lord is truly considerate of Luton, knowing that the trouble is caused by a mere serpent spirit, yet dispatching a common human to safeguard her, the fox commented, having circled around to stand in front of Luton, arms outstretched. What is going on? What is the matter, Xiao Bai? Mian Huatong inquired. I do not understand your words. I only heard the city lord's orders. Whatever he commands, I shall do, the servant replied loudly. Then let me ask you, what is your name, and what is your role within the manor? How many are in your family, and what is your birth order? What is your wife's name? And how old are your children? The fox pressed, undeterred, overpowering his voice. This, I cannot say. Who does not know themselves? Unless you are unfamiliar with the owner of this skin? Xiao Bai glared at him. Mian Huatong finally grasped the situation, realizing, indeed, the city lord knows that Luton is in the most danger from Bai Shi. How could he possibly send the second master away? You demon. Speak. Are you transformed from Bai Shi? Luton turned to look at the servant, yet there was no fear in her gaze. Shameless wretch, do not wrongfully accuse me. I was merely stifling a sneeze. Now I wish to speak. My surname is Tsue. Tsue Ergu is I. Dahan is my brother. Sanpao is my younger sibling. And I am merely the city lord's errand runner, he said as he approached Luton's bedside. Then he opened his mouth, and suddenly his head expanded. His tongue shot out, ensnaring Xiao Bai and flinging him aside. Xiao Bai, dazed, called out, Luton, be careful. Chapter 18. Culinary Mastery, just as he attempted to rise. That foul, odorous tongue ensnared him again, lifting him high before releasing him to fall from the sky. This was the most troublesome tongue he had ever encountered. Xiao Bai prepared to engage in battle. Mian Huatong had already transformed into a small white dog and leapt to attack. With great ferocity, she bit down, yet it felt as if she had clamped onto an iron block. She could not make a dent, and after a prolonged effort, left no mark at all. The serpent spirit retracted the tongue that had ensnared Xiao Bai, now targeting Mian Huatong. Mian Huatong was also lifted and thrown into the air. Fortunately, her tough skin cushioned her fall, and she leapt up to attack once more. Luton observed all that transpired before her, as though watching a shadow play. Feeling detached from the chaos, Bai Shi ensnared Xiao Bai with his tongue, while coiling his body and tail around Mian Huatong. The two, usually so confident in their agility, found themselves utterly helpless. Foolish dog, it seems we are finished, Xiao Bai gasped, his tongue extending. Just hold on a bit longer. Xiao Bai, perhaps the city lord and second master will return to rescue us, Mian Huatong urged. Yet the two were already in peril. While Luton leisurely pulled back the covers, sitting cross-legged with her chin resting on her hand, watching. Annoying pests, Dai. The serpent spirit hissed suddenly. Luton clapped her hands. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. What did you say? Both Bai Shi and the fox, Mian Huatong, turned to her. Luton declared, I say this serpent skin is quite splendid. It is resilient enough to be fashioned into a belt, and the leftover material could serve as armor. Bai Shi gaped. Are you wishing for a swifter demise? Forget it. I retract my previous statement. Foul breath and rotten innards. This skin will not do. Luton narrowed her eyes. Xiao Bai remarked, Luton is not herself. Mian Huatong added, why does it feel like Luton has taken something strange? Suddenly, Luton burst into laughter. Great white python. Do you not recognize me? She raised her wrist, and the colorful ribbon on it suddenly radiated blinding light. You're not that girl. Who are you really? Ha! Do you remember who nearly caused you to hibernate due to severe injury last time? Luton pointed at Xiao Bai and Mian Huatong, and they convulsed as if struck by lightning, watching as Bai Shi burst into flames, allowing them to escape his grasp. Xiao Bai, what is happening? I feel that this is not Luton. Ask me? Who should I ask? Xiao Bai groaned as the fox reverted to a young boy, clutching his waist and rubbing his belly, nearly retching from the pressure. You are. Indeed, you guessed correctly. Xiao Bai, since the name Bai Shi failed to utter, filling him with immense dread, rendering him unable to voice it. Baisha's flames extinguished, and the once impenetrable scales turned blackened. The scent of roasted serpent flesh was akin to excrement, a most unpleasant aroma. The fox remarked, "Hey, Xiao Bai, this burden is not for the dog to bear. Excrement does not smell this bad." Baishi swiftly retreated, turning to escape at the door, only to collide headfirst back. A barrier? When did Lu Tan employ such a barrier? The fox observed Lu Tan with suspicion. Yet, Lu Tan's eyes radiated calmness and confidence. "Release me, and I promise to remain dormant for another century." As I told you last time, minor punishments serve as a warning. Should you offend again, execution will be inevitable. Who is he, after all? The cotton candy creature was filled with curiosity. A divine being, undoubtedly, thought the fox, tapping the transparent barrier in the void, expecting to encounter something as solid as a wall, but found nothing at all. The fox stepped back a few paces, filled with intrigue. One more step would lead to freedom. Indeed, upon retreating again, he found no obstacles. He successfully stepped outside. The fox rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Wow. Stepping forward again, he returned, astonished. Wow, aside from the person he intends to bind, everyone else can come and go freely. This barrier is not something just anyone can wield. O divine being, whoever you are, please accept my humble respect. Bai Shi, with a fierce countenance, realized he could not escape. I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you persistently trouble me? Grant me a path to safety, and I shall owe you a favor, which benefits us both. That benefit is unnecessary, Lu Tan replied, composed and unruffled. Bai Shi's frustrated demeanor inexplicably amused Xiao Bai. Look at you now. Indeed, did you ever consider that while you bullied us, you could also be toyed with by others? Cotton Candy clenched his fists. Although uncertain whether the impersonator of Lu Tan was friend or foe, his performance indeed delighted Cotton Candy's heart. Bai Shi began a desperate struggle, using his singed tail to coil around Lu Tan. Sister Lu Tan, be careful. Cotton Candy watched as Lu Tan soared into the air, gracefully floating, while the massive python's tail could not even graze her. My heavens, a flying fairy is truly magnificent, Xiao Bai exclaimed in astonishment. The Lu Tan he knew could tend to flowers and vegetables, sew clothes, and cook. Yet he never anticipated witnessing a delicate woman battling a giant python. Lu Tan toyed with Bai Shi as if he were a mere plaything, then pulled a hairpin from her head and aimed it at the python's eye. I suspect ere you will be quite saddened, that hairpin was a gift from him. The python howled in pain, attempting to bite Lu Tan. With a deft flick of her slender wrist, Lu Tan withdrew the hairpin and, moments later, aimed for the other eye of the python. Just then, Xian Nan and Xian Bei appeared at the door. Bai Shi, so you're here? Upon approaching, they were taken aback by the sight of the injured Bai Shi and the soaring Lu Tan. Xian Nan drew his sword to engage, but Xian Bei stopped him. Brother, I believe Lu Tan will be fine. This person is my master. What? When did Sister Lu Tan become Ye's master? After piercing the python, Lu Tan swiftly descended, landing beside Xian Bei, shaking her head in disappointment, as if to say, you should know better. Xian Bei weakly called out, Master. Can we please keep it a secret that I taught you? Xian Bei scratched his head. Master, am I truly such a source of embarrassment for you? With that last word omitted, Lu Tan took off again. The Lord's chamber erupted in thunder, one clap after another. The stunning Lu Tan, amidst the lightning, was chanting some incantation. The python was tossed to and fro by the strikes. How unfortunate, but I can't feel sorry for it. The fox gritted his teeth. Deservedly so. This is the fate of a scourge, Cotton Candy asserted, fists clenched. Lu Tan closed her eyes, concentrating on her chant, as the lightning seemed to avoid her, while the python's thrashing tail could not touch her. Xiao Bai Go. Is this what they call doing good brings blessings, while evil brings calamity? Precisely. Good deeds surely reap rewards, while misdeeds incur punishment. This malevolent python has met its end. As the python withered and collapsed to the ground, it was soon attended to by the thunder. Turning to ashes, Lu Tan withdrew her powers and descended. My celestial sister, you are truly beautiful and magnificent. Cotton Candy could not help but applaud. Xian Bei, focus on your training. Do not bring shame upon your master. Yes, master. I shall remember. Lu Tan nodded at Xianbei. Then she slumped down. Lu Tan was carried back to Lu Tan Mountain by the Lord, who insisted on holding her himself for comfort, eschewing a carriage or palanquin. The Lord's residence, now tainted with remnants of the python, was filled with a foul stench. Both the Lord and Xianbei could no longer endure it. They instructed the servants to clean the battlefield and retreated to Lu Tan Mountain for refuge. Lu Tan's complexion gradually improved, and 3 days later, while Xiannan returned with a fresh cup of tea, he discovered the bed empty. Lu Tan, Brother Xiannan called me. As Xiannan turned, he bumped into Lu Tan. Lu Tan, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Lu Tan shook her head, feeling perfectly well. Just a bit stiff from lying down too long. I just washed my face. I'm relieved to hear that. Upon awakening, Lu Tan was eager to harvest sugar oranges. Xiannan closely followed, determined not to let Lu Tan out of his sight. Upon reaching the orchard, they found Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy busy at work. One was clipping branches with scissors, while the other carried a basket and scurried down the hill. Xiao Bai, Cotton Candy, you've worked hard. Sister Lu Tan, you're awake. Both the fox and the little white dog rushed over for hugs. You've finally woken up. I feared you might sprout from lying down for so long. I'm awake, and I feel invigorated. Let me take over, Lu Tan said, reaching for the scissors. Lu Tan, you take a break. I'll do the cutting, Xiannan insisted, but Lu Tan refused. Brother Xiannan, I am not so fragile. To celebrate Lu Tan's awakening, the Lord personally cooked a feast. Lu Tan sat at the dining table with Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy, enjoying the sugar oranges. Xiannan, wearing an apron, brought one exquisite dish after another to the table. Oh my! I didn't expect the Lord to have such culinary skills in addition to wielding a sword. Xianbei entered the courtyard, drawn by the delicious aroma. Fragrant. Ere Yi, you returned just in time. Come taste the Lord's cooking. Huh? Lu Tan is awake? Brother Xianbei, I'm sorry to have worried you. Did you capture any more spirits today? Today, I didn't catch any spirits. I substituted for my brother as the mountain deity. A villager wished to find his long-lost sheepdog, so I spent all day searching and even fell into a muddy pit. I just changed clothes before coming here. Ere Yi, does your home still have that foul smell? You mean the stench of dog excrement? It's much better than yesterday, but I still feel nauseous. I plan to stay here for a while. Lu Tan looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Let me explain, the fox began, recounting the tale from the python's diversion to its transformation into ashes and the surrounding foul odor. So, the divine being who gifted me the colorful rope saved you? Indeed, and that divine being is also our heir Yes master. What a coincidence, Lu Tan remarked. My master is quite elusive. He particularly enjoys helping pure and innocent individuals like you. I always believed that your aura would attract my master, but I never expected they had already met and that he gifted you the colorful rope. I owe him my life. I feel I should prepare a generous gift to express my gratitude. There is truly no need. Rather, my master should be grateful to you. Why is that? The fox inquired. Because Lu Tan provided him with the opportunity to do a good deed. Doing good brings comfort to the heart, and a comfortable heart accumulates virtue. Thus, you should be grateful to Lu Tan. Regardless, I must express my thanks, Lu Tan insisted. Lu Tan, listen to me. You will not be able to find him. After my master descended the mountain to wander, I no longer know his whereabouts. Then I can only wait for the chance to meet him again, Lu Tan replied. But do not hope to see him. My master is known for appearing during chaos. His absence signifies peace, while his presence heralds bloodshed. Lu Tan covered her mouth, apologizing, expressing her hope for the well-being of her master and the peace and happiness of the common folk. Xuanan untied his apron, announcing that the dishes were ready and inviting everyone to enjoy. Brother, this is impressive, Xuanbei remarked as he picked up his chopsticks, surprised to taste his brother's culinary skills, crediting Lu Tan for the delightful experience. Xuanan prepared honey-glazed chicken wings, garlic pork chops, stir-fried lettuce, spicy green peppers, mapo tofu, papaya and base, vinegar-soaked cabbage, stir-fried pig intestines with green peppers, braised pork ribs, rice noodles with meat slices, chopped chili kidney slices, honeysuckle pork lung soup, and braised pig tails. Each dish, whether in terms of knife skills or presentation, was extraordinary. Xuanbei chewed on a piece of pigtail, exclaiming, "This is fantastic, brother." Lutan took a bite of the papaya base, nodding in approval. Xiaobai sampled a spicy green pepper, exclaiming, "Ah, spicy. It's both hot and fragrant." Quickly sipping some soup. "Let me try," said Mianhua Tong as she picked up a piece of chicken wing. "Delicious," she declared, giving a thumbs up. The group polished off the entire table of dishes. Xuanbei leaned back in his rattan chair, patting his stomach. "Brother, you truly have hidden talents. Honestly, I never knew you could cook. I thought you were as clueless about salt and sugar as I am." Xuannan leaned back in his chair, gazing at the sky, his thoughts drifting back 7 years. Lutan craved stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, but the household chef had taken leave to attend a wedding. Xuannan held a green pepper in his left hand and a bell pepper in his right, with several spicy and thin peppers on the cutting board. "Which of you is the actual ingredient for stir-fried pork with green peppers?" He pondered, feeling dizzy looking at the jars filled with seasonings. A man of letters and martial prowess, Xuannan was utterly clueless about cooking 7 years ago. Lutan watched him with a smile, undeterred. "Forget it. If I mess up, I'll eat it all myself. I won't put Lutan in a difficult position." Xuannan was skilled with a sword yet clumsy with a knife, producing neither a proper roll cut nor a flower cut. Lutan continued to smile, realizing even her great hero had his shortcomings. As he created a mess on the cutting board and moved to stir-fry, he mistakenly poured wine instead of oil into the hot pan, causing a fire to flare up. Lutan covered her eyes and finally burst into laughter. "Lutan, I apologize." His little wife approached with a cheerful smile, taking the apron from him and putting it on herself. She covered the pot to extinguish the flames, adding water, broth, pig intestines, various seasonings, garlic cloves, wide rice noodles, and leafy greens, transforming his boiling into a stewing process. Chapter 19. A heroic turn of events. A pot of fragrant rice steamed on the adjacent stove. After a while, they enjoyed delicious, spicy hot pot with rice. Xuannan could describe this dish in 4 words: a heroic turn of events. The girl who turned decay into magic said, "Xuannan Gij, from now on, you handle the outside matters while I take care of the home. I'll cook while you chop wood." "Lutan, I will definitely learn to cook before marrying you," Xuannan promised, though Lutan had already forgotten. She tidied up the dishes and walked gracefully into the kitchen, while Xuannan gazed dreamily in that direction. Xuanbei remarked, "Brother, I truly don't understand your hesitation. Lutan is such a wonderful girl. I feel anxious for you." Xuannan, resting his hands behind his head, replied, "Fate cannot be forced. If Lutan holds me in her heart, we can be together." "Indeed, brother. You should cultivate your feelings with Lutan. I can help you find cattle or dogs," he continued. "Have the common folk wished for these things recently?" "Absolutely. The common folk first seek the city constables. If they cannot be found, they turn to the mountain god. They even offer meat buns as offerings. So how could I not help?" Xuannan smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, second brother." Xuanbei continued to grumble, and searching for cats and golden-haired bears. "By the way, do you know how the shepherd dog got lost?" Xuannan's face showed eagerness to hear more. A family had a large black dog they raised for many years, but they recently bought a silly dog that didn't know its way home. The black dog, feeling jealous, bit the silly dog by the ear and took it out, tossing it away. Xuannan laughed, realizing that to find that dog, they would have to let the black dog search for it. If it were willing to search, it wouldn't have gotten lost. "I suddenly feel that being a mountain god is more tedious than being a demon catcher. It's endless trivial work every day." Xiao Bai lay beside the dining table, comfortably exposing his belly while saying, "Being a mountain god is nowhere near as enjoyable as farming, eating, and drinking. It's much better to worry less and sleep soundly." Xuanbei bid farewell to Lutan and descended the mountain. In the afternoon, Lutan was busy cutting sugar oranges while Xuannan chopped sugarcane. The fox and Mianhua Tong returned from delivering goods, quickly running off with their baskets of oranges, eager not to disturb Lutan and the Lord's private moments. They made way for each other, yet these two remained wholly focused on their tasks. Lutan harvested several baskets of sugar oranges before carrying her basket through the mountains to collect eggs. The baskets piled up at the foot of the mountain, waiting for Xiao Bai and Mianhua Tong to take them away. Xiao Bai and Mianhua Tong coincidentally met, with Mianhua Tong wiping sweat from her brow. "Why are there so many? How do these two find time for work and romance? Xiao Bai carried a basket of sugar oranges in one hand and another basket in the other. Didn't Lu Tan say she had no interest in marriage? Lu Tan's love was devoured by dogs. No, it was consumed by a snake spirit, leaving her indifferent towards the Lord. This was a malady that needed remedy, though whether it could be cured was uncertain. Mian Huatong secured her baskets, and together they sprinted down the mountain. During dinner time, Xuanbei returned, looking exhausted. He pounded his back in distress upon seeing Xiao Bai munching on a cantaloupe and Mian Huatong enjoying sweet potato slices. Second master has returned. Hard work indeed. Indeed. I swear I want to go on strike. I've never been this tired while catching demons. You have no idea how far I've run today. Searching for dogs, then cats, cattle, donkeys, and even turtles. Being a mountain god is truly not for the faint-hearted. Second master, with all due respect, you can't finish all these tasks in a day. Just take your time and find them slowly. No way. If I see work, I must finish it. Leaving any behind unsettles me. The fox shrugged. That's what you get. Now everyone comes to you with their problems. By the way, where are my brother and Luton? They went to the back mountain to soak in hot springs. Such swift progress? You misunderstand. They're soaking separately. Those two have chopped half a ton of sugar cane and harvested 109 baskets of sugar oranges today. Do you think they have time for romance? Oh, then I shall also go soak in the springs. My old back feels like it's about to break. Second master. Do you know why I so readily agree back then? Xuanbei turned around, pointing a finger at the fox while resting his waist. You are cunning. The fox grinned mischievously. Xuanbei sauntered to the back mountain hot springs and spotted Xuannan basking in the misty steam. Brother, Luton isn't nearby, right? Xuannan pointed toward a rock-formed screen. Luton is over there. That's good. I'm relieved. Xuanbei stripped off his clothes and jumped in. The warm water soothed his entire body, washing away his fatigue. You look quite tired today. Very much so. Brother, let us swap roles tomorrow. You go back to being the mountain god while I cut sugar oranges, collect eggs, and chop sugar cane. No way, Xuannan replied, flipping over to lie on his stomach at the edge of the pool. I seem to have fallen in love with chopping sugar cane. Really, brother? You are the dignified lord of the city. Is this all you aspire to? In peaceful times, basking in the sun while feeling cheerful. What could be more comfortable? He did not mention that in such tranquil times, with ample food and clothing, and the woman he loved before him, he could ask for nothing more in this lifetime. Then I'll swap with Xiao Bai. I'm not working tomorrow anyway. Luton finished her hot spring bath and cleaned her clothes. Xuannan Gij, Xuanbei Gij. I'll head back first. You both enjoy your soak. Holding her wooden basin, she walked away from another direction. Hearing Luton's footsteps fade, Xuanbei remarked, Brother, I have a lead on that spy. Xuannan rested his chin on his arms, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Xuanbei continued, Today, while searching for cats, I passed by a house and discovered their trading location. However, in just a few days, those Moon Clan members have sent in new spies to infiltrate. It seems their thieving intentions remain unquenched. Xuannan remarked, The spies from Yuezhu are inescapable. As long as there are members of the Yuezhu alive, they will continuously send people to infiltrate. Heaven is benevolent, and I cannot eradicate them entirely. It is better to be wise, conducting covert investigations without exposing them. This way, we can guard against their schemes. And who is this individual? Xuannan continued, Our family pigeon keeper, old Liu. He has 2 daughters. The elder tragically fell to her death in a dry well a few years ago, while the younger recently took a son-in-law, who is actually an imposter from the Yuezhu. Raising pigeons is a leisurely task, allowing for casual conversations and the gathering of intelligence. Plus, it provides a means to discreetly send messages through the training of homing pigeons, truly a dual benefit. As the two emerged from the hot spring, smoke began to waft from Litton's kitchen. How delightful, Xuannan thought. Litton Mountain is like a sanctuary, a place to unwind without the machinations and deceit of others, and with delicious food to savor. Xuanbei patted Xuannan on the shoulder, saying, Brother, you inspire more than just a hint of envy in me. Thank you, replied Xuannan. Litton had prepared over 30 plates of vegetables, with a copper hot pot set in the center of the table. Lord City Master, we have been waiting for you, Litton said. Sister Litton said we could eat as soon as you returned. I was nearly driven mad with hunger, a seafood hot pot. No less. Luton boiled a pot of large shrimp, and the group eagerly devoured them, adding broth to the hot pot's base. Each person at the table had a remarkable tolerance for spice. Luton frequently requested more chili oil, as the heat would dissipate after a while. "Sister Luton, please. May we have some more of that fiery spice?" "Thank you, thank you." A feast of hot pot consumed an entire jar of dried chilies, all grown by Luton herself, superior quality, intensely spicy, yet for this group, it felt merely moderate. This indicated their fiery personalities. After the meal, Luton reclined in a rocking chair with a book. Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei had taken up residence in the study of the second courtyard, which had been designed as a library by Xuan Bei. Each selected a study and set up a bed. Xuan Nan was now covered with a silk quilt hand-stitched by Luton, soft and fragrant with the scent of Luton. Beneath his head lay two pillows, one filled with orange peels and the other with silkworm sand. He also had several cushions filled with cassia seeds, buckwheat husks, and cypress wood shavings, each exuding a delightful aroma. Xuan Nan reached for a book from the nearby shelf, cradling it as he began to read. Upon opening it, he found Luton's seal on the title page, alongside the date of acquisition. As he turned the pages, he noticed annotations made by Luton on nearly every page, indicating that her books were not mere decor, but had indeed been diligently studied. In the tranquility of the room, Xuan Nan read from beginning to end. Rather than merely reading the text, he found that Luton's notes were even more captivating than the original work. With such literary talent, others might deem it a waste for a talented lady to toil in this remote mountain, but Xuan Nan thought otherwise. Observing Luton's demeanor while farming earlier that day, he felt she was truly focused and content. Each sugar orange bore the imprint of Luton's achievements. The needs of the townsfolk were the wellspring of Luton's joy, a wealth that could not be bought with gold or silver. The way she carefully watered her flowers was reminiscent of nurturing her own children. When Xuan Nan closed his eyes, he was filled with visions of Luton from that day. She had changed, having endured so much, yet she had finally discovered her happiness. Xuan Nan felt a deep sense of joy for her. Success does not solely equate to fame or fortune. Finding fulfillment in one's passions and nurturing a beloved corner of the world is true happiness. If Luton desired it, Xuan Nan wished to share such a life with her. He did not aspire to be a prince or a city lord or a mountain deity, but rather to be Luton's husband, to be by her side, protecting her, and building a home together. Xuan Bei, unable to sleep, rose and made his way to the third courtyard, where he took a mop handle as a staff and practiced a routine. His movements became increasingly vigorous, and he found himself invigorated with each practice session. He trained under the stars until the late hours of the night, drenched in sweat before finally returning to rest. Feeling much better, he realized that searching for cats and dogs did not exercise the body nor nurture the spirit. Only engaging in what one loves brings true relief. Xuan Bei practiced martial arts and cultivated his energy not solely for combat, but also to foster righteousness. After Xuan Bei departed, a swallow flew from under the eaves. The following day, Xuan Bei returned to practice again. He moved through his staff techniques with great vigor when he caught sight of a figure beneath the eaves. He halted, squinting to see, but the figure vanished. The third courtyard was unlit, relying solely on starlight. Xuan Bei approached directly. This was Luton's home, and he would allow no mishaps. If there were an intruder, he would surely drive them away. "Who goes there? Show yourself." "Ah," a voice, seemingly feminine, replied. "Who are you? Why are you hiding?" Xuan Bei's voice held an edge of demand. The speaker emerged timidly from the study, a young woman of modest height, with sun-kissed skin and an ordinary appearance. Yet her gaze toward Xuan Bei held an air of feigned shyness. "I have met you before, young master. My name is Xiao Yin, and I dwell beneath the eaves." "Are you a spirit?" Xuan Bei asked. "Though I am indeed a spirit, I mean no harm. Upon seeing you practice martial arts, I could not help but feel admiration, which prompted me to come forth." As she spoke, she stole glances at Xuan Bei, fidgeting with a handkerchief. Xuan Bei responded, "This place does not require spirits. Since you have taken form, I suggest you seek another path. But young master, I merely wish to see you. Ever since our encounter yesterday, I have been unable to focus, and I came early today to wait for you. Xuanbei was not fond of unwanted affections. I apologize, but I harbor no such intentions, and I am already fond of someone else. But what of Luton? I have lingered here long enough to know that she is merely a companion to the city lord. That is of no concern to you. Depart at once. I do not wish to see you again. Young master, I do not seek your hand in marriage. I wish merely to serve you without any obligations. What harm is there in having another person who can bring you joy? She edged closer. Xuanbei took a large step back, warning, respect yourself and leave immediately. Without hesitation, he turned to depart. Not even a swallow spirit, let alone a stunning beauty, would garner his attention, for none could compare to Luton. Her grace, her gentleness, and her kindness were unmatched. You ungrateful wretch, the swallow spirit hissed, biting her lip and stomping her foot in frustration. You fail to recognize kindness. That morning, Luton cooked a comforting bowl of noodles. What is this hair? Xuanbei fished a strand from his bowl, noting its fine, brittle, and yellowish quality. None present shared such hair texture. The three humans had dark, lustrous hair, while the two spirits sported white tresses. Discreetly, Xuanbei removed the hair and discarded it, continuing to eat the rest of the noodles, for they were prepared by Luton and should not go to waste. Xiaobai, how could you sell the crushed sugar oranges? Such a breach of conscience. They are all fresh, Luton insisted, picked in clusters, and any spoiled ones were discarded. I am a conscientious merchant. Look, the evidence is undeniable, the ants said, throwing an orange towards them. Upon inspection, Xiaobai noted the orange appeared to have been deliberately crushed, rather than simply pressed. Regardless of how it was damaged, I trusted Luton Mountain, which is why I accepted the goods without inspection. I did not expect such conduct from you. This is indeed our error, and we shall take full responsibility. I will refund you for this basket or exchange it for a new one. That is more like it. We are valued customers, and you must not disregard us. My sincere apologies. I see it was not crushed in the basket, and no one trampled it on the way down. I am baffled by this situation. Allow me to apologize first, and then I will investigate further. Xiaobai discarded the basket of rotten oranges on the ground for the nearby birds and beasts, then returned to the mountain to haul more oranges. Chapter 20. The oranges bring good fortune. Mian Huating was complaining to Luton when Xiaobai realized that Mian Huating had faced a similar issue. He showed Luton the spoiled oranges. This is clearly a case of being trampled rather than merely pressed. Xiaobai, do you have many like this in your basket? Indeed. Only the top layer is good. The rest is completely spoiled. Mine is the same. Is it strange? Such a situation has never occurred before. It is indeed peculiar. What could have caused this? Cotton Candy pondered. When something unusual happens, there must be an underlying issue. Could someone be causing trouble? Xiaobai looked at the oranges. It shouldn't be the case. I didn't notice anything amiss on my way here. Cotton Candy added, I also encountered no one unusual during my journey. Let us focus on our work first and deliver a fresh basket to the customer. Once things settle down, we could discuss this further, Wolf Tan suggested. During lunch, Xiaobai and Cotton Candy began to voice their grievances, claiming they had received more scolding today than in their entire lives. The sugar cane is rotten, the oranges are spoiled, and there are footprints on the silk quilt, impossible to wash away. The orange peel pillow is unstitched, with dried orange peels spilling out, appearing as if it had been cut with a knife. Someone must be causing trouble, Xiaobai exclaimed indignantly. Who could it be? Have we offended anyone recently? Wolf Tan inquired. There is a saying, it is better to offend a gentleman than a petty person, for the latter seeks revenge from dawn till dusk. We must have angered a petty person, Xiaobai asserted. That can't be true. Our family has always been amicable, thriving through honest trade, always providing the best. Cotton Candy remarked. Xiaobai then speculated. Could it be a competitor? Surely not. Under the governance of the city lord, Jixiang City has been quite harmonious. In other places, I often witness fights and quarrels, but I have never seen such discord here. That is indeed strange. It is indeed peculiar, a voice chimed in. What is indeed peculiar? As the fox turned around, he saw the city lord holding a knife. City lord, no, please, I am not fat enough to be of any use, Cotton Candy protested. Look at this knife. What's wrong with the knife? Cotton Candy leaned in for a closer look. Xiaobai scrutinized it further. Is the blade dull? Xian Nan remarked. It was fine yesterday. Also, the sugar jar has cracked, and something foul has been added to the soy sauce. The beams are infested with ants. How disgusting. How can we eat with this? Cotton Candy complained. All these events are too sudden and have surfaced all at once. I need to sort this out, Wolftan said, stroking his chin. Indeed, everything was perfectly fine yesterday. All these phenomena have occurred today. If we assume these are man-made, then it implies that one of us, or someone associated with us, must have offended someone before today, Xian deduced. The city lord's analysis is correct, Xiaobai acknowledged. I haven't descended the mountain in a long time, and I haven't had any disputes with anyone. Wolftan raised his hand. Wolftan Mountain is private property. I have decreed that apart from us, no one is permitted to step onto Wolftan Mountain, and I have not quarreled with anyone. Xian then also raised his hand. City Lord, please lower your hand. There is no need for that. You are the City Lord. Who would dare retaliate against you? Xiaobai remarked. I am merely eliminating a possibility. It is now your turn. Cotton Candy raised her hand and said, when I went to sell duck eggs, 2 older ladies were speaking ill of us. As soon as I approached them, they fell silent, but once I walked away, they resumed their chatter. Cotton Candy asked, what did they say? They said there was a dubious woman residing on Wolftan Mountain, seducing men to swindle money. The area's restricted access must be due to some improper dealings, and the city lord is likely a frequent visitor, or why else would he protect her so fiercely? Xian's expression instantly darkened. Wolftan shrugged. I am indifferent. My single status threatens them. They cannot control their own men and blame others for being attractive. Being young and beautiful is merely a means of attracting others. Wolftan has been the subject of rumors for 6 or 7 years. She has heard all sorts of slander. Those who spread rumors about her are usually jealous women and inferior men. Those who are better than her do not slander her. Those with legitimate matters to attend to do not have the time to spread rumors. Only those who are nothing and feel miserable have ample time and ill intentions to gossip. Furthermore, they believe that all the wrongs they commit out of jealousy are not wrong at all. This statement came from Xianbei, who happened to return just in time to join the discussion. Since the great demon catcher has stated so, it cannot possibly be these 2 petty women. Second Master, who do you think it is? Xiaobai asked. Or perhaps, Second Master, did you offend anyone before today? We have all ruled ourselves out, Cotton Candy added. Let me share what I encountered. I found 2 strands of hair in my breakfast bowl. Just as Wolftan was about to apologize, Xianbei interjected. The hair is of extremely poor quality. It does not belong to any of us. Xiaobai was astonished. Who else is there on the mountain besides us? There is one person. Xianbei had already formed a suspicion. He led the others to the courtyard, pointing at the swallow's nest beneath the eaves. I've seen this nest before when I cleaned the study, Xiaobai said. Do you know that a spirit resides in that swallow's nest? Xiaobai shook his head vigorously. I was unaware of that. Swallows are not mammals. Even if they become spirits, they are still weak creatures, incapable of causing significant harm, Xiannan stated. Xianbei remarked. However, leaving hair, damaging the kitchen, and trampling the oranges are sufficient actions. The fox and Wang Kai nodded vigorously in agreement. I have a small question. Did we offend that swallow? Wolftan felt he was quite friendly to small animals, sometimes even feeding passing birds with millet. Xianbei scoffed and sighed. I believe this is my fault. Second Master, did you disturb the swallow's nest? Xianbei felt a sense of relief at Cotton Candy's innocence. A shadow flitted across the rooftop, and Xiannan and Xianbei swiftly leaped onto the roof. Don't run, come down. The 2 of them pulled down a woman, who turned out to be the little swallow from last night's heartfelt conversation. Xiaobai blurted out. The hair is thin and dry. It must be her. You are too rude. How can you treat a lady this way? Cotton Candy remarked. This older sister has a face like a bitter melon and acts pretentiously. She looks nothing like a good person, let alone a lady. Xiaobai concurred. What nonsense. I will not allow anyone to defame me. Are you shamelessly bullying an outsider? Oomph. Didn't I tell you to leave yesterday? Xianbei said. Why should I leave? Are your hearts so small that you cannot even accommodate a swallow's nest? You are all men, yet I see nothing manly about you. Humph. Xianbei retorted. This house is mine, and the land contract belongs to Tan. This is private property, and we have the right to ask you to leave. Indeed, you are causing damage. Xiaobai said indignantly that all the scolding he received today was brought upon by this person. Do you have evidence? Don't speak recklessly without proof. Slandering good people is a crime, you know? Her sharp, acerbic eyes rolled back, and her ordinary appearance, coupled with her unpleasant expression, could easily be described as ugly. The stench of rotten oranges emanated from her feet, and her hair was smeared with sesame sauce. Soy sauce stained her sleeves, and tomato juice marked her collar. Xian Nen asked, "Is there a reason for the destruction? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Umph. When catching a thief, one must catch them red-handed. When catching an adulterer, one must catch them in the act. You are not afraid of retribution for slandering others without evidence." "Humph." Xianbei despises conversing with unreasonable individuals. In her eyes, her logic is absolute, and if one does not align with her reasoning, she perceives them as despicable, believing they are deliberately opposing her. Xianbei removed a gourd from her waist, refraining from uncorking it, and solemnly stated, "Before you lies a choice. Depart on your own accord, or allow me to rid the world of your menace." "Do you really think I fear you? What is with the gourd? Do you consider yourself some sort of deity or demon hunter?" With a roll of her eyes, she contorted her form, transforming into a noodle-like figure, and burrowed into Xianbei's gourd. Xianbei sealed the bottle. "I apologize. This trouble is of my own making." Xian Nan inquired, "What transpired?" "The spirit's heart was stirred. I let her go last night." As she spoke, Xianbei instinctively glanced at Lu Tan. Lu Tan blinked and replied, "As long as it's resolved, I cannot abide a disordered kitchen." Lu Tan proceeded to tidy up the kitchen, discarding the old spices and replacing them with fresh ones. She was uncertain whether the Yanzi spirit had tampered with each jar of seasoning, and hygiene in food is paramount. After capturing the Yanzi spirit, indeed calamity ceased. The oranges no longer rotted, the silk quilt bore no footprints, and the orange peel pillow remained unscathed, restoring normalcy. During dinner, Xianbei offered apologies to everyone. Bowing deeply, "I am sorry, it was entirely my fault. Had I captured her last night, we would not have endured such trouble. We do not blame you. It is all due to your infernal charm," remarked the second master. Xianbei shook his head, feeling warmth rise in his cheeks, pondering that if he truly possessed charm, Lu Tan would not be indifferent to him. He wished he could trade a lifetime of romance for just one lifetime with Lu Tan, even if it meant relinquishing her to his elder brother in the next life. The toxic air in Xian Mansion had dissipated, leaving Xian Nan and Xianbei with little reason to linger at Lu Tan's residence. "Second master, you're always welcome for dinner," said Mian Huatang. "Of course. No need to mention it," replied Xianbei. "Lord City Master, you're welcome to come frequently to peel oranges and cut sugarcane," added Xiaobai. "Very well. I shall come even without pay." "I suspect you would even pay to come," City Master Xiaobai teased. "Lu Tan, will you not try to keep us here?" Xiaobai looked at Lu Tan. Lu Tan found the family interactions quite pleasant, especially the joy of gathering for meals. "I have long considered Xian Nan and Xianbei as family. You're always welcome to stay as you please." "All right, Lu Tan, we shall take our leave." Xian Nan took a few steps before turning back, glancing at Lu Tan, hesitating to speak. Lu Tan returned to her chores. Xuan Bai, as if rooted in Lu Tan's home, found himself dining there for every meal, even making a point to return for dinner amidst his busy schedule. One evening, after chopping a bundle of firewood, he made his way back up the mountain where Lu Tan was cooking. Xianbei placed the firewood in the yard and handed Lu Tan a brocade box. "This is a gift for you." "What is it?" "Open it and see." Lu Tan opened it to find a pair of pearl earrings nestled inside. "I notice you have ear piercings but do not wear earrings. Since I passed by the market today, I thought they would suit you perfectly." "Thank you, Xianbei Gitch." "No need for thanks. I shall return to chopping wood." When Lu Tan brought out a bowl of rice porridge, Xianbei noticed she had already adorned herself with the earrings. The pearls glistened softly, pure and flawless, perfectly complementing Lu Tan's beauty. Lu Tan prepared several delectable pickled vegetables, fried dozens of pancakes, sliced cured pork knuckle, and washed some lettuce leaves. The combination of pork knuckle, lettuce, and pickles wrapped in multi-grain pancakes was simply delightful. With each bite, all of Xianbei's fatigue evaporated. He began to grasp the meaning of establishing a family, no matter how exhausting or challenging one's day was. Returning home to see loved ones smiling and the cherished person serving a steaming meal rendered all worries and troubles trivial. 2 simple words. Worth it. For the sake of those one loves, enduring hardship is worthwhile. Facing scorn is worthwhile. Even the journey through life is worthwhile. Those men in the marketplace toil daily in the most arduous of labor, yet earn the purest silver with their sweat. They strive because they harbor a home in their hearts. Xianbei too yearned to build a home, and the role of wife must be filled by Lu Tan alone. Lu Tan, may I remain here to guard the home? What about me? Are you intending to replace me? Wang Kai questioned. Lu Tan replied, of course you may. Xianbei patted Mian Huatang's head. You watch the front gate, while I keep an eye on the inner courtyard. We each have our roles, and you are irreplaceable. Oh, that reassures me. The fox scratched his head, wanting to voice an opinion, but remained silent. He initially supported the original partner. Yet the second master was straightforward and loyal, treating everyone kindly, leaving him unable to discern whom to side with. Good night, Lu Tan. Good night, Xianbei Gij. Lu Tan responded. Xianbei headed towards the inner courtyard. The scent of Lu Tan's bedding lingered, and every book here seemed to carry the fragrance of the ink she had written with. Unconsciously, a smile crept upon Xianbei's lips. He understood that his actions were foolish, yearning for something he knew he could not attain, yet he could not restrain himself from wanting to be closer to Lu Tan. He did not dare to covet anything. Merely being able to see her more often was enough to satisfy him. Chapter 21. What have I missed? Second master, wake up. The sun has risen. Xiao Bai lifted the blanket. What is it, Xiao Bai? Xianbei groggily peered outside. It was still dark. He had barely just fallen asleep. Quickly rise. Adults cannot indulge in laziness. What is this commotion about? Xianbei sensed something was amiss with Xiao Bai's expression. His gaze vacant. He grasped Xiao Bai's wrist firmly. What are you doing, second master? Why are you waking me in the middle of the night? What else could it be? The sun is already high. Adults cannot sleep in. Do we have a specific reason for waking me, like a meal? No, just that adults cannot sleep in. Xianbei scrutinized Xiao Bai's eyes, pondering the nature of this odd behavior. It did not seem like an act. Xianbei waved his hand in front of the fox's eyes. How many fingers do you see? 3, Xiao Bai replied. The hand was clearly waving. It should have been 5 fingers. Can the fox also sleepwalk? Suddenly, Xiao Bai was lifted off the ground by a pair of hands. Xianbei looked behind Xiao Bai. Elder brother? Put me down, let me down. The fox struggled. Why are you here? I came to catch this rascal. What is happening? Why are you causing a ruckus in the middle of the night, second master? 2 figures entered. One was Mian Huatang, still drowsy, and the other was a sleepy Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai? Xianbei glanced from one Xiao Bai to the other. How can there be 2 Xiao Bais? Xiao Bai was equally astonished. 2 second masters? No, that one is the city master. What is it you are holding? How can he mimic my face? The fox rubbed his cheeks. Xiannin observed closely. It is an illusion creature. It enjoys mischief. Once its prank succeeds, it will siphon your energy. It has caused a few disturbances at the foot of the mountain recently. Ah, no wonder it called me to wake up. That was the key incantation. Once I leave my bed, it has succeeded. You dare impersonate me? Xiao Bai marched over and struck the head of the impostor. With a pop, the counterfeit inflated like a balloon and then burst into fragments before the 4 of them, vanishing without a trace. It's escaped. Xiannin glanced out the window. I have only read about such things in my master's textbooks. This is the first time encountering it. It is my ignorance that allowed it to flee, Xianbei lamented. Do not blame yourself, second master. I have never seen one either, Xiao Bai stated. Neither have I, Mian Huatang added. Xiannin explained. The probability of encountering such a creature is rarer than a celestial event. I have only seen one previously. It is quite cunning. City master, how should we prepare for such a creature in the future? Please advise so I can prepare early. Garlic, mugwort, or vermilion. Choose anyone to stuff into his mouth. Or even the gourd of Erdi could suffice. Excellent. I shall certainly carry a head of garlic when I step out, and if I encounter this rogue, I shall let him taste the consequences of his audacity in impersonating me. It is utterly outrageous. Lu Tan has also arrived, attired in a full set of inner garments. her long hair cascading down to her ankles like a waterfall. "What are you all doing here?" Xiao Bai recounted the earlier manifestation of the monster. Lu Tan sneezed and, noting the absence of any immediate danger, asked, "Shall we have a late-night snack?" Who could refuse Lu Tan's culinary delights? Though no one felt particularly hungry, they unanimously opted to partake. A group gathered around the dining table as Lu Tan began to bring bowl after bowl to the table. After presenting about a dozen bowls, she sat down and said, "Please enjoy, everyone." Xiao Bai scratched his head. "Is this what we are eating?" Xuan Nan remarked. "I thought Lu Tan would first bring the bowls and then fill them with food." Xuan Bei added, "Could Lu Tan be jesting?" Mianhua Tang picked up a bowl, took a tentative taste, and then abandoned the attempt, asserting, "It's not due to my poor appetite, but because I know this white porcelain bowl holds no flavor." In the face of several curious gazes, Lu Tan calmly stated, "Everyone, please eat without hesitation." Saying this, she lifted a white porcelain bowl with her left hand and began to consume the air with her chopsticks, doing so with great fervor. It appeared as though she were eating noodles, blowing on them before each imaginary bite. Was Lu Tan still half asleep, or was it I who had not fully awakened? Xuan Bei glanced at Xuan Nan, who shook his head. "What's wrong? Is the soup not to your liking? Should I prepare something else? What would you prefer?" "No need. No need. This is quite good," Mianhua Tang replied insincerely. "Is Lu Tan perhaps sleepwalking?" Mianhua Tang whispered to Xuan Nan. Xuan Nan too was uncertain and gently shook his head. "Lu Tan seems to have finished a bowl. Why aren't you eating?" "Oh, I was waiting for it to cool down. Now it's just right." Mianhua Tang went to fetch an empty bowl, then pretended to pick up chopsticks, thinking, "This is Lu Tan. Even if she is sleepwalking, I do not wish to hurt her feelings." Just as Mianhua Tang was about to feign eating, Xuan Nan snatched the bowl away. "Lu Tan, why are you wearing earrings while sleeping?" Xuan Nan inquired. Indeed, Lu Tan has not even combed her hair or changed her clothes, yet she wears pearl earrings. Initially, Xuan Bei found nothing unusual, believing them to be a token gift from him, but upon hearing Xuan Nan and Xiao Bai, he realized that wearing a string of pearl earrings while sleeping must be rather uncomfortable. Xiao Bai exclaimed, "Could it be that Lu Tan is the monster?" Lu Tan smiled. "What are you all talking about? I did not understand." With that smile, she began to swell. "Truly a monster, it is about to flee." Xiao Bai dashed to catch it, and Mianhua Tang followed suit, while Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei hastily vacated their seats, for individuals pulling from different directions. Then came a loud crash, and the monster vanished once more. If that was a false Lu Tan, then where's the real Lu Tan? Xuan Nan pondered. The four ventured to Lu Tan's room, pushing open the door to discover her sleeping soundly. It was strange that she remained undisturbed amidst such commotion outside. Xiao Bai leaned in closer to observe Lu Tan. Xuan Nan removed an earplug from Lu Tan's ear, noting this monster is indeed considerate, fearing that the real one might awaken. Only then did Lu Tan slowly come to her senses, asking, "Why are you all in my room at this late hour?" Lu Tan, an ill-spirited creature, just impersonated you, deceiving us into pretending to eat from empty bowls. Anyone who mimicked it would have their vitality drained. Lu Tan sat cross-legged, listening intently. "It sounds like a mischievous child. What happens to those who fall for its tricks?" Xuan Bei replied, "The textbooks of my master state that those whose vitality is drained by the monster will experience temporary weakness in their stomach and intestines, along with diarrhea lasting several days." Such audacity from modern-day spirits. We have a renowned monster hunter in our family, as well as a mountain deity. How dare this creature come to our home? The fox punched its palm. Perhaps it seeks a sense of achievement, knowing it is impossible, yet attempting it anyway. If successful, it could bask in glory within the spirit world for half a lifetime. How outrageous! First, it impersonates me, then Lu Tan. This scoundrel truly deserves a reckoning. Xiao Bai gathered a heap of garlic. Come, we have plenty of homegrown garlic, as much as you desire. Its flavor is intensely pungent. Let us prepare garlic necklaces to ward off that detestable fiend. Lu Tan pointed to the beam above, exclaiming, "What is that rope doing up there?" "Rope? Where?" Xiao Bai looked up. The beam was quite high, and with only the dim light of the oil lamp, it was difficult to discern. Lu Tan remarked, "It looks a bit like a noose." Upon hearing this, Xuan Bei feared for Lu Tan's safety and attempted to leap up to investigate, but Xuan Nan firmly restrained him. Do not go." Xuan Bei suddenly realized that this statement might be a lie. Who would hang a noose from a beam? And why could only Lu Tan see it? You are all more disobedient than I imagined. Disobedient children do not receive sweet treats, you know. With that, Lu Tan transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. My heavens, that Lu Tan was also a falsehood. Where is the true Lu Tan? Xiao Bai exclaimed in trepidation. The four began to search, rummaging through every corner of their home, and having found nothing, they ventured outside to search the mountains and fields, agreeing that whoever found her first would set off fireworks. Not long after, a burst of fireworks erupted from the sugar tangerine grove. The others hurried over to find Lu Tan wielding a hoe, tilling the ground. Mianhua Tang pointed at Lu Tan, saying, "When I discovered Lu Tan, she was already like this. No matter how I called to her, she ignored me." "Lu Tan, the sun hasn't risen yet. Come home and sleep," Xuan Nan suggested. Lu Tan similarly disregarded Xuan Nan's call. When Xuan Bei took his turn, after calling a few times with no response, he simply scooped Lu Tan into his arms. Lu Tan finally spoke. "Look over there, a golden tangerine." Everyone followed the direction Lu Tan pointed. Mianhua Tang exclaimed, "It's a tangerine. Where is the golden one?" "The third one on that bunch," Lu Tan insisted. Xiao Bai casually plucked the tangerine Lu Tan indicated. "This is just a regular tangerine." As he spoke, he peeled it barehanded, sharing several segments with Xuan Nan and Mianhua Tang, while keeping the remaining half for himself and feeding the other half to Xuan Bei, saying, "Second master, give it a taste. See, it is indeed a real tangerine." Xuan Bei remarked, "I feel Lu Tan is sleepwalking." Mianhua Tang added, "Perhaps Lu Tan has been under too much stress lately." Foolish one. Lu Tan suddenly vanished with a bang. "We have all been deceived. A complete rout. Ha ha ha. You ought to know there are no golden tangerines. Even if someone crafted a tangerine from gold, who would hang it on a tree on Lu Tan Mountain? Ha ha. Ouch." Xuan Bei groaned, clutching his stomach in pain. It hurts. Mianhua Tang stomped his feet, holding his belly. Xuan Nan's expression twisted. "I can't take it anymore." Xiao Bai dashed into the darkness, exclaiming, "I need to find a place to relieve myself." The group continued to suffer from diarrhea from midnight until dawn. Fortunately, they had enough toilets at home. Otherwise, they would not have enough for their frantic needs. Given their current physical state, they could hardly think of searching for Lu Tan. Based on known information, the illusion monster only played pranks and never harmed lives. After this night, all four heroes lay flat. Mianhua Tang and Xiao Bai could no longer handle the sugar tangerines. Xuan Bei could not capture the monster, and Xuan Nan kept running to the toilet. How long would this last? The situation seemed unending. The four had emptied their stomachs. "My poor Lu Tan, it is not that I do not wish to find you. I myself am nearing my limit," Xiao Bai lamented. The door creaked, and someone pushed it open from the outside. "I'm back. I brought you all some delicious treats." Lu Tan held several packs of osmanthus cake in her left hand and several packs of hawthorn cake in her right. Xiao Bai crawled out from the toilet. "Monster, just you wait." He passed by Lu Tan like a limp shrimp, only to be tripped by Lu Tan, who raised her foot. "Xiao Bai, what is wrong with you? Have you been eating too much lately? You mischievous spirit, I can no longer place my trust in you. One betrayal is enough. Do you intend to deceive me a third time, pretending to be Lu Tan?" The fox attempted to cling to Lu Tan's leg, but she effortlessly evaded him. It seemed less like overindulgence and more like a case of having taken the wrong medicine. "Oh dear, my stomach." Little Bai clutched his belly and rushed towards the toilet, shouting as he ran, "The illusion monster has returned." Lu Tan blinked at him, inquiring what monster. "That scoundrel is back? Where's he running off to?" Marshmallow emerged clutching garlic, hurling it all towards Lu Tan. Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei also appeared. But unlike their usual bravado, they leaned against the wall, holding their bellies. Observing Marshmallow throw garlic, the two guardians of the flowers made no attempt to intervene. Lu Tan declared, "I am quite upset, and there's no appeasing me this time. What on earth are you all doing? Stop pretending. You are not Lu Tan. You must be a spirit in disguise." Lu Tan was taken aback. If one or two were acting strangely, it could be dismissed. But why were all four behaving abnormally? Could it be that while I was away, you all indulged in forbidden foods and suffered collective food poisoning? This was the only explanation Lu Tan could fathom. Xuan Nan questioned, "Can you prove you are the genuine Lu Tan?" Why must I prove it? Luton replied. Little Bai interjected, it's hard to articulate, but you are indeed the illusion monster. Luton felt helpless. These four were truly united in their suspicion. She surmised that something must have transpired at home. Xuan Bei, my brother, gifted me earrings that have now broken. I went down the mountain to repair them and left a note on the door. Little Bai asked, when did you descend the mountain? After dinner yesterday, but I did not return due to the rain. The monster wishes to deceive again? Little Bai could hardly muster the strength to complain. Wait, when I was searching for Luton last night, I noticed traces of glue on the door. And it indeed rained while I was chasing the illusion monster up the mountain. Why didn't I notice Luton leaving? Marshmallow was skeptical. Xuan Bei replied, you sometimes sleep so soundly that even when I tug your ears, you remain oblivious. What on earth happened to you all? What is this illusion monster you keep mentioning? Oh dear, there is no time to explain. I must rush to the restroom. Little Bai dashed off, while the others hurried to find their respective toilets, leaving Luton alone in the empty courtyard. Did I miss something? This bout of gastrointestinal distress did not conclude until Luton returned, having brewed herbal medicine for everyone. Each person took a bowl, and the dysentery was promptly alleviated. Luton then provided them with sweetened water, insisting they rest for the entire day. Upon re-entering the courtyard, Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei reclined in their respective chairs, while the Fox and Wang Kai lounged on their small cushions. Chapter 22. The Tree and His Friends. It was truly a matter of life and death. Thanks to Luton, who knows what would have happened otherwise. Little Bai was gasping for breath. Now tell me, what exactly transpired? With labored breaths, Little Bai recounted how the illusion monster toyed with the four of them. Luton pondered, but did we provoke it? You need not provoke it. It seeks you out without cause. We are benevolent spirits, while the illusion monster is a malevolent fiend, its heart truly twisted. Little Bai rubbed his belly. After a day of rest, the four regained their vigor. They gathered around a table for breakfast, acting as if nothing had happened. We must be vigilant. That wicked monster seems to have set its sights on our home, Little Bai warned. Luton suggested, could we not engage it in a civil conversation or perhaps bribe it with some delicacies? After all, constantly being on guard is somewhat disruptive to our serious endeavors and affects our moods. Discuss? What is there to discuss? It doesn't even converse with us. It merely torments us. Just recalling last night's humiliation makes me want to drown it in a pile of garlic. Xuan Bei descended the mountain to capture the mischievous spirit, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant, especially Luton, as he wished to spare her from the pains he had endured. Xuan Nan intended to stay and protect Luton, but she insisted he return to his business. Little Bai and Marshmallow went to dig sweet potatoes. Luton tended to her succulent plants. A fine day suddenly turned ominous as dark clouds gathered. Without an umbrella, Luton shielded her head with her sleeve as she walked up the mountain. Luton, seek shelter beneath the tree. Look how heavily it is raining. Little Marshmallow called out. Let us return home. I'll prepare ginger soup for you after we change clothes. Marshmallow had already darted to the shelter of a jujube tree. Luton, hurry over here. Isn't raining under this tree. Luton shook her head, insisting, I do not wish to go. Marshmallow, you should come with me. It is dangerous to shelter beneath a tree during a storm due to the risk of lightning. It's fine. I often shelter under trees during the rain. Come quickly. Luton, this is a passing shower. It may be heavy, but it won't last long. By the time you reach home, it will have stopped. Seeing Luton hesitate, Marshmallow rushed over from under the tree, tugging Luton's sleeve to pull her along. Marshmallow, heed my advice. Do not stand near the tree during the rain. Ignoring her, Marshmallow persisted, pushing Luton toward the tree. Reluctantly, Luton stepped closer to the tree, and as she took refuge beneath its branches, a thunderclap erupted, striking the jujube tree. Luton quickly retreated as the tree split in two, crashing down dangerously close to her. Marshmallow had already found safety, and instead of aiding Luton, he burst into laughter. The smoke from the fallen tree had not yet cleared, and although he could not see clearly, he knew he had succeeded. Just as he reveled in his triumph, something fell into his mouth, causing Marshmallow to stifle his laughter. He became rigid, unable to move. Garlic. You dare to feed me garlic. Curse you, you fool. Standing before him was an unscathed Luton, who coughed to clear her lungs and brushed the dirt from her clothes. Illusion monster, Explain yourself. Why have you chosen to play such cruel tricks? You woman, why did you not perish in the lightning? Why do you harbor such hatred for me? Have I wronged you in any way? You are merely reaping the consequences of your own misdeeds. Why act so innocent? Le dan si do. It seems I have slain your entire family and desecrated your ancestors' graves. Bah, scoundrel, you selfish wretches deserve to be struck by lightning. Truly, there are all kinds of wretched people in the world. Initially, I thought you were simply a mischief maker, but now it appears you seek to harm lives. Such a being cannot be allowed to roam free. Xuan Bei will come and deal with you. Just as Lu Tan spoke, Xuan Bei appeared from a distance, exclaiming, "This rain is peculiar. It must be the work of a monster. Lu Tan, what has happened to the jujube tree?" Lu Tan replied, nonchalantly, "It was struck by lightning." "Are you unharmed?" Xuan Bei approached with concern. Lu Tan smiled. "I am fine. It is merely the jujube tree that has perished. I wonder if it has any chance of revival." Xuan Bei observed the tree, now cleaved in half, and reassured her it should be fine. Plant life is remarkably resilient. Even trees scorched by fire can sprout anew after centuries. Stop pretending to be virtuous, you despicable lot. Xuan Bei regarded the illusion monster with curiosity. "What has happened to Marshmallow?" Lu Tan pointed to the sky. "The lightning just now was its doing. Its goal seems to be my elimination, although I do not understand why." Xuan Bei detected a pungent smell of garlic, realizing that the illusion monster, which had caused them such distress, had been easily subdued by Lu Tan. "Perhaps it is because I know Marshmallow well. Today he seems oddly different, lacking his usual charm and appearing somewhat sinister." Xuan Bei did not immediately capture the illusion monster, intrigued as to who had provoked it to seek such vengeance. In the courtyard, the five of them surrounded the illusion monster, which stood like a statue on display. "If you wish to kill me, do so. Do not insult me." Marshmallow, ever the imposter, stuffed another clove of garlic into the monster's mouth. It could not expel it, only rolling its eyes in disgust. "Disgusting. Bah, you lowly scoundrels resort to such vile tricks. Your hearts are truly blackened." Little Bai quipped, "Why insult yourself?" The illusion monster retorted, "I am speaking of you. We have not provoked you. Our family merely toils in the fields, diligently cultivating sustenance and living a humble existence. How dare you toy with us and expect justification? I scoff. You are responsible for the death of my friend. So, are you here seeking vengeance? May I inquire as to the identity of your friend?" Litton interjected, "Stop with the pretense. I have no desire to converse with you. Let's clarify matters. I too wish to understand how we have offended you." Xuan Bei insisted that it was imperative to get to the bottom of this. "Not only do you deny your misdeeds, but you also treat them with utter disregard. Truly despicable." Xuanan finally spoke, having been patient for long enough. He was typically busy, and this individual had been speaking carelessly, uttering one thing after another that should not have been said. The lord of the city has tolerated it for far too long. "Do you recall the mulberry tree at the foot of the mountain?" "What about the mulberry tree?" Little Bai replied defensively. "It was you who uprooted it." "Indeed, I did." "So what? It provided you with leaves for silkworm cultivation and bore sweet mulberries for you to consume, yet you took its life. Thus, you seek revenge for a mere tree?" Little Bai scratched his head. "You have taken the life of another and treat it as inconsequential. It is utterly shameful." Litton was left speechless. Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei also remained silent. Cotton Candy recalled having enjoyed the fruit from that mulberry tree. It was quite delicious. However, that tree stood at the mountain's base, and some townsfolk would come down, clamoring for goods. Upon spotting the mulberry tree, they would point and remark, "One does not plant mulberries in front and willows behind. This tree brings misfortune. Better to uproot it." This tree was not intentionally planted, nor was its location specially designated. Most likely, a bird had eaten the mulberries and dropped its seeds, resulting in the growth of this tree. It is well known that mulberry trees possess remarkable vitality, far surpassing that of dandelions. The ants expressed their opinions time and again, and though Little Bai and Cotton Candy initially paid no heed, they continued to speak up. And soon Little Bai's ears were practically calloused from their incessant chatter. Were it Litton, he might have relocated the tree out of sight from the ants. But Little Bai lacked such patience and simply uprooted it, taking with him the nearly ripe mulberries. The next time those ants came and found the tree missing, they feigned ignorance, asking, "Oh, what happened to Little Bai's mulberry tree?" Little Bai, wishing to avoid a verbal skirmish, casually remarked, "That tree bore no fruit, only leaves. What use was it to me? Better to uproot it." This offhand comment was overheard by the phantom creature, a companion of the mulberry tree. He took its life and cast aspersions upon it. Such shamelessness. All things possess a spirit. Just because you cannot hear plants speak does not mean they lack life. The phantom creature relished the tender leaves of the mulberry tree and enjoyed its sweet fruit, yet it perished. It was uprooted and discarded like refuse. Who could hear the final lament of the mulberry tree? Only the phantom creature mourned for it. Little Bai bowed his head in silence, and, after a pause, he admitted, "It is my fault. I acknowledge it. Had I stood firm and not heeded idle gossip, I would not have acted so rashly. I am sorry." Luton raised his hand, saying, "I too am at fault. We are family. I will not allow Little Bai to bear the blame alone." He placed a hand on Little Bai's shoulder. "And I watched as my brother uprooted the tree, and I neither stopped him nor spoke a word. I bear half the responsibility, for I rather like that tree as well." He placed his hand on Little Bai's shoulder too. Xuan Bei said, "I have tasted the fruit of that mulberry tree. It was sweet, not sour. However, from its existence to its disappearance, I never truly cared. I regarded it as just another ordinary tree, never contemplating the feelings it might have had upon its demise. Please assign me my share of blame. Count me in as well," Xuanan added. "You all feign righteousness. What good is it to say such things now? The mulberry tree is already dead, and you are the ones who caused its demise." Xuan Bei responded, "Not necessarily. Let me show you." The group made their way to the location where Little Bai had uprooted the mulberry tree. There, they found a shallow depression. In that depression, a small mulberry sapling emerged, with 5 or 6 tender leaves. With the tree's tenacious vitality, it was believed that within 3 years, this sapling would grow into a tree, bearing sweet fruit once more. Little Bai vowed, "I promise I will not uproot this one, regardless of what anyone says." Cotton Candy added, "I will water it whenever I can." Xuan Bei declared, "I will extend the fence by 10 zhong, ensuring those gossipy ants cannot harm it." Luton gazed at the statue-like phantom creature, asking, "Can you forgive us now?" "Umph. I shall observe your actions. Many have spoken grandly, yet I must see whether you can fulfill your promises." His tones softened a fraction. "I am, however, pleased that my friend has not perished entirely." Xuan Bei released the phantom creature, which vanished in the blink of an eye. From that day forth, it was uncertain whether it returned to Luton Mountain. In any case, it no longer appeared before these individuals. The jujube tree, struck by lightning, sprouted new buds from its roots. Xuan Bei fell in his self-reproach. Am I truly such an unsuccessful monster catcher? Or perhaps too indolent? A monster had audaciously invaded my home. Not once but twice. Brother Xuan Bei, do not blame yourself. Every cause yields a result. It is sufficient that the conflict was resolved in due time, preventing future enmity. I am grateful for Luton's words of comfort. Luton carried a tray with pomegranate tea. The pomegranates grown in their garden were ripe. The sweet ones were shared among the group, while the sour ones were boiled with rock sugar to make tea. Luton added some rose petals to the glass teapot, creating a visually enticing brew. Little Bai wore a gourd at his waist, filled with sweet mountain spring water. Whenever he felt thirsty during deliveries, he would uncork it for a sip, watering the mulberry tree whenever he passed by. While watering, he knelt and addressed the branches of the sapling, saying, "Little mulberry tree, you will forgive me, won't you? When you grow up and become a tree, we will still be good friends, right?" He did not know how the mulberry tree would respond. After all, mammals and plants cannot communicate directly. Nevertheless, Little Bai's apology was sincere. "Luton, second master, I am home." Little Bai joyfully ran through the door. "Little Bai, you've worked hard. Come have a cup of hot tea." Luton poured him a cup. This morning, he had delivered 300 pounds of eggs, 16 silk quilts, and 156 silk pillows. The delivery task for the day was successfully completed, and he could enjoy a well-deserved nap in the afternoon. "Well done, Little Bai." Luton praised with a thumbs up. "What shall we have for lunch?" "We haven't prepared any dishes yet, so we can order now. What do you feel like eating, Little Bai? And what about you, Brother Xuan Bei?" Xuanbei replied, I will eat whatever Litten cooks. Little Bai said, I want to eat braised pork and shredded potatoes wrapped in pancakes. No problem. Litten headed to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients, and Cotton Candy returned as well. Litten poked his head out of the kitchen, asking, What does Cotton Candy want to eat? Without hesitation, Cotton Candy replied, All of Litten's dishes are delicious. I'm not picky and will eat anything. Little Bai interjected, Hey, could you both not be so agreeable? It makes me feel out of place. But I speak the truth. Litten's cooking is delightful, and the dishes prepared by the lord of the city are also exquisite. I feel that as long as the lord of the city is present, we are like a complete family. When he is absent, it feels as though something is missing, Little Bai remarked. I feel the same, Xuanbei added. My elder brother is incredibly busy, dealing with endless matters every day. After finishing his official duties, he must also address the wishes of the townsfolk. He is not like me, who can come every day to enjoy a meal. Cotton Candy said, I suddenly feel pity for the lord of the city. While others enjoy leisurely lives after work, he is on call every hour, every day of the year. Chapter 23. Wan Lei Qing Xiao Bai declared, Indeed, even if the city lord and the mountain god bestowed upon me silver, I would not accept it. After lunch, Xiao Bai, a fluffy cotton candy figure, comfortably nestled on her mat, indulging in a well-deserved nap after a laborious morning. Green Sand, donning an apron and gloves, hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the kitchen to commence her cleaning duties. Green Sand relished tidying up the household, meticulously gathering all the dishes and utensils to wash them one by one, categorizing the ingredients with care. She scrubbed the water tank and stove, finally mopping the entire floor with a cloth soaked in water laced with white vinegar, leaving the floor gleaming and fragrant. With a feather duster in hand, Green Sand proceeded to dust the study. She meticulously brushed away the dust from the surfaces and used a damp cloth to wipe down the sides of the bookcase, the desk, and the pen holder, ensuring that each brush was free of dust. Once the kitchen was spotless, Green Sand turned her attention to the flower pots. She gently removed the water-cultivated plant from the glass vases to wash their leaves, soaking the vases in clean water for a moment before replacing it with fresh spring water and returning the plants. The vases were arranged in a neat line, pleasing to Green Sand's eye. She then attended to the clay flower pots, polishing the pots and wiping the leaves of the plants. Green Sand felt neither fatigue nor monotony. This was her passion. The prospect of earning a living from home rather than venturing out for work filled her with joy and gratitude. After her busy day, she reclined in a rocking chair with a book, planning to indulge in a hot spring bath before dusk, cleansing away her weariness and preparing for a sumptuous dinner to conclude her day beautifully. Such a life would never grow tiresome. Green Sand hoped it would last a lifetime. That evening, it was a rare occasion for Xuan to join them for dinner, bringing along an invitation. Green Sand, Yushan is getting married tomorrow. Would you like to attend the wedding feast? Xiao Bai, gnawing on a pig's trotter, looked up and inquired, Who is Yushan? Xuan signaled with his eyes for Green Sand to explain. Xuanbei, too, was curious, asking, Is it a man or a woman? Why does my elder brother think Green Sand should attend? Green Sand replied, She is my cousin from the Zhu family, a few years younger than me, and we grew up together. When Green Sand was forced into marriage, Yushan had helped her escape, but they were caught shortly after due to a betrayal by a household servant. Yushan had fiercely reprimanded the traitorous servant, expelling him from the Zhu family along with his bedding. Time had passed in the blink of an eye. 7 or 8 years had gone by. Xuan, who is Yushan's husband? Green Sand asked, eager to know whether it was a political marriage or a union born of mutual affection. Having endured a nightmarish marriage herself, she still wished for Yushan's happiness. Xuan replied, a familiar face, Fuzhu. The moment those words left his lips, Green Sand's astonishment was palpable. Fuzhu? Is it the same Fuzhu I know? Indeed, he was the third-grade Imperial Guard known for his few words and swift blade. Green Sand took a moment to process this before nodding in agreement. Fuzhu was indeed a good person, and he provided a sense of security. Most girls dream of marrying a man skilled in martial arts, and Fuzhu, with his extraordinary abilities and meticulous mind, held an imperial golden decree, making him a perfect candidate for a husband, aside from his reticence. I truly wish to attend the wedding, Green Sand said, delicately savoring her rice from a white porcelain bowl. "Then let us go together," Xuan Nan responded. "They have invited me to be the witness." It was no surprise. In this auspicious city, the most esteemed figure was none other than the city lord Xuan Nan, with no one more prominent than the current emperor. Green Sand began selecting gifts. Noting that Zhu Lugan had already faded from this world, she intended to present the gifts to Yushan in the name of the city lord. What could she accomplish in one night? Green Sand retrieved her sewing kit and a bag of drilled pearls, determined to personally craft a pearl shirt for Yushan. As the candlelight flickered, she stifled a yawn, hurrying to finish her work. For Xuan Nan would be staying at Green Sand's residence tonight to facilitate an early departure the following morning. With the bedroom door ajar, Xuan Nan knocked politely. "Green Sand, may I come in? I apologize for not having enough time to brew tea for you tonight. You need not be so formal with me. I merely wanted to see how your work was progressing," he replied. Green Sand's nimble fingers were already halfway through the pearl shirt. Xuan Nan took a seat across from her. "I've seen artisans take at least 3 days for such a task. If you cannot finish in time, it would suffice to send it later. I still want to give it a try. I believe I can complete it," Green Sand insisted. Despite the toll on her eyes and health from a sleepless night, this was what she wished to do, and he respected her decision. Xuan Nan quietly exited, returning a moment later with a tea tray, pouring her a cup of American ginseng tea. "Thank you, Xuan Nan. I truly feel sorry for making you do this." "It is nothing," he replied. As the city lord, he had dozens of servants at his beck and call, yet here he was, brewing tea for Green Sand, stirring feelings of guilt within her. "Xuan Nan, you should rest now. We must rise early tomorrow." "Nonsense. I will keep you company." "There is no need. I am not afraid of the dark. But I want to stay with you," he insisted, no matter how turbulent or anxious his emotions were outside. Just seeing Green Sand brought tranquility to Xuan Nan's heart. Green Sand was his anchor, to fall in love with her during his most beautiful years, yet not marry her when their feelings were mutual, was Xuan Nan's greatest regret. He yearned to amend this regret, even if Green Sand's heart was as unyielding as iron. Xuan Nan remained silent, intently observing Green Sand's profile illuminated by the lamp. Her beauty stirred feelings deep within him, reminiscent of the lively and bashful girl from 7 years ago, who had captivated his heart countless times. Closing his eyes, he envisioned moments spent with Green Sand, his love for her woven into every thread of his being, suffering from the pangs of longing. Over the past 7 years, however, she had drifted further away. It felt wonderful to have her before him now. "Green Sand, I'm glad you have returned." "I also cherish auspicious mountains," Green Sand replied. "Will you return to my side?" A sudden prick from a needle she was threading made her wince. Xuan Nan swiftly grasped her hand, a droplet of blood emerging. "I am fine," Green Sand said, pulling her hand back to her mouth. When she removed it, the blood had ceased flowing. She was remarkably strong, evoking a pang of sympathy in Xuan Nan. "Green Sand, let me be your support. Allow me to care for you." The needle slipped from her grasp, followed by a few pearls that clattered to the ground. As night deepened, the courtyard fell silent, yet Xuan Nan's heartbeat raced beside Green Sand. "Xuan Nan, I know you mean well, but I cannot bear the weight of this love." Green Sand was frightened. She harbored a dread of marriage and simply wished to maintain her current way of life. The trials of the past 7 years had taught her that no one could be her refuge. Others had harmed her, and she did not wish to retaliate. She had her principles, not wanting to become the very person she despised. She only wanted to hide, to escape marriage, avoid treachery, and evade gossip, seeking a life of freedom and tranquility. "Green Sand, please do not leave me again," Xuan Nan implored, pulling her into his embrace, holding her tightly. "Green Sand, do not leave me," he whispered softly in her ear. This tone, this phrase, was one she had undoubtedly heard before, yet she could not recall when. She felt the warmth radiating from Xuan Nan's body through her clothing. "Xuan Nan, I do not know what love is. I am sorry." His embrace was solid and warm, yet Green Sand felt a discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles. Xuan Nan refused to let go. Ahem! A figure appeared at the doorway. Green Sand finally managed to push Xuan Nan away, her face aflame as if she might ignite. "City Lord, I apologize for interrupting the moment, but there is something important I must convey to you both." Xuan Nan turned around, asking Xiaobai, "What is it?" "The garment of Litten may no longer require an all-night weaving. Those from Xuanfu are at the foot of the mountain, and they have an accent that they entrusted me to convey to the city lord." Xuanan nodded slightly. "Speak." "The matriarch of Zhufu has passed away, and the wedding has been postponed." After speaking, Xiaobai went to check on Litten. Litten's complexion abruptly turned ashen, as if all the blood had drained from her face. "Litten, please accept my condolences," Xiaobai said. "The matriarch lived to the venerable age of 90. Her departure is a celebration of a long life well lived." "Litten, you have me," Xuanan reassured, grasping Litten's hand. Litten's shoulders trembled as she began to sob. She would no longer have her grandmother, who had been her sanctuary for 18 years, providing her with protection. She had yet to repay her grandmother's 18 years of guardianship, and now the elder had departed. Sighing, Xiaobai approached to embrace Litten. "Litten, not only do you have a city lord, but you also have me. We are family." The following day, Litten had originally prepared to attend the joyous banquet with Xuanan, but now it transformed into a journey of mourning alongside him. Dressed in white mourning attire, her eyes swollen from weeping, she wore a plain veil, posing as his maid, perpetually shadowing Xuanan. As Xuanan passed each relative of the Zhu family, Litten could not discern their small talk, although her footsteps kept pace with Xuanan. Her heart had already retreated into her own world. This was the place where she had lived for 18 years, familiar yet estranged. Her parents, who had given her life but shared not a word of understanding, and her siblings, now standing tall like pine trees, all failed to recognize Litten. Her room had long been usurped, confirming the adage that absence cools affection. Aunts and cousins wept openly beside the grandmother's coffin. Litten distributed white handkerchiefs to them, only to discover that they were merely performing theatrics. In such public settings, the loudest cries were deemed the most filial, and they displayed their talents for all to see. The couple, Yushan and Fuzhu, also made their appearance. Yushan did not recognize Litten, while Fuzhu regarded her with curiosity. Litten, unfamiliar with the intricacies of social interactions, had no desire to understand. She bowed before her grandmother's coffin and then departed with Xuanan. On the way back to Litten Mountain, Xuanan dismissed the palanquin, choosing instead to walk beside Litten to ease her mind. Xuanan discreetly took hold of Litten's hand. Just then, an individual suddenly appeared, blocking their path. "Fuzhu?" Litten was taken aback. Fuzhu's gaze roamed Litten from head to toe before settling on Xuanan. "May I inquire, city lord, is this a mere likeness of Litten?" Litten realized that Fuzhu believed her to be merely someone resembling her. Xuanan nodded, his grip on Litten's hand unwavering. "That is the city lord's preference. I am in no position to interfere. You may find a woman who resembles Litten to serve you, but please do not bring such a counterfeit to Zhufu, for I am certain the matriarch would not wish to witness this scene today." Fuzhu's words carried an undertone of animosity toward Xuanan. In the past, Litten would have defended Xuanan and confronted Fuzhu, but today, she was different. After 7 years of being belittled, scorned, and marginalized, having endured countless emotional breakdowns without a support system, Litten had changed. She no longer wished to speak. She understood that often explanations were futile, as people only believed what they wished to believe. Let the misunderstandings persist. She no longer expected love or concern from anyone in this world, having grown accustomed to solitude. Even if the person who looked down upon her was Fuzhu, it mattered little. Just the night before, she had wished him a happy marriage and intended to weave a pearl gown for his bride throughout the night. "Xuanan, let us depart," Litten said, gently shaking the hand she held with Xuanan. "Very well, let us return home," Xuanan replied as they exited, brushing past Fuzhu. Suddenly, Litten was yanked by Xuanan, her balance faltering as she was propelled toward a tree. In a flash, Xuanan hurled Litten aside, intercepting a sword aimed at her back with his bare hands. The weapon was wielded by Fuzhu. The two men engaged in combat. Litten felt a sharp pain in her waist, clearly evident that each strike was delivered with lethal intent. "Fuzhu, what are you doing?" Xuanan demanded. "What am I doing? You dare ask? You have condemned Litten to death, and today you bring another woman to flaunt before me. What gives you the right? Do you think of the Zhu family as nothing?" Litten interjected. "What is happening here? I faked my death to escape marriage. How can you blame Xuan Nan for my misfortune? I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Xuan Nan parried another of Fuju's strikes as he spoke. Misunderstanding? You think this is a misunderstanding? Huh. Lutin is dead, yet you revel in your affair with another. You shameless beast. Fuju lunged at Xuan Nan's heart with his sword. Xuan Nan narrowly evaded it, while Lutin observed as Fuju drew a knife from his waist. In that moment, Fuju was at his peak, wielding both blade and sword, rendering him nearly invincible. If they did not intervene soon, it would be too late. Fuju, cease this. Lutin rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield Xuan Nan. Xuan Nan embraced Lutin and turned, urging her to stand aside. Ah, you share a deep bond with this counterfeit. Lutin must be blind to have chosen such scum, Fuju scoffed. Xuan Nan pushed Lutin aside, continuing to face the blade with bare hands. Having come to mourn, Xuan Nan bore no weapons. Lutin seized a branch and threw it at Fuju, only for him to slice it in two with ease. In the blink of an eye, Fuju's knife was mere inches from Lutin's eyelashes. Out of sheer terror, she shut her eyes. The blade did not shatter her skull, but instead tore through her veil. Chapter 24. A marriage proposal. Lutin opened her eyes to behold Fuju's astonished face. Lutin? It is I, she replied. Elder brother, are you attempting to murder your childhood friend? She was caught off guard as Fuju embraced her tightly. This fellow intended to strangle Lutin, but she found joy in it, patting his back heartily. Friend, let me breathe. Am I dreaming? Lutin, is it really you? Elder brother, spare my life. Fuju had yet to release her when a thunderous voice rang out. Fuju, how dare you embrace another woman? The shriek reverberated, causing the trees along the road to sway. Fuju hastily released Lutin and raised his hands. My dear, allow me to explain. The voice belonged to Yushan. I will not listen. You are not yet married, yet you engage in affairs, seducing the city lord's woman. Your time is up, Fuju. Lutin mused that Yushan remained as fierce as ever, even more so than in the past. Fuju turned to Lutin. Lutin, quickly say something on my behalf. But to everyone's surprise, Lutin took a step back. I am sorry, brother. I dare not offend this fierce tigress. Who is a tigress? Who are you calling a tigress? You disloyal woman, not only enticing my husband, but also slandering me. Today, I will ensure you pay for this. As she spoke, Yushan approached Fuju, delivering a resounding slap across his face before angrily advancing towards Lutin. That hand was grasped by another. Do not stop me, Xuan Nan. I tell you, no one can prevent me today. I feel a bit of sympathy for the man who just attempted to kill me, Xuan Nan remarked. Lutin raised her hands. I surrender. Yushan leaned in closely to Lutin's face, scrutinizing her from eyes to nose and then chin to neck. Lutin? Yes, it is I, she giggled. Xuan Nan quipped. I have long heard that this girl has poor eyesight. It appears to be worse than I imagined. Lutin, is it truly you? Yes, it is I. Lutin nodded vigorously. Yushan erupted in joy, embracing her as they jumped with glee. Lutin, you are alive. I knew they were deceiving me. You could not possibly be dead. Splendid, splendid. Yushan, mid-dance, abruptly halted, her expression shifting from laughter to sorrow in an instant. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. Alas, alas. Her grandmother could no longer witness this. As Yushan wept, Lu Tan joined her in tears. Just moments ago, the two girls, filled with joy, transformed into wailing children. Fuju remarked, this is rather awkward. Xian Nan, folding his arms, responded, I share your sentiment. He continued, you don't find it embarrassing to be publicly slapped by your wife, yet now you feel awkward? That is quite different. I don't mind being struck by my wife. A man must be flexible, after all. However, in this scenario, anyone witnessing it might think I struck her. Xian Nan shook his head. Indeed. The four of them returned to Lu Tan's residence together. Lu Tan brewed a pot of passion fruit tea and sat down to recount her experiences over the years to Yushan. As Yushan listened, she alternated between tears and pounding the table, casting furious glances at Xian Nan. It's all this man's fault for abandoning you. If he had married you, these distressing matters would never have arisen. Yushan rose and pointed an accusing finger at Xian Nan. Rarely had he been pointed at in his lifetime. Yet being in the presence of Lu Tan's family, he refrained from retaliating. Lu Tan intervened. Yushan, I believe you harbor some misunderstandings towards Brother Xian Nan. There are no misunderstandings. It was he who unilaterally broke the engagement, leading to your unfortunate marriage to a scoundrel. He must take responsibility. Lu Tan, he has caused you such suffering, and yet you still wish to associate with him. Are you foolish? Lu Tan appeared somewhat bewildered. Husband, let me take care of him. I can handle it myself, for my own relief. As she spoke, Yushan lunged for Fu Zhu's sword. Lu Tan, having not faced such a scene in many years, found herself momentarily at a loss. Wouldn't any family be in chaos with such a situation? No. Please, let us remain calm. Fu Zhu, you must stop your wife. Fu Zhu, arms crossed and fuming, replied, I will eventually deal with him. Lu Tan, do not shield him. Brother Xian Nan truly has nothing to do with this. Misfortune cannot be blamed on the city lord. I only blame my own unfortunate fate. For a long while, Xian Nan remained silent, while Lu Tan was unaware of his thoughts. His expression was slightly pained, akin to experiencing a toothache. Lu Tan, do we have visitors today? Came a voice from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Lu Tan immediately recognized it was Xian Bei. Yushan and Fu Zhu exchanged glances at the entrance, both momentarily stunned. Husband, am I imagining things? No, I see him too. The two engaged in a harmonious exchange, revealing that Fu Zhu was not as taciturn as he seemed. He simply opened his heart only to those he cared about. These two seem familiar. I believe I have seen them before, Xian Bei pondered. Why you? How can there be two Xian Nans? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xian Bei. Xian Bei suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. You're a family of Lady Zhu, whom I met 7 years ago when I first arrived in Jixiang City. With Yushan's bold demeanor, it was no surprise she left a lasting impression on anyone who encountered her. Yushan widened her eyes. What is this? How do you both look identical? You should recall me. I was the one who tore up an engagement letter. Goodness, it was you who destroyed Lu Tan's happiness. Husband, deal with him. What are you doing? Why are you two so violent? Lu Tan hurriedly shielded Xian Bei. Just moments ago, she threatened Xian Nan, and now she was aiming for Xian Bei. What was she trying to accomplish? Lu Tan, step aside. He is the one who harmed you. Brother Xian Bei has never harmed me. He has always taken good care of me. Yushan, indignant, pointed at Xian Bei. 7 years ago, you were to be wed to a scoundrel. When I brought the engagement letter to demand accountability, he tore it up before my husband and claimed it had nothing to do with him, stating that whoever wanted to marry Zhu Lu Tan could do so. But he would not. Is that so? I have no recollection of this at all. Lu Tan sought assistance from Xian Nan with her gaze. Xian Nan shook his head. At that time, I had just died and had not yet been resurrected. My family brought Xian Bei back to govern Jixiang City in my stead. Xian Bei, unaware of the situation, did not recognize you and thus tore up the letter. Indeed, I did that. I never claimed my actions were right, but I genuinely did not know that Zhu Lu Tan was the Lu Tan before me. The old Lu, who raised homing pigeons at the manor, informed me that the eldest daughter of the Zhu family was not to be married. She had a face covered in pockmarks, was as fat as a pig, had a fiery temper, and sported crooked teeth while frequently changing her partners. I was misled by a scoundrel, which led me to harbor prejudice against Zhu Lu Tan. Yushan stomped her foot in frustration. You have caused our Lu Tan so much suffering. What kind of life has she endured these past years? Witnessing Yushan's eyes redden, Lu Tan quickly embraced her. It's all right. It's all in the past. I no longer care. How can you not care? I know all about those scoundrels. My husband has told me everything. One was a perverse lover of courtesans, another a con man selling fake medicine, and yet another indulged in debauchery. How could our Lu Tan be so pitiful? Xian Bei patted her head. How about this? Hit me a few times to vent your anger. But only Lu Tan can strike me. You two clearly want to kill me. After another bout of tears, the group returned to the tea table. It was Lu Tan's first time hearing that brother Xian Bei had torn up her engagement letter. To be honest, Lu Tan felt that she might have developed depression amidst her unfortunate marriages, as there were many things she intermittently forgot, including the significant fact that she had once been engaged to brother Xian Nan. However, with Fu Zhu and Yu Shan's unwavering accounts, along with Xian Bei's admission, Lu Tan chose to believe them. She felt no need to dwell on the past. She was living well now. Brothers Xian Nan and Xian Bei were her family, and so were Yushan and Fuzhu. She hoped that her family could remain harmonious without conflict. Fuzhu, Yushan, for my sake, let us maintain peace and avoid discord. Lu Tan, you are too naive. Xian Nan and Xian Bei are brothers, and none of them are good people. I am unsure how to explain this. Brother Xian Nan had no choice. The victim stepped forward to apologize, and both sides persuaded reconciliation, preparing a feast. Fu Zhu and Yushan had little choice but to extend their forgiveness. After the meal, they escorted the two to the foot of the mountain. And as they turned to ascend, Xianbei wiped his brow. This girl is truly fiery. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for her husband. Marrying such a fiery girl is a public service, saving other men from misery. Brother Xianbei, how can you speak of my childhood friend in such a manner? I speak only the truth. I still prefer Lu Tan's character, gentle, quiet, and reasonable. Lu Tan, being willful is only possible because someone protects me. I am no longer the pampered young lady under someone's protection. My apologies, brother. Had it not been for my moment of folly, you and Lu Tan would likely have been together long ago. Xian Nan, at least 3 children would have already been born. Yet, being brothers, how could one harbor resentment? What had occurred could not be undone. All they could do was to make amends as best as possible. Lu Tan believed no one was to blame. It was merely fate's design. She even felt that fate had treated her kindly, with hardship preceding sweetness. After overcoming her tribulations, she attained the life she desired. Half a month later, Yushan returned once more. Lu Tan, you must help me. That wretched man is bullying me. Lu Tan, munching on sunflower seeds, replied, Fu Zhu's affection for you is evident to anyone with eyes. How could he dare to bully you? Lu Tan, this Yushan, if she isn't bullying others. It's already a blessing. I told him to resign, but he refuses. Why should he resign? The money we earn is more than enough for this lifetime. Now that we are engaged, he should stay by my side. Yet he is out running around every day. Lu Tan gently patted Yushan's head. But Fu Zhu is still young. Can he really handle living a life of leisure at such a young age? He must endure it. Am I to raise the children alone? Am I to manage all the household affairs alone? Am I to worry about family matters alone during every festival? Lu Tan remarked, the wet nurse can take care of the child. Your only responsibility is to give birth. Yushan countered, can we be certain that the wet nurse will be wholly devoted? After all, the child is not her own. Then we ought to find a mature and responsible wet nurse who can show affection, Lu Tan suggested. But wouldn't that burden me? Worrying ages one quickly. I refuse to take on that responsibility. If he wishes to marry, he cannot simply abandon his duties. He must return to care for me and this household. Lu Tan continued, Miss, do try to be reasonable. Fu Zhu, a third-rank guard, is flourishing in his role. To suggest he return home to be a cook would surely lead to regret. I have no regrets. If he does not comply, I shall call off the engagement. Just then, Xuanbei sauntered in, casually seating himself and grabbing a handful of melon seeds. I must say, I find it quite amusing for Brother Fu. Any woman on the street would be gentler than you. Are you looking for a quarrel? Yushan slammed the table. I merely speak the truth. I have no desire to argue with you, shrew. Lu Tan shot him a glance. Xuanbei, could you refrain from provoking Yushan? If you cannot bear to see her, then simply look away. If you cannot find common ground, do not speak. Have you not noticed how both Xiao Bai and Mian Huatong have distanced themselves? Who are you calling a shrew? Were it not for Lu Tan, I would have turned you into minced meat for the dogs. A true gentleman does not engage in quarrels with women, Xuanbei declared as he moved deeper into the courtyard. Finally, he has left Lu Tan's side. Yushan's temper is volatile. Lu Tan felt it was commendable for her to be with Fu Zhu, and hoped she would not cause further strife for others. Yushan, drink more tea and try the boiled melon seeds. Allow me to offer some analysis. Yes, Lu Tan, I trust you. You would not lead me astray. Lu Tan stated, a man's duty encompasses not only the protection of home, but also the safeguarding of his career. Only when he achieves success can others refrain from bullying his family. The well-dressed suppress the petty, and power quells the wicked. This world is fraught with peril. Those with shallow perceptions often judge others based solely on their attire. Without power or allies, one becomes a target for the malice of others. Yushan, You must support Fuzhu's career and also nurture the child to become capable. Do not allow anyone to look down upon you. Only then can you avoid being bullied. What lineage does our family possess? Who would dare to bully us? Luton replied, It is different now. This moment is unlike the last. Our family's reputation once relied entirely on grandmother's support. Although my father and aunt hold high positions, being close to the emperor is akin to being near a tiger. To achieve a family's glory is not the endeavor of one or two individuals. It requires the collective effort of all to foster a better household. Yushan, your straightforwardness in public can easily offend others. Some individuals may appear unconcerned, yet they may harbor resentment. Currently, they dare not act against you due to Fuzhu's official status, but once he resigns or leaves the court, the opportunity for petty vengeance will arise. Is it truly so? Yushan expressed her uncertainty. I cannot tolerate his frequent absences. When he is out on missions, my heart is always filled with anxiety, for he often ventures alone without assistance. Chapter 25. We shall travel. As the two conversed, Xuan entered. Xuan, what brings you here today? The city lord is renowned for his diligence and rarely seen wandering during the day. Xuan took a seat, and Luton poured tea for him. Yushan scoffed, resting her chin on her hand. As a prince, he has little to do. With a mere notification, he can have his subordinates handle everything. He is free to go wherever he pleases. Luton quipped, Yushan, how inadvertently you have implicated yourself. You are the truly idle one. Was it Fuzhu who killed him? Xuan's first words were directed at Yushan. Luton was taken aback. It was my husband and me, Yushan asserted. Are you here to seek vengeance? What? Luton exclaimed. Yushan has stirred up trouble once more. Xuan sighed with relief. If he is dead, then so be it. He lifted the tea brewed by Luton and took a sip, saying, Thank you, Luton. No need for thanks, Yushan interjected. Ha, what a coward. What were you two playing at just now? Who has died? Luton was still trying to grasp the situation. Xuan remained silent while Yushan explained. The old Lu who raised carrier pigeons at his home. He was the scoundrel who slandered you 7 years ago. I had my husband take care of him. Luton's expression changed slightly. Yushan, that man was a spy for the Yue clan. Yushan pouted and raised an eyebrow. A spy? Then he deserved to be dealt with. Why spare him for the new year? She pounded the table. What kind of city lord are you? Allowing a spy to remain nearby? Are you trying to appear magnanimous? Luton covered her forehead. Yushan, Xuan kept him to utilize him for spreading false information. Moreover, if he were killed, the Yue clan would simply bribe another spy. It is better to use him against them. Is that so? Why not say so earlier? I thought he was simply a coward unwilling to seek revenge for you. Luton wrapped her arm around Yushan's shoulders and swayed her gently. Sister, this is a city secret, a top secret matter. Yushan looked between Luton and Xuan. So you two have progressed to such an extent? He must give you a title. You cannot follow him without clarity. Luton's cheeks flushed slightly. This matter was originally unknown to her. After recognizing Yushan, the incident where Xuan Bei tore up the marriage deed in place of Xuan had come to light. Xuan understood that old Lu needed to be dealt with, but could not act immediately. Hence he informed Luton. Luton chose to prioritize the greater good and did not press further. Xuan took another sip of tea and said, I did not provide a funeral expense. His daughter and son-in-law were sentenced to death for colluding with the enemy. Their family estate confiscated, and the remains of his body were reduced to over 1,000 pieces, directly fed to my hound, announcing his identity as a traitor. Before I left home, the citizens had already dug up his ancestral grave. Yushan remarked, he got what he deserved. It was inevitable. He was a scourge, acting against his conscience. Whatever retribution he faces is well warranted. Our Luton is as kind as a bodhisattva, suffering greatly because of him. Even exterminating his entire clan is too lenient. Xuan harbored no less hatred for the traitor, but as the city lord, he had to consider the safety of the citizens. Yushan and her husband merely executed what he had wished to do, but could not. Xuan Bei leaned against the doorframe of the inner courtyard. He had witnessed Fuzhu infiltrate the Xuan residence last night. He observed as Fuzhu sealed the spy's mouth and executed him methodically. Fuzhu wielded his blade with great skill, controlling the bloodshed expertly, only allowing the traitor to perish after 1,000 pieces of flesh had been carved. He could have erased all traces and taken the body away. Yet he intentionally left the scene as a warning for the Xuan family and those from the Yue clan who had previously kidnapped Lu Tan. It was to convey that Lu Tan was not without allies. Should anyone plot against her again, they would meet a fate akin to that of the scattered remains. After Fu Zhu departed, Xuan Bei kindly closed the door to prevent his hound from prematurely devouring the remains. Xiao Bai returned from the mountain with an empty basket. "Good day, city lord." "Greetings, Sister Yushan." "Lu Tan, I am exhausted and need to rest. Good night." With that, he hurriedly dashed towards the inner courtyard, passing Xuan Bei, who signaled for silence. Xiao Bai nodded in acknowledgement. The fox understood. Yushan was not someone everyone could endure, and he certainly could not. Just listening to her for a single moment would cause his blood pressure to soar. Hearing more than 10 sentences would nearly cause his heart to explode. In the evening, when the female scourge finally departed, Xuan Bei and Xiao Bai emerged one after the other, followed by Mian Huatong. "What did you return?" "Le Dan in Guit." Mian Huatong patted his head. "He, just behind Xiao Bai. It's still this rascal who sneaks home without using the front door. He always climbs over the wall." "If it weren't for the basket on my back, I would do the same," Xiao Bai noted. "He, not every time. As long as I see that Sister Yushan from afar, I will scale the wall." "You should not feel this way. Yushan is actually a very good person. She is just a bit impatient. Spend more time with her, and you will become good friends." Mian Huatong shook his head vigorously, while Xiao Bai waved his hands. No. We prefer the gentle and quiet beauty of Lu Tan," Mian Huatong asserted. "Agreed," Xiao Bai added. "I will refrain from expressing any opinion, but their sentiments certainly represent my own," Xuan Bei concluded. Xian Nen took a sip of tea and gazed at the sky. With Yushan's frequent visits to Lu Tan Shan, the family members hardly stayed at home anymore. They preferred to linger in the foothills, only returning to greet one another before heading straight to the inner courtyard. Lu Tan sensed a shift in the household atmosphere, which had lost its previous warmth. However, Yushan was her friend, as were Mian Huatang, Xiao Bai, and her brother Xian Nan and Xian Bei. The dilemma weighed heavily on her heart. Lu Tan resolved to find an opportunity to have an earnest conversation with everyone. Dinner time, a rare occasion for the family to gather, was disrupted by Yu Shan's invitation to a feast, which caused her to miss the meal. Lu Tan spoke up. "Everyone, I find myself in a quandary regarding your relationships with Yushan. I do not wish to burden you, but my heart and soul cannot bear to hear her speak." Lu Tan continued. Xiao Bai lamented. "Whatever I say," she retorts with equal vigor, "I am left speechless. She shows no regard for my words. And as soon as I open my mouth, she seeks to find flaws in my arguments. I live in constant fear. I am psychologically scarred." Lu Tan. Xuan Bai interjected. "I feel as though she wishes to eliminate me." Xian Nan remained silent. Xiao Bai, with an expression of distress, looked up at the sky and confessed. "Lu Tan, do you know? After all these years, I had never known what anxiety was, but meeting her has made me acutely aware of its meaning. I'm anxious and terrified. The mere sound of her voice sends me into a spiral of dread, and seeing her only amplifies my anxiety. If she speaks to me, it feels as if 1,000 arrows pierce my heart. Oh, my Lu Tan, please have pity on me, for I cannot endure another day in this household." Lu Tan comforted Xiao Bai, saying, "Yushan has been spoiled since childhood. Few dare to defy her. Coupled with her beauty, many young nobles pander to her, which has fostered a bit of princess syndrome. Yet her nature is not malicious. Once she identifies a friend, she is genuinely devoted. I cannot withstand it. Her insatiable need for control suffocates me. She insists on having her way without any justification. Lu Tan, I am at my breaking point. I wish to run away from home. I am sorry for putting you in this position, Lu Tan, but I too desire to flee," Xiao Bai admitted. "I apologize for making everyone unhappy. Lu Tan, just a mention of that sister makes me tremble. I feel cold all over, even in June." Xian Nen pondered. Fu Zhu is not an ordinary person. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tan suggested, "Shall we travel? A temporary escape might allow us to avoid Yushan for a while. Once she becomes accustomed to playing with others, she might not seek me out as often." "Wonderful. We are collectively planning an escape. Where shall we go, Lu Tan?" Mian Huatang's eyes sparkled with excitement. We could ski in the snowy lands, hike in ancient temples while enjoying vegetarian buns, or ride camels in the desert, or even go rafting in the Grand Canyon. Wherever you wish to go, let's consider it a family trip or a staff benefit. During this time, Xiao Bai and Mian Huatang had worked diligently, and the family had reaped the rewards of their labor, ensuring they had enough to enjoy a trip. Skiing sounds delightful. I want to ski, exclaimed Mian Huatang. Xiao Bai chimed in, I am craving vegetarian buns. Xian Bei responded, anywhere is fine. I will serve as your bodyguard. Xian Nan added, count me in as well. Wait, can Xian Nan leave Jixiang City? ISNT it said that mountain deities cannot venture outside. Xian Nan, gesturing toward Xian Bei, replied, thanks to Xian Bei, who transferred much of his cultivation to me, I can now go out. Then both of us will go. We shall ski and enjoy vegetarian buns. Lu Tan announced as they set off in a carriage at dawn. Xiao Bai drove, while the others sat inside the carriage, swaying gently as Mian Huatang munched on snacks. Lu Tan and Xian Nan played chess, while Xian Bei leaned against the carriage, engrossed in a book. What is it that you are reading? Lu Tan inquired, offering him a piece of mung bean cake. Thank you, Xian Bei replied, as Mian Huatang promptly stuffed a piece into his mouth. I am reading Xiang Yu Xin Sheng, which illustrates the relationship between facial features and personality traits. Oh, let me take a look, Mian Huatang said, peering over. She could only comprehend the illustrations, struggling with the text. Xian Bei, how is my facial structure? Mian Huatang asked. Very good. You possess a full forehead, thick brows, and large eyes, suggesting a life of fortune, he affirmed. What about me? Lu Tan queried. Lu Tan, you'll have a blissful marriage and a happy family with the potential to bear 6 children. Lu Tan chuckled at this. As they continued their journey, playing chess and enjoying refreshments, they finally reached the snow-capped mountains. They had traveled quite a distance, initially dressed in light clothing, but now donned multiple layers, including 2 cotton jackets and a cotton cloak. Lu Tan pulled up the hood of her cloak, being the only one among them who was sensitive to the cold. Xian Bei retrieved the keys to their mountain villa, rented from the locals, and declared, let's head there now. Xian Nan and Xian Bei, full of youthful vigor, rolled up their sleeves without a hint of cold. Xiao Bai and Mian Huatang were unbothered by the chill, especially Mian Huatang, who had reverted to her original form, frolicking in the snow. She was equipped with genuine fur and fluff, rolling around and even taking a big mouthful of snow. Xian Nan rented a sled, with Xiao Bai and Mian Huatang pulling it up the mountain. The scenery was breathtaking despite the cold. Lu Tan's eyelashes frosted over, her body wrapped tightly except for her eyes as she built a snowman. Xian Nan and Xian Bei engaged in a snowball fight, while Xiao Bai teamed up with Xian Nan and Mian Huatang with Xian Bei, sending snowballs flying through Lu Tan's airspace. Lu Tan retaliated by hurling a snowball that struck Xiao Bai on the head. Who did that? I shall seek revenge, he declared, forming a large snowball. Before he could finish his sentence, Xian Bei stuffed snow down his collar. Another snowball descended from above, scattering across Xiao Bai's hair, launched by Xian Nan. Mian Huatang joined in, gleefully tackling Xiao Bai into the snow. How outrageous! You all conspired to bully this good person, she complained. The fox and Mian Huatang tumbled together, crashing into Lu Tan's snowman, toppling it over. The snowman's carrot nose fell off, and Mian Huatang took a bite, exclaiming, so sweet and crunchy. After tiring themselves out, they retreated to a small wooden cabin to warm up by the fire. In a snowy nook, there was even a hot spring. Lu Tan took a basket of eggs and boiled them in the hot spring. As night fell, they laid out bedding around the campfire, each draping themselves with blankets to sleep. The next day, Xian Nan went winter swimming in the icy hole, while Xian Bei fished nearby. With a fish bite in this cold, Lu Tan wondered, watching the spectacle. They will just wait and see. Suddenly, Xian Bei reeled in a large fish. Lu Tan prepared the fish and made a delicious soup with tofu, using only simple salt and scallions, creating a culinary delight. After satisfying their hunger with the fish soup, they began to feel drowsy when suddenly they heard someone crying. Lu Tan sat up, noticing that the others were fast asleep. The sound was coming from outside the door. Lu Tan wrapped her cloak around her and opened the door. "Help me, I'm freezing. I can't take it anymore." A woman lay on the ground, covered in snow. "What happened? Come inside quickly," Lu Tan exclaimed, rushing to her aid. But as she stepped outside, her foot sank into a snowdrift, and she tumbled into a snow hole, losing consciousness. Upon awakening, she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. "How'd I end up in a hole? Why didn't I notice it before?" She lifted her head to see only a sliver of sky above. The hole was quite deep. "Is anyone there? Help! Xiaobai, Mian Hua Tang, Xianan, Xianbei." She called out, but received no response. With no firewood or warmth, she felt increasingly cold. The sun rose, and she realized she had been trapped all night. Surely, they were beginning to search for her. Cold and hungry, she curled up in a ball. As she felt around, her fingers brushed against something hard. Gradually, she discerned its shape and discovered it to be a bone. There were more beneath her touch. Lu Tan stumbled upon something larger, and upon touching it, he suddenly realized what it was. He quickly flung it away. It was a human head, an adult's head. He died here. Will I also perish in this place? Lu Tan felt a chill run down his spine. When Xiaobai awoke, he noticed Lu Tan was missing. Chapter 26. Ji Xiang Tutu. He thought she had stepped out to use the restroom, but after a while, she still had not returned. The fox woke up Mian Huatong. "What's wrong? I'm still sleepy. I feel utterly drained. Let me rest a little longer, Xiaobai Ge. Lu Tan has been gone for quite some time." Where did Sister Lu Tan go? How would I know? The fox shook Shunan and Shubei awake, but they too felt inexplicably weak and lethargic. Xiaobai informed them that Lu Tan was missing. Shunan hurriedly got up and opened the door. He saw that the snow had piled up outside overnight. They would need to dig a hole to get out. Shubei observed the scene. "How strange. I felt I slept particularly soundly last night. I tried to wake up several times, but could not open my eyes." Shunan replied, "Me too. I feel completely exhausted." Xiaobai raised his hand. "Me as well." Mian Watang also raised his hand. "I second that." Shunan turned to look at the pot of soup hanging over the campfire. "Oh no, we may have been set up. The soup has been tampered with." The four of them dug their way out of the snow to search for Lu Tan. They shouted in the mountains for a long time, but received no response. Shunan suggested they split up and meet back at the cabin in half an hour. Lu Tan continuously rubbed her hands together, breathing warmth into them. Her breath was like white smoke, and her eyelashes were frosted over. She felt drowsy, but could not afford to sleep. If she fell asleep, she might never awaken again. Throughout the 7 years of her life, despite countless moments of despair, she had never contemplated leaving this world. She had people she cared for. She feared no one would cook for Xiaobai or Mian Huatong. She worried that Shunan and Shubei would feel heartbroken. And then there were Yushan and Fuzhu. She had friends, and she did not want them to experience losing her again. Lu Tan began to attempt to climb upwards. Her strength was limited. After a few steps using her hands and feet to support herself against the walls of the hole, she realized it was futile. Lu Tan picked up a large thigh bone. "I'm sorry, I apologize for any offense." She began to dig with the bone, creating a groove to step up. Shubei returned to the cabin, only to find everyone had come up empty-handed. Shunan said, "I went down the mountain and asked around. The locals' eyes were shifty, as if they were hiding something from us." Xiaobai remarked, "I've heard some rumors about the Dashueshan. This place used to be a well-known travel destination, but in recent years, not many have come here. Something must have happened. Look, aside from us, where are the other tourists?" Mian Huatong added, "The snow last night was too heavy. It covered all the footprints. I can't even smell Lu Tan's scent." Shubei speculated, "I have a theory. The ones who took Lu Tan are not merely after money. We haven't lost anything from our packs. Could it be that this place is haunted by spirits?" Mian Huatong questioned, "Why did they only capture Sister Lu Tan and not us?" Shinan asked, "What makes Lu Tan different from us?" Xiaobai stroked his chin. "Lu Tan is human, a girl, and she lacks martial skills. She is the weakest among us. There's another human." Shubei pointed to himself. "So, they're after a frail girl. A girl? Are they trying to forcibly take her as a wife?" Lu Tan gazed up at the changing day and night above her. She was on the verge of collapse. Had she known, she would never have come to such a frigid place. In Ji Xiang Chung, saying it was freezing to death was merely a complaint. industrious. It truly meant freezing to death. Luton's hands and feet were losing sensation. After fruitless searching, Shunan decided to use his financial resources, hiring 100 people for a thorough search, offering a generous reward for any clues. With sufficient reward, there are bound to be brave souls. Someone mentioned a villager who might be able to find her. He led 4 people to a small cabin, stating that this person was named a fawn and was quite remarkable. Xiaobai inquired, "What makes him remarkable?" When a fawn was 5 years old, he went with his parents on a boat to visit relatives. Suddenly, he refused to board, crying and causing a scene. His father tried to force him on, but he bit his father and still wouldn't he board. Eventually, that boat sank in the middle of the river. When a fawn grew up, he dated a girl. But during their outing in the wilderness, they were attacked by a bear. The girl did not survive, but he miraculously lived. He also possessed a strange ability. Any carriage he touched would meet with misfortune, either spooking the horses or having a wheel fall off mid-journey. Xu Bei remarked, "The legendary jinxed soul? Starting 5 years ago, there have been continuous disappearances on Da Shueshan, all of which involve girls who traveled from Jiangnan to see the snow. Over the years, about 10 girls have gone missing, and while others cannot find them, only he can." Xu Bei asked, "Are those who are found alive?" "No, they are returned as corpses, but at least that's better than leaving no trace behind, right?" The door was knocked open, and they met this extraordinary man. A fawn was a man in his 50s, dressed in rags, leaning against the wall while smoking. "What is the matter?" he asked. "These gentlemen have entrusted you to find someone." He extended his hand, asking for 5 taels of silver. Xu Bei directly threw him 10 taels, saying, "Uncle Fawn, we cannot afford to waste a moment. Let us go quickly." He leaned on his cane and returned with the 4 to the small cabin. After surveying the surroundings, he said, "The person is definitely gone." Xiaobai exclaimed, "Nonsense. It can't be. Luton is blessed. She will return safely. We will never come back here again. Why must we come to this desolate place?" Mianhua Tong said, "We live in Jiangnan. It's not like we've never seen snow. You'll have to kill me before I return." A fawn walked forward, ventured out 100 meters, then returned, before changing direction and walking over 100 more meters, only to come back again. A fawn walked in all 4 cardinal directions before stopping in front of the small cabin. He declared, "It's right here." "Uncle Fawn, you're not joking, are you?" Xu Bei felt that a fawn's previous behavior seemed largely theatrical. A fawn tapped the snow beneath his feet with his cane. "You all may start digging. From here downwards, you'll find out." Shunan and Xu Bei were skeptical. Shunan asked, "Are you certain?" "Believe it or not, I don't care." A fawn rolled his eyes. "Are you saying Luton is buried?" He ceased speaking. The 4 began to dig with shovels. It wasn't long before they unearthed a piece of clothing. Xiaobai exclaimed, "It's Luton's cloak." "The cloak is here, but where is she?" A fawn replied, "Dig a little deeper, and you'll find out." Just as they lowered their shovels, Xu Bei suddenly said, "Wait." He turned around and saw a massive python opening its gaping maw towards them. The 4 had no time to react and were all swallowed whole. In the snow, a fawn revealed a sinister grin. "Initially, we only wanted that woman, but you all delivered yourselves to us. How unfortunate for you." "It's so dark," Xiaobai said. "Have we been eaten?" Mianhua Tong asked. "There's light." Shunan held a fire stick in his hand. "My lord, where are we?" Xu Bei said, "Inside the belly of the serpent." "Why haven't we been digested?" "Because Big Brother cast a barrier. That shabby old man is a monster. He is human, but the serpent that swallowed us is certainly in league with him," Xu Bei concluded. "Indeed, this black serpent has taken shortcuts in its cultivation. Though not old, it is quite powerful. I can't sense its demonic energy," Shunan commented. "Of course, it could also be that I'm sluggish from eating the spiced fish soup. What if Luton has already been consumed before us? Luton doesn't know any barriers. What should we do?" Xiaobai anxiously scratched his scalp. Meanwhile, the old man who led the 4 to meet a fawn was counting coins, seated across from Fawn, who was drinking and feasting. Thank you, Master Fawn." He chuckled. "Go on, inform me if there are any outsiders." "Certainly, I will use the same strategy to lure them in. This group is truly foolish. They believe everything I say. All the legendary tales about a fawn are mere fabrications he concocted." After the old man departed, Afan rose and walked towards the corner of the room where a small altar stood. He lit incense and murmured, you're 17 now. Just 2 more, and you will transform into a human. Then we can be together forever, never to part. The offering was not for ancestral spirits, but rather a wooden sculpture shaped like a serpent. Awaken, quickly awaken. If you fall asleep, you will never return home, a voice echoed in Luton's ear. I am so cold. I do not wish to open my eyes. Your friends are in peril. If you do not awaken, no one will come to rescue them. What? Had they fallen into a pit as well? Finally, Luton opened her eyes, only to find no one before her. To her left and right, she spotted a rabbit. The rabbit, plump and snow-white, leaped into her embrace. Was it you speaking to me just now? The rabbit replied, listen carefully. Your friends have been devoured by the black serpent, and you must save them. A serpent? But Xiannan is skilled in combat. Xianbei is an expert in capturing monsters. And Xiaobai, along with Mianhua Tang and Li Zhua, can fend for themselves. How could they be consumed by a serpent? This is no ordinary serpent. She strays from her path, preying on the souls of young girls. Your friends have consumed the lazy fish soup and have turned into weaklings. She has already devoured 17. If she consumes 19, she will take human form and return on the night of the full moon to feast upon you. But it's too high. I cannot climb. Luton, even without the lazy fish soup, felt incapable of ascending. I will help you. Just hold on to my feet. Very well. Luton grasped the rabbit with one hand and its foot with the other, and the rabbit began to float upwards, lifting Luton off the ground. Luton, somewhat afraid of heights, closed her eyes midway. When she felt her feet touch the ground again, she opened her eyes in astonishment and delight. We have truly escaped. Thank you, rabbit. No need for thanks. You must promise me that after rescuing your friends, you will slay the black serpent. Why? The rabbit seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards the serpent. This place was once a sanctuary for cultivation, but she and her partner have tainted it. The rabbit led Luton through the snow, where her limbs felt weak, and she stumbled but found comfort in the soft snow. The rabbit brought her to a dense forest. Do you see that tree? The black serpent will coil around it at night, and that man will come as well. You must hide. Do not let them discover you. Luton replied, what can I do? I cannot defeat them. I will tell you what to do. As night fell, Luton cradled the rabbit in her arms, feeling no chill. The rabbit was like a radiant heater, continuously providing warmth. The black serpent approached, drawing nearer, and Luton's heart raced. She initially glided close to the ground, but upon reaching the tree, she transformed into a woman clad in black. Luton hurriedly concealed herself behind the tree. Do not be anxious. I will protect you. She cannot see you, the rabbit assured. Luton nodded silently in response. Soon, a man carrying a lantern approached, appearing to be in his 50s, with greasy hair and a disheveled beard. This man was Afan, her partner, and together they were responsible for all the misdeeds. Before Luton, they embraced and exchanged sweet nothings. Just 2 more, and we will be close. My little wife, Au, choose your favorite from these women, and we shall wed. When the woman turned her face toward Luton, she was horrified to see that the woman had no facial features. Her entire face was flat. Luton extinguished the lantern. Hurry, do not hesitate. If you hesitate, there will be no opportunity left, urged the rabbit. The lantern contains the souls of the 17 individuals. Extinguishing it will thwart their plan. All right, I will go. Wish me luck. Taking a deep breath, Luton summoned all her strength and lunged forward, clutching the lantern and extinguishing it in the snow. The lantern, made of paper, crumpled under her foot. Ah, ah, ah. The woman transformed into a serpent and writhed on the ground. My dear, Afan, kill her, kill her. How could she be here? The black serpent writhed in agony. Afan drew a knife and advanced menacingly towards Luton. Damn it, how dare you harm my wife? Luton did not flee. She tore apart the lantern, took out the candle, and forcefully broke it before stepping on it. You are doomed. How could you harm her? Afan raised his knife, and Luton, exhausted from her earlier efforts, felt powerless. She closed her eyes, awaiting her fate, but instead heard a piercing scream. Luton, are you all right? It was Xiannan's voice. She fell into a warm embrace, inhaling the familiar scent of Xiannan. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Xiannan, Xianbei, Xiaobai, and Mianhua Tang. Not far away lay the body of the black serpent, eviscerated, along with the lifeless form of the villain feign. The group departed from the snowy mountains. This was no mere journey, but rather a trial. Xiaobai remarked, "I much prefer home. Sister Yushan is far better than that black serpent." Indeed, Sister Yushan does not consume people, Mianhua Tang added. Feign had fallen in love with a serpent not yet fully transformed into a human. His affection was genuine. Wishing to be with her eternally, he brought her to this sanctuary, but finding the path of cultivation too slow, he aided her in capturing young girls to consume their souls. They required only 19. Alas, fate did not favor the wicked. The dreams of those who commit evil are unattainable, for sacrificing others for one's own gain is the epitome of selfishness. After a weary journey, they returned home. A warm spring bath washed away their fatigue. As Litten prepared to cook, she spotted Yushan. "Litten, it's been days since I last saw you. You have finally returned." This time, those present would share tea and snacks without hesitation. "Huh? Why aren't you leaving?" Xian'an inquired. Yushan was not foolish. She had long recognized their attempts to avoid her. Chapter 27. Eternal. Xiaobai said, "Sister Yushan, let us reconcile. I have suddenly found much to admire about you." Mianhua Tang added, "Sister Yushan, I too have come to realize your gentleness, understanding, and generosity." "What? Have you both lost your minds?" Xianbei commented, "I also find you acceptable. Just a bit unreasonable and not a man-eater." Xian'an said, "I believe they are correct. Where have you all been these past few days? Have you collectively lost your wits?" Xiaobai replied, "You guessed it right. We suffered food poisoning after consuming lazy fish." Yushan pointed at them. "So the side effect is a rapid decline in intelligence?" Xianbei retorted, "Indeed, this girl has nothing good to say, always either angry or belittling others." Litten shrugged. "What we ate is unimportant. Yushan, we are a family that loves one another, and from today on, we are officially reconciled." Yushan scoffed dismissively. In a rare sight, 7 people sat together at a table for a meal. Though there were moments of chopsticks clashing, overall it was harmonious. Fu Zhu also arrived. Typically, when Miss Yushan attended a banquet, Fu Zhu would escort her, fearing she would become intoxicated and argue with others. But with this group, there was no worry as they did not drink alcohol. Xian'an stated that drinking harms the brain, and he needed to retain his faculties to benefit Jixiang City. Xianbei mentioned that as a practitioner, he should avoid wine, lust, and gambling. Xiaobai commented, "I find alcohol to be spicy and bitter. I cannot fathom why so many willingly drink." Mianhua Tang added, "I'm still young. Children should not drink." With that, Yushan found no opportunity to indulge in alcohol. Yet, with Litten's culinary creations gracing the table, the feast was a magnificent display of color and flavor, intoxicating in its own right, even without wine. After the meal, Litten washed the dishes while Fu Zhu remained in the courtyard, conversing with Xian'an and Xianbei over tea. Yushan leaned against the doorframe, chatting with Litten. "Litten, the Xian family can easily afford help. Why must you take on these tasks?" "Because I enjoy it." "You enjoy washing dishes?" Yushan frowned. "What kind of hobby is that?" Lutan remarked, "This is my life, this is my home. I take pleasure in tidying and organizing my abode, as it brings me comfort and contentment. The dishes I prepare are favored by my family, and my home is particularly clean and cozy, which fills me with a sense of accomplishment." "Lutan, you cannot be serious," came the response. "Indeed, I speak from the heart." The bowls that Lutan had washed gleamed brightly, reflecting her image. For her fondness for the task enabled her to execute it beautifully. "I cannot comprehend you. I have maids to coiffure me and attendants to scrub me. Engaging in such trivial pursuits seems a waste of time and life." Yushan had no desire to perform household chores, nor did she wish to learn them throughout her life. With so much time at hand, why not indulge in something more enjoyable? Adorning beautiful attire, sipping tea with acquaintances, listening to operas, attending soirees of the elite. Does that not surpass the joy of washing dishes, cooking, and gardening? Lutan smiled. She had never relished such frivolous amusements even in her days as a young lady, feeling utterly at odds with the mindset of those socialites. They spoke of cosmetics and fine powders, while Lutan preferred ancient texts and illustrations. Each party was speaking a different language, rendering their conversation futile. She did not wish to quarrel with Yushan, for many matters could not be distilled into right or wrong. What mattered most was one's happiness, and how one chose to perceive things was beyond her control, just as she could not dictate Yushan's views. Lutan was a girl of gentle exterior but firm spirit, remarkably resilient. Attempts to sway her beliefs were futile. As Lutan played the zither, Xuan Bei accompanied her with a bamboo flute, while Xuan Nan lounged in a chair, engrossed in a book. It had been a long time since Lutan had played, yet her melody remained as enchanting as ever. Once, her hand had been untouched by dust, solely devoted to reading, writing, playing the zither, and composing poetry. Now, however, she employed them for myriad tasks. As her performance concluded, the little white fox nestled on the cushion, flicked its ears in delight. How lovely. Please play another. Its eyes remained closed. What would you like to hear? Asked Mian Huatong. I wish to hear a nursery rhyme. Very well, Lutan replied, effortlessly reciting a familiar nursery rhyme from the streets of Shugua. Mian Huatong listened, enraptured. How delightful. Lutan Jijia. Your zither must have been honed over many years. Such high musical proficiency is a privilege bestowed upon us few. I am truly flattered. Lutan chuckled. I have also practiced embroidery for over a decade, yet it is merely to stitch doghouses for you. The little white fox squinted. No wonder this den is so comfortable. It rubbed its head affectionately. Lutan sliced open a passion fruit, scooping out the flesh and seeds and pouring them into a glass teapot, adding boiling water and a few rock sugar pieces before presenting it on the tea table. Xuan Bei inhaled deeply. How fragrant. The aroma soon filled the courtyard. The fox suddenly lifted its head. I want some. Mian Huatong jumped up. Lutan Jieji, I want some too. You may have it, but you must refill your cups after finishing. I will go to the inner courtyard to read for a while. Lutan's home had 3 courtyards, each lined with bookshelves already filled to capacity. Xuan Bei suggested expanding to 6 courtyards, but Lutan declined. While a grand residence is indeed appealing, it also requires considerable time for maintenance. Additionally, the substantial repair costs due to weathering necessitated a portion of her energy. Life is fleeting, and if one becomes overly concerned with numerous people and affairs, it leads to internal strife, causing disarray and a sense of helplessness. Lutan arranged the vertically placed books on the shelves into horizontal stacks to accommodate more volumes. Beautiful books were placed lower, while those she had read once and had no desire to revisit were stored high above, out of reach. After organizing several rooms, it was nearly midnight, and Lutan stretched before returning to her room to rest. While she was making her bed, the little white fox knocked on the door. Lutan, Lutan. What is it, little white fox? Our succulent plants are in high demand. The owner said you should think of a solution, as there are too many buyers. All right, I will ponder a solution tomorrow. Lutan nestled into her blankets. She had plenty of succulent pots and ample supplies of nutrient soil, perlite, and clay pellets. But the recent incessant rain had hindered sunlight exposure, causing slow growth. Lutan's succulents had all originated from single leaves, each capable of becoming an entire plant. The growth of succulents depends on temperature, humidity, and sunlight exposure. Sunny days promote swift growth. The following day, Lutan rose early, asking the little white fox to collect eggs, while Mian Huatong handled deliveries as she set out to solve the issue of succulent shortages. Lutan plucked several plump, thick leaves from the old stems and set them out to air dry. She then took a clean, large tray, carefully layered it with 3 layers of perlite, and placed the newly harvested succulent leaves atop, evenly misting them with water. The leaves that had sprouted air roots were similarly misted, and those with small petals were buried in pots along with the leaves. For those previously planted, Lutan had inserted chopsticks into the soil. Checking one, she saw that the tip was still moist, indicating no need for watering. She reinserted the chopstick. Those with dry tips were all gathered to one side. Lutan fetched a large bucket filled with water, submerging the thirsty succulents along with their pots. Bubbles began to rise in the water, signifying the succulents were drinking. Lutan had placed clay pellets at the bottom of the pots, and the soil surface was topped with stone, preventing it from dissolving in water. Once the bubbling ceased, indicating the succulents had quenched their thirst, Lutan removed the pots one by one, ensuring each was sufficiently watered. After inventorying, She noted that over 300 pots were ready for shipment. Yet even this quantity remained insufficient to meet demand. Observing the sky, she noted that rain was imminent again, prompting her to set up a rain cover for her succulents. This cannot go on. The succulents are not receiving enough sunlight, resulting in thin leaves and dull colors. Lutan mused. Lutan, one can use candlelight for illumination, suggested Xuanbei. Turning around, Lutan saw a beaming Xuanbei. When did you arrive, Xuanbei Gij? Just as you were engrossed in the flowers. Candlelight? That is a splendid idea. If sunlight is insufficient during the day, we can supplement it at night. However, a single or 2 candles will not suffice. The more candles we use, the higher the cost of the succulents will rise. If we suddenly raise prices, it will affect our reputation. If we do not raise prices, we will incur losses. Xuanbei replied, I have a solution. Lutan, I will tell you tomorrow. Intrigued, Lutan wondered if Xuanbei had found a way to conjure light. The next evening, when Xuanbei came over for dinner, he brought a bucket with him. The solution I mentioned is in this bucket, he announced. What a delightful treasure is this, second master? Asked the little white fox, peering closer. Guess. I guess it's a bucket of luminous pearls. Wrong guess, Xuanbei chuckled. Then I will not guess. Please reveal the answer. Xuanbei lifted the lid of the bucket, revealing a substance resembling lard. Is this fuel, Xuanbei Gij? Lutan inquired. Light it and see, he replied. Xuanbei took a new oil lamp, scooped out a piece of the oily substance, placed it inside, and added a candle wick. Lutan ignited it with a fire starter. The brightness was astonishing, equating to that of 3 or 5 nearby oil lamps. What is this, Xuanbei Gij? Lutan asked, her curiosity piqued. Fish oil lamp, made from mermaid oil. Its advantages are not solely brightness. The greatest benefit is that just 1 spoonful can burn for thousands of years. Thousands of years? Lutan gasped, glancing at the lamp, which had not diminished in oil at all during their conversation. This type of lamp oil is used in the imperial tombs of Shugua, known as the everlasting lamp, which does not extinguish for a millennium. Lutan covered her mouth. If this is used in the imperial tombs, then using it at home would be sacrilegious. Being discovered would lead to punishment. Xuanbei found Lutan adorable and could not help but tousle her hair. It is all right. My brother will protect you. Moreover, Lutan Mountain has been enclosed. Outsiders cannot enter. Lutan patted her heart. I still feel a bit uneasy. There is truly no need. His Majesty would not punish anyone over a bucket of lamp oil. Lutan, let us raise the walls of the flower house a bit higher and lock them, so that the light gathered within will not be devoured by the darkness of night, and we can ensure that no outsiders can gaze inside. Xiaobai remarked. Lutan replied, Good. Xianbei suggested, we need not raise the walls. Instead, let us plant dense bamboo around the perimeter of the flower house. The bamboo will grow thicker over time, providing ample cover. Xiaobai gave a thumbs up. Second master, you are indeed clever. Xianbei's practical skills were impressive. He ventured to the mountains to dig up bamboo, and within a day, he had surrounded the flower house. Lutan noticed the wear on Xianbei's shoulders from carrying the bamboo. Upon seeing her gaze, Xianbei reassured her, it is fine. They were already worn from long use. Lutan insisted he remove it so she could mend it. While repairing the garment, she took his measurements, and that night, she worked late into the night to create a new outfit for him. Exhausted from the day's labor, Xianbei chose to stay overnight in the second courtyard. As dawn broke, Lutan yawned and stretched, declaring her work complete. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Xianbei, who was just waking up. Xuanbei Gij, I have something for you. Xianbei took the clothing Lutan offered, exclaiming, Is this for me? Did you make this for me? A wide smile revealed his perfectly aligned teeth. I'll go change into it. After changing, Xianbei emerged, proclaiming, It fits perfectly. Our Lutan is truly skilled. The sleeves and collar were adorned with intricate embroidery. Xianbei said, Lutan, I find myself increasingly desirous of bringing you home. Though Lutan stood before him, he dared not voice this sentiment, for between them lay his elder brother, the only family he had in this world. Xianbei Gij, it suits you well. I shall go prepare breakfast. As Lutan departed, Xianbei found himself lost in thought, watching her silhouette vanish. For breakfast, Lutan prepared jianbingguozi. While others filled their pancakes with fried dough sticks, Luton rolled hers with sausages and spicy strips, creating a delightful and flavorful treat. Another sip of the kelp soup she made was simply divine. Every bite of Luton's cooking made Xianbei feel that life was indeed worth living. "Thank you for the compliment," he replied. After the meal, Xianbei descended the mountain to pursue his quest for fairies. Luton and Xiaobai went to check on the succulent plants that had been illuminated by fish oil lamps overnight. Xiaobai exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of magic is this? The succulents that looked wilted yesterday have transformed overnight into plump and vibrant plants." The 10 fish oil lamps still glowed brightly. Xiaobai remarked, "These lamps are truly remarkable. One lamp can pass down through generations, enduring long after you leave." Luton observed that not only had the older plants regained their color, but the new leaves in the perlite tray had also sprouted aerial roots overnight. The newly planted sprouts in the pots appeared visibly larger than the day before. "How wonderful! Luton, I must go deliver some goods now," she cheerfully announced. "Good luck, Xiaobai," she encouraged, bending down to continue tending to her beloved succulents. "Luton, where are you?" Hearing Yushan's voice, Luton rushed out of the flower house, closing the door behind her. Although she fully trusted Yushan, she still wished to keep certain matters confidential. If the information about the fish oil lamps were to reach outsiders, it could lead to significant trouble. Luton did not wish to involve Yushan in such complications. As Yushan called out, she approached from the first courtyard to the second. "What is you in such a hurry?" Luton inquired. I don't know what to do," Yushan said, gripping the corner of her skirt as she ran to take Luton's hand. "What is it, dear? Speak slowly, do not panic. My home has been robbed." "Oh, what was stolen?" Chapter 28. Yurui Luton, since the item must hold great significance. Trivial objects would not provoke such urgency in Yushan. "The Yurui, a wedding gift from His Majesty," Yushan explained anxiously. "Where was it lost? Where did you place it?" "Naturally, it was in the treasury. It is a gift bestowed by His Majesty to be presented at our wedding. How could I treat it carelessly?" Due to her grandmother's mourning period, Yushan's wedding to Fu Zhu had been postponed, but it would eventually take place. What are we to do? Losing a gift from His Majesty is a great disrespect. "Do not worry. Let us first investigate and then devise a plan," Luton advised. She donned a face mask and returned home with Yushan. The house was eerily empty, with only 2 gatekeepers present. Where were the other servants? They were under interrogation by the steward. If this item could not be found, the steward would resort to extreme measures to make an example of a few. "Surely not. That is so cruel," Luton protested. "We cannot concern ourselves with that now. If His Majesty were to penalize us, it could implicate the entire family." Luton was pulled to the treasury door by Yushan. The 2 guards bowed. "Good day." Mississippi opened the door. "Miss, it is permissible for you to enter, but who is this?" "She is my friend." "Hurry, open it, do not dawdle." "But miss, this is a secure area. Outsiders cannot enter freely." "What I say goes," Yushan declared, kicking the guard's leg. He winced in pain and ceased to block their entry. Yushan pushed the door open and pulled Luton inside, locking the door behind them. A few steps forward revealed another door, distinct from the first red, lacquered wooden door. This one was cast in bronze. At the base of the door ring was a groove containing a bagua plate. Yushan inserted her hand and turned the bagua plate. With a click, the mechanism unlocked. She pushed the door open with all her strength, and Luton assisted her. The 2 women managed to create a narrow opening, both drenched in sweat. Yushan assessed the situation and, realizing she could squeeze through sideways, declared, "This will have to suffice. If we push any further, we might risk our lives." She sucked in her stomach and slipped through, with Luton following closely behind. "I cannot afford to gain any more weight. I almost got stuck," Yushan remarked, pointing to the rows of wooden boxes on the gold silk nama shelves. "To the east are gold and silver. To the west are jewels. To the south are antiques and calligraphy. And to the north are treasures bestowed by the emperor." The Yurui was originally placed in the most conspicuous spot, yet it is now missing. Luton looked to the wall, where a rosewood box sat prominently. "Is this it?" Indeed, the container for the Yurui remains, yet its contents are gone. Luton approached and opened the box, finding it entirely empty. Yushan began to open other boxes on the shelves one by one. Luton inspected each, confirming the absence of a Yurui. Yushan then turned her attention to the jewelry boxes, and Luton scrutinized each one. Finally, Yushan overturned all the boxes containing gold and silver ingots. Luton glanced at the ceiling. There were no windows, and the room was completely sealed, with only the door providing access. Yushan, can we trust the gatekeepers? They sign a life and death contract. If something is lost, they would owe our family their lives. How can they remain so calm when they're about to face such dire consequences? Yushan replied, not the two currently on duty. The ones who watched the treasury last night have already been taken for severe interrogation. Luton wiped away her sweat, contemplating how a single Yurui could create such chaos, with the risk of someone losing their name because of it. Yushan, where is Fuzhu? He has been dispatched by the Emperor for work. I have not seen him in half a month. Should we inform him of this significant matter? Where would I find him? He is on covert missions 9 out of 10 times. He wouldn't even let slip a word in his sleep. Luton casually reassured her, a little separation can be sweet too. Luton circled around the shelves a few times. Yushan, have we checked the floor? Could there be secret compartments or hidden passages? It is impossible. The walls beneath are reinforced with iron. The two exited and arrived at Yushan's chamber. Yushan, agitated, kicked a stool and pounded the table. Luton grasped Yushan's hand and gently seated her at the vanity. Calm down, calm down. I am utterly overwhelmed. Can you understand my distress? I do understand, but Yushan, it is crucial to remain composed during such times. Losing one's temper resolves nothing. True, it does not solve the problem, but it can help distract me and alleviate my mood. As she spoke, she rose to her feet, seized a book, and began to tear it apart. After a few vigorous pulls, she continued shredding it into countless fragments, nearly resorting to biting it. Yushan, I will ask Xianbei Gij to help you find it. That foolish giant? With a simplistic mind and strong limbs, do you really believe he can locate it? Xianbei Gij is quite skilled at finding things, replied Lutan. What has he found before? Cats, dogs, sheep, and cows, all reported with accuracy. Yushan pouted. Even a fool has a chance at finding something. Right now, we are searching for an inanimate object, which one T bleat or call out. As Yushan's frustration built, Lutan shook his head. Yushan, let us not lose our composure. Our primary goal is to locate the Yurui. I understand. When Lutan found Xianbei, he was carrying a net with a peacock inside. Lutan, Yushan, what brings you here? Xianbei Gij, Yushan has a favor to ask of you. Speak plainly. For Lutan's sake, I will not turn you away. Yushan pointed at the peacock. Is it from the Kong family? Why did you catch it? It ran away at midnight, and I helped retrieve it. Clearly, only a small creature could be found. What do you need me for? Something has gone missing from my home, and I would like your assistance in locating it. Xianbei recognized her tone was not one of pleading. Yet who could blame her, being Lutan's friend? After returning the peacock, Xianbei began to listen as Yushan recounted the events. The item was kept in the vault, and every evening before the butler left, he would count it, then count it again the following morning. On the day he checked, everything was in order, but by the next morning, the item had vanished. Both guards claimed not even a fly had entered. Did either of them take a break to answer nature's call? Xianbei inquired. Yushan replied, the vault is a secure place. Leaving one's post is not permitted. But everyone has their needs. Do you enforce such strictness? Of course, that is their job. Xianbei grimaced at the ugly face of the privileged class. What did you say? Lutan quickly intervened. Let us not argue. Yushan, return home with me. Let Xianbei Gij handle this. Xianbei waved his hand. Hurry and take her away. She has given me a headache, he said, pressing his temple. Lutan prepared some snacks, but Yushan could not eat. Lutan made sweet soup, yet Yushan could not drink. She was simply anxious, fearing that this matter would escalate and jeopardize her marriage to Fuzhu. Do not worry. Xianbei Gij has taken charge personally. 3 hours later, Xianbei returned. Seeing him empty-handed, Yushan exclaimed, I knew he would fail. Lutan brewed some tea, and Xianbei took a sip of Luo Hongwa tea. If you cannot accomplish it, just admit defeat instead of pretending to be capable. It only delays matters. Yushan shot him a disdainful glance, and was about to leave when she heard something land on the table. It was a Yurui, which Xianbei had produced from his sleeve. He smugly sipped his tea. Yushan embraced the recovered treasure, examining it closely. It was indeed genuine. Where did you find it? Ahem. Someone just referred to me as a coward. I was not speaking of you. Is it so difficult to apologize? A petty man. Lu Tan's partner should not be so small-minded. Hey, miss, your actions are quite ungrateful. Lu Tan, caught in the middle, exclaimed, can we not argue? You both clearly mean no harm. Why must you be so contradictory? Miss Yushan would never lower her head first to admit her fault. As Xian Bei stood to leave, Yushan blocked his way. You still haven tea, told me where you found it. What is it to you? I have no desire to share. With that, Xian Bei strode away. Infuriated, Yushan stamped her foot. Perverse. Distorted. No wonder you cannot find a wife. Lu Tan shook his head. With Xian Bei Gij's looks, character, and family background, any matchmaker would be eager to introduce him. Yushan descended the mountain with her Yu Rui, and during mealtime, the family gathered together. Only then did Xian Bei recount the process of finding the Yu Rui. He suspected that the theft had a particular motive, as only this item was taken among the treasures. After casting an oracle, he was advised to search towards the east. Without even exiting the vault, he discovered the item in the eastern beam of the vault. Wait, second master, I have a question. How did you enter the vault? I possessed one of the guards. Huh, I thought only spirits could possess. You could do it too? What is strange about that? I suspect the thief employed the same method. Hold on, second master, there were two guards outside. How did you possess both? I possessed one to take me inside, while I cast a time-stopping spell on the other. When I exited, I simply snapped my fingers to restore him. Xiaobai Mian Huatang. And Lu Tan listened in stunned silence. Second master, when did you master such sorcery? Are you playing the fool to deceive the tiger? Mian Huatang asked. Then why didn't you intervene when we were swallowed by the black snake? Xian Bei replied. I had only just begun to grasp the basics. I could manage a regular person, but not a serpent demon with skills. Please continue. Who hid the item? A tabby cat. A cat? A cat demon? Indeed. Xian Bei sipped his tea. What did it hide the item for? Shouldn't tea cats hoard dried fish? Leaning closer to the table, Xian Bei whispered. Do you think Miss Yushan has a human temperament? Both Xiaobai and Mian Huatang shook their heads. No. Even Lu Tan nodded. I admit my best friend Yushan has a somewhat low emotional intelligence. Her words can be quite heavy-handed, easily offending others. She must have angered that tabby cat. After finding the item, I also confronted the culprit and inquired why it had acted so. It claimed it was a gift from a scoundrel to Miss Yushan. Initially, she was delighted for a few days, but when she grew bored, she discarded it. The cat returned several times, but Miss Yushan had her servants throw it out each time. The last time the cat returned, she found it excessively bothersome and ordered it locked in a cage without food or water to teach it a lesson. However, a cat that had attained sentience would not succumb to hunger. It directly possessed one of Yushan's maids and devoured the fish from her table while she dined. Mian Huatang remarked, I can imagine the fate of the maid who was possessed. Indeed, she was dismissed and received her final paycheck for the month. Xiaobai commented, inhumane. The oppressive upper class is despicable. Later, the cat devised this incident to exact revenge for itself and the maid who had been cast out. It mentioned fearing one individual in that household, the menacing Fu Zhu, and only acted while he was away. Xiaobai said, I suddenly find it hard to feel sympathy for Yushan. The more I think about it, the more I feel she deserves it. Mian Huatang nodded, I agree. She is human, just as the maid is human. While she idles away, the maid works hard to support her family, enduring grievances and being wronged. If I were in her shoes, I would also seek revenge. Xian Bei stated, thus, I did not intend to reveal the mastermind, lest she instruct her future husband to tear that cat apart. Indeed, Fu Zhu would do just that. Yushan is his darling. He would not bear to see her suffer in any way, Lu Ten noted. One thing perplexes me. What does Lord Fu see in Miss Yushan? She is so spoiled, unable to cook or manage household affairs, and is perpetually unreasonable, Xiaobai inquired. Xian Bei mused, who knows? Perhaps he met a tragic end in his past life, and Yushan buried him. The bonds between people are indeed inscrutable. Xiaobai commented, some men have tastes that defy explanation. They neglect gentle, virtuous, and beautiful women, instead favoring those who create chaos, growing more fond of them the more tumultuous they become. I suspect you are alluding to my ex-husband. Luton, It brings me joy to see that you can now recount your experiences as a jest, indicating that you have truly moved on. Xiaobai remarked, "Indeed, I have developed a sense of gratitude for those experiences. It is precisely the setbacks that have prevented me from becoming like Yushan in temperament. You would not understand. Litten, dear sister, possessed a commendable character even before marrying that scoundrel." Litten expressed, "I genuinely adore who I am today. My mindset is tranquil, and I can empathize with Yushan. She is aware of her wrongdoings, yet stubbornly refuses to admit her faults, instead loudly blaming others, a tactic employed by many. They cling to their pride, subconsciously casting others as villains, desperately crafting themselves into victims. Their hearts are fragile, fearing exposure of their mistakes, which is their Achilles heel. They must be the first to strike, forbidding anyone from speaking out." In Chapter 29, a dazzling firework, Xuanbei stated, "To deal with such individuals, one can only evade them. There is no other recourse. Engaging in a head-on confrontation is a waste of time. One ought to concede to their perspective, feigning ignorance of what they are doing, allowing them to deceive themselves." Yushan returned several times, demanding to know who had stolen the jade ruri, but Xuanbei refused to divulge any information. He would leave whenever questioned, for his long limbs and martial prowess allowed him to depart unimpeded, and Yushan could not stop him. Yushan, in frustration, shouted loudly, prompting Mianhuating and Xiaobai to cover their ears and flee. The entire Litten family was privy to the truth, yet they collectively chose to protect the tabby cat. Upon his return, Fuzhu was promptly kicked out by Yushan, who sought the truth. He came merely to eat and drink, showing no inclination to inquire further, and after finishing, he wiped his mouth, saying, "Litten, thank you for your hospitality." Thanks to Fuzhu, Mianhuating enjoyed Lutten's freshly made taro ball milk tea. "Fudage, aren't you going to ask us something?" "It matters not. I know you are reluctant to speak. If you wish to reveal anything, my wife would have already discovered it." Fuzhu felt somewhat helpless. One must indulge one's wife, even when aware of her unreasonable behavior. Thus, the matter faded into obscurity. However, Yushan's relationships with others regressed to a freezing point once more. This young lady has always believed that those who align with her prosper, while those who oppose her must perish. Anyone who disobeys her commands is deemed deserving of punishment. Yushan lingered for dinner while everyone else concocted various excuses to leave. Litten and Yushan dined in relative silence. Litten prepared Xiaobai's favorite dish, garlic sprouts stir-fried with preserved pork, alongside Mianhuating's beloved green pepper stir-fried with pig intestines, Xuanan's favorite spicy hot pot, and Xuanbei's cherished chicken soup with bread. Yushan prattled on incessantly, lamenting the lack of consideration shown by Fuzhu, as the previous servants had been dismissed by the steward. The newly hired help were untrained and clumsy, and the household was plagued by inexplicable cries of children in the dead of night, later discovered to be a foolish cat. Litten merely responded with noncommittal sounds. She and Yushan had been childhood companions, once sharing everything, but as they grew older, the atmosphere shifted, especially since Litten had transcended her previous social standing. Their interests diverged. Their daily experiences differed, and their circles of friends were entirely distinct. In such an environment, Litten often felt disinclined to speak. "Litten, do you know how detestable the new maid is? When she polished my bracelet, she breathed on it with her mouth. It reeked. She has severe halitosis. I suspect she has a stomach ailment." Litten replied, "Oh, she also loves to take advantage. When I asked her to discard clothes I no longer wear, she ended up wearing them herself." Litten responded, "Oh." Litten felt no particular disdain. Giving clothes to those in need is far better than discarding them outright. Yushan huffed, "I have no desire to share my clothes. Besides, my figure is enviable, while she resembles a withered branch, gaunt and unappealing. It is an affront to my garments for her to wear them. She even sold the old jewelry she discarded. I instructed the steward to confine her and let her go hungry for 3 days to amend her foul habits. But guess what? A dog cannot be taught not to eat excrement." Not only did she refuse to change, but she also escalated her behavior, packaging my leftover meals for her paramour. I had the steward expel her just yesterday. Yushan, why do you concern yourself so much with garments, jewelry, and food that you have already discarded? Is and it exhausting to fret over such matters? Luton believed Yushan had never experienced poverty, and thus did not comprehend the value of food to those who have gone hungry. Luton, whose side are you on? I focus on the matter, not the person. Yushan, those were silk garments, requiring extensive effort to produce, from silkworm cultivation to cocoon boiling and spinning. Each piece consumes considerable resources and labor. It is a shame to discard them simply because you have worn them enough. What did you become so miserly? You are no different from me. Is your wardrobe lacking? Your grandmother dotes on you most dearly, providing you with new clothes each season. And you're the first to select from the jewelry bestowed by the emperor. Why pretend otherwise? That was in the past. Luton's wardrobe is indeed no longer ample. Though Luton was a prominent silkworm farmer, she no longer wore silk garments. She transformed her harvested silkworm cocoons into silk quilts sold throughout Jixi. As the two engaged in a futile dialogue, Yushan finished her meal, patted her stomach, and was escorted down the mountain by Luton. At the foot of the mountain, her bearers awaited her. Luton, I am leaving. I shall come to visit you again soon. Safe travels. Luton waved at Yushan's sedan. Turning back, she spotted Xiaobai and Mayan waiting. Oh, what are you doing here? We have actually been on the mountain all along. We only dared to emerge once the female demon had departed, Xiaobai replied. Indeed, Mayan waiting chimed in, her voice tinged with grievance. The three ascended the main path toward the mountain peak. Regrettably, I missed Luton's delicious dishes just to avoid Yushan, Xiaobai lamented. I empathize. I too long to run away from home, Mayan waiting echoed. It feels as though Yushan carries the phrase all our servants under heaven on her face. One desires to be a carefree and joyous dog, not a servant. Upon arriving home, they found Xuanbei lighting lanterns at the entrance to the courtyard. His tall stature and long arms allowed him to reach the lanterns without the need for a stool. The courtyard was now illuminated. Second master, are you also hiding from Yushan? Ah, indeed. I have actually been in the inner courtyard, returning over the wall. Luton tucked a stray hair behind her ear. I apologize. I have truly troubled you. Is there anything to eat? I'll eat whatever is left. I am famished. Xiaobai patted his belly. There is. Wait for me. Luton replied as she entered the kitchen, where dishes had been left for them. After reheating, she served them at the table. Wow, is this not my favorite dish? Garlic sprouts stir-fried with preserved pork? And green peppers stir-fried with fatty intestines, too. Luton, I adore you. My chicken soup with bread is simply delightful, Xuanbei exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. There is also the spicy hot pot that Xuanan loves most, Luton added. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Xuanan entered the courtyard. I came as soon as I caught a whiff. Brother City Lord, you're not also hiding from Yushan, are you? Mayan waiting inquired, shaking her ears playfully. Xuanan coughed awkwardly. No, not at all. I just arrived. In truth, he had prowled around the base of the mountain for a while, waiting for Yushan's sedan to depart before ascending. This meal was the epitome of warmth and familial joy. Sometimes, Luton pondered whether the past, bamboo Luton had vanished, and if it was time to turn the page on bygone people and events. Friends do not last a lifetime. They can only accompany one for a segment of the journey. Luton and Yushan had reached a crossroads, each embarking on their own distinct paths. Forcing their past friendship to linger was a burden for Luton and a source of anguish for Xuanan, Xuanbei, Xiaobai, and Mayan waiting. As for Yushan, she had nothing but time to squander, while Luton wished to save her life rather than squander it on matters she found distasteful. Should she confront Yushan directly? And how could she articulate her feelings? Luton was conflicted. She understood the need to remain resolute. This situation required a decisive choice, lest her household members genuinely consider abandoning their home. Xiaobai was releasing ducks into the small stream at the back mountain, while Lu Tan sat quietly by the bank, resting her chin on her hand. Beside her lay a basket filled to the brim with freshly gathered duck eggs. Xiaobai transformed into a fox, frolicking joyfully in the water, splashing Lu Tan in the process. How annoying, Lu Tan thought to herself, wishing to swim, but recalling her plans to visit the hot springs in the evening, as girls prefer warm water. My lord, what brings you here in broad daylight? Lu Tan turned to see Xiannan. Xiannan Gich. He settled beside her on the fragrant, soft grass. Xiannan produced a scroll from his sleeve, saying, This is for you. What is it? Lu Tan inquired as she opened it. A gift from Yushan. Oh, Lu Tan read aloud. Yushan and Fu Zhu have left Jixiang City? Indeed. Fu Zhu is returning to the imperial capital, with His Majesty granting him permission to bring his fiancée along. Lu Tan felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, this spared her the need for a confrontation with him, but on the other, she and Ti prepared a farewell banquet. Yushan had left in haste, leaving many things undone at home, while she and Fu Zhu would depart first, with the rest of their belongings to be sent later by a courier. Xiannin noticed Lu Tan's disappointment, pondering that she could still visit him later. In truth, this arrangement was beneficial for everyone, yet he hadn't anticipated its sudden arrival. Xiaobai and Mian Hua Tang joyfully purchased 10 baskets of fireworks, setting them off atop Lu Tan Mountain. Lu Tan, Xiannan, and Xianbei gazed up at the sky in awe. It was beautiful, albeit fleeting, blooming only for a moment. Xianbei was captivated by Lu Tan's profile, only to realize Xiannan was also admiring her. I'll help them with the fireworks, Xianbei announced as he stood up, making room for Xiannan and Lu Tan. Do we have firecrackers? Xianbei asked. I'm sorry, but you didn't buy any, fearing it might frighten the chickens and ducks on the mountain, Mian Huatang replied. Let me light one. Xiaobai handed the incense string to Xianbei. A firework shot toward the heavens, bursting with a loud bang, a magnificent bouquet falling to the earth. Did one think it was over? Each cluster of fireworks blossomed again amidst crackling sounds, filling the entire sky. This is this year's new model, called Step by Step Rising, highly recommended by the seller. Yi, with Lu Tan's friend gone, do you think this celebration will make her unhappy? No. I saw Lu Tan looking quite happy, replied Xiaobai. Thank goodness for my brother's wisdom, or we might still be hiding. My lord, are you suggesting that Yushan's departure was orchestrated by you? Yes, my brother used a bit of influence to allow Fu to return early. Xiaobai gave a thumbs up, affirming the lord's prowess. Xiannin gazed at Lu Tan, who appeared more radiant than the fireworks. The past Lu Tan was incredibly endearing, while the present Lu Tan was not only beautiful but also possessed a gentler demeanor. Lu Tan's eyes reflected the fireworks, while Xiannan's heart was filled with thoughts of her. Wow, look quickly. At that moment, as the family admired the fireworks, a miracle occurred. A meteor streaked across the sky. At first, it was but one, then more followed, cascading like rain. Xiaobai and Mian Huatang halted their firework display to make wishes. I wish for delicious food every day, Mian Huatang declared. I hope Lu Tan's beautiful mountain waters remain joyful and carefree in the days to come. I wish for Lu Tan to be happy for all her life. Xianbei added, sitting cross-legged, his gaze drifting in a dreamy manner towards the starlit sky. From a moment, he donned the garment made by Lu Tan. He could not bear to take it off, washing it clean when it's soiled and wearing it damp the next day. Xianbei understood the futility of harboring such desires. Yet it was Lu Tan. How could he not be fond of her? The only thing he could do was conceal his feelings. A simple word, yet a difficult task to execute. What is that? Xiaobai pointed at an exceptionally bright meteor. That one is incredibly bright. Making a wish on it is sure to come true. Mian Hutang et Galim. I wish for Lu Tanjia to always prepare delicious dishes for me, and that she brings me along when she gets married. Then it fell where Xiaobai pointed. A massive light circle descended upon Lu Tan Mountain. With a thunderous boom, the ground shook. What is happening? Lu Tan felt the table and chairs tremble, and the lanterns in the yard swayed with it. Xiannan pulled Lu Tan into his embrace, shielding her. Moments later, Xiaobai, Mian Huatang, and Xianbei rushed in, exclaiming that something had fallen from the sky, landing halfway down a mountain. Xiaobai said, Xiannan, let Lu Tan go. Let us go take a look. Xianbei turned to Xiaobai, saying, you stay here to protect Lu Tan. I want to go too, Lu Tan insisted. She knew Xiaobai loved the commotion, and if she joined, there would be no need for anyone to stay behind to protect her. Feeling somewhat ashamed of being a burden to the family, Lu Tan wanted to contribute. A great pit appeared halfway down the mountain, the surrounding grass charred black. My goodness, what is this? Xiaobai remarked, sniffing the air. It resembles a meteorite. Xiannan suggested. I've heard that excellent weapons are forged from meteorite iron. We struck it lucky. Xiaobai leaned over the edge of the pit for a closer look. From the dark depths, something surged upward. Ah! Xiaobai covered his eyes, crying out in pain. Xianbei blocked a shadow, revealing it to be a gorilla. This creature was agile, having just scratched Xiaobai's face, and now it was targeting Xianbei. They say one should not hit a person in the face, yet this brute displayed no sense of martial ethics. Xianbei took a large step back but still received a scratch on his ear. He turned from defense to offense, and Xiannan joined in to assist. Two swords flanked the large gorilla, yet despite their skill, the creature deftly evaded their attacks. Remarkable. Was this gorilla trained in martial arts? It seemed to predict the moves of the two lords perfectly. Xiaobai covered his face, exclaiming, Xianbei's sword found the opening, aiming straight for the gorilla's heart. With one thrust, the soft sword bent, unable to penetrate its thick skin. Xianbei was astonished. Is this really a gorilla? Xiannan attempted to strike as well, only to find his sword similarly ineffective. Could it be a demon? Xuanbai speculated. I'm not sure. I didn't sense any demonic aura. If it were, it would certainly be a formidable demon. To suppress demonic energy is no small feat. The gorilla continued to fight, making raucous noises, clearly enjoying itself, as if Xiannan and Xianbei were merely playing a game with it. I'll jump in to help. Wang Kai, I entrust Lu Tan to you. A fox doesn't forget to take revenge. All right, Xiaobai Ji, good luck. My lord, good luck. Mian Hua Tang cheered loudly. Chapter 30. Soft exteriors, strong interiors. Xiaobai transformed back into his fox form, using his claws to scratch. After several attempts, his claws were left chipped, yet the creature remained unscathed. Xiaobai stepped back from the fray, licking his paws. Ouch. Who will pity this poor fox? Let me try. Mian Hua Tang transformed into a white dog and lunged at the gorilla. I'll bite, I'll claw, I'll ram. Mian Hua Tang gave it his all. However, he gained no advantage and was swatted away by the gorilla. Ouch! He landed heavily on the ground, returning to his boyish form. How is it going, little brother? Can you handle it? Xiaobai offered a hand to Mian Hua Tang. I really can't. We'll have to rely on Yi. A voice suddenly commented, but it seems to like those too. Luton turned to see a man's head resting against her neck. Ah! She gasped, stepping back in alarm. The man was stout, shorter than Lu Tan by half a head, with wine-red hair and yellowed teeth. He leered at Lu Tan's neck, exclaiming, human women smelled delightful. Lu Tan was frozen in fear. She had just stepped away from him, yet he had silently appeared behind her in an instant. Ah, who are you? Stay away from my Lu Tan Jia, or I won't hold back. Ha ha ha, such bravado. I've long heard that humans boast. Xiaobai lunged at him, while Mian Hua Tang attacked from another angle. Lu Tan watched as the two white figures collided with the man, only to bounce back and be sent flying far away. Ouch! Xiaobai touched his rear and fell apart into 8 pieces. The cotton candy tumbled to the ground, rolling several times due to its massive inertia. How dare you wreak havoc on my territory? Xiaobai furiously prepared to pounce once more, only to be sent flying again. Lu Tan was astonished. She had not seen the man's hands or feet move. Is this fellow a monster? Xiannan and Xianbei took notice of the commotion and swiftly maneuvered to assist. When their swords made contact with the man, Xianbei felt a surge of pain in his arms and knees, as if they were being filled with lead. Kneel! Foolish human, the man commanded, and Xianbei found his knees giving way to the earth. He struggled against the overwhelming force. A man kneels to heaven, earth, and parents. How could he kneel before this inexplicable creature? He felt as if he would cough up blood from the pressure, yet he remained defiant. Xiannan clutched his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. His limbs felt heavy. He could not even pick up his sword from the ground. Xiaobai seized Xiannan's sword and thrust it at the monster. The gargantuan gorilla lunged forward and seized the sword in its jaws. With a crunch, the sword shattered. Xiaobai was terrified, quickly retracting his hand, fearing that the beast would take a bite out of him as well. He wished to keep his hands intact for planting flowers and vegetables, not for becoming a one-armed hero. The black gorilla excitedly approached Lu Tan, extending its hand and reaching for her. Do not harm her, the monster interjected. At that moment, the gorilla's claws were mere 0. 0.01 centimeters from Lu Tan, and it halted abruptly, looking back at the monster with a whimper. "This woman is delightful, and her beauty captivates me," Xiannan exclaimed. "You will not have her." As the monster reached out, Xiannan was propelled backward, crashing into a tree. He spat out another mouthful of blood. "What give you the right to stop me? You are merely an overestimating earthling." He advanced toward Lu Tan, who had already collapsed to the ground. She realized that none of them could contend with this being. Her struggles were futile. "My lady, congratulations on earning my favor," he said, lifting her chin with a plump finger. "Not interested," Lu Tan retorted. "Your eyes are truly beautiful, reminiscent of the earth I saw on the Amber Planet, filled with an alluring charm." Lu Tan continued, "My looks are of no concern to you. They are the result of my ancestors' virtues and my parents' genes, with no credit to you whatsoever. Your lack of manners is quite distasteful." The man grinned. "You will come to like me, and you must like me." A brilliant flash erupted as a massive shell rose from the pit. The shell opened, and the monster seized Lu Tan, causing her vision to fade to black. An immense pressure bore down on Xiannan, Xianbei, Xiaobai, and the cotton candy, rendering them unable to speak or even move their fingers. Lu Tan was dragged toward the scallop, while the gorilla danced excitedly at the monster's feet. They entered, and the blinding light vanished as the scallop closed. The scallop began to spin rapidly, ascending to a size comparable to the stars before disappearing into the horizon. After the scallop vanished, the oppressive force that had weighed upon the four inexplicably dissipated. Xiannan clutched his chest and coughed up more blood. Xianbei's wrists and knees were fractured. Just as Xiaobai and the cotton candy attempted to speak, they fainted. Lu Tan awoke in a palace adorned with extravagant decorations. The headboard was inlaid with gold and various jewels, and the quilt was embroidered with dragons in golden thread. Lu Tan felt a complete blankness in her mind. "Where am I?" A jade screen beside her bed slid open automatically, revealing a massive dining table with only one person seated at it. The stout man, grinning with yellowed teeth, looked at Lu Tan. "My beloved, you have awakened? My beloved? Who are you?" "You are the woman I fell in love with at first sight. I shall make you my consort and bestow upon you special privileges." His eyes struck Lu Tan as unfamiliar. He approached her, but she retreated to the foot of the bed. "Do not come any closer. Are you afraid of me?" His voice was languid yet laced with a hint of grease. "Who am I? Why can I not remember anything?" He smirked. "You know, your innocent appearance is utterly adorable." He leaned closer, nearly touching her eyelashes with his face. Lu Tan turned her head away. "Fear not, my beloved. I possess great patience. Only women who throw themselves at me will I ever force. I will never compel anyone." He caressed Lu Tan's cheek before standing upright. "This palace is now yours. You are its mistress. You need only wait for me. You need not do anything else. Simply command Adai if you desire anything." "Who is Adai?" The gorilla leaped into view. "I have matters to attend to. My dear, wait for my return." Lu Tan curled up in the corner, hugging her knees, struggling to remember anything. The gorilla excitedly gestured to her. Strangely, Lu Tan understood, and it inquired if she wanted something to eat. Lu Tan shook her head, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. She did not know who she was, where she came from, or where she was now. Instinctively, she found the greasy man repulsive. The gorilla wandered off, returning later with a bunch of bananas. It joyfully bounced to the bedside and offered them to Lu Tan. "Thank you, but I do not wish to eat." The gorilla split the bananas in half, taking 5 or 6 for itself and leaving the same for Lu Tan. She watched as the gorilla ate with great delight. Lu Tan got off the bed and handed the other half of the banana to the gorilla. "Adai, you eat it." She remembered the name the greasy man had called it. Barefoot, Lu Tan wandered through the vast palace, feeling that its opulence had no connection to her. She sensed an overwhelming strangeness. Her sixth sense told her she had never lived in such a place. As for the man, the master of Adai, he was also a stranger to her. With every step Lu Tan took, Adai followed closely, terrified of being left behind. Lu Tan wanted to step outside to see what lay beyond. The door was right there, but as her hand touched it, it vanished. How could this be? Adai whimpered, warning her not to leave, as the master forbade it. Lu Tan returned to the enormous dining table, which could accommodate 100 diners simultaneously. She felt it could serve as a stage for a play. A stage? The thought struck her as odd, as it seemed entirely unrelated to this place. As she watched Adai finish its 19th bunch of bananas, the door reappeared. "My dear, what have you done today?" Daydreaming and watching Adai eat bananas. "Can you now tell me who you are?" "I am your future husband, the crown prince of the Amber Planet." "And who am I? Why can I not remember anything?" "Adai, bring me a pot of tea." "My beloved, we can enjoy tea and converse leisurely." Adai hopped away. Moments later, it returned with a tray. Adai poured a cup for the master, and another for Lutan. Lutan took a sip. The tea was bitter and unpleasant. "You are the princess I selected from Earth. A life of wealth and luxury awaits you." Lutan retorted, "Is this tea dregs what you call wealth and luxury?" He extended his hand, producing a bouquet of fresh flowers. "I wish to understand earthly civilization through you. Previously, I saw you in the sky, tending to flowers. The ones you grew were beautiful. I intended to bring your flowers back to the Amber Planet, wishing to cultivate blossoms as exquisite as those on Earth. However, upon seeing you for the first time, I fell in love and resolved to take you with me. Why can I not remember anything?" "You need not remember, my woman. Having me in your life is sufficient. Your past is merely a burden. Forgetting it is beneficial for you. Do you respect my decision?" "There is no need. I will provide you with the best." Lutan replied, "Such as tea dregs and flowers you have cruelly picked?" Lutan stated, "Your Highness, what you deem best may not align with my desires." He gazed into Lutan's verdant eyes and exclaimed, "Ah, my darling, even your anger is beautiful." He reached out to caress her cheek, only to have his hand swatted away. "Do not touch me," she retorted, "though I remember nothing. I know that someone who truly cares for me would never want to see me upset." He laughed heartily. "You are utterly adorable. If you continue to be this charming, I may find myself unable to resist kissing you." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned in closer to Lutan. In defiance, Lutan stood up and splashed tea leaves across his face. "Whether you like me or not is irrelevant. I'm certain that I do not like you, and I have no desire to be your princess." He wiped his face and asked, "You do not like me? Am I mishearing? Serving me is a dream many women yearn for, or are you merely playing hard to get with this prince?" She found his every word distasteful. He paid no heed to anyone's feelings, fixated solely on his desires and decisions. Lutan felt that being with him would reduce her to a mere servant, a plaything bound to obey his whims. This notion filled her with discomfort. "You will come to love me. Perhaps you just need a little more time." He snapped his fingers, and before Lutan appeared a flurry of butterflies, their delicate tails shimmering with golden dust as if conjured from a dream. Images danced before her eyes, floating lanterns on rivers, flying kites, admiring blossoms and snow, strolling through the countryside, and savoring sweet dumplings. She envisioned herself entwined with a tall man, who pressed her against an ancient tree and closed her eyes, relishing his gentle, tender kiss. Time and again, their fingers entwined as they nestled together, tasting the sweetness of love in various locales. His kisses were at times soft and at others fervent. "Tell me, do you love that man?" The master of Adai sat on a jeweled throne, propping his head on one hand while observing the motionless Lutan. "Love," Lutan replied. "Would you marry him?" "I would marry Huanan," she declared. "Very well. Now transform him into me. All memories of him must become memories of me. I am Han Yuan, the man you cherish above all others, the one with whom you desire to spend your life. Look into my eyes and awaken after 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. After speaking, he snapped his fingers. Lutan jolted awake as if from a dream. She gazed at the man before her, her eyes shy, her cheeks flushed. "Han Yuan, brother," she murmured. "My beloved, come here," he beckoned. He extended his hand, and Lutan bashfully approached the dining table. Han Yuan pulled her into his embrace, their faces mere inches apart as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "Kiss me, to prove your love for me," he urged. Slowly, Lutan leaned in, and Han Yuan closed his eyes. Suddenly, a violent shaking interrupted the moment. "I must see who dares to ruin my good fortune," the gorilla exclaimed. Han Yuan stepped through a door, emerging from an open shell on the other side. Standing beside the shell were Huanan, Huan Bei, the little white cotton candy, and a man wearing a conical hat. "Master, did you say this fellow is an alien?" Huan Bei inquired. "I have been with this pearl oyster for some time. It collects all sorts of oddities, animals, plants. Ancient corpses, bird droppings, and even dog waste, countless things. This guy is merely a spy from another planet. Hong Yuan noticed that his shell could no longer move, as it was pinned with numerous nails of varying sizes. What have you done to my steed? The immortal Zixiao replied. Perhaps you have not heard of this. It is called a coffin nail, a specialty of Earth. Coffin nail? His interest piqued. What is it used for? It has many purposes. Its current function is to pin down the life force of the demon. What do you call a demon? I define all non-human entities disrupting this world's order as demons. Objections are futile. Hong Yuan's displeasure grew. Adai, deal with them. The gorilla appeared, wah, leaping towards Zixia. Just as it was about to seize her, Zixia vanished before the gorilla's eyes. Stunned, it then lunged for the little white cotton candy. A massive net descended from above, ensnaring the gorilla tightly within. The more it struggled, the tighter the net became. In an instant, the others caught in the net disappeared. Chapter 31. The Slug. How could this happen? What is this? Huan Bei's voice reached Hong Yuan's ears. This is called a distraction, a concept that you aliens cannot comprehend. How dare you underestimate this prince? What prince? Once subdued. You are nothing but a wretched creature. Hong Yuan reached out, expecting Huan Bei to be flung away like last time, but to his surprise, Huan Bei remained steadfast, swiftly drawing a sword against Hong Yuan's neck. Huan Bei declared, indeed, this fellow is tough-skinned and thick-skinned. The blade is dull, and his tough neck remains unbroken. 2 more nails are needed. His vital points are not yet entirely pinned. As Zixia spoke, 2 coffin nails flew towards the enormous shell, plunging into the ground with a resounding thud. Master, how impressive. I can't imagine how long you have trained for that, the little white cotton candy remarked enviously. Huan Bei, acting as the Master-S spokesperson, replied, just a few tens of thousands of years, perhaps. The fox chimed in, who knows if he can live that long. Zixia clapped her hands together. Without the energy of that pearl oyster, this creature can do nothing. The little white cotton candy and the cotton candy duo entered the shell, taking Luton's hand as they emerged. Let me go. You foolish humans dare to take my beloved? You shall pay dearly. Who is your beloved? I have remembered. My name is Luton, not your princess or your doll. Luton instinctively glanced at Huan. Huan Bei noticed something in her gaze that had never been there before, stirring a pang of emotion within him. No, you will regret this. I am a noble prince. You will pay for treating me this way. The creature began to dissolve, its face and limbs vanishing, transforming into a large, grotesque slug that writhed upon the ground. Huan Bei recognized that this was the effect of the Master-S coffin nails. Who gave you the confidence to come here and commit violence? Just because you are shameless does not mean you can have everything. Master, how should we deal with this alien slug? Zixia replied, I have yet to taste alien flesh. Let us stew it for a pot and let me have a taste. Huan Bei sweated. Master, eating this pestilential creature might give you a plague. Are you sure you want to eat it? Of course not. Just a jest to lighten the mood. The expressions of the others conveyed a unanimous sentiment. It was not funny at all. Zixia donned the conical hat perched on the back of her neck and sat on a large rock, cradling her knee. I believe this menace cannot be spared. We must set an example to deter more outsiders from targeting us. They covet our gold and silver mines, our fertile lands, and our women, showing no kindness to our people. We do not need another unscrupulous foreign ruler. Huan Bei nodded in understanding. Master, I comprehend. He raised his sword high. I dare you. Amber Star will not forgive you. I am the noble prince. The slug shouted defiantly. Just as the word prince left its mouth, its head rolled onto the ground. Huan covered Luton's eyes. Luton gently removed his hand. Huan, I am not afraid. I do not wish to remain a sheltered flower forever, protected by everyone. I want to grow strong. Even if I cannot protect everyone, I do not want to be the weak link in our family. Zixia kicked the slug's remains into the shell. I will find a place to bury this. You need not worry. With that, Zixia tossed her hat into the air. The hat circled the shell, and then the shell, the gorilla, and even Zixia vanished without a trace. They remained on the hillside of Luton Mountain. The little white cotton candy exclaimed, I still have 3 boxes of fireworks left to set off. I am off. Little white brother, wait for me. The cotton candy followed suit. Huan Bei stated, I am sore from the beating by that alien creature. I shall go soak in a hot spring and likely will not return tonight." With that, Huan Bei dashed off into the night. "Luten, let us return home." "Oh, all right." Luten's eyes sparkled with shyness, unable to meet Huan Nan's gaze. "Are you tired, Luten? Allow me to carry you." Before Luten could respond, Xuan Nan crouched down, and Luten took the opportunity to lie on his back. "Xuan Nan Gij, it seems I have begun to recall certain memories, some past moments shared with you. The sights of flowers under the moonlight, the flutters of my heart, all resurfaced in my mind." Luten found herself uncertain on how to face Xuan Nan, tightening her small hand around his neck. "Is it cold?" she asked. "No, it's not cold. Xuan Nan Gij, I wish to learn some martial arts." "Why is that?" "I do not want to be a burden to you. Training is arduous, and once you begin, you must persevere. Miss 3 days, and all will be in vain." Luten understood this, akin to her practice on the Guzheng. A single day without practice was noticeable to her. 3 days to her peers, and a fortnight to the audience. If you truly wish to learn self-defense, you might consider some magical arts. Magical arts? Let Xuan Bei teach you some tricks to obscure your presence. At critical moments, swift escape is essential. Girls should avoid direct confrontation. It's not a matter of belittling women, but rather that Luten's heart is too kind to contend with evil. One must be even more ruthless. Xuan Nan recognized that Luten could never muster such ferocity. She was as innocent and harmless as a little rabbit. "Understood," Luten replied. She bid Xuan Nan good night before retreating to her room, closing the door behind her. Time had passed, and they were no longer the same individuals, yet Xuan Nan Gij awaited her. A feeling that filled Luten with happiness. In a hot spring, Xuan Bei relaxed. "Master, have you dealt with the scallops?" "Yes, they were cooked. The quality is decent, and they can serve as fertilizer for gourd cultivation." Xuan Bei lazily remarked, "I still have the ashes of that extraterrestrial prince and the violent gorilla. Not very nutritious. How long have you been soaking? If you stay much longer, you'll wrinkle. I do not wish to return and face my elder brother's complaints. The young lady is quite nice. Should you not pursue her further? One must not covet a friend's wife. Let alone my sister-in-law. I will not compete with my brother. Consider yourself polite." Master Zixia emerged from the water. "You continue to soak. I, an old man, shall find a place to sleep." "Master, am I disappointing you for not being able to defeat even a mere extraterrestrial slug?" "It's quite normal. The scallops contained immense energy. If sealed, even a 6-year-old could subdue it. Your issue lies not in strength, but in your lack of understanding regarding patience and information gathering. Do not confront head-on. Utilize your intellect." Master Zixia tapped his head and departed. Whenever Luten purchased a piece of 5-spice pork, she would separate the fatty from the lean. The lean meat would be shredded and stir-fried, while the fat would be rendered into lard, which imparted a delightful aroma to dishes. In her garden, Luten cultivated an acre of rapeseed flowers, an acre of sunflowers, an acre of peanuts, and an acre of sesame. She produced vegetable oil from rape seeds, sunflower oil, peanut oil, and sesame oil, selling them to distributors in Jixiang City, keeping only lard and sesame oil for herself. Lard was used for frying, while sesame oil was used for dressings. Although Luten's bedroom was small and her clothing and jewelry modest, she possessed an abundance of books and ingredients in her kitchen, along with numerous pots and pans. Luten continued to expand her collection, adding various sizes of ceramic bowls, clay pots, stone pots, iron pans, steaming pots, frying pans, glass lamps, brass bowls, and assorted containers for spices and pickles. Those who disliked such items might find them excessive and space-consuming, but for Luten, a cooking enthusiast, she felt she lacked sufficient kitchenware and yearned to acquire more. "Luten, I have returned," she declared. Luten had instructed Xiao Bai to gather dandelions, and he successfully completed the task. "Thank you, Xiao Bai. No need for thanks. It was my suggestion to have dandelion dumplings," he chuckled. After settling into a blissful and serene routine, Luten sensed that the fox's prickles were gradually fading, and he was becoming increasingly gentle and endearing. "Would you like me to help with making dumplings?" "No, Xiao Bai is assisting with the water. All right, I shall set off now." Luten kneaded a dough ball and set it aside for a moment. She began washing the dandelion leaves, chopping them finely, adding ginger and scallions, a pinch of salt, a splash of cooking wine, and cracking a pure organic egg. She mixed the meat filling, ensuring it was 3 parts lean to 7 parts fat, stirring in one direction 100 times. Meanwhile, she brought a pot of water to a boil. Litten expertly rolled out dumpling skins, achieving 10 at once with a rolling pin. Wrapping the dumplings was a swift endeavor. As the water bubbled vigorously, she began to cook the dumplings, retrieving them to plate. She prepared a dipping sauce with sesame oil and laba vinegar, achieving perfection. Litten served the dumplings at the table just as Xiaobai filled the water tank. Xiaobai has called everyone to dinner. All right, Xiaobai cheerfully rushed into the courtyard. The city lord is dining, and the second master is dining. Cotton Candy, who had been napping all morning, was sound asleep on the mat. Xiaobai tugged at Cotton Candy's ears and shouted at the soft white ears, "Dinner time! Dinner time! Dinner time!" Oh dear! Cotton Candy rolled over, reclaiming her ears. Xiaobai, please do not shout so loudly. My ears are precious, meant to last a lifetime. Dumplings! Exclaimed Xiaobai, beaming. Ah, dumplings, dumplings, here I come. Cotton Candy transformed into a child and dashed towards the front yard. Xuan Nan emerged from the study, while Xuan Bei was varnishing the bookshelf, setting aside his work to remove his gloves. The joyous family lunch had arrived. Let's eat. The dumplings were so delicious that everyone was too engrossed to chat, devouring them one after another, with Litten making bite-sized dumplings. They were scrumptious, leaving a lasting impression. Xuanbei added a scoop of chili powder to the dipping sauce. Xuanbei Gidge, I wish to learn some defensive magical arts. Of course, Litten is so clever, she will surely master it quickly, perhaps surpassing me in skill one day. Xiaobai remarked, why does Litten want to learn magic? To avoid causing trouble for everyone. I feel too weak. Ah, I see. I actually enjoy protecting Litten. She is the darling of our family. Cotton Candy added, one must love what they learn to excel. Litten's strengths lie in gardening and agriculture, and she may find learning magic quite challenging. I am not afraid. I will learn gradually. Then we shall begin tomorrow. The following morning, Xuanbei presented a book to Litten. It contains various symbols. Choose one to draw. Oh, all right. Litten, unsure of their purpose, casually flipped a page and said, how about this one? Xuanbei glanced at it and stroked his head. Perhaps we should choose another. What is it? This symbol is for fertility. Litten covered her face, apologizing. She flipped to another page. This one is good. Let us use it. Xuanbei Gidge, what is this for? It is to ward off petty individuals, called the Petty Person Distancing Talisman. Although the characters are in the ancient script, when strung together, they hardly form a coherent sentence. Litten pressed the talisman paper under a brass weight, dipped a new brush in vermilion, and began to imitate the drawing. She had become quite skilled, and after a short while, she asked, is this how it should look? Xuanbei Gidge. Indeed, it's perfectly drawn. Xiaobai, carrying a basket to deliver eggs, was called over by Xuanbei. Xiaobai, I have an important task for you. Oh, I knew I was significant. What is it, second master? I will do whatever it takes. It is simple. Remember when you mentioned 2 gossips spread rumors about Lin? Bring this talisman with you and observe its effects. And then? Xiaobai inquired. There is no and then, just observe if it works. Walk as you normally would, without doing anything special. Oh, understood. Xuanbei folded the talisman into a triangle, and Xiaobai tucked it into his sleeve before heading down the mountain. Upon his return, he appeared somewhat dejected. Xiaobai, how did it go? It was of no use. Those two were still gossiping. When I approached, they turned their heads and fell silent. After I walked 5 steps away, they resumed their rumors. Xuanbei shrugged and personally drew another talisman. Xiaobai, wear this for your next trip? Oh, all right. Xiaobai dashed off, a model of diligence. Delivering goods with such speed, it seemed sparks flew from his feet. Upon his return, he was all smiles. Litten, how did it go? The 2 gossiping individuals continue to spread rumors. But as I approach them, they fall silent. Once I walk a few paces away, they suddenly exclaim about toothaches. Upon returning from my delivery, I pass between their 2 shops, and I notice their cheeks are swollen significantly. They mumble about having tooth decay and having just visited a barefoot doctor who extracted their teeth. Qianbei comments, I suspect they no longer dare to spread rumors about Ulftan. However, it also indicates that the previous attempts by Ulftan were ineffective. I ponder whether I am truly suited for this task. Qianbei strokes his nose, contemplating. Ulftan, you must first identify the right direction. Perhaps harnessing the power of talismans may not be suitable for you. Let's find a path that aligns with your strengths and connect the two. Xiaobai suggests Luftan is well suited for gardening, planting flowers, and embroidery. Qianbei snaps his fingers, yes. Planting flowers is indeed the right direction. Is it really possible? If Luftan loves flowers and plants, then surely they would also wish to protect her. He continues. Xiaobai states, I'll make another delivery. You two can take your time to study this. With that, Xiaobai departs. Qianbei selects a cactus from Luftan's flower room, exclaiming, This one is perfect. Luftan, I have a phrase for you to repeat in your mind. He whispers something in Luftan's ear, and she memorizes it. When Xiaobai returns, he is seen pacing at the entrance, puzzled. How strange. Did I take a wrong turn? No, I walk this path every day. It cannot be wrong. Luftan sits on the courtyard step, resting her chin in her hand, watching Xiaobai as he circles without entering. Qianbei, what's wrong with Xiaobai? A cactus sits at the entrance, and Xiaobai stops in front of it. Qianbei remarks, I didn't expect this to work. Luftan, you truly are suited for the plant realm. He walks over, picking up the small pot of cactus in his hands. Xiaobai suddenly spots Qianbei, Luftan, and their courtyard. What just happened? Was I seeing things? He rubs his eyes. Qianbei explains, Luftan has discovered a spell that suits her, and it is this cactus. Just the cactus? Surely you jest, Master Air. Xiaobai is bewildered by the earlier disappearance of the courtyard. Luftan borrowed strength from the plants to perform an invisibility spell. Incredible. An invisibility spell. Xiaobai exclaims, Luftan, please demonstrate it once more. Luftan looks at Qianbei, who nods in agreement. She fetches another plant, as the previous cactus requires time to recuperate. This time, Luftan brings out a ball cactus, placing it at the entrance and reciting the incantation. She and Qianbei sit on the steps once more, while Xiaobai chooses to stand and observe. Soon, cotton candy returns, mirroring Xiaobai's earlier curiosity, looking around and spinning in place. Cotton candy scratches his head. How could I take a wrong turn? I've walked this way so many times I should be able to navigate with my eyes closed. Xiaobai stifles a giggle. Cotton candy perks up his ears. I think I heard Xiaobai's voice. Xiaobai quickly quiets down. Xiaobai, where are you? Are you lost too? Luftan interjects. Let's not play with cotton candy anymore. The child is already quite tired from deliveries. She approaches, picking up the cactus, prompting cotton candy to rush over for a hug. What happened, dear Luftan? It's an illusion, Xiaobai remarks. Luftan is indeed clever. She has mastered the invisibility spell in just a day. I almost thought I had lost my way, Xiaobai nods. I experienced something similar not long ago. I can relate. Shall we invite the lord of the city to play a game of hide and seek? Cotton Candy exclaims excitedly, Yes, yes. Qianbei shrugs. My brother is not easily fooled. Before long, the dashing lord of the city strides towards the gate, appearing momentarily startled by the sight of 4 wide-eyed observers. Nan shakes his head and steps forward, crossing the boundary of the cactus. Who is responsible for this trickery? How dare you deceive the lord of the city? What punishment shall you face? He inquires in a teasing tone. Xiaobai and Cotton Candy simultaneously point to Luftan. It was Luftan, dear lord. Can you bear to punish her? Luftan raises her hand. It was I, Nan. Luftan can use the invisibility spell? Congratulations. The initial inquiry transforms into praise, showcasing the lord's discerning nature. Xiaobai admits, You've caught me. I am indeed biased towards Luftan. The lord of the city's favoritism is openly acknowledged, leaving little room for dissent. Xiaobai claps. In the future, if any nefarious individuals attempt to abduct Luftan, she can use invisibility to evade them. If I cannot deceive my brother, how can I expect a monster to be deceived? Luftan has merely achieved preliminary success. She must practice diligently to solidify this spell, Qianbei explains. His assessment reveals that Luftan harmonizes well with the wood element, suggesting she focus on it. The vitality of plants is remarkably resilient, thriving in every corner of the world. Mastering this skill will enable her to utilize it wherever needed. Moreover, it is not the number of skills learned, but the mastery of a singular technique that is paramount. If Luftan perfects this one spell, it may serve as a means of self-preservation or even aid others in times of need. As the weather warms, the mountains begin to teem with mosquitoes, leaving Cotton Candy and Xiaobai feeling quite overwhelmed. Xiaobai swats at the large black-legged mosquitoes with his sleeve, noting that they become increasingly numerous near the water's edge. In areas thick with mosquitoes, they swarm aggressively, a constant annoyance. Can't the many birds and chickens on the mountain consume more mosquitoes? Luftan lights mosquito coils at home. Even after setting up a mosquito net for the night, she still faces attacks the moment she steps outside. Wrapping herself tightly, she muses, "It seems I need to plant some mugwort and mint." Mugwort wards off mosquitoes, while mint refreshes the mind. The beauty of these plants lies in their ability to proliferate rapidly. As long as a small root remains, they will sprout anew each year. Therefore, it is best to plant them in pots to prevent uncontrollable spread. Luftan digs up the mugwort and mint from the pots, burying them by the pond, spaced apart to grow 2 or 3 plants. Across the entirety of Luftan Mountain, she plants around 100 of them. After a rain shower, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrives. The mugwort and mint flourish, transforming into lush, vibrant patches. Xiaobai returns joyfully. Luftan, there are significantly fewer mosquitoes on the mountain now. Luftan is busy planting mint, burying a couple of tender green shoots into a pot, fragrant and visually appealing. Xiaobai, ask the flower shop owner if they would like some. They would look lovely in the home. Mint not only invigorates, but is also edible. It can be used for tea or lemonade. Its resilience surpasses that of ordinary flowers, making it ideal even for those who struggle to care for cacti. Great, I'll go ask right away. The fox, carrying peanuts and a flower pot, rushes off. Upon returning, he announces, Luftan, the flower shop owner ordered 500 pots, with the potential for more based on sales. Wonderful. This is much easier to cultivate than succulents. And now Luftan Mountain is adorned with them, even after being dug up and replanted. Wealth seeks those who work for it, and Luftan has unwittingly found prosperity with 500 orders daily. She toils from morning until noon, her joyous sweat mingling with the earth, her hands fragrant from touching the mint leaves. Xiaobai and Cotton Candy dash off at meteoric speed, completing all deliveries by midday and enjoying a hearty lunch followed by a leisurely afternoon. Meanwhile, as everyone rests, the plants in the fields, mountains, and flower rooms continue to grow, filling life with hope. Luftan feels a mixture of exhaustion and joy. Unbeknownst to many, another year has passed, marking the birthday of the city lord. Xiannan and Xianbei both wished to invite Luftan for a delightful outing. Ultimately, Xianbei relinquished his chance, deciding to leave it for his elder brother. This morning, he ventured out to capture monsters, concocting an excuse to claim he would not return that evening. Xiannan escorted Luftan to the city tower, where the most splendid fireworks could be admired from the heights. The city lord was to perform his customary swift tour. Luftan, wait for me. All right. The broad city walls could accommodate 2 horse-drawn carriages side by side, and Xiannan arranged for a dining table and chairs, preparing a sumptuous feast. Luftan, not particularly hungry, nibbled on some fruits and pastries while gazing at the fireworks display. Unlike the small cotton candy fireworks that were ignited one by one, the splendid display in Jixiang City was a spectacle of hundreds of barrels erupting simultaneously. With a thunderous boom, the sky blossomed, eliciting gasps of awe from the townsfolk. So beautiful. Wow, simply magnificent. Ah, the city lord is so majestic and handsome. Unlike past years, the city lord did not parade in a flower-laden chariot, but instead rode a magnificent steed. Xiannan waved to the citizens, accepting their blessings, and after completing a round, he rode directly to Luftan. She had already consumed a mountain of pistachios. Xiannan, you returned so early? Luftan, I missed you and longed to see you sooner. Xiannan enveloped Luftan in his arms. Fireworks erupted overhead, forming countless bouquets as Xiannan held his beloved tightly. This embrace had been long awaited, feeling as though an eternity had passed. Now reunited with his cherished one, he felt grateful that they both remained in this world, but they had not lost one another. Xianbei, feeling listless and with nowhere to go, recalled last year's longevity noodles shared with Luftan, feeling a pang of nostalgia. This year, surely Luftan had prepared the longevity noodles for his elder brother. How fortunate he was to have known her first. Xianbei wandered to Lutan Mountain hot springs, shedding his garments before immersing himself in the warm waters. Is that you, second young master? He looked up to find Xiaobai and cotton candy. What a coincidence. With Lutan away, we were feeling quite bored at home, so we came to soak. Cotton candy remarked, tossing mugwort into the hot spring. This mugwort bath smells delightful after a soak, cotton candy added. They jumped into the water beside Xianbei. Second young master, are you feeling unhappy? No, not really. Why don't you go to admire the lanterns in the city? What is there to enjoy alone? Xianbei dreaded being reminded of the past. He had watched the display with Lutan last year. Second young master, let's sing you a birthday song. No, I appreciate it. Wishing you happiness and longevity, Xiaobai began to hum. Cotton candy chimed in, congratulating Xianbei on a fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity greater than the southern mountain, wishing him to find his beloved wife soon. Xianbei clasped his hands together. Please spare me. I simply wish for some peace to enjoy my bath. Following the grand fireworks celebration, Xian Nan escorted Lu Tan home, his cloak draped over her shoulders as he held her hand. Upon reaching her doorstep, Xian Nan said, Lu Tan, rest early. Yes, you too, Xian Nan. Please be safe on your way back. Oh, why has Lu Tan returned so early? Xiaobai asked. The city lord is not romantic enough. He didn't even bring flowers. Cotton candy added. However, our family sells flowers. Lu Tan gently patted Cotton Candy's head. Her mood evidently brightened. Are you wearing the city lord's clothes? They are so beautiful. Cotton Candy exclaimed, noticing the gold-threaded koi embroidery. Wow, they must be expensive. Oh, I forgot to return this to Xian Nan, Lu Tan said, removing the cloak. She once owned many garments of such fine material, but after facing hardships, she could no longer afford them. Now that fortune had returned, Lu Tan preferred comfort and cleanliness over extravagance. She found simple, breathable cloth perfect for farm work. As she headed to her bedroom, she turned back. Have you seen Xianbei? We did see him, Xiaobai replied, but he told us not to mention it. Cotton Candy added, why not? You might as well ask him yourself, the fox shrugged. I feel that second young master seems troubled today. He even drank alcohol. Xuanbai, soaking in the hot spring, had unknowingly consumed an entire pot of wine. By the time Xiaobai and Cotton Candy returned, he was already half inebriated. Lu Tan rushed to the inner courtyard and found Xianbei's room dark. Where did you two see Xianbei? She inquired. In the hot spring, they answered in unison. Still soaking at this hour? Please call him back. I prepared longevity noodles for him. All right. After a stick of incense had burned, Xianbei staggered back. Lu Tan caught the scent of alcohol. Xianbei, why have you been drinking? Lu Tan, you're home? I thought you were on a date with my brother. Oh, I returned after the fireworks. Lu Tan served the longevity noodles along with a poached egg. Xianbei sat down, feeling the effects of the alcohol. Having drunk on an empty stomach, he felt slightly dizzy. He couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams. With a desire to express himself, fueled by the relaxation of the alcohol, he blurted out, Lu Tan, I like you. Lu Tan's eyes widened in surprise. I have cherished you for quite some time. I realize I've fallen deeply in love with you. Lu Tan, I know I'm being unfair to my brother, but I cannot control myself. I am aware that he invited you out tonight, and it pains me to know that you two share mutual affection. I arrived late. Aspuan Beispoke. His gaze was vacant, directed not at Lu Tan, but rather at the bowl of longevity noodles. Lu Tan felt a tumult of emotions. Unwilling to see anyone in her household unhappy. I do not wish for you to bear a burden in your heart. It is just difficult for me to remain silent. Xianbei, please eat while it's hot. I will wash the dishes tomorrow. Lu Tan retreated to her bedroom, curling up on the bed. She had not recalled having any particular feelings for Xianbei until now, but it was merely a fleeting affection, never reaching an irretrievable state. However, with Xian Nan occupying her heart, she could not accommodate anyone else. Feeling indebted to Xianbei, she was conflicted. Lu Tan disliked being in anyone's debt. Xianbei silently finished a large bowl of noodles, drinking every drop of broth before washing the dishes in the kitchen. His mind was still hazy. The next morning, Xiaobai discovered Xianbei slumped over the dining table, having slept there all night, while Lu Tan had remained awake, hugging her knees in silence. Second young master, how did you fall asleep here? You might catch a cold. Huh? Xianbei looked up, confused about how he ended up there. His memory of the previous night was a blur. Lu Tan began preparing breakfast, her heavy dark circles evident. Why does Lu Tan look so listless? Xiaobai inquired, observing her closely. I didn't sleep well last night. She seemed slightly congested, as though catching a cold. Achoo! Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Lu Tan steamed a pot of fragrant rice, planning to stir-fry 4 dishes. She picked a large, round, red tomato to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sliced potatoes to create a spicy dish, and gathered peppers from her garden, sharp, lantern, thread, and spiral peppers, to fry with meat. Lastly, she prepared a garlic oil lettuce and a seaweed egg drop soup. The steaming dishes were served at the table just as Xianbei returned from the hot spring. Having changed out of his hangover attire and appearing much refreshed, he felt quite pleased. As long as his memory remained hazy, he could enjoy a cheerful day. Xiaobai, cotton candy, and Lu Tan all remembered his confession from the previous night, yet the instigator, Xianbei, had no recollection, and he resumed his usual routine after breakfast. Meanwhile, Lu Tan continued to sneeze and felt a chill throughout her body. Lu Tan, there seems to be something amiss with you today. It's nothing, Achu. Lu Tan was digging mint, unconsciously shedding tears and snot. Xiaobai reached out to touch Lu Tan's cheek, which was burning. Upon touching her forehead, he remarked that one could almost boil an egg there. Lu Tan, you have a fever. Is that so? No wonder I feel so weak. Lu Tan herself felt her forehead. You need to rest. Don't work today. Xiaobai forcibly dragged Lu Tan home and tucked her under the quilt. I will go down the mountain to fetch some medicine. You just sleep for a while, Lu Tan. Thank you, Xiaobai. What are you being polite with me for? The doctor asked, where's the patient? Xiaobai replied, at home. The doctor insisted, you must bring the patient here. How can I prescribe medicine otherwise? Xiaobai explained. She can't come. I can't carry her. If you don't mind to climb, you can come back with me to check her pulse. The thin doctor shot him a disdainful glance. I'm so busy at the shop. How can I leave? Xiaobai suggested. Then just prescribe the medicine. The doctor asked. Who is ill? Xiaobai replied, my sister. How old is she? In her 20s, not yet 30. What symptoms does she have? Runny nose and fever. What caused it? It should be due to lack of sleep. Are there any other ailments? No, she has always been healthy. Xiaobai brought the prepared medicine to Lu Tan, blowing on it until it was no longer hot before giving it to her. Lu Tan drank 3 doses, finding it bitter, extremely bitter, with no noticeable effect. Thus, dinner was prepared by the lord of the city. Lu Tan had little appetite, as her mouth was filled with the taste of medicine. Everything tasted bitter. She lay back down to rest. Xuanan said to Xiaobai, show me the medicine. Xiaobai retrieved the 9 doses from the last 3 days, with 6 packets remaining. Xuanan opened one packet, discovering not only common herbs like dried tangerine peel and balloon flower, but also centipedes and scorpions. Is such toxicity necessary for a cold? Xiaobai remarked, I'm not sure. I just brought back whatever the doctor prescribed. Xuanan understood. The gullible would always fall for such tricks. Which apothecary? In the city lord's residence, the second apothecary on East Street. Xuanan casually discarded the medicine. Don't let Lu Tan take that. I will have my doctor come over. The doctor from Xuanan's residence was named Lin, appearing quite young. The previous one had retired to his hometown, and this was the new arrival. However, one should not judge by appearances. He inherited his medical skills. Xuanan believed in his capabilities. Dr. Lin took Lu Tan's pulse with silk threads, examined her tongue coating, and inquired about her diet. After questioning, he wrote out a prescription. This time, the prescription contained none of the bizarre substances like scorpions or centipedes, and he specifically included licorice. Lu Tan found it not bitter as she drank. After 1 bowl of medicine, Lu Tan sweated profusely, and after an hour, all her symptoms disappeared, allowing her to get up and tidy the kitchen. Le Tan? Why are you out? Quickly return to rest. I'm fine, Xiaobai really. Look, my head doesn't hurt anymore, and my nose isn't running. The city lord's doctor is better. The previous one felt like a quack to me. The next day, as Xiaobai returned with goods, he said, Lu Tan, it seems the city lord is serious this time. Oh, what happened to Xuanan? That quack doctor who prescribed random medicines has been tied up and paraded through the streets. I saw the townsfolk throwing rotten vegetable leaves at him. I saw it too. I was watching the whole time, Mianhua Tong chimed in. What's going on? Lu Tan wished to know everything related to Xu Anan. Mianhua Tong explained. That quack was arrested last night, and the city lord had the constables set up a sign at the apothecary this morning, inviting all who had suffered from that shop to come forward and seek justice. As a result, a crowd of over 100 people emerged, all claiming to have been wronged by that apothecary. They only provide expensive medicines, ignoring what is right. Even if they happen to prescribe correctly, the doctor chooses those remedies that only relieve symptoms temporarily, allowing the illness to relapse immediately after stopping the medicine. Moreover, the medicines are full of toxins. After taking one, they harm another, preventing true healing, as getting better would mean no longer needing to buy his medicines. His essence is not to cure the sick, but to commodify the medicine, ensuring patients remain dependent on his prescriptions, consuming them daily for years on end. He has monopolized several key ingredients, allowing him to set any price he desires. Lu Tan questioned, if everyone knows his ill intentions, why do they still seek treatment from him? There are other apothecaries in the city. Xiaobai explained. The common folk prefer convenience and are unwilling to travel far. After more than a decade of operating, he has likely deceived everyone in the vicinity. Mianhua Tong added, that scoundrel has been sentenced by the city lord to a lifetime of coal mining, and after being pelted with rotten vegetables and stinking eggs, he was taken away. Xiaobai exclaimed, what a great relief. Truly, what a relief. This is all thanks to Lu Tan. Me? I am just an ordinary cold patient. I did nothing. It was Lu Tan who drew the city lord's attention to that quack, thus saving the citizens around the apothecary. It could be considered a great merit for Lu Tan. Lu Tan often basked in the sun, maintaining good health, and having not fallen ill for a long time. An occasional cold was merely a means of detoxification. Lu Tan Mountain is not particularly high. A leisurely stroll from the foot to the top takes less than half an hour. Running swiftly to the summit would require no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. If one were to dash like Xiaobai and Mianhua Tong, it would only take the time of a tea session. Near the mountain's peak lies a hot spring, while a winding stream and clear pools cascade from mid-mountain to the base. Centered around the stream are Lu Tan South orchards and vegetable gardens. Surrounding the mansion at the top of the mountain is a ring of bamboo groves, encircling the flower house. Lu Tan Mountain is still undergoing renovations, largely thanks to Xue Bei, who has not stopped working at home. He repairs furniture that can be mended, replaces what cannot, fixes lanterns and changes candles, lays waterproof felt on the roof, and maintains tables and benches, all contributions of Xue Bei. Lu Tan has always remembered her brother Xue Bei's kindness, repaying him with lavish meals. This is a home for 5, where they resemble family. Each person silently contributes. What troubles Xiaobai is how the city lord seems so hesitant. The mutual feelings between the two are thick and unspoken, leaving Xiaobai anxious as an outsider. During mealtime, as Lu Tan went to serve dishes, Xiaobai looked at Xu Anan. Ahem, city lord, are you planning to wait until later to discuss a romance with Lu Tan? Huh? The fox glanced towards the kitchen. Xu Anan instantly understood. He was simply too busy, fearing that he would neglect Lu Tan due to his lack of time. Thank you, I understand. Lu Tan placed the oil-braised shrimp on the dining table. The dishes are ready. Please enjoy. Lu Tan, let us choose a date to get married. Xiaobai exclaimed, what? Mian utong gasped. Ah? So soon? I'm not emotionally prepared at all. Xue Bei smiled, a hint of bitterness in his smile. Nevertheless, he offered his blessing, as the two before him were the ones he cherished most in this world. He hoped for their happiness in marriage, to grow old together, and to unite their hearts forever. As for himself, Xue Bei reassured himself that he was destined to be a cultivator, likely to live for millennia like his master. Since his life was not intertwined with Lu Tan's, he ought to consider her more. Lu Tan was equally startled. This was someone who, when silent, could suddenly astonish. Previously, Lu Tan had used various excuses to refuse Xue Anan many times, during which she had forgotten all that had transpired between them. However, now those memories returned, revealing that Lu Tan and Xu Anan were mutually affectionate. After decades of acquaintance, they needed no further understanding. Lu Tan replied, let me think about it. Suddenly, Xu Anan grasped Lu Tan's hand. When he released it, Lu Tan found something in her palm, a golden ring adorned with a green gemstone. This is an engagement gift. Ah, it's beautiful. Mian Huatong leaned closer to admire. Xue Bei commented, not only beautiful, this ring once belonged to my brother. He had it resized, and it serves as the key to the treasury of Jixiang City. What? The lord of the city has bestowed the treasury upon Luton? To present such a gift upon engagement to a neighbor raises the question of what will be given upon marriage. The treasury of Jixiang City is no trifling matter. Asserting that it rivals the wealth of nations is far from an exaggeration. Xuanan holds the exclusive rights to minting currency and collecting taxes throughout the entire fief. With the city enjoying years of bountiful harvests, the wealth contained within the treasury is astronomical. I cannot accept it. It is far too precious. Luton wishes to return the ring to Xuanan, but he takes the ring and, holding Luton's hand, places it directly onto her finger. Luton, you will eventually give it to our children, so it is all the same. Before Luton can remove it, her hand is grasped by Xuanan. With a firm pull, she finds herself seated on his lap. Xuanan pecks her cheek. The little cotton candy cheers, together, together. Xuan Bei observes this scene, having long accepted the situation, but only at this moment does he truly resign himself to it. Luton is now his sister-in-law, a title that shall not change. My lord, when shall we hold the engagement banquet? Xuanan replies, let Luton decide. Is the lord already yielding to his wife before she has even entered the home? Xuanan gazes at Luton in his arms and states, it is not about fearing one's wife. Respecting her is not shameful. Luton is already blushing deeply. The Zhu family believes I am no longer here. No matter, a change of identity suffices. 3 days later, the dowry arrives at the house. Little Cotton Candy observes the boxes filled with brocade and gold ingots, commenting, the lord does not appear anxious, yet he is quite eager. There are no flowery words, no sticky sentimentalities. The lord offers Luton a genuine heart. He does not engage in superficial gestures. He desires to provide Luton with the best life possible, showering her with love. This wedding, delayed for nearly a decade, finds the bride even more radiant, her profile capable of leaving Xuanan breathless at any moment. Xuanan publicly declares that his fiancée hails from outside the city and that their love was instantaneous, omitting any mention of her appearance or background. During the engagement ceremony, they signed a marriage contract before the eyes of the entire populace. The union of two families, a pledge made in a single hall, a match destined to last. With auspicious blossoms blooming on this day, wishing for future generations to be plentiful. With a vow of eternal companionship, they inscribed their promises on a red leaf, certifying their union. Xuanan and Zhu Luton, the soon-to-be bride, adorned with a veil, ride together in a flower-laden carriage. The maidservants distribute wedding sweets, which Luton tosses to the townsfolk. As the sweets are opened, they reveal exquisite osmanthus candies, the golden wrappers glimmering with real gold leaf. Oh my, this is real gold. One man, in front of the crowd, burns the wedding candies his family had snatched, melting them into a golden nugget. The Lord's generosity is remarkable. Little Cotton Candy and the Cotton Candy also partake in the festive atmosphere, enjoying the sweets and saving the invaluable wrappers. Cotton Candy wipes her eyes. Our Luton is getting married. I feel like crying. What is there to cry about? You are overly sentimental. In truth, Little Cotton Candy also feels a twinge of emotion. It is akin to a father marrying off his daughter, having watched Luton grow up, no matter who she marries. It feels like a good cabbage has been taken by a pig, even if that pig is the illustrious Xuanan. My lord, you must treat Luton well. Little Cotton Candy watches as the flower carriage disappears into the distance, unable to hold back her tears. A month later, on the day of the grand wedding, Little Cotton Candy lifts Luton, clad in bridal attire, and carries her step by step down the mountain. She is placed in the Lord's flower palanquin, where Xuanan himself kicks open the door, personally lifting her down. After several rounds of bowing, Luton finally weds for love. Once the ceremony concludes, Xuanan carries his bride to their bridal chamber. Throughout the journey, Luton's feet hardly touch the ground, her smile behind the red veil as sweet as honey. Luton, wait for me. I need to go toast. What'd you call me? Xuanan suddenly realizes, and through the veil, he kisses Luton gently. Wife, wait for my return. MHM. As the groom departs, little cotton candy sneaks in through the window. Lutton, how does it feel to marry for the fourth time? Lutton, resting her chin on her rosy cheek, responds, I feel quite fortunate. I can marry the hero of my dreams. This had once been Lutton's dream, and now it has come true. Despite the many trials faced, each hardship seems worthwhile for this day. Little cotton candy habitually samples the pastries laid out on the table. Lutton, let me try the golden date cake. Lutton, let me taste the silver fungus lotus seed soup. Lutton, let me have a taste of the peanut glutinous rice porridge. I truly appreciate you for sampling these on my behalf and getting plumper, Lutton says. Only that plate of pastries remains untouched. Chapter 34, Day and Night. As night falls, Xuan returns to the bridal chamber, reeking of wine. Little cotton candy quickly slips out through the window. Xuan approaches his bride with a jade ruby in hand. Lifting the veil, he gazes upon the enchanting beauty of his beloved. A knock at the door interrupts. Dear newlyweds, it is time for the cup of union. With filled cups, Lutton and Xuan drink heartily. Lutton, overwhelmed by the alcohol, coughs. The matchmaker quickly suggests, eat dumplings, eat dumplings. Lutton takes a bite, only to discover they are raw. The matchmaker inquires, are they cooked or not? Raw, she replies. The crowd that has gathered erupts in cheers. Raw, she said raw. May next year bring a chubby baby. Congratulations to the Lord. Life after marriage proceeds as usual. The Lord permits Lutton to reside on Lutton Mountain. Lutton does not wish to be a full-time noblewoman. She has her own passions. The Lord also moves to Lutton Mountain to reside with her, bringing along his office. Each morning, someone carries the Lord's official documents down the mountain, and Xuan attends meetings daily, spending the rest of his time either working or admiring Lutton. While Lutton tends to her flowers, Xuan sketches her portrait beside her. When Lutton prepares meals, Xuan leans against the doorframe, watching with admiration. In the evening, when Lutton bathes in the hot springs, Xuan seizes her hand, their fingers intertwined, together. Lutton, feeling a bit anxious, replies, is that appropriate? We are husband and wife, legally wed. Xuan lifts Lutton effortlessly, carrying her along the forest path toward the hot springs. Husband, put me down. Is my wife shy? I will not release you unless my wife kisses me. Lutton, left with no choice, gently pecks Xuan on the cheek. Not enough? I did not see sincerity. Lutton covers her face, exclaiming, how annoying. After returning to their room that evening, Xuan wishes to tease Lutton in any manner he pleases. But the open-air setting feels too public. Lutton resists, but the Lord embraces her, kissing her with fervor. Oomph. You have had your way, and still want tea, let me go. Xuan keeps his promise and sets her down, only to immediately pin her against an ancient cypress tree. Lutton is left with no opportunity to refuse. Her hands are held above her head, pressed against her ears. Xuan's kisses are anything but gentle. He eagerly indulges in his delectable treat. Lutton, feeling dizzy, is carried into the hot spring by Xuan. He seems to be addicted to this sweet dish, refusing to let Lutton go, kissing her repeatedly until she is breathless, allowing her a moment to recover before diving in again. Lutton, I love you. He whispers in her ear. Xuan, I know you love me, but can we save such declarations for when we are behind closed doors? Lutton, do you not like it? His eyes glisten with yearning. Lutton, shy, wishes to avoid being seen. Deep down, she believes that the joys of the boudoir should remain private. Yet, her resistance is of no concern to this newlywed husband. Lutton, feeling feeble, eventually yields, understanding that resistance is futile. After their marriage, Lutton finds herself exhausted each morning, unable to rise from bed, leaving breakfast duties to the Lord. She often feels drowsy, eating her fill and then sleeping, resulting in noticeable weight gain. Indeed, she has truly gained weight. Lutton gazes at her reflection in the mirror, realizing that her clothes have grown tight. Her face has also noticeably rounded. Lutton stepped onto the scale, and to her horror, she discovered she had gained a full 10 pounds. The thought of 10 pounds translating into a hefty bag of sausages overwhelmed her. What should she do? Would she become as plump as a pig? Lutton even forsook her beloved milk tea in favor of dandelion tea. She resolved to eat half a bowl less than usual at every meal. Yet despite her efforts, the weight continued to accumulate. What was she to do? She felt as though she was on the brink of despair, unable to shed the excess weight. Xian Nan remarked, Luton, you are merely plump and content. In the past, you treaded lightly, but now that you are cherished by the lord of the city, your worries have dissipated, and naturally, you have gained some weight. I don't want this. I long for my slender waist. Luton yearned to weep openly. Xian Nan offered her no opportunity to lose weight. She hardly had a chance to walk, for he insisted on carrying her. At the slightest disagreement, he would either lift her into his arms or cradle her like a princess. With her feet hardly touching the ground, how could she possibly lose weight? Luton craved movement, a stroll, a chance to step outside. Seizing the moment while Xian Nan was absent, she set off down the mountain. However, she soon encountered the city lord head-on. Where are you going, my lady? I shall accompany you. Luton promptly took a step back, signaling her refusal. I'm going for a walk, and you are not permitted to carry me today. Why not? He inquired. Because I have gained weight, can't you see it? Xian Nan? She pinched her waist, feeling the extra flesh, 10 pounds of it. It's quite charming. A little extra weight makes a girl even more delightful. I do not want that. I want to walk on my own. With affection comes a certain audacity, and Luton's lively spirit appeared to resurface. After some negotiation, Xian Nan promised not to carry her, and she agreed to let him accompany her down the mountain. Hand in hand, their fingers intertwined, they walked together. The townspeople greeted them warmly. Greetings, lord. Greetings, lady. How long has it been since we last saw the lady? Xian Nan grinned, exuding confidence. Luton rubbed her belly. I have merely put on some weight. The townsfolk exchanged knowing glances, clearly unconvinced. Why are you still laughing? Luton playfully swatted Xian Nan's hand, which he held firmly. Just as she was about to express her irritation, he gently kissed her hand, his smile radiant. Luton understood that if word got out about this, the entire town would think the city lord's lady was with child, and she would be unable to clear her name. They had no choice but to return home. Xian Nan was rather pleased. He found her irritated demeanor quite endearing. My dear, do you have nothing else to do? Why are you constantly by my side? How could I possibly be idle? He replied, I diligently complete my work, all to return home sooner to be with you. Do you not enjoy being with me? Of course, but I want to lose weight. I do not wish to become heavier. In the past, Luton had never been so forthright. She finally grasped that her previous indulgence was perhaps due to the overwhelming affection from Fuju. She did not wish to be irritable or transformed into a shrew, but she also did not want to gain weight. While some may genuinely eschew riches, no one can deny the allure of beauty. Luton could forego luxurious silks and powders, but she longed for a figure that would instill confidence within her. Very well, I concede. Henceforth, I shall accompany my wife in her fitness endeavors. Will you keep your promise? Luton had been deceived too many times to trust easily now. Yes, I assure you. I will always keep my word to my beloved wife. The next morning, an early rising Xiaobai and Cotton Candy stared at the empty table. Xiaobai, can you cook? I cannot, can you? Cotton Candy chimed in, neither can I. Xiaobai looked outside, then we shall have to wait. The chef had set out early to patrol the mountains, taking along the substitute cook. Their friend had left 3 days prior to catch a spirit and had yet to return. Xiaobai rubbed his belly. I'm so hungry. How is it that the city lord and Luton are so inseparable, yet our quality of life has plummeted? The couple circled Luton's mountain, opting for the winding trails to gather mushrooms and forage for wild vegetables, returning with their arms full. Luton, you have finally returned. Cotton Candy exclaimed. Lord, could you please wait until we are full before whisking Luton away? We are nearly starving without her. My sincerest apologies. I shall prepare a meal at once. Xiaobai responded. Luton donned an apron and headed for the kitchen. Luton, your clothes are dirty, Xiaobai pointed out. She looked down to see mud on her pants. Oh, I shall wash them later. Mud? It hasn't rained lately. Where have you been? Luton hesitated to explain. They had intended to take a leisurely walk, but Xian Nan had unexpectedly decided to take advantage, and as she stepped back, she nearly fell into the river. Thankfully, Xian Nan caught her just in time. When water mingled with dirt, it turned into mud. Luton resolved never to take Xian Nan on walks again. She aimed to lose weight, not to engage in romantic escapades. They were now a married couple, and such games should be beneath them. Xian Nin lamented. I have been cast aside. City Lord, you are no longer cool. You have become rather clingy. Is it wrong for me to dote on my wife? Your affection not only troubles Luton, but us as well. We do not wish to go hungry, Cotton Candy remarked. Luton decided it was time for a serious conversation with the city lord. During this pleasant post-meal moment, Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy set out to earn their keep, leaving Luton alone with her husband. Xian Nan, my beloved, I love you. I know, I love you too. No, no, no. The crux is that we love each other, yet I feel our current pace of life is somewhat amiss. I see no issue, and therein lies the problem, my dear. I'm exceedingly busy, cooking, gardening, tidying up, tending to the chickens and ducks, collecting eggs. We cannot spend every moment together. Life is not solely about romance. I will support you. This is not about support. Luton was doing well on her own, with a modest savings and a mountain to call her own. That man, I feel you do not understand me. I am Zhu Luton, not any other woman. I do not enjoy idling away the hours, nor do I appreciate being overly affectionate with my husband in public. One must adhere to certain boundaries. One should do what is necessary. Just then, Xianbei stepped through the threshold. It seems I have arrived at an opportune moment. I shall take a bath and see you later. Luton felt utterly embarrassed, having rarely displayed such anger, and now Xianbei would remember her in this unflattering light. Luton believed the true purpose of marriage was to bring happiness, not to transform one into a lesser version of oneself. Xian then approached Luton, embracing her gently. I understand. Whatever you need me to change, I will. For now, I shall believe you, but you must not deceive me. Xian then finally returned to his tasks. Luton resumed her previous routine, appearing much as she had before their marriage, working diligently and counting her earnings until her hands ached. The only difference was that after dinner, the city lord's attentiveness became increasingly overwhelming for Luton. Her weight showed no signs of decreasing. Rather, it continued to rise steadily. She had given up the struggle, contemplating, perhaps I can avoid descending the mountain. That way, no one will see my weight gain. Luton, you seem to have become more beautiful recently. Xianbei remarked one day. Is it the roundness of my face? Though you have always been breathtaking, this newfound roundness only enhances your beauty. Do not comfort me. I do not intend to lose weight anymore. The more I try, the more I gain. Each time Luton managed to lose half a pound, she would immediately rebound, gaining back 2 or 3 pounds. The previous loss only made her feel heavier. There is no need to lose weight. Straight men prefer those with a little extra weight. Those who favor slender figures are typically sisters. Luton winced. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. My brother certainly prefers those with a little extra weight. Xuanbai, of course, had his own preferences, but he had no right to claim Luton for himself. Luton, my brother is experiencing his first romance. Lacking in experience and somewhat rigid, perhaps displaying some socially awkward behaviors. I hope you can be understanding. Oh, I have discussed matters with Xianggong, and he has resolved to amend his ways. That is splendid. I shall descend the mountain to procure a bucket of varnish. Should I bring anything along? No need. Thank you, Xuanbei Gitch. No thanks required, sister-in-law. It was the first time Xuanbei addressed her in such a manner, leaving Luton feeling somewhat strange. Xuanbei returned with the varnish and crafted a wooden bathing tub from cypress, applying varnish and placing it in his room. He had no intention of visiting the hot springs on the back mountain again, to avoid witnessing unwelcome sights. Luton had perused all the books in her study, having acquired nearly every book available in the town. Finding new titles would require diligence. Strolling down the mountain, she casually entered a bookstore. Buying books? Can you read? The proprietor was a middle-aged man, appearing rather greasy, with an untrustworthy gaze. Within moments of conversing, his rudeness became apparent, prompting Luton to rise and exit. Where are you going? Did you steal something? He hastened towards her, placing a hand on her shoulder. How dare you? A rogue in this day and age runs a bookstore? Luton shrugged off his grip and continued walking, her anger rising. I am speaking to you, young lady. Do you not respect your elders? You ought to show me some respect, as I am older than you. Luton noticed an apricot tree by the entrance, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished before the greasy proprietor. Where did she go? He shouted, only to be suddenly kicked from behind. causing him to stumble forward and crash into the doorframe. Rising, he found himself bleeding profusely, having knocked out 2 front teeth in the fall. Luton dusted off her hands and remarked, "Do you think just because I am pretty and petite I am weak? A scoundrel like you deserves this." The proprietor shuddered at her disembodied voice. "Ah, a ghost. A demon is causing a ruckus. It must be a spirit." Luton, filled with indignation, decided against purchasing any books and stormed home. She found it detestable that such bullies prey upon the gentle simply because of their delicate appearance. "Luton, what are you mumbling about?" "J'ai oublié à poste, gagner a basket." I encountered a vile lecher who thought me easy pickings. Luton rolled up her sleeves, still fuming. "Where is he? I shall deal with him." Chapter 35. Putting knowledge into practice while others might use the phrase to bite to death as a metaphor. Xiao Bai insisted it meant truly making someone horizontal and lifeless, even consuming their hands to ensure they leave no trace. Luton grasped Xiao Bai's arm, saying, "No need for that, Xiao Bai. I kicked him hard enough to knock out his 2 front teeth. It was quite satisfying." "Well done, Luton," Xiao Bai said, stroking his chin, scrutinizing her with skepticism. "How did you manage that?" Luton recounted her use of the invisibility technique. "Luton, learning self-defense is truly worthwhile," she said. Luton replied, "I seem to have calmed down. There are many uncouth individuals, and one more does not matter. Maturity is marked by the absence of expectations from others. One must remain true to oneself. You can only govern your own actions, not those of others. If others are greedy, depraved, or deceitful, they must bear the consequences of their actions. One must simply lead a righteous life, avoiding entanglements with scoundrels, and fortune will surely come." Today, Luton successfully utilized her invisibility for the first time, saving herself, an achievement worthy of celebration. "Let's add a dish tonight," Luton resolved. Suddenly, Mayan Huiting rushed in, flustered. "Luton, something terrible has happened." Xuan Nan was peeling chestnuts for Luton. "What is it?" "Lord City Master, some of the strawberries we sold today have caused food poisoning." "What?" Luton could hardly believe it. The strawberries from her field were pesticide-free and completely natural. "I'm perplexed too. But over a dozen people have been taken to the medical clinic, experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea, some even unconscious." "Let's go and investigate." Xuan Nan immediately stood up. "Stay home, my wife." Upon arriving at the city, Xuan Nan and Mayan Huiting found that indeed, those afflicted were writhing in agony. After consulting the physician, it was confirmed as food poisoning. Their lives were not in danger after stomachs were cleansed. Xuan Nan covered the medical expenses for the afflicted and provided nourishment to their families. Then went up the mountain to inspect the strawberry plants. He saw Luton squatting in the dirt, about to eat a strawberry she had just picked. "Wife, do not eat that." "Sister Luton, quickly put it down." "What is it?" Luton looked up. "The strawberries have likely been poisoned," Mayan Huiting explained. "The city master has traced the addresses of the poisoned individuals and their purchase times. They all shopped at the grocery store in the north of the city, while those from other stores have been fine. I recall that the strawberries from a northern grocery were all picked from a few trees nearby." Luton quickly set the strawberry down, narrowly avoiding disaster. Grateful to the heavens for safeguarding her, she handed the strawberry to Xuan Nan, who tested it with a silver needle, revealing it to be toxic. "Has anyone been here recently? You forbade outsiders from ascending the mountain. Aside from us, there are no visitors." Xiao Bai picked strawberries from nearby trees, and Xuan Nan tested each one with a silver needle, finding all were poisoned. "Did not Dr. Lin visit recently?" "Ah, yes. That day, Sister Luton was ill, and it was Lord City Master who summoned him." Xuan Nan inquired, "Did you escort him down the mountain, or did he leave on his own?" "I intended to escort him, but Dr. Lin assured me he would not get lost on the way down, so I did not accompany him," Mayan Huiting replied. Xuan Nan descended the mountain, dispatching a person to fetch an antidote and another to retrieve Lin Wangmin. The antidote arrived shortly, but Lin Wangmin could not be found. A thorough search of the Xuan residence yielded no trace of him. He likely fled upon realizing he had been discovered. Xiao Bai and Mayan Huiting tore open the antidote packet, pouring it onto the strawberry plants. "These trees' fruit should not be sold for now," Xuan Nan declared. Luton suggested, "Let's test the other fruits with the silver needle as well. No strawberries should be sold during this period." Xiao Bai and Mayan Huiting tested each tree's fruit, from pomegranates to jujubes, from figs to peaches, all proving free of poison. Luton felt utterly drained. These fruits were not merely her means of livelihood, but had become akin to friends through her diligent care. The act of poisoning was despicable, truly vile. It is hard to discern a person's true character. Just yesterday, I remarked how Dr. Lin seemed reliable and adept at healing. Yet he committed such a lowly act, Xiaobai lamented. We must apprehend him first and discover if he acted under someone else's influence, Xuannan responded, equally indignant. During dinner, the family gathered. Xuanbei, who had often been absent lately, also returned, and Luton prepared a splendid feast. Let us set aside our troubles for now. Mealtime should be filled with joy, Luton said as she placed a large pot of corn chowder on the table. She then served stir-fried bell peppers with pork intestines. Xuanbei took a ladle and distributed the corn chowder into small bowls for everyone. With dishes such as stir-fried pork intestines with bell peppers, caramelized lotus root, braised carp, and shrimp fried rice, the table was set. Luton's cooking was always so delightful that the moment they picked up their chopsticks, they couldn't stop eating. Luton was curious. We eat the same meals daily. Why am I the only one gaining weight? Xiaobai replied. The city master uses his intellect. The second master captures demons using strength. And we too deliver goods, which keeps us physically active. Luton remarked, but they also tend to the garden and clean the courtyard. Housework never leads to weight loss. The ladies in town often say so. Suddenly, Luton felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a throbbing headache. Luton, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Xuannan asked with concern. Yes, it hurts terribly. The pain was excruciating, causing Luton to double over, clutching her stomach, her head pounding. She collapsed into Xuannan's embrace. Just as he was about to carry her to the physician, Xuanbei suddenly cried out in pain. Xuannan glanced at Xuanbei, who had also fallen, and then Xiaobai succumbed as well. My aunt waiting could no longer hold on either. What was happening? Could the dishes be poisoned too? Yet the silver needle did not reveal any toxins. Xiannan felt a sudden ringing in his ears before collapsing to the ground, clutching Lu Tan. In the blink of an eye, the cheerful family gathered for a meal had perished. After a while, a shadow appeared in the courtyard, a triumphant smile playing upon his lips. It was Lin Wangmin, the physician sought by the city lord without success, while others who offended the city lord would have long since met their demise. This man had the audacity to venture to Lu Tan Mountain to poison and plot against the city lord. Even if Xiannan were not the city lord, he was still a member of the imperial family. Committing such an affront was a grave crime punishable by the annihilation of one's clan in the kingdom of Shu. Lin Wangmin approached the bodies, kicking at Xiaobai and then pushing aside a cotton candy. He glanced at Xianbei, clad in coarse cloth, and then at Xiannan, adorned in tribute brocade. Ah, City Lord, you mustn't blame me. The debt of vengeance must be settled with the one who threatened me to kill you. I too wish to be a good man, but I'm left with no choice. With that, Lin Wangmin drew Xiannan's sword and struck at his neck, sending a head rolling a few paces away. What a fine sword, truly worthy of the city lord. It is indeed swift. Lin Wangmin kicked aside Xiannan's corpse and aimed at Lu Tan's fair neck. A good deed comes in pairs. They desire the heads of both of you. Without a flicker of hesitation, he swung down at Lu Tan, tearing the tablecloth to wrap the two heads before descending from Lu Tan Mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he entered a lumber shop, changed his attire, and emerged driving a donkey cart laden with scrap wood. The journey was smooth, even as a wanted poster of Lin Wangmin adorned the city gate. As he approached the gate, he pricked his face with a silver needle, instantly distorting his features, leaving him with a crooked smile and drooling. The guards at the gate, seeing his disheveled appearance, paid him no mind. What brings you out of the city? Just disposing of sawdust, just a bit of convenience for an old man. He presented his work permit from the furniture shop, and the guard merely glanced at it. Go on. Thank you, brother. Lin Wangmin urged his cart toward the Yu tribe, concealing two fresh heads amidst the sawdust. He was ushered into the chief's grand hall, where the newly appointed chief awaited him. My lord, as per your instructions, I have brought the heads of the city lord of Jixiang and his wife. Lin Wangmin presented the cloth bundle, which two guards received and presented to the chief. The figure seated in the rattan chair wore an ugly and fierce mask. With a raised hand, he commanded, open it. The guards unwrapped the parcel, revealing the heads of a striking couple, both staring blankly into the void. The masked man erupted in laughter. Xian Nan is finally dead. Our tribe's great vengeance has been avenged. This scoundrel murdered my kin and tarnished my tribe's honor. He deserves 1,000 cuts. Bring me the heads to be fed to the dogs. Yes. The 2 guards each carried a head away. My lord, I have brought you the heads you sought. Can I have my wife returned to me now? Your wife? The chief echoed. We had an agreement. I would retrieve the heads of Xian Nan and his wife, and you would return Xiao Ku to me. You also promised 500 taels of gold and a cart to help us escape. You call her Xiao Ku with such familiarity, but whether she follows you is up to her own will. With a flick of his sleeve, a woman entered. She was of modest height, her appearance unremarkable. Yet every movement exuded a unique allure. Dressed in sheer, flowing red gauze, she approached the chief with a charming demeanor. Xiao Ku, my dear wife, I have come to rescue you. I have endured countless hardships to achieve this. He knelt and reached for her ankle, only to receive a fierce kick in response. Get away. She turned to the chief, her previous disdain replaced by flattery, seating herself at his feet like a serpent coiled upon his thigh. How could I ever go with him? Just the sight of him makes me nauseous. Xiao Ku, for you, I have sacrificed everything. I have given my life to you. From now on, you are all I desire. Lin Wang Min spoke earnestly. For you, I have even slain royal kin. I can never return to the kingdom of Shu. Xiao Ku, I will take you away, and we shall be a pair of lovebirds. We'll want to fly with you. Look at yourself. No looks, no wealth. No stature. What could I possibly see in you? Wife, you didn't say this before. You call me a potential gem, promising to treat me as kindly as your mother and grandmother, and that you would bear my children. You believe such childish lies? Her laughter echoed, prompting the chief to join in. He removed his mask, revealing a face aged and wrinkled, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. I have long had my heart set elsewhere. My true love is only for the chief. Xiao Ku, do you realize what you're saying? How can you treat me this way? We have been apart for only a few days, and you have betrayed me? Is this how you repay my sincerity? You think I could ever love you? Let me enlighten you. I am the chief's concubine. Thank you for your assistance. For this deed, I shall be elevated to the position of secondary wife. You shameless wretch. He is nearly 80, and you are but a girl barely into your 20s. 18? Xiao Ku, before Lin Wang Min's eyes, began to peel away her own skin. She removed an entire layer of her face, revealing a visage that appeared significantly older, at least in her 40s. Your bone structure suggests you are not yet 20. I cannot be mistaken. How could this happen? He felt every inch of her, confident in his medical expertise, believing he was her first man. This is impossible. Xiao Ku, you must be deceiving me. You are doing this for my sake, threatened by the Yu tribe, right? Xiao Ku cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Wang Min. Who told you I was 18? Think carefully. Could it be a little worm that crawled into your brain and whispered that to you? Xiao Ku bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the red carpet, which vanished in an instant. Lin Wang Min felt a numbing sensation in his head, accompanied by a buzzing in his ears. Moments later, an iron wire worm crawled out from his left ear, traversing his body before heading towards the spot where Xiao Ku's blood had fallen. It gleefully lapped up the blood stain on the carpet. Xiao Ku raised her hand, and the worm climbed onto her fingertip. She then sealed it within a bronze jar. Lin Wang Min stood with his mouth agape, staring blankly ahead, his eyes hollow, 2 streams of blood trickling from his eye sockets. He had become useless. He could now perish. Xiao Ku's laughter was chilling. Take him out and burn him. I never wish to see this ugly shell again. What sort of lowly creature dares to sully my body? 2 guards dragged Lin Wang Min's lifeless body away. Xiao Ku harbored no regret for the man who had given his all for her, knowing precisely what she desired and who could provide it. She attached herself to the chief, became the secondary wife, and would bear him a child or 2, comfortably awaiting her ascent to the status of matriarch. The chief's primary wife had already been rendered incapable of bearing children due to her manipulations. No matter how much she consumed, she could not conceive. Chapter 36. A misunderstanding, my lord. I have risked everything for you, even sacrificing my own virtue. Do not forget your promise to me. This is bad, my lord. Something terrible has happened. A guard rushed in, interrupting Xiao Ke's attempt to curry favor, causing her great displeasure as she shot him a resentful glare. You blind fool. I will poison you one day. What has happened? The chief inquired. The two heads are suspicious. Those with the surname Xian? Oof. What harm can one head cause? They are already dead. The chief scoffed dismissively. That is not a human head. Just as we were about to follow the Lord's orders to be headed, we discovered something amiss. Speak quickly. It turns out that the two had transformed into pig heads. How is that possible? I witnessed with my own eyes that it was a human head belonging to the Xian Nan tribe. There could be no mistake, Xiao Ke said through clenched teeth. Truly, I am as perplexed as you, my subordinate, for it suddenly turned into a pig's head. Take me to see. The chieftain briskly exited the great hall, followed closely by the incessant chatter of Xiao Ke. How could this be possible? If you lie, I shall have your tongue cut off. In a freshly dug pit lay two pig heads, plump and unmistakable. Beasts, did you two secretly switch them? Xiao Ke approached and slapped a guard across the face. The guard dared not voice his anger, covering his face. Chieftain, please see for yourself. We carried them all the way without any mishap, and the soldiers along the route can testify to this. At that moment, several individuals stood beside the chieftain, yet he chose to ignore them. LV Tan pointed discreetly to the woman in red, mouthing, Xiao Ranzi. She had previously accompanied Yushan to LV Tan Mountain. Xian Nen silently inquired, My dear wife, do you recognize her? She is a newly arrived maidservant at the Yushan household, and Yushan seems to harbor a strong dislike for her. Having ordered her to leave, it appears I may have misjudged Yushan. Yushan possesses a peculiar penchant. Even while performing the most virtuous deeds, she must utter the foulest words. It is likely that her disdain for Xiao Ranzi is not purely based on contempt, but rather an instinctive aversion. A woman's intuition is often quite accurate, and perhaps Yushan cannot articulate why she feels this way, but simply senses discomfort and finds an excuse to dismiss her. Xianbei remarked, Now that you mention it, I believe I have seen her too. LV Tan gestured with her lips, asking, Where? I had once visited a bookstore, and Xiao Bai informed me that a greasy man was attempting to take advantage of LV Tan, so I went to teach him a lesson. Upon entering, I found this woman engaging in intimate exchanges with that pestilential pig, which I discerned to be of the Yu tribe. Xiao Bai commented, So the old chieftain has indeed been fooled. Cotton candy mouth. She is not even attractive. Why do so many find her appealing? Xianbei patted Cotton Candy's head. Some men are simply indiscriminate in their affections. You are still too young to understand. This entire ruse is merely a diversion orchestrated by Xianbei. The Yu tribe can employ iron wire worms as a curse. Can the Xian family's second master not wield magic as well? Of course he can. Not only can he employ sorcery, but he can also silently amass a formidable army. The elder of the Yu tribe remains lost in the joy of vanquishing his enemies, completely oblivious to the terrifying aura surrounding him. Xian Nan has brought 6,000 men, and it has not been long since they slaughtered the 10 elders of the Yu tribe. Their initial intention was to allow them a period of rest if they remained compliant, yet they have now committed such folly. Chieftain, the enemy army approaches. How far away are they? Just outside the door. Impossible. Do you think they are deities who can fly here? They're indeed right outside. The sound of hooves and the clamor of battle have already reached us. Xianbei slapped Xian Nan on the shoulder. Brother, let us depart. As the commander, it is time for your grand entrance. Here, he could swiftly end them with a single strike, yet that would be too crude. It is not the style of the Xian Lord. He desires a splendid, overwhelming victory. Xian Nan joined the soldiers outside, mounting a war horse and raising his spear as he charged into the enemy camp. This was a battle destined for victory, devoid of suspense. Xianbei, Xiaobai, and Cotton Candy accompanied LV Tan in the tent, leisurely consuming sunflower seeds and playing Go. In less than an hour, Xian Nan returned. Is it over? Xuan Bai inquired. Indeed, my friends, we shall return home. Xian Nan has slain the new chieftain and buried his concubine, Xiao Ke. Following Xianbei's suggestion, he has buried her alongside Lin Wang Min's corpse, curious to see how this woman will confront Lin Wang Min's lingering resentment in the afterlife. LV Tan Mountain will temporarily cease operations, refraining from exporting any agricultural products for 3 months. LV Tan, Xian Nan, Xian Bei, Xiaobai, and Cotton Candy all worked diligently, thoroughly distributing the antidote both inside and outside the mountain, ensuring even the streams were not overlooked. Lin Wang Min, this scourge is truly detestable. What a waste of fine fruits and vegetables, Xiaobai lamented. One must learn from adversity. Life cannot always flow smoothly. We must take this lesson to heart and refrain from allowing outsiders into the mountain in the future, LV Tan stated. Xian Bei remarked, "My sister-in-law's invisibility technique is quite impressive. We should learn a barrier spell as well." Huh? Such an advanced spell. Am I capable of that? Remove the last word. LV Tan, I have faith in you. This time, as we shielded 6,000 troops with invisibility, LV Tan played a pivotal role. Xian Bei also recognized LV Tan's potential, a talent worthy of cultivation. Just like last time, leveraging the strength of plants, LV Tan harmonized exceptionally well with the botanical realm. Xian Bei taught LV Tan the incantation, which she silently memorized. LV Tan, begin your practice at the foundational level. Initially, you will not wield it with such finesse. You cannot dictate who may enter the barrier and who cannot. It resembles an indiscriminate wall that obstructs anyone attempting to enter. Striving to remember every word spoken by Xian Bei. As you advance further, you will eventually be able to open a door at will, allowing designated individuals to pass in and out. My elder brother has already reached this level of mastery. LV Tan nodded, expressing her determination to work hard. Xian Bei continued, once you progress further, you'll be able to control who may enter or be barred, rendering the barrier undetectable to those not targeted. LV Tan had witnessed the formidable barrier of the immortal Xia. However, that great deity has practiced for thousands of years, a feat LV Tan dares not aspire to. Following Xian Bei's guidance, utilizing the energy of the plants surrounding LV Tan Mountain, she crafted a barrier. Xian Bei stood 3 steps away from LV Tan, and soon, she became invisible to him. Just then, Xian Nan returned. Second brother, why are you standing here? Brother, I was foraging for wild vegetables. Xian Bei feigned nonchalance while shaking his hands. Xian Nan responded, oh, he was eager to return home to embrace his wife, waved a greeting, and moved forward. Upon reaching LV Tan's barrier, Xian Nan paused for a moment, then extended his hand toward LV Tan, pulling her into his embrace. My dear, was it so easily breached? Xian Nan remarked, not bad, but there is room for improvement. I had intended to tease my brother, but it turned out to be rather feeble. LV Tan had no intention of rushing her progress. She would take her time, for she possessed ample patience. Xian Nan stated, it is not that the barrier is too crude. Rather, I sense the fragrance of my wife. LV Tan sniffed her sleeve. Is there a scent? None at all. Xian Nan leaned closer to LV Tan's ear, inhaling deeply. There is a faint scent of orange. This could be true. LV Tan had consumed orange tea that morning. Upon returning home, LV Tan replaced the oranges and lemons in the teapot with barley tea. Just because I cannot deceive my brother does not mean I cannot fool Xiao Bai and Wang Kai. Perhaps I should give another try. No more games. I cannot bear to use Xiao Bai and Cotton Candy as test subjects. Very well, since our LV Tan is so kind-hearted. Brother, from my observations over the past few days, the Yu tribe has become utterly compliant. With the consecutive deaths of 2 chieftains and the 10 elders, the position of chieftain has become a hot potato. The influential families within the Yu tribe wish to quietly amass wealth without taking on this burdensome role. Second brother, have you visited the Yu tribe again? I did not go. I merely remained hidden in the bookstore for a while, observing that greasy old man who was attempting to grope LV Tan. We now know he is a spy for the Yu tribe, but he remains unaware that we are onto him, so he continues his treachery. This spy cannot be easily eliminated. We must use his own schemes against him. Just as Xian Bei finished speaking, Xiao Bai emerged from the restroom, raising his hand. Report, second master. You may be disappointed. What has happened to the greasy old man? Hee. Xiao Bai glanced at LV Tan. It is actually my fault. I inadvertently revealed to Lord Fu that the old man had been harassing LV Tan. Futsu, when did you see him? Just this morning. Lord Fu seemed to be passing by on a mission and asked me how LV Tan had been lately. I mentioned a few things, and then, just get to the point, Xianbei sighed, covering his eyes. Truly, plans cannot keep up with the changes. Uncle Huoya was buried alive by Lord Fu, who smeared honey all over Uncle Huoya's greasy face, leaving him near an ant's nest. Well, not dismembering him on the spot could be seen as a modicum of mercy. Xiaobai remarked that Lord Fu claimed to be under imperial orders and had no time for scoundrels to indulge in games. Rather, he intended to hone his swordsmanship on them. Xiao Shaozi, Lu Tan, responded with a nonchalant, Xianbei cautioned against associating with Fu Zhu in the future. Oh, why not? Do not emulate him. Xianbei's blood pressure is a bit high. It is not easy for him to find a spy, and with Uncle Huoya's demise, the Yu clan will need to seek a new infiltrator, forcing Xianbei to start anew. Apologies, this is not your fault, Lu Tan. I retract my earlier statement. My mindset has not been in the best place lately. It is my issue. With a sly glint in her eyes, as Xianbei turned to retreat to the inner courtyard for rest, Xiaobai leaned in and said, I have explosive news regarding the second master. Would you care to hear it? Lu Tan brewed tea, pouring a cup for Xiannan and another for Xiaobai. Has Xianbei encountered some trouble? A major trouble. Indeed, a considerable one, Xiaobai replied animatedly. No wonder I sensed something was off with the second master today. Xiaobai urged her to share. I saw the second master conversing with a woman in a secluded alley. An alley? A woman? Could it be that Xianbei has entangled himself with some ill-fated romance? Not necessarily. I noticed that the woman had a slight bulge in her abdomen. It seems she might be with child, the fox said, covering her mouth. What? Is it true? Lu Tan looked towards Xiannan. Unmarried pregnancy was something Lu Tan found hard to accept. She believed it showed a lack of respect for the man. Furthermore, not long ago, Xianbei had drunkenly confessed his feelings to Lu Tan. How could he possibly have fathered a child so swiftly? I observed that the second master was not particularly gentle with her. He even shoved her, and she began to weep. How despicable, to act violently toward a pregnant woman. Even with a familial lens on Xianbei, I cannot condone this behavior. I believe it is necessary to clarify the matter. If it is indeed Xianbei's doing, I shall ensure he takes responsibility for that girl, Xiannan declared. I concur. One must take responsibility if a child is involved. If one does not wish to be accountable, why not act with more caution? Lu Tan stood firmly on the side of the young lady. You two can do as you wish, but please do not mention that I was the one who informed you. Xiannan proceeded to knock on Xianbei's door. Xianbei had already reclined. The door was not locked. Xiannan pushed the door open. Second brother, I wish to ask you about something. What is it, eldest brother? Do you have a particular lady in mind? Eldest brother, I assure you, since you wed Lu Tan, I have no further thoughts about her. She will be my sister-in-law henceforth. I am not referring to Lu Tan. Then who else could it be? Have you been in contact with any women recently? Women? I am preoccupied with capturing fairies daily. Does a female demon count? Second brother, have you engaged in any improper conduct with women? No, brother, you know me. I prefer quality over quantity. That is good. Since you have stated so, I will take your word for it. However, what is this about you shoving a pregnant woman in an alley? Xianbei scratched his head. Pregnant woman? What pregnant woman? When did this happen? Damn it. Eldest brother, you have misunderstood. That was not a pregnant woman. It was a man. What? Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Can he not distinguish between male and female? Xianbei recounted the events, explaining that he had passed through the market when a girl claimed her purse had been stolen, asserting that a heavily pregnant woman had bumped into her. The girl was crying profusely, claiming the money was meant for her grandfather's medicine. Xianbei immediately rushed out to assist her in capturing the thief. At the mouth of an alley, he cornered the culprit, who had disguised himself as a large pregnant woman, concealing stolen goods within his fake belly. Xianbei demanded the return of the items, but instead, the thief shouted that someone was assaulting a pregnant woman. In a fit of anger, Xianbei dragged him into the alley. Not only did Xianbei shove him, but he also used some sleight of hand to intimidate him, transforming into a fearsome visage to warn him that if the girl's purse was not returned, he would harass him daily, haunting his family with nightmares. Xiannan found this utterly amusing, shaking his head. Indeed, this was something his second brother would do, eager-hearted, albeit with somewhat childish tactics. All right, I understand now. You may rest. Good night. Xian then closed the door behind him. Upon returning to his room, he relayed the truth to Lu Tan. Listening, Lu Tan struggled to suppress laughter, realizing that Xiao Bai had misdirected her gossip this time. I too believe that Xian Bei would not be the kind of heartless man to abandon a woman after having his way. Lu Tan, let us have a child. Having little ones running around will enliven our home. But I am not yet prepared for that. What is there to prepare? The child will be born, and a wet nurse will take care of them, with a tutor to provide education. Lu Tan timidly expressed, I am uncertain if I can be a good mother. Chapter 37. The brick adventure having grown up with discord between her parents. Lu Tan was haunted by the saying, the appearance of your mother-in-law now is a reflection of what your fiancé will look like 20 years hence. Lu Tan feared becoming a version of her mother. Her mother was cunning and self-serving, raising daughters merely for her own benefit. Do not dwell on such thoughts, my dear. You are a wonderful wife and will undoubtedly make a great mother in the future. Xian then extinguished the candlelight and lifted Lu Tan, adorned with embroidered flowers on her bed, into his arms. Lu Tan, let us have a child. During this time, the family refrained from selling agricultural products, resulting in an excess of eggs. Consequently, the staple food for the entire family shifted from steamed buns and rice to egg custard. Each meal required everyone to consume a substantial bowl of egg custard. Additionally, there were egg pancakes, scrambled eggs with green peppers, garlic chives with scrambled eggs with tomatoes, scallion scrambled eggs, tea eggs, and spicy marinated eggs. The transition from export to domestic consumption yielded remarkable results, yet Lu Tan found herself gaining weight. She pinched her waist, lamenting, I am on the verge of becoming a barrel. I do not eat more than anyone else. I consume the same amount as everyone else. Why am I the only one gaining weight? Back to the old question, Xian Bei remarked, it is because of the nourishment of love. Thank you, but I merely desire nourishment, not a rounded figure. Xian then took Lu Tan's hand. My dear, let us go buy some new clothes. Lu Tan had never anticipated feeling so embarrassed. Her clothes had abandoned her, nearly all of them. I did not want to go down a mountain. Lu Tan shook her head. She still remembered the peculiar gaze of the townsfolk when she last appeared with Xian Nan. Does a girl who has gained a bit of weight mean she is with child? Why is everyone so nosy? Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. You do not live for them. Xian Nan embraced Lu Tan, secretly thinking that a little extra weight felt delightful to the touch. Just then, Xiao Bai rushed into the house with a basket on her back. Lu Tan, quick, look at what I have brought you. What is it? Xiao Bai unloaded the basket, revealing it was filled with books. Look, I'm certain these are books Lu Tan has never collected before. Oh, of course. She picked up one, its pages already yellowed. It was an ancient text. Not just one, but the basket contained dozens of books, all ancient. Xian then picked one up as well, observing that the paper must be at least 300 to 500 years old. Xian Bei joined in to look, noticing a note at the end of the book stating it was from the 75th year of the Shu calendar, over 500 years ago. Xian Bei held a collection of folk tales. Lu Tan had a genealogy, and Xian Nan held a county annals. Where did Xiao Bai procure these? Such treasures are rare and hard to find, especially genealogies, which future generations would cherish. Xiao Bai explained, I bought them at the market, sold by weight. There was a ragged old man at a stall. Are there more? I bought them all. He had been there all afternoon with no customers. I thought Lu Tan would like them, so I purchased them all. What a fortunate find. However, these books have a strange origin, Xian Bei remarked. I too believe it is prudent to investigate, Xian Nan suggested. Just then, Mian Hua Tang returned and was momentarily stunned upon seeing the books. Xiao Bai, you bought these? Yes. I once observed an elderly gentleman selling something, yet I lacked the courage to make a purchase. How shall I articulate this? There was a certain earthy aroma, as if it had been unearthed from the depths of the ground. The expression on Xiao Bai's face instantly shifted. Are you suggesting that these are all burial goods? Indeed, the scent from the grave not only carries the earthiness but also the stench of decay. I fear that acquiring the green sandalwood would bring ill fortune. Cough. Cotton candy. You seem to have forgotten that I am also here. What misfortune could befall a demon hunter? Quite right, I had overlooked that. Cotton Candy patted her head, stating that the second master is often preoccupied with his meals, leading her to believe he is a professional eater. Xuan Bai merely scoffed in response. Xianbei remarked that the items are indeed of good quality. A hero does not inquire about origins, and a book does not question its lineage. Laying them out to dry in broad daylight is entirely acceptable. Lu Tan replied, "Oh, I see. I have learned something today." Xianbei, "No need for thanks. It was but a small effort." At that moment, a pigeon flew in, which Xiaobai caught, removing a rolled piece of paper sealed with mud from its foot. "This is for you, Lord City Master." Upon inspecting it, Xian Nan shook his head. As expected, several family tombs had been robbed. Lu Tan mused over the letter in hand. No wonder ancient texts are appearing in the world. Xian Nan stated, "I must ascend the mountain today. Brother, this issue has recurred frequently. It seems we need to devise a plan." Xiaobai pondered, what kind of grudge could lead someone to disturb others' ancestral graves? Xian Nan responded, "It is likely that there is neither grudge nor resentment, merely pure greed. The robbed graves belong to families without heirs. The common folk merely intended to steal bricks to build their houses. They are local residents, and even if caught, little punishment awaits them. Moreover, since everyone is engaging in such activities, a few whispered words to the constable suffices to pass it off, and no one pursues the matter with the families without heirs. They not only steal bricks, but also take the coffin boards from graves." Xuanbai added. Cotton Candy inquired, "What use do those items serve? Will they keep them for their own slumber? They might repurpose them as door panels or sell them as scrap." Xianbei explained that in Shijia village to the west, such activities are rampant. Every family without sons or sons-in-law is well aware of this. They wait for the family members to pass away before immediately rushing to steal bricks. There is a palpable sense of competition, as they fear losing out on bargains to others. Sometimes, disputes over the bricks even attract the attention of the authorities. Xiaobai touched her head. "It is truly despicable to rob the belongings of the deceased." I am left speechless. There is a saying that like attracts like. In such an environment, the moral standards of both adults and children are quite similar. The more unscrupulous families are often the ones that loudly proclaim their righteousness and virtue. I rarely engage in business with them, as I cannot tolerate their manner of speaking. Xianbei grimaced at the mere mention of that place. Xian Nan said, "Second brother, accompany me. I require your assistance." Xianbei gestured towards Lu Tan. "Bring along another person. Little sister-in-law can join as well." "Me? What does the city master, Lord Lu Tan, intend to do?" "I sense that the city master and the second master are plotting something quite entertaining. May I also partake?" Xiaobai exclaimed. I wish to go, Cotton Candy chimed in. Ultimately, what began as Xian Nan's solo plan expanded into a full-scale operation. Shijia village to the west is elevated in the west and lower in the east. Over 100 residences stand at the eastern side, while the western side is littered with graves and tombstones. 3 robust women appeared amidst the tombstones, their heads covered with matching scarves. One of them appeared to be in her 50s, while the other 2 seemed to be in their early 20s. "Mother, why are we digging graves in broad daylight? Can we not wait until nightfall? What if people learn of this and tarnish my reputation? I am yet to be promised to a husband. I wouldn't dare come at night. Do not heed RDS words." Silence. Look around and see which tomb belongs to the old Wang family. "Mother, the old Wang aunt is still alive. She remarried. She has been with Li from a neighboring village for a month now. Mother, can we not wait until she has passed before we dig? By then, will there still be anything left for us?" "Enough nonsense. Your father is waiting for bricks to build a cabbage cellar." The 3 women, after much searching, eventually located the old Wang family tomb. The elderly woman spat into her palm and began to dig. The eldest daughter swiftly filled the basket with bricks while the second daughter carried them home. "Xiao Erzi, do not dawdle. Hurry back for another load. Do not rush me. Am I not already loading?" Before sunset, the 3 managed to uproot the old Wang family tomb, taking bricks, coffin boards, and the broken bowls and pots meant for burial back home. She constructed a vegetable cellar with the bricks and repurposed the coffin boards as door panels. This door panel has long been broken. I have wanted to replace it for ages. Today, I finally found a suitable piece of wood." She remarked, "This is surely meant for us. Otherwise, how did it come to our home?" RD cautioned, "Mother, what if the old Wang aunt recognizes the wood? What of it? She is a widow. What can she do to us?" She rolled her eyes. We can confront her head-on. She is but one, while we are four. Even while we strike her, we can spit at her and spread rumors, ensuring that if things escalate, she will find it impossible to remarry. The household fell silent, with no cats meowing or dogs barking, as the family of four closed their doors and retired for the night. Old She's wife found herself unable to sleep soundly, as she kept hearing whispers at her ear. Upon opening her eyes, she saw only Old She snoring like a pig. It is unbearable. The elderly woman tugged at the blanket and turned away, yet the snoring continued. Covering her ears, she shouted, "Go sleep in the donkey's shed. You are driving me insane." Old She, completely oblivious, continued to snore. "Did you not hear me? You stubborn pig." The elderly woman kicked her husband, causing him to tumble to the floor, and the snoring ceased. Only then could she find peace to sleep. She slept until dawn, and upon rising, discovered a pool of blood on the floor. Her husband had fallen from the bed after being kicked and struck his head on a shard of a bowl. The bowl had been unearthed from the grave the day before, intended to be used as a chamber pot, but he had accidentally broken it and was too lazy to dispose of it. Old man, how could you leave us? Woe is me. How shall we three survive now? The eldest daughter is yet to be promised, and the second daughter, too, has no betrothal. The elderly woman wept bitterly, her cries summoning her two daughters. "Mother, what is with the wailing so early in the morning?" Upon entering, Erdi asked, "What has happened to father?" "It is that cursed broken bowl that has caused your father's demise. He has lived a life of goodness, never having committed a wrong. Our family is upright and virtuous, aiding orphans and widows. Why must we suffer such calamity?" The elderly woman lamented, and her daughters joined in her cries. After their tears, they donned mourning attire to prepare for the funeral. As the three of them wiped their noses in tears, ready to return home, they spotted a group of men wielding shovels. "What are you doing?" "We are merely wandering about, having eaten too much," the leading man replied. "Eaten too much? I suspect you are here to steal bricks," the eldest daughter accused. "How dare you slander us? We are good people, carrying shovels, yet avoiding the fields. You have no excuse left. The truth is evident. My father's remains are scarcely cold, and you dare come to rob bricks? Are you even human? Everyone knows where the bricks and coffin boards in his grave originated. If we report you to the authorities, we are being virtuous. If we do report you, the evidence is clear, and you will surely face a hefty fine. You speak falsely. These bricks belong to our family, and the coffin was purchased too. Who are you trying to deceive? We had our eyes on your family's property first when you stole from the old Wong family. You have no morals digging up graves by day. Step aside, or you will regret it." Old She, his wife, and the daughters were forcefully pushed aside as the men began their excavation. The family shouted curses, yet the intruders paid them no heed. They stripped the coffin and took the bricks, leaving the three women in despair. "Father, I miss you. See how they bully us, a family of widows." Exhausted from their cries, the three supported each other on their way home. Having prepared a bowl of thin porridge, they had yet to take a bite when someone pushed open the door. It was the flamboyant matchmaker, Chui. "Oh, old sister-in-law, are you eating? What brings you here?" "It is indeed a good thing that I have come to act as a matchmaker for Da Di and Erdi." The matchmaker, with her serpentine waist, wandered around their home, poking and prodding at everything, even contemplating a visit to the mousehole. Upon emerging, she waved her elegantly manicured fingers and, spitting out saliva, proclaimed, "It is fortuitous that your family possesses a house. How splendid it would be for you to find a son-in-law who would reside with you." Just the other day, Sister Long's nephew tragically lost his wife and is in need of a replacement. He asked me to find him a match, allowing you to marry two at once. This is indeed a fortunate arrangement for both Dadi and Erdi. Isn't that wonderful? Why don't you marry him instead? Dadi retorted, "I refuse to wed that long heir. Everyone knows he drinks heavily and, in his drunken stupor, even beats his parents. Mind your manners, young lady. Adults are speaking here." The matchmaker snapped, her demeanor shifting in an instant as she slapped Dadi across the face. "With your appearance, it would be a miracle if someone were to desire you. How dare you be choosy? I'm doing this for your own good. Do you wish to remain a burden in your family?" As Dadi and Erdi contemplated retaliation, 7 elderly women, familiar with the matchmaker, appeared at the door. The leading matron declared, "I shall see who dares to mistreat Otchway. Who among you lacks the awareness of your own actions? Since my father has passed, you come to my home to extort a house from us." Rolling up her sleeves, the matron threatened, "If you utter another word, I will strike you down." With the support of her allies, the matchmaker grew even bolder, declaring, "Let me make it clear, I've already accepted payment for this matchmaking. Whether you like it or not, the marriage will proceed. A household is traditionally led by a man. You must obediently surrender the land deed, lest you face the consequences of your obstinacy." The family of three was bound tightly, and that very night, in a hasty ceremony devoid of celebration or guests, Long Ere entered their home and consummated the marriage. In one night, he became the husband of both daughters, and the land deed was transferred into his possession. This man, who previously drank copiously and wreaked havoc at home, continued in the same manner, subjecting Dadi and Erdi to daily beatings, leaving them battered and bruised. Runaway, in his drunken stupor, would rack up debts and in his desperation, offer his two wives as payment, often dragging them out to settle scores. The matriarch, Shi Lao Tai, could only suffer in silence for her family's sake. In the span of a year, Long Ere gambled away the family home, sold their fields, and pawned their cart. Dadi and Erdi lived in constant dread, suffering from illness while wrapped in blankets during the sweltering summer. Their family lacked the means for medical care, and when both succumbed on the same day, they had no coffins, not even a tattered mat to wrap them in. Seeing there was nothing left to salvage, Long Ere sought the matchmaker's assistance once more and ventured to another household as a son-in-law. Shi Lao Tai, abandoned and desolate, found herself sleeping in a dilapidated bridge tunnel during the harsh winter, her body riddled with frostbite. With little to eat, she scavenged for scraps, even wrestling with wild dogs for food, and was bitten for her trouble. Reflecting on a day from years past when she and her daughters had dug up the grave of Widow Wong, stealing bricks and even a coffin board from old Wong next door, she recalled the joy of sharing a meal of white rice with her family. Shi Lao Tai rubbed her weary eyes, realizing that was the last time she had tasted rice. She could no longer remember its flavor. Dadi, Irdi, I had hoped to have a son to spare us this humiliation. If only we had a boy. Would anyone dare to disturb your father's grave? Alas, it is my fault for failing to bear a son. My husband, you left us too soon. Xiaobei observed, Shi Lao Tai lamenting her fate as a detached observer. Beside him stood Xiaonan, LV Tan, and Cotton Candy. Xiaonan shook his head. To this day, she remains oblivious to her own faults. The issue was never about having a son. It was her own actions that led to this downfall. When her family bullied the widow, they believed it was their right. Yet now that they are being mistreated, she feels wronged. Is there any purpose to this dream? Will someone like her truly change following such adversity? Xiaobei shook his head. I cannot say. We shall see. If she remains unrepentant, we can create a more terrifying dream to frighten her. Perhaps one where old Wong rises from his coffin each night to nibble at her scalp. Shi Lao Tai, beset by poverty and illness, passed away beneath the bridge. As she opened her eyes, believing she had arrived in the underworld, she found herself in darkness, accompanied by familiar snoring. Whose snoring is this? She reached out and felt a pillow and a blanket. She recognized the snoring. It belonged to her late husband, the father of Dadi and Erdi. Trembling, she stood up and lit an oil lamp, only to be startled to find her long-deceased husband lying in bed. Oh, it hurts, she exclaimed, discovering she had sat on a shard of broken pottery. To her horror, it was the very shard that had once pierced her husband's skull. What is it, old woman? Why are you sitting on the ground at this hour? Are you a ghost? Were you waiting for my death to remarry? How dare you curse me? At that moment, Dadi and Erdi entered, rubbing their eyes. Father, mother, why are you not in bed? They exclaimed. Dadi, Erdi? They appeared as they did in their 20s. Shi Lao Tai examined her own hands and feet, finding them free of frostbite. What is happening? Was that merely a nightmare? Mother, what did you dream of that frightened you so? I cannot speak of it. If I do, it may become reality. That night, Shi Lao Tai, her daughters, and her husband Doug opened the vegetable cellar, carrying bricks and coffin boards to the graveyard, throwing them down and fleeing in haste. In the pitch darkness, they collided with someone. Who is so blind? As the family of four looked around, they realized they were not alone. The area was filled with people, each carrying baskets of bricks. A sense of mutual embarrassment hung in the air, but they understood each other without words. From that day forth, the custom of stealing bricks in Jia village vanished entirely. It is said that on that same day, everyone experienced a variety of unsettling dreams, each one fraught with hardship, leading them to believe this was a divine warning. If they did not amend their ways, they would indeed face dire consequences. Thereafter, not only did they cease to disturb the graves of the deceased, but they also avoided widows, returning stolen wheels and apologizing for past grievances. Those who had once harassed widows now returned to slap themselves in remorse. Brother, is this how Ji Xiang Chung earns its reputation for kindness and integrity among the people? Xiaonan nodded. Indeed, it is a combination of the carrot and the stick. Those who commit wrongs must learn their lesson, while good deeds are acknowledged and rewarded. Governing a vast city sometimes requires such measures. LV Tan, carrying a basket of dandelions to dry, received a thumbs up from Xiao Bei, who remarked, I find my sister-in-law exceptionally clever. She understands everything at once. The concept of dream weaving, which struck fear into the hearts of many, was conceived by Xiao Nan. Yet both Xiao Bei and LV Tan contributed significantly to its implementation. Now, wherever there are plants, LV Tan harnesses their power for their cause. The skill required for dream weaving is no trivial matter. Even the esteemed mountain deity Xiao Nan struggles with it. Without sufficient cultivation, dreams woven would lack depth, becoming indistinguishable from ordinary dreams, ephemeral and easily forgotten. To weave dreams for a village of approximately 100 people was a daunting task, and as they approached the latter stages, both Xiao Nan and Xiao Bei felt the strain. It was LV Tan's ability to utilize plant power that ensured the successful completion of their endeavor. LV Tan, ever humble, remarked, I am not skilled in dream weaving. I will do my best with what I can manage. I wish to assist my husband and brother Xiao Bei to help more people and contribute my modest efforts toward making Ji Xiang Chung a better place. Indeed, Gui Tan is quite remarkable. It is often said that one's appearance is a reflection of the heart. The beauty of Gui Tan is not without reason. Praise Xiao Bai. Sister-in-law, since Gui Tan Shan is currently closed for the season and agricultural products are not being exported, would you care to join me in capturing some monsters? Xiao Bai remarked. Monsters can indeed be quite fierce. Mian Huatong added, monsters are known to devour humans. Xiao Bai replied, I'm not at ease with Gui Tan going alone, unless I accompany her. Mian Huatong declared, I wish to join as well. Otherwise, I would just be lounging at home all day. Gui Tan contemplated for a moment and then stated earnestly, since capturing monsters entails risks, I must take on this responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. My desire to learn magic stems from the need to protect those dear to me and to assist kind-hearted individuals. Big brother, starting tomorrow, feel free to assign me any tasks. Now, I have 3 capable helpers, she added. Xiaonan was not one to be overly formal, as he promptly produced a booklet from his sleeve. Here you go, countless tasks await, all pertaining to city affairs and the wishes of the people. Xiao Bai snatched the booklet, resting it against her head, thick enough to serve as a pillow. Your Excellency, you have truly outdone yourself. You once bore all this weight alone. Now, with the support of her companions, Xiaonan felt joy in working alongside Gui Tan, knowing she would not resent his constant presence. Gui Tan harvested the mature moxa leaves from the mountain, rolling them into moxa sticks which could be burned to ward off mosquitoes and purify the air. The ashes from moxa contain alkali, suitable for brushing teeth, while the remaining ashes could serve as fertilizer or fill sachets for the Duanwu festival. Gui Tan arranged a table filled with red cloth pouches, while Xiao Bai and Mian Huatong each carried back a large basket of dried moxa leaves. Is this enough, Gui Tan? After assessing the quantity of pouches and moxa, Gui Tan replied, this is sufficient. Let us begin. The trio began stuffing moxa into the red pouches. These would be the fragrant sachets for the Duanwu festival, with 500 ordered by the local general store. Gui Tan had worked through the night to sew the pouches. Xiao Bai and Mian Huatong worked swiftly, filling the pouches to the brim. Since we have an abundance of moxa, Our customers will surely find great value in our sachets, murmured Xiaobai. As Gui Tan tied the pouches closed with a string and placed them in a nearby basket, the three worked in seamless harmony. Xiaobai asked, "Doesn't it feel like we have a special synergy in our work?" "Absolutely. We have known each other for decades. We are old partners," came the reply. Xiaobei returned, casually picking up a pouch to join in the task. "Second brother, make sure to fill more," urged Xiaobai. "Of course," he responded. "By the way, where's my husband? Weren't you both out together?" "My brother is at the mountain god temple. Today, a young girl attempted to hang herself from the wish tree, and he is trying to dissuade her," Xiaobei explained. Xiaobai inquired, "What led her to such despair?" "Her family is pressuring her to marry against her will," came the reply. "Marriage seems to lack freedom. Most are united not out of love, but for the sake of their parents' reputations," Xiaobei lamented. "Is hanging oneself the solution to not wanting to marry? How desperate must she be?" Xiaobai remarked. Mian Huatong said, "Xiaonan has returned." As all four pairs of eyes turned towards him, "Your Excellency, what has become of the girl who wished to end her life?" Xiaobai asked. "Brother-in-law, ensure she does not return home. Her family will undoubtedly continue to pressure her into marriage," Mian Huatong insisted. "Where is she now?" "I sent her to the Xiu residence, where the steward will provide her with a cleaning job, ensuring she has a safe place to stay," Xiaonan explained. He continued, "Her parents merely want her to find any man to marry. They care not for her happiness, as long as she is wed, regardless of whether she loves him or not." Xiaobei added, "Their own unhappy marriages are passed down through generations, perpetuating suffering. They live in disarray, yet their daughter is expected to escape the bonds of this oppressive marriage." As Xiaobai stuffed more moxa into the pouches, she remarked, "Those who are unhappily married still advise others to marry. One might mistake marriage for a pyramid scheme. Your Excellency, forcing marriage is as unethical as digging graves and stealing bricks. Surely, you must devise a plan to put an end to this," Mian Huatong urged. "That is no simple task, as they disguise their intentions under the pretense of doing what is best for you," Xiaobai countered. "Your Excellency cannot simply gather every unwilling bride into the estate as servants." "What then?" Xiaonan shrugged. "Everyone has their limits. Let us focus on what we can achieve." "Second brother, that girl has bruises on her arms and suffers from nightmares and misfortune. There may be foul play involved. Investigate this matter." "Understood, it is my duty," Xiaobei affirmed. "How wicked, to take a life merely for refusing to marry? That is abhorrent. Gudan et Galim. Once we finish these moxa pouches, I will accompany you. And if we find the perpetrator, I will ensure they experience the worst nightmares imaginable." "I support this," Xiaobai raised her hand. "I concur," added Mian Huatong. The four made their way to the Xiu residence, where Gui Tan met the girl. The young lady, Hihua, had a round face and a gentle appearance. She greeted, "Good day, Lady City Lord. Good day, Second Master," her voice soft and sweet. "There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Gui Tan Jiejia," she replied. The seasoned monster hunter, Xiaobei, cast a discerning glance at her and sensed something amiss. "Tell me about your nightmares," he urged. Hihua hesitated, glancing at Gui Tan, clearly struggling to speak. Gui Tan suggested, "You two should go to the back garden for tea. I'll have a word with Hihua." Once in the garden, Gui Tan remarked, "It seems you are troubled by absurd dreams, which must be difficult for an unmarried girl to discuss. It is certain that someone is meddling. We must uncover the source of this chaos," she declared. Xiaobei proposed they meet Hihua's suitor. The four chose to employ a bit of stealth rather than approach openly. The wicked do not easily reveal themselves when they know they are being watched. Upon observing the scene, they were taken aback. "Is this the suitor of Hihua?" Gui Tan gasped, spotting a wooden figure lying on the bed. Xiaobai queried, "How can one marry a piece of wood?" The elderly couple in the room lamented, "That girl is ungrateful. Her parents are tired of her lingering at home. Our son, who passed too soon, would have had her care for us in our old age. When we are gone, she will be buried with him, providing her with a family grave. What a fortunate arrangement, yet she does not appreciate it. Insane. Your son is nothing but a piece of wood, and you wish to squander a young woman's life," Xiaobai retorted. Xiaobei leaned closer to the wooden figure. "This wood is peculiar." Gui Tan inquired silently, "Did you discover something, Xiaobei?" "If I am not mistaken, There are dried bloodstains on this wood, he replied, reaching out to touch it before quickly withdrawing. As if pricked by a needle, Xiaobei signaled for the others to leave the area. Observing his hand, he noticed it had turned slightly dark. After touching his vermilion powder vial, the discoloration faded immediately. The death of their son was likely not of natural causes, he concluded. Xiaobei asked, "What do you mean?" "I suspect it is connected to a malevolent spirit," Xiaobei stated, having dug up the grave of the only son, Cao Dadai. Gui Tan rested her chin on her hand as she watched. Xiaobei and Mian Huatong sat cross-legged on the ground, claiming they were merely taking a break. "Why aren't you two helping me?" Xiaobei complained. Xiaobei grinned. "Second brother, we have just learned that digging up graves is unethical. I am being good and not engaging in misdeeds." Xiaobei countered, "This is different. We are seeking to uncover the truth behind his death. If there is injustice, we must help him seek justice. With justifiable reasons, digging up a grave is indeed a virtuous act." Chapter 39. Tracing the trail. Xiaobei shook her head. "Second brother, I believe you can manage this alone." Mian Huatong added, "Second brother, our break is equally important." Xiaobei sighed. "I'm truly a loss with both of you." As the coffin was unearthed, Xiaobei offered, "Would you like me to help you pry open the coffin nails?" "Please be my guest," Xiaobei gestured. Too kind, too kind. I'm merely a helper," Xiaobei responded. Xiaobei opened his mouth wide, and with a clatter, the coffin nails fell to the ground. Xianbei hurriedly lifted the coffin lid. Alas! In an instant, a dense black mist enveloped the area, catching Xianbei by surprise, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose. When the black mist finally dissipated, he discovered that the coffin contained no corpse, only a mound of black powder. My heavens! Has it been reduced to ashes? Why was black ash placed in a coffin instead of an urn? Xiaobei had already crouched a distance away, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ultan, cherishing his pristine white fur. I too was baffled by the situation. Xianbei found a stick to poke at the coal-like remnants. "Is this human ash?" Xiaobei inquired. "It should be," came the response, with fragments of unburned bone. The black remnants may be the clothes and paper that were burned alongside the body. Why burn them? It was perplexing. Xiaobei scratched his head in contemplation. My curiosity matched his, as Xianbei meticulously sifted through the remnants in the coffin. Have Ultan, Hahua, and Dadai met during their lifetimes? I pondered. I must ask Hahua. Ultan engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Hahua, who candidly shared her tale. The Chao family had proposed marriage to her family more than once. But initially, her parents refused due to Dadai's congenital disabilities and mental challenges. Hahua had a childhood sweetheart named Ashui, whose father was determined to have him marry a wealthy, only daughter. Ashui, resolute in his love for Hahua, convinced his family to prepare a betrothal gift. However, fate took a tragic turn when Ashui and his father, who made a living by navigating boats, both fell into the water. The officials, finding no bodies, deemed it an accident and moved on. Hahua, however, bore the stigma of being a husband killer, causing suitors to shy away. Her parents, frustrated by their daughter's idleness, heeded the advice of relatives and lowered their expectations, accepting any living man as a potential suitor. Meanwhile, Dadai persistently pursued Ua. After several attempts to persuade her parents, they reluctantly agreed. Dadai's untimely death occurred the night before their engagement, drowned in the same river as Ashui. Logically, Dadai, with his mental shortcomings and frail disposition, had few friends and rarely ventured out at night. Yet that fateful evening, he inexplicably opened the door and left, only to fall into the water. Rumors began to swirl, claiming he was taken by a water ghost or that Hahua was cursed, having caused the demise of two men. Dadai's parents not only refused to call off the engagement, but insisted that Hahua marry a wooden effigy as a substitute for their son. Hahua believed her parents would consider her feelings, but they only cared for their social reputation, blaming her for the misfortunes that befell the Chao family. In desperation, Hahua attempted to flee, but was caught and severely beaten by her father in public. Overwhelmed with despair, she contemplated suicide. That day, she claimed to be going to the mountain god's temple to make a wish, and as she walked, she reflected on how her parents, who should have been her support, were now her tormentors. She felt hopeless. Hahua fashioned a noose from her belt and prepared to hang herself, when she unexpectedly encountered Xian Nan and Xian Bei. Wolf Tan inquired, "Was the person you saw in your dream to die?" "No, he was a peculiar individual. His appearance was too strange for me to recognize." "What did he look like?" "Describe him, and I shall draw." Wolf Tan sketched a face with ink and brush. Upon seeing it, Xian Bei remarked, "This person has an uncanny appearance." He was not a resident of Jixiang City, and Hua did not recognize him. Who could he possibly be? Xian Bei proceeded to the river that Hua had mentioned. The water was relatively clear, as this canal flowed through the entire city, often frequented by swimmers and those washing clothes in the shallow areas. "Young man, don't get too close. If you fall in, who will take responsibility?" An elderly gentleman called out from a distance. "Sir, I merely wish to see if I can swim. It is quite hot today. Can't you see there is no one around? This river is known to harbor demons, and today is the 15th. Keep your distance." "Sir, have you seen a demon? What do they look like?" The elder replied, "I have not seen one, but many say they exist. I, however, would like to encounter one." Xian Bei retorted, "Do you think a demon would allow you to see it? They possess magic. Even if you saw one, you would not remember it. Young man, best to leave. This place is not safe, lest you fall prey to a demon." "Then why are you strolling here?" Xuanbai asked, quickly moving from the river bank to the shore. The elder pointed to his armband. "Do you see this? I am a professional corpse retrieval worker. This is my livelihood. Young man, depart quickly. I do not wish to see you in the water next time." The elder was genuinely kind. "Have you heard of Shui and Dai?" The elder paused. "Why do you ask about them?" It was clear he recognized them. Xian Bei decided to reveal his hand. "Sir, I am a demon hunter, and I seek to uncover the mystery behind their drowning." The elder replied, "You have indeed come to the right person. Both lived near the river. I retrieved their bodies." When he received the task to recover a Shui and his father, he found it odd, as they were both accustomed to the water. A Shui's father had navigated the waters for most of his life, and a Shui had been swimming since he could walk, appearing like a white fish in the water. It was unfathomable that they could drown. Did a Shui and his father, all one, have any injuries? The Dai had none, but a Shui had a wound on his head, which looked like it was bitten by something. So, it seems he did not simply fall into the water. I believe some entity harmed them. Awen had a circle of claw marks around his ankle. Did they have any enemies? I cannot say. I do not pry into such matters. I merely wait for work by the river. Xian Bei sent a message via carrier pigeon to Wolf Tan, asking him to inquire with Hua if a Shui and his father had any conflicts with others. Hua replied before the incident. A Shui seemed to have had a heated argument with the Dai's parents. Wolf Tan asked, to what extent did the argument escalate? Hua replied, they cursed each other to death. The Dai's mother was notorious for her ferocity. She never reasoned during disputes and would say anything offensive. Both the Shui and Wen were quite agitated that day. Wolf Tan inquired about the Chow family's reaction after a Shui and his father drowned. I remember, when the bodies were retrieved from the river, the Dai's mother spat at Wen's corpse, declaring it deserved its fate. Shortly after, the Dai drowned in the river. His mother rushed to the riverside, embracing the corpse and fainting from grief. Wolf Tan asked, have you heard tales of demons in that river? Hua replied, the elders often speak of creatures like water demons, but I believe they are merely tales to scare children and quiet their cries. Wolf Tan released a carrier pigeon to convey this information to Xian Bei. Upon reading it, Xian Bei said, we must investigate this wicked woman. The Dai's mother was a housewife, illiterate, who neither worked nor cooked, waking late to play mahjong and gossip. The family's income relied solely on the rent from a few acres of land. After the Dai's death, she mourned for only 2 days before returning to her old habits, playing mahjong with fervor. Xian Bei began to keep a close watch on her. The first 2 days yielded little of note. Their conversations revolved around trivial matters. But on the 3rd day, Xian Bei overheard some valuable information. Every 15th day of the month, the Dai's mother would visit the goddess by Yin Yang. This title was unfamiliar to Xian Bei. He had never heard of her. Thus, it was decided that the following day, he would delay his plans to pay his respects. The Dai's mother prepared paper offerings and incense the night before, setting out early the next morning with a basket in hand. Xian Bei trailed her, maintaining a respectful distance as she made her way to the riverbank. Chow Lu Shi walked along the river. traversing a rickety wooden bridge into the depths of the old forest, where she stumbled upon an unassuming small temple, standing taller than a person. Inside, there was a clay statue of the goddess feign. Grateful for the goddess's blessings that had reunited her family, Chao Lushi implored, "Please continue to protect my son, and assist me in binding that little girl Hihua, so that she may accompany my son sooner. As long as my son is well, I shall offer you gold ingots and incense on the 1st and 15th of each month." With that, Chao Lushi bowed and prostrated several times. Xuabai, lurking nearby, exclaimed, "So, it is you who is causing mischief?" After the paper burned to ashes, he observed Chao Lushi descending the mountain. In a fit of rage, Xuabai overturned the clay statue and offerings, demanding, "Come forth, which demon dares to flaunt their deception here?" As he watched, a shadow darted away, emerging from the statue and fleeing down the mountain. "Where do you think you're going?" he shouted, pursuing relentlessly, only to see the shadow leap into the river. "Is it a river demon?" Xuabai unfastened his belt, leaving his outer garments and boots on the shore before plunging into the depths. The river was quite deep, with the bottom covered in silt and aquatic plants. Unable to find the creature, Xuabai resurfaced to catch his breath. "Young man, why are you here again? I told you there is something in this water. Keep your distance." "Sir, I believe you. Please move aside. I am here to catch a demon," Xuabai insisted. The elder, somewhat skeptical, complied and moved further away. Xuabai glanced at the sky and submerged once more. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. A bolt struck the water. "Wow, is a demon hunter truly this formidable?" As lightning continued to strike the water, a dark mist began to rise from the depths. Xuabai pursued it, breaking the surface. "Do not flee. You know you cannot escape your fate." The demon, undeterred, leapt ashore, transforming into a middle-aged woman who knelt before the elder, pleading, "Please, save me. He is a wicked man." "Who are you? Where did you come from?" the elder questioned. "I came from outside the city to visit relatives, but I could not find them and spent all my money. Then I encountered this villain who pursued me." "Do not believe her. She is a demon," Xuabai declared, dripping wet as he approached. "But you both tell different stories. Who should I trust?" the elder asked. "Quickly, leave. Do not let her near you. She has killed those in the water. How can I know you speak the truth?" the elder pressed. Just then the woman, still in her demonic form, lunged at the elder, her claws sharpening as she aimed for his throat. "Do not come closer, or I will kill him." "What are you doing? Are you truly a demon?" "Indeed, if you obey me, I shall spare your life." The elder suddenly remarked, "What a coincidence. I too am a demon." The woman responded, How could he jest at such a dire moment?" The elder chuckled foolishly, then unexpectedly shrank in size, his black hair turning white, his face becoming youthful. "I have captured her," cried Xiao Bai, who had apprehended the female demon, biting off one of her hands. Cotton candy rushed over, and together they subdued the demoness. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" the demoness questioned. A woman's voice emerged from the shadows. "That is what we wish to ask you." The demoness finally noticed a woman sitting beneath a willow tree by the riverbank. She was quite beautiful, gliding gracefully towards them. "Green Tan, our collaboration is fruitful," Xuabai remarked, giving her a high five. The area was abundant with weeping willows, which provided immense energy to Green Tan. In turn, Green Tan channeled the gathered wood energy to assist Xuabai, enabling Xiao Bai to disguise himself as the elder and successfully conceal himself in cotton candy. "Confess freely. How many lives have you harmed?" "I do not harm others. I help them. When someone makes a wish, I assist in fulfilling it." In truth, it was merely a matter of taking advantage of others for her gain. She offers you incense and gold ingots, and in return, you assist her in committing misdeeds. Xiaobai explained. The demoness gradually revealed her true form, fish scales appearing on her face and hands, for she was a grass carp spirit. After Xuabai scorched half of her fish head with heavenly thunder, she divulged everything. Chao Dui was infatuated with Hihua, but he was merely a foolish man, and she was beautiful. It was hopeless for him to pursue her. It was inevitable she would reject him. In his frustration, he returned home to complain to his mother, insisting he would marry Hihua and demanding she find a way to make it happen. Despite her efforts to negotiate, Hihua's parents refused, and the village gossiped about their son being a toad yearning for swan meat. Unable to swallow her pride, Chao Lushi stalked Hihua, determined to force her into marriage, believing that once the deed was done, Hihua would have no choice but to follow her son. She trailed Hihua to the riverside, witnessing her rendezvous with Astute, the son of a boatman. Enraged, Chao Lushi's teeth ground in frustration. She sought vengeance on the shameless pair. A friend, Aunt Baoyun, offered her a cunning suggestion. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You can resolve this without lifting a finger. Oh, do tell. I know of a temple that grants wishes. Simply bring gold ingots and incense, and sincerely worship. Chapter 40. Dragon Boat Festival. Zongzi Chao Lushi found the Bai-Yin Goddess Temple as instructed by Aunt Baoyun and made her first wish, to ruin Hihua's reputation and to have her lover, Astute, perish. Anyone who dared to compete for her son must vanish from the earth. The grass carp spirit granted her wish. That night, A1 and Astute both sank to the river's depths. Chao Lushi was astonished by the goddess's power. She became addicted to making wishes and returned with more paper gold and incense. This time, she wished for Hihua to marry Devoid, her only beloved son. She would do anything to fulfill her son's desires. During that period, Hihua seemed to be plagued by misfortune, encountering slander at every turn. Whenever she stepped outside, whispers followed, labeling her a calamity for men. Any man who wed her would be doomed. It was rumored that she not only brought misfortune to her future husband, but also to her future father-in-law. Upon seeing Hihua, the village women would fall silent, only to turn and point as soon as she walked away, exclaiming, "That is her, the one who brings misfortune to men." These words reached Hihua's ears, as well as those of her parents. Relatives and friends urged, "You must marry off your daughter. Any man will do. We cannot bear the shame of having an unmarried daughter at home." To preserve their reputation, Hihua's parents acquiesced to Chao Lushi's proposal. However, shortly thereafter, Kaudadui Izovanisit, his mother, undeterred, burned more gold and incense, yearning for her son to return. The grass carp spirit could not restore him to life, but offered to transform him into a demon to remain by their side. That is acceptable. We are a loving family, and we shall be reunited. Following the grass carp spirit's instructions, she cremated her son's body and fed it to the river snails. Each night, the snail spirit would assume the appearance of Chao Devoid, visiting the Chao household, engaging them in conversation, and then pursuing their unwed daughter-in-law. Those touched by demons would fall ill, as they thrived on siphoning the life force from humans. Hihua began to feel weak, plagued by nightmares, and her fortunes dwindled. "Ah, you have an accomplice. Where's that snail spirit?" Cotton candy fumed. Pointing, Xiao Bai indicated a wisp of black smoke silently drifting from the river. Xue Bei summoned lightning, striking it down. Cotton candy dove into the water, retrieving a large river snail. "Let me go. I am merely a victim. The goddess Bai-Yin compels me to obey her orders, or I face her wrath." With the culprit apprehended, the truth behind Astute and his father's demise surfaced. But who had slain Chao Devoid? Xue Bai wondered aloud. Did not Chao Devoid become a demon? Where is he now? He has long since turned to dust. The Tian Luojing said, "I merely transformed into his likeness to deceive her mother, hoping she would offer us incense and candles. How did he fall into the water? Was it also your doing?" The clumsy Tian Luojing replied. Xiao Bai, skeptical, retorted, "Nonsense, what would he be doing by the river alone at night? He was spying on the girls bathing. A group of young ladies often bathed in the river at night. He frequently attempted to sneak a peek, but out of fear of being beaten, he refrained from taking advantage. Once they left, he would emerge to drink from the river, pretending it was bathwater. That day, it had just rained, and he slipped on a patch of moss and fell in. Second master, although the grass carp and Tian Luojing are the culprits. Chao Lushi is the instigator. How should she be dealt with? Xianbei said, "I am only responsible for capturing monsters. Dealing with humans is beyond my purview. That falls to my elder brother." Xiannan, with a flourish of his pen, decreed, "Send her to the coal mines. Let her never return, lest she nurture malice and seek revenge on society." Aunt Baoyun, who provided methods to Chao Lushi, was also taken away, previously a good mahjong partner. She would now be a companion in coal mining. These two realized that family ties are transient, while friends with shared ideals and common language are everlasting. Just as the clumsy girl was escorted away, Hawa's parents arrived to demand her return. The elderly couple knelt before the city lord, pleading that she was their only daughter and they relied on her for their twilight years. They begged the city lord to release her. Xianan replied, "It depends on Hawa's own wishes. If she willingly goes with you, I will not force her to stay." Hua stepped forward, kneeling before the city lord, expressing her gratitude for his shelter and declared her willingness to return with her parents. Xiaobai desperately signaled her, "Silly girl, if you go back with them, they will sell you again. They only love themselves. Your birth was not out of love, but rather for their own benefit." Hua glanced at Xiaobai and addressed the city lord. "I must repay the kindness of my upbringing. I only ask that my parents no longer marry me off to someone I do not favor." Hua yearned to serve her parents for 100 years before embarking on a path of asceticism. "What nonsense is this? Do you not see how you disgrace me? Asceticism? Are you ashamed of the disgrace you bring upon me?" Hua's father, in the presence of the city lord, raised his hand to strike, but Xianan seized his wrist. Xianan, tall and robust, easily overpowered Hua's short and stout father. Xianan raised his voice. "My wife has already acknowledged Hua as her sworn sister. From now on, Hua will be the sister-in-law of this city lord. Anyone who dares to harm her is showing disrespect to me." Xiaobai, hidden behind the screen, gave Xianan a thumbs up. It's good to have a brother-in-law like him. Hua bid farewell to the city lord and followed her parents home. And the city lord promised Hua that if she ever faced grievances or was forced into marriage again, she could always come to him for help. Tan prepared a sumptuous feast to reward her husband, thanking him for supporting her sister Hua. Xianan shook his head. "There is no need to thank me. I still have much to improve in governing Jixiang City. A girl has choice to marry or not should be hers alone, and whom she marries should be determined by love. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of living, and no one else has the authority to interfere. Education must start with parents, and the road ahead is long and arduous." The city lord is correct. As long as parental attitudes do not change, there will be more hihuas, and the crooked tree at the mountain god temple may not be able to hang so many people. Xiaobai wholeheartedly agreed. Cotton Candy remarked, "The most detestable are those meddling relatives who insist on finding a man, any man, to marry off. They're the epitome of wanting to see others suffer." Xianbei noted, "There are people who take pleasure in belittling others when they see them happy, attempting to diminish their joy with malicious words. Such foul-mouthed individuals are inherently unfortunate. The mere presence of someone better off than them keeps them awake at night." Xiaobai added, "They can't reach the grapes, so they curse the fox. They detest it out of envy." Tan poured everyone fresh grape juice. Come, let go of any unhappiness for now. Meals should be enjoyed joyfully." Xiaobai remarked, Tan is right. After our collective efforts, Hua's situation has been resolved. We have identified the culprits and punished the wicked, while Second Master has captured the monsters. It is a great achievement worthy of celebration." The five of them raised their glasses and drank heartily. "My sister-in-law Tan performed admirably," praised Xianbei with a thumbs up. Tan is clever and perceptive, given time. She will surely flourish. She humbly credited Xianbei for being a good teacher, who never withheld knowledge, always imparting essential truths concisely. A good teacher can spare you from many detours. As the Dragon Boat Festival approached, Tan prepared glutinous rice and honey date dumplings. The rest period was over, and Xiaobai and Cotton Candy busied themselves. They had thought that Tan's absence would allow other suppliers to take over, but to their surprise, retailers were eagerly awaiting her reopening, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Xiaobai, your eggs are still the largest. Xiaobai, your pickled duck eggs are the most fragrant. Xiaobai, bring me 10 silk quilts. I need to prepare a dowry for my daughter. Xiaobai, I want silk pillows. I have been waiting for my grandson to reach his full moon. Quickly bring me some. Adults can do without, but children need the best. Xiaobai, I want 100 pounds of peanuts. Xiaobai, bring me 500 pounds of sweet potatoes. Xiaobai, I need big cabbages, baby bok choy, and winter melons. Xiaobai, what about strawberries? I want strawberries, as many as you can get. That's not fair. Why should you take more than your share? Everyone deserves a portion of the strawberries. I want some too. Xiaobai, hurry and gather the goods. I know. I am on my way. Xiaobai felt both delighted by the demand and overwhelmed, wishing for wings to soar above the chaos. Tan prepared over 300 dumplings, keeping 15 for herself, while the rest were for others' orders. Upon seeing Xiaobai return, Tan said, Xiaobai, I have set aside 3 dumplings for you. Eat them before resuming your work. I cannot, Tan. There is no time. Many bosses are urging me. I'll eat after delivering the goods. With that, Xiaobai donned his laden backpack and hurried off again. Has our Xiaobai been so diligent lately? After a while, Cotton Candy also rushed back. Come on, eat a dumpling before delivering more goods. I can't, Tan. Today is the first day of resuming supply, and my ears are buzzing with people telling me to hurry. I'm in a rush. I'm sorry, Tan. The dumplings are delicious, but I need to deliver the goods first. Our Xiaobai and Cotton Candy are both so hardworking. Xianan returned, bringing with him a large crab. My dear, the dumplings are ready. Come eat, husband. Tan peeled the crab and fed it to Xianan. This tastes like happiness. When did you learn to be so eloquent? Tan took the crab to the kitchen to cook. Xianan kissed Tan on the forehead. I'm going to wash up in the back mountain. I'll be back soon to eat together. Okay. Just as Xianan released his hold, Tan intended to leave, but he pulled her back into his embrace. Tan quickly extended her hand, holding the crab, fearful of soiling Xuannan's clothes. Yet Xianan tightened his embrace around her soft waist, holding her close until she could hardly breathe. Only then did he let go. My dear, you're sweeter than the dumplings. How annoying. Go wash up. Tan hurried away, fearful that he might change his mind. Tan believed she had been careful. Yet she was still caught by Xianbei. I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't see anything. Xianbei turned to leave. I'm off to the hot springs. You all continue. Hey, don't go, come with us. Xianan dragged Xianbei along. Tan covered her face and entered the kitchen. What a day it has been. The little trees need pruning, and the men must be managed. It seems I must establish some rules for this husband of mine. Had Tan been under 20, she would surely have reveled in such affectionate moments, especially given Xuannan's handsome visage and physique, for he was the great hero she had admired since childhood. However, upon their reunion, Luton had already blossomed into a mature woman, her mind refined to the extent that she would not permit herself to rely excessively on anyone. With her mature allure, Luton refrained from throwing tantrums or indulging in childish whims. Perhaps her love was not as fervent as it once was. She simply yearned to grow old together with her beloved, savoring a life of tranquility. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and Mian were overwhelmed with their tasks throughout the day, and finally, in the evening they could rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Luton, my shoe soles are worn out, lamented Xiaobai. Buy new ones, and I shall reimburse you, replied Xuannan. You've worked hard. Come, enjoy some big crabs. Luton prepared a potful. After savoring one, she felt satisfied and turned her gaze to the others indulging in their meal. I am so tired, Mian said, only to succumb to sleep at the table. Oh dear, go back to your nest and sleep. I shall save the crabs for you tomorrow. Luton playfully tugged at Mian ear, but she was too deeply asleep to awaken. Xiaobai squinted. I can hardly keep my eyes open. I must go to bed. See you tomorrow. The fox hurried a few steps, lying down at his den and transforming into his true form, beginning to snore. Xuanbei separated Mian from the large crab in his hands and carried her back to the den with one arm. Xuannan raised a cup filled with grape juice. Let us continue, the 3 of us. The courtyard, adorned with oil paper lanterns, illuminated the delicious food on the table and Luton's radiant smile. In that moment, Luton felt a profound sense of happiness. She possessed a home, and it seemed that at this instant she had everything. Each time she descended the mountain with Xuannan for a stroll in the city, they would pause to admire children they encountered. Luton understood her husband's thoughts. Xuannan's care made her less resistant to the idea of raising children. Luton noticed she had gained weight, but it was even and proportional. Her belly remained flat. She caressed her soft belly as Xuannan embraced her from behind. What was my dear wife thinking? He asked. I wonder whether my husband prefers boys or girls. Of course. I would love either, as long as they are our children, Xuannan replied. intertwining his fingers with hers. On a bright morning, Xiaobai awoke and stretched. Another beautiful day. The aroma of seafood soup wafted through the air. After washing up, Xiaobai entered the kitchen to find the esteemed Xuanan cooking. Lord of the city, where is Luton? She is still asleep. Let her rest a bit longer. Xiaobai was well aware, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 41. Abandoning weight loss, Mayan Huating also awoke. Good morning, Xiaobai. Good morning, Lord of the city. Where is Sister Luton? Why is Lord of the city making breakfast today? Xiaobai covered Mayan Huating's mouth. Children should not ask such questions. What is wrong? Is it wrong for someone to care about Sister Luton? That is not a question for a single individual. How can you, a single fox, still look down on single people? Ahem. Good morning, everyone. Xuanbei cheerfully appeared. Brother, have breakfast. Xuanan prepared bowls of seafood noodles for everyone, leaving Luton's bowl in the pot. Brother, what time do you think is suitable for me to return home today? Xuanbei asked playfully. Anytime. This is your home. Return whenever you wish. Are you sure, big brother? Why must you ask the Lord of the city about your return time? Xiaobai gently patted Mayan Huating's head. You talk too much. Eat your meal well, and work hard afterward. Luton, having hardly slept all night, finally awoke around noon. Her body ached, and the events of the previous night replayed in her mind. She stared at herself in the mirror for a moment before starting to conceal the marks on her neck with powder. Upon exiting her bedroom, she found Xuanan sitting alone at the tea table, arranging a chess game, while everyone else was busy with work. It is truly unwise to waste an entire morning like this, Luton remarked. Xuanan looked up and saw Luton. My wife is so beautiful. I must keep a close watch on her to ensure no one else becomes enamored. Luton mused that regardless of whether their child was a boy or a girl, they would likely inherit their father's good looks. My dear wife, I have prepared seafood noodles. Luton shook her head. Husband, I only wish for congee. My teeth ache. Having toiled all day the previous day, gathering strawberries and vegetables and making dumplings, she had neglected to drink water. Several times she had felt thirsty, but, seeing her unfinished tasks, had refrained from drinking. Luton had learned from past experience that insufficient water intake led to toothaches, yet she had fallen back into her old habits. Only one of her front teeth ached, while the others were fine, but that one was enough to cause distress. Chewing food sent sharp pains through her, and even when still, it felt like fire. My dear, I shall fetch a doctor, Xuanan offered. Luton shook her head. No need. I will drink 2 pots of water today, and tomorrow will surely be better. I have experience with toothaches. Perhaps it was not just the lack of water. With the weather warming, Luton had been under 8 thick blankets, which might also have contributed to her discomfort. The lord of the city prepared a bowl of white rice congee for Luton, accompanied by some delightful pickled vegetables. He also finished off the bowl of seafood noodles intended for her. Xuanan urged Luton to go down the mountain to attend to official matters while she harvested strawberries and drank water, desperately trying to rehydrate in hopes of alleviating the discomfort. When Xiaobai returned with goods, he asked, Luton, I heard you're feeling unwell. Would you like some chrysanthemum tea? No. Strangely enough, while others drink chrysanthemum to cool down, it seems to have the opposite effect on me. Do you need me to pick up some medicine on my way? No thank you, Xiaobai. I shall be fine by tomorrow. When Xuanbei returned in the afternoon, he brought Luton some cooling herbal tea and turtle jelly. As she spooned it delicately, she wondered how everyone in the household knew of her discomfort. Once you tell one person, soon everyone will know, for we are family, Xuanbei explained. When Xuanan returned with a basket of tightly wrapped ice, he prepared a bowl of icy congee for Luton. After Xiaobai and Mayan Huating returned, they went to gather mulberry leaves to feed the silkworms. Luton, let us make a 3-pound blanket. You must not cover yourself with 8 pounds again. As Luton enjoyed the icy congee, she replied, Oh, very well. Indeed, as Luton had anticipated, her toothache had vanished by the next day. She also noticed that having not consumed staple foods for a day, her face appeared to have slimmed down significantly. Once her face became smaller, her eyes appeared larger. Indeed, everything seemed to be the best arrangement, as if the heavens were assisting her in losing weight. Luton mused to herself while gazing in the mirror. During lunch, while the others enjoyed hot pot, Luton sipped on white rice congee and dipped a leaf of lettuce in the clear broth. Luton, what are you doing? Are you eating like a rabbit? I am on a weight loss journey. My goal is to shed 20 pounds. From today onward, I shall only consume kanji, and no one shall stop me. Xiaobai scoffed. Will you not risk malnutrition? Sister Luton, you look good no matter what. Even being slightly plump suits you. I do not wish to be fat. My clothes have abandoned me. That is easily solved. Just wear mine, Xuannan suggested. No, I'm determined to lose weight. To gaze at a table full of delectable food without succumbing to temptation is something only Luton could achieve. Xuannan and Xuanbei exchanged sympathetic glances. I will try this for 5 days, Luton declared. After 5 days, she successfully lost 3 pounds, a result that pleased her greatly. Luton announced her phased victory and planned to upgrade her weight loss regimen, eliminating kanji and solely consuming fruits and vegetables. Oh no, how can one forsake delicious food? Sister Luton, can you really bear it? Indeed, there are certain pleasures in life that must not be overlooked, such as eating. Xiaobai picked up a pair of spicy duck intestines. Plant can photosynthesize and be nourished by sunlight and water. We as mammals are different. Our health relies on food and adequate sleep. Luton, you have lost weight these past few days, but you also appear visibly haggard. This hunger-induced weight loss is unwise. Haggard? Doi. Luton touched her face. Of course you do. What do you all think? Xuannan nodded. Xuanbei glanced at Xuannan and also nodded in agreement. My anhuating's soft little head bobbed up and down vigorously. Then I shall eat as usual, but I will also exercise. That's the spirit. Come, enjoy your meal. Your cooking is simply delightful. Xiaobai proactively entered the kitchen and served a bowl of rice to Lu Tan, placing it in her hands. Gulme, our Lu Tan is to become a healthy treasure. Lu Tan hesitated, picking up her chopsticks. Are you all truly going to be stumbling blocks on my weight loss journey? Indeed, you must not mention weight loss in my presence. What is there to admire about a thin, fragile sprout swaying in the wind? Xiaobai declared with conviction. I concur, Xianbei agreed. I also concur, Mianhua Tang chimed in, raising her hand. Nan remarked. I have always said that my wife looks cuter with a little extra weight. Lu Tan had no choice but to relent. Hihua presented homemade red bean cakes to everyone, accompanied by a handwritten letter. After Lu Tan read it, a smile unconsciously crept onto her face. What did Hihua say? Mianhua Tang leaned in a look. Hihua mentioned that after defeating that monster, her luck had skyrocketed, as if the fortune that the god of fate had owed her during her low times had been repaid in full. Hihua and her parents opened a pastry shop together, now flourishing with prosperity, so much so that her parents were too busy counting money to pressure her into marriage. Those relatives who once looked down on her became envious of her family's success, trying to instigate her father to shut down the shop and find her suitor. However, Hihua's parents scolded those troublesome relatives, cutting all ties with them. Hihua also found a suitable husband, a painter, and they were already engaged, with Hihua promising to send wedding cakes when the time came. After hearing this, Xianbei said, That's wonderful. I have always thought that Hihua's fortunate countenance would eventually lead her to good fortune. Nan received an invitation, as the emperor would be bestowing the title of favored concubine next month, and invited Nan to attend the ceremony in the imperial capital. Nan had no interest in such affairs. It was merely a gathering of people feigning politeness, watching a few court performances, hastily dining together, and then departing in a flurry. Nan lacked nothing and did not wish to endure such pretentiousness. Although he was a prince, the nobility in the capital was numerous, with intricate connections. Each was quite arrogant, and their misdeeds were often overlooked by one another. Every time Nan visited the capital, he felt uncomfortable. Darling, what are you reading? Nan handed the invitation to Lu Tan. Do you not wish to go? Lu Tan asked after glancing at it. Nan nodded. I do not wish to go. Not at all. Then we shall find an excuse, Lu Tan suggested. Shall I say I caught a chill? No, that's too trivial. Perhaps I could claim I injured my leg and need to recuperate at home. Lu Tan covered her mouth and laughed. How can one add ailments to oneself? Wife, help me think of an excuse. Nan pulled Lu Tan into his embrace, seating her on his lap. Xianbei leaned over and poured himself a cup of tea, drinking it all in one go. Just say my sister is expecting. The first 3 months are crucial, and elder brother, you must not leave her side. Nan looked at Lu Tan. Wife, is that acceptable? Don't look at me. Do not involve me in your lies, Lu Tan replied. Nan Nim lamented. Your sister does not agree. Xiaobai returned and washed her hands before preparing tea and snacks for herself. This matter is easily resolved. We can send someone in place of the city lord, she suggested. Indeed, a splendid idea. Xian thought it quite feasible. With everyone in the household being either monster hunters or monsters, the ruse was child's play. After all, it was merely a formulaic routine. One could speak little, make an appearance at the key moment, and it should not be blown. Who will go? Second brother, help your elder brother, Xianbei said, munching on a peach. Elder brother, I cannot go. What will happen to the monsters near Jixiang City if I leave? They have gone rogue. Xiaobai, help your brother-in-law, Xianin called. Xiaobai, feeling alarmed, protested, No, that won't do. I am but a rough little fox. Drawing a tiger's skin is easier than capturing its essence. If I go in place of the city lord, I fear it would tarnish his reputation. Mian Huatang, will you assist your brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, you know me well. I prefer to stay home, picking fruit, basking in the sun, and savoring Lu Tan's meals. I am too attached to this home to leave. Not to mention, I cannot bear to be away for a week, let alone a day. Then if I go myself, I will bring my wife along, and you shall be without delicious meals. That is true, Mian Huatang said, scratching his head in confusion. What should we do? I am so conflicted. Xiannan suggested. Why not let Lu Tan's restaurant take a temporary break? We could all travel to the capital for a little adventure. Xianbei raised his hand. Then I shall go as well. Did you not just say that the monsters cannot do without you? But I can do without the monsters. The world turns without anyone. I cannot abandon the crowd. I shall accompany everyone to enjoy the meals. Thus, a delightful decision was made. The primary objective was to enjoy a holiday, and the secondary purpose was to make an appearance at the emperor's concubine bestowing ceremony. Xiaobai drove the carriage while Xian played chess with Lu Tan, and Xianbei dozed against the carriage wall. Mian Huatang spent the entire journey eating. At each supply stop, they purchased local specialties, and others commented that nothing could compare to Lu Tan's cooking, while only Mian Huatang expressed, I can make do. Elder brother, you may encounter your father-in-law on this trip, Xianbei said, half asleep, squinting. Lu Tan replied, whether I see him or not is of no consequence. Their daughter has already vanished from this world, and they do not care. Lu Tan envied He Hua's parents for their transformation, as they began to consider their daughter's well-being, and their family grew harmonious. As for her selfish parents, Lu Tan opted to ignore them. Forget I said anything. Lu Tan, there are many books in the capital that you have not seen. We can gather some to bring back. All right, that is truly uplifting news. Lu Tan had already read all the books in her study, some even several times, and there was little available in Jixiang City. Once we arrive, I will help you find some. I have plenty of free time. Second brother, are you not planning to take on some side jobs in the capital to earn a little extra? Mian Huatang asked, his mouth full of pastries. What monsters are there in the capital? Xuanbai replied. Mian Huatang, scratching his head with a foolish expression, asked, no monsters in the capital? The capital has the national master to maintain order, and under the emperor's feet, there is the dragon's energy to suppress any disturbances. Is that dragon energy really so formidable? What are Xiaobai and I to do? Will we be suppressed? No. As long as we do not commit any wrongs, we shall be fine. Mian Huatang said, I am afraid. There is a crime known as adding guilt without cause. Will they not capture some innocent good monsters to fill their quotas? Xianbei stroked his chin. You might be right. It is indeed possible. How about this? Stick close to me, and I shall protect both of you. If anyone tries to use you as scapegoats, I will claim you are my subordinates, and I am the steward of Jixiang City. That sounds excellent, second brother. I entrust my life to you. Upon entering the imperial city, the customs and culture were indeed different. The population in this city was several times that of Jixiang City, yet its area was not much larger. It created a bustling atmosphere where people jostled against one another. The streets were filled with either pedestrians or merchants. There were also establishments like brothels and taverns that Xiaobai and Mian Huatang had never seen in Jixiang City. Mian Huatang poked his head out of the carriage window, exclaiming, City Lord, in Jixiang City, we have a bookstore every 10 steps, while here, there is a tavern every 10 steps. Truly incomparable. I personally prefer Jixiang City. It is not so noisy and extravagant, Xianbei remarked. Passing by a brothel, Mian Huatang gasped. There are big sisters dancing. Their clothes are so vibrant, but their makeup looks like they want to eat children. Do not look. Those fallen sisters will lead you astray if you gaze too long, Xianbei replied lazily. They observe with a critical eye. Their behavior is far too indecent and should not be tolerated. The men who visit such places are all quite old, clearly married men. It is simply inappropriate. Chapter 42. Snagging a deal on books. The carriage stopped at the inn, and according to Xiannan's arrangements, they would stay here for the night. Forgive us for not coming out to greet you, Your Highness, the innkeeper said with a bow. Xiannan nodded. Please lead the way inside. The inn staff welcomed them in, while a servant took care of the horses. There is no need for pleasantries. Please attend to your own affairs. Xuannan has little patience for the insincerity of those who engage in meaningless niceties. The innkeeper summoned a maid, who led them inside. The inn, modest in appearance from the outside, revealed its hidden charm within. Traversing through the garden, one could discover a series of independent courtyards, shrouded in green bamboo. Among them was a courtyard specifically reserved for the prince, complete with bedding, fresh garments, and toiletries, exuding an indescribable tranquility and elegance. At the center of the courtyard lay a warm spring, emanating a gentle steam. Xiaobai gazed around in wonder, exclaiming, Wow, I feel as though I've stepped into the residence of the city lord. It has that regal ambience. The maid giggled, responding, This place is indeed prepared for our lord. When he is away from the capital, a dedicated staff ensures its upkeep, but no one else is permitted to reside here. Oh, I see, Xiaobai thought to herself. Being a prince is quite enviable, although I disdain the privileges of the elite. I cannot help but appreciate the benefits afforded to me by the city lord. Each person was assigned a room that was comfortably spacious, and Luton began to arrange the bedding. It needs to be aired out, she said. Luton rolled up the large quilt, intending to carry it to the courtyard. Feeling the dampness of the unaired bedding, she hesitated despite its cleanliness. Being petite, she was nearly obscured by the oversized quilt. She had to peek around it to navigate her way. Let me help you, Xuannan quickly offered, taking the quilt from her. Despite its size, it seemed almost insignificant in his grasp. Being tall has its advantages. Luton wiped the sweat from her brow. This quilt is heavy enough to be quite a challenge. With no clothesline available, Xuannan draped the quilt over a lounge chair and placed the pillow on a stool. They spread a mat on the ground, laying out the cushions and bedding to air. Luton works diligently, Xuanbei remarked as he passed by. Xuanbei, you should join in and eliminate the dust mites. Otherwise, you'll be sharing your bed with 100,000 of them tonight, Luton teased. Oh, it matters not. As a demon hunter, the dust mites avoid me. He replied, Is that so? Xiaobai leaned in closer, her eyes nearly glued to Xuanbei. Indeed, you carry a refreshing scent of mint, she noted. Le dan zima? So I'm not alone in this perception. Xuanbei explained, when one possesses righteousness, evil cannot dwell. Those of our profession inherently possess the ability to deter pests. If one were to neglect this power, Green Bamboo Mountain would be devoid of mosquitoes and ants. That would be splendid. Ant bites can be quite painful, often resulting in larger welts than mosquito bites, Xiaobai mused, recalling her past encounters with ants. Xuanbei asserted, We must maintain ecological harmony. Even if there were a means to eradicate flies, mosquitoes, rats, and cockroaches, I would refrain from doing so. Every species has its role in this world. Very well. Esteemed second master, your wisdom prevails, Xiaobai conceded. Following suit, she and Cotton Candy brought their pillows and quilts outside to air. They spread mats on the ground, laying out their bedding, and even lay down upon them, declaring, We must sunbathe alongside our pillows. The courtyard featured a small kitchen, and Luton rolled up her sleeves, inquiring, What would you like to eat? Whatever you prepare, I shall partake, Xiaobai languidly replied, basking in the sunlight. I am of the same mind, Xuanbei added. Me too, Cotton Candy chimed in. Your Highness, auspicious tidings. There are visitors requesting an audience, a maid announced, presenting a visiting card. Oh, how curious that someone would come to curry favor upon your arrival. News travels swiftly, Xuannan remarked, glancing at the card. I fear that as soon as we enter the capital, we became subjects of scrutiny. Our every word and action is likely under observation. Xiaobai covered her mouth in surprise. So they already know I am a spirit? They seek only information advantageous to themselves, disregarding all else, likely treating it as mere gossip, Xuan explained. Let us arrange for them to meet in the study, he instructed. The maid nodded and retreated a few steps before turning to leave. Lu Tan asked, shall we prepare a meal for our guest? No need. A brief conversation will suffice before sending him on his way, Xuan replied, disliking any intrusion from outsiders into her life. She maintained a clear boundary between home, work, and strangers. As Lu Tan cooked, the fox was at the kitchen door nibbling on green onions. This is nowhere near as delicious as our home-cooked meals. Ours are far sweeter, the fox commented. Every dish has its unique flavor. This one boasts high standards, with vegetables and fruits comparable to those served in the palace. Le Dan Zipli. It is no wonder the city lord prefers not to stay here. The food is mediocre, and one must air their bedding themselves. Home is far more comfortable. Is it truly so unenjoyable? Allow me to taste, Xuanbei said, grabbing a green onion and biting into it after peeling back the outer layers. It pales in comparison to ours. It is merely passable. I shall take a stroll and purchase some books for you, Lu Tan announced. I would like to accompany you, she added. Then let us go together, Xuanbei agreed. Lu Tan glanced in the direction of the study and queried, if we leave my husband alone, will he be unhappy? I noticed that maid carrying 10 or so visiting cards. That should keep my elder brother occupied for a while, Xuanbei reassured her. We should not delay. Let us depart, Lu Tan said, removing her apron. We can still return in time to prepare dinner. Do not rise, cotton candy, she urged, as cotton candy had just begun to relish lying in the sun. The quilt was soft and the sun was warm. Cotton candy had little interest in the bookstore, for she recognized only a few characters. Sister Lu Tan, second master, Xiao Bai, I will stay here to guard the house and the bedding, she declared. Very well. Le Dan Zipli. If the sun sets and we have not returned, please help us bring the bedding inside. Sure thing, no problem. Unless I happen to be asleep by then, Cotton Candy added before shifting into a more comfortable position, smiling as she drifted back to sleep. The three ventured into the bustling streets. There were taverns, brothels, and they would need to search diligently for a bookstore. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, "Honored guest, come dine with us. Step inside, and we guarantee you will feel at home. When you visit our establishment, you will find quality at a fair price. Our chef is a former imperial cook, ensuring you will desire to return. Sir, come play. It has been ages since you last visited. Have you forgotten about the Qin?" Lu Tan quickly turned her head away, finding it quite unbecoming. "What a dashing young man," exclaimed one of the three heavily made-up women, encircling Xuanbei, with one even pushing Lu Tan aside. Fortunately, Xiao Bai caught her just in time to prevent her from falling. "Such rude women," Xiao Bai remarked. The three ladies, dressed in garish attire, paid no heed to her complaints, their eyes solely on Xuanbei. "Young man, you are quite handsome. For the sake of your good looks, I shall forego payment," one said, reaching out to touch Xuanbei's chest. "What a fine physique. I would gladly pay you." She giggled. "Keep your distance," Xuanbei retorted, his displeasure evident. "Oh, a pretender. I've encountered many such men," she continued. "Since you are unwilling to heed my words, do not compel me to employ my skills." "How fierce you are. What do you intend to do with your skills?" She taunted, but Xuanbei's expression suddenly shifted, his face elongating and turning green, antlers sprouting from his head. He opened his mouth to reveal a set of sharp fangs. "Ah, a monster!" They screamed, retreating in fear. Xuanbei dusted off his clothing and declared, "Let us depart." "Second master, there is another such lady ahead," one of them noted. The brothels were numerous and interconnected. Xuanbei did not wish to resort to illusions again. Employing them excessively would lead to his exhaustion. "Let us take another route. It appears there are no bookstores nearby," he suggested. The trio strolled along the riverbank, where it was peaceful, free from crude language and unwanted advances. Occasionally, they encountered elderly gentlemen practicing Tai Chi or playing chess. Xuanbei inquired, "Elder, are there any bookstores in the vicinity?" "None here. Perhaps try the recycling station. In the capital, everyone is too busy with business and socializing to bother with such things anymore," the elder replied. Xuanbei scratched his head. "I distinctly recall there being one during my last visit. The year I wed was similar, Yet the world has shifted dramatically. It is widely known that without the backing of the court, one cannot attain an official position. The children of ordinary families are disinterested in scholarly pursuits or the imperial examinations. Instead, the aspirations of the youth lie in commerce or in mastering the arts of song and dance to become renowned performers. How many truly achieve both fame and fortune as performers? Xiaobai scoffs at the notion. Perhaps it is the allure of glamour that tempts them. The prospect of being on a lofty stage, basking in the adoration of the crowd, all without the toil that would otherwise fill their pockets. You are from out of town, aren't you? You may not yet realize that this esteemed individual was once a songstress herself. Her ascent has further fueled a trend of forsaking education in favor of the arts. Xianbei shook his head as he walked. The moral fabric of society is indeed deteriorating. In the past, young ladies would learn musical instruments and dance merely to find a pastime in their monotonous lives. Now, it seems that everyone in the imperial capital wishes to pursue this as a profession. Books are scarce, and just as they contemplated returning home, Xiaobai pointed a sign on the wall and exclaimed, "A recycling station. Look, Wolf Tan, perhaps there are indeed books inside. I can see a pile of them." Wolf Tan and Xianbei entered the establishment, only to find several towering heaps of discarded items. Among them stood a mountain made entirely of books. Wolf Tan casually picked up several volumes, all unfamiliar to him. "Is the owner here?" "Hello." After calling out for some time without a response, Wolf Tan ventured further inside. Navigating through the piles, he spotted a small wooden shack where a man lay snoring on a three-legged stool, his back against the wall, feet propped on the table. "Boss, wake up." Wolf Tan's voice was too gentle, and seeing that the man remained unresponsive, Xiaobai stepped forward and shouted into his ear, "Boss, we have business. Get up and earn some silver. Find a wife." Startled, the man jolted awake and leapt from his stool. "Are you selling scrap?" "Not selling scrap. I want to buy books." "Oh, if you have something to trade, I can exchange it for you." The owner yawned. "Trade?" "Yes, just bring me any scrap and I'll make the exchange." "We have no scrap. We wish to purchase." The owner, seeing Wolf Tan's genuine interest in the books and noticing Xiaobai's beauty, relented. "Take them. I don't need your money. They aren't worth much anyway. I collect by weight." Pointing to the mountain, Xianbei asked, "I'll take them all." "Really? You actually want them?" Xianbei nodded. "Then I will weigh them for you. I won't profit from this, just clearing space." The mountain was acquired for a modest sum. Xianbei arranged for several carts to bundle the books and deliver them to the nearby escort agency, leaving the address of Jixiang Changshuanfu so that the books would arrive before they return home. Upon returning to the inn, Xiannan was still receiving guests, while Cotton Candy was enjoying a leisurely slumber. Wolf Tan quietly observed, noticing the growing annoyance on Xiannan's face. The facade of social niceties can be quite burdensome. Wolf Tan retreated to the backyard, where he found Xiaobai lying next to Cotton Candy. "Ah, the sun-warmed quilt is so soft and comfortable," Xiaobai exclaimed, shaking his fox ears. Wolf Tan donned an apron and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Xiannan's discussions seemed to stretch endlessly, with guests arriving in waves even as darkness fell. Wolf Tan sat in the courtyard, sipping tea with the others. The vegetables were chopped, the seasonings arranged, awaiting Xiannan's conclusion before the cooking could commence. "See, as long as you are of use, even if you wish to distance yourself from this circle, you cannot escape," Xianbei remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for his elder brother. Social obligations can be quite vexing. You may find no merit in the other party, yet when you need something from them, you must flatter and ingratiate yourself, all the while secretly cursing them behind their back. In the dead of night, Xian then emerged from his study, visibly exhausted. Wolf Tan had dozed off at the tea table, with a meal left in the kitchen specifically for Xiannan. The others had long since retired to their rooms. Xiannan lifted his delicate wife and carried her to the bedroom. Wolf Tan nuzzled her small face against Xiannan's chest. "Husband, are you finished?" "Yes. Sorry for keeping you waiting," Xiannan replied, gently kissing Wolf Tan's forehead. Wolf Tan could empathize with Xiannan. Her own father had also been busy with a multitude of people constantly in and out of their home. In poverty, one is overlooked in the bustling city. In wealth, one finds distant relatives in the secluded mountains. The number of people who associate with you is determined by your value to them. Xiaobai and Cotton Candy assisted in bringing back the blankets and quilts, settling into the soft, fluffy bedding that carried the scent of sunshine. When Liftan awoke, Xiannan had already left. Liftan, Xianbei said, "Elder brother has prepared kanji for you. He asked me to tell you to wake up and eat. He has been summoned by the emperor." "Oh, all right." It was customary for the princess to accompany the prince to the palace for an audience. Perhaps Xiannan feared Liftan would be bored. Although the imperial capital is bustling. After yesterday's events, Liftan and Xianbei felt no desire to explore. Liftan found a book and settled into a lounge chair, wrapping herself in a small blanket. Xianbei retrieved paper and a brush to draw talismans. Xiaobai plucked the seeds from the coxcomb flowers in the courtyard, carefully wrapping them in paper to take back and plan on Liftan Mountain. Chapter 43. Barbecue Cotton Candy was wholeheartedly enjoying a plate of mulberries. With such a small stomach, where do you put all that food? Xianbei teased. Cotton Candy had already devoured 8 empty plates. With a grin, Cotton Candy revealed her blackened teeth from the fruit. Although she was already quite full, she felt she could manage a bit more. "I want barbecue," Liftan announced. "So do I," Xiaobai chimed in with a playful smile. Xianbei stated, "Just talking about it makes my mouth water." Cotton Candy remarked, "The imperial capital is dull. The greatest joy left is food." Taking advantage of the rare holiday, Liftan decided they should indulge in a feast, jumping up from her chair. The kitchen had provisions for cooking, eliminating the need for them to shop. They simply had to place an order, and a dedicated person would bring it over shortly. Xiaobai took a notebook to gather everyone's desired ingredients. Liftan listed fruitwood charcoal, chicken hearts, lamb, pork belly, chicken wings, lettuce, chives, and tofu skin. Xiaobai diligently noted everything, using drawings for characters he couldn't write. "Is there anything else to add?" Cotton Candy suggested. "Enoki mushrooms, chicken bones, roasted flatbreads are delicious too, and let's include roasted duck intestines." "What about you, Second Master? Any additions?" Xianbei replied, "Corn sausages, quail eggs, fried dough sticks. Thank you, that will be all." "All right, please hold on." Xiaobai, acting as a diligent order taker, delivered the menu to the maid, expressing gratitude. Before long, the ingredients arrived, and the 4 food enthusiasts sprang into action. Liftan washed and chopped vegetables, Xiaobai skewered, Xianbei prepared the charcoal stove, and Cotton Candy was in charge of delivering the skewers to Xianbei. Xianbei brushed oil on each skewer, grilling them until half-cooked and setting them aside to be finished later. Delicious, truly aromatic, Xiaobai inhaled deeply. "If you're tempted, take some to eat," Xianbei said, handing Xiaobai a skewer of grilled tofu skin. "Thank you, Second Master. You are truly my savior from hunger." Xiaobai, engrossed, slathered sauce on the skewers and sprinkled them with cumin and chili powder. A culinary delight. Liftan prepared mango juice and brought it out from the kitchen. The vegetables were ready, Xiaobai's skewers were done, and the 3 eagerly watched Xianbei grill. Cotton Candy's mouth watered uncontrollably. "Shall we wait for my brother?" Cotton Candy rubbed her belly. "I could go either way," she said, somewhat reluctantly. Liftan inquired, "Did my husband mention when he would return?" Xianbei shook his head, suggesting that in such circumstances, one might find themselves unable to leave quickly. Liftan suggested, "Let us eat first. We can enjoy another meal with my husband tomorrow. After all, barbecue and hot pot are both endlessly delightful." The 4 of them clinked their cups, toasting with juice instead of wine, reveling in the merriment. After feasting, the others retired to their rooms, while Liftan waited alone in the courtyard for Xiannan. By the 2nd hour of the night, Xiannan had not yet returned. After another hour of waiting, Liftan was awakened from her slumber by the cold. Xiannan still had not returned. The courtyard was silent, the lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. The night was exceptionally quiet, with the calls of birds and the chirping of insects having ceased. Litten embraced herself, feeling the chill against her thin attire. To fend off the cold, she stood up and swayed slightly. Yet the chill persisted, making her feel as though her hands and feet would soon lose all warmth. By the hour of Cho, Xuannan had yet to return. Since their marriage, Xuannan had never been known to stay out overnight. Litten resolved to wait a little longer. Hearing footsteps in the courtyard, Xianbei awoke, standing behind the screen, leaning against the wall, casting a sidelong glance at Litten's profile. He felt no inclination to venture out. nor to drape a coat over her shoulders. For the sake of Luton and his elder brother, he chose inaction, understanding that discretion was the greatest contribution he could make to their family. Xuan Bei had endured a challenging childhood, rising with the dawn and toiling until dusk in his practice, under the strict tutelage of his master, who provided only modest meals. It was only after meeting Luton that he began to appreciate the charm and tenderness of women. Each bite of her cooking brought forth the essence of home. Xuan Bei lamented to himself, "Yet I am not blessed with such fortune. Perhaps in this lifetime, such dreams are unattainable." The moon traversed the sky, and by the hour of evening, Xuan Nan still had not returned. Luton did not retreat to her chamber to rest, nor did Xuan Bei. Under the moonlight, her face turned pallid from a cold. Eventually, Xuan Bei could no longer bear to remain inside. He draped a cloak over Luton's shoulders and urged her to return to sleep, assuring her that his brother would return when the time was right. I shall." Luton sneezed. "You should head back," she replied. "Xuan Bei, why are you awake?" "Oh, I must rise early for my exercises. I simply woke up earlier today." Luton glanced upward, noticing the sky was on the verge of dawn. Upon returning to her room and burrowing under the covers, she began to feel a semblance of warmth. Her small hands pressed against her face, cold as ice. Leaning against the headboard, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. As dawn broke, she did not see her little white cat, who had dashed into the kitchen. Luton had not prepared breakfast today, which was unusual. Upon inspecting the kitchen, it appeared unchanged from the previous night. Had Luton engaged in a late-night conversation with the city lord? No, that could not be right. Previously, when Luton struggled to rise from bed, the city lord had prepared meals for her. Today, however, both cooks had seemingly vanished. Xuan Bei emerged from his room, stating, "My brother did not return last night." "What? He stayed out overnight?" Luton did not wait all night, did she? He recalled that Luton had intended to wait alone. Xuan Bei, relying on his youthful vigor, brushed off concerns, speculating that Luton might catch a cold from the chill. The little white cat knocked on the door. Upon opening it, he found Luton still asleep. "Luton, are you hungry? Shall we go to the inn's kitchen to get something to eat? What would you like?" "Thank you, little white cat, but I am not hungry." "Has my husband returned?" Luton's voice was slightly hoarse. "Oh dear, you haven't truly caught a cold, have you? How foolish to be out in the cold." The little white cat leaned in to touch her forehead. Luton searched for a handkerchief to wipe her nose. It appeared she truly had caught a cold. The city lord had not bothered to inform her of his absence, leaving Luton waiting for so long. Luton could understand. Social obligations often left one with little choice. The city lord, usually indifferent to banquets, must have found the food too delectable or the entertainment too alluring to leave. The little white cat treated the city lord as family, particularly because he was Luton's husband, and he would never tolerate any mistreatment of her. "I am fine. Little white cat, I wish to sleep a little longer. You all should eat more." Luton curled back under the covers, closing her eyes. By midday, Xuan Nan still had not returned, and Xuan Bei, who had stepped out, returned. "Second master, do you think the city lord has encountered any trouble? Why has he not sent any word?" Xuan Bei remarked, "My brother still has not returned? This is out of character for him. I shall inquire at the palace." With that, he turned and departed. Xuan Nan opened his eyes, feeling a dull heaviness in his head. He recalled drinking the previous night, but remembered nothing further. He awoke in a room within the palace, one that bore a familiar decor, reminiscent of the style he had lived in before his departure to his fief. Opulent, with walls infused with the fragrance of Sichuan pepper, the bed beneath him exuded the scent of golden silk namu. He should not be here. What time was it? As he turned, he noticed a woman lying beside him, her shoulders exposed above the silken quilt. She possessed above-average beauty, with fair skin, a pointed chin, and a high nose bridge, her eyelashes fluttering gently in slumber. Xuan Nan quickly donned his garments and opened the door. The woman stirred, calling out sweetly, "Your Highness." "Do not call me that." "Your Highness, do you not remember me?" She emerged from the covers, wrapping herself around Xuan Nan from behind. "Last night, Your Highness praised me highly and even mentioned taking me as a concubine." "Leave." Xuan Nan had no desire to engage further. He simply wished for her to cease her entanglement, but she fell to the ground instead. "Ouch! You are truly unkind, Your Highness." At that moment, A eunuch at the door heard the commotion and hurried over to investigate, only to retreat upon witnessing the scene, noting the dark expression on Xuan Nan's face. "Your Highness, you are awake. This old servant pays his respects to you. How did I come to be here last night?" Xuan Nan could not recall. Those 2 cups of wine were insufficient to cause him to black out, indicating something was amiss. "Your Highness, you drank quite a bit last night. It was His Majesty who ordered several servants to bring you here to rest." The woman's face was filled with grievance. "You forget your acquaintances once you pull up your trousers." Xuan Nan left the palace without taking his leave of His Majesty, his mind in a state of confusion. Regardless, he resolved to be truthful with Luton and conceal nothing from her. After all, they were married, and without trust, a marriage could not thrive. He walked back to the inn, and upon entering, he found Xuan Bei standing outside the door, his face darkened. "Elder brother, why are you here? You have gone too far." "What do you mean? I never expected you to be this kind of person." Xuan Bei turned away, refusing to meet Xuan Nan's gaze. As Xuan Nan stepped inside, he spotted the little white cat sitting at the entrance, cradling its head in its paws, clearly displeased. "Little white cat, what are you doing here?" "City Lord, Your Highness, you have gone too far. If Luton wishes to divorce you, I will undoubtedly support her." He had refrained from addressing Xuan Bei as brother-in-law today, indicating a desire to distance himself from Xuan Nan. Xuan Nan was utterly bewildered. As he crossed the threshold, he was greeted by a courtyard filled with open treasure chests glimmering with gold. He instantly recognized the chest's royal insignia. Mian Tong was seated among the treasures, sighing in silence at the sight of Xuan Nan. "Mian Tong, what has happened? Where is Luton?" For the first time, he sensed hostility from everyone around him, and he still had yet to see Luton. "City Lord, at this point, what more can you deny? I never imagined you to be this kind of person." Xuan Nan pushed open the bedroom door and found Luton sitting on the bed, coughing, while a woman in white sat on the couch, rolling her eyes. Her arrogance suggested she was the true mistress of the room. With a pointed face, she was none other than the dazzling beauty he had previously dismissed. "Your Highness, why have you only just returned? I have been waiting for you for so long." Her disdain melted into flattery. "What are you doing here?" "I am here to serve you, Your Highness. His Majesty has bestowed me upon you. I belong to you." Without hesitation, Xuan Nan seized her collar and dragged her outside, startling Luton. Although Xuan Nan was strong, he had never resorted to violence against women. He tossed the struggling woman out the door and closed it behind him. He turned to Luton, who met his gaze. Luton coughed softly, but said nothing. Xuan Nan approached her, taking her hand in his. Her hand was devoid of warmth. "My dear wife, you must believe me." Luton lifted her head to meet his eyes. "Tell me what transpired last night." Xuan Nan recounted the truth, explaining how he had lost consciousness and awakened beside the woman, assuring her that he had not committed any indecencies. He was certain of it. Luton cast a glance at the jade disc resting on the dressing table, a piece that once adorned Xuan Nan's neck. However, today it had been returned by that woman. She boldly entered the courtyard of the inn, recounting her passionate encounter with the prince from the previous night in front of Luton. Xuan Bei had asked her to leave, but she erupted in a fit of rage, cursing and arguing with him. Xuan Bei, who refused to engage in quarrels with women, stormed out in frustration. The treasure chests in the courtyard were the dowry bestowed upon her by the emperor. Her name was Xiao Hong, a dancer gathered from the common folk by the emperor, and she was as close as sisters with the woman about to be conferred as a noble consort. "Apologies, my dear wife. I know I should not have come here. My husband, I trust you." Cough, cough. Xuan Nan patted Luton's back, lifting her in his arms to find a physician. The woman in white, Xiao Hong, was still lurking at the entrance. "My lord, I am yours. You must take responsibility for me. I am a gift from the emperor. Do not use the emperor to pressure me. Go back to where you came from. Disgusting. If I see you again, I will chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. How can you treat me this way? You were not like this last night. You were so warm to me." Xuan Nan had already exited, his eyes solely on Luton, finding it bothersome to exchange a word with anyone else. Xuan Nan was more aware than anyone of whether he had acted inappropriately. He was not so easily swayed by a few drinks. The doctor stated that the princess had caught a chill, and with a few doses of medicine, she would recover. Acupuncture or bloodletting could expedite her healing. though it would entail some physical discomfort. Xuannan resolutely declined. He could not bear the thought. He carried Lu Tan back to the inn. Upon seeing those chests again, Xuannan recalled having instructed the innkeeper to throw both the woman and the jewelry out. Just as he was about to lose his temper, Xuanbei signaled him from the entrance. Xuannan realized that Xuanbei had employed some trickery, making him invisible to others. After giving Xuannan a glance, he vanished again. As Xuannan entered, he saw the woman in white kneeling at the feet of a man, weeping and pleading. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the golden dragon on the man's attire. The emperor? Xuannan, are you dissatisfied with the consort I have bestowed upon you? Not merely dissatisfied. Xuannan was beginning to harbor resentment towards the emperor. He claimed that his wife was unwell and suggested she return to her chambers to rest, after which he would speak with the emperor elsewhere. Inside the study, with the door closed, Xuanbei listened in astonishment. It seemed he had not heard his brother lose his temper in quite some time. Glancing at the woman, he noticed her swaying in a rocking chair, seemingly quite pleased. She was oblivious to Xuanbei's presence, and seizing the moment, he gripped the back of the chair and gave it a vigorous push. Xiao Hong fell heavily to the ground, landing face first. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she rose, cursing and kicking the chair in frustration. The chair toppled over, crashing onto her. After an hour, Xuannan emerged from the study, the emperor storming back to the palace in a huff. Xuannan informed Xuanbei, "Pack your things. We are leaving." He was about to return to the bedroom to fetch Lu Tan. Xuanbei casually inquired, "Back to Jixiangchen?" "To another place, from now on. That will no longer be my fief." Xuanbei noted the gravity of the situation. The emperor believed he was being generous by gifting Xuannan a beauty, but Xuannan was misinterpreting the emperor's good intentions. Dismissing Xiao Hong would be seen as defying the emperor's decree. He would have to accept her, whether he wished to or not, unless he was willing to forfeit his current status. Xuannan was no fool. He understood that everything was orchestrated by the emperor. The wine had likely been tampered with, and the emperor intended to place a spy by his side. The woman approached again. "My lord, you and the emperor are brothers. Is there nothing that can be discussed amicably? I do not consume much and can serve you well. Weren't you quite happy last night?" A sharp slap landed on Xiao Hong's face. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of her mouth. Xuannan's love for his wife was not something that could be tarnished by anyone. "How dare you strike me? The emperor has never laid a hand on me." She bit her lip defiantly. Vile. He detested women who willingly degraded themselves. Her fabrication of sordid tales before Lu Tan was enough to warrant her demise 1,000 times over. Upon entering Lu Tan's chamber, Xuannan found her coughing, and a wave of concern washed over him. "Lu Tan, we are leaving." "My husband, has the emperor wronged you?" Xuannan shook his head. "From today onward, I am no longer the lord of Jixiangqing." Lu Tan smiled, her expression revealing no sense of loss. She understood that she held a more significant place in her husband's heart than the entire city of Jixiang. "My dear, we have some savings. I will ensure you do not suffer in the future." Lu Tan rested her head against Xuannan's chest. He carried her out. As their carriage awaited outside the inn, with Xiao Bai, the cotton candy, already inside. As they departed the imperial capital, they aimed to leave behind not only a city devoid of warmth, driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune, but also the great Shu kingdom. A capable person can thrive anywhere, and Xuannan would not betray his beloved wife for mere riches and glory. Upon reaching the sparsely populated official road beyond the city gates, Xiao Bai slowed the carriage, for there was no rush. "Brother, you truly are remarkable. The emperor's cousin has likely never faced defiance in his life. His face must be green with rage." Xiao Bai remarked, "This is bad. The emperor is probably so furious that he will send someone to kill us out of spite." The official road was soon blocked by a group of men in black. Xuanbei pulled back the curtain for a glance. These individuals stood tall, clearly trained. There were 13 of them, each armed with at least 3 weapons, knives in hand, daggers hidden in their sleeves, and concealed weapons in their boots. Xuanbei leaped from the carriage and said, "Let me confront them." "Who goes there? State your name." "I do not kill nameless scoundrels. It matters not who we are. The noble consort sent us to deal with that troublesome woman. We do not wish to harm the prince. Hand her over, and we will leave you in peace." Do not make it difficult for us. They failed to see Xuan Nan in the carriage, mistaking Xuan Bei for him. Xuan Bei, crossing his arms, casually asked, "Hand her over? What do you intend to do with her?" The wicked expressions on their faces revealed their intentions. Let the brothers each have a turn, then sell her to a brothel. Go to hell. Xuan Nan threw a powder into the air, swiftly drawing his short sword and slaying all 13 men in an instant, leaving Xiao Bai in shock. Goodness, I had no idea Second Master was this formidable. I shall not dare to provoke him again. Xuan Bai's blade glided across each black-clad man's neck, and they stood frozen, unable to evade, likely due to the effects of the powder. Xiao Bai, the cotton candy, poked her head out of the carriage and sat atop the carriage frame alongside Xuan Bei. Xuan Bei sheathed his sword, and the bodies collapsed to the ground. He jumped back into the carriage, and Xiao Bai commanded, "Go." The carriage maneuvered around the fallen bodies as they departed. Luton's cold had improved, and that evening, they checked into an inn. Xuan Nan booked the entire third floor, and Luton prepared dinner for everyone. As the dishes were served, a scream pierced the air, followed by a chorus of cries. "Protect Luton!" Xuan Nan and Xuan Bei rushed downstairs to find the innkeeper and a shopkeeper lying in pools of blood, lifeless. It was clear who was responsible. Some would kill for the sake of face, and the newly favored consort, Yu Gui Fei, was evidently one of those individuals. Seeing no one else alive around them, they dashed back to the third floor. There, a group of black-clad men had engaged in a skirmish with the air itself. Xiao Bai and the cotton candy stood guard on either side of Luton. These men had all succumbed to hallucinations, and the one responsible for this illusion was Luton. She was progressing rapidly, far beyond Xuan Bai's expectations. Closing his eyes, Xuan Bei momentarily entered their hallucinations, discovering that they were battling mantis demons, masters of the mantis fist, with their hands resembling long blades. The figure cloaked in black struck at the mantis. Yet the mantis remained unscathed, while its counterattack inflicted wounds upon the assailant, revealing bone. Xianbei remarked, "Let us adopt a different approach." He thrust his hand forward and immediately exited the illusion. Observing the scene anew, those who had been battling the air had now turned upon one another. Luton appeared somewhat astonished, to which Xianbei continued, "Do not pity them. They have slain the attendants and travelers within the establishment. Allowing them to pay with their lives is already lenient. Such individuals truly deserve annihilation." The five descended the staircase, the blood of the black-clad figures staining the wooden floor of the third level. "Brother-in-law, Second Master, it seems we shall encounter obstacles along this journey," Xuanan stated. "Turn the carriage around. We shall return to the imperial capital." "What? Are we going back now?" "The troublemakers have all come from the imperial capital," came the response. Xuanan replied, "Our avoidance of trouble does not imply that trouble will not find us." The five entered the imperial city under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. The carriage halted at the inn, and Xuanan proceeded alone to the palace. The emperor believed that Xuanan had come out of fear or to plead for mercy regarding the thief. He received Xuanan in the imperial garden, flanked by concubine Yu and the maid Xiao Hong, who attended to him. "So, have you come to a realization?" Xuanan nodded. "Then take Xiao Hong back with you. Jishang City remains yours." After exiting the palace, Xuanan headed straight to the inn. He calmly stated, "We may depart." Xiao Bai asked no further questions and simply drove away. "What about my brother-in-law?" "The emperor will not pursue the matter any further." "Is the emperor truly so accommodating?" "What concubine you? Will that vile woman and her serpentine face cause us trouble again?" Xuanan replied, "They have all descended to hell." He had strangled them before the emperor's eyes. It occurred in an instant. Before the emperor could react, Xuanan's long, powerful arms had already seized the throats of the two women. "Your Majesty, save me. Your Majesty, help." Xuanan lifted them off the ground, their embroidered shoes flailing in the air until their necks twisted and they fell lifeless. He discarded their bodies upon the ground, too apathetic to spare them another glance. "You, Xuanan, have rebelled?" The emperor, frightened, retreated. "I stand merely 3 steps from your Majesty. Your guards would not reach you in time. What do you intend? Do you wish to commit treason?" "I do not wish to reach such a point. But concubine, you have sent people to obstruct us. I do not wish to encounter any more vicious dogs blocking our path." With each step Xuanan took forward, the emperor trembled, stepping back. Do not come any closer. We could discuss this amicably. If you come closer, I shall not be courteous. I have come precisely to discuss this with your majesty. All I require is a promise that you shall no longer harass my family. We are still akin to brothers. Xuanan compelled the emperor to swear a solemn oath, leaving the sovereign trembling with fear after his departure. Xuanan recounted the events. Truly, my brother, you have executed the defense with offense. Splendidly done. The emperor has promised not to pursue the matter further. Shall we return to Jixiang City? No. We shall exit the Shu kingdom and establish our own territory. The ungoverned territory between the Yuezhu tribe and the Wuwutang kingdom was selected, abundant with lush vegetation, exceptional sunlight, and fresh air, ideal for habitation. He understood how miserly the Shu emperor was, having witnessed the demise of his favored confidant and trusted spies before him. He would not let the matter rest lightly. Xuanan could only extricate himself from the Shu lineage and start anew. These individuals were not afraid of beginning again, particularly Luton, who could create her own world given a bare mountain. Xuanan and Xianbei became laborers, felling trees and constructing homes. Within a few days, they erected a wooden courtyard as a shelter from the elements, and then began to purchase bricks and tiles to build a more stable residence. Watching brick by brick come together, Luton beheld the emergence of a grand residence reminiscent of Luton Mountain. She cultivated crops, while Xianbei journeyed to Wuwutang Kingdom to gather books for Luton, establishing a study. With the rising sun, they worked, and as night fell, they rested. Luton felt that as long as the family was together, any place could be home. One day, Xuanan informed Xianbei of his intention to visit Wuwutang Kingdom to explore potential business opportunities. Luton and Xiaobai the cotton candy remained behind to tend home. In the evening, Xianbei returned alone on horseback. Brother Xianbei, where is my husband? Elder brother sent me to fetch you. Luton, come. I wish to show you something. Xianbei pulled Luton's arm, hoisting her onto his horse. Galloping toward Wuwutang Kingdom, they entered the city gates and encountered a squad of guards who knelt before Luton in unison, proclaiming, "Greetings, Your Majesty the Queen." What? The Queen? Luton questioned, doubting her own ears. Xianbei explained, "My brother has just purchased Wuwutang Kingdom and renamed it Luton Kingdom. A nation can be bought?" Luton, aware of her husband's extravagant spending, was astonished to learn he had the means to acquire a kingdom so effortlessly. Xianbei dismounted from the horse, leading her toward the city gates where someone awaited her. Xuanan took Luton's hand and declared, "My queen, I shall show you the realm I have acquired for you." Together they boarded a cart pulled by 5 white goats. Upon seeing the cart, the citizens of the city bowed in reverence, chanting, "Long live your majesty! Long live the queen!" "Husband, what is the meaning of this?" Xuanan explained, "Wuwutang Kingdom is not a powerful nation. It is mostly populated by refugees from the Shu Kingdom and other lands. They are weak yet possess rich resources, and upon hearing of my arrival to settle nearby, they were determined to sell their land to me." Xuanan had gained renown for his governance of Jixiang City, already possessing the strength to claim the throne, yet he preferred a quiet life on the fringes. Sometimes the path one takes is compelled by others. Had it not been for the pressure from the Shu emperor, Xuanan would not have embarked on the journey to establish his own kingdom. He held Luton's small hand tenderly, asking, "My dear, are you satisfied with the gift I have bestowed upon you?" Who would purchase a kingdom for their wife? Luton could find no fault in such a grand gesture. "Thank you so much, my love, for loving me so deeply." The palace of Luton Kingdom underwent renovations, accommodating the family of 5. Given the personalities of both Luton and Xuanan, they preferred to avoid disturbances from outsiders. Xuanan dismissed the eunuchs, palace maids, and chefs, retaining only the guards at the entrance. With fewer servants, there is no need for numerous rooms. Xuanan had the many vacant chambers of the palace repurposed into vegetable gardens and flower houses. The primary role of the queen was to cultivate vegetables, a task she embraced wholeheartedly. The geographical location of Luton Kingdom was exceptional, receiving ample sunlight and enjoying a climate akin to eternal spring, allowing for rapid growth of produce without illness. Vegetables thrived abundantly. During the day, Xianbei hunted for fairies, Xuanan attended to state affairs, and Luton, Xiaobai, and the cotton candy worked together in the palace gardens. Each evening, the family gathered for meals, emphasizing the importance of togetherness. Recently, Luton had been feeling fatigued, experiencing discomfort in her back and waist after minimal exertion. Following meals, she often felt nauseous. Wishing to spare Xuanan any worry, she kept her condition to herself. However, her symptoms intensified, and she found herself craving specific foods inexplicably. One day, she had an overwhelming desire for sour hawthorn fruit, devouring them one after another and relishing their delightful taste. A few days later, she suddenly craved tiger skin green peppers, consuming an entire plate, leaving everyone astonished. Luton's appetite seemed to have expanded. I too have noticed. I've been perpetually hungry, feeling starved shortly after eating. Then eat more. Xuanan added a piece of chicken wing to Luton's bowl. Thanks to Luton, their meals now included not only 3 daily servings but also late-night snacks. Luton has gained considerable weight, resembling a plump figure blown up in one breath. However, she has come to terms with this change, accepting that being overweight is inconsequential as long as she remains healthy. Her only desire is for her family to be together in good health. Luton not only experiences frequent hunger, but also has a penchant for sleep. Although she promises to take a short nap, she often awakens to the darkness of night. Fortunately, her indulgent husband ensures that a sumptuous feast awaits her upon waking. Time slips away unnoticed, and after 7 or 8 months, Luton suddenly experiences severe abdominal pain, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Nan rushes to find a doctor, and upon his return, he hears the cries of a newborn. In Chapter 45, a precious daughter is born to Luton, a beautiful little princess. It is only when the child arrives that Luton realizes she was pregnant. This revelation brings immense joy to Nan, who is overwhelmed with excitement. He cradles his newborn daughter, the embodiment of his love with Luton. The little one sleeps soundly, her eyes yet to open. "Thank you, my darling, for giving me a child," he expresses. "You two parents are rather carefree," remarks the newly appointed Uncle Xianbei, holding the adorable baby, who giggles in delight. "My mistake, I thought I had merely gained weight," Luton says while crafting tiger head shoes. On the rohan bed lie completed tiger head hats and mittens. The little one has large, round eyes reminiscent of plump grapes. "I tell you, a baby who smiles at everyone is the most fortunate," Xianbei states. "My niece is destined for a life of wealth and prosperity." Indeed, the child was born in Lutongua after they had previously not had a child in Deshugua. She enters the world as a little princess, with an illustrious status. Xiaobai extends his hand, saying, "Let me hold my little sister." "Why is my niece your sister? What is this relationship?" Xiaobai grins. "Because I look youthful." Mian Hua Tang adds, "Then I want to be an older brother too." Xianbei carefully hands the swaddled baby to Xiaobai, cautioning him to be careful not to drop his niece. Human children are fragile, unlike foxes, who can run and fend for themselves shortly after birth. Yet, he is incredibly protective of her. Mian Hua Tang leans in to hold the little princess's tiny, pudgy, and fair hands, yearning to nibble on them. No one stops him, knowing he would never harm his sister. He is quite aware of the boundaries. Mian Hua Tang kisses the princess's hand, enchanted by the sweet scent of human children. "Brother, what name shall we give my niece?" Nan inquires, picking up a tiger head pillow from the rohan bed. "My wife decides," he replies. Luton suggests, "How about Xianjuju?" "Wonderful. It carries both the father's and mother's surnames." "Xianjuju, we have a name now," Xiaobai exclaims, showering the little darling with kisses. Eager to be the wet nurse, Xiaobai prefers playing with Xianjuju over tending to crops or delivering goods. The little one is so adorable that he will miss her dearly when away. She must be held close to see her giggle, as that brings him peace. The world of children is truly carefree, filled with eating, sleeping, and playing. This little one also enjoys crawling around on the floor. Xiaobai spreads a thick carpet and rolls around with Xianjuju. Xianbei, skilled with his hands, creates a baby carriage for the little princess. Within a few days, he crafts a cradle as well. While Xianjuju eats rice porridge, Xiaobai joins her, exclaiming how delicious children's food is. The little princess, fascinated by Mian Hua Tang's ears, eagerly tugs at them. Mian Hua Tang leans closer, letting her play. The texture of dog ears is simply delightful. And Xian Zhu opens her mouth to nibble, thankfully still lacking many teeth. Oh no! Mian Hua Tang exclaims, feeling his wet ears covered in drool. Laughter erupts as Xian Zhu delights in the moment, melting the hearts of those who witness it. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Mian Hua Tang finds Xian Zhu crawling over to grab his leg, playfully biting down. I'm a dog. Why does Xian Zhu enjoy biting? Don't be so stingy. You're the baby's brother, Xiaobai says. All right. Xian Zhu is our family's treasure. Big brother loves you, he concedes. When their father returns, Xian Zhu eagerly reaches out for a hug. Brother-in-law. Here she comes. Mian Hua Tang lifts the baby high to Xian Nan. Xian Zhu, feeling bold, pinches Xian Nan's face with her tiny hands. Only she could act so audaciously, for that is the emperor's visage. Xian Nan kisses the little darling. With Xian Zhu's arrival, the family experiences daily joy. Xian Nan sits on the carpet with Xian Zhu and asks, "Do you think Xian Zhu looks more like me or the queen?" Mian Hua Tang responds, "I believe she resembles Lu Tan more. She will certainly be captivating when she grows up. Oh dear, whenever I think of my daughter marrying another man in the future, it makes my teeth grind with anger." Xuanbai remarks, "That is quite normal. I don't mind too much. What matters is that whoever marries my niece treats her well. If he dares to mistreat her, I shall break his legs, all three of them," he asserts. Xiaobai comments, "Brother-in-law, if you have more children, you won't be so doting on just one daughter. They say one is raised like a book, two like pigs, and three or four can be left to the oldest to care for the younger siblings. Parents hardly need to worry." Lu Tan interjects, "No, I want to have fewer children and raise them well. I'm already afraid of not doing a good job with just one." Lu Tan feels utterly unprepared to be a mother. It is Xiaobai who assists with caring for Xian Zhu. Without Xiaobai, Lu Tan fears she would only end up crying alongside her baby. Lu Tan cannot decipher why Xian Zhu cries. Is she hungry, cold, or in need of a diaper change? Xiaobai possesses immense patience, often intuitively understanding her minor expressions without the need for words. At night, when Xian Zhu cries, it is Xiaobai who comforts her, as she tends to sleep excessively during the day and remains awake at night. He carries her in the courtyard, walking in circles until dawn. A guard enters. Addressing Xian Nan, "Your Majesty, someone requests an audience." "Who is it?" "The owner of the small shop outside the palace." "What does he want?" "The owner wishes to transfer ownership and hopes Your Majesty will take over the shop." "Why is he stepping away?" "The business is thriving. I often buy mint leaves from his shop," Xianbei explains. He does not smoke, but sometimes enjoys chewing on mint leaves. Boss Hao's daughter-in-law has given birth to a healthy grandson. He wishes to return home to embrace his grandchild, the guard reports. "That's wonderful news, deserving of congratulations." Xianbei and Xian then decide to visit the small shop, with Mian Hua Tang tagging along for a stroll. This shop is quite remarkable. A family business passed down through 3 generations, brimming with an array of goods. Boss Hao explains that he rarely needs to go out for supplies, as deliveries arrive regularly. Should he require anything else, a simple message ensures it is brought to the shop's doorstep. Xian then inquires, "Mian Hua Tang, do you have any interest in managing the shop?" "Can I really, brother-in-law?" "Of course. I can be the little boss." "How splendid. The shop is filled with delightful treats." Xian Nan smiles. "From now on, you shall be the proprietor of this shop. If you find it overwhelming, call upon your second brother for assistance." "Yay, thank you, brother-in-law." The emperor is not one to take advantage of others. Xian Nan readily pays the transfer fee. Boss Hao introduces Mian Hua Tang to the suppliers. The shop requires a new sign. Should it be named Zhu Small Shop or Lu Tan Small Shop? Mian Hu Tang Ats, Le Dan Zet Peng. Why not call it Mian Hua Tang Small Shop? Because I love Lu Tan and Zhu, Mian Hua Tang explains. In the end, a vote is held, and they decide on Lu Tan's small shop. The characters of these names have become synonymous with good fortune. Lu Tan Shan, Lu Tan Gua, and now Lu Tan Small Shop. All these individuals are drawn together by Lu Tan. The atmosphere is warm and harmonious, a family bound by love. Mian Hua Tang embarks on his own venture, while Xiaobai attends to the children, and Lu Tan begins cultivating the land independently. Her garden is meticulously arranged, with different crops separated by bricks. There is no need for excessive toil. A gentle watering in the early morning and harvesting during midday suffices. The vegetables in the garden sustain the family's needs, with any surplus sold. For Luton, cultivating vegetables, flowers, and fruit trees has become merely a delightful pastime. She no longer relies on farming for sustenance. After tending to her vegetable patch, Luton gazed at an empty expanse and envisioned a pond. Shall we plant lotus flowers? Xuanbei emerged from behind a peach tree. Indeed, we could cultivate lotus flowers for their roots, raise a few languid turtles, and stock the pond with fish and shrimp for our immediate consumption. A splendid idea. Leave it to me. Xuanbei promptly set to work, excavating a large pit, waterproofing it, digging channels, and filling it with water, all in one swift motion. He even relocated a rockery to serve as a sunning platform for the turtles in the lotus pond. Luton scattered lotus seeds, while Mianhuating procured a batch of shrimp and fish fry to introduce into the pond. Xuanan brought a sack containing a dozen large turtles, each over 10 years old. Brother-in-law, won't the little fish and shrimp be consumed by the turtles? Xuanan replied, once they're satiated, they won't eat much. Turtles can go half a year without food, and they hibernate when it gets cold. One turtle emerged from the pond, scuttling toward the sunning platform with surprising speed. Wait, can turtles run this fast? Luton exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that's why the tortoise won the race against the hare, Xiaobai remarked. Xuanbei also transplanted several weeping willows from the city to the edge of the lotus pond. Their branches reflected beautifully in the water. Xiaobai said, I find myself missing Luton Mountain. Though life in the palace is affluent and abundant, I long for the pristine waterfalls and streams, the playful ducklings, and the thrill of delivering goods. This small artificial pond cannot compare to the beauty of nature. Zuanzizu playfully patted Xiaobai's face and nibbled his nose. Xiaobai replied, well, as long as Zuanzizu is here, I feel truly happy wherever I am. Mianhuating's little shop flourished, bustling with activity each day. Boss, may I have an inkstone? A child entered the store. Certainly. Do you need anything else? A stick of ink as well. Mianhuating prepared it, saying, study well. This ink is particularly dark when ground. Boss, my mother said to keep a tab. She'll come to settle up in a few days. Mianhuating ruffled the child's hair. Whose child are you? How am I to know who your mother is? Just remember me as Xiao Chan. All right, which Chan? The one that chirps in the tree. Mianhuating found a blank notebook and jotted down, Xiao Chan owes 300 copper coins. Boss, can you make it cheaper? It's not expensive. I operate on slim margins. No way. My mother says all merchants are shrewd and must negotiate. Then I'll reduce it by 1 copper coin. Mianhuating amended the account to 299 copper coins. Now that's more reasonable. Xiao Chan turned to leave. Shortly after, 3 youths in academy soccer attire entered. Boss, I want 3 youtiao. I want 5. I want 3 as well. Huh, youtiao? This is a little shop, not a snack stall. But the previous owner used to fry youtiao and sell hot pot balls. It seemed these boys were hungry after playing soccer, but Mianhuating couldn't fry youtiao. However, he did find a fryer and pot in the storeroom. I'm new to this business and lack experience. I'll take my time to learn how to fry youtiao. For now, I have fried noodles. Would you like to settle for that? Mianhuating retrieved a bowl of stir-fried noodles. Stir-fried noodles with green beans and pork sent by Luton. She is worried I go hungry while running the shop. Delicious, thanks. It smells wonderful, the boys exclaimed. Mianhuating served the noodles in 3 plates and handed them chopsticks. After finishing, they wiped their mouths and said, Boss, this taste is exceptional. You should consider opening a fast food place instead of just a shop. Mianhuating pondered. It's not a bad idea. Perhaps I could ask Luton if she would like to set up a stall outside the shop. The 3 boys paid eagerly and left, reminding Mianhuating, Boss, really, a snack stall suits you better. Mianhuating, ever selfless, felt his own stomach growl. He locked up the shop and hung a sign that read, Closed for business. Rushing home, he found Luton preparing chicken feet. Luton, I'm hungry. Be good. Didn't you have enough stir-fried noodles? I shared them with the 3 children and didn't get any for myself. Oh, there's still noodles. Let me make you some stir-fried noodles with green peppers and pork. Wonderful. I love you, Luton. Mianhuating hugged Luton affectionately. All right, let us go have some fruit. The stir-fried noodles will be ready shortly. Luton handed Mayan waiting a bowl of freshly washed strawberries. While munching on strawberries, he watched Luton busily at work. Sister Luton, today a child suggested we set up a fast food stall. They said the previous shop owner used to fry youtiao and cook hot pot balls in the shop. That is feasible. Hot pot balls are simple. I'll prepare the broth, and you can add the ingredients. We can also make meat-filled pancakes. I'll prepare the braised pork in advance. You just need to place the pancakes on the stove and add the chopped meat. Sister Luton, you're so clever and virtuous. It's nothing. It's quite simple. The next day, Mayan waiting set up a stove in the shop, selling hot pot balls and meat-filled pancakes. The first day saw a surge in business. Mayan waiting added several sacks of hot pot balls. Luton's broth was so delicious that the hot pot balls were in high demand. Mayan waiting resolved to bring in more sacks of hot pot balls the following day. In the evening, while tallying the day's earnings, he noted that most of the revenue came from hot pot balls and meat-filled pancakes. Mayan waiting pondered whether transitioning to a snack bar might be more advantageous, as the shop was overly stocked. Chapter 46. Culinary wealth, the unsold goods accumulated over time, would only lead to gradual deterioration. While hot pot balls and meat-filled pancakes were snatched up as if they were free, with patrons arriving to seize them by the handful. That night, Mayan waiting closed up and returned home, presenting today's earnings to Luton. Luton, this is your share. You may allocate it as you wish. Luton, it's all thanks to you. It's your achievement. I want to split it 50-50, and for my portion, I'd like you to manage the finances. You really think highly of me. My husband entrusts the national treasury to my care, and now you want to hand over the shop as revenue as well. Mayan waiting nodded vigorously. Yes, because Sister Luton is the person I trust the most. Entrusting it to you means we can use it to buy delicious food. Luton had prepared semi-finished hot pot balls, fish balls, shrimp balls, and fish tofu, all stored in the freezer. The next morning, Mayan waiting began hauling sacks to the shop. Xiaobai, holding Zuanzazu, strolled by the lotus pond. Mayan waiting, why are you carrying so much? I've seen you run back and forth several times. This is still far from enough. Everything was snatched up before closing yesterday. Even the broth was taken away, and I didn't get to eat any. What? Have they gone 10 days without food? Perhaps they have eaten, but never anything this delicious. Oh well, good luck. I'm off to cuddle the baby. All right, Xiaobai. Sister Luton is making pancakes and braised pork today. We're preparing 3,000 pancakes. My heavens. It feels as if you've turned a little shop into a grand restaurant. The sales are remarkable. Xiaobai, you don't understand. I can barely manage alone. Yesterday, I simply surrendered and let everyone keep track of what they took, tossing their copper coins into the money box. I'm completely at ease now. That's great. It looks fulfilling. Mayan waiting remarked, Xiaobai, you're also quite fulfilled. You have an adorable little princess. The little princess Zuanzazu had fallen asleep in Xiaobai's arms. Indeed, is there anything more heartwarming than a little cutie? Xiaobai couldn't bear to let go. Xiaobai needed to visit the restroom, so he handed the little bamboo to Lu Tan. Lu Tan embraced it and assured, I will return shortly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaobai emerged, washed his hands, and wiped them dry on his clothes. Quickly, Lu Tan, he urged, there is no need to rush. I can watch for a while. Anyway, I'm bound to fall asleep. I'm anxious. I simply adore holding the baby. Xiaobai wanted to take a bath, and once again placed the little bamboo in Lu Tan's hands. Lu Tan, could you help me hold the little bamboo? Lu Tan inquired, why does it seem I am the one assisting you with my own daughter? Xiaobai, having finished his bath, quickly shook his hair dry and took the precious one back. Lu Tan remarked, Xiaobai, you could take your time with the bath. A short while without the little bamboo make me cry. No way, I relish holding children. It brings me joy. The little bamboo, nibbling on her finger, drifted off to sleep, prompting Xiaobai to swiftly return her to the cradle. Cotton Candy rushed over with a bag of flour, exclaiming, Sister Lu Tan, we've run out of baked buns. So soon? That's 3,000. Indeed, most came out of curiosity. Our establishment has gained quite the reputation. Who hasn't tasted the baked buns from Lu Tan's shop? It's akin to not keeping up with trends. Moreover, who wouldn't want to savor the baked buns made by the Empress herself? Wait for me. I shall start making the buns now. Lu Tan busily kneaded the dough while Cotton Candy, having just taken away a large basket, returned to assist. I never imagined managing a small shop would be more exhausting than overseeing the entire Lutan Mountain. She massaged her back. In the past, during strenuous times, she would retreat to the back mountain for a hot spring soak. Now, with no hot spring in the palace, she could only boil water for a bath in the cypress tub. As Lutan prepared the bath water, Cotton Candy returned to massage her back. Oh, this day has been arduous. I feel utterly exhausted. Cotton Candy transformed back into her canine form, nestled on the mat, and began to snore. Xiaobai returned from a stroll with the little bamboo and exclaimed, "Oh dear, has Cotton Candy fallen asleep? Will we still call him for dinner?" Lutan replied, "Let him be. He looks utterly spent." "Very well. I shall eat his share of the delicacies. No need to thank me." Dinner consisted of baked buns filled with meat and seaweed egg drop soup. Since everyone praised the meal, it should be shared with family. Xiaonan returned and kissed Lutan, saying, "My dear wife, I shall bathe first before dining." "All right, the bathwater is ready." Xiao Bei returned as well, exclaiming, "I can smell the braised pork." Lutan instructed, "Xiao Bei, wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Cotton Candy struggled to rise, insisting, "We must eat. My dear, do enjoy your meal, and after, it's off to bed." Cotton Candy took a large bite of a meat-stuffed bun, chewing before dozing off again. Xiao Bai quickly removed the seaweed egg drop soup from underneath his head to avert a disaster. Xiao Bei inquired, "Has Cotton Candy truly taken over the small shop? Surely, he isn't on some secret mission?" Lutan rested her chin on her hand. "The townsfolk are exceedingly enthusiastic. Today alone, we consumed all the fish and shrimp balls from our cold storage. We'll need to replenish our stock." "What? We intended to eat those for half a year." Xiao Bai exclaimed in disbelief. "This meat-stuffed bun is simply divine." Xiao Bai opened his mouth wide, taking a hefty bite. "Wow, this is worth it," he declared, stuffing 2 more bites into his mouth. "No wonder they sell so well." Cotton Candy shook his head and said, "Perhaps we should close the small shop and focus solely on quick meals. Those miscellaneous goods take up too much space." Lutan replied, "That is not entirely out of the question. Ah, long live understanding." With that, Cotton Candy fell into a deep sleep once more. "I just don't comprehend. Is running a small shop truly so exhausting? Xiao Bai, how about we switch places tomorrow?" "I'd rather not," he said, glancing at the baby in the cradle. "I simply enjoy playing with the little bamboo. I have no interest in a small shop. I am content with my child." After tidying the kitchen, they extinguished the lantern and retired for the night. Lutan removed her makeup and undid her hairpin, allowing her long hair to cascade like a waterfall down to her ankles. Xiaonan, upon seeing her face, felt entranced as always. Turning, Lutan asked, "What are you gazing at, my dear? How could my Empress be so beautiful?" He replied, "Alas, it is unfortunate that I am not as fortunate. I have found a wife who is both lovely and wealthy." Lutan teased, playing with a strand of her hair. Unable to contain himself, he declared, "You are enticing me to commit a crime." Xiaonan scooped Lutan up and spun her around. Lutan, accustomed to being held, did not feel fear at the sudden elevation. His arms were strong and sturdy. She knew what was to follow. This husband showed no signs of the 7-year itch. Ever since their marriage, he found no weariness in facing the same woman each night. Instead, his affection only deepened. He relished coaxing Lutan into pleading for mercy, and he found joy in it. Only when she could muster no more laughter would he relent, holding her tightly. Lutan felt a slight pinch on her wrist. A bracelet had quietly slipped onto it. "My dear, a gift for our 3rd wedding anniversary." He had remembered the date, yet Lutan had entirely forgotten. She turned to him, resting her head on his sturdy arm, her small face pressed to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. "My dear, you need not gift me anything. You have already bestowed upon me the greatest gift, a beautiful child. That cannot be considered a gift from me to you. It is clearly a gift you have given to me." Thankfully, Lutan had not endured much suffering in bringing forth this child. Otherwise, Xiaonan would feel even more guilty. "My dear, we shall have more children, a house full of grandchildren. At that rate, I shall be so busy that I won't have time for gardening or tending to flowers." Lutan imagined a scene filled with the cries of infants. One would require milk, another would need a diaper change, one brother would upset another, and a sister would snatch a toy from her sibling. Xiao Bai, the nanny, would be utterly exhausted, while Lu Tan would transform from a gentle lady into a fierce mother, shouting at the little ones, "All of you, play quietly. Mother is so fierce. I'm frightened. Father, why didn't you choose a better wife? Mother, I want stir-fried green peppers with meat." Another exclaimed, "I want non-spicy stir-fried green peppers." Lu Tan snapped back to reality. No, that would be a nightmare. Raising children is not necessarily a blessing. I only hope to see the little bamboo grow up healthily and happily establish her own family. All right, I shall heed my wife's wishes. Cotton Candy's shop was thriving exceedingly well, and the grocery store had transformed entirely into a snack stall. The miscellaneous items were cleared out, replaced with a dozen tables, and Lu Tan's snack shop officially opened. Lu Tan busied herself making fish balls, shrimp balls, and fish tofu. Before she could place them into the cold storage, Cotton Candy would drag them away by the sackful. The oven for the baked buns had not ceased operation since dawn, one batch after another. Lu Tan felt her back ache from the exhaustion. "Xiao Bai, we cannot continue like this. Perhaps we should limit sales to one per person. You do not understand the customers. They would queue again just for another. Why are they so inconsiderate of our Lu Tan? Why not hire a few people and share the recipe?" Lu Tan replied, "The recipe is quite simple. Anyone can make it." Cotton Candy interjected, "It's just that the taste differs. Lu Tan is kind-hearted and beautiful. Thus, whatever she makes is delicious. If a person with a wicked heart were to make it, it would taste as if poisoned." Xiao Bai scoffed, "Before we opened the shop, I never saw anyone starve. Can't they cook for themselves? Give me a hug." Xiao Bai said. Xiao Bai handed the little bamboo over. Xiao Bai held her, allowing her feet to bounce on his knees. This is a different time. After tasting Lu Tan's cooking, everything else feels like settling. At least that is how I feel. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Once you've tasted her food, anything outside feels lacking, whether in seasoning or freshness, Xiao Bai remarked. "Lu Tan, you must take a break. You cannot work endlessly like this. Life is meant for happiness, not for endless toil, especially when it involves overwhelming labor." Mianhua Tong has posted a notice, declaring that the boss is utterly exhausted and will rest at home for 3 days. Those wishing to savor hot pot meatballs and flaky pastries must return after 3 days. Mianhua Tong yearns to curl up in a cozy nook and sleep for 3 days and nights. However, the thought of resuming such a hectic life after the break brings him to tears. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have refrained from taking over His Majesty's small shop. Brother-in-law, do I still have a chance to regret? Of course, if you wish to quit, no one will force you. I believe I should ponder this carefully. Mianhua Tong does not want to exhaust himself. He provides delectable food for others. Yet he is so worn out that he neglects to eat himself, burdening his sister Luton in the process. The lotus pond has grown large leaves. Luton picks several leaves, washes and dries them for tea. Lotus leaf tea is known for its weight loss benefits, but can also cause digestive issues, making it unsuitable for those with weak stomachs. Luton only drinks 1 cup daily. The lotus flowers have also begun to bloom, their petals a delicate pink. The fish and shrimp in the pond have grown larger. A turtle lazily basks on a rock, watching Luton catch shrimp. They have now become a main ingredient for her shrimp balls. "Sister Luton, I'm off to work." Mianhua Tong drags his weary body outside, head bowed, step by step. "Huh, Mianhua Tong, didn't you say you would rest for 3 days? It's only the first day of your vacation, and it's almost dark. Work needs me. I cannot take a break." Saying this, Mianhua Tong lies down on the ground, curling up and falling asleep, resting his head on his dog's paw. Was he sleepwalking just now? It appears that the immense pressure has left Mianhua Tong so fatigued that he is even sleepwalking. How pitiful. Luton discusses with Xuannan the possibility of transferring the snack shop. It's not that the business is poor. Rather, it is thriving too well, leading to this difficult decision. If this continues, Mianhua Tong will be utterly exhausted. Xuannan reiterates, "Dear, the decision is yours." In search of the next proprietor, Luton is willing to offer the hot pot seasoning recipe. A notice is posted, but for several days, no one steps forward. It is a pity that the previous flavors have left such a deep impression that everyone still craves Luton's cooking. What to do? Can a solution be found that alleviates Mianhua Tong's pressure while allowing the business to continue? Xuanbei suggests limiting sales, offering a certain number of items each day. with a few hundred available until sold out, allowing customers to take a number in advance. Xuanan thinks this is feasible. However, on the first day of implementation, problems arise. Sister Luton, I'm feeling overwhelmed. Mianhuatong rolls on the carpet, crying uncontrollably. What happened? Who bullied you? Scalpers. Our shop has scalpers selling our Q numbers for as much as 3 taels of silver. A new profession has emerged. Q standing for others. Luton exclaims, I'm overwhelmed too. Can't we just enjoy a meal in peace? Why all these tricks? Mianhuatong initiates a campaign to consciously resist scalpers, urging everyone not to buy scalper tickets or hire people to stand in line, as it is unfair to other customers. The matter of the meat sandwich is trivial, but issues of conscience are significant. Chapter 47. A fortunate family soon. Mianhuatong realizes that his initiative is futile. Scalpers disregard his plea. As long as there is supply and demand, scalpers will persist. Xuanbei states, unless the snack shop ceases operations, we cannot afford to offend these scalpers. If we cut off their income, they may retaliate by slandering us. Hey, the ultimate boss behind the scenes is His Majesty. Xuanbei shakes a finger. Do you know what it means to feign compliance? They will appear to be pacified, but you will encounter a series of unfortunate events, all due to the machinations of petty individuals. Yet, they were at fault first. They are indifferent. They only know that those who follow them will prosper, and those who oppose them will perish. Many people are unreasonable, not simply due to misunderstandings, but also because they refuse to acknowledge their shameful mistakes. Good and evil will ultimately be rewarded. We can only hope such individuals receive their comeuppance. Mianhuatong reflects. Yes, those who frequently scheme against others will undoubtedly face consequences. Perhaps their health will decline, or their descendants will be foolish. This is tiresome, truly tiresome. I only wanted to share delicious food with the people. Yet I find myself selling a meat sandwich worth 50 copper coins for 1 tael of silver due to scalpers. This means the scalpers profit while the meat sandwich becomes a luxury only the wealthy can afford. I am disheartened. This contradicts my original intention. Alas, the world is not so fair and just. It is filled with irrationality and imperfection. You must learn to adapt to this reality. Luton gently pats Mianhuatong's head. However, I still hope for a better world, where good people and law-abiding citizens increase, and their interests are not infringed upon. Indeed, I hope so too, Luton replies. Ultimately, Mianhuatong decides to change his course and not give any leeway to those who break the rules, reverting the snack shop back to a general store. As expected, as Xuanbei predicted, several ruffians begin to frequent the shop daily. After a round of loitering, items in the store are often missing or damaged. Some individuals do not even respect His Majesty's authority. Mianhuatong tolerates their antics for the first few visits. However, they soon realize the shopkeeper's weakness and begin to act brazenly in front of him. One ruffian touches a porcelain doll and deliberately knocks it to the ground, mockingly exclaiming, "Oh dear, how did it fall by itself? You witnesses, its item fell on my foot, and I demand compensation." "Yes, I saw it. My brother Fan is an honest man, never lies. I saw it too. You must compensate for the damage done in his shop. He cannot evade responsibility. Money, money. Take me to the best doctor. Otherwise, the authorities will seize you, and you'll be in deep trouble." Mianhuatong thinks, goodness as long as one is shameless. The world is theirs. What did you say? Are you cursing? Do you know that cursing is against the law? Mianhuatong is too weary to argue with the scoundrels. He slowly rises and shuts the door. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Do you think we fear you? You're so short. Who do you think you are? In an instant, the room falls silent. The ruffians cease their clamor, and the air becomes utterly still, save for the sound of chewing. Someone knocks on the door. "Mianhuatong, I brought you food." Mianhuatong opens the door to find Xuanbei. Upon seeing the food container in Xuanbei's hands, Mianhuatong burps. Mianhuatong is holding a mop, cleaning the floor. "Mianhuatong, what delicious food are you sneaking?" Burp. Mianhuatong cannot suppress his burp. "I didn't eat anything good." The scoundrels are not tasty, but consuming them helps eliminate harm and prevents them from ruining societal morals. Xuanbei sniffs the air, detecting a bloody scent. "Come clean. How many did you eat?" Mianhuatong holds up 5 fingers, then retracts one for. Xuanbei finds a stool and sits down. "Tell me everything. I want to see if what you ate is problematic." Mianhuatong dislikes lying, thus he speaks the truth. Xuanbei nods after listening. Such scoundrels are better off gone. Allowing them to reproduce will only pass on their deceitful and unruly nature. If they are gone, good people will be safer. Thank you for understanding, sir. Mianhuatong burps again. But don't tell my brother about this. He is rather rigid and lacks my open-mindedness. Sir, today I discovered how good you are. No need for flattery. Let's stick to the matter at hand. I believe in one principle. Bad people will eventually be dealt with by even worse individuals. Good people only need to avoid them and wait for their retribution. Mianhuatong points to his own face. So, does that mean you think I am a bad person? No. You are a spirit. Bad people who fall into the spirit's grasp bring it upon themselves. Xuanbei boldly opens Mianhuatong's food container on the counter. Within lies a sumptuous bowl of stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice. Marshmallow, feeling sated from a recent feast, gently pats its belly, realizing it can indulge no further. Allow me to partake on your behalf. No need for thanks. Second master, it smells divine. I long to taste it, remarked Xianbei as he picked up his chopsticks. But you have no appetite, he retorted. Then let me savor the aroma. Xianbei began to eat, while Marshmallow inhaled deeply. How delightful! Had I known that Sister Wolftan's stir-fried pork with green peppers would grace our table, I would have opted not to consume those wretched scraps, merely to feed them to wild dogs. Perhaps it is best to swallow it down, erasing all traces to avoid complications. With a satisfied burp, Xianbei closed the food container, declaring, "This meal shall count as a bribe for me. Today's events shall remain our shared secret. It would tarnish my reputation if word got out that a renowned demon hunter permits demons to feast on refuse." Agreed, the anti-scum alliance is hereby established. Marshmallow nodded earnestly. Xianbei observed 3 youths clad in Kuju attire entering the establishment. "Boss, you appear preoccupied. I shall take my leave." "Oh, second master, travel safely. No need for farewells." "Why is it so quiet today, boss?" "I wish to order those hot pot meatballs." "I desire a Rugiamo," another chimed in. "I wish for both hot pot meatballs and Rugiamo," added Marshmallow. "I apologize, but we have reverted to a general store," the boss replied. "What? So there is nothing to eat? Such delectable meatballs, what a pity. And the Rugiamo too." The trio lamented their misfortune, recalling how they had previously been unable to queue, but now had the chance only to find the boss no longer selling them. But I have consumed the refuse myself. Shall we continue the hot pot meatball and Rugiamo venture?" Marshmallow mused. "If they refuse to adhere to the rules, I shall rid society of their filth once more." This time, Marshmallow had learned to be clever. The hot pot meatballs were limited to a single sack, and the sesame cakes were capped at 500 per day. Work is never-ending. Money is unnecessary in excess. I simply wish to recline and enjoy a leisurely life. Wolftan's peach orchard bore fruit, and she often sat beneath the trees, munching on peaches while engrossed in her books. The discarded peach pits were casually buried in the soil. After a rain, they would sprout anew, becoming yet another peach tree. When tired of eating and reading, she would close her eyes and bask in the warm sunshine. Wolftan rested her book upon her face and slipped into a dream. Years ago, by the koi pond, she had fed fish with soft steam buns. The head of the Huang clan approached, playfully bantering with his favored concubine. "How rude. Cannot even retract your feet upon seeing others? Oof. My husband shall confine her to avoid her irritating presence." Confronted by this scene, Wolftan stood. Achin rolled her eyes. "Standing does not make you taller. What are you glaring at me for? Do you think I fear you?" Wolftan's lips curved into a smile as she spread her arms wide, as if embracing the air. The surrounding bamboo forest rustled. The woman shrieked. "Do not strike me. Help! Save me!" In a fit of madness, she began rolling on the ground. The head of the Huang clan followed suit, both rolling about as if they perceived phantoms attacking them with spears. The assailants bore green faces, exuding a fierce aura, and the head of the Huang clan was utterly defenseless against them. Achin, now half-aged, wailed until her voice turned hoarse. The head of the Huang clan rolled on the ground, covered in abrasions. Wolftan watched this unfold, reveling in the satisfaction of long-awaited vengeance. How I wish I had grown stronger sooner. I could have shielded myself from such bullying. Wolftan woke, bursting into laughter. "Darling, what brings you joy?" "I was tormenting the scum in my dreams." Wiping her tears of mirth, Liltan inquired, "Husband, should I harbor murderous thoughts towards evildoers? Would you perceive me as cruel and unlovable?" "Never. I know how kind-hearted you are. You are not one to be unreasonable." Xuanan kissed her gently. "I will always believe in you. If there is a next life, I wish to be powerful from the start, never to be manipulated, never to fulfill the malice of the wicked." The family gathered around the dining table, delighting in strawberries. Liltan meticulously removed the seeds, placing them upon a piece of rice paper before transferring them into a bowl, sprinkling them with water and covering them with a glass bowl. Each day, she would moisten the seeds until they sprouted, planting each in pots. Soon, the strawberries flourished, with one yielding over 100 pots of fruit. Under Liltan's diligent care, the strawberry branches were laden with fruit, and the household was never devoid of harvest, season after season. Xianbei remarked, "Since meeting Liltan, I feel particularly fortunate." "It was only after I met Liltan that I completely abandoned junk food," echoed Xiaobai. "What do you mean by junk food?" Xianbei asked. Xiaobai silently raised a hand, recalling his past fondness for it, a true carnivore at heart. Marshmallow added, "Before knowing Liltan, I would scour the mountains for wild fruits to eat. Thanks to Sister Liltan, I have gained weight. So we are all quite fortunate," they concluded. "Indeed, we owe our newfound family to Liltan." The 5 family members raised their glasses together. The moon hung low in the sky, nearing fullness, heralding the arrival of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Liltan prepared mooncake fillings, crafting varieties such as red bean paste, juju paste, black sesame, egg yolk, and ham. The mooncake molds were adorned with auspicious symbols, wishing for prosperity and peace. Liltan presented the mooncakes alongside a basin of spicy chicken feet and a large jug of freshly squeezed apple juice. "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, dear family." "Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Sister Liltan," they responded. As the moon waxed full and families reunited, they savored mooncakes under the luminous sky, hoping for this tradition to endure through the years. Xianjuju, the little one, began to run, her tiny feet flitting toward the lotus pond. "Oh dear, wait for me!" Xiaobai gasped, startled, and hurried after her. Xuanan sat writing in the peach orchard pavilion, while Xianbei munched on peaches nearby. "Brother, have you ever considered marrying?" "Not in the slightest. I have no such desires, nor do I wish to rear children. I plan to simply enjoy meals with my elder brother and sister-in-law for life." "As you wish, as long as you feel no regret." "Regret? Marrying for the sake of it, settling for someone unfamiliar. Now that would be regretful. It would be a disservice to oneself." A kite soared into the sky, resembling a large butterfly, its delicate pink hues indicative of Liltan's artistry. Xiaobai handed the kite to Xianjuju, who, being inexperienced, nearly let it fall. "Tug on the string quickly," Xiaobai encouraged. Xianjuju flustered, pouting as the kite descended. With Xiaobai's assistance, they managed to lift it into the air. "Marvelous. Xiaobai Gidge, you are splendid. And you, my dear Juju, are exceptional as well." Liltan taught Xianjuju 1 character a day, a modest goal that would amount to over 300 characters in a year. With a twig, Liltan inscribed upon the earthen ground, and Xianjuju diligently followed her strokes. Xiaobai watched, beaming. "How wonderful! I too shall learn, so that when our Juju becomes a scholar, I shall be one as well." Xianjuju, however, seemed unsatisfied with just 1 character a day, eagerly seeking to learn more from her father and uncle. "Uncle, not only can you teach me characters, but you can also teach me talismans." One of the uncles chimed in. Xiaobai interjected, "Second master, perhaps it would be best to delay such knowledge. Understanding fate too early would rob her of childhood. If one can manipulate destiny and sail smoothly through life, might there not be regrets in old age?" "Indeed, Xiaobai, your wisdom is growing," remarked another. Xiaobai had always been sharp-witted. The fox claims he is fat and immediately begins to pant. Xianbei took Xianjuju out to play, treating her to beef ramen. Upon returning with the bowl, Xianbei noticed that several children had gathered around the adorable little princess, Xianjuju. They were all chattering away, their words tumbling forth like the babbling of a brook, and though Xianbei could only decipher bits and pieces of their conversation, they seemed to comprehend each other perfectly. The world of children is indeed a wondrous realm. Uncle, uncle, they're my friends, exclaimed Xian Zhu as she waved to a few similarly sized companions, who exchanged hugs and playful affection. When the parents returned with bowls of beef, pulled noodles, one exclaimed, "Oh dear, shout Song. Just a moment of waiting, and you've dashed off." The little one waved goodbye to Xian Zhu, who reciprocated with a cheerful wave. Farewell. The children were then escorted away one by one. Xianbei savored his beef noodles, while Zhu enjoyed the noodle broth. The child with a gap-toothed smile found it difficult to bite into the noodles. Chapter 48. Entering the hall. After a stroll through the marketplace, they headed home. Upon seeing the emperor, Xian Zhu rushed over. Her father, Xian Nan, extended his arms to lift her up. "Where did you go with your uncle?" "To have beef noodles," she replied with a grin that revealed her little gap tooth. "How can such an adorable little tooth manage to eat noodles?" her uncle inquired. "Your uncle eats noodles." While Xian Zhu drinks soup, he continued, "You've had enough for dinner, and my wife has prepared seafood noodles. I want to eat. I only had a little on the way to fill my stomach, but I still wish to enjoy my wife's delightful dinner. Look at my cleverness. I've made room for my wife's scrumptious meal. I can't manage. Taking care of children is truly exhausting. I need to replenish my energy. Brother, this household cannot do without Xiaobai. Managing children is far more tiring than hunting down demons. One must keep a vigilant eye, always on edge, fearing that my dear niece might be stolen away. You've worked hard. Make sure to have an extra bowl of dinner." Xiaobai had gone to attend a wedding banquet, promising to return the next day. It was then that Xianbei took over the task of watching the child. Xiaobai's family belonged to a traditional fox spirit clan that only permitted intermarriage within the community. Tales circulated in the human world about fox spirits falling for scholars, abandoning everything to live far away and raise children. But Xiaobai dismissed such stories with disdain. The beautiful fox spirits approached human scholars with only one intention, not to marry them, but to consume them, perhaps not for their bodies, but rather for their delicate hands, craving the softness they offered. One of the foxes commented, "The hands of human scholars possess a unique flavor, soft and unaccustomed to labor, with a hint of ink." For not indulging in seafood noodles, Xian Zhu received a bowl of steamed egg custard. After a hearty meal, she succumbed to slumber. Breathless, Xiaobai returned home. "Oh, Xiaobai, you're back so early?" "Better early than late. I rushed back for dinner." "Aren't you joining in the wedding festivities?" "I have no desire to partake. I have reached an age of maturity and composure, no longer wanting to engage in childish antics with those hot-headed youths." "Was the bride beautiful?" "Indeed. Last month, she was crowned the Empress of the Shuwa. Her beauty is beyond compare." Xianbei remarked, "It seems your cousin S taste has remained unchanged." Meanwhile, he had polished off his bowl of seafood noodles, broth and all. "Shall I serve you another bowl, Xianbei Gij?" asked Luftan. "Thank you, Luftan," he replied. "Not at all." Luftan dished out a bowl for Xianbei and another for Xiaobai. Xiaobai, genuinely famished, gulped down the bowl in one go. Luftan generously filled his bowl again. Cotton Candy remarked, "Doesn't tea the wedding banquet provide food?" "It does. I didn't tea partake." "Can you guess what delicacies are served at a fox banquet?" Cotton Candy scratched her head. "Hands and feet, along with aged preserved meat." "The kind that is hairy?" "Absolutely, the kind dug up from ancient coffins." "Ah, that sounds rather unsanitary. I've indulged in human delicacies for so long that I can no longer stomach those things." "So you tried them before?" "What's strange about that?" "I often did, but since I tasted Luftan's garlic chive stir-fried meat and eggs, I've found that aged, hairy meat has lost its appeal." "What a unique palate you have, Xiaobai. How much did you contribute?" 30 years of cultivation to help the newlyweds evolve sooner." "Oh, I see. In your fox clan, gifts are measured by cultivation levels." "What an enlightening revelation. For us, life is endless, provided we are not captured by demon catchers." He glanced at Xianbei. "We lack for nothing in gold and silver. Whatever we desire can be sourced from affluent families. Thus, the exchange of gifts is simply what is needed. Cultivation as a gift is timeless." "But Xiaobai, didn't you give most of your cultivation to brother-in-law?" "I've heard there's little left. I can absorb some from other spirits. 30 years is but a trifle." "Ah, so you are that kind of person, consuming the cultivation of others. Put away your astonishment. This world thrives on the principle of the strong preying on the weak. What Xiaobai did not say was that he wished to grow stronger to protect Tan from her past vulnerabilities. She had once been delicate, innocent, and kind, suffering silently. At that time, Xiaobai felt he was Tan's only protector, burning with the desire to eliminate those who wronged her. Thankfully, she now has her husband, leaving Xiaobai with a sense of a father entrusting his daughter to another. Little Princess Xianzhuju awoke from her slumber, letting out a small cry. "Oh, my dear, Brother Xiaobai is back." He gently lifted her, asking, "Are you still hungry or do you need to relieve yourself?" Xianzhuju pointed at the mooncakes on the table. "You want to eat, don't you? But you have no teeth," he remarked. Xiandan suggested, "We can soak it in water." "That works." Tan agreed as she went to boil water. Xianbei commented, "I find Xiaobai truly remarkable. When Xianzhuju weighed 10 pounds, he could hold her the entire day. And even at 20 pounds, he managed to do so without complaint. Now that she is over 40 pounds, he still holds her steadily." Tan added, "Xianzhuju took after her father in height. Thankfully, she didn't inherit my stature. She'll likely surpass me by the age of 10. Tan's height was quite lovely, petite, and charming." Xiaobai remarked, "Tan, a taller girl can be less susceptible to bullying. Most of those who harassed me were drawn to my small stature. Let them try to bully Tan now. They wouldn't even know how they met their end." The little one who promised to eat mooncakes nestled on Xiaobai's shoulder and fell asleep. Xiaobai, reluctant to awaken her, could not bear the thought of wasting food, especially as it was Tan's mooncake. He devoured the mooncake, even drinking the broth that had been soaked in. Feeling exhausted, he retired for the night. Bidding his family good night, he carried Xianzhuju back to her crib, gently rocking her before transforming back into a fox, curling up on the cushion to sleep. Suddenly, a pink shadow drifted into the courtyard, successfully caught by Xianbei. "Who is there? Show yourself." Tan widened her eyes, glancing between Xianbei and the direction of his gaze, but saw nothing. Yet Xianbei insisted, "Come out. I've given you a chance." With that, he performed his somersault, leaping into the air with a graceful twist. The movement was so elegant that any maiden would be enraptured. "Xiaobai is so handsome," Cotton Candy remarked. Xianbei drew his sword. "Oh no, please don't kill me," came a sugary voice. Suddenly, a beautiful young lady in red materialized before Xianbei, sporting a pair of fox ears atop her head. "Who are you? A fox spirit?" "Yes." She nodded, biting her lower lip, appearing both enchanting and adorable, nearly captivating Tan. How could she exude such femininity? Tan felt ordinary by comparison. "Who are you? What brings a fox spirit here?" "I came to find my brother." "There is only one fox here. Your brother is Xiaobai, correct?" "My brother attended a wedding banquet and left midway. I didn't even get a chance to speak with him." "Sister? Xiaobai has such a charming sister?" Cotton Candy exclaimed as she dashed off to fetch Xiaobai. Xianbei sheathed his sword. Since she was Xiaobai's relative, she was their friend. Xiaobai awakened quickly. "Your sister has arrived." "Your sister?" Xiaobai, still in a daze, is confronted by a seductive fox spirit who claims to be searching for him. "Nonsense. I have no sister." But that is what she said. Alarmed, Xiaobai suddenly opens his eyes, fearing that the visitor harbors ill intentions. He leaps up, transforming into a child, and swiftly darts towards the garden. Upon arrival, he sees Tan sprawled across the dining table, while Xianbei lies on the ground, his clothing torn, revealing a muscular chest. A girl clad in red brandishes sharp claws, akin to a set of daggers, poised to pierce Xianbei's heart. "Stop! You rodent demon!" "Rodent demon? Is she not a fox spirit?" "What a ridiculous notion! Your canine senses have failed you. This is clearly a fox in disguise." Mianhua Tang sniffs the air and admits, "I made a miscalculation." "Release Air Yi. Whether your intent is theft or seduction, you shall not succeed." "Oomph. Do you two mere fledgling demons think you can intimidate me? You truly overestimate yourselves." Her gaze remained fixed on Xianbei's heart. Recalling how many innocent brethren the demon hunter had slain, devouring his heart would be most revitalizing. "Not on my watch. I refuse to allow it." Xiaobai and Mianhua Tang transformed into their original forms and lunged at the rodent demon. Suddenly, she vanished. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Xiaobai, claw poised to strike. Fortunately, Xiaobai dodged in time, losing only a tuft of fox fur. Curse you! Mianhua Tang opened her mouth to bite, but the rodent demon flung her aside. Mianhua Tang tumbled heavily across the ground before coming to a stop. Xiao Bai attempted to pounce, but the rodent demon disappeared again. This time, she materialized in front of Lu Tan, seizing her hair and lifting her head. Examining Lu Tan's face, she declared with satisfaction, "I desire this visage, for it shall ensnare the coldest of men." "What? You are absurd. Release Lu Tan." Lu Tan's lashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, gazing at the rodent demon. She suddenly recited an incantation. The rodent demon paused momentarily as Lu Tan broke free from her grasp. "Lu Tan, are you unharmed?" Xiao Bai and Mianhua Tang flanked her. "I created an illusion to buy us some time, but it won't hold for long. She will soon realize it is a facade. I shall lend you some of my power." Xiao Bai placed his hand on Lu Tan's shoulder, while Mianhua Tang did the same. "Thanks, Sister Lu Tan. I too shall assist you." The rodent demon remained ensnared in the illusion of the courtyard. She observed Xian Bei rising from the ground, throwing aside his disheveled attire and picking up a sword to charge at the rodent demon. The rodent demon felt increasingly outmatched. How did this man awaken? How could he move so nimbly? Xian Bei's sword seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly seeking the demon's vulnerabilities. Her neck, her armpits, her eyes, all revealing her weaknesses. The rodent demon evaded with trepidation. She was not accustomed to combat. Her usual tactic involved incapacitating her opponent in one swift move, allowing her to do as she pleased afterward. However, today, everything felt awry, and she had long set her sights on the beautiful-faced woman. She took a moment to assess her surroundings. She knew there was a sorcerer emperor, a demon hunter, a fox demon, and a dog demon present. Regardless of their abilities, if they let down their guard for even a moment, she could swiftly strike and eliminate them. Xian Bei continued his agile assault, while Lu Tan was drenched in sweat, her back soaked. She realized she could not hold out much longer, despite Xiao Bai and Mianhua Tang's assistance. "Go awaken my husband or Xian Bei," Lu Tan urged. Mianhua Tang dashed outside, tapping the emperor, but he remained unresponsive, deeply unconscious. She then approached Xian Bei, and this time, he stirred. Xian Bei glanced at his disheveled attire and questioned, "What has happened?" "Er Yi, we have a rodent demon in our midst." Without responding further, Xian Bei lunged toward Lu Tan, rolling with her on the ground. Lu Tan detected a strong metallic scent of blood. Her hand grazed a sticky, moist substance. Xian Bei's back was gashed. The rodent demon snapped back to reality. "How dare you ignorant humans conspire against me? Today, you shall face the consequences." "How brazen." Xian Bei stood protectively in front of Lu Tan, applying pressure to his wound to stem the bleeding. The rodent demon revealed her 10 sharp claws, poised to strike at Xian Bei. "Do not approach." She was not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Since they had awakened, she would resort to her most cunning escape. Her claws were mere inches from Xian Bei's eyes. "Do not come any closer." She grabbed Xian Bei by the collar, but to her surprise, his head detached with ease. The rodent demon gasped, thinking I did not strike. Could have been a mere assembly? In her moment of panic, Xian Bei's sword cleaved toward her. The rodent demon evaded, but a deafening thunderclap erupted above, striking her directly. She was scorched yet unharmed, her hair standing on end, smoke billowing from her mouth. The head in her hand morphed into a snake that slithered up her arm, opening its massive jaws to bite into her flesh. Ah, a snake! The most feared creature for a mouse. She thrashed violently, but the head clung on stubbornly. Xian Bei's sword pressed against the rodent demon's throat. Surrender. The rodent demon found herself trapped within a barrier, kneeling before 5 individuals. The previous illusion had been crafted by Xian Bei, far superior to that of the woman. The rodent demon realized she had underestimated her opponents. Lu Tan tended to Xian Bei's wound, which was quite severe, causing tears to well in her eyes. "I am fine. Lu Tan, it does not hurt at all. Confess," Xiao Bai commanded the rodent demon. "You impersonated a fox, used unscrupulous methods to incapacitate us, injured Xian Bei, and sought to harm both Lu Tan and Xian Bei. Such transgressions are inexcusable. What is there to say? You all witnessed it, did you not? Why invade another's home? What else could it be but envy for that face? Do you not possess a face of your own? Why covet another's? Because he favors her face. Who is he? You are unworthy of knowing. My patience is limited, Xianbei declared. Humph, I expected you would release me. You are hardly gods, merely insignificant beings, unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Chapter 49. Intricate egg carving. It seems the rodent demon idolizes a man. Xiaobai clapped his hands, alas. He does not return her affections. The rodent demon's expression shifted to one of shock. She yearned to devour the insolent fool who had spoken, but alas, she was incapable. Perhaps it is not a matter of beauty. Rather, it is her malice that repulses him. A certain audacious fox continued to infuriate the rodent demon. How dare you? Silence. Xianbei shook his head, having grown weary of conversing with the demon. He felt lightheaded from blood loss and wished to retreat to his chamber for rest. Xianbei exchanged a glance with Xiannan, who dissipated the barrier. In an instant, Xianbei drew his soft sword and struck down. The rodent demon's head fell to the ground. Xianbei sheathed his sword and opened a gourd. The rodent demon's corpse was drawn within. Everyone, I shall take a rest. See you tomorrow. Xianbei appeared somewhat fatigued, his steps unsteady. Brother Xianbei, are you well? Do you require a royal physician? Xianbei, turning his back to them, extended a hand. No need. I merely require a brief rest. He, a grown man, feared not pain. He found shame more daunting. Xianbei wished for no sympathy from anyone. As he lay in bed, he thought to himself, how fortunate that I am the one injured, and that Lu Tan remains unharmed. Yi, Xiaobai is at the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. Lu Tan asked me to bring you a bowl of brown sugar water. Brown sugar water? I am not in confinement. Why would I drink that? Xiaobai raised a high. If you won't drink it, I shall. I shall drink. I desire it. Xiaobai handed it over, and Xianbei gulped it down in one go. The sweet soup brewed from Luton is something Xuanbei cannot resist. Not only is it sweet, but even if Luton were to prepare a pot of huanglian, he would still drink it without hesitation. Second master, you didn't leave me a single sip, Xuanbei smiled, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Xiaobai. Good night, second master. Xiaobai closed the door gently, and Xuanbei lay back down. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly awakened. Who is the man the mouse demon mentioned? The face that captivates Luton? Is he human or demon? Regardless of who he is, a man who covets a married woman must be of ill intent. The more Xuanbei pondered, the angrier he became. Someone dares to covet his goddess. Xuanbei was itching to throw off the covers and confront this man, but the pain from his wound restrained him. Never mind, he thought. I will deal with it once I heal. On the other hand, Luton paid no heed to the situation. Whether someone admired her or disliked her, she remained indifferent. What mattered to her was whom she cherished, and at present, she found herself contentedly in the company of the one she adored. She believed in caring less for trivial matters and people to avoid internal strife, for a life too short should be spent relishing happiness. In the dead of night, Zuanzizu suddenly began to cry. What is wrong, my little darling? Xiaobai ran into the princess's bedroom and was taken aback by the sight of a man. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. The man waved Zuanzizu's rattle in front of her, causing her to cry out in fright. Is there really someone here? Am I not imagining things? What on earth is this place? Is it some demon's playground? Who goes there? Leave my little treasure alone. Xiaobai rushed forward, but the man turned, looking displeased as if Xiaobai had interrupted his amusement. Quickly, Xiaobai scooped up the crying Zuanzizu. Don't cry, don't cry. Your brother Xiaobai is here. Yet, Zuanzizu continued to wail. Children often cry at the sight of ill-intentioned individuals. Xiaobai carried her out, expecting to step into the courtyard, but instead, they wandered into a dense bamboo forest. The moon hung in the sky like a woolly orb, sending a chill down Xiaobai's spine. What kind of place is this? How'd I end up here? Zuanzi's cries grew louder, and no matter how Xiaobai tried to soothe her, she remained inconsolable. He moved forward, hoping to find a way out by sheer luck, but the eerie atmosphere only intensified as they journeyed deeper into the bamboo grove. At dawn, Luton came to call Xiaobai for breakfast, only to find he was missing. Did he take Zuanzizu out to play this early? Upon checking the bedroom, Luton confirmed Zuanzizu was indeed gone, suggesting they had ventured out together. While everyone else had already eaten, Xiaobai still hadn't returned, causing Luton to feel uneasy. Xiaobai wouldn't just leave without saying a word for so long, my aunt who waiting remarked. He hasn't even left a note or mentioned where he went. Xuanbei spoke up. Where would Xiaobai go at this hour? I don't know. Besides us, Xiaobai has no other friends, came the reply. An unfamiliar enemy lurks nearby, and we must remain vigilant. Xuanbei insisted. I will search for Xiaobai. I hope he is merely lost in play and has forgotten to report back. Xiaobai has become so responsible. He wouldn't take Zhuangzi with him if he were playing. What if something has happened? Xuanbei ventured out to search, but upon returning at night, he reported no success. This is bad. Something must have happened. Xuanan dispatched more people to search, and Mayan Huating joined Luton in the search. After a day of fruitless searching, Xiaobai continued to wander through the bamboo forest, unable to find his way out. He was not one to easily concede defeat unless he had tried and found it futile. His shoes were worn thin, yet the night persisted, and he felt as if he had been walking for an eternity. Eventually, he sat down, needing rest. Zhuangzi had cried herself to sleep, or perhaps she had fainted from hunger. It was long past time for her to have her egg custard. Oh, Zhuangzi, I have failed to care for you properly, not even feeding you. Xuanbei made a discovery. He had located his master, who was known for emerging in times of chaos. Even when seemingly idle, he had a knack for remaining undetected. Master, you must know what has transpired? Zixia, the immortal, was busy picking his teeth, surrounded by a pile of skewers. What should I know? Xiaobai and Zhuangzi have been abducted by villains, and we have found no trace of them. Oh, just look around your own home. They likely Haven Tea left the palace. What? Master, are you serious? We have scoured the entirety of Luton Kingdom, and you tell me they Haven Tea left the palace? Brother, your skewered chicken is ready. All right, Zixia replied, taking the skewers to begin feasting. This is quite a haul. At least 50 or 60 skewers. Master, this is urgent. Can you assist us? I've already said all I can. Are you certain? Yes. Xuanbei was at a loss for words. I hope they truly are in the palace. With that, Xuanbei turned to leave. Search in the densest part of the bamboo. Came Zixiao's voice from behind. Master, could you provide more clues? No, I'm too busy eating grilled chicken hearts. Upon returning to the palace, Xuanbei found everyone in a state of despair. Search in the areas with dense bamboo. My master said they should be in the palace. All right, hurry and search. Split up. There were 3 places with abundant bamboo: the flower room, the study, and the perimeter of the chicken coop. Xuanan and Luton went to the flower room. Xuanbei headed to the study, and Mayan Huating went to the chicken coop. The chicken coop was the farthest away, and after an unfruitful search, Mayan Huating met up with Xuanan and Luton. Did you find anything? No. Xuanbei soon joined them. Did you find anything? No. How could this be? My master never jokes around. Xuanan asked, what did Master Zixia say? Search where the bamboo is most concentrated. Where is that? Mayan Huating pointed. Over there, the chicken coop has the most bamboo. As chicken droppings make the best fertilizer. Then this must be the place. We won't be mistaken. Dig 3 feet down. Xuanbei fetched a shovel. Mayan Huating warned, Second Master, don't frighten me. I truly hope we don't uncover anything. If they were to find a fox's paw or head, Mayan Huating feared he would be devastated, not wanting to bury his good brother. Xuanbei needed answers. He began to dig, while Mayan Huating herded the chickens away. Surprisingly, they actually unearthed something, a jar. Who buried this pickled vegetable? Mayan Huating exclaimed. Xuanbei cradled it in his palm, saying, this is an urn for ashes. Could Xiaobai have already been cremated? He opened it, revealing a mound of white powder inside. There is something, Xuanbei declared as he turned the urn upside down, and a worm wriggled out. A bone worm? Xuanbei recognized it. This creature was a precious medicinal material, often raised on ashes due to its immense value. However, it was typically animal ashes, for one would not stake their life for wealth. Xuanbei sniffed the powder, confirming it was from horse bones, not human remains. Mayan Huating sighed in relief. Now I can rest assured. Help! Help! Let us out! My child is hungry. Xiaobai felt despair. Xuanbei was frantic. How could this happen? Bamboo, bamboo. Luton speculated. Could there be some barrier here? Both Xuanan and Xuanbei shook their heads. If there were, we would have sensed it. Unless it's someone of Master Zishia's caliber. Where could Xiao Bai and Zuan Suzu have gone? Mian Huiting kicked a bamboo stalk. Bamboo, bamboo, where are you? Ouch. Mian Huiting fell to the ground. That hurt. From beneath him, he pulled out an egg. The egg is unremarkable, yet what sets it apart is that it is crafted from stone. My heavens, it is adorned with intricate carvings, lifelike in their detail. While others are preoccupied with finding Xiao Bai, no one seems to express any interest in this egg, regardless of its masterful origin. Brother-in-law, LV Tan Er Yi. The figure in the carving bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Bai. He even cradles Xian Zhu Zhu in his arms. What? 3 individuals gathered to take a closer look, and indeed, it was astonishingly lifelike. Xianan picked it up and was taken aback to see that the Xiao Bai in the carving had actually blinked. Here, Xiao Bai is here. How could this be? How did he end up inside the egg? Stand back. I will handle this, Xianbei declared. The jade egg was placed on the ground, and everyone stepped back. Xianbei summoned a bolt of lightning to strike the egg. Would Erye's actions harm Xiao Bai and Xianzhuju? No, I will control the force, he assured. Almost simultaneously, a thunderclap struck near Xiao Bai. Startled, he clutched Xianzhuju and darted away. In his flight, he caught sight of Xianbei, Xiannan, and LV Tan, the cotton candy. Am I dreaming? Have I emerged? Xiao Bai exclaimed. How fortunate you are to have found me. Xianbei gazed at the slumbering Xianzhuju in Xiao Bai's arms and asked, Is my niece all right? She is fine, perhaps just fainted from hunger. Just kidding. She fell asleep out of boredom. After carrying Xianzhuju home, she awoke, and LV Tan prepared a substantial bowl of steamed egg custard. Xianzhuju devoured half a bowl, while Xiao Bai consumed most of the other half. Finally, a hearty meal. I was starving, Xiao Bai remarked, wiping his mouth. When asked how he ended up in the egg, he claimed ignorance. When questioned about his experiences, he simply mentioned walking and more walking. When asked if he had seen any suspicious individuals, he recounted seeing a man playing with Xianzhuju's rattle in her room. I had never seen him before, and as I approached, he vanished. Or his features. His expression was somewhat distorted, as if he were owed 200 coins, quite pretentious, that's the word. Additionally, his eyebrows were particularly thick, his chin slender, his eyes small, and he bore no facial hair. LV Tan sketched the description provided by Xiao Bai. Is this the man? Yes, that's him. Xiao Bai did not recognize him, nor did the cotton candy or Xiannan. Xianbei scrutinized the sketch for a moment and said, I have a vague recollection of him, a stone monster. What manner of creature is that? A spirit transformed from stone. He relishes encasing beautiful individuals within stone, adding them to his collection. So, the rat demon's infatuation with LV Tan's beauty implies he wishes to turn LV Tan into stone for his own hoarding? If it truly is he, then we are in trouble. That fellow is quite lecherous, moving from place to place, committing misdeeds one day and the next. He could be leagues away. Xian clenched his fists and declared, This time he is doomed. Such scum still has other demons enamored with him? Truly absurd. Xiao Bai commented, I believe that might be a case of attracting like. Some creatures, not quite human, find the repugnant appealing, and the more nauseating, the more delectable. The wicked often develop a blind adoration for those even more vile than themselves, Xianbei remarked. Xianbei then had a serendipitous encounter with his master. Master, please guide your humble disciple. This time, I shall rid the world of evil. The stall owner of the grilled skewers held up grilled chicken hearts. Whose chicken hearts are these? They're ready. What about that big brother from earlier? Your 50 skewers of grilled chicken hearts are done. Zixia, I'm here waiting. Thank you, boss. Master, how much do you enjoy chicken hearts? Just a casual liking. I suddenly crave something and can eat it until I tire of it. Master, could you do me a favor and let LV Tan grill chicken hearts for you? LV Tan's skewers are truly unique, unparalleled in the world. Really? Indeed, without question. If you don't believe me, try them for yourself. Zixia was lured back home by Xianbei with the promise of grilled chicken hearts. LV Tan began marinating the chicken hearts, and only after they absorbed the flavors did he start grilling them. The charcoal was of the finest fruitwood. LV Tan fanned them slowly, and the aroma wafted through the air. Ah, how fragrant! This scent is indeed delightful. Before even tasting, Zixia was intoxicated by the aroma. Naturally, who could resist the delicious meals prepared by LV Tan? Chapter 50. A trap for you. The skewers were plated and served. Master, please enjoy. There is more to come. LV Tan went on to grill chicken wings. Zixia took a bite, and her taste buds melted instantly. Ah, how could something be this delicious? It's sweetened. LV Tan brushed honey on them. Xianbei remarked, yes, indeed, utterly exquisite, irresistibly delicious. LV Tan brought out another 100 skewers, inviting everyone to join. Cotton Candy enjoyed grilled leeks and chicken wings. Xiannan savored beef skewers and chicken wing sections. Xianbei indulged in grilled enoki mushrooms and baked flatbreads. Zixia was fixated solely on the grilled chicken hearts. Delicious, is there more? Of course there is. LV Tan worked tirelessly, and Zixia managed to consume over 1,000 skewers in one sitting. The stock in the freezer was completely depleted. Zixia, after a hearty meal, sighed, I'm full, so very full. Patting her belly, she could barely move. Master, having bribed you, shall we now attend to serious matters? Zixia found a toothpick to clean her teeth. Master, you haven't forgotten, have you? Not at all. Zixia tossed the toothpick into the trash, saying, north of the imperial city lives a family with an exceptionally beautiful girl, her looks rivaling LV Tan's. You should take a look. Knowing well that these gentlemen had no interest in beautiful women, this statement implied that the girl was destined to be the next victim. Xiannan retrieved the household registration book. The family currently consisted of a mother and daughter, the mother being Wu Shi and the daughter named Zhu Gong. Before they even reached the door, they overheard a group of aunties chatting, saying things like, she is so thoughtless, so inconsiderate, just leave her to starve. Only fragments of their conversation reached their ears. The dog's ears were sharp. Cotton Candy murmured, is there someone cursing their own daughter? That aunt was speaking ill of her daughter, claiming she is lazy, rude, pretentious, and a burden, destined to remain unmarried, while also lamenting how hard she works. Xianbei knocked on the door. Who is it? Hello, we are responsible for the palace renovations. We heard you can paint. Pushing the door open, they were met with a young girl washing clothes. In front of her was a large basin, and dozens of garments were already hanging on the clothesline. Please wait a moment. I'll hang these up right away. My hands are wet. The girl spoke with a smile, displaying excellent manners. She wrung the clothes skillfully, hanging them up in just a few motions. LV Tan noticed the clothes were not hers, but rather middle-aged styles. She offered chairs to Xiannan, Xianbei, LV Tan, and Cotton Candy. Please sit. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. The girl also poured 4 bowls of water for them. What brings you here? I didn't tea here, clearly while washing. Oh, we heard you can paint. The palace is in need of someone to create murals. Xianbei fabricated a story. The household registration indicated her profession as a painter. Certainly, I need to see the size and area first before discussing the price. At that moment, an aunt entered the room, saying, Zhu Gong, make sure to finish cooking before you come out. I'm heading to play cards with your Aunt Yun and Aunt Xiao. Oh, okay, mother. LV Tan recognized her as the one who had publicly disparaged her daughter moments before. LV Tan exchanged glances with Cotton Candy. So the one she referred to as lazy, pretentious, and rude is Zhu Gong? Cotton Candy huffed. How can that aunt lie without a hint of shame? Xianbei also shook his head. Such a diligent and beautiful girl ought to marry into a good family. But unfortunately, her own mother has tarnished her reputation. What brings you here? Zhu Gong noticed their unusual expressions. It was still Xiannan who directly addressed the issue. I assume the aunt has spoken ill of you more than once. Yes, I often hear about it. Even if I don't hear it directly, the way people look at me is enough to make me aware of the situation. Why does the aunt behave this way? LV Tan felt a sense of injustice. My mother wants me to take care of her in her old age. She fears that if I marry, no one will look after her. Zhu Gong pointed to the clothesline, where dozens of new garments in middle-aged styles hung. My mother desires that I serve her for a lifetime, while she seeks a wealthy companion for herself. Each day, she spends her time either gossiping or playing cards. Throughout her life, she has eschewed household chores, refusing to shop for groceries or cook, regarding labor as beneath her dignity. In the past, my father attended to her needs, and subsequently, I have done the same, yet she disparages us both in public, as it lends her an air of superiority. This mindset stems from her insecurities. Having come from humble beginnings, she fears being perceived as having married my father for status, leading her to demean our family relentlessly. Dear sister, do you truly remain indifferent? As Qianbei observes, the household is immaculate, with flower pots polished to perfection, suggesting that Jieking spends her days laboring over these trivialities. A young woman in the bloom of youth, she neglects her own desires, eschewing new clothes, shopping, self-adornment, and romance, all to cater to her mother, who in turn belittles her worth. She has become a spoiled individual, her responsibilities shouldered by others, leaving her ample time to engage in idle chatter. She perceives no fault in her ways, believing her manipulations to be a sign of her cleverness. With such a hindrance present, no amount of effort from others can elevate this household. The hidden dangers of her treachery are insidious, as she quietly undermines others' efforts, intent on dragging them down with her. She derives satisfaction only from ensuring others remain beneath her. While she may harm outsiders, she refrains from direct confrontation, instead turning her malice toward her husband and children, convinced that this will shield her from retribution. Jieking is aware of Wu Shi's nature, and Wu Shi understands the straightforward and tender-hearted disposition of Jieking and her father. Jieking, gather your earnings and leave this home, for she will weigh you down for eternity. Jieking shakes her head, stating she cannot abandon her mother, who has no one else to rely upon. But she treats you poorly. Indeed, she constantly clips my wings. I could have secured a respectable position, painting for the government, yet my mother covertly sabotaged my prospects, forcing me to serve in a tavern instead. She fears that should I succeed, I might become unmanageable. My father bore the burden of her whims throughout his life, ultimately succumbing to a terminal illness inflicted by her relentless demands. I too may find no escape. I will take each day as it comes. Qianbei sighs, noting that those like Wu Shi, selfish and self-serving, often live the longest, while Jieking struggles to endure. Currently, Jieking has become a target for the stone monster, who seeks to take her back to the palace for protection. As for the murals, they can be drawn haphazardly, for the palace has walls aplenty. Qianbei lays down a few coins for Wu Shi, instructing her to buy provisions for the next few days, as the cook has been summoned away. Wu Shi, delighted with the money, hints that Qianbei should provide more, suggesting she could keep her daughter with her for an extended period. Mother, how could you be so? Foolish girl. Money is paramount. It matters not with whom a girl associates, as long as they can provide for me. Even if she stays longer, she will return in due time. Jieking, on the verge of fury, cannot confront her mother in front of those engrossed in gambling. She understands that, with only the two of them remaining at home, revealing their discord would only invite further bullying from outsiders. On the way, Luton remarks, Jieking, I can empathize with you. Your aunt exhibits a tendency towards favoritism. My mother does not favor males over females. She loves only herself, particularly her wealth, and is willing to sacrifice my interests without a second thought. Qianbei casually finds a wall for Jieking to paint. While Jieking paints, Luton prepares soup for her. Jieking is a beautiful girl, both in appearance and artistry. She works diligently and meticulously, first covering the floor to ease future cleaning. Taking a break, she enjoys a bowl of chicken soup. Oh, this is delightful. One taste leaves a lingering flavor. Luton, you possess remarkable culinary skills. You must be the palace chef. Luton smiles, playfully admitting to the title. It is hard to believe that a queen would spend her days gardening and studying culinary arts. Luton, you truly embody grace. Likewise, you are also quite virtuous and exceptional. A kind-hearted girl shall never be forsaken by fate. I hope for Jieking to find a good destiny as well. Sister, which of those two identical brothers has captured your heart? The one with fairer skin, appearing more composed, is the father of my child. Sister, are you married? Luton nods. You appear so youthful. I harbor no worries, which keeps me young. I envy you. I feel perpetually frazzled. From dawn till dusk, I endure the neighbor's gossip and my mother's scorn. Should I leave her, I could earn money and hire a caregiver for her, ensuring she is cared for without sacrificing my entire life. Jieking shakes her head, reluctant to become like her mother, selfish and devoid of responsibility. Such individuals may find fleeting happiness, yet their hearts remain hollow, perpetually attempting to fill the void through repeated malice and new lies to conceal previous deceptions. After consuming a hearty bowl of soup, Jieking resumes her work. Luton observes her profile, finding her strikingly beautiful, yet the toll of anxiety and malnutrition has left her complexion pale. Such a remarkable young woman is truly unfortunate. Qianbei returns from outside, bearing red bean cakes. Jieking washes her hands and joins him. Thank you, but I wish to finish my work promptly. No hurry. One must eat well to work effectively. Come, let us share. Qianbei gently tugs at Jieking's arm, momentarily startling her. She had not anticipated his amiability despite his impressive demeanor. Years of her mother's criticisms have instilled a sense of inferiority in Jieking. After enjoying the red bean cake, she washes her hands and goes back to painting. How delightful. Qianbei, do you have any thoughts? Huh? What? The phrase "a virtuous lady" is the match for a gentleman. Donotiest mischos from Europa. Qianbei is a man of singular devotion, loving but one woman throughout his life. Should he not attain her, he remains by her side, regarding others as inconsequential. I am not joking. Even I, a woman, find Jieking to be exceptional, perfectly suited to be a devoted wife and mother. A gasp escapes from a girl's voice. Luton and Qianbei rush toward the shadowed wall. Jieking also hurries to join them. Jieking, do not fear what has occurred. Someone suddenly stood behind me. That person must have been repugnant, Qianbei asserts. Indeed, he was vile, blowing air on my neck and claiming he would confine me for his own enjoyment. It must be that wretched pervert. Who are you speaking of? Is he also from this palace? He crawled in through a hole. Do not fear. He is merely a foul cockroach. Luton embraces Jieking. Who is he? How could he vanish so abruptly? Is he a spirit? Qianbei, upon turning around, discovers that both Luton and Jieking have disappeared beneath his very nose, a disgraceful humiliation. Luton and Jieking encounter enormous worms and the corpses of gigantic wasps. Luton, what are these? Fear not. They cannot harm us. Why are they so large? They have not grown. We have shrunk. Drawing from the experience with Xiaobai, Luton senses their diminutive stature. They may still reside within the palace, merely relocated. The two girls clasp hands, and Luton detects Jieking trembling. She resolves to find a concealed spot to observe the situation, recognizing that wandering aimlessly will not lead to escape. They must conserve their energy and await rescue. They hide behind a stone, observing a chicken pass by and devour one of the worms. Witnessing such a massive creature consume its prey at such close proximity is indeed a psychological challenge. The creature then approaches Luton and Jieking, eyeing them with predatory intent, likely mistaking them for delectable morsels. Sister Luton, we must flee quickly. It could easily devour both of us in one bite. Luton and Jieking dashed out together. They remained still for a moment, but as they took off running, a rooster began to chase after them. Luton resolved to create an illusion to distract the rooster. Suddenly, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Everything before Luton swiftly shrank in size. It was not they who had diminished, but rather they had grown larger. Le dans pot soon be. How wonderful it is to have found you. But what of that monster? Xuanbei shook his head. This creature only acts malevolently from the shadows, never daring to engage in open confrontation. Jieking felt a chill breeze at the nape of her neck as a voice whispered, "Little beauty." She turned to see that familiar face once more. Ah! Upon a second glance, the person had vanished. Xuanbei conjured a barrier, ensnaring both himself and the two girls within. Luton sensed this, but Jieking remained oblivious. Did you already know that there were monsters stirring in the palace? Le dan notet hap fi mai si. Yes, this monster delights in capturing beautiful maidens. We were aware that you were its next target, which is why we brought you here. Their intention was to protect Jieking, albeit using her as bait to lure the stone creature to their primary battlefield, which was preferable to being lost in unfamiliar territory. I know that your intentions are not malicious, but is it truly a pervert? Indeed, Xuanbei confirmed, and Luton echoed, nodding emphatically. A gust of wind arose, momentarily blinding Luton. Suddenly, a shadow collided with the barrier, instantly ensnared by Xuanbei's enchantment. Xuanbei, arms crossed, regarded the intruder with confidence. pondering whether to fry or grill the cockroach he had caught. Just then Xuanan appeared, suggesting, why not chop it up and feed it to the dogs? The intruder struggled desperately, his face adhering to the transparent barrier, becoming more entangled with each frantic move. Chapter 51. Ascending the mountain to exterminate bandits, this individual believed he had successfully acted in a lewd manner. Yet he had already fallen into a trap meticulously laid by others. Such an ultra-sticky barrier is not easily crafted by ordinary individuals. It was a technique imparted to Lu Tan by Zixia Xianren, requiring the gel-like adhesive properties of aloe vera to achieve. Fortunately, Lu Tan's floral abode was abundant with plants, and aloe had already been strategically placed throughout the corners of the palace. Xuanbei severed the head of the stone monster, collecting its remains in a gourd. Thanks to the master's guidance, this menace would not be so easily eliminated otherwise. Zhugang had been painting all day and was preparing to return home after receiving her wages. Lu Tan felt a twinge of reluctance, knowing all too well that Zhugang would face a difficult situation upon her return. Sister Zhugang, why not stay? We could arrange a job for you. It wouldn't hurt to have an extra pair of chopsticks at the dining table. Sister Lu Tan, I still have my mother to care for. I cannot abandon her. It was unexpected that such an inconsiderate mother could have a daughter so warm-hearted. Silly girl, how can you not let go of such a mother? After Zhugang left, Lu Tan was plagued by nightmares that night, dreaming of quarreling with Zhugang's mother, Wu Shi, and her relatives. Lu Tan was bewildered by her own agitation as she pointed at Wu Shi and several women resembling her, vociferously denouncing, bullying an orphan. May you be struck by lightning. May you meet a terrible end. Lu Tan awoke in a fury. Dear, what is the matter? Did you have a nightmare? I am thirsty. I shall go find some water, Lu Tan replied. She poured herself a cup of boiled water, drinking slowly, still feeling quite irate. Usually, dreams are forgotten upon waking, but if one remembers them clearly, it signifies that the dream holds significant meaning. Husband, I'm a bit worried about Zhugang. I shall go see her tomorrow. In the morning, Lu Tan prepared beef meatball soup and rujiamo. After the meal, she picked a basket of oranges to bring as a gift for her visit to Zhugang. All day, her left eye twitched, leaving her feeling anxious and restless. Lu Tan, are you heading out? Little Bai was sunbathing with Xuan Zhuju. Yes, I'm going to check on Zhugang. I had a rather strange dream last night. Oh, what did you dream about? I dreamt of quarreling with Zhugang's mother and a few of her aunts. I didn't realize I was capable of such ferocity in an argument. Can you go alone? Do you need a protector? No need, Little Bai. You must tend to the child. Cotton Candy is at the shop. My husband is dealing with official documents, and Xuanbei has been dispatched to deal with bandits. Dealing with bandits? How intriguing. Has the second master switched from catching monsters to apprehending criminals? Yes. There is a gang of brigands on Xiaohua Mountain, brazenly robbing and bullying the weak. The imperial troops have attempted to suppress them several times without success. My husband believes they are not taking it seriously and has thus sent trusted aides. I am quite looking forward to it. Imagining the second master employing his monster-catching techniques against bandits is thrilling. I hope for a peaceful world free of villainy. I shall be off now and will return to prepare lunch. Be careful, Lu Tan. Mother, return early, Xuan Zhuju chimed in with a sweet voice. Melting Lu Tan's heart, she held Xuan Zhuju's hand, planting a kiss upon it. Good child. Upon arriving at Zhugang's home, Lu Tan was dismayed to find the door locked tightly. Is anyone home? A passerby inquired. Who are you? What do you want with her? I am looking for her to paint. Go find someone else. She will never return in this lifetime. What? She's gotten married. Is that true? So soon? The 6 traditional marriage rites, betrothal, inquiry of names, auspicious date, engagement, welcoming ceremony, and entering the bridal chamber, could not possibly be completed in such a short time. What else with all the fuss? Look at what sort of person she is. Without a father, it is already a blessing that someone wants to marry her. They can go straight to the bridal chamber and have children. What need is there for all these rites? Does her family even deserve it? The woman, with her harsh appearance and even harsher tongue, ignited a fire within Lu Tan, who felt the urge to slap her but managed to suppress her anger. Who did Zhugang marry? The woman turned her head aside, exhibiting an air of superiority. Lu Tan slipped a handful of money into her palm and said, "Use this to buy a coffin. May you suffer a terminal illness." The woman snatched it greedily, stuffing it into her bosom as if afraid the opportunity would slip away. The bandit king of Xiaohua Mountain took her away last night. Xiaohua Mountain? The bandit king? That is a bandit. What bandit? Since ancient times, people laugh at the poor, but not at the courtesan. He is wealthy and has many friends. Zhugang is simply climbing the social ladder. Their conversation had soured, and Lu Tan turned to leave. Conversing further with such a person would be an affront to herself. Xiaohua Mountain, Xiaohua Mountain. Lu Tan hoped for Zhugang's safety. Breathless, Lu Tan rushed to inform Xuanan. "Husband, Zhugang has been forced to marry the bandit from Xiaohua Mountain. It is likely not by her own will." My heavens, the bandit chief from Xiaohua Mountain? This is serious. I have heard that this man is notorious for his crimes, committing all manner of atrocities. We must rescue Zhugang. Little Bai, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed. It is precisely because that fiend is so vile that the emperor himself has taken it upon himself to eradicate him. Cotton Candy raised her hand, declaring, "I volunteer. Take me with you. You and Little Bai stay here and watch over the house. We will rendezvous with Xuan Bei." Xuanan procured a swift steed and assembled 800 archers. Xuan Bei lay in ambush near Xiaohua Mountain, watching as two bandits carried a burlap sack past. Something within the sack was struggling. A live pig? Unlikely, it looks too thin. A sheep? Too large. It felt more like a person. Xuan Bei stealthily followed. The two bandits halted, finding a large rock to sit upon, wiping the sweat from their brows and fanning themselves with their sleeves. "Liergo, I can't walk anymore. Let's take a break. I can't go on either. Let us rest a while longer. We just need to carry this woman back before dark. We can manage to get her to the chieftain's bridal chamber in time." Xuan Bei thought, indeed, it is a person, and it is a woman. She was likely a captive. After resting sufficiently, the two resumed their burden. "Liergo, why isn't she moving? Could she have suffocated? She was just moving a moment ago. If she has truly suffocated, we will have a hard time explaining ourselves." They kicked the sack, but there was no response. "Shall we open it and take a look?" "Yes, let us open it." Once the rope was untied, they beheld a young girl tightly bound. She was indeed unresponsive. Xuan Bei was taken aback. "Zhugang? How could it be Zhugang?" Two bandits stealthily moved forward, still breathing, urging each other to hurry. They believed that as long as they delivered their captive to the chief before dying, it would suffice, convinced that she would not survive the night. The bandits exchanged glances, their smirks oozing malice. Xue Bei performed a quick incantation, and the two bandits continued their advance. Oblivious to the fact that the burden they carried had transformed into thin air, the sack cast aside without a second thought. Xue Bei approached, untied the knot, and released Zhugang. He removed the cloth stuffed in her mouth and untied her bonds. After giving her a few gentle pats on the back to help her breathe easier, he set her aside. She coughed softly, still not fully conscious. Xue Bei collected several large stones, filled the sack, and silently returned it to the bandits. "Hey, Li Erge, do you feel like this woman has suddenly gotten heavier?" One bandit remarked. "I feel the same. I've heard that dead bodies are heavy. She can't be dead, can she? If she dies, where will we find a new favorite for the chief? Better not check. Whatever her fate, let us just move. If we linger any longer, I won't be able to carry her," the other replied. Besides, the chief, once drunk, can't tell life from death. The bandits' arms grew numb from the weight, and they finally arrived. Zhugang awakened and saw Xue Bei. "This can't be a dream, can it? Zhugang, how did you end up on Xiaohua Mountain?" She cried out, her face a portrait of sorrow. As she sobbed, she recounted her tale. A neighbor, a shameless woman engaged in the trade of vice, introduced Zhugang to the bandit leader of Xiaohua Mountain. The leader, hearing of her beauty and that she was unmarried, sent someone to propose. Wu Shi, seeing the bandit's audacity, disregarded her daughter's fate and readily accepted the match while laughing with others. She continued to gossip and play cards as if nothing had changed. Zhugang had heard the notorious reputation of Xiaohua Mountain, knowing that its inhabitants were ruthless killers. When she attempted to escape, her third aunt reported her. The Wu sisters, along with a group of old ladies from the neighborhood, captured Zhugang again. Her third aunt spat at her, saying you wish to die? Don't drag us down with you. If you perish, do so on Xiaohua Mountain. What a disgraceful burden. The bandit leader had no intention of a legitimate marriage, merely seeking to toy with her. The women he had previously captured rarely survived the night. They had not even provided a bride price, but had simply bound her and thrown her into a sack. Zhu Gong had cried until her tears ran dry. Shui Bei lamented, "It's exhausting. Why do I keep encountering such events? How can such ignorant scum have daughters?" He released Zhu Gong and said, "Come, follow me home. I shall have your sister Lu Tan share her story with you. She too was forced into marriage, but managed to escape through a clever ruse." "Really? Lu Tan has a tale like that?" Zhu Gong's eyes widened. "Every family has its struggles, but from today onward, you have successfully navigated this tribulation. Better days are surely ahead." Just then, Shui Bei heard the sound of hooves and thought enemies were approaching. He swiftly picked up Zhu Gong and hid behind a rock. The horses passed, kicking up dust. To his surprise, it was the archers from Lu Tan's nation. "Elder brother, what brings you here?" he asked. "Isn't this task already entrusted to me? Does he still not trust me?" The leader turned his horse back, spotting Shui Bei emerging. "Second brother, have you rescued Zhu Gong?" Zhu Gong nodded weakly at Shui Nan. "What brings you here, elder brother?" "It's a long story. My wife had a dream of arguing with Zhu Gong's relatives. When dawn broke, she felt uneasy and went to check on her, learning that Zhu Gong was forced into marriage at Xiaohua Mountain. So we came to rescue her." "Forced into marriage? Have you ever seen a bride being carried in a sack instead of a bridal sedan? Those scoundrels are outright robbers. They prey on the weak and fear the strong. If I do not take their heads today, I shall not bear the name Shui." Shui Nan declared, "I share your sentiment. As a citizen of Lu Tan, I shall not allow bandits to bully us." "Ah, so you did not come to assist me, but to heroically save the damsel in distress." "I was stirred for nothing," Shui Bei replied. Shui Nan retorted, "If it were only you, we would not have come. We are indeed here specifically for Zhu Gong." Shui Nan continued, "I have complete faith in you, second brother, knowing you would not falter. Even if it were a horde of misfits or a den of demons, they would be no match for us." "Well, that reassures me," Xue Bai responded. "And what of Lu Tan? Where's my sister-in-law?" She returned midway, as our spies near Zhu Gong's home reported that some old ladies were scheming to extort her family as property deeds. "Ah, Wu Shi sold her own daughter and now has lost her only support while being swindled by neighbors. Isn't this poetic justice? Does heaven show mercy to anyone?" Zhu Gong sighed, lamenting her mother's selfishness and her penchant for petty gains, rendering her foolish. If only she would refrain from seeking petty advantages. No one could deceive her. Yet, every time I mention it, she sulks and rolls her eyes. Retribution? Perhaps. Lu Tan has gone to help, ensuring that Zhu Gong will not return to a home devoid of shelter. Those old women are truly wicked, preying on orphans and widows. Aren't they afraid of repercussions? Zhu Gong coughed weakly and said, "My mother knows they're not good people, yet still enjoys their company. Who can we blame for that? I've long urged her to distance herself from those unreasonable harpies. I warned her that the way they treat me, they will inevitably treat her the same. But she never listens." Shui Bei remarked, "I believe such individuals do not deserve assistance. She must learn through hardship to discern right from wrong. Enough. My wife is already gone. She is compassionate, and, for Zhu Gong's sake, Lu Tan feels that not helping would lead to regret." Shui Nan entrusted Zhu Gong to several guards, who escorted her back to the palace while he and Shui Bei joined the other archers, advancing toward the mountain summit. These ruffians had just committed a grand robbery, openly dividing their spoils and indulging in food and drink, their table filled with lewd language. Only a few guards, likely newcomers, wore frowns, scolding and cursing, as they were not permitted at the table nor allowed to partake in the spoils. Shui Nan ordered the archers to quietly subdue the guards of Xiaohua Mountain, then to ambush them. Shui Bei observed, "Brother, I now understand why Xiaohua Mountain has repeatedly failed to subdue us." "I see it too," Shui Nan replied. Their attention was drawn to a familiar face beside the chief, reveling in merriment. General Li Xiuqin, who had previously led several campaigns against Xiaohua Mountain. Shui Nan instructed those behind him, "Send a pigeon to investigate the relationship between these two. I want the results on my desk in the imperial study before I return." "Yes," replied the guards as they departed. Shall we strike? If not now, when? Shuebe declared. The bandits, intoxicated and disoriented, were oblivious to their impending fate. With a command, Shuebe shouted, "Archers, release your arrows." In an instant, a volley of arrows rained down, transforming the drunken revelers into pincushions. They had never intended to take prisoners. The evidence of their crimes lay before them, and listening to their excuses was a waste of breath. Shui then commanded, "Decapitate them and hang their heads at the city gate as a warning. Anyone who dares to seize territory and disturb the common people shall meet the same fate." Upon returning to the palace, Shuinan found a report waiting on his table. It revealed that Li Xiuqin and the chief of Xiuhua Mountain, Long Xiuhua, were brothers, both born of the same parents, yet bearing different surnames, thereby eluding suspicion. Li Xiuqin had taken his mother's surname, raised by his uncle who had no heirs, treating him as a son and financially supporting his rise to power. In contrast, Long Xiuhua, raised by his parents, had not enjoyed such fortune. His father's gambling addiction left them in crippling debt, and his mother, unable to endure their poverty, ran off with a carpenter. By the age of 8, he was an orphan, illiterate, and had grown up as a petty thug in the bustling streets, leading a gang in racketeering and collecting protection fees. As he matured, he forcibly claimed a girl named Xin from his village, later disposing of her body in the river. Thus began Long Xiuhua's life on the run, mired in bloodshed and crime. Later, he allied himself with a band of like-minded companions, seizing control of the mountains and returning to a life of banditry. Growing stronger as they banded together to plunder and commit acts of violence against innocent families. Their success should not have come so easily, were it not for the assistance of his own blood brother, Li Xiuqin, who had secured a position within the imperial court. With the brothers coordinating their efforts, one pocketed a government salary while feigning inaction, while the other acted with brazen impunity, robbing at will. Anyone daring to report their misdeeds would be swiftly silenced. Xiannan hurled a secret missive onto the table, exclaiming with fury, "Annihilate their entire lineage. These beasts, let 100 lashes be delivered to Li Xiuqin's entire family before they are subjected to the most excruciating execution. For those who abetted such tyranny, turning a blind eye to these atrocities, their punishment would be even greater. Dig up the ancestral grave of Li Xiuqin and expose the corpse to the sun." No one dared to counsel His Majesty to temper his wrath. They all believed his anger was justified. A wise emperor would never resort to the indiscriminate execution of his subjects, let alone the families of his ministers. The annihilation of an entire lineage was a grave matter indeed. Yet, Li Xiuqin's and his brother's heinous crimes rendered them utterly unforgivable. Was this not a mockery of the emperor's authority? Had they not taken His Majesty for a fool? Were it not for the timely discovery by His Majesty and the prince, the nation's credibility would have been in jeopardy, and the populace would have been left utterly disillusioned. Madame Wu found herself besieged by extortion, with neighbors demanding money and relatives hurling insults. They treated her as they had once treated her daughter, Jiugong. Fortunately, Lu Tan arrived just in time to safeguard the ancestral home of the Jiu family. A gang of deceitful women tricked Madame Wu into signing her name on blank paper, claiming it was necessary for a community square project, insisting that everyone had already signed on another document. Lu Tan, arriving just in time, created an illusion that froze the extortionist women in their tracks, stealthily replacing the signed paper. When they next looked, there was no trace of Madame Wu's signature. The supposed deed of transfer had transformed into a pile of excrement, freshly drawn by Lu Tan. The names on the fraudulent transfer document were altered to read Li, Wang, Chui, Jiao, Kong, Shi, and Long voluntarily gift their property to the ever-helpful neighbor, Jiugong. Upon seeing this, the fraudulent women tore the paper into shreds, seething with hatred for Madame Wu and her daughter. They thought nothing of their vile actions, believing themselves wronged when they could not benefit from their schemes. Xiannan ordered the capture of these avaricious women to be charged with extortion. It was declared that if one of them was found guilty, their entire lineage would be barred from the imperial examinations. After spending 3 months in confinement, they were released only to face a far more vivid reality. They experienced firsthand the bitter taste of betrayal, as their relatives came to scold and insult them, casting rotten vegetables and eggs at their doorsteps. Why extort widows and orphans? My eldest son wasted 10 years because of you. Can you afford to repay that? They cried. Examinations? Your son is not cut out for that. He has always been a little bandit. These women found themselves ostracized, their lives turned upside down, subjected to ridicule and scorn from the very people they had wronged. They sold their homes, one after another, and the Gio family, once plagued by their harassment, now found peace. Madame Wu finally recognized her errors. She ceased her gossiping, all the old women avoided her, and stopped playing cards, choosing instead to tend to her garden with her daughter. My daughter knows someone in the palace. She has a bright future. I shall not seek another husband. What use would that serve? I would only be pushing him in a wheelchair. I will stay with my daughter and wait to enjoy her blessings. Jiao Geng, reluctant to visit the palace, received occasional treats from Lu Tan, with Xian Bei running errands for her. Lu Tan entrusted him with packages of spicy chicken feet. Thank you for your hard work. Xian Bei, she said. It is no trouble. I am honored to serve the Empress, he replied. Lu Tan leaned against Xian Nan's arm, tilting her head. My dear, when do you think Xian Bei will finally awaken to his feelings? Who knows? He grew up in the mountains and has rarely seen girls. Perhaps he will mature slowly. Hey, you seem to have forgotten who the second young master once proposed to, Lu Tan remarked, pointing to herself. Yes, it was indeed you. I suspect he finds it hard to develop feelings for other girls because he has you as a benchmark. One always seeks a partner who surpasses the last. With you as a foundation, where could he find someone better? Little Bai, you seem to understand a great deal, Xian Nan said. I go to the tea house daily to listen to plays and stories. I have learned much. It is not just Xian Zhu who constantly clamors to hear tales. She falls asleep as soon as she arrives, snoring until the storyteller finishes, and then Little Bai has to carry her home. Xian Zhu now weighs over 50 pounds. Carrying her is quite the challenge, Little Bai lamented. I feel like I have developed strength in my arms, he exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves to show off. Xian Zhu held out 2 skewers of candied hawthorn. Here, Little Bai, this is for you. How considerate. It seems the time spent with her was not in vain. Lu Tan remarked. Children grow close to those who raise them. Little Bai, you eat it. I insist, Xian Zhu insisted. All right, just a bite, he relented, taking a bite of the candied fruit. I plan to learn how to swim today, Lu Tan announced, as she gathered her long hair into a bun secured with a golden hairpin. Why learn to swim? Little Bai asked. Because my husband wishes for a son. What does swimming have to do with having a son? Is there some secret remedy? Learning to swim is simply preparation for having a son. Wise mothers learn to swim in advance. Cotton Candy noted, it sounds like you are speaking Mandarin, but I do not understand a word. I understand, Little Bai said. I can translate. When asked whom you would save first if your son, wife, and mother fell into the water, I get it. If the mother can swim, then saving the wife does not come with guilt. Exactly, Lu Tan exclaimed. How clever of us to prepare ahead. She stepped slowly into the river, where shallow waters abounded, alleviating any fear of drowning. Lu Tan had resolved to conquer her fear of swimming. She was determined to learn every skill she could, so as to need less assistance in the future. She began by practicing holding her breath, pinching her nose, and submerging herself. Lu Tan attempted several times and found it quite pleasant. The river water was crystal clear, and she caught sight of fish swimming within. With a swift motion, she scooped up a handful of water. As the sun shone down, the water in her palm glimmered with light. Lu Tan and Huli, carrying Xian Zhu, arrived as well. Is that lazy girl asleep again? She mused. Not at all. She sleeps soundly outdoors and while listening to stories, yet refuses to nap at home. She came down to play and cool off. Lu Tan splashed a handful of water. All right, here I come. Xiao Bai placed Xian Zhu on the riverbank, fashioning a pillow from his own clothing for her to rest on. Allow me to demonstrate how a fox swims. With a splash, Xiao Bai leaped into the water, diving straight to the depths. He emerged with a beaming smile, having feasted on fish to his heart's content. Lu Tan, follow my lead. I could remain in the water all day without issue. The fox, floating on his back, showcased his skill in backstroke. Lu Tan watched in amazement, thinking, if a fox can swim, why can't I? You can too, he encouraged. Just move and swim as you please. The fox frolicked in the water, performing various swimming strokes. Luton made an attempt, splashing about for a while until she only mastered the dog paddle. She felt a great sense of progress. Mother, Xian Zhuju has awakened. Does she want to come down and play in the water? Yes, yes, yes. Luton carried Xian Zhuju down. The little one immediately began to swim without any practice, holding her breath effortlessly. Oh my, have I given birth to a genius? Xiaobai remarked. What is so surprising about Xian Zhuju swimming? Babies swim naturally in amniotic fluid. It's only after they are born that they adapt to living in the air. Indeed, Luton mused. Perhaps it was due to her age that she had forgotten the sensation of swimming in amniotic fluid. Xiaobai added, swimming is simple. Just swallow a few mouthfuls of water and you'll get the hang of it. Xian Zhuju attempted to catch fish, but succeeded not at all. Stretch out your hands. Xiaobai advised. He caught a fish and placed it in Xian Zhuju's palm. Ha, how delightful. Yet, the little fish slipped through Xian Zhuju's fingers and swam away. Xiaobai, what should I do if it doesn't want to play with me? I will catch you another, he assured. The two of them gathered fish while Luton collected aquatic plants, intending to nurture them in her home, Lotus Pond, where the fish and shrimp would surely thrive. As evening fell, they dried off and headed home. Xiaobai and Xian Zhuju returned laden with fish and shrimp, all to be kept in their home, Lotus Pond. Luton tossed the aquatic plants into the pond as well. You all play. I will go prepare dinner. Xianbei observed Luton, remarking, Luton, you've tanned quite a bit today. Really? Luton looked at her arms and touched her little face. She felt quite happy despite the sun exposure. Xuanbai commented, but a healthier complexion looks even better. A sun-kissed tan is the epitome of health. Thank you for your compliment, Xianbei Gich. Luton placed her hand next to Xianbei's, noticing his was noticeably darker due to years of sun exposure. Yet, being a man, he cared little for such matters, and he had no desire to lighten his skin. Xianbei had a large bruise on the inner side of his arm, which Luton examined. Did you just get this injury today? No worries. It will heal in a few days, he dismissed. As he sat at the dining table, rolling up his sleeves, Luton applied ointment to her palm, rubbing it until warm, then gently patted it onto Xianbei's arm. Such a large bruise must hurt quite a bit. Le Dan? I truly am fine. How did this happen? Today, while delivering spicy chicken feet to Jieking, I saw her mother push her onto the road, and a cart happened to pass by. What? Luton exclaimed. Xianbei spoke nonchalantly, yet the situation had been perilous, had he not appeared as a savior. Jieking would have likely met with grave misfortune. Has Jieking's mother not changed? Indeed, she is as selfish and self-serving as ever. Such people do not easily change. Jieking had been walking with her mother, carrying a bag of rice in one hand and a basket of vegetables in the other, unable to spare a hand to wipe her sweat. Wu Shi, with empty hands, pouted in discontent. What is the situation between you and that person who frequently delivers things for you? Sister Luton asked him to bring me food. There is nothing more between us. You little fool, don't you realize? He seems wealthy. Find an opportunity to trap him into marrying you. Mother, please refrain from such talk. I still have my dignity. You little fool, you consume my food and shelter, yet you still have the audacity to act spoiled? Hurry and find a man to marry. If you linger here, I will have no face left. Just then, a cart sped down the road. With few people around, Wu Shi glanced around furtively, gritting her teeth as she shoved Jieking. When Xianbei saved Jieking, he looked up to see Wu Shi already pretending to be innocent, acting as if it had nothing to do with her as long as no one was watching. Chapter 53. It is easier to change mountains and rivers than one's nature. This cannot continue. I must confront Aunt Wu. For her own matters, Luton might not step forward, but she could not bear to witness others suffer. Luton, let us go together. I happen to have nothing else to do. Xianbei accompanied Luton as they brought gifts to Jieking's home. Jieking was washing clothes while Wu Shi, with dyed nails, was preening her fingers. Hello, esteemed guests. Please come in and have a seat. Aunt Wu was indeed courteous. Jieking dried her hands on her apron. Sister Luton, brother Xianbei, your presence alone brightens my home. Why have you brought gifts again? Indeed, your arrival brings light to our humble abode. Jieking, quickly prepare tea for our guests. Oh, certainly. Lu Tan noticed a bruise on Jieking's forehead, likely from today's incident. "Aunt, I heard that Jieking was nearly hit by a car today. I was worried and came to check." "Oh, it's nothing." She is sturdy like a young calf. A little bump one tea hurt her. Jieking emerged from the kitchen with gardenia tea for Lu Tan and Xianbei. "Aunt, someone witnessed the incident. It seems it wasn't an accident." Lu Tan glanced at Jieking. "Someone saw you push Jieking just as the car approached." At that moment, Jieking was fully laden and didn't notice. "How could that be? I am her mother. She came from my womb. How could I harm her? Mother, let us be honest for once." "What nonsense! How dare you speak to your elder like that?" Jieking sighed. "It was my mother who pushed me. I'm used to it. Whenever she feels wronged, she acts out to feel better, regardless of the consequences for others. She sees others unharmed and seeks to inflict pain. My father met his end this way. He was proud and valued his reputation, swallowing his hardships, while my mother is the opposite, doing nothing yet playing the victim. When she saw my father living easily, she felt uneasy and had to make him uncomfortable. Now that my father is gone, it's my turn. Is it right to speak of your own mother like that? You lack a father." "Yes, I lack a father, and you are a widow. Are you satisfied now? She would insult me like this even when my father was alive. You lack a father." Wu Shi raised her arm to strike Jieking, but was stopped by Xianbei. Jieking, composed and assertive, said, "Previously, you spoke ill of me to your relatives and neighbors. Now that they have turned their backs on you, what do you want?" To be honest, Wu Shi's words were all falsehoods. New neighbors avoided her like the plague, and she had become friendless, with support from those in the palace. Jieking was now living more comfortably than Wu Shi, as no one dared to target her. Any whispers about her were only spoken behind her back. To her face, they clamored to curry favor, for one never knew when they might need her assistance. "Mother, the time has come for an honest conversation. If you are willing to change, we are family, and we shall share a bright future together. Wherever I go, I will take you with me. However, if you continue to behave recklessly as you have today, when I am gone, you will find yourself without support. I wish you longevity. But I fear that in your old age, you may end up relying on caregivers who will not treat you with the affection you deserve. You must understand that I am your only true reliance. Harming me will bring you no benefit whatsoever." Jie Geng's words, though blunt, carry wisdom. If Wu Shi reflects deeply, she should grasp this truth. At her age, she has no room for missteps. This is the time for her to invest in the next generation. Their success is her ticket to respect from others. When she belittles her daughter, she inadvertently diminishes herself in the eyes of others. Wu Shi fell silent. After a moment, she asked, "Do you want to have some grilled skewers? I'll go buy them for you." "Oh, I would love some grilled chicken wings," Jie Geng replied. "How many would you like?" "2," she answered. Wu Shi counted the money wrapped in her handkerchief and stepped out. Xianbei felt a chuckle bubbling up, wondering why this aunt seemed so whimsical. Lu Tan noted, "I find her quite amusing." Jie Geng pointed to her head, saying, "My mother is not quite right in the mind. Before she turned 30, she had been burning coal for warmth at home and had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning due to tightly sealed windows. When I found her, she was already on the floor. I revived her with vinegar, but since then, her mental state has been unstable. When we go out, she insists that I refer to the young fruit sellers as aunt, even though they are younger than I am." Lu Tan replied, "I can imagine how awkward that must have been for you." Jie Geng continued, "Moreover, my mother has many sisters who cannot bear to see her thrive and constantly scheme against her. Growing up in such an environment has not taught her anything good. Yet, she is still my mother. Thankfully, she is aged and has no other support aside from me. Thankfully, she sees some value in me, and she has improved considerably. Jie Geng, you're truly kind-hearted. What choice do I have? I cannot simply abandon my own mother. She is someone who responds better to firmness than gentleness. I have come to understand that reasoning with her falls on deaf ears. Only through arguments does she listen. We can quarrel several times a day." Lu Tan said, "I understand you. When you argue with her, it shows you still care. If you did not care, you would simply walk away." Indeed, Lu Tan gifted Jie Geng some succulent plants. Both Jie Geng and Lu Tan share a fondness for flowers. The succulents were of exquisite quality, and Lu Tan sold them for 30 copper coins each. "Thank you, Sister Lu Tan. They are beautiful." These plump leaves, if detached and set aside, could bloom into flowers, and when planted in pots, would flourish into additional blooms. Lu Tan remarked, I also adore succulents. I have over 100 varieties at home. Jie Geng's eyes sparkled. Sister Lu Tan, you needn't gift me flowers. Just the detached leaves will suffice. Over 100 varieties are simply irresistible. Of course, enthralled by the allure of the succulents, Jie Geng decided to accompany Lu Tan back to the palace to gather them. Just then, Wu Shi returned. Jie Geng, I bought you some grilled skewers. She thrust them into Jie Geng's hands. All yours. I won't eat any. Mother, I'm stepping out for a bit and will return to cook dinner. Oh, go ahead. Lu Tan and Xian Bei once again witnessed Wu Shi's whimsical nature. She knew how to treat others well, yet she often chose to act contrary to that. As Jie Geng and Lu Tan climbed into the carriage, Xian Bei took the reins. Lu Tan observed, I believe your mother has the potential to be a good person. Jie Geng replied, let's hope so. Like a track's like. Now that those bad neighbors have moved away, living closely with you will surely teach her kindness. Jie Geng echoed, let's hope so. Many times, Jie Geng felt overwhelmed. Caring for a mother can be far more exhausting than raising a child. It is not that she does not understand. She simply has her own ways, and she is not inclined to heed anyone else. Lu Tan placed the succulent leaves in a perlite tray, selecting only the plumpest leaves to ensure the most beautiful flowers would emerge. The perlite trays filled an entire greenhouse. Jie Geng, feel free to choose any you like. Take whichever you fancy without hesitation. Lu Tan could not bear to discard the leaves she had pruned, and as they accumulated, so did the flowers. She had long ceased relying on selling flowers for income, but due to space constraints at home, she was compelled to sell them every few days. Sister Lu Tan, just one leaf from each variety will suffice. Seeing Jie Geng hesitating to take them, Lu Tan found a tray and wandered through the greenhouse, collecting a few attractive leaves from each variety until her hands were full. This is too much. Not at all. Take them to enjoy. Lu Tan packaged them for Jie Geng and instructed her guards to escort her home. Sister Lu Tan, you needn't see me off. I can return by myself. Lu Tan held Jie Geng's hand, saying, it is necessary. We may not seek the admiration of others, but there are those who will look down on us. They will not dare to bully you once they see you in a royal carriage. Jie Geng felt a warmth in her heart. The circumstances of both women were precarious. They were aware that they were two orphaned women without a man to rely on, and many scoundrels take pleasure in preying on the vulnerable. Lu Tan not only accepted her humble background, but also genuinely wished to be her friend, offering her sincere assistance. Jie Geng was profoundly grateful. A friend like Lu Tan initially appeared remarkably kind, but as time passed, it became evident that she resembled a living bodhisattva. Thank you, Sister Lu Tan. No need for thanks. Return home early to ease your mother's worries. Safe travels. Jie Geng hopped into the carriage and waved goodbye to Lu Tan from the window. What a wonderful girl. I truly hope we can become sisters-in-law, Lu Tan mused. Xian Nan appeared behind her. Then let us drop some hints. I hope Xian Bei opens his eyes sooner rather than later. What do you mean by opening his eyes? Xian Bei returned just in time, cradling an aloe vera plant in his arms. Lu Tan remarked, I don't think I have this variety yet. I brought it back specifically because you don't have it. My wife has the most comprehensive collection in the capital. If she doesn't have it, it must be rare. I dug it up from the mountains. Thank you, Brother Xian Bei. You're welcome. Next time if I see more, I shall dig them for you. Lu Tan was overjoyed, holding the aloe vera as if it were a treasure, and she cheerfully went to plant it. My sister-in-law is easily pleased. You've struck gold, brother. Other girls desire jewels and precious stones, but my sister-in-law can be delighted for an entire day with just a flower. You two have a chance to strike gold with a young, beautiful, innocent, and kind-hearted girl who, like my sister-in-law, desires nothing more than a flower. Xian Bei understood who Xian Nan was referring to. Brother, please don't joke with me. Consider it carefully. Lu Tan wishes to become sisters-in-law with Jie Geng. Marriage is not something to be decided upon lightly. I must take my leave. Why so bashful? Xian Nan shook his head and followed him through the palace gates. Lu Tan prepared the charcoal stove, defining dinner as a barbecue, suitable for the entire family. Chicken wings, chicken hearts, pork, beef, and lamb skewers, as well as tofu skin, leeks, lettuce, and enoki mushrooms, all brushed with oil and grilled to perfection. Xianbei washed his hands. Lu Tan, allow me. Brother Xianbei, please eat. You've been busy all day. Lu Tan quickly sprinkled cumin and chili powder on the grilled beef skewers and handed them to Xianbei. Thank you. You are incredibly thoughtful. Lu Tan then passed a plate of grilled lamb skewers to Xiannan, tofu skin and leeks to cotton candy, and chicken wings to Xiaobai. Xianzhuju watched with wide eyes. Mother, I want to eat grilled skewers too. Lu Tan replied. Xianzhuju, you should have steamed egg custard. You cannot eat grilled skewers, dear. But I want, as Xianzhuju said, swallowing hard. Then just one skewer for a taste. You cannot have too much. All right. Lu Tan prepared a skewer of quail eggs for Xianzhuju, omitting the chili and using only a pinch of cumin powder. Mother, I wish to taste that spicy chili powder, said Xianzhu in a childish tone, pointing at the condiment. Children should not consume chili powder. That substance is exceedingly spicy, igniting a fiery sensation in the mouth. However, mother, the adults are all partaking in it. The adults are unafraid of spice. Xianzhu is also unafraid of spice. One does not turn back until they hit the southern wall. I admire your tenacity, Xiannan said. Add a little for her. Lu Tan chuckled and shook her head. Xianzhu received roasted quail eggs sprinkled with chili powder, joyfully took a bite, and instantly tears streamed down her face. It hurts. My mouth hurts so much. Ignoring the good advice has led to immediate consequences, hasn't it? The wet nurse, Xiaobai, set down the roasted chicken wings and hurried over. Drink some water. It will wash away the spiciness. It hurts, Brother Xiaobai, my mouth hurts badly. The sensation of spiciness is not a flavor, but rather a pain. Adults become desensitized to it after indulging too much. Xianzhu is still so tender, unable to handle spice. I told you, yet you did not listen. Lu Tan glanced at Xianzhu's father. You truly do not indulge her at all. If you deny her once, she will forever long for it. Now she will never desire chili powder again. Xiannan mused whether to commend Lu Tan or not. A girl should be nurtured with care, a principle the family has consistently upheld. Yet both Lu Tan and Xiannan wish for Xianzhu to remain resilient, better to weather storms and bask in the sun than to grow as a flower in a greenhouse. Xianzhu attended private school, presenting a pot of flowers to her teacher, saying, Sir, this is for you. These flowers are truly beautiful. Thank you, Xianzhu. This private school is situated in Lu Tan country and serves as a boarding institution where students are primarily princes and princesses from various nations. The teachers do not bow to these young aristocrats. Within these walls, they are merely students. The institution forbids eunuchs and palace maids from enrolling. Once admitted, students are expected to be self-sufficient, cultivating them into productive individuals. In the morning, Lu Tan and Xiaobai accompanied Xianzhu. Go forth, my treasure, become a pillar of the nation. Yes, mother. Xiaobai felt a pang of reluctance. This was the first time Xianzhu would be away from him for such a duration. Wiping his tears with a handkerchief, he said, Lu Tan, what if I apply for a chef position at the school? You can't bear to part with our little princess. Xiaobai, it is time to let go. Xianzhu must grow up. We cannot protect her forever. Chapter 54. Happy birthday, yet he simply cannot let go. Sobbing, Xiaobai climbed into the carriage, lifting the curtain to glance back at the school. Xianzhu, may all be well. I shall return for you in 5 days. Xianzhu, however, felt no longing for Xiaobai. From a moment she entered the private school and encountered an array of novel experiences and peers her age, she had forgotten all about Brother Xiaobai. During dinner, it was the first meal without Xianzhu at home. Xiaobai mumbled as he slowly picked up his chopsticks. Cheer up, Xiaobai. Your endeavor in childcare has achieved complete success. Xianzhu said, but I truly miss Xianzhu. I worry about whether she is well in school, whether she is eating properly, sleeping well, if she has a blanket, if her bed is soft, or if there are taller children bullying her. I cannot eat anymore. I must go see her. Lu Tan turned to Xiannan and remarked, Xiaobai seems to be more of a parent than we are. Unable to contain himself, Xiaobai ventured into the school, climbing over the wall and leaping onto the rooftop. He did not wish to hear perfunctory greetings. He sought to witness the reality of the school. The reality was that Xianzhu slept in a dormitory shared with 8 other girls. 8 people, How unfair to my little princess. Xianzhu slept soundly. Xiaobai peered down from the roof, observing a room filled with beds, leaving no space for anything else, accompanied by the sounds of grinding teeth, snoring, and sleep-talking. How can they live like this? I must protest to the school. My little princess deserves a single room. Satisfied to see Xianzhu safe, Xiaobai returned home. The next day, he indeed sought out the private school teacher, requesting a room change for Xianzhu. The teacher replied, "Let us ask Xianzhu." Xianzhu, wearing the green bamboo uniform of the school, approached. "Brother Xiaobai, why are you here? My dear, I missed you so much. How are you doing here?" "Very well. Xianzhu, your brother wishes to change your dormitory room." "What do you say? Why should it be changed?" "Because there are too many people, which affects rest." "Not at all. I fall asleep right next to my pillow and hear nothing." "Brother Xiaobai, I really enjoy living with everyone. I do not want to change." "Are you certain?" "Yes." Xianzhu is certain. Xiaobai returned empty-handed, and the snacks he brought were shared with the other children. Xiaobai felt gratified. "My dear is wonderful. Keep it up." Xiaobai struggled to eat for 5 days, crying softly into Xuanzhu's pillow and dreaming of her each night. When the 5 days were over, he hurried to fetch Xianzhu. The little one had lost a bit of weight and tanned slightly in those brief 5 days. Upon seeing her, Xiaobai discreetly wiped away a tear. "Brother Xiaobai, hug me." Xiaobai extended his arms and lifted Xianzhu into the carriage. The driver, Zhuabiai, asked her, "Niece, were you happy at school?" "Yes, I had many classmates to play with." "Did you get accustomed to the food?" It does not compare to Mother-S steamed egg custard, but seeing everyone enjoy their meals makes me want to eat too." "Did you learn everything the teacher taught?" "Mother taught me all the characters. I did not need to learn them again." "The teacher praised me. Aside from writing, what else did you learn?" "I learned to fold my quilt, sweep the floor, and serve myself food with chopsticks." "Well done. Show your uncle when we reach home." At mealtime, Xianzhu truly showcased her skills, holding the bowl in one hand and the chopsticks in the other, eating with great relish. This was the same little darling who only 5 days prior could eat only with a spoon and fork. "Not bad, my treasure." It seems attending the private school was indeed beneficial. Of course, Xianzhu enjoys the private school. When bedtime arrived, Xianzhu insisted on making her own bed. She laid down the mattress, arranged the pillows, removed her shoes, lay down, and covered herself with the quilt. Xiaobai watched in amazement. "My little princess is remarkable. She can manage on her own. Good night, brother Xiaobai." "Good night, my little darling." Xiaobai extinguished the oil lamp and shut the door as he stepped outside. Zhuabiai noticed Xiaobai sitting on the steps, wiping his tears. "What's the matter, Xiaobai?" "Second master." Xiaobai rushed into Zhuabiai's embrace, crying. "What happened? Have you been wronged?" "Second master, I feel Xianzhu has grown up. She no longer needs me." "Oh, is that what is bothering you? Then urge my elder brother and sister-in-law to have another child." Xiaobai's eyes lit up with understanding. What a marvelous idea. Another little treasure would keep me company for 4 more years. After resting at home for a whole day, he returned Xianzhu to the private school in the evening. Xiaobai's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He understood that it was time to let go. Children must grow up. She has her friends, her own life. She cannot always play with Xiaobai. "Goodbye, brother Xiaobai." "Yes, my dear, keep it up. I will come for you in 5 days." While Xiaobai lingered, reluctant to part, Xianzhu spotted her friends, linking arms with them, chatting and laughing as they walked away, leaving Xiaobai with only their retreating figures. At lunchtime, Xiaobai felt a pang of sadness at the empty seat at the table. "Xiaobai, stop lamenting. Eat your meal," said Zhuabiai. "I cannot eat. Xianzhu has merely gone to private school. What will you do when she gets married?" Zhuabiai inquired. "Then I shall move next door to her. Whoever dares to bully her will face my wrath." Xiaobai's sentiment was quite childish. Indeed, in the past, I would eat what Xianzhu ate, play what she played. How delightful it was to share innocent banter. And now I'm left alone, sobbing. Xiaobai once again dabbed at his tears. His melancholy persisted for over a month. Whenever Xianzhu returned, her little mouth would chatter incessantly about the amusing events she encountered at school. Gradually, Xiaobai adapted. There is no need to concern ourselves with Xianzhu any longer. He has suddenly found himself with abundant leisure time and is at a loss as to how to occupy it. Xiaobai reminisces about what he used to do before Xianzhu arrived. Did he engage in trimming sugar oranges? or perhaps assist Leftan in delivering goods. However, Leftan's primary occupation now is that of a queen, with her secondary role as a palace gardener. All her flowers and plants have been repurposed to adorn the palace, and her deliveries have become infrequent, occurring only every 5 or 6 days, primarily to clear out the surplus from her home. Leftan, I implore you, find me something to do. Xiaobai, you should go out and enjoy yourself. Take a break. I refuse, as I prefer to be diligent and home-oriented. Then help me plant some flowers. Very well. Xiaobai rolled up his sleeves. Leftan handed him a large pair of shears. Xiaobai, the leaves of the duckfoot tree are too abundant. They need trimming. Whenever you see overly dense foliage, simply cut it away. Understood. Watch me. With a swift motion, Xiaobai began his task. Snip, 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 sparks flew from the scissors. The trimmed leaves were placed into a large basket. Before long, it was filled to the brim with duckfoot tree leaves. Leftan then brought over a basket of glass vases, freshly cleaned, and asked Xiaobai to insert the trimmed duckfoot branches into the vases. Certainly. As Xiaobai arranged the leaves, Leftan filled each vase with water, over 500 vases in total. Leftan checked on the previously planted cuttings and discovered they had begun to sprout roots. She exclaimed, "These can all be planted." Xiaobai carried the basket while Leftan selected a suitable spot. Let's plant them alongside the money tree. Leftan mentioned that these two species possess mild toxicity in their roots, stems, and leaves, making it unwise to plant them alongside edibles. Xiaobai began to dig holes with a hoe. For each hole he dug, Leftan would plant a duckfoot tree sapling. Xiaobai gradually felt less empty as he sat in the field, enjoying a juicy peach. How sweet! Homegrown fruit is undeniably the best. Indeed, farming brings joy. I relish the harvest season, remarked Leftan. Witnessing the branches laden with fruit instills a profound sense of accomplishment. Leftan, though your agricultural skills are commendable, kindly consider having a second child soon. Leftan replied, I do enjoy playing with children. Hee. Leftan patted her head. I already have one. Shall we encourage Xianzhou Beige to hurry along? Everyone believes that Jiejing and the second master make a suitable match. They all feel that Miss Jiejing will surely become an exemplary wife and mother. They are convinced that someone who treats even a rebellious biological mother with kindness will undoubtedly be a good parent. Being together with a principled, healthy, and attractive young woman, the bond will surely deepen. Yet, our prince seems indifferent. Xiaobai sighed. I have no hopes left. I might as well urge Leftan to have another child. Xiaobai inadvertently discovered a flourishing grove of bamboo in the southeast corner of the palace, notably taller and lusher than the others, vibrant green with no yellow leaves in sight. He also noticed that Xianzhou Beige often wandered there. Xiaobai decided to investigate further and coincidentally encountered him. Second master, Xiaobai inquired, does that bamboo hold a secret? There is no secret, though it does have a slight connection to me. Xianzhou Beige revealed the secret, displaying a gourd tied to his waist. Is that not the gourd the second master uses to capture spirits? Indeed, I use it to collect spirits, and, after a few days, the contents transform into water, which I then use as fertilizer for the flowers. So, the bamboo thrives due to the water derived from spirits. This substance doesn't have any side effects, does it? So far, none have been found. Theoretically, when contained within the gourd, negative intentions are converted into beneficial water, imbued with fortune. Then why not use it in Leftan's other flower pots? That would contradict the natural order. Leftan prefers to cultivate her plants sincerely and does not wish to take shortcuts. Xiaobai remarked, that thought indeed reflects Leftan's character. But second master, why are you not out working today? I have returned. Have you finished so early? Indeed. The focus is on suppressing the spirits rather than capturing them. Ever since our arrival in Leftan's realm, the spirits have dwindled significantly. Those who once caused mischief now mostly hide away in the deep mountains. Does that mean you are quite idle? Generally so. I have taken to amusing myself with the bamboo. Alas, we are both unemployed. Why not join me in assisting Leftan with her gardening? I believe that would be agreeable. Leftan was currently plucking an aloe vera leaf, one of considerable size. What are you doing, Leftan? Xianzhou Beige inquired. I'm taking a leaf to make a facial mask. A mask? How meticulous young ladies can be. How does one create such a mask? Luftan explained. The juice is applied to the face to reduce inflammation and brighten the skin. Would you care to try it, Xianzhou Beige? No. I fear others might label me a pretty boy. Its efficacy is quite remarkable. Luftan demonstrated before Xianzhou Beige and Xiaobai. First, cleanse the face with warm water to thoroughly clean the skin. Second, apply the aloe vera juice to the skin. Third, wait for the duration of a tea break before rinsing the face. You will notice the disappearance of blackheads, with your skin appearing fairer and more hydrated. Luftan added, many beauty salons in the city utilize aloe vera for skincare. Xiaobai commented, I have seen individuals develop allergies from such masks during deliveries. It is quite unfortunate. Luftan replied, oh, I express my sympathy. Everyone's skin is different, and fortunately, I do not have allergies. Xiaobai, Luftan, and Xianzhou Beige gathered mugwort for drying. Once dried, they packed the mugwort into cloth bags, which Luftan used for baths and foot soaks. The bags were placed on the table. Xiaobai and Xianzhou Beige assisted in the packing. Besides mugwort, there were also star anise, Sichuan pepper, and safflower on the table. Xiaobai packed the mugwort, setting aside half a bag. Luftan then took the semi-finished product and added star anise, Sichuan pepper, and safflower. Xianzhou Beige was responsible for tightly tying the bag's opening. The trio worked together efficiently, completing the task swiftly. During the evening foot soak, they sat in the courtyard with 4 pairs of feet in 4 basins. Each basin contained the foot soak packets they had prepared that day. Xianzhou Beige remarked, this water smells delightful. Xiaobai replied, it smells so good, I almost want to take a sip. Xianzhounan added, do not be shy. Luftan interjected, perhaps not. Cotton Candy has already nestled into the mat and fallen asleep. Though Cotton Candy does not wash his paws, it does not mean he is unclean. He often licks his paws and occasionally wipes his face. He is a clean little white dog. He simply does not enjoy water, finding the dampness of evening bothersome. The foot soak water was poured at the base of the bamboo, and the family returned to their respective chambers to rest. Xianzhounan extinguished the candle, saying, dear wife, Xiaobai has begun to urge for a second child again. Luftan responded, I believe Xiaobai will adapt in due time. My dear, do you wish for a daughter? A little, but I want to allow her the freedom to grow. Each child arrives in this world with their own script. They are not our accessories. Even though I feel somewhat unaccustomed, I still persuade myself to adapt. I hope Xianzhou develops strong wings and soars high. One day, Xiaobai went to the school to bring Xianzhou home. Coincidentally, it was also Xianzhou's birthday, and she held a bouquet of carnations in her hands. Upon seeing Luftan, her first words were, Mother, thank you for bringing me into this world. Here are some flowers for you. For me? How obedient. This was the first time Luftan received flowers from her daughter. She handed one to Xiaobai, saying, Xiaobai, you have also worked hard to raise her. Xianzhou hugged Xiaobai tightly. Thank you, Xiaobai. Oh my precious is so well-behaved and understanding. I feel like crying. Tears of joy streamed down Xiaobai's face. Luftan prepared longevity noodles for Xianzhou, and the family shared in the celebration. Each bowl contained a poached egg. Chapter 55. The Fruits of Labor. Happy birthday to the little princess, Xianzhou. Xiaobai declared, may my little princess grow up healthy and achieve academic success. The cotton candy remarked that her eldest niece was in excellent health. Xuanbei expressed his desire for his beloved daughter to be eternally joyful, living a life she adores. Lutan inquired about her father's wishes for Xuanzhou. The father expressed his hope that Xuanzhou would grow up slowly, fearing that in the blink of an eye, she would transform into a young lady, potentially swept away by an undesirable young man. Upon hearing this, I too felt a pang of sadness. Little Bai interjected that there was still ample time, emphasizing the importance of living in the moment. Being with all of you fills me with immense happiness. Lutan concurred, affirming that the Queen Mother was indeed correct. Little Bai suggested that they should consider having a second child, as she wished to nurture another little princess to adulthood. As the mid-autumn festival brought in the harvest, deep autumn arrived, causing the seasonal crops to wither away. These needed to be uprooted along with their roots, and new seeds were to be sown. Lutai and Xuanbei busied themselves. The trio donned gloves, each holding a chili seedling in one hand and a tomato seedling in the other. The uprooted branches were piled high and burned, the ashes scattered across the land as fertilizer. Even the wild grass was incinerated to eliminate pest eggs, enriching the soil further. After a day of hard work, Little Bai and Xuan Bei went for a soak, while Lu Tan prepared dinner. Xuan Nan returned to find the garden transformed. "What do you plan to plant, my dear?" he asked. Lu Tan replied, "We will first plant peach trees, jujube trees, and pomegranate trees for shade, under which we will grow chilies to prevent excessive sun exposure and moisture evaporation. Peaches are delicious and easy to cultivate. Cracking open the peach pits we've eaten will yield new trees. Pomegranates can be propagated from cuttings, and jujube trees are quite resilient, ensuring a good harvest in both drought and flood." Xuan Juju praised the sweetness of their fruits to her friends, prompting Lu Tan to suggest she bring some for them to taste. All the royal children from various nations had tasted delicious fruits before, yet once they sampled these, they found themselves unable to stop. Subsequently, the after-meal fruits served at the private school's dining hall seemed lackluster in comparison. Xuan Juju declared, "Your strawberries are the best." I concurred, stating that Xuan Juju's sugar tangerines were exquisite as well. The large apples from their home were juicy and utterly delightful, making one crave more after just one bite. Indeed, I too felt that after tasting the fruits grown by my mother, everything else paled in comparison. The classmates proposed to the school to procure fruits from Xuan Juju's family. After all, she was the queen of Lutangua, and growing fruits was merely a hobby for her. This left the head of the private school in a difficult position. When Xuan Juju returned home on break, she mentioned her classmates' fondness for the fruits, prompting Lu Tan to prepare even more. Students from different classes who had tasted them unanimously agreed that the dining hall's offerings were subpar. An increasing number of students urged the private school's dining hall to procure Xuan Juju's family fruits. The headmaster had no choice but to approach the queen. Lu Tan, with a formal bow, showing utmost respect. "Please rise, there is no need for such formality," Lu Tan said, assisting the headmaster, who was taken aback by her down-to-earth demeanor. He had not anticipated that the palace had transformed into vast fields. He recalled his last visit to the palace, where it had been opulent with golden walls and yellow tiles. It felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Tan graciously offered the headmaster fresh fruits from her garden: cherry tomatoes, strawberries, mulberries, and sugar tangerines, all freshly picked. "Is there anything fresher than this?" she asked. Lu Tan brewed a pot of mint lemon tea with mint leaves from her garden. The fragrance was intoxicating. "Please enjoy, do not hold back," she invited. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the headmaster replied, washing his hands before popping a cherry tomato into his mouth. A glimmer of surprise lit up his aged eyes as he exclaimed, "How could this be so sweet? This is delicious." He then sampled a mulberry, his eyes crinkling into a smile. No wonder the students rave about the fruits grown by the queen. Today has been an eye-opener. Lu Tan smiled. "You flatter me. They truly are delightful." Leaving one wanting more, the headmaster proposed a procurement agreement, to which Lu Tan readily acquiesced, much to his astonishment. "I wish to share these delicious fruits with the people. Previously, I was too busy, but now that Xuan Juju has grown and started school, and with Little Bai having some free time to assist me, and Xuan Bei, who has recently had less need to capture fairies, we have the manpower to cultivate and harvest more. That is splendid news. Let us finalize this arrangement. Your Majesty, please do not overexert yourself. I have an additional humble request," the headmaster said. "Do speak," Lu Tan encouraged. "It is better to teach someone to fish than to simply give them fish." "What do you mean?" he inquired. "I wish to ask the queen to teach the students about farming. There is a plot of experimental land behind the private school, which was previously tended to by gardeners. During harvest season, I would like the students to visit and eventually participate in the farming process. This will enhance their practical skills and help them understand the value of every grain of rice." "That is an excellent idea. I wholeheartedly agree," Lu Tan responded. She did not want the children to grow up unable to distinguish between chives and wheat, becoming mere bookworms. She entrusted the household chores to Xuan Bei and Little Bai and headed to the private school. The next day, Xuan Juju appeared alongside her classmates, donned in bamboo green academy attire and conical hats, by the experimental field. The headmaster announced, "Students, today We have a new teacher to guide us in farming. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Luton." Upon her arrival, Luton greeted the students, saying, "Hello, everyone. For the time to come, we will be farming together. I look forward to your cooperation." She bowed, and the students reciprocated, saying, "We will be in your care, Mr. Luton." Only Xuan Zhuzhu stood frozen in place, wide-eyed. "Mother, why are you here?" Luton winked and whispered, "Call me Mr. Luton. The first step in cultivating chilies is to grow the seeds." The students donned gloves, each receiving a small bowl as Mr. Luton distributed a few dried, red chili peppers to each. The students were instructed to break them open and extract the seeds within. These would serve as their seeds. The next step was to scatter these seeds into pots, lightly watering them and awaiting germination. Days later, the chili seedlings emerged, ready for transplanting into the ground. The experimental field was organized with 1/3 for chilies, another third for tomatoes, and the remaining third for mulberry trees. As the chili seedlings were planted, Luton personally taught the students how to build greenhouses where the warmth would allow plants to thrive even in cold weather. Their routine involved daily watering. They then applied the same method to plant tomatoes, slicing them to distribute to each student. Each tomato contained numerous seeds, which were to be carefully planted in pots, covered with a layer of soil, and watered before being transferred to the greenhouse once sprouted. Next came the mulberry trees. Xuan Zhuzhu gazed at a cluster of dark mulberries and asked, "Mother, oh no, Mr. Luton, where are the seeds in the mulberries? They're too dark to find." The other students nodded in agreement. Luton explained, "The mulberries are washed clean for you to eat, and you need not search for the seeds. Simply pour the water used to wash the mulberries into the soil, and the mulberry trees will grow." "Really? How marvelous!" they exclaimed. "We shall see." Each student received a basket of plump mulberries, washing them 3 times, with each rinse poured into the soil before devouring the clean fruits. Xuan Zhuzhu asked, "Mother, will the seeds that go into our stomachs grow into trees?" "No, the stomach contains acid that will digest the seeds. The consumed food will transform into energy." The chili and tomato seedlings flourished, and even the mulberry trees began to sprout. Luton remarked, "In our time, we could already enjoy the chilies and cherry tomatoes we planted, but the mulberry trees will take 3 years to bear fruit." "Ah, that is quite a long time. We will be graduating from kindergarten by then," the students exclaimed. Luton reassured them. "However, during those 3 years, the mulberry trees will provide us with fresh leaves, which we can use to raise silkworms." "Silkworms? The plump, wriggly ones?" one student asked. "Yes, I have many at home. Girls may fear bugs, but they are not afraid of silkworms. They are beneficial insects and very adorable," Xuan Zhuzhu added. "The mulberry tree has yet to reach great heights, but the chili and tomato plants have already blossomed and borne fruit. Daily, we diligently water and fertilize them. At last, the season of harvest has arrived, allowing classmates to savor the fruits of their labor. The sweetness of the tomatoes is astonishing. I never imagined I could grow such produce." The cafeteria staff kindly transformed the chilies harvested by the students into delightful dishes: chili stir-fried with meat, chili scrambled with eggs, and chili mixed with cilantro. The chili variety chosen by Luton is mild, perfectly suitable for young children. Enjoying the fruits of our own cultivation fills the cafeteria with a profound sense of accomplishment. When the tender leaves of the mulberry tree emerged, Luton distributed small boxes of silkworm eggs to each student. "Sir, these are so tiny. Can they really grow into plump silkworms?" "Indeed, silkworms do not become plump in an instant. It is the 4th instar silkworms that truly embody that definition. The first instar silkworms, known as ant silkworms, are as small as ants. Each day, we sprinkle water on the silkworm eggs using feathers. Soon, the ant silkworms hatched, resembling tiny black ants, even smaller than real ants, as one student remarked. Luton instructed everyone to finely chop fresh mulberry leaves and sprinkle them over the ant silkworms. Before long, they crawled up the leaves to feast. Luton advised, do not disturb them for the first 3 days. On the 4th day, replace their leaves with fresh ones. After 3 days, Luton demonstrated how to change the leaves. By scattering a layer of fresh leaves on top, the silkworms would naturally crawl up to eat. Now, the silkworms are no longer as tiny as ants. They have visibly grown and taken on a whitish hue. Silkworms possess a unique trait that drives them to climb to the tops of the leaves. Once they have all ascended, we can transfer them, along with the fresh leaves, into clean boxes. The old leaves and silkworm droppings can be buried at the base of the mulberry tree, serving as excellent fertilizer. As the silkworms approach the second instar stage, they require less food, needing to be fed only once a day. After molting, they grow even larger. The second and third instar silkworms do not require special care. They consume little, and their droppings are minimal. Sir, can we make pillows out of the silkworm droppings? Yes, but only when we reach the fourth instar, as the droppings from fourth instar silkworms are larger. For the first, second, and third instar silkworms, we will bury their droppings at the base of the tree to enrich the soil, ensuring a more luxuriant crop. Finally, the silkworms molt into the fourth instar, and they appear as thick as a finger. At this stage, their appetite increases significantly. After just a short feeding session, they quickly consume all the leaves, necessitating a substantial supply of mulberry leaves. It is also essential to promptly clean up the silkworm droppings. At this point, the collected droppings can indeed be used to make pillows. Once they are well fed, the thrilling moment arrives. The silkworms begin to spin cocoons. They instinctively climb to higher places, seeking support to spin silk and enclose themselves within. Upon completing this process, the silkworms will transform into pupae within the cocoons. When they eventually emerge from their cocoons, they will become silkworm moths, which will seek mates to lay eggs. Within a brief span of just over a month, the students have witnessed the entire life cycle of the silkworms and have also harvested cocoons and silkworm droppings for pillows. Lytton's course has now concluded. The flourishing mulberry trees will only bear fruit 3 years hence, by which time Xuanzhu and the others will have grown. Life is indeed miraculous, perpetually renewing itself. Lytton returned to the palace from the private school, where Xiaobai and Xuanbei were busy picking hawthorn. Lytton, you have finally returned. I missed you so much, Xiaobai exclaimed, rushing over for a warm embrace. Lytton prepared a sweet hawthorn syrup for the family to enjoy together. How was it, Lytton? Were the children at the private school well behaved? Xuanbei inquired. They were all quite obedient, but I still prefer planting flowers and vegetables in my own garden, as the plants at home are more docile and make no noise. The headmaster expressed a desire to have Lytton teach another class, but she politely declined. A person's lifespan is finite, and she has other responsibilities to attend to. Lytton must also care for her family and home, as there are flowers, plants, and trees awaiting her attention. She cannot delegate all her duties to Xiaobai and Xuanbei, as they too have their own tasks to fulfill. The next farming class at the private school will be led by the senior students guiding the newcomers. The older students teaching the younger ones is a form of progress in itself. Friends of all ages assist one another to complete the farming lessons. Xuanzhu returned from holiday with the second batch of cocoons nurtured by her own silkworms. Mother, look. Xiaobai, look. I have over 100 cocoons. Soon, Xuanzhu will possess a silk quilt made from her own efforts. That's remarkable. Xuanzhu, you are doing excellently, thanks to your mother's exceptional education. After nurturing the 5th batch of silkworms to cocoon, Xuanzhu received a silk quilt weighing 1.5 jin and a large silkworm droppings pillow, which she placed on her bed at the private school. Xuanzhu inhaled the fragrant aroma, embracing the soft quilt, filled with the fruits of her labor, and found it so satisfying to rest her head upon. At year's end, Xuanzhu was awarded the title of Outstanding Student. She joyfully presented her prize to her mother, father, uncles, and brothers. The prize was a calligraphy piece from the headmaster, and upon unrolling it, she found blessings for her as a student. The vast sea allows fish to leap. The high sky permits birds to fly. May you navigate the ocean of knowledge. With joy, the year-end arrived, and Xuanzhu had grown a year older and taller, while others also experienced minor gains. However, adult life often consists of repetitive days. While Xuanzhu still has ample room for growth, Lytton does not mind the monotony nor the resemblance of flowers year after year. She simply wishes for her family's happiness and well-being. Such days are ones she could happily endure for 100 years without weariness. Lytton crafted a new pair of embroidered shoes for Xuanzhu in a water-green hue that perfectly matched her academy outfit. Mother, when I grow up, I will make beautiful clothes and embroidered shoes for you. Very well, do remember that. Chapter 56. Craftsmanship is inherited. Little Xuanju has already inherited her mother's dexterity. She embroidered flowers on her academy outfit. On the first day, she stitched a lucky 4-leaf clover. On the second day, she embroidered a ginkgo leaf. On the third day, she inscribed the 4 characters, diligent youth. The teacher initially intended to reprimand her for altering her academy outfit, but upon closer inspection, he found it quite appealing. The patterns, stitched in vibrant colors, exuded a youthful exuberance. Xuanju, did you embroider this yourself? Yes. It looks splendid, he said, patting her head. Thank you for the praise. Xuanju beamed with joy. Did you learn from the queen? Yes, but my skills are quite ordinary compared to my mother's, whose embroidery is truly beautiful. Xuanju produced a handkerchief adorned with Luton's exquisite double-sided embroidery of a giant panda. Indeed, it's a masterpiece. I have never seen such exquisite embroidery. It deserves to be framed as art. Xuanju then displayed her own embroidered shoes. Sir, look at the beautiful red-crowned cranes and auspicious clouds my mother has embroidered. I must request the headmaster to invite the queen to teach embroidery to the students. Xuanju exclaimed, last time you had my mother teach farming, and now you want her to teach embroidery. Is there no other talent in Luton's realm besides my mother? The queen's exceptional grace and talent are indeed beyond ordinary comparison. The headmaster personally visited and enjoyed a delightful fruit feast, expressing his admiration. After his hearty meal, he did not forget his mission. I invite the queen to once again impart her extraordinary embroidery skills, which should be widely shared for the benefit of the common people. Xiaobai raised his hand, sir. When you opened the private school, did you not hire enough teachers? Why do you always seek Luton? It is not a matter of not hiring enough. I have recruited the best from various fields. However, learning is limitless. In every profession, there are outstanding individuals. Beyond music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and songs, there is so much more to learn. Xiaobai remarked, if Xuanju attends the private school and Luton also goes, the house will be too quiet. The crux of the matter is that you have taken away the ones who cook at home. Last time, the private school borrowed Luton to teach farming. And your Majesty is not only occupied with state affairs, but also with cooking, which is quite overwhelming for one person, almost leading to the hiring of a chef. To be frank, these few have grown accustomed to relying on each other and are not particularly fond of outsiders intruding into their lives. Aside from Luton, not everyone can prepare meals to such exquisite taste. Would it not be better for the group to dine together at the private school cafeteria? You wish for your Majesty and the Empress to live apart? No, I dare not suggest such a thing. That accusation is far too grave for an ordinary person to bear. Your Majesty and the Empress still have to focus on expanding their lineage. Seeing that Xiaobai and Mianhuating had reservations, Luton decisively declined the director's offer, suggesting he seek someone more capable. Luton wouldn't mind us, would she? Xiaobai mentioned that we might be holding her back, while Mianhuating interjected, saying it wouldn't matter. If the students do not learn embroidery, they can still engage in other pursuits such as horseback riding, archery, weaponry, or chess. They're already quite occupied. As for embroidery, adding one subject more or less is inconsequential. Luton felt that suddenly taking on dozens of subjects would be overwhelming. It is better to have fewer subjects to master thoroughly. Each subject has its own final examination, and Zhuangzi has been busy with homework at home, fearing she might not graduate smoothly and would have to retake classes. Luton often finds herself drowsy. Spring lethargy, autumn fatigue, summer drowsiness, and the winter months of March when one can fall asleep at any time of the year. In the kitchen, porridge was simmering as Luton dozed off at the table. Thankfully, Xuanbei returned just in time to notice. While picking tomatoes, Luton could not resist tasting one and ended up falling asleep while hugging her knees. Those unaware might think she had bitten into a poisoned apple from an evil stepmother. Fortunately, Xiaobai discovered her and roused her. Otherwise, she would have wilted under the glaring sun. Luton could doze off in an instant, even with her head resting on a pillow. Xuanan recalled having experienced something similar. The next day, he quickly summoned the imperial physician to take her pulse. After examining her, the physician stated that the Empress was in good health but somewhat fatigued and advised her to rest for a while, avoiding waking up too early and to indulge in a few lazy mornings. Oh, very well. Xuanan initially wondered if Your Majesty thought he was about to become a father again, to which Xiaobai confirmed, indeed, he truly did. I also hope for more little ones at home. As Xuanzizu grows up and becomes more understanding, she is no longer as carefree as she used to be. Her studies keep her exceedingly busy. It feels that studying nowadays is more exhausting than catching magical creatures or farming. Xuanbei concurred, noting that Xuanzizu has to learn everything, while farming only involves one task daily, thus consuming different kinds of mental energy. Xiaobai lamented the plight of learning so much, uncertain of its application after graduation, as those noble heirs still return home to inherit their thrones. Yanhuating added that learning is better than not learning at all. Luton remarked that the more one learns, the better one understands the hardships of the common folk. Ever since Xuanzizu learned to grow vegetables, she has developed a deep appreciation for food, never leaving leftovers at the private school cafeteria, consuming exactly what she serves without wasting a single grain of rice. Luton's drowsiness persists. At her husband's insistence, Luton is not allowed to rise early. Breakfast is prepared by His Majesty, while she is responsible for lunch and dinner. Luton can only rise at noon. Most of the farming tasks are entrusted to Xuanbei and Xiaobai, with Luton merely providing guidance. After dinner, Xiaobai and Yanhuating take turns washing the dishes, and Luton washes up before retiring early. Luton has become the cherished panda of the household. The physician noted that the Empress has particularly large eyes, which can easily tire her. He recommended that she often close her eyes to rest. When reading, she should take breaks and not do so for prolonged periods. Luton nodded in agreement. Xuanan took note of everything, vowing to remind Luton. While Luton was reading in the study, she dozed off on the lounge chair. Xuanan removed the book, leaving it open on the desk, with the page Luton was reading face down. He carried Luton back to the bedroom. While Luton was tidying up the bamboo in the garden, she declared, "I will handle it." Xuanbei took over the shears. "Brother Xuanbei, this one is green and very pleasant to the eyes. However, visual appeal and mental effort are two different matters." Xuanbei insisted, "Luton, you should rest." "Oh, very well." Luton set up a guzheng by the lotus pond, her eyes covered with a ribbon. In just a few days, she had adapted to playing the guzheng blindfolded. The strain on her mind had begun to affect her health and could not be overlooked, since she has refrained from using her eyes too much. Luton noticed a significant improvement in her mental state. Sometimes she squints intentionally while looking at things, realizing that having large eyes comes with its own set of troubles. Luton's eyes, round and large like almonds, often worry her, especially since Xuanzizu is nearly her replica. Xuanzizu is still young, but as she grows, she will likely have to learn from Luton to avoid mental fatigue and to rest her eyes as much as possible. After persisting in going to bed early and rising late for some time, Luton has found her drowsiness significantly alleviated. She has even visibly gained weight. Xuanan finds her soft and adorable, and others feel the same. No one reminds Luton. Only her clothing serves as a reminder. When Xuanan carried Luton back to the room, he found her weight perfect for building his arm strength. "My dear husband, you have worked hard. It is no trouble. I find joy in it." One day, Xuanan came to kiss awake Luton, who had slept past noon, to have lunch. He then noticed Luton cradling a child. "Wife, where did this child come from?" "Yours." "What?" Luton giggled, playing with the child, who was not crying and seemed quite happy. This little one bore a striking resemblance to Xuanan, and had anyone claimed he was not the biological father, no one would believe it. Xuanan summoned the imperial physician. The physician kneeled on the ground, crying and lamenting. Claiming he had misdiagnosed the Empress due to intoxication on the day, he took her pulse. "You misdiagnosed on several occasions?" "Yes, I've been drinking those days." The medicinal wine infused with seahorse had a strong potency. Xuanan was truly astounded. However, the addition of a little prince to the family was a joyous event. Xuanan resolved to bestow blessings upon his children, deciding not to pursue the matter further. He simply sent the physician home to enjoy his drink at leisure. Xuanbei observed the physician's departing figure, noting his trembling hands, clearly indicating he was no stranger to drinking. Xiaobai now had more fun to be had. Xuanan and Luton named the child Xuantan. Upon hearing that a younger brother had joined the family, Xuanzizu could not wait to rush home during the holidays. The siblings met for the first time, with Zhuangzi and Xuantan staring wide-eyed at each other. Xuantan laughed heartily. Zhuangzi exclaimed, "I am no longer the youngest at home. May I hold my brother?" "Of course." Zhuangzi took him from Xiaobai's hands, and the little one beamed even brighter. "Xuantan, wow, you are so small, and your hands and feet are so tiny." This little fellow had a penchant for sucking his fingers. Litten remarked. Zhuangzi also loved to suck her fingers when she was little. "You are my brother. I will take care of you, and when you grow up, you can play with me." Xiaobai was delighted by this. Xuanbei was once again assigned to catch magical creatures. Litten found it challenging to manage everything alone, so she replaced the large-scale planting of peppers and tomatoes with drought-resistant succulents. These succulents only require watering once a month. The discarded leaf can be left on the spot, and soon they will bloom and take root in the soil without Litten's concern. Moreover, succulents release oxygen both day and night. With ample cultivation, the air within the palace has grown increasingly fresh. Litten focused her thoughts on cooking. Xuanbei was exhausted from a day spent catching magical creatures, while Xiaobai found caring for the child equally taxing. Xuanan, engaged in mental labor, required a nourishing walnut soup to replenish his brain. Litten needed to consider every aspect of her family's well-being, ensuring no one's appetite went unfulfilled. The director of the private school visited again, having heard that the Empress's cooking was exceptionally delightful. He expressed his desire to establish a cooking course at the private school, suggesting a class every half-month. This would not take up too much time, as they could leave right after class. Litten felt that the director was being remarkably accommodating regarding her schedule, and thus she felt reluctant to decline any further. In the first lesson, Leftan taught the students how to prepare stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. However, the little one, Xianjuju, accidentally ignited the oil in the pan. Mother, what should we do?" Xianjuju exclaimed in fright, retreating in panic. Leftan approached calmly. "Classmates, what Xianjuju demonstrated just now was a mistake. When cooking, we must avoid spilling oil and cooking wine outside the pan and stay away from open flames. Furthermore, if a fire starts in the oil pan, do not attempt to extinguish it with water. Instead, cover it with a lid." As she spoke, Leftan placed the lid on the pan, and the flames were extinguished instantly. "Sir, what is the principle behind this?" "It is to block the air. Without air, fire cannot burn." Xianjuju, still shaken, prepared the dish with trepidation, hastily tossing in the seasonings before the dish was fully cooked and serving it on a plate. When Leftan grated the dish, she showed no favoritism. Xianjuju's dish could only receive a passing score. Her knife skills were commendable, as the tomatoes were evenly cut, and the eggs were beautifully beaten. Leftan took a bite with her chopsticks. The salt was perfectly measured, but the dish lacked proper cooking. Xianjuju was not one to easily admit defeat. She made the dish again, this time learning from her mistakes and achieving a perfect score. With her initial success, Xianjuju became increasingly interested in cooking. After class, she visited the private library to browse cookbooks, eagerly jotting down recipes for dishes she fancied. During the break at home, Xianjuju prepared a dish of sauerkraut fish for Leftan, and a group gathered around to taste it. Xianbei remarked, "This sauerkraut fish is truly a sauerkraut fish. Look, the sauerkraut is sauerkraut, and the fish is fish. It's wonderful." Xianan added, "It looks great, much like a piece of art." Leftan commented, "I think it smells quite good." Xiaobai exclaimed, "My goodness, how remarkable. She can even cook a main dish now." Mian Tang clapped her hands and said, "This dish is so impressive. I'm nearly moved to tears. I never thought I would get to eat Xianjuju's cooking so soon. I thought I would have to wait another 10 or 8 years." "Let's savor the little princess's hard work," Leftan said, as everyone picked up their chopsticks. Xianjuju felt a twinge of anxiety. Each person took only a small bite. "How is it?" Xianan was the first to respond. "Not bad. I believe I'll soon catch up with Leftan," Xianbei remarked. Xiaobai added, "Very good. Xianjuju has great potential. She truly is a clever little treasure." Mian Tang said, "I believe if Xianjuju chooses not to inherit the throne, she can take over our little shop and sell delicious food." "Thank you for the compliments," Xianjuju said as she served herself a portion. However, it seemed not as delicious as everyone claimed. The fish had a slight fishy taste, the salt was insufficient, and it seemed a bit bland. Observing Xian Juju's expression, Tan remarked, "There are still areas for improvement, but this is Xian Juju's first attempt at cooking fish, which is commendable." "Mother, why doesn't it taste good?" Tan explained, "You should marinate it with ginger, scallions, and cooking wine for an hour to remove the fishy odor. It needs to be fried until crispy before cooking, so it won't be undercooked." "Oh, I remember now. I will try again next time." The fish prepared by Xian Juju was quite popular, and everyone finished it completely. Afterwards, she made dishes such as stir-fried green peppers with dried tofu, salted duck, oil-braised shrimp, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, spicy stir-fried duck intestines, multi-grain pancakes, mapo tofu, and spicy hot soup. Xian Juju handled everything herself while Tan supervised, occasionally offering small suggestions. Xian Juju's culinary skills gradually improved, and she also grew taller. Chapter 57. Building Cities. Xian Juju transitioned from needing a small stool to cook to being able to reach the cooking counter effortlessly. She increasingly resembled Tan, while Tan felt as though she was slowly aging. Women cannot escape the fate of aging, regardless of their beauty. Once, Tan's skin was as flawless and white as the finest mutton fat jade. Now, she has begun to develop spots. Her vitality is not what it used to be. Previously, she could garden and carry heavy loads without fatigue, but now she sometimes felt overwhelmed. Tan understood that the times would inevitably need to be passed on to the younger generation. She did not wish to leave Xian Juju and Xian Tantian a vast fortune, but rather she aimed to impart skills. Those with capabilities can never starve, regardless of the circumstances. "What do you want to eat, mother?" "I will cook for you. Anything is fine. There is no anything is fine option. I will eat whatever Xian Juju makes." Xian Juju asked around, and everyone gave the same answer. Xian Juju's culinary journey underwent 4 stages. Initially, it was barely edible. Then, it was reluctantly praised as slightly better. Next, it was acceptable, comparable to an ordinary restaurant. And finally, it was delicious, though still a notch below Tan's cooking. Upon returning home, Xian Juju's first action was to hug her brother, Xian Tantian, followed by cooking, and afterwards helping Tan with gardening. Xian Juju was becoming increasingly sensible and developed a fondness for cooking and gardening, as interest is the best teacher. During family outings, she would perform flute music, her melodies sweet and melodious, clearly the result of diligent practice, with good rhythm and pitch, though lacking some emotional depth. Xian Nan, observing Xian Juju's radiant smile, wished she would slow down a bit, for the road ahead might not be so carefree. Youth is indeed a precious time. No one can grow up without experiencing setbacks, including those from royal families. The Tan Kingdom and the Shui Kingdom are not sworn enemies, with no economic ties. However, the Emperor of Shui viewed Xian Nan as a thorn in his side. Furthermore, due to the heavy taxes imposed by Shui, the citizens of the prosperous city previously managed by Xian Bei nearly all relocated, traveling great distances to seek refuge with His Majesty Xian Nan. The tax-paying population of Shui continued to dwindle, and labor shortages became severe, making it impossible to sustain the nobility's extravagant lifestyles. They blamed all of this on Xian Nan, accusing him of shamelessly undermining their kingdom. Xian Nan established a new prosperous city in the Tan Kingdom to shelter the fleeing citizens, which thrived and continued to grow, allowing its inhabitants to live in peace and prosperity. The more flourishing the Tan Kingdom became, the more the Emperor of Shui seethed with resentment. "You traitor! How dare you establish a country that stand above me?" Shui wished to wage war against the Tan Kingdom, yet lacked generals and soldiers. All they could do was grumble behind the scenes, shooting arrows at Xian Nan's portrait, riddling it with arrows until it resembled a hedgehog, still feeling unsatisfied. Not to mention launching an attack on the Tan Kingdom. Even the Yu tribe would be beyond their capabilities. 3 years after Xian Nan departed, the border city of the prosperous city had completely devolved into a ghost town. The indigenous people had traveled great distances to seek refuge with Xian Nan, while no other townsfolk were willing to immigrate there as cannon fodder, fully aware that those who went would become the human wall between Shui and the Yu tribe. "Your Majesty, urgent news has arrived." "Speak." The Prime Minister pointed at the soldier. "This matter is of great importance. I hope I did not mishear. Do not rush. Take your time to speak, the Prime Minister said, urging the soldier who had knelt to stand. Several brief letters brought intelligence regarding Shugwa. While perusing the information, Xian Nan listened to the soldier as recounting. Essentially, the Yu tribe had gradually infiltrated, and the Shugwa court had become corrupt, with ministers indulging in flattery and those below them abusing their power, all while presenting a facade of peace. As a result, the Yu tribe launched a surprise attack on 3 cities overnight. They burned, killed, and left no survivors. While the one in the palace was not contemplating how to fight back, but rather hastily packing up to escape with valuables. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He fled, and the cities fell one after another. The Yu tribe did not accept surrenders, and captured citizens were executed en masse. Every time the Emperor of Shugwa reached a new location, he would demand that the local officials present gold, silver, and beautiful women. While the citizens suffered, he reveled in festivities. At last, the oppressive regime has incited a rebellion, with an assassin breaching the imperial palace and severing the head of the Emperor of Shugwa. In a mere fortnight, Shugwa has met its demise, who now holds dominion over Shugwa. In a state of disarray, various factions are scrambling for power, while certain grassroots organizations are resisting the Yuezhu. Let us dispatch our undercover operatives to assist them. Your Majesty, it may be prudent to observe the conflict from a distance, allowing the clashing parties to exhaust themselves. For in such strife, the fisherman often reaps the benefits. The Prime Minister, Xuannan, shook his head, reminding us that prolonged warfare inflicts suffering upon the common people. Regardless of who ascends the throne, it is preferable to relinquishing control to the Yuezhu. Xuannan is acutely aware of the dark machinations of the Yuezhu. The number of our covert operatives from Luton within Shugwa exceeds several hundred, all meticulously trained, unparalleled in both combat proficiency and vigilance. Upon receiving your command, their objective will be to sow discord among the Yuezhu, executing their plans with utmost stealth, leading them to believe that natural calamities are at play, never suspecting the hand of Luton. Master Xuan Bei has made his appearance, a figure who is notoriously elusive. He appears only when he seeks you out. A family gathers around the dining table, discussing matters concerning Shugwa. An apparition emerges from the bamboo grove in the courtyard. Master? They inquire. Greetings, everyone. I happen to be quite hungry. May I join you for a meal? Of course, Master Zixia. Please take a seat, replies the head of the household, Xuannan, offering the esteemed guest the place of honor. Luton serves a bowl of rice. Xuan Juju asks, should we address him as uncle or grandfather? He is your uncle's master, so you should call him Grandfather Zixia. Hello, Grandfather Zixia. What a good child you are, resembling Luton so closely, a true prodigy from a young age. Thank you for the compliment, Grandfather. As the meal commences, Master Zixia relishes the food in silence. Xuan Bei, curious, inquires, Master, your visit must not solely be for a meal? Oh, there are a few other matters at hand. Xuannan asks, have you heard about the situation in Shugwa? Xuan Bei replies, yes, I have heard that it has fallen. In times of conflict, it is the common people who suffer. I have just returned from there. Oh, Xuan Bei responds, seemingly unfazed. Do you not intend to offer aid to alleviate their suffering? My brother has already dispatched covert operatives to assist the citizens of Shugwa. The Yuezhu possesses a significant number of venomous iron threadworms. Master Zixiao's words awaken the slumbering minds. Luton asks, what can we do for the people of Shugwa? We shall provide refuge for the refugees. Master Zixia states succinctly. Xuannan concurs, that is feasible. We can accommodate them all. But the journey from Shugwa to Luton is arduous. In times of peace, relocation is manageable, but amidst the turmoil of war, they may face ambushes from the Yuezhu along the way. Given Xuannan's understanding of the Yuezhu, it is highly likely that they will leave the land, but not the people. Even if the Yuezhu does not desire a large population, they would not simply hand them over to Luton as laborers. Given their nature, it is probable that Shugwa will descend into a sea of corpses and blood. I can assist, but you must be prepared to receive them, Master Zixia assures. Xuannan nods. I shall dispatch individuals immediately to construct new settlements, providing temporary housing until completion but I need to ascertain the approximate number of refugees. 300,000, Master Zixia responds. 300,000 is indeed a substantial figure. Based on the requirement of around 100,000 per settlement, we will need to construct at least 3 settlements to accommodate these refugees. Xuanbei offers. I will lend a hand. Litten adds, I shall also assist. Xuanzhuju raises her hand. I can help too. What will you do? You are still a child. Xuanbei questions. I will cook, she replies. That seems reasonable. Age does not determine ambition. Young Xuanzhuju shows great promise, Master Zixia remarks. Little Bai suggests, while we build the new settlements, we can also plant ornamental and economic crops within the city. I will take charge of this. Master Zixia states, Your Majesty, we shall construct a singular city, an immense metropolis capable of accommodating 300,000 individuals. This will conserve both manpower and resources. We need only dig a river through the center of the city, allowing for concentrated habitation, thus reducing the need for extensive living facilities. Given the current population of approximately 300,000, and considering the potential loss of life during migration, the number arriving at Luton may be less than anticipated. I believe constructing one city is the best approach. What do you think? Xuannan replies. I agree that building 3 cities in a short time frame may be beyond our capabilities, so let it be one city. Each dwelling can be designed to be smaller, allowing for future renovations. Very well, then you shall commence work. I must travel to Shuwen now. With that, Master Zixia rises and disappears into the depths of the bamboo grove. Can Master Zixia truly accomplish this? To relocate 20 to 30,000 individuals while evading the enemy's scrutiny? Luton muses. I believe that if Master Zixia articulates a plan, he can execute it, Xuanbei asserts. After all, the Yuezhu are merely human. Can they truly be more formidable than a demon? Xuannan suggests, let us devise a plan. He summons craftsmen to draft blueprints. First and foremost, they must address the issue of potable water. When constructing a city on new land, the laborers transporting bricks and mud will require water. Xuannan marks on the map a canal to transport timber, population, and grain to the new city, simultaneously resolving the water supply issue. Once the residences are completed, wells will be drilled in each courtyard. Leaving some cotton candy to guard the premises, the others will head to the new city. Xuannan oversees the work. Discussing the layout with the craftsmen, Xuanbei resides with the craftsmen, assisting in the transportation of materials. Luton and Little Bai begin planting vegetation. Young Xuanzhuju, despite her tender age, takes charge of cooking for hundreds, wielding a massive iron pot. With so many people, it is impractical to prepare individual dishes. They primarily feast on communal stews or noodles accompanied by vegetables. The pot appears larger than Xuanzhuju herself. Little Bai occasionally glances over, fearful that Xuanzhuju might tumble into the pot, yet she remains undaunted. Day after day, she washes pots and cooks, finding joy amid the toil. On the 3rd day, Xuanzhuju encounters her teacher and classmates from the private school. We have arrived to help. Let's work together, a classmate exclaims, rolling up their sleeves. What brings you here? We have come to assist. The nation is in need, and every citizen bears responsibility. These noble youths have all learned the art of cooking from Luton. While they may not master complex dishes, they can manage a basic tomato and scrambled egg dish. Xuanzhuju prepares noodles, while 2 classmates assist her in making the tomato and egg dish. During mealtime, the craftsmen pass by with their rice bowls, and she fills them to 7/10 full. As they move forward, she adds a generous spoonful of tomato and egg, followed by an array of condiments such as oil, salt, vinegar, sesame oil, cilantro, green onions, and sesame paste for self-service. Some classmates remain to help prepare meals, while others assist the Queen and Little Bai in planting trees. The headmaster announces a new subject, constructing a city. The final grades will be determined by student performance, estimating the course to take 10 days. At night, after a long day of labor, the students sleep in tents. Xuanzhuju shares a tent with her 7 classmates, reminiscent of their school dormitory days. Luton peeks into the tent, finding Xuanzhuju's rosy face peacefully asleep, and quietly steps back to return to her own tent, hand in hand with Xuannan. Dear, Xuanzhuju has truly grown. She has made friends and developed her own opinions. It feels as though in a few years she will be capable of standing on her own. Indeed, the friendships formed at this age are the most genuine. I hope Xuanzhuju can fully relish her childhood. Far away in the imperial capital, the cotton candy must manage the shop and care for the infant Xuantan, feeling the weight of responsibility. Do you all remember the cotton candy in the capital? You must return soon. Fortunately, Xuantan is easy to care for, sleeping and eating with little fuss, laughing more than crying. The cotton candy longs for the dishes prepared by Luton. Xuan Bei, now weary from daily labor, has ceased to care about who cooked the noodles. When mealtime arrives, he devours 7 bowls of rice, sharing the meal with his fellow workers before returning to their tasks. They operate in 2 shifts, one during the day and the other at night, alternating rest periods. After a filling meal, Xuan Bei collapses into sleep, only to awaken and immediately resume work. He boldly declares that he has never felt so fulfilled in his life. What is capturing fairies compared to the joy of building a city? Sweating profusely, the progress of the project advances by leaps and bounds. The canal has been opened, and the city walls have been renovated. Uniformly constructed residential homes rise from the ground, with a small vegetable garden in front and a chicken coop behind. 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a latrine, along with a well, ensure that the migrating populace is well accommodated. 10 days later, Xuannan personally awarded graduation certificates to the students of the private school. Xuanzhuju returned to the school to study alongside her peers. After another half-month, all facilities in the new city were completed. At the city gates, thousands of firecrackers were lit to celebrate the city's inauguration. Xuan Bei sent a message to Zixia. The immortal, "Master, how are things on your side?" Zixia, feeling the flames of war from afar in the Shugua, held the carrier pigeon and replied, "Oh, so soon. Truly worthy of Xuannan. The refugees from Shugua have already set off in batches." Zixia maneuvered around them, ready to thwart any attacks from the Yue tribe. In terms of distance, they needed to travel for 3 to 6 months. Tonight, Zixia organized the final group to leave the borders, marking the complete desolation of Shugua. If the Yue tribe demands land, let them have it. The people desire peace and the togetherness of family. As long as the family is safe, a home can always be rebuilt. Chapter 58, The Vase. The foremost refugees numbered over 3,000. They hailed from various towns, enduring hardships while helping the elderly and children. According to the original plan, they still had 3 months of travel ahead. Along the way, aside from the wind and sand, there would be no other cities. Yet suddenly, a city appeared before them. Its vividness made everyone believe it was not a mirage. Hope City. This was the new home that Master Zixia had spoken of. They had arrived. They had finally arrived. They cheered and rushed toward Hope City, stumbling but quickly picking themselves up to continue running. The grand and magnificent city opened its gates to welcome its subjects. Hope City, a place that harbors new hopes, a new homeland where wise rulers ensure a prosperous life, far removed from the ravages of war. His Majesty's loyal ministers have returned to the palace of Lutangua after traversing thousands of miles from Shugua. Establishing a spatial tunnel to relocate 200,000 to 300,000 people in a short time is indeed a monumental achievement. "We all contributed this time," said Xiao Bai. "How is one practice that multi-person spatial transfer? Can Master Zixia provide a method?" Xuan Bei replied, "It consumes a lot of cultivation. You understand. It depletes cultivation for those who possess it, and for those who do not, it costs their life. With our meager cultivation, let us conserve our energy for safety." Xiao Bai counted on his fingers. "My cultivation isn't sufficient for me to traverse thousands of miles, let alone assist others. Don't be discouraged, young friend. Calm your mind and practice. You will achieve it eventually. To cultivate for thousands of years like Master? That's asking too much. I don't even know if I can live that long. I believe Lutan can. Me? Lutan finds it hard to believe. Master, don't joke with me. I'm just a beginner. However, I believe you have more potential than Xuan Bei," said Zixia. "What does the Master mean? Why am I, the chief disciple, being looked down upon? Lutan has a kind heart and a good relationship with the plants. Thanks to your wise choice in guiding her to harness the power of nature for her own benefit, Lutan can continue, and her gains may far exceed others." "That's right, Lutan. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you," Xuan Bei encouraged. "Can I really do it?" Lutan certainly wished to learn. She wanted to grow stronger to help more people. Once she only wanted to avoid being a burden. Now, with an opportunity to advance further, she was determined to seize it. The method is quite simple, she said. Luton needs to practice alongside the flowers and plants she personally cultivated in the palace. The plants absorb the essence of sun and moon, along with the power of the earth, which Luton can then utilize. In the garden, Xuanbei instructed, Luton, look at me. Try to move toward me using the incantation I taught you. I'll give it a shot, Luton replied. She stepped forward and instantly realized Xuanbei was now at least 3 steps away. Xuanbei was also on the move, retreating several dozen steps in the blink of an eye. Yet Luton did not see his feet move. Xuanbei thought, I rarely use this. It's not worth depleting my cultivation unnecessarily. I can only retreat this far. Luton put away her embroidered shoes, deciding not to walk over. Gritting her teeth, she blinked and found herself right in front of Xuanbei, nearly touching him. Fortunately, Xuanbei was tall, and she merely bumped into his chest. I apologize. It was my first attempt, and I miscalculated the distance. That was impressive. Remarkable, Xuanbei praised, giving her a thumbs up. I never expected I could do this too. The master has said you are more of a talent than I. Given time, perhaps the master will give up on me and take you as a successor. Ha! That sounds great. I will catch fairies for Xuanbei, and Xuanbei will help me with the gardening. Xuannan approached with a purposeful stride. What delightful news are you sharing? Luton has learned it. Oh, so soon? Indeed, a once-in-a-century prodigy. I want to see, Xuannan said. Then, big brother, step back. Xuannan nodded and stepped back a dozen paces. His long strides meant that those dozen steps were roughly equivalent to 30 of Luton's. Go for it, Luton. Xuanbei encouraged. Okay. Luton took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and focused. In the next instant, she stood before Xuannan, once again within touching distance. Xuannan extended his arms and embraced Luton, their connection filled with warmth and affection. Xuanbei averted his eyes. Indeed, they are a real couple. He turned away. Hey, have you two had enough of your lovey-dovey antics? There was no response. When Xuanbei turned back, he found the spot where they had just stood was empty. A hand rested on Xuanbei's right shoulder. He turned to see Xuannan and Luton. Was that Luton? Yes. Xuannan nodded. Impressive. In just one day, you can transfer a living person. Luton touched her head. I don't know how it happened. I suddenly had an epiphany. It seems that mastering one thing leads to mastering others. Indeed, no wonder the master said you are a talent for cultivation. When I first learned this, I was punished by the master many times and spent a long time on it. Luton added, because Xuanbei, you shared all your experiences with me unreservedly. I stand on your shoulders, which is why my progress is swift. I'm more than willing to share what I know with Luton. Knowledge should be available to all, and I hope that all powerful skills are imparted to kind-hearted individuals, so they can use them for good and improve this world. Suddenly, Luton grasped Xuanbei's arm, and in the blink of an eye, the 3 of them were transported from the garden to the courtyard. Goodness, so this is possible. 3 people all at once? The astonishment on Xuanbei's face was genuine and unfeigned. It's manageable. I'm off to prepare a meal now. Luton felt a surge of joy, reminiscent of the time when she aced an exam. With her spirits high, she decided to make a sumptuous lunch. Luton prepared a feast: pickled fish, boiled shrimp, steamed crab, braised pork, spicy shredded potatoes, tomato beef stew, spicy green peppers, beef meatball soup, sauce pork hocks, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, garlic lettuce, and stir-fried dried tofu. Luton's good mood meant everyone would enjoy a delightful meal. Learning is one thing, but utilizing it is another. Luton resolved to conserve her cultivation for when it was truly needed. For now, she preferred to walk, as it felt most grounded. Xian Tantan, the little one, has already mastered the art of eating steamed egg custard with a spoon, and she relishes it immensely. It is no surprise, given that she has such a brilliant mother and a father of exceptional wisdom and strength. The intelligence of the next generation is indeed remarkable. Luton remarked. Thanks to Xiao Bai's ability to care for children, the intellect of the caregiver significantly influences the child's intelligence. This holds true. With my previous experience caring for Xian Zhuzhu, I now know how to guide Xian Tantan effectively. The little one had her mouth full of egg custard, and Xiao Bai gently wiped her face with a bib. Once the baby was full, it was time for her afternoon nap. Xiao Bai tenderly removed the bib and, using a handkerchief dipped in warm water, wiped Xian Tantan's face before placing her in the crib to sleep. Lu Tan, brother-in-law, feel free to have more children. The more, the merrier. I now feel quite experienced in childcare. The more, the merrier? Lu Tan covered her face, feeling as though the birth of these two children was rather unexpected, and she had not prepared herself mentally. It was as if heaven had bestowed a pie upon her. And without her knowledge, she fell into its embrace, unable to refuse the ripe fruit that had fallen. However, it also illustrates that many events do not wait for you to be ready before occurring. Once it is given to you, you no longer feel so lost. Lu Tan once feared marriage, yet she naturally married Xian Nan, and upon reflection, there was no longer any fear of marriage. She once feared childbirth, worrying that she might not be suited to be a mother. But after giving birth, concerns about suitability vanished. The child is yours. And whether you are fit to be a mother, you are already one. With Xiao Bai's assistance, Lu Tan looked back and wondered, what was this fear of childbirth? Did I truly suffer from that? No, absolutely not. Lu Tan felt grateful that fate had nudged her along. Otherwise, with her laid-back nature, she would not be living such a blissful life now. She has a son and a daughter, a husband of talent and virtue, and children who are intelligent, healthy, and beautiful. Lu Tan feels as though there is a guiding force in her life. She believes her destiny and every opportunity is the best it could be. The challenges bestowed upon her by heaven are all within her capacity to bear. Happiness and joy follow in abundance, especially after meeting Xian Nan, as her life is now filled with bliss. Xian Zhu is on holiday. She leaned close to Xian Bei and whispered, "Uncle, I have something to tell you." "Yes, go ahead. You must promise not to tell mother. Then I must see what it is. Some things are better shared with your mother. Then I shan't tell you." "Whatever." Xian Bei shrugged, intending to leave the dining table. "Uncle, listen, I am eager to share this. Do you not have any friends of your own?" "I do, but I fear they would not believe me and think I am being silly." "I understand, but I cannot promise you. I will still consider whether to inform your parents. You know, it is not easy to get a meal here. I am well aware not to offend those who cook." "Uncle, are you willing to betray your lovely niece just for food?" "Indeed," Xuanbai replied nonchalantly. Even if a mountain were to collapse before him, he would remain steadfastly on Lu Tan's side. "Uncle, is there no room for negotiation?" "No." "Very well, I shall tell you, for I truly have no one else to confide in." Xian Bei touched his ear. Ears are perked up. I am all ears. "I have made a very special friend." "Is she a fairy?" "Yes, she is not human." "Did you meet her at the academy?" "Yes, indeed." "Tell me, why would you wish to befriend a non-human?" "Because she is beautiful, like a fairy from a painting." "Oh, please go on." "She dances beautifully. I enjoy playing the flute, and she loves to dance. I feel we have a wonderful rapport." "Continue." "No one else can see her. Only I can see her." "Uncle, isn't that strange?" "Perhaps it is because she wants you to see her." "What kind of fairy is she?" "She is a flower vase." "A flower vase?" "It is rare for such things to come to life. Usually, it is animals that possess strong desires to become sentient." "Uncle, my friend is truly adorable. I believe you would like her." "No, no, no. You cannot presume to guess your uncle's preferences. However, I might just indulge you and see your friend." Xian Bei was considering Xian Zhu's safety, for there are many fairies in the world that are harmful. Most of the time, when humans play with fairies, it is the humans who suffer. Xian Bei arrived at the private school's library and discovered the flower vase. It was situated on the top floor, seldom visited. Xian Zhu often ran up here to find recipes. The vase was placed on a window-side antique shelf, and it was entirely empty. Upon holding it, Xian Bei immediately recognized the issue. This vase was whiter than usual porcelain. It was likely mixed with ashes. Many bone china pieces contain animal ashes. "Xian Zhu, let your friend come out." "Oh, all right. Xiao Can, I have brought my uncle, the exorcist, with me." In a flash of white light, a figure appeared before Xian Zhu and Xian Bei. She wore white garments, her skin luminous. Her features were delicate, and her figure graceful, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes filled with warmth. At first glance, Xian Bei felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. "Hello." I am Shinbei, he said, unsure of why he felt nervous. He struggled to control his erratic breathing. He had never experienced this before. His heartbeat was unusually rapid. I am Xianzhu's uncle. Xuanbai. She nodded gently. Xianbei clutched his chest. Uncle, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Xianbei felt a flutter of anxiety. Sweat had already dampened his back. He was unsure of the cause. Was it because of the fairy before him? Impossible. He did not sense her drawing on his energy. This sensation must originate from within himself. Xianzhu, help me outside. I believe we are not suited to meet at this moment. Xiaoke took a step back and vanished before the two. Xianbei felt somewhat better. He sat on the ground, leaning against the bookshelf. His right hand patted his heart. Uncle, should I fetch a doctor for you? Wait for me. I will be right back. Xianbei grasped the fleeing Xianzhu. Dear niece, let me take a moment. I will just sit for a bit. Is that truly all right? Yes, your uncle is quite healthy. Xianbei leaned against the bookshelf, gazing at the flower vase, gradually regulating his breathing. After some time, his heartbeat settled, but Xianbei still felt a bit dazed. Uncle, do you feel any better? Perhaps I should seek a wise person for divination. Xianbei returned home with Xianzhu. He still found it hard to believe. What kind of beauty had he not encountered before? His heart was already taken by Lu Tan. He would not be astonished by any other woman. Chapter 59, an ancient book. Where did such an intense reaction come from today? What kind of fairy is she? The notion of a flower vase coming to life is utterly absurd. Xianbei initially suspected she might be an animal spirit, merely transformed into a vase through the fusion of ashes in the bone china. Xianbei had a dream. A girl, petite in stature, struggled to carry him on her back as she climbed a mountain. She labored with each step, gasping for breath, yet she never set him down. The mountain was adorned with falling blossoms, a breathtaking scene. Her garments were covered in flowers. After a while, he finally discerned that her clothes were originally white, and the flowers were, in fact, blood. She did not turn around, so he could not see her face. He awoke, feeling that the silhouette was eerily familiar. Along with her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, he seemed to have seen her before. Just today, it was that fairy from the vase. Xianbei's heart tightened once more. Holding his chest, he took a moment to gather himself before throwing off the covers and rising to his feet. He needed to seek answers. In the stillness of the night, the private school was silent, and Xianbei walked alone into the library. The vase was no longer in its original position. In its stead lay a book. Xuanbai lacked night vision, and could only discern the few characters on the cover. This life bears no debts, and the next will not meet. The library was devoid of oil lamps. So Xianbei picked up the book and pushed open the window, leaping down. Arriving at the lantern-lit area below, he began to peruse the ancient tome. It told the tale of a rabbit who encountered a man. On that day, she trembled in fear, believing she was destined to become a dish for the man. However, much to her surprise, the man pried open the trap and released her. After the rabbit had scampered far, she turned back. Go home. Fortuitously, I am a vegetarian. Do not let yourself be captured again. The rabbit's spirit mused. A vegetarian? What extraordinary luck. Among humans, one exists who abstains from meat? As night fell, the rabbit hopped up to the windowsill, depositing a pouch of gold upon the man's desk. She gazed at the slumbering man, shaking her soft white ears. Thank you for saving me. I have no means to repay you, so please accept this gold to buy delicious food. With that, the rabbit leapt away. When the young man awoke the next morning to find the gold, he did not exhibit excessive joy. Observing the package revealed no identifying marks. He surmised that the owner of this unclaimed gold would be difficult to locate. I, Xiaobei, cultivate my own land and am self-sufficient, lacking for nothing. Perhaps I should donate this to those in need. He took the gold and directly donated it to the local school, specifically instructing that it be used to cover tuition for orphan children. The rabbit, transformed into a beautiful woman, stood at the school's entrance, watching him enter and later exit. Upon entering, the man appeared burdened by thoughts. Upon crossing the threshold back out, he seemed relieved. The rabbit pondered, how peculiar this young man is. Do not all people cherish wealth? Do they not yearn for grand houses, luxurious silks, and beautiful wives? He possesses nothing. Clad in the simplest of homespun garments, residing in a most ordinary wooden hut. Daily, he tends to vegetables and chickens, repairing his home. Why does he claim he lacks for money? Confounded, the rabbit brought him fine wine and delicacies, which he neither consumed nor drank. She observed him gifting these offerings to an elderly gentleman in the town. Could this man be a relative of his? Eavesdropping at the door, the rabbit learned that the young man and the elder were not related. The elder was gravely ill, and his days were likely numbered. The rabbit thought, he does not drink, nor is he greedy for wealth. He gazes steadily at the street women of the brothel. How should I express my gratitude to him? Seizing the opportunity, while the young man went out to sell eggs, she entered his home. Initially intending to tidy up like the girl from the story of the rice snail, she discovered that his abode was already spotless. The cleanliness was so immaculate it hardly seemed inhabited, let alone by a single man. To describe it in human terms, it was obsessive cleanliness. The bedroom contained only a bed, a bookshelf, a dining table, a writing desk, and 2 chairs, yet not a speck of dust could be found. The young man's cleanliness appeared somewhat excessive. As the rabbit's spirit pondered this, the man returned. She quickly concealed herself behind the door. He placed down a water gourd, casually took out a book, and sat at his desk, saying, "There is no need to send me anything further. It is but a small effort. Do not concern yourself." The rabbit's spirit wondered, how does he know it is I? Henceforth, she refrained from visiting him. The next time she encountered him was a year later. He lay in a pool of blood, collapsed in the wilderness. Young master, awaken. What has befallen you? Have you been pursued by enemies or encounter bandits?" The rabbit detected a faint breath remaining, though it seemed precarious. She hoisted him onto her back, seeking a physician. The doctor shook his head. Hurry. Just buy a coffin. There is no saving him now. Kind doctor, I have already bandaged and staunched his wounds. Please give it a try. Perhaps he can still be saved. Leave quickly. Do not let him die at my doorstep, or it will ruin my business. The rabbit was expelled, and after several failed attempts at various apothecaries, all delivered death sentences. He is not dead yet. Why will you not at least try to save him? The rabbit bore him to the last pharmacy in the city, her final hope. Doctor, my brother has fainted. Please help him. Upon seeing the blood on Xiao Bei, the doctor grimaced. After examining the wound on his shoulder, he declared, "There is no hope. Quickly find a graveyard. There is nothing more to be done. Please, kind doctor. My brother is still warm. I have traveled far, my hands are cold, yet he is still warm. He still breathes. Please save him. Leave. Do not let him die at my door and disrupt my business." The rabbit, clad in white, was now stained with Xiao Bei's blood, creating a pattern reminiscent of plum blossoms. She felt heartache, helplessness, and an abundance of wealth, yet could not save his life. He possessed such a kind heart, committed countless good deeds, was neither greedy nor lustful, industrious and compassionate. Such a person deserves to thrive, while the wicked should meet their end. The rabbit's spirit, with her frail form, hoisted him once more. She still had one final destination, one last person to beseech. Before he succumbed, she would spare no effort to save him. She sought the mountain god, who is said to fulfill any request, provided one was willing to exchange their most cherished possession. "Young master, do not sleep. Be strong. I have not given up on you, so do not surrender. Hold on. You are still so young. You have yet to marry and have children." The rabbit's spirit, lacking true magical prowess, could only manage to attain a human form. She could not teleport miles away, nor was she powerful enough to uproot willows. Carrying the weight of a tall, robust man, each step was laborious. If only the ground were level, but alas, it was a mountain path. The mountain god of Jixiang Mountain was reputed to grant requests, yet one must endure a trial. Sincerity and a willingness to trade one's most vital possession were essential. When the rabbit's spirit collapsed upon the mat, she had exhausted all her strength. "Mountain god, please save him." "And who is he to you?" "He is my benefactor. He saved my life." Before her appeared a small boy with white hair. He began to calculate with practiced precision. "On the 15th of August last year, you reverted to your original form due to the lunar tides and were fortuitously caught in a trap. That is how your fates intertwined." Indeed, the mountain god looked from the limp Xiao Bei to the rabbit's spirit slumped on the mat. "You know the rules here, do you not?" "Yes. I understand that all wishes can be fulfilled, but one must exchange their most important possession. Are you willing? Yes. The rabbit spirit nodded resolutely. This man has performed good deeds. He has earned a chance at life. I am willing to hear your terms, whatever they may be. I am willing, no matter what it is. After enduring repeated disappointments, she had not yet given up. Her sole wish was for him to live. The more good people there are in the world, the better the world becomes. Why? Do you have feelings for him? Because he's a good person. The mountain god smiled. Are you willing to exchange your entire essence for him? I wish to use your ashes to create the most exquisite porcelain in existence. The purer the soul, the more beautiful the porcelain. The exchange was not merely a life for a life, but it would strip the rabbit spirit of her very being. The rabbit spirit gazed at the unconscious man, her heart wrestling with intense conflict. I will exchange. I wish to save him. Had it not been for him, I would have long been skinned by hunters and turned into a dish. Very well, little rabbit, you have made your promise. I shall return in a year to collect. I grant you another chance to fulfill your dreams. He owes you, and let him repay you in this year. The rabbit spirit carried the man down the mountain and into the wooden house he called home. She remained vigilant, tending to him without rest, repeatedly staunching his wounds and changing the bandages, and miraculously, he began to recover. Truly, the mountain god of Jixiang Mountain lived up to his reputation. That which he committed to, he could achieve. His name is Chun Xiaobei, a gravekeeper whose family has resided on this desolate mountain for generations, guarding the tomb of General Xian, a figure wrongfully accused and executed by treachery. The ancestors of the Chun family were once the general's deputy commanders, unwilling to let the general's remains be desecrated after his brutal demise. After the general's body was dismembered, the Chun ancestors spent a fortune to bribe the grave digger, securing the general's head and sewing it onto a scarecrow, which was then interred in this mountain. By the time of Chun Xiaobei, his family had watched over the general's grave for over 300 years. After his recovery, Xiaobei confided in the rabbit spirit, Xiao Can, about his lineage. He was destined for a mission from birth, and unless someone were to take his place, he could never leave this place. The tomb contained only the general's head and the scarecrow, yet rumors had spread that the Chun family guarded treasures from the previous dynasty. A band of thieves planned to excavate the general's tomb, convinced that it concealed vast amounts of gold. Xiaobei, despite his grave injuries, managed to send the thieves to their doom. His integrity and loyalty, combined with an untainted aura, led Xiao Can to realize her feelings for Xiaobei had changed. Xiaobei directly proposed to her, asking for her consent. Taken aback, Xiao Can, though elated, felt the suddenness of it all. Why? As a man, Xiaobei felt compelled to take responsibility for Xiao Can, having shared intimate moments while she cared for him during his incapacitation. If you are unwilling, I can keep our relationship a secret, never revealing it to a third party. I am willing. Xiao Can, with less than a year to live, cherished her feelings for Xiaobei, determined to marry him despite his humanity. They exchanged vows and entered a shared existence akin to that of earthly spouses. At this juncture in the narrative, it seemed that a blissful conclusion awaited them, at least until the mountain deity came to claim her. Why then did it transform into a tale of debts unpaid in a previous life and of absence in this one? Xiaobei, feeling his legs go numb, stood up from the steps and continued to peruse the lantern-lit pages as if he were reading someone else's story, yet sensing its deep connection to his own. The rabbit spirit helped Xiaobei cultivate vegetables, and the eggs from their chickens were in surplus. When he gathered a basket full, he would descend the mountain to sell them. A peculiar man with a rotund face persistently shadowed Xiaobei. What do you follow me for? Young man, I am here to save you. Do not disregard my goodwill. I require no rescue. Please keep your distance. The man persisted. If you follow me again, I shall show you no mercy. I am a cultivated practitioner, once wealthy with a carriage and a house, but I sold everything to donate to the needy, truly, and now I travel with my wife and child to perform good deeds. Xiaobei dismissed him as a madman. As he prepared to leave, the eccentric approached him again, pulling at him. Brother, I see darkness surrounding you. There must be trouble afoot, likely caused by a malicious spirit. Get away. There is definitely a spirit, a female spirit. Do not leave. You will surely meet your end. I am sent by the celestial beings to save you. Xiao Bei retorted, first, save your intellect. Your fabrications are absurd. Xiao Bei paid no heed to the lunatic, selling the eggs to his wife in exchange for a jujube wood hairpin. He placed the pin on Xiao Can's dressing table. She excitedly inquired, is this for me? Certainly, I have but one beloved. Please help me wear it. She turned, her long, silky hair cascading before Xiao Bei. Xiao Can possessed countless charms and virtues, far beyond what a mere hairpin could repay. My lady, thank you for making me the luckiest person in this world. Xiao Bei embraced her from behind. I am a truly fortunate one. Xiao Can turned to him, falling into his embrace. The sorcerer, having failed to connect with Xiao Bei, attempted to chase him home. Xiao Bei took another route, leaving the madman behind. Upon returning, Xiao Bei felt a tinge of discontent. What troubles you, my love? I encountered a lunatic who has been pestering me repeatedly. Are there madmen running rampant these days? He claims there are spirits around me, spouting nonsense and deceiving others. Xiao Can fell silent for a moment and replied, my love, not all spirits are malevolent. Some do not harm humans and are even herbivorous. Xiao Bei pulled his beloved close. I fear not spirits. The most terrifying thing is the human heart. Chapter 60. The ball for bride selection. Xiao Can and Xiao Bei had been married for 7 months. Her life was now on a countdown. Xiao Can feared losing anything, except Xiao Bei. She worried about causing him sorrow. My love, if I were to depart first, I would not mind if you took another wife. I will mind. I desire only one person in this life, and my heart is filled with you, leaving no room for another. Hearing this, Xiao Can felt sweetness in her heart, but was overshadowed by greater concern for him. The delusional sorcerer sought her out relentlessly, breaking through barriers to confront them. Spirit, come forth. I will see which demon dares to wreak havoc here. Xiao Can returned from the river with a basin of laundry, only to find a hefty pig bound in their yard. Who is this person? That lunatic. Spirit, you are the demon. I shall capture you. A rag was stuffed in his mouth, yet he continued to babble. Silence, or I will bind you with stones and sink you in the lake. The bald man squirmed like a maggot. Xiao Bei knocked him unconscious and discarded him at the foot of the mountain. The lunatic returned at midnight, still unrelenting, and set a fire. Xiao Bei, smelling smoke, rushed out with Xiao Can, only to see the pig, shirtless, brandishing a torch. Spirit, come out. I gong. Will rid the world of your menace. Xiao Bei, now thoroughly incensed, bound the man with stones and kicked him toward the riverbank. Please, I have family independence. My wife is aging. If I perish, she will surely be unfaithful to me. The bald man was terrified. Am I the one troubling you, or you me? How can you not see this through? I have my reasons. Speak. I once ran a small shop, but then I developed a serious ailment. The doctor told me I wouldn't live long, so I should indulge in whatever I desired, and most importantly, be happy. What does this have to do with your harassment of me? I sought the mountain deity, who told me that due to my misdeeds, I had to capture 30 demons over 10 years. I have caught 29, and I am only one short. My ailment has worsened, and I cannot wait any longer. Even if his ailment were to burst open, Xiao Bei felt no sympathy. I am not a spirit. Why do you trouble me? You are not, but your wife is. The mountain deity must have granted me this task, and I possess keen insight. I can see the darkness surrounding you, indicating there is a spirit in your home. Speak any more nonsense, and I will push you in. Please, I have spoken the truth. You cannot do this. Humans do not harm humans. You should focus on the spirit, who seeks to consume you. More nonsense? Xiao Bei feigned a push, prompting Xiao Can to intervene. My love, he is unwell. Let's not stoop to his level. Xiao Bei pointed at the lunatic, warning him not to let him see him again, lest he truly be thrown into the lake. Just because you choose to spare others does not mean they will spare you. The bald man had his sights set on Xiao Can. He spotted Xiao Bei at the market, pretending to seek reconciliation. Young man, I was in the wrong before. I failed to recognize the treasure your wife is. I apologize to you and sincerely to her. If you understand, then stay far away from me. My dear friend, I must treat you to a drink. Your refusal would imply a lack of forgiveness. Xiao Bei is about to leave, and the bald man is desperately trying to stop him. Just one cup. I swear, if you drink this and forgive me, I shall no longer trouble you. It is infuriating. Reluctantly, Xiao Bei accepts the wine gourd. After just one sip, he sways and collapses. Ha ha, old gong. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. What are you, you little rascal, to threaten me? The bald man uses Xiao Bei and the rabbit's spirit to negotiate. Hand over your head, that I may appease the mountain god and save my own skin. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Since I cannot live, I shall take someone down with me. The rabbit's spirit offers, I can accompany you to the mountain god. The bald man carries the unconscious Xiao Bei, while Xiao Can leads the way. Upon reaching the mountain god's temple, Xiao Can bows deeply. I implore the mountain god to take action on behalf of this maiden. Though I'm not human, I have never committed evil nor harmed another. This villain has wronged me, claiming it is by the mountain god's bidding. A little boy emerges from behind the incense burner. Old Gong, I instructed you to capture 30 wicked monsters. Why have you brought her? She is the real menace. Mountain god, you must not be deceived. This wretched woman is as vile as the other 29. Xiao Can's eyes clearly express disbelief. You speak nonsense. He continues to deceive. She entices men, draining their souls, exchanging partners as she pleases. The one on the ground is a victim, barely clinging to life, and she has even slain her mother-in-law and consumed her father-in-law. The mountain god gasps. Xiao Can retorts, you truly are a master of lies. I can swear to the heavens, every word I, Gong Hai Go, speak is true. Should I utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. He has sworn many times before, and yet here he stands, unharmed. He does not believe in the efficacy of oaths. Proudly, he pulls out 29 tiny creatures from his pocket. Behold, mountain god, this is the malevolent mantis spirit. This is the nefarious spider spirit. This is the coercive rat spirit. This is the foul dung beetle spirit. And this is the voyeuristic ladybug spirit. Xiao Bei feels a surge of anger. What kind of monsters are these? They are mere untransformed beings. Their bodies bear no marks of wrongdoing. Impossible, I witnessed it. Go to hell. You deserve your misfortunes. The mountain god smacks his forehead. Why did I ever seek out such a useless fool? Just as the bald man attempts to speak again, he finds his mouth stuck shut, unable to open. The mountain god kicks him away. Begone, await your death elsewhere. The bald man rolls down the mountain like a ball. Xiao Can has already gone to awaken her husband. Dear husband, wake up. Do not call out. He has drunk the mud, and it will take time for him to awaken. Take him away, and do not forget your promise. The year is drawing near. Xiao Can carries Xiao Bei home. Upon awakening, Xiao Bei confesses her true identity as a monster. Dear husband, if you despise me for being a monster, I shall leave immediately. I do not wish to deceive you, and time is running out. Xiao Bei takes a long moment to respond, and Xiao Can believes he will insist she leave, uttering something about the paths of humans and monsters diverging. To her surprise, Xiao Bei pulls Xiao Can into her embrace, holding her tightly. My beloved, do not leave me. I cannot survive without you. I have promised the mountain god. Then I shall accompany you. I will not allow you to face this alone. A deal of buy one, get one free is hardly a favorable transaction. The day of reckoning has finally arrived. The mountain god comes to collect. He desires not Xiao Bei, but Xiao Can bone china is crafted from the ashes of animals. I never intended to incinerate a living person. The mountain god's contract cannot be defied. An unseen force slams Xiao Bei to the ground as he watches the mountain god take his beloved wife away. Before Xiao Can stands a porcelain kiln. The mountain god inquires, Little rabbit, do you have any last wishes? I wish for my husband to forget me, so he shall not grieve because of me. I promise you, Xiao Can becomes an almost perfect vase. It is placed in the mountain god's temple for centuries, until the mountain god is replaced by Xiannan, at which point the vase is gifted to a private school. The mountain god's temple, exposed to the elements, makes Xiannan feel it is a waste. Xiao Bei indeed forgets Xiao Can. From the day she departed, she no longer occupies his memory as his betrothed wife. Yet occasionally, Xiao Bei feels a tinge of melancholy, sometimes reminiscing, though he remains oblivious to whom he truly misses. He never remarries, passing away alone in a small wooden cabin at the age of 99. Years later, descendants of General Xian's close guards come to pay their respects, discovering the last gravekeeper's corpse in the small wooden cabin. This bamboo maiden personally digs a grave to bury Xiao Bei alongside his ancestors. Xian Bei closes the book. The surname Zhu? Lu Tan also bears the surname Zhu. Lu Tan buried me in a past life, which is why I feel an affinity for her in this life. Xian Bei glances at the open window atop the library. No debts in the past, no meetings in this life. 2 tears stream down Xian Bei's cheeks. One who gave their life for you. One who wholeheartedly wished you well. She did not want you to feel guilty, hence she claims no debts in the past. How can there be no debts? Xiao commuses over this familiar, yet strange name. Thank you for once being a part of my life. Thank you for loving me so deeply. The book Xian Bei brought back rests on a shelf in the study. Xian Zhu, upon seeing it, exclaims, "The mountain god is so wicked. How could he tear them apart? Truly despicable." Xiao Bai happens to pass by, asking Xian Zhu, who is good or bad? The mountain god in this book. Knowing the rabbit spirit is so kind and Xiao Bei so loyal, how could he still seek to separate such a loving couple? He even turned the rabbit spirit into a vase. It is simply wicked. Let me see. Xiao Bai takes the book. How strange. What is it? What seems strange? The writing looks so familiar, almost as if I penned it. Xiao Bai, do you also suffer from memory loss? Yes, I have forgotten many things. It is all due to my heroics that I overexerted myself to save your father. No amount of walnuts can restore what was lost. Why use walnuts to regain your cultivation? Aren't walnuts for nourishing the brain? It matters not. What is important is that I feel this mountain god must have his own untold burdens. Oh, if he can provide a reason, I might forgive him. However, it seems impossible. He is truly a villain. Xiao Bai suggests, humans and monsters are on divergent paths. Perhaps the mountain god foresaw that Xiao Bei and Xiao Can could not be together forever. He simply sought an excuse to test them, and if they succeeded, he would aid them in remaining together eternally. How long is forever? For all eternity. Has the test been completed? Are they together? The rabbit spirit has been turned into a vase. How can they be together? Xiao Bai replies. The vase contains the rabbit spirit's ashes and some memories. Perhaps it means the mountain god, in his benevolence, has sent the rabbit spirit to be reborn, and in her next life, she will become human and meet Xiao Bei once more. Could it be? I sincerely hope this is the case. For it would not be in vain for the rabbit spirit to sacrifice her life saving Xiao Bei, just as Xiao Bei lived a solitary life for her. On the first day of school, Xian Zhu discovers the vase in the library is missing. Her friend has also vanished. Xian Zhu inquires with the headmaster, who explains that a friend's daughter is celebrating her coming-of-age ceremony, and he has gifted it to her. The daughter will host a marriage proposal event in the city tomorrow. A marriage proposal event? I want to go. Xian Zhu loves to witness lively occasions. Not only does she want to attend, but she also drags along Xian Bei and Xiao Bai to accompany her. This young lady is truly stunning, a sight to behold, one who can make fish sink and birds shy away. The crowd buzzes with excitement, as many married men cast their gazes upon her, only to be dragged away by their fierce wives. Xian Bai exhibited no interest, standing apart from the crowd, leaning against the wall while chewing on mint leaves. Toss it to me, toss it to me. I shall cherish and love you well. Get lost. Don't you have a mirror at home, or at least a toilet? So what if I'm not handsome? My inner beauty shines. I can shield her from harm. Toss it to me, wife, over here. Xian Zhu could not see, even if she jumped high. The embroidered ball was thrown by a young lady of noble birth. It soared over the crowd and landed squarely in Qian's arms. He was momentarily taken aback, thinking, I don't want to catch this. Whoever desires it may take it. This cannot stand. We must adhere to tradition. A well-dressed man approached. Excuse me, young sir, are you married? No, but I have no intention of marrying. Then you are the one. You are quite the catch. Perfectly suited for my family's young lady. Hey, this is rather coercive, isn't it? Xian Bai's protests fell on deaf ears as 4 servants lifted him and carried him away. Xian Zhu continued to jump. Who caught the embroidered ball? Did anyone snatch it? I heard a young man caught it. Oh, I didn't see. What a pity. Unaware of the commotion, Xian Zhu decided to head home, and the two turned to discover Xian Bai was missing. Oh no, uncle has disappeared. How embarrassing. If he has lost, let him be. One less person to feed. Xiaobai Lechen Juju home. We'll be ungracious if we leave without him. It's fine. He is a grown man. He knows his way home. Shanbai was unceremoniously taken to the bridal chamber. Is this how it's done? Marriage requires the words of a matchmaker and parental consent. What is this? The four threw him into the bridal chamber and locked the door from the outside. Shanbai was at a loss. Locked? Do they think I can't climb out? Upon attempting to push the window, he discovered it had been nailed shut from the outside. Can we engage in a rational discussion? Just as Shanbai was about to argue with the bride sitting on the wedding bed, he turned and found himself entranced. Xiaocan, husband, it is I. It turned out that the mountain deity had indeed performed a benevolent act, preserving the memories of the rabbit spirit Xiaocan within the vase. Chapter 61. Proud of you in this life. The rabbit spirit was reborn as a human, devoid of memories of her past life until her coming-of-age ceremony at 18. When the dean presented her with the vase, the memories within the vase merged with the reality of Xiaocan. She recalled Shanburi, the farewell, and the lingering attachment. Now, they were reunited. The orchestrator of this scheme, Shegba, remained blissfully unaware. To become a mountain deity, one must possess extraordinary wisdom. Even in the throes of amnesia, the original plan continued to unfold as intended. Husband, I heard you are dissatisfied and wish to return me? No returns. It is you, now and forever. And I shall not change. The day after their marriage, Shanbui visited his in-laws, enjoying a harmonious meal, and that night returned to the palace of the Khitan kingdom with his wife. He left as a solitary man, but returned as a pair, fingers entwined with Chavez. Oh, is that not my friend Xiaocan? I thought you were sent away by the dean and that I would never see you again. Shen Juju rushed over, this time successfully grasping Xiaocan's hand. It felt tender and smooth, like a fresh spring onion. Shen Juju pressed her small face against it, saying, "This is how a girl's hand should feel. Wait, this is clearly a human hand. Xiaocan, have you possessed someone? When did you start associating with my uncle?" Everyone, except the oblivious Shen Juju, understood. Quickly, Shan Juju, bring your little aunt over to sit. Oh, all right, but why is Xiaocan my little aunt? Shanbai, rugged and sturdy. Notice Xiaocan's face had turned crimson. Shanbai recounted the story of his and Xiaocan's relationship, akin to that in ancient texts. So it is true that the mountain deity performed a good deed? I misunderstood him. I shall no longer speak ill of him. He is indeed a great person. Xiao Bugagug said that the couples who have endured trials can be together for eternity. Is that true? Xiao Bai shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Xiaocan has shed her demonic essence to become human. Is this a joy or a sorrow for her? For her beloved, she would forsake her life. What does it matter? The quest for a precious gem is arduous, yet finding a kindred spirit is rare. She felt Shanbai was worthy, and he believed Xiaocan deserved his solitude. Even after a lifetime, true love may arrive late, but it will never be absent. They were all a family, embracing Xiaocan just as they did Shanburi. Henceforth, the palace welcomed another couple indulging in sweet affection. Shanbai surpassed his brother in this regard, even holding his wife's small hand beneath the dining table. They would often share embraces and lift each other high in the garden. The couple was a perfect match, drawing the attention of passing magpies perched on branches. Khitan and Xiaocan tended to flowers in the courtyard when Shanbai returned, wrapping his beloved in an embrace. Oh, you are so cruel, torturing the single and the couple alike. Khitan turned away, heading back. I'll go prepare dinner. You both do as you wish. Husband, I shall assist my sister-in-law with dinner. Xiaocan attempted to extricate herself from Shanbai's embrace, but he mistook it for playful reluctance. My dear, I missed you. He embraced her as a child would a cherished toy. Leaving in the morning and returning just half a day later felt like a separation of years. What could be done? Meeting daily had only deepened his longing. Leaving him lovesick, my friend has turned into my aunt. Suddenly, the distance feels vast, remarked Shandu, resting her chin on her hands. Dear niece, do you have no other friends? Must you covet my wife? Uncle, you are too much. I met Xiaocan first. Xiaocan shook her head as Shanbai behind Shen Chuchu, urging him not to bicker with the child, as it appeared ungracious. Xiaocan adored dancing with graceful elegance, while Shen Juju enjoyed playing the flute. The two would often engage in a delightful performance, one dancing while the other played. Nearby, Shan Kunkan napped peacefully in a stroller. "Brother, my flute sounds so lovely. How could you treat it as a lullaby?" Shanbri leaned against the pavilion column. "The effect is quite good. I find myself a bit drowsy." He stretched and yawned. "Uncle, you possess no sense of aesthetics." Shanbai clapped. "My wife's dance is exquisite, yet Shanju's flute lacks any emotional depth, merely displaying proficiency. All right, I admit, I'm still young, and I completely fail to grasp the emotions in the flute scores the teacher speaks of. If you understand, why not play one yourself?" Shan Juju offered her flute. Shanboi declined, waiting for his own. The bamboo flute he produced was one he crafted himself, varying greatly in length and thickness from Shan Juju's. Placing it to his lips, the first note revealed his skill. The melody flowed beautifully, captivating and stirring. "Wow, it seems my uncle possesses both charm and talent." "Uncle, I may have harbored some misconceptions about you before." Shanbai ignored her, continuing to play, the bamboo flute releasing a lively melody. His music transported listeners from the grand palace to distant horizons, as if surrounded by fluttering butterflies and walking upon soft, fluffy clouds. The experience was enchanting, leaving Xiao Can and Shan Juju entranced. When the performance concluded, Shan Juju remained lost in admiration. "Wake up!" Shan Bai waved his hand before Shan Juju's eyes. "Uncle, may I see your flute?" "Take it." Shan Juju received it and blew into it, producing a discordant sound. She then played a familiar tune, but straight off key. "Oh dear, uncle, your flute is quite rough in craftsmanship. However, I managed to play it accurately." Shan Bai crouched down to meet Shan Juju's gaze. Taking his flute from her hands and wiping off the remnants of her saliva with his sleeve. When he played a note, it resonated like divine music. Shan Juju blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Why?" Shanboi replied, "Because music is inherently free from restrictions. The flute's design, the spacing of its holes, and the material it is crafted from are not fixed. The school provides identical flutes for the sake of convenience in teaching, but true music exists in life and nature. My flute may sound off to you, yet I have harmonized with it for so long that we are in perfect sync." Shan Juju grasped the concept quickly, asking, "Oh, is it akin to the idea that the most profound martial arts techniques are those without form?" Shanbei affirmed, "Indeed, the essence lies in your love for music and the companionship it brings." Before returning to Jixiang City, Shanbai had ample time to embrace solitude. On the mountain, he was accompanied only by his master, an old man who alternated between sternness and indifference, often ignoring Shanboi for weeks at a time. The two were engaged in their own practices, rarely crossing paths. Initially, Shanboi despised his solitude, but eventually he grew accustomed to it, and one day, he found joy in being alone. He relished in pursuing his passions and studying what intrigued him. After his departure, as he strolled through the hustle and bustle of the city, he finally comprehended that those solitary days were the ones he should cherish most. Internal strife is a formidable adversary, yet those who are accustomed to solitude can deftly evade it. He focused solely on those he cared for and diligently attended to his responsibilities, eschewing trivial gossip and avoiding time wasted on things unworthy of his attention. His flute remained a constant companion at his waist, though perhaps not the very same one, as he had broken many during his encounters with monsters. Yet crafting a new one was second nature to him. In his solitary journeys through desolate lands, he expressed the grandeur of the sea and the world through his flute's melody. Now, with a happy and fulfilling family, the flute no longer served to alleviate his loneliness. Instead, it became a source of joy and a skill for Shan Juju to admire. Lu Tan was moving flower pots and glanced over, saying, "Older brother Shabri, your flute sounds delightful. Where are you moving them to?" He inquired. "To the academy. The headmaster has asked for my assistance. Next week, there will be a performance, and we urgently need 5,000 pots of ornamental plants. The donkey cart for the flowers is already waiting outside the palace gates." Shanbai remarked, "I can assure you, Lu Tan is truly the most approachable empress throughout history, exhibiting none of the airs typical of royalty, resembling a gentle and gracious hostess." Shanbai expressed his pleasure at this assessment, noting that she did not wish to be an aloof Uten flower, but rather to lead a grounded life. "I will help," he offered. I will too, chimed in Xiaocan. Me too, me too, Shen Juju exclaimed, small in stature but strong for her size, capable of lifting objects nearly as heavy as herself. Shen Nan often wondered how such a little girl managed it. The flower pots were loaded onto the donkey-drawn cart, and Luton settled onto the side of the cart. I will assist the headmaster with the arrangement. I leave the rest to you all. Shen Bai nudged Shen Juju. Do you wish to stay and help with the flower pots, or accompany your mother to learn about arranging the garden? I can do either, she replied, stroking her head. Go with your mother. Moving flower pots lacks skill, and you should learn more at this time, Shen Bai said, wholeheartedly wishing the best for Shen Juju. All right, she agreed, climbing onto the cart and waving goodbye to Xiao, San, and Shen Bui. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. The Empress and the princess riding in the donkey cart was a rare sight indeed, especially since Shen Nan was not impoverished. Shen Juju, the little princess, felt no shame in this. Rather, she found it quite impressive, enjoying the panoramic view and eagerly greeting acquaintances. Hello, Grandpa Zhou. Hello, Uncle Hao. Blessings to the Empress, and greetings to the princess. Where are you off to, princess? Today was supposed to be a holiday, but the headmaster ordered flowers, so I am helping my mother arrange the flower pots. Oh, splendid. These flowers are truly beautiful, was the response. Luton smiled. This daughter certainly enjoys chatting. I wonder who she takes after. Shan Juju and the headmaster unloaded the cart, while Luton arranged the flowers. The stage was rectangular, with tall plants set up as a backdrop, surrounded by vibrant flowering plants to create a lively atmosphere. Flower stands filled the audience area, with potted succulents displayed atop them. Luton wore a lavender embroidered apron, while Shan Juju donned a smaller version of a floral apron. Unmistakably a mother-daughter pair, both diligent and meticulous in their work. I am very happy to labor alongside you, mother. Oh, I take great pride in you, mother. My classmates envy me, saying that Shanju's mother excels in everything, unlike other empresses and consorts from different nations, who seem distant and aloof. You resemble a virtuous wife and mother. I appreciate the compliment. Please convey my gratitude to your classmates. Luton felt joyous to provide Shan Juju with a carefree childhood and was pleased that she had a group of like-minded peers. Mother, did you know that some people speak ill of me behind my back? But I'm not angry. I feel pity for them. They must envy me but cannot be like me, so they intentionally provoke me. And what do they say? They claim that I have never had to do any chores, with 19 maidservants attending to me, and that my mother has never lifted a finger since birth, only consuming delicacies like bird's nest, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Everyone has their own way of living. Perhaps she believes that such a life makes her superior, but I prefer basking in the sun and sweating. I like that too. Sweating is healthier and signifies productivity. I love you most, mother, and the people of Luton country adore you. You are the best empress. This little girl certainly had a sweet tongue, often bringing joy to Luton's heart. A good emperor and empress can bring prosperity to their people. In contrast, the situation in the Shu country was dire. After the Moon clan invaded the imperial capital, they left the land barren and the populace desolate. By nightfall, there was no smoke from cooking fires, no lanterns illuminating the streets, and not a hint of life, resembling ghost towns. The Moon clan showed no interest in rehabilitating the area. They felled ancient trees for profit, dismantled priceless treasures within the palace to sell, and obliterated the civilization of Shu country for quick gains, indulging in destructive profiteering. Towns either transformed into deserts or were swiftly overrun by rampant vegetation, with wild beasts wandering into the cities, howling under the moonlight. The Moon clan exchanged their ill-gotten wealth for fine wines, exquisite foods, and beautiful women. They excelled in violence and plunder, but lacked any skill in creation. After destroying Shu country, they sought their next target, incessantly probing around Luton country, only to discover that they could not even infiltrate a doggle. Having sent out spies, the bodies of those agents were returned within days. The citizens of Luton country were patriotic and cherished their homeland. They witnessed the plight of the great Shu country and understood the value of peace and stability. At the dinner table, Shanbai remarked, "Brother, I hear the Moon clan is still persistent. Indeed, they have discarded 16 bodies just this month. These scoundrels truly overestimate themselves. They are merely defeated foes of yours. yet they wished to prance about like clowns. Shen Nan replied, "Old habits die hard, but thankfully the citizens are vigilant. I have not had to worry much about the borders." Mian Huatong added, "I heard that the leader of the Moon Clan was a descendant of a treacherous minister from Shu country, exiled by the people after he caused the death of a loyal general." Chapter 62. Life and death depend on each other. Oh, tell me more. "I am not well versed in this history," Shanbury said. Xiaobai swallowed his mouthful of rice and replied, "I know it well. Allow me to recount it slowly. The present location of the Moon Clan was once a barren wasteland, where criminals were exiled to the frontier. Once there was a general, possessed of the 5 virtues of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. Yet, precisely because of his exceptional accomplishments, he became a thorn in the side of the officials of the court. Xian Zhuzhu raised her hand to ask, why do these high-ranking officials, who share the same country, harbor such animosity towards a capable general? Shouldn't they emulate Lin Pu and Lin Xiangru, working harmoniously to govern the nation? The reason lay in their acceptance of bribes from the enemy nation. When the enemy attacked, they exaggerated the enemy's combat prowess, undermining the morale of our troops, advocating for peace, land concessions, and reparations, all while pocketing a share for themselves. Oh, what happened next? Yet this general was steadfast and upright. He understood the strength of our army and believed in fighting back. Why surrender when victory is attainable? A general, when on the battlefield, is not bound by the emperor's command. Indeed, I support the general, Xian Zhuzhu declared. However, those officials who despised the general whispered slanders to the emperor. 1 or 2 voices might not sway him, but when 3 or 5 echoed the same sentiment, doubt began to creep into the emperor's mind. Eventually, when a dozen court ministers all chimed in to malign the general, the emperor could not help but cast a dark shadow upon that upright general. They are truly vile. Such schemers, Xian Zhuzhu exclaimed indignantly. The general triumphed in battle, greeted by the jubilant populace with flowers, yet upon returning to the imperial capital, he was shackled and thrown into a dungeon. Why? Why? Someone fabricated evidence of his collusion with the enemy and presented it to the emperor. There are not only numerous testimonies, but also material evidence. The evidence was clearly forged, yet the emperor chose to believe it, as the true reason was that the general's achievements overshadowed his own. The people only knew of the general, not the emperor. Ah, so the ministers are wicked. But the emperor is even more formidable, desiring to eliminate his loyal subjects, Xian Zhuzhu remarked. Indeed, this befuddled emperor made the most foolish decision. Those treacherous sycophants, feigning concern, visited the general, warning him to remain silent, not to utter a word. While he languished within, his family remained outside. For the sake of his family's safety, the general chose to endure his imprisonment without attempting to prove his innocence. He believed that the innocent would naturally be vindicated. At that moment, his deputy took up arms in rebellion, seeking justice for the general. Quickly, tell me, did she succeed? Xian Zhuzhu urged impatiently. Do not rush. I shall narrate it slowly. The deputy was a heroine, a remarkable woman. Huh? A woman? How admirable. I hope she succeeds. This deputy, surnamed Zhu, had disguised herself as a man. Following the general closely, there were whispers that she and the general shared a spousal bond, or perhaps a romantic liaison, as her humble origins barred her from entering the Xian family. Xiaokan remarked, though I have not witnessed their affection firsthand in times of peril. Those who stand by you when others flee are undoubtedly the ones who love you most. Xian Bei grasped Xiao Kan's hand and inquired, so the general's surname is Xian. The deputy, a heroine, is surnamed Zhu. Well, the loyal Chun, who is also devoted to General Xian. Indeed, General Chun and General Zhu were the left and right arms of General Xian, having fought side by side for many years. The young woman led a rebellion and succeeded. But alas, she was a moment too late. While she was battling through the chaos, General Xian had already met a tragic end. General Chun spent a fortune to procure General Xian's head, joining it with a scarecrow for burial. He subsequently withdrew from the world, guarding the general's tomb alongside his descendants for a century. The descendants of the Zhu family searched for hundreds of years before finally locating General Xian's remains. Visiting to pay their respects, It is said that when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Yet, even centuries after his passing, someone still honors him, affirming his virtue. While those who guard his tomb are also commendable. Miantong remarked, "One is a beloved who remains steadfast until death, the other, a brother as close as kin. They have traversed the passage of time and now reside under the same roof." Such is the wondrous nature of fate. Xiaobai gazed at those present, his eyes reflecting a moment of reverie. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of time, he cherished scenes of heartfelt reunions. Xiaobai Gij, if that Miss Zhu succeeded in her rebellion, why did she not ascend to the throne? She sought only to vindicate General Xian. Her ambition was never to claim the crown. And what became of her afterward? Where did she go? I do not know. Xian Zhuzhu, you ask too many questions. Curiosity is natural. Then let us speak of the fate of the villain who forged evidence to frame General Xian, Miantong said. Miss Zhu not only dismembered him, but also scattered his ashes. Yet she spared his family. His wife and 2 daughters knelt before her in repentance. Adhering to the principle of sparing family members, Miss Zhu let them go, though she may have overlooked one thing. Xian Zhuzhu inquired, what was it? Not all family members are alike. His 2 daughters inherited their parents' cunning and malice. Driven by righteous fury, the populace expelled them from the realm, banishing them to the barren land now known as the Yu tribe. Utilizing their silver tongues and insidious schemes, they attracted like-minded individuals to establish the nascent form of the Yu tribe. Indeed, it was a mistake to spare them. A villain does not transform into a virtuous person. They merely feign innocence, growing more malevolent. Miantong stated. Yet, the luck of the wicked eventually runs out. No matter how vile, a day of reckoning in hell awaits them. Xiaobai remarked, Xiaobai Gij, I once thought you were quite illiterate, but lately I perceive a wisdom that belies your simplicity, Xian Zhuzhu observed, gazing at Xiaobai's shimmering white hair under the moonlight. I am merely pretending. Pretending? What do you mean? As I age, I wish to appear endearing. At times, I feign ignorance. It is quite liberating to empty one's mind. Xiaobai reflected on the myriad emotions he had borne during his years as the mountain god, carrying the joys and sorrows of humanity. He felt the need to clear those complex feelings and start anew. Otherwise, even the most extensive reservoir of memories would inevitably face a collapse. In the stillness of the night, Xiaobai entered his study, reaching for a book that appeared in his hand. He climbed a ladder to place this book on the top shelf, next to the one titled No Debts in Past Lives, No Encounters in This Life. Leaning against the bookshelf, he closed his eyes, and a figure materialized before him. It was an era torn by war, filled with cries of anguish and scattered bodies. A general unearthed a small girl from the heap of corpses. She still breathed. The general cradled her and emerged from the carnage. She said, "You saved my life. I shall repay you. I will give you gold and silver and find you foster parents. In a few years, when you grow up, I shall arrange a good marriage for you. Do you believe women are only meant to bear children?" He said nothing, striding toward the exit. Yet in a flash, someone drew his sword from his waist. Turning around, he saw her executing a flourish with the sword, its tip aimed directly at him. He narrowly evaded the strike, a strand of hair severed. The general retaliated with the sword sheath, but she evaded his attacks with ease. Casually, she tossed the long sword, embedding it into the beam of the room. She had proven her prowess. Even General Xian found her strength formidable. This child was too adept at playing the innocent, appearing delicate and fragile like a pristine rabbit. "Who are you?" Anzhuang Zhu Chunchen had met General Xian before. She performed a standard fist salute. "You are Anzhuang? My family has served as court spies for 15 generations. I inherited this legacy with no choice in the matter. Moreover, women are not solely meant for marriage and childbirth." Her once innocent and pure eyes transformed into a fierce defiance. She was not a rabbit. She was a lion cloaked in rabbit skin. After the city fell, this lion shed her identity as a spy and became General Xian's deputy. Years later, Zhu Chunshun had blossomed from a small girl into a true woman. On a sunny day, she shed her armor and donned feminine attire, ascending Jixiang Mountain. "Xiaobai, I have come to drink with you." She carried 2 wine gourds. "What wine? You haven't visited in ages. Where have you been?" "None of your concern. Who are you to me?" I am your only friend. Is that not enough? Who else can you confide in besides me? One cannot pour out their heart to anyone when they are merely a pawn in the shadows. Without me, you would surely feel suffocated. I am simply indispensable. As Xiaobai spoke, she pulled out the gourd stopper and began to gulp down the wine, as if it were water. Umph, you are indeed significant. Did I not come seeking you as my confidant? I have developed feelings for someone. Uffed. Xiaobai spat out her drink. You? A female demon. A she-devil. Aside from resembling a woman, you have no feminine traits whatsoever. You could fall for someone? My heavens! What kind of absurdity is this? Surely, tomorrow will bring the end of the world. I say, just moments ago, you called me a friend, and now you mock me. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Xiaobai shook her head vigorously. Hey, that is too much. I refuse to believe there exists a man more manly than you. His name is Xuanli. Xiaobai calculated with her fingers, and it was astonishing. His military achievements are remarkable. He is wise and valiant, of noble lineage, and most importantly, he remains unmarried, not even a concubine. Do you not think a man like this must have some issues? To insult him is to insult my own discerning eye. Zhu Qinshan banged the table and then seized the collar of the mountain god. Even the dignified mountain god quivered under her intimidating presence. My apologies. I had no idea how formidable you truly are. Who would dare marry you? 3 months later, Zhu Qinshan returned to the mountain god temple, this time without any wine. I say, my friend, are you truly going to critique me without bringing any wine? You are too cruel. I have sworn off alcohol. I will never drink again. She declared, Oh, I refuse to believe it, unless the sun rises from the west. I am pregnant, Zhu Qinshan said while gently touching her belly. What did you say? Xiaobai felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Her mind shattered into fragments. Is it that man you mentioned last time? May I timidly inquire how you managed to win him over? I got him drunk, intending to keep him for myself. But now the court is filled with a bunch of old fools who are after him. If they cannot topple him this time, they will surely try again. Xuanli has obstructed their financial interests. They will not let it go easily. My heavens, without any formality, I truly admire your courage. Xiaobai gazed at the yet undeveloped belly. So, you have given yourself to him? I have stated that I like him. Zhu Qinshan carried her child for 10 months before giving birth. Yet Xuanli remained oblivious to the fact that he now had a daughter in the world. Zhu Qinshan maintained a distance from him, aside from that drunken night. They hardly exchanged more than a word. She entrusted the child to a wet nurse, her surname being Zhu, as Zhu Qinshan hoped that in Xuan's time of distress, a bloodline would remain. The next time Xiaobai encountered Zhu Qinshan, her face bore no trace of her former brilliance. He knew that man had perished. That man who would rather face death than heed advice. He possessed his own pride, and Zhu Qinshan held him in her heart. She was perceptive and wise. Everything she had foretold had come to pass. She arrived clad in male attire, this time to bid farewell to Xiaobai. We may never meet again. My only friend in this world. If you leave, I will be profoundly lonely. You must understand, you're also my sole friend. Xiaobai averted her gaze from Zhu Qinshan, turning her head aside to look at the wishing tree. The silken ribbons fluttered in the wind as Xiaobai struggled to hold back her tears. You may live for 1,000 autumns, and you will have other friends. I am different. That person is gone, and my heart has perished along with him. I am truly angry, the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. You are so selfish, you do not care about my feelings as a friend. Could you not stay with me for a few more decades? Zhu Qinshan, I despise you. You, a manly woman, a simpleton, go seek him. You have no idea how many wish to befriend me, yet I ignore them all. If you wish to leave, then go. I shall act as if I never knew you. Xiaobai crossed her arms, sulking on the fragrant camphor wood table with her legs crossed. Very well. Let's consider that we have never known each other. She left without a second thought, while Xiaobai wept uncontrollably. That was her only friend, someone with whom she shared everything, and now she was to vanish from the world. Even if they were to meet again one day, she would no longer be the person she once was, nor would I be the person I used to be. Xiaobai's tears fell once more unbidden, like pearls scattered from a broken string. The bookshelf beneath her head was somewhat uncomfortable. Xiaobai opened her eyes and wiped away her tears. Ultimately, it is I who am unworthy, still clinging to you as if I cannot exist without you. I merely wish to converse with you, to act foolishly and playfully. Yet you're no longer that simpleton from before. You have transformed into someone so graceful, so gentle and charming, and you still hold such affection for that Xuan. Is he truly worth all of this? Just how much do you adore him? Suddenly, the sound of a child crying filled the air. Chapter 63, a specially customized hairpin. Xiaobai hurriedly leaped up and dashed toward Xuan Tan's room. What is wrong with my little prince? Did he have a nightmare? Upon seeing Xiaobai, Xuan Tan ceased crying, turning into a giggling child biting his finger before settling down again. Xiaobai tucked Xuan Tan in with a small blanket. Being a caregiver is indeed quite joyful, especially since this is Lu Tan's child, so adorable. Xuan Juju has already captured my heart, and now with Xuan Tan, I am destined to spend my life with you both. Is this what they call happiness? Xuan Juju enthusiastically promoted her uncle's flute-playing skills to her classmates. As a result, Xuan Bei was invited as a special guest for the upcoming performance. Dear niece, you truly know how to get your uncle some work. Sure enough, as soon as Xuan Bei took the stage, he captivated the audience. The students gazed at him with admiration. Xuan Juju, how remarkable you are. You have such a virtuous mother and an exceptional uncle. Xuan Juju replied, we are all talents in our family. I am the least useful among us. You are still young. Strive to become the most capable in the family in the future. Yes, let's all work hard together. Xuan Bei was invited by the principal to join him for tea. Much like little Xuan Juju, the principal was also very interested in Xuan Bei's flute. If I may be frank, this flute is rather crudely made. I wonder how the prince corrects its intonation. Through familiarity, I have developed a rapport with this flute, achieving a kind of harmony, or perhaps it is simply due to my skillful hands. Is that so? Truly remarkable. To reach your level, one must not only practice diligently, but also possess extraordinary talent. You flatter me. I merely pass the time out of boredom. Your Highness, I have an unreasonable request. Xuan Bei smiled. I'm not inclined to comply with you. Surely, you know what I am about to say? Is it necessary to ask? This person, eager for talent, has already coaxed Lu Tan into teaching twice. Your Highness, with such skill, you should share it for the benefit of mankind. I have no time. You know I have an earnest job as a monster catcher. This will not take too much of your time. Just a brief lesson every half-month will suffice. With students practicing on their own in between, Xuan Bei still felt conflicted. Principal, I am accustomed to playing on the flute I carve myself. I cannot play your standardized flute. Then simply replace the students' flutes with yours. The key is that it sounds pleasant. An expensive flute that cannot produce a melody is worthless. Your Highness, you should start by teaching how to make flutes. Let's not go that route. Each flute made by 100 different people will have 100 different tunings, each unique. Then, why not produce a batch of flutes for the Academy to purchase? Very well. Not only will I teach flute making, but I will also take on the task of selling flutes. Xuan Bei stumbled out of the Academy's gates, returning home only to realize he had been tricked, failing to uphold his original stance. Upon arriving home, he saw Lu Tan. Sister-in-law, you must help me. Huh? Xuan Bei, you rarely call me sister-in-law. Is this a request for something significant? Yes, please help me make flutes. I know you are skillful. 3 days until the commencement of classes, and I require 150 flutes, a task beyond my solitary capabilities. Very well, a trivial matter. When others say it is trivial, there may be an element of boasting. However, when Luton claims it to be trivial, it is a task easily accomplished. In the span of a tea's brew, a single flute is crafted, and I can create 3 in succession, each flute identical in thickness and hole placement. Luton, splendid indeed. Xuan Bei picks one up and finds it remarkably pleasing to the touch. It is true that those with nimble fingers excel at whatever they undertake. The term touching upon related fields aptly describes Luton. Upon observing Luton and Xuan Bei crafting flutes, Xiaobai offers to assist. Xuan Bei implores, Brother Xiaobai, I beseech you, entertain my dear nephew nearby, and do not disrupt the process. Who do you look down upon? If others can do it, so can I. Allow me to showcase the prowess of the fox. Luton gently places the slumbering Xuan Tan on a bench and begins to carve holes into the bamboo. Once completed, he takes a breath. Xuan Bei, in that instant, feels the hairs on his neck rise, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Brother Xiaobai, must you torment my ears? How could it sound so dreadful? I shall make some adjustments. The fox enlarges the holes. With another breath, Xuanbei quivers, his teeth chattering. A magpie dozing in a tree takes flight in alarm. Brother Xiaobai, I shall offer you 10 coins. I implore you to cease playing, or my dear nephew shall awaken. It is perplexing. All flutes are the same. Yet why does mine sound so unmelodious? Xiaobai picks up the flute crafted by Luton, placing 6 fingers over 6 holes. And with a breath, a rhythmic sound emerges, as if the flute possesses a soul of its own. What is the meaning of this? Is it a case of aesthetic discrimination? I rather suspect it is an issue of intellectual discrimination, Xuanbei remarks. Second master, you are going too far, Xiaobai retorts, enunciating each word. Initially, it was projected to complete the task in 3 days. However, with Luton's timely assistance, 150 flutes were packaged within a single day. Luton, you truly excel in every endeavor. There is no significant skill involved. It is merely a matter of practice, Luton states nonchalantly. A capable individual will never starve. And Luton, you are indeed well suited for survival. Basic survival skills are essential, provided one does not frequently encounter a malevolent entity like Bai Sha. Luton recalls how, upon their first meeting, they were ensnared by that wretched creature. No longer. Now, even a few aberrations cannot match Luton's prowess, unless taken to a barren desert. Wherever there is vegetation, Luton reigns supreme. I am heading to the private school to deliver goods. Is there anything you wish for me to bring for my dear niece? Oh, bring a pig's trotter, along with pancakes and lettuce. Very well. Xuanbei mounts his horse and arrives at the academy, presenting the flutes to the dean and delivering Luton's heartfelt offering to Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi, your beloved uncle has brought you a treat. Wow, pig's trotter. Bring your friends along to the cafeteria. Let the cafeteria aunt warm the pancakes for you. All right, second uncle, love you. No need to love me. I merely stopped by. Your mother loves you the most, fearing you may grow thin. Zhuangzi calls for companions, and a dozen friends accompany her to the cafeteria. The aunt has already warmed the pancakes. Wrapping slices of trotter with a bit of pickles and 3 leaves of lettuce, she rolls it up. One bite reveals a savory delight. Ah, life on earth is indeed worthwhile, Zhuangzi exclaims with great enjoyment. With so many present, each receives a single pancake, their faces glowing with delight. Is this not exquisite? The pig's trotter is rich yet not greasy. The pancake thin yet chewy, complemented by the pickled vegetables, simply divine. My mother cooks the best dishes in the world. Zhuangzi has attempted to make such pancakes, but they have never matched her mother's thinness or flavor. Finish your meal and study well. I must take my leave, Xuanbei waves. Second uncle, walk carefully. Do come often with delicious treats. Xuanbei muses, what a surprise. I now have so many nephews and nieces, and all of them are princes and princesses from various nations. Initially, the flute lessons were scheduled once every 7 days. Yet, some students lacked time to practice, returning to class unable to produce a sound. Xuanbei adjusted the schedule to a lesson every half-month. This slight alteration yielded better results. Even if a student could spare an hour within that fortnight, they would not produce sounds akin to wailing banshees. My mother and second uncle have both taught at the private school. Who will be next? Zhuangzi pondered aloud at the dining table. Hey. Do not assign us more work. Xuanbei covers his face. Do you not see that everyone in our family is quite busy? However, you, dear hostage, are in their hands. And for your future, the second master must grant them this favor, Xiaobai interjects. Huh? Why am I the hostage? Whether the private school teachers treat you well depends on the utility of your family, Xiaobai replies bluntly. That is not true. The teachers are not like that. Nor is the dean. Before you can respond further, Luton shakes his head at him. Xiaobai, Zhuangzi is still a child. She does not comprehend what you're saying. Very well. In 20 years, you shall see. When you become a parent, you will understand. Xuanan remarks, in 20 years, the world may have changed. Perhaps humanity will lean toward goodness, and there will be no more hidden agendas, nor the need for insincere expressions. One can only hope the world will surely improve. Xuanbei affirms. On a school day, Tianhua drives a carriage to escort Zhuangzi to the private school. He observes a gentleman directing traffic at the intersection, wielding a small flag, signaling carriages to halt as students cross. He does not appear to be a government official, but rather a servant from someone's household. That is the steward for my deskmate's family. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Zhang. Zhuangzi waves to the traffic director. Hello, fellow student, he replies. Zhuangzi is quite the social butterfly. Is traffic control not the responsibility of the private school? Tianhua inquires. The private school lacks sufficient staff, so they request each student's family to take turns. They send their stewards or maidservants, Tianhua explains. Will there come a day when I must do this as well? I would much prefer visiting the small shop. Of course not. The emperor has stated that everyone is busy. When our family was on duty, the emperor hired a cowherd to manage the intersection, paying him a silver tael for the day. Thank goodness our emperor is considerate of his subordinates. Tianhua wipes his brow. Off you go, dear hostage, to school and study diligently. Hey, brother Tianhua, if you keep calling me hostage, I may just fall out with you. Very well. My darling little princess, go to school and study hard. That is more like it. Watching Zhuangzi's silhouette fade, Tianhua sighs. Girls, it seems, never appreciate the truth, whether they are 8 or 80. Before Luton lies a heap of trimmed peach tree branches. From afar, one can sense the atmosphere of the palace is different. All the spirits within 10 miles have fled, and it turns out it is because our Luton is at play with peach wood. Xuanbei enters. What are you planning to create, Luton? I intend to carve hairpins, Luton responds. Peach wood is common, inexpensive, and quite popular at the market. Our family has an abundance of peach trees. The only expense is Luton's labor. I can complete this swiftly, and the labor costs are low. Luton quickly produces several designs. Hairpins are typically a stick or two-pronged. The variations lie in the patterns atop the pins. Luton carves peonies, osmanthus rabbits, lucky four-leaf clovers, koi leaping over the dragon gate, bamboo leaves with dragonflies, and adorable little piglets. Xiaobai approaches, inspecting each piece. I wager Zhuangzi will adore this little piglet. Xiaobai notes that this particular hairpin is an inch shorter than the others, indicating it was crafted specifically for Zhuangzi. Luton, could you carve me a bamboo fox design? Certainly. Luton replies, eagerly preparing to begin, dipping a brush in ink to sketch the design on rice paper. Bamboo and fox. Luton painted a fox gnawing on bamboo, then depicted another fox embracing a bamboo stalk, followed by a circle of bamboo encircling the fox in the center. This fox appeared adorably innocent, sporting a pair of wings on its back, resembling a little angel. Xiaobai exclaimed, "This one is delightful. I want this flying fox." "Very well," Luton replied, her carving knife dancing over the peach wood as if it possessed a life of its own. In the span of a single incense stick, a beautiful fox hairpin was completed. Luton polished it and placed it in Xiaobai's hand. Xiaobai felt both touched and overjoyed. This is uniquely mine. There is no other like it in the world, specially designed by Luton. I am so happy. She removed her hairpin and replaced it with the one Luton had just crafted. Pulling a bronze mirror from her sleeve, she admired her reflection. Wow, it looks stunning. How can there be such a beautiful hairpin and such an adorable fox spirit? Xuanbei smiled and shook his head. Who brags about themselves like that? If none of you do, I shall certainly praise myself, she retorted, and the fox dashed away to flaunt its new adornment. As it boasted, others flocked to Luton, requesting specially customized hairpins. Luton did not feel weary. Rather, she was quite pleased. She delighted in the fact that her creations were cherished by her family. Xuanan requested a pair of kissing gourds, and Luton carved 2 plump gourds from peach wood, appearing quite charming together. Initially, Xuanan had wished for a hairpin like the others, but as a monarch, his adornments were limited to gold, jade, and golden silk namu. Even if Luton crafted a hairpin for him, he could not wear it. These 2 gourds were exceptionally cute. Xuanan attached them to his belt, reminiscing fondly. Mayan Huiting received a small dog hairpin, while Xiaocan acquired a couple's hairpin in a vase design, just like Xuanbei's, except Xiaocan's vase held gardenias while Xuanbei's held a flute. Everyone received a gift from Luton except for the little one, Xian Tandan, who was still too young to have hair long enough for a hairpin and tended to put small toys in her mouth. "Mother, my little pig hairpin is so adorable. My friends all want one. They say they will pay with silver." Luton replied, "Give me a list, and I will carve them. She did not care for silver. Her concern was for Xian Zhuju's happiness. Xian Zhuju returned with a list of 152 requests, including an order from the dean and the teacher. Chapter 64. A visit from friends? Oh, the dean is joining in at such an old age? Xiaobai remarked as he looked at the list. A sweet-scented rabbit. It should be a bit chubby. The dean intended to gift it to his granddaughter. As noted in the list, the rabbit must be plump, for the dean's granddaughter is adorably chubby. Luton got busy. Each of the 152 hairpins required a unique design. Luton designed 3 patterns for each order based on the requests. When Xian Zhuju attended school, she shared Luton's designs with her classmates, who would choose one, mark it, and take it home to Luton, who then began the crafting process. My precious daughter surely knows how to keep me occupied. Dear, don't tire yourself too much. If I get tired, I will rest. Constantly focusing on one spot while carving can lead to eye strain. Luton would carve one piece and then take a break. Once all the hairpins were completed, they were sent out together. A new dilemma arose. The hairpins became exceedingly popular, prompting everyone to urge Luton to open a shop. Luton replied, perhaps not. This custom design is a one-time affair. Otherwise, my back cannot endure it. Henceforth, Luton would craft flutes and hairpins solely based on her interests, with designs reflecting her mood. Completed pieces would be placed in the small shop managed by Mayan Huating. Mayan Huating's shop welcomed 2 special guests, familiar faces. Upon seeing them, Mayan Huating trembled. Isn't that the fierce older sister with the feather fan? Next to her, the handsome Fuju greeted, hello, Mayan Huating. Hello, brother Fuju, what brings you both here? I haven't seen Luton in ages. I missed her, the feather fan remarked. Mayan Huating promptly closed the shop and led the 2 to find Luton, knowing well not to be neglectful with her childhood friends. Luton was in the orchard, pruning branches. The fallen twigs littered the ground. Luton? As she turned from the ladder, she exclaimed, Fuju Yufan? Long time no see. Luton leapt down and embraced Yufan. How'd you both been? The Shuwa had perished, and Fuju and Yufan had arrived at Luton's kingdom, Hope City. Very well, we lack neither money nor food. Life is just a tad dull, Yufan said, holding Luton tightly. She was no longer the wealthy young lady, but wholeheartedly embraced her role as Fuju's wife. Fuju, now without any official position, had savings enough to last them a lifetime. Thus, the couple began to wander and explore. Remembering Luton, they decided to stay and catch up. Sounds great. Luton replied happily, while Mayan Huating and Xiaobai wore worried expressions. Her temper is rather fierce, and she has quite a lot to say. We've all had a taste of her fierceness. The one who argued without reason would not allow others to speak, especially since one could not contend with the sword-bearing figure beside her. Luton prepared a feast. Shuabei returned with Xian Zhuju. Zufan Futin Lutan que lo si, Lutan? You look just like you did as a child. Could it be that you gave birth to this one? Aha, you guessed correctly. Xian Zhuju is your Aunt Yufan. Auntie is so beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Xian Zhuju sweetly chimed. Yufan immediately pulled out a 50-tael silver note and handed it to Xian Zhuju. Dear niece, take this and buy something delicious. Xian Zhuju looked to Luton. Can I accept this, mother? Luton not that? Xian Zhuju feigned modesty. Thank you, Auntie. I wish you forever remain young and beautiful. Such a sweet tongue, Yufan remarked. Yufan then noticed Xiaobai holding a small child, asking, whose child is this? He looks so much like Xuanan. Luton explained, he is Xian Zhuju's younger brother. Oh, Yufan exclaimed, Luton, have you given birth to 2? Aha, it just happened by accident. You all should strive as well. I have no intention of giving birth. Whoever wants to can do so. Do I look like someone who would become a mother? Everyone silently agreed. Not at all. Yufan attempted to lavish silver notes upon Xian Tantan, but Luton stopped her. No, he is still too young to understand the value of money. He won't remember it now. Let's wait until he grows up and can comprehend it. True, your husband is now an emperor, rich beyond measure. You needn't worry about this small sum. Xiaobai added, must you speak so bluntly? Who would refuse money? Luton is merely being considerate of your purse. At the dining table, Fuju remained as quiet as ever, while Yufan chattered incessantly. It was evident that Luton was genuinely happy. It had been far too long since she had seen Yufan and Fuju, and their presence stirred a plethora of cherished memories. Luton, do you remember? This fellow used to be rather indifferent to you, never making the first move to propose, and now look at him, a devoted husband and doting father. Oh, wasn't it your father who pursued your mother? You don't know? Let me tell you, your father was quite the dashing young man, resolutely determined to live a solitary life. Your mother had her own little thoughts. She always admired her great hero and vowed to marry no one else. Cough. Is it really so enjoyable to gossip about others? Xuanan felt quite embarrassed. He preferred that no one else spoke of his matters with Luton. Moreover, Xian Zhuju was still a child. Such romantic tales were not meant for her ears. My mouth is on my face. I shall speak as I please. If you don't like it, come at me. As Luton perceived the rising tension, she intervened. Yufan, please show me some grace. Very well. I shall let it slide for Luton's sake. Upon hearing that Yufan would remain for dinner, Xuebe promptly took Xiaocan and left for a restaurant. The two went to the tavern and ordered a splendid feast. Xianbei, with a hint of discontent, remarked that a brief stay of a few days was tolerable, but if they were to reside here permanently, they would have to vacate to avoid the ensuing troubles. Xiaocan expressed her thoughts, stating that she found the girl, named Yushan, quite cheerful and lively, wondering why others seemed reluctant to converse with her. You have no idea how venomous her tongue is. She is quite obstinate and does not tolerate dissent. Initially, we allowed Lu Tan to choose between her and us. And what happened then? We collectively left home, of course. Really? Is she that formidable? More than formidable. Oftentimes I believe she should be trained as a demon catcher, for she could verbally vanquish any monster. Is she truly that powerful? My dear, if you doubt it, you may return and witness for yourself. But please do not involve me. Why are you so afraid of her? If the conversation does not flow, one need not engage. Xuan Bai mocked. The individual beside her is equally formidable. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Previously, he served as a third-ranked sword-wielding bodyguard to the Emperor. With just one edict from His Majesty, he could procure any intelligence or eliminate anyone without the need for an army. He alone suffices to execute the task. With such a formidable protector at her side, how could the sure kingdom still fall? The oppression of the common folk led to its downfall. It was inevitable. He plays cunning games even with my brother and plots against Lu Tan. Such a fate is well-deserved. Shao Can, though not fully comprehending, only retained the understanding that one should avoid dealings with Yushan, lest the consequences be dire. After satisfying their appetites, the two strolled through the night market until exhaustion set in, prompting Xianbei to carry his delicate wife home. Upon entering, he promptly closed the door. Xiaocan found amusement in the fact that her husband, who seemed fearless in daily life, was so intimidated by a woman. Yushan had chased Xiannan away, desiring to share a bed with Lu Tan, as she had much to discuss. Xiannan had no choice but to reluctantly retreat to the study. After freshening up, he slipped under the covers, while Yushan incessantly chattered, her words flowing like a torrent, as if she had been mute for years and was now bursting to speak. Lu Tan, what troubles you? To have children at such a young age, and two in quick succession, is simply bustling with activity. Lu Tan, having labored throughout the day, was already weary, her eyes heavy with sleep. Yushan pouted. Having children is excruciating. Yet, I adore my husband and wish to bear his offspring. I cannot concur. I cherish Fuju too, but if he desires heirs, he may take several concubines to fulfill that wish. Are you truly willing? To love someone inevitably brings about possessiveness. If Xian Nan were to marry another, Luton would undoubtedly be heartbroken. What I have to lose, it is myself I am reluctant to part with. Childbearing entails bloodshed, akin to traversing the gates of hell. Moreover, I am of advanced age for childbirth. If I were to perish, who knows which vixen would spend my money, share my man, and dwell in my home while raising my child? You do think ahead. What man would remain faithful to you? Though my husband is somewhat taciturn, he possesses considerable attributes: wealth, appearance, stature, and martial prowess. There are countless young maidens eager to win his favor. He will surely take a second wife, without a doubt. Lu Tan did not find childbearing particularly arduous, but it ultimately depended on individual constitution. She refrained from intervening, as the matters of a couple should be settled between themselves. Fu Zhu had no objections, and neither did Yushan, leaving Lu Tan, an outsider, with little to say. As the conversation continued, Lu Tan drifted off to sleep. Yushan continued her ramblings, recounting childhood mishaps and the folly of her beloved Fu Zhu, sharing tales of past quarrels and spilled vinegar. Lu Tan awakened early to tend to the garden. Lu Tan, you are awake? Yushan queried. Sleep a while longer. There is no rush. I wish to have abalone soup. Please bring it to me, and I will return to sleep after eating. Lu Tan replied, Am I to be treated as your maid? However, given that she had traveled a great distance to see her, Lu Tan was not so petty as to deny such a modest request. She instructed Xiao Bai to procure the abalone. It was not a common delicacy, being prohibitively expensive. Lu Tan was a wise and frugal empress, self-sufficient from her own gardens. The abalone returned, each receiving a bowl of abalone porridge. Lu Tan carried Yushan's bowl inside. Xiao Bai remarked, Lu Tan, you truly indulge her. Yushan did not often visit, only this once. Fu Zhu stood up to accept the bowl. Allow me. Thank you, Lu Tan. It's no trouble. Fu Zhu, you should eat. Give it to me. My wife has a temper upon waking. Oh dear, what is it like to marry a demanding person? Xiao Bai began to speak, but was silenced by Xian Bei's hand over her mouth. Do not speak further. If that lady hears, we shall face dire consequences. Why provoke her unnecessarily? I misspoke. I shall keep silent and pretend I said nothing. Xiao Bai quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. After a considerable effort to send her away last time, they found no suitable reason this time. Yushan, the young lady, was nocturnal, sleeping through the day and rising late. At lunchtime, she remained in bed, and by dinner, she had yet to awaken. Xiao Bai expressed sympathy for the reticent elder brother, wondering how one could pamper a woman to such an extent. By the time everyone had finished dinner, Yushan emerged, yawning. Dear Lu Tan, I am famished. What do you wish to eat? Abalone soup, some sea cucumber, and a bowl of bird's nest with white fungus. These must be freshly procured. Yushan, you should eat some fruit to tide you over. Does your home lack even the basics? How could Xian be so stingy? Lu Tan, let me tell you, women require proper nourishment. If you neglect your nutrition, you will inevitably become a faded figure. Lu Tan touched her face and smiled. Her household possessed mirrors, and she appeared several years younger than Yushan, with a healthier complexion. This was due to her early bedtime, regular exercise, and a loving relationship with her husband. In contrast, Yushan, with her erratic schedule, appeared haggard and weary. Lu Tan prepared a meal for her, and Yushan devoured it without reservation, while others had already retreated to their rooms to evade the sharp-tongued lady. Having slept enough during the day, Yushan was now lively and engaged Lu Tan in endless chatter. Lu Tan, however, was not fond of gossip. Yushan rambled on about the intrigues in the harem of the Sher Kingdom and the beauty of various noble ladies across different dynasties, discussing secret affairs and long-standing liaisons that had become public knowledge among the elite in the capital. Lu Tan could only endure for a short while before succumbing to sleep, unaware of when Yushan had also dozed off. Upon waking, she found Yushan entering the room, dressed in a new outfit. I must say, purple suits you exceptionally well. It highlights your fair and radiant skin. Wait, where did this attire come from? I purchased it at the night market last evening. You were asleep and ignored me. I had Fu Zhu awaken and accompany me to the market. Fu Zhu, you look quite spirited, Lu Tan remarked with genuine admiration. How do I look? The 8-layer silk skirt is exquisite, from its fabric to its design and dyeing. It is a true masterpiece. It is beautiful. Yushan's sense of beauty is undoubtedly remarkable. Her clothing and accessories are stunning. I browsed several shops before choosing this one. I must say, the quality of silk in your capital is exceptional, light, soft, and smooth. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Tan responded, knowing that much of the silk was likely produced by her own hands, as she was the foremost silkworm cultivator in the capital. Chapter 65. The curious mushroom Yushan twirled before the mirror, admiring her reflection from various angles. Lu Tan, why do you not wear silk? If money is no object, why not dress better? A woman must rely on her adornments to capture a man's heart. Lu Tan had already donned her attire and completed her grooming as she prepared to step outside. After all these years as an old married couple, there was no need for mutual seduction. Their hearts had long been intertwined. Yet, must you dress like a peasant? I find coarse fabric quite agreeable. It is breathable and absorbent, and I am not troubled if it becomes soiled or torn. How can one perform labor in silk? You are a queen now. Do you still need to work? If Xuan Nan could not afford palace maids or eunuchs, how come I have not encountered a single one in the palace? It is my intention. I prefer to do what I can rather than impose on others. Lu Tan, are you unwell? A queen such as you would be better off marrying a wealthy landowner. They could easily provide you with a dozen or so maidservants. Lu Tan touched her nose. Discussing this with Yushan was akin to a chicken conversing with a duck. Neither understood the other. Yushan, I'm going to prepare a meal. Would you care to join me? The moment she asked, Lu Tan regretted it, suddenly realizing that perhaps, aside from herself, no one else wished to dine with the young lady Yushan. I want to eat. I had a meal outside. Lu Tan's heart finally settled. Thank goodness. Then Yushan, you can take a nap. I will go prepare the meal. Wait a moment, Lu Tan, I wish to bathe. After a night of strolling, I need to soak and unwind. All right, you take a break first. I will prepare the meal and heat the water for your bath. I want to bathe right now. Lu Tan, Yushan clung to Lu Tan's arm, twisting it playfully. This tactic was infallible with Fu Zhu. Lu Tan had no choice but to relent. Very well. I shall wait for you. Lu Tan saw Xuan Nan emerge from the study. My dear husband, please help me make breakfast. Certainly. Lu Tan turned and hurried towards the firewood room. My dear, where are you going? I'm going to heat water for Yushan's bath. How can my wife serve her so readily? Lu Tan pouted. After all, Yushan has never done a single chore in her life within her household. Even using the toilet required the assistance of a maidservant. It seemed her hands had only ever held chopsticks and spoons, nothing more. Xuan Nan remarked, I suddenly feel quite sympathetic towards Fu Zhu. Just then, Fu Zhu appeared. I apologize, dear brother. I did not mean to criticize you unless I could not hold back. Xuan Nan patted Fu Zhu on the shoulder and went to prepare the meal. Fu Zhu, my husband does not mean it that way. Please do not take it to heart, Lu Tan explained weakly. Feeling she could no longer fabricate excuses, she simply slipped away. In truth, Fu Zhu was not overly concerned with what others said. The merits of Yushan, who would know them? Fu Zhu despised insincerity and duplicity. And Yushan was not like that. She spoke her mind, and her actions often conveyed more warmth than her words. As for Yushan's aversion to labor, Fu Zhu did not wish for Yushan to toil. She merely wanted her to look beautiful, leaving the other matters to professionals, which was preferable to Yushan mishandling them. Fu Zhu needed no sympathy from others. How could one know the joy of a fish unless one were a fish? When Xuan Nan had finished making breakfast, Lu Tan had also prepared the bathing water. My dear, wash your hands before eating. Very well. I will call Yushan to the bathroom for her bath. When Lu Tan entered the bedroom, she found Yushan asleep on the bed, her clothes unchanged and shoes still on. Yushan, the bathing water is ready. I do not wish to bathe. I am so sleepy. Lu Tan sighed. Then perhaps you should remove your clothes and sleep properly. Oh, all right. Yushan kicked off her embroidered shoes and rolled into the blankets. Lu Tan remarked, you haven't even removed your makeup. Soon your lipstick will smudge all over the pillow. Shaking her head, Lu Tan closed the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Lu Tan emerge alone, Xuan Nan inquired, where's the lady who needed the bathing water? Yushan is asleep. Xuan Nan said, she does not appreciate the fruits of others' labor. Xuan Nan took Lu Tan's hand and led her to the dining area. Xuan Nan had prepared rice porridge, a plate of appetizing pickled vegetables, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, and sweet and sour cabbage, along with braised pig's knuckle. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal, proving that even imperial cuisine could be simple and warm. Having another guest, Fu Zhu, was something they could adapt to, as she remained quiet, merely eating and listening. Mianhua Tong remarked, Lu Tan, our hairpins sell exceptionally well. Every time they grace the shelves, they are sold out. This demonstrates that the customers have discerning taste. Liu Bei remarked. Lu Tan replied, I do not intend to continue making hairpins. I feel my inspiration has run dry, and I have already created all the designs I could conceive. If it were someone else, they would surely keep their creations as mementos. But Lu Tan felt they merely occupied space in her home. Her calligraphy and paintings were sold by the pound. instructing Mian Huatong to offer buy one get one free, encouraging bulk purchases. The same applied to hairpins. After all, she would not let customers suffer losses. Lu Tan reveled in the joy of creation rather than filling the palace with her works. With her cleanliness obsession, Lu Tan understood the importance of decluttering. Unused items should be disposed of. She preferred her home to appear barren rather than cluttered with unnecessary possessions. If something was dispensable and unlikely to be needed within a year or two, it was best to part with it, as it could always be repurchased later when necessary. Yushan likely found Lu Tan's home rather dull, primarily due to the absence of numerous servants to attend to her, and after 2 days, she had had her fill and returned home with Fuzhou. After the meal, Lu Tan sat in the orchard basking in the sun, plucking and eating a peach when thirsty. Afterward, she washed her hands in the lotus pond. Lu Tan sat cross-legged beneath a tree, reading for a while. Nearby, on the wooden tea table, was freshly brewed honey pomelo tea. Xuan Tantan rushed in, nearly running past before coming to a sudden halt upon seeing Lu Tan. Lu Tan, what is it? Come with me quickly. What has happened? Outside, someone has arrived. Someone? What is so alarming about that? Is this person a six-eyed, eight-nosed creature? No, she is exceedingly beautiful. Beautiful? Then why do you call for me? The issue is that she is too beautiful. Le Dan, along with Mian Huatong, dashed to the entrance of the small shop. Lu Tan exclaimed, "She is indeed beautiful." However, beauty is not her primary issue. The concern is that this girl bears an uncanny resemblance to someone, Xuan Juju. Her figure is voluptuous, every curve accentuated with long, raven hair cascading down to her ankles. She wore no shoes, and her skirt was notably short, revealing her fair and strong legs. She was simply a stunning beauty. "Who are you?" "Mother, it is me." "Xuan Juju?" "Yes," the other party nodded. "Lu Tan, sister, you startled me just now." Now Lu Tan was also taken aback. This girl appeared to be in her 20s. How could she possibly be Xuan Juju? "Madir, sobi. Xuan Juju rushed over and embraced Lu Tan, crying, "Is it truly you, Xuan Juju?" "Mother, it is truly me." "What has happened? What sort of incident has transpired?" "I encountered something strange." What was it?" "Tell mother slowly." Entering the small shop, Xuan Juju recounted her tale to Lu Tan. She had been at the private school when a classmate, whom she was not particularly familiar with, invited her to go mushroom picking in the mountains after school. Xuan Juju had accompanied her to the mountains at midnight. "Wait, I have a question." Mian Huatong interjected. "Why at midnight?" "Because there were classes during the day. Only the time while sleeping belonged to her." "Very well, please continue." "I went with Xiaoning, but she suddenly disappeared, leaving me all alone. I was frightened and began to walk down the mountain. Then I stepped on a large mushroom. Seeing it was quite attractive, I plucked it." "So, you suddenly grew up because you ate a poisonous mushroom?" "I did not eat it. I merely brought it back with me." Mian Huatong asked, "Oh, what happened next?" "Then I realized Xiaoning was missing." "Missing? Are you saying she went to the mountains with you and has not come down since? Perhaps she was taken away by a wolf?" Mian Huatong pondered whether there were wolves behind the private school. Xuan Juju shook her head, insisting it was even more bizarre. "I went to the mountains with Xiaoning last night, and when I awoke this morning, I found myself transformed into this." However, Xiaoning has not appeared for several days. Her family claims she has not returned home, and her teacher mentioned that she has been absent for 3 days, while her classmates assert they haven't seen her in that time. Yet, I distinctly recall seeing her in the classroom every day. I remember vividly that yesterday evening she invited me to go mushroom picking, and later, when everyone else had fallen asleep, she came over to wake me up so we could go together. Moreover, my classmates do not believe that I am Xian Juju. When I shared my experiences with them, they consider me a madman who had intruded into the private school from outside, with some even suggesting I was mentally unstable. Mian Hua Tang remarked, "How strange. Should we ask Yi about this?" Lu Tan also felt it resembled a disturbance caused by a demon. Upon returning home, Xianbei was pulled to the small shop by Mian Hua Tang. He saw Xian Juju, who was dozing off on the counter. "Who is this? Is this a relative of Xian Juju? Why do they look so much like her?" "You have met all of Xian Juju's relatives. Yi, come and see what has happened to Xian Juju. Is this really Xian Juju?" Suen Shu lifted her head. "Oh, goodness. So beautiful. If our Xian Zhu grows up to look like this, wouldn't suitors be lining up at our door? That's not important. Air Shu. Think a way to change me back. I'm still a student. How can I look like this? Let me take a look. Xianbei leaned in to check her eyelids and took her pulse. Open your mouth. Let me see. Ah, Xian Zhu, open your mouth. Xuanbai asked. Have you ever touched a kind of mushroom that grows this big, green in color? He illustrated. It resembles a mushroom, but is much harder and actually inedible because it cannot be chewed. Yes, I have seen it. Xian Zhu recounted her midnight excursion up the mountain with Xiao Ning. Where did you put that mushroom? I placed it under my pillow, and then it disappeared. This is troublesome. Lu Tin inquired. What do you mean? Xianbei stroked his chin. The Xiao Ning you mentioned has likely fallen into the trap ahead of you. If it weren't for your uncle being a demon hunter, you would transform into a mushroom tonight and seek a substitute. Huh? Uncle, I do not understand what you mean. To put it simply, your classmate Xiao Ning has actually been harmed by the mushroom. Then how can I see her? The fact that you can see her and others cannot indicates that you are her chosen target. Huh? Why would she want to harm me? Because she seeks a substitute, and the cycle continues endlessly. This is the mushroom's conspiracy. Xianbei stated, if my suspicions are correct, there will certainly be an upheaval tonight. Xian Zhu did not return to the private school, as in her current state, she could not attend classes. Xian Zhu remained in the palace. And Xianbei said, I will find a place to hide, but I will not disclose where. Do not seek me. I will appear when the time is right. Uncle, do you really want me to stay alone in this room tonight? I am afraid alone. Xianbei replied, you must be alone. Otherwise, what if you endanger others? Very well. I shall bear the consequences alone, as misfortune does not extend to family, though I am truly frightened. Xian Zhu did not extinguish the oil lamp on the table, but curled up under the blanket, trembling. She suddenly felt taller, making both the pillow and blanket seem smaller, which was indeed uncomfortable. The oil lamp illuminated only a small area around the table, leaving the rest cloaked in darkness. Xian Zhu could not help but let her mind wander. She could not suppress her thoughts of Xiao Ning, imagining her face turning green, her long tongue suddenly emerging from some corner, uttering words like return my life. The more she thought, the more terrified she became. Uncle, where are you? Can you please come out and talk to me? Xian Zhu felt her eyelids growing heavy. She was genuinely tired, yet afraid and hesitant to sleep. Just as her eyes began to close, she suddenly heard a voice say, why are you still so young? What right do you have? Who? Who is speaking? A shriek escaped from Xian Zhu's lips. She tumbled out of bed to find a green mushroom beside her pillow. Precisely the one she had brought back from the private school Back Mountain. What kind of demon are you? How did you come into my room? The mushroom stood upright, staring directly at Xian Zhu. Although it had no eyes, she felt its gaze upon her. Don't come any closer. I am very angry. You turned me into this, causing me to miss class today. Do you know I am an exemplary student, never tardy or leaving early? The mushroom swayed in place and then vanished. Suddenly, Xian Zhu felt a tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she saw Xiao Ning, now resembling an adult. This person could not possibly be Xiao Ning. Xian Zhu reminded herself. She was a demon. As her uncle had said, Xiao Ning had already been harmed by the mushroom demon. Do not come closer, villain. Xiao Ning grinned widely, her mouth stretching to the back of her head. Chapter 66. Delicious fried mushrooms. Her smile was exceedingly terrifying, and tears welled up in Xian Zhu's eyes. We agreed to go mushroom picking together. Why did you leave me alone? Stop lying to me. Xiao Ning would never suddenly show up at my house in the middle of the night. My home is heavily guarded, and Xiao Ning cannot enter without announcement. You trusted me so much yesterday. What has changed today? Did someone say something to you? Those are all slanders. Do not believe them. Xian Zhu declared. I do not trust you. I only believe what I have seen. What you saw. Wasn't I the one who allowed you to see me? Xian Zhu, speaking candidly, insisted, I must find my next target. Otherwise, I will age rapidly. I have aged several times already, and if I do not find a solution quickly, I will die soon. I found you yesterday, so I rejuvenated significantly. Now is your turn. You must find another substitute, or we will both perish. Xian Zhu retorted, I refuse. I will not harm others. Do you wish to die? To die old and ugly? Xiao Ning lowered her head and then raised it again, wrinkles appearing on her face, and a few of her teeth fell out. What is happening? Xianzhu could not help but tremble. It is because of that mushroom. The mushroom has caused us to become like this. Xianzhu, I tell you this out of goodwill. I do not want you to die. We are friends, are we not? We are no longer friends. For you have a wicked heart. You harmed me and still want me to harm others. Xiao Ning, with an ominous expression, said, do not be so rigid. Sometimes, to preserve oneself, one must do things against their will. Her hands elongated suddenly, gripping Xianzhu's neck. Xianzhu was lifted off the ground. It is unbearable. She was on the verge of losing her breath. Uncle, where are you hiding? If you do not come out now, you will lose your lovely niece. Xianzhu kicked her feet, ultimately losing consciousness. Xiao Ning's face turned a dark shade of green. In an instant, her sparse black hair transformed to white, and her face appeared as though it were covered in old tree roots. Her long tongue wrapped around Xianzhu's neck. The unconscious Xianzhu trembled a few times as her energy was swiftly drained. Before her, Xiao Ning's skin began to pale and thin, her white hair gradually turning black. Xianzhu, having been drained, was tossed to the ground. Age spots appeared on the back of Xianzhu's hands. Wrinkles formed on her face, and her black hair thinned, beginning to turn white. Xianzhu awoke to find a youthful version of Xiao Ning holding a mirror up to her. See, I did not deceive you. Everything I said is true. You are the one I have chosen. I can only consume you. Now, it is your turn to absorb someone else's youthful energy. Once you do, you will provide it back to me, and we shall both survive. That is a fallacy. I will not harm others like you. Xiao Ning, you are exceedingly selfish and truly terrifying. Terrifying? I merely wish to survive. What wrong have I committed? Who does not cherish life? Xiao Ning raised her voice, becoming increasingly hysterical. Xianzhu remarked, my mother always told me that one must have principles. Principles? Stubbornness. You must leave. Otherwise, I will strangle you right now. Come at me. My second uncle will not let you off easily. Your second uncle? The one who plays the flute? I forgot to mention. He is also a demon hunter, and you have now become a malevolent creature, perfectly fitting my second uncle's profession. Do not try to scare me. If you desire to live, you will not inform him. We are two peas in a pod. As long as you are willing to strive, neither of us will perish. Xianzhu rose from the ground and hurled a teacup at Xiao Ning. Crash! The teacup shattered, striking Xiao Ning's forehead before scattering into fragments on the floor. The water within splashed onto Xiao Ning's feet. Her feet began to dissolve, rapidly melting and creeping upwards. What have you done, you fool? I merely shattered a teacup. What was in the teacup? Water, of course. It was the honey water I had left over from today. What else could it be? Xiao Ning clutched her head in agony, wailing incessantly. Strangely, it seemed the water from the teacup was indeed the cause. Xianzhu stared vacantly. I added a little seasoning. Xianbei suddenly appeared behind Xianzhu. Swallow it. Xianbei handed Xianzhu a sugar tower. She quickly stuffed it into her mouth. After consuming it, she began to shrink, gradually reducing from the height of Xianbei's shoulder to his waist. I have returned to my original form. Second uncle, I have returned. Xianzhu looked at her small hands. Wonderful. I have truly restored my appearance. Xiao Ning was still wailing in torment. Her legs had melted away, and her waist was starting to dissolve as well. No, I do not wish to die. You cannot treat me this way. Second uncle, what will happen to Xiao Ning? She is no longer Xiao Ning. The mushroom has taken control of her neural pathways and consumed her brain. Your friend Xiao Ning is no longer in this world. Xianzhu exclaimed, that malevolent mushroom is truly detestable. Save me, Xianzhu, please save me. I do not want to die. Save me, and I will return Xiao Ning to you. Xianzhu looked toward Xianbei. Xianbei shook his head. Xiao Ning will never return. This is merely a lie concocted by the mushroom's spirit to preserve its own life. The mushroom completely dissolved, transforming into a pool of black water that emitted a pungent stench. Xianbei removed the gourd from his waist. He uncorked it, and all the water on the ground was absorbed into the gourd. Xianbei sealed it. Now it is resolved. Let us rest and sleep. Oh, but I cannot sleep. May I join my mother in her chambers? You cannot, for both your father and mother have gone to the private school. What? What are your parents doing at the private school? To be precise, they have gone to the back mountain of the private school to find the same type of mushroom. Xuanbai replied. Lu Tan was carrying a lantern, while Xian then wielded a hoe. Cotton Candy sniffed along the way. He halted beneath a tree. This is the place. I can smell it, Cotton Candy remarked. Lu Tan shone the lantern, revealing that the tree was completely withered and had recently died. The roots were covered in green mushrooms. Xian Nan produced a flask of wine. My second brother claims this is one of the varieties used by the Moon Clan to raise poison. This mushroom must be burned with wine, or it will continue to harm others. How frightening. The Moon Clan has stealthily infiltrated. Cotton Candy crouched down to observe. Xian Nan ignited the mushrooms with a fire starter, setting the entire dead tree ablaze. The tree reduced to ashes as Xian Bei dug a hole to bury the remnants and cut off the air supply, preventing any embers from reigniting. Xiao Ning was the princess of the Dawang Kingdom, and the incident occurred at the private school in the Lutan Kingdom. This matter must be accounted for by the school to the Wang Kingdom. Xian Nan explained the entire sequence of events to the headmaster. Now it was time for him to bear the consequences. An official and a general from the Wang Kingdom arrived. The headmaster invited Xian Bei as well. The princess encountered misfortune in the Lutan Kingdom, and her remains were non-existent. This was an immense disgrace for a nation. It indicated that the Moon Clan had not regarded the Wang Kingdom at all. The Wang Kingdom declared war on the Moon Clan. Xian Nan had not anticipated this. Their previous target had primarily been Xian Nan, and despite suffering defeat several times, they had not changed their ways. This time, their intent was to annoy Xian Nan. Unbeknownst to them, they had stirred up a significant trouble. The Wang Kingdom was not as merciful as Xian Nan. The monarch of the Wang Kingdom was a formidable character, issuing a decree to eradicate the Moon Clan entirely. Leaving them would only embolden them to commit further transgressions. The Wang Kingdom's army of a million surrounded the Moon Clan's tens of thousands, sparing none, young or old, man or beast. Xian Zhuzhu constructed a ceremonial grave for Xiao Ning in the back mountain, inviting her classmates to pay their respects. Xiao Ning, although you ultimately changed, you were also a victim. May your spirit find peace in the heavens. Furthermore, your uncle has avenged you. I have heard that the Wang Kingdom has annihilated the nefarious Moon Clan, ensuring they can no longer harm others through their despicable means. On the day the Moon Clan was exterminated, strange occurrences transpired again within the borders of the Lutan Kingdom. Some individuals began consuming soil, unable to cease, and several had tragically died from overindulgence. The officials reported to the monarch, who promptly rushed over with Xian Bei. A crowd gathered to witness a man eating. Why is no one stopping him? Xian Bei and Xian Nan each restrained one of his hands as the middle-aged man struggled fiercely. It is impossible to stop him. Anyone who tries to intervene will be bitten. Just now, he even bit off his wife's ear. Upon seeing the bloodstain nearby, Xian Nan discovered a human ear within the bloodied mess. Second brother, what is going on with this person? It is likely another instance of the Moon Clan's poison. It must be the work of an infiltrating spy, Xian Bei remarked. Furthermore, this person must be relishing his handiwork among the crowd. Xian Bei had no time to catch the spy. He needed to save the elder brother first. Xian Bei administered an emetic to him, and the elder brother expelled a mound of soil, along with wriggling worms within the vomit. The onlookers covered their mouths in disgust. Let us take him to find a physician. He should be fine now, Xian Bei suggested. Xian Bei noticed an individual in the crowd attempting to slip away. He exchanged a glance with Xian Nan, and they both followed. Is that person from the Moon Clan? Xian Nan inquired. Yes. Their bone structure indicates they are from the Moon Clan, Xian Bei replied. The individuals seemed to sense they were being followed. Xian Bei and Xian Nan swiftly moved aside, and he turned but did not spot the two. Ahead, a young woman approached, carrying a basket of vegetables. The Moon Clan spy seized her. What are you doing? Let me go. Scoundrel, do not move. He tightened his grip around her neck. You all come out. Stop lurking about. Xian Nan stepped forward. Release her. Save me. Save me. I do not know him. He must be insane. Release her, and you can make demands, Xian Nan stated. Demands? Ha! I want all the people of Lutan Kingdom and Wang Kingdom to die. You have slaughtered my entire clan, It is utterly inhumane. Xiannan replied, and you are the last of your kind. Indeed, I will take revenge on you demons with my own hands. Crash! He was struck from behind and knocked unconscious. Xianbei clapped his hands. You are the true demon, a thief shouting to catch a thief. The young woman, startled, was helped up by Xianbei. It is fine now. My dear, you may return home. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you both. As she spoke, she leaned her head against Xianbei. Xiannan, noticing something amiss, swiftly pulled her back. The woman suddenly coughed up blood and died. Xiannan discovered a poisoned needle entwined in her hair. She had attempted to attack Xianbei with the poison needle. Xianbei yanked off her face mask, revealing a typical Moon Clan visage beneath. It seems that the man is not the last of the Moon Clan. She is, Xiannan noted. Xiannan's palm was beginning to darken. Elder brother, the toxicity of the needle is exceedingly potent. Merely touching it is inadvisable. Xuanbei retrieved a paper packet from within his robe, unfurling it to sprinkle a pouch of medicinal powder in a Xuannan's palm. After a brief moment of rubbing his hands together, the dark mark had vanished. Xuannan pricked various parts of the two corpses with a silver needle, discovering that they were all laced with lethal poison, suggesting they had intended to deceive those tasked with collecting the bodies. Xuanbei remarked, these individuals are truly malevolent, ensnaring one another with their plots. Alas, their intricate machinations have led to their own demise. Those who delight in scheming against others rarely meet a favorable end. He proceeded to pour oil and incinerate the poisoned corpses in the street. Xuanzhuju had returned home for the holidays and, upon entering, rushed to embrace Xuannan and Xuanbei. Xuannan lifted her high, exclaiming, my little princess has grown heavier. Where have you both been, father and uncle? We resolved some troublesome matters. At mealtime, Xuanbei recounted the complete annihilation of the Yue clan to everyone. If only my brother-in-law had made his decision sooner and eradicated the Yue clan beforehand, perhaps the subsequent downfall of the Shu kingdom could have been avoided. Xuannan shook his head, stating, I do not wish to bear such karmic consequences. He held a distaste for taking lives unless the individual was truly heinous, always hoping to grant others a chance for redemption. To be frank, I did not attend the mushroom foraging organized by the private school yesterday. I now harbor a shadow of fear regarding mushrooms, Xuanzhuju confessed. Do not be afraid. Fear does not resolve issues. Girls should be a tad braver. Xiaobai encouraged. Yet, upon seeing mushrooms, I cannot help but recall the last visage of Xiaoning, pleading for my help. It was so tragic that I no longer wish to eat mushrooms, she lamented. I can assist you in overcoming this, Lutan offered, having prepared a large platter of fried mushrooms. Paired with tomato sauce, it was nothing short of perfection. The others eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to indulge. Xuanzhuju isn't eating? I'll have her share, said Mianhua Tong. I want to eat. Ultimately, Xuanzhuju succumbed to temptation and picked up her chopsticks. With the first bite, any lingering fear of mushrooms evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming desire to eat more. The family finished off an entire large bowl of mushrooms. What do you think? Is my medicine effective? Indeed, it has worked wonders. My fear of mushrooms has been entirely cured by Mother. Tomorrow, I wish to have fried mushrooms again and share some with my friends at the school. Very well, came a reply. On school days, Mianhua Tang's carriage was ready to depart. Lutan rose early to fry mushrooms, preparing a large bag for Xuanzhuju, neatly wrapped in oil paper, along with a separate packet of tomato sauce. Thank you, Mother. Wow, this is a lot. I love you, Xuanzhuju exclaimed, placing her hands atop her head in a heart shape as she boarded the carriage. Off to the private school, study diligently, Lutan waved her hand. Chapter 67. The award for heroic deeds, we have set off. Mianhua Tang called, cracking the whip. Upon arriving at the academy, Xuanzhuju eagerly leapt from the carriage, clutching her fried mushrooms as she dashed away. Goodbye, brother Mianhua Tang. Be careful on your way back, she called over her shoulder as she disappeared into the school. Friends, classmates, look what I have brought for you. What is it? Fried mushrooms. EW, I don't want any. I have a phobia of mushrooms. Just the sight of them makes me nauseous. Me too. Thank you for your kindness, Xuanzhuju, but I will pass, said another. The tale of Xuanzhuju and Xiaoning's encounter with the poisonous mushrooms had spread throughout the academy, leading everyone to keep their distance from mushrooms. The aversion had even affected the cafeteria's menu. Any dish containing mushrooms would invariably remain untouched, with only the teacher partaking, while the kitchen staff would take the leftovers home. The consensus among the students was clear. Mushrooms should not be consumed recklessly. These are fried mushrooms made by my mother. If you don't eat them, you might regret it. They are exquisite delicacies. No matter how exquisite, I cannot partake. My stomach simply won't allow it. One student quietly slipped away. Xuanzhu declared, well then, more deliciousness for me. She brought the fried mushrooms to the cafeteria. Upon opening the container, the enticing aroma drew the attention of everyone present, stirring their appetites. Xuanzhu arranged the tomato sauce, and soon everyone began to feast heartily. Observing Xuanzhu enjoying her meal, someone finally approached. Xuanzhu, what are you eating? Delicious fried mushrooms. They look delectable. Of course, they're simply divine. Would you like to try a bite? I'll just have a taste. Please feel free. My mother insisted I share with my friends. I have made plenty. The student who took a bite was instantly delighted. This is beyond delicious. Laughter and joy erupted around the table as others gathered, asking, can I try some too? No need for formality. Go ahead and eat. The students eagerly grabbed the fried mushrooms. These were specially made by my mother. She said this is the most effective remedy for mushroom phobia. Indeed, after devouring this large batch of fried mushrooms, no one was left with any apprehension towards them. The following day, when the cafeteria prepared mushroom stir-fry, not a single complaint arose. Xuanzhu had accumulated a large sack of silkworm cocoons over the course of a year, weighing in at 3 pounds and 6 ounces. She exclaimed, wonderful. I can make a large silk quilt. Xuanbei interjected, that number is quite auspicious, harmonious, and fortuitous. Moreover, a quilt weighing around 3 to 4 pounds is perfect for winter, ensuring one does not overheat. Uncle, as a child, 3 pounds and 6 ounces is just right for me. Do adults also use 3 pounds and 6 ounces? Xuanbei replied, previously, Lutan made me an 8-pound silk quilt, but I barely used it before overheating. Later, I switched to one weighing just over 6 pounds. It was still too warm. I often kicked it off. Eventually, a 3.5-pound quilt was perfect. Oh, so once my quilt is completed, I can use it now and still have it for later. It seems that way, Xuanbei affirmed. Xuanzhu called for Lutan's assistance. Needing guidance in making the silk quilt, Lutan set up a large iron pot in the garden, heating water with firewood, and gradually added the cocoons to boil. Stirring with a wooden stick, once they seemed ready, she used a large slotted spoon to retrieve the cocoons, rinsing them in cool water. The basin of cool water had a bamboo bow placed inside. With deft hands, Lutan stretched the cocoons, fitting them perfectly onto the bamboo bow. After demonstrating a few times, Xuanzhu quickly learned, and the two began to stretch the cocoons together. Once bundled, they hung them out to dry on a line in the garden. With good weather, the bags would dry quickly. Xuanzhu gathered the bags while Lutan cleaned the dining table. The table was just the right size for an adult quilt. It seems we need 4 people to pull the corners. Do you need my help? Xiaobai asked. Xuanzhu nodded eagerly. Yes, I could desperately need it. Xiaobai enlisted Xiao San to assist. With 4 of them grasping the corners of the silkworm bags, they pulled simultaneously, stretching them out before securing them to the table's corners. Methodically, they stretched each bag and secured them together. With many hands at work, the 3 pounds and 6 ounces of quilt was completed in under half an hour. Lutan inserted the stretched silk lining into a pure cotton cover, sewing it securely to prevent the silk from clumping. Finally, she added a removable outer cover, announcing the completion of the silk quilt. Xuanzhu now possessed a new silk quilt, which she hugged and pressed against her cheek, exclaiming, so soft and comfortable. Take it back to your bedroom. Le dan apvis. All right. The little Xuanzhu joyfully carried her fluffy silk quilt away. Xiao San smiled, saying, sister-in-law, I believe Xuanzhu has inherited your skills. She will surely be as adept as you when she grows up. The fate of a child is unpredictable. The future holds many uncertainties. I only wish for her health and happiness. Lutan Dao, Xuanzhu nestled into her new quilt and drifted into a sweet slumber, indulging in a delightful dream. Xuanzhu, it's time to get up for school. Xiaobai called out loudly by her ear. Xianzhuju continued to giggle. What enchanting dream could our little princess be having? Xiao Bai Gidge, I just picked dragon fruit. Where did you get dragon fruit? In my dream, there were countless fruits growing on a giant cactus. I picked many, but I didn't get to eat them, yet I felt so joyful. Our home has every kind of fruit, yet you are so elated over a few dragon fruits. But we don't have dragon fruit at home. That's because you and Lu Tantan are still young. Lu Tan is afraid the cactus thorns might prick you, so she didn't plant any. All right then. I will get up, wash up, and head to school. Lu Tan had already set breakfast on the table, scallion pancakes and beef wontons. Xiao can help bring the wontons to the table. Juju, hurry and eat. After you're full, it's off to the private school. It smells so good. Thank you. Shen. No need to thank me. The family gathered to dine, and Xianzhuju was the first to finish. I will go pack my school bag. Xiao Bai and Xian Miantong began playing rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. The loser will escort Xianzhuju to school. Xiao Bai chose rock, while Miantong chose scissors. Miantong scratched her head. Then I shall go. Xianzhuju emerged from her room with her backpack. Isn't it an honorable task to escort me to school? Why the reluctance? Very well. It would be my pleasure to serve Her Highness. Miantong smiled. Xianzhuju hopped onto the carriage and departed. Lu Tan commenced her day of busyness. In the morning, she first collected eggs from the chicken coop, then ventured to the lotus pond to catch shrimp and lotus roots. She fed the chickens and fish, followed by pruning the fruit trees. By trimming away the excess branches, only the main trunk remained, allowing the fruits to grow large and sweet. She harvested vegetables and watered them. Upon completing these tasks, Lu Tan was drenched in sweat. As noon approached, she washed clothes and hung out the quilts to dry. After cleaning the clothes, she read for a while before preparing ingredients in the kitchen. The vegetables were washed, drained, and chopped, awaiting the return of her family to cook. Xiao Can and Miantong went to manage the small shop. Miantong struggled alone during busy times, juggling both selling groceries and making rujiamo. Xiao Can assisted in organizing the shelves while Miantong prepared the food, enabling them to work efficiently without Miantong having to search for items with greasy hands. A group of youngsters entered the store. Sister, I want a small stamp. What material is it made of? I have dozens of types. There are white jade ones, inscribed with study diligently and strive for success, and a little rabbit head in the corner. My classmate just bought one. Oh, that design is unique to my sister-in-law. Once it's sold, there won't be another. What a pity, but it's truly beautiful. Sister, could you ask your sister-in-law to carve another for me? She has been quite busy lately. Would you like to see other white jade designs? They are all limited editions, offering a unique charm. All right, please show me. Xiao Can retrieve the box of stamps from the top shelf. Here they are. Feel free to choose. Thank you, sister. The box contains stamps featuring leaping koi, auspicious symbols, persimmons, lions, plum deer, elephants, and the 12 zodiac signs. Wow, they all look great. I'll take them all. All right, I'll give you a discount. Buy one, get one free. Xiao Can tinkered with the abacus. After the youngsters departed, Xiao Can leaned back over the counter. Sister Xiao Can, are you feeling unwell today? I have menstrual cramps. Ah, just drink more hot water. You men only know how to say that. Does Yi say the same? Indeed, that ironclad man. I never expected him to say anything different. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xianbei entered the shop. Wife, look what I brought you. He placed a food box down, Lu Tan's golden silk date cake, along with red sugar water. Eat it while it's warm. Ah, my sister-in-law is so kind to me. Unlike you who only says to drink more hot water. Yi is quite good too. He brought it over just for you. Haha, truth be told, I've never been a woman, so I don't know how to comfort you, Xianbei stated honestly. Xiao Can savored the golden silk date cake, soft and sweet. After finishing, she gulped down the red sugar water. Xianbei tidied up the food box and took it away. Lu Tan made sesame oil chicken today. Make sure to come home early for dinner. All right, Yi, take care. Before nightfall, the sound of drums and gongs echoed at the entrance. Miantong stepped outside to see the dancing grandmothers had returned. The entrance happened to be an open space. Xianbei had leveled the ground, and Lu Tan had planted a flower bed, making it particularly picturesque. If it weren't for such beauty, it would be fine, but the allure attracted the grandmothers, who came every evening to dance. They blocked the entrance to Miantong's shop sometimes preventing customers from entering. Moreover, they arrived earlier each day. Today, they came before dark. Seeing this, Mientong knew it was time to close the shop and head home, for business would dwindle otherwise. She quickly locked the door and hurried away, as her dancing was reckless, showing no regard for others. If they bumped into you, it was no issue, but if you dared to bump into them, a crowd would swarm to argue, demanding compensation and a public apology. No one could intervene. These were grandmothers who had no one at home to manage them, accustomed to being unreasonable throughout their lives. They had plenty of time to argue, to stand on their moral high ground and criticize you, and even time to sabotage your wheels or scatter nails at your doorstep. Mientong pulled Xiao Ken along as they ran, finally sharing her experiences once they entered the palace gate. Xiao Ken nodded in understanding and exclaimed, "Oh." Mientong added, "Don't ask me how I know. It's a tale of tears. Thank goodness it's me doing this. If it were Xiao Bai, who knows how many hands he would lose." Xiao Ken extended her hand. "Are you saying Xiao Bai eats chicken feet when he's angry?" No, I'm talking about real hands, human hands. Although Xiao Bai appears gentle, when he gets angry, it's best to steer clear. He has a strong bite. Xiao Ken seemed to grasp the message. Oh. At the dining table, sesame oil chicken was served alongside garlic chives stir-fried with sausage, and fragrant rice was ready, but Lu Tan was not home. Xiao Bai remarked, "Lu Tan has been summoned by her parents. Let us eat first." What happened? Did Xian Zhuzhu cause trouble at the private school again? It seems she received an award for bravery. Oh, that sounds delightful. Lu Tan and Xian Nan were awarded a banner and a watermelon. Xian Zhuzhu and her classmates went on an outing and encountered someone drowning. Without hesitation, Xian Zhuzhu dove in and rescued the drowning boy. Thus, she received the banner and the watermelon, while Xian Zhuzhu now stood happily on stage receiving her classmates' praise. The situation at that moment had caused the teacher to break a sweat. It is known that when someone is drowning, they will grasp onto anything as a lifeline and hold on tightly. Many rescuers have been pulled down with the drowning person. Fortunately, Xian Zhuzhu was lucky. The drowning boy had already lost consciousness. She managed to hold on to him and swam vigorously, bringing him to safety. The dean asked Xian Zhuzhu to stand on stage to answer questions from her classmates, with each one tasked to write an essay about her act of bravery. "Xian Zhuzhu, were you scared at that moment? Did you fear for your own safety?" "I didn't think much about it. I just heard someone shouting that someone was drowning and needed help, so I jumped in. At that moment, all I wanted was to save that person, without considering anything else." "Xian Zhuzhu, you swim very well. How long have you been practicing?" "I've always known how. I used to cool off in the stream as a child." "Xian Zhuzhu, how did you find him in the water?" "I opened my eyes and saw him." For Xian Zhuzhu, seeing underwater is not much of a challenge. Tan and Xian Nan cheerfully returned home with the banner, leaving the watermelon for their classmates to enjoy. When Xian Bei grabbed the banner and took a look, he realized it was Xian Zhuzhu's first time receiving such an accolade. "Shouldn't we celebrate this occasion? Let's wait until she returns from her holiday, and then we can prepare a sumptuous feast," Tan suggested. Chapter 68. The future Yu Xianbei remarked. "Sometimes I feel that Xian Zhuzhu can be a bit mischievous and overflowing with energy, even more robust than the boys. Yet this time it was indeed fortunate that she was so resilient." "How is the little boy who was rescued?" Xian Nan replied. "He has regained consciousness and will likely refrain from swimming in wild waters again." Xian Nan continued. "Water is quite peculiar. Sometimes it appears shallow and clear from the shore. But once you dive in, you discover its true depths. It is best for minors not to swim alone by the river without adult supervision." Xian Zhuzhu seems to possess boundless energy, always engaged in endless activities. While others take their afternoon naps, she embroiders flowers on her bedsheets. The duvet features the 12 zodiac animals, and the pillow is adorned with auspicious clouds and a jade rabbit. The bedsheets display a blooming peach blossom grove. Her doormate Meng Meng remarked, "Xian Zhuzhu, if you need more fabric, I have some on my bed." "That's more than enough. I can embroider it even denser," she replied. After finishing her embroidery, she dashed off to play soccer with the boys. Xian Zhuzhu's soccer skills are nothing short of dazzling. She dribbles the ball across the field, her feints bewildering her opponents. Meanwhile, she nonchalantly races toward the goal and scores a perfect shot. Generally, her team never loses when she is playing. That's not fair. Xian Zhuzhu, you are so formidable. One person is worth two. Why don't you lend us another player for our team? Xian Zhuzhu raised a finger and said, let it be three of you. Thus, three players from their side were pulled over. As the second half commenced, Xian Zhuzhu collaborated with her teammates, passing the ball back and forth. She had already reached the vicinity of the opposing goal, and all eyes were on her, anticipating that she would ultimately take the shot. Xian Zhuzhu prepared to receive the ball, but unexpectedly, her teammate kicked it into the goal. Wonderful goal. Xian Zhuzhu cheered loudly, embracing her teammate. This is excessive. We still have three players, and yet cannot stop her. Xian Zhuzhu, with her rabbit-like agility, leaps around like a monkey. Who could possibly keep up with her? How about this? Let all of us form one team, while Xian Zhuzhu plays alone. Huh? Are you trying to take advantage of numbers? But I don't mind. Xian Zhuzhu stretched. Come on, let me show you what true skill looks like. As the second match began, Xian Zhuzhu skillfully dribbled the ball, her feints confounding the defenders. She ran swiftly, evading anyone who attempted to block her. Hurry, let us protect the goal. The opposing team formed a human wall with no gaps. At that moment, Xian Zhuzhu gathered her strength and kicked the ball. Oh no! The ball struck one of her classmates, rebounding instantly, and Xian Zhuzhu caught it with her head. The classmate bent over, creating an opening, and Xian Zhuzhu headbutted the ball into the net. I scored. Yes, I am that powerful. You cannot defeat me. Xian Zhuzhu joyfully leaped into the air. What do you say to that? Xian Zhuzhu, a being like you will have no friends. Xian Zhuzhu, come here for a moment. The teacher called out from the sidelines. Oh, okay, I'm coming. Xian Zhuzhu ran over, asking, what is it, sir? This little boy is looking for you. Next to the teacher stood a small boy with big, watery eyes, dressed in luxurious satin, resembling a young master from a wealthy family. Xian Zhuzhu felt a sense of déjà vu. Have we met somewhere before? Sister, I only have one younger brother. It can't be you. Sister, I am Xianji, your third younger brother. Are you sure? The teacher said, you two chat. I have other classes to attend, so I will leave now. Little friend, lying is not good. If you have no serious business, I'm going to play soccer. Sister, you are my elder sister. My second brother is named Xian Tantan. Our mother is named Luftan, and our father has the surname Xian with the given name Nan. Everyone in the entire Luftan kingdom knows this. This joke is not funny at all. Sister, I have something important to tell you. The little boy reached for Xian Zhuzhu's hand. She initially intended to leave, but suddenly found herself unable to move. How could this be? Xian Zhuzhu blinked. Could it be that you are an elf? Big sister, I am not a monster. I possess some magical abilities learned from my second uncle. This joke is becoming increasingly absurd. Where exactly did you come from? I come from the future, and I need your help. How did you arrive here? It was the immortal Zixia who assisted me. Sister, we must go back to save my second brother. He has been captured by a monster. But I don't know anything. I get scared when I see monsters. Shouldn't we seek my second uncle for help? Sister, the monster that abducted my brother is underwater, and only you can help. The second uncle from this time cannot swim as fast as you can. Come with me quickly. I cannot hold on for long. What about the other me from another world? Since you claim to come from the future, why not ask the future me for help? She is not available. The boy grasped Xian Zhuzhu's hand again, and the colorful string on his wrist emitted light. In an instant, Xian Zhuzhu fell into an abyss alongside him. Everything around them was shrouded in darkness. When Xian Zhuzhu finally landed, she fell hard, landing painfully on her backside. Before her lay a river, beside which stood a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, exuding an air of intellect. The woman had a curvaceous figure, her belly protruding, resembling a large watermelon. Upon closer inspection, her face was all too familiar. My heavens, could that be me? Big sister, I have brought you back. Thank you, Xianji. The woman said, You are married? What kind of person did I marry? In 20 years, you will naturally know. Past Xian Zhuzhu, I implore you to assist in rescuing your second brother. He is at the bottom of this river. But I'm just a child. The immortal Zixia specifically sent Xianji to the moment when you heroically rescued someone underwater. You can do this. You swam better than a duck back then. What kind of monster kidnapped Xian Tantan? Will it eat me too? The adult Xian Zhuzhu replied, It is a crab spirit. Where is our mother? Where is our father? Where is our second uncle? Where is the immortal Zixia? They have been dispatched to another world, dealing with major troubles, while chaos has erupted here. The immortal Zixia conveyed that they would not return for a while and could only open a temporal gap for Xianji to find you first. Can I say that my young mind is struggling to comprehend this? Big sister, time is of the essence. My brother is in grave danger and may not last. We cannot hesitate. Xianji pointed to the river. I'm a bit scared. I'm still just a child. Sister, you need not worry. Nothing will happen to you. Look, you're destined to marry and have children, which means the young you must have made it through safely. Xianjuju took a deep breath, rallying her courage. And with a splash, she dove into the river, making minimal disturbance. She swam toward the riverbed and soon spotted a radiant crystal palace nestled among coral reefs. Xianjuju thought to herself, I have no idea what kind of monster that is, but I will rely on my courage. She swam closer. At the entrance stood 2 large lobsters acting as sentinels. Who goes there? I seek the master of this place. What business do you have with our master? I wish to inquire why he abducted my second brother. Who is your second brother? His name is Xian Tan. I believe he should now resemble an adult man. Oh, the new son-in-law. Today is the day of his wedding. If you truly are his sister, you may attend the ceremony. What? Are monsters not after wealth, but rather beauty? Do not speak so harshly. Were these creatures you mention? Our master. With her beauty akin to the sinking fish and the falling goose, the moon's shyness and the flower's blush, is truly a prize for any suitor. Marrying her is indeed a fortune, as she accompanies her with a splendid crystal palace. Luton. Oh, our family is not lacking in palaces either. My royal parents possess a vast fortune. Xianjuju was granted entry. This door serves as a barrier. Once crossed, the interior is devoid of water, resembling the land above. The decor within is quite festive, indeed reminiscent of a wedding. I wonder how my foolish little brother has transformed? I find myself somewhat eager to see. Xianjuju advanced toward the main chamber, where she observed a bride, adorned beautifully, tending to the groom's hair. 1 comb through to the end, 2 combs to the brow. 3 to ensure many descendants, she chanted. Ah, the groom is truly handsome, Xian Tundun remarked. The bride turned to her, while the groom stood rigid, as if under a spell. Who are you? The bride inquired. I am a groom's sister. How amusing. My husband has but one sister, that large woman by the water. I was her when she was a child. Such a jest fails to amuse. Do you think me foolish and easily deceived? I do not. I initially found this jest lacking in humor as well. Groom, if you're being held against your will, blink, Xianjuju commanded. The handsome groom indeed blinked at her. I understand now, she said, spreading her hands. But I can only descend. I do not know how to rescue you. The groom's eyes blinked incessantly, as if attempting to convey something to Xianjuju. She pondered, touching her ear. This is quite difficult to decipher. Let's look elsewhere. Do not delay me while I style my husband's hair. The bride, frowning, waved her sleeve, sending Xianjuju flying out. She collided with a large pillar before coming to a halt. Ouch, that hurts, she groaned, clutching her back. How could you treat a lovely maiden so? Xianjuju noticed a colorful rope on the ground, which had fallen when she tumbled. Oh, isn't this the one previously worn by Xianji? It is indeed quite beautiful. Xianjuju tied it around her wrist. Suddenly, the rope began to glow. Oh my! It feels as if I am lifted by an unseen force. Her hand shot into the main chamber, striking the bride. Xianjuju, short of stature, leapt to deliver the blow. Bewildered, she watched as the bride covered her face. You dare strike me? I did not. It was this hand. The hand swiftly struck the groom's head. Then he stood up. Sister, thank you. You truly are Xian Tundun. My goodness, such charm. I was worried my brother might grow to be a fool. Sister, we shall talk later. Step back. Xianjuju ran outside, hiding behind a pillar. Xian Tundun extended her hand, suddenly wielding a shimmering sword. That looks quite powerful, Xianjuju remarked. What do you intend to do? What would I do? You feigned weakness to deceive me, abducted me, and forced a marriage. What else could I do but seek justice for myself? Indeed, my brother is so handsome. You are unworthy of him. This union shall not be sanctioned by me, his sister. If he is to marry, let it be to someone deserving. Xian Tundun's glowing sword advanced towards the bride. She dodged several attacks, transforming into a crab and scuttling from her wedding gown. So, she is a red-shelled crab spirit? No wonder she acts so arrogantly, forcibly claiming handsome young men. Xian Tundun swiftly gained the upper hand. It seems my mere presence was to liberate her. I cheer for you, sister, in spirit, while observing your actions. Indeed, Xian Tundun did not disappoint. In less than the time it takes to brew tea, the crab was left without limbs. Ultimately, with a single stroke, Xian Tundun cleaved it in two. The entire crystal palace trembled. Xian Tundun grasped Xian Zhuju's hand and hastily departed. As they emerged from the water, Xian Ji assisted them onto the shore. Sister, thank you. Second brother, are you unharmed? Fortunately, I almost lost my way. Xian Zhuju gasped for breath. That was exhilarating. I truly do not wish to experience it again. I would rather return to the academy and enjoy my childhood as a child. Xian Ji extended his hand. Sister, return the colorful rope to me. I will escort you home. Very well, she replied, tying the rope around Xian Ji's wrist. His arm began to glow. He gently touched Xian Zhuju's forehead, and she too began to radiate light. Xian Zhuju fell once more into the abyss. When she regained consciousness, she found herself back at the edge of the court. Xian Zhuju, are you still playing? What are you daydreaming about? Gulme, let's go again. I will defeat you. The previous game was merely a result of poor tactics. Now, we have devised a strategy, so prepare to witness our prowess. Defeated once, you dare to speak so boldly? Without a doubt, Xian Zhuju emerged victorious once more. Sweaty and exhausted, she returned to her dormitory for a shower. After school, she recounted her day's adventures in full. Colorful rope? I have one too, Lu Tan said, extending her wrist for Xian Zhuju to see. Yes, I noticed Xian Ji wears an identical one. Xian Bei stroked his chin, saying, Has my master taken on another apprentice? Xian Ji is indeed a fine name. Should another son be born, there will be no need to fret over names. Xian, Nan remarked. Little Bai emerged with Xian Tundun. Xian Zhuju, did you just say Xian Tundun would grow tall, handsome, and powerful? Chapter 69, Awaiting 1,000 Years Indeed. The second brother's swordplay is exhilarating. He is simply too dashing. With such looks, he rivals our father and uncle. It is no wonder the red-shelled crab spirit was smitten. I never anticipated that in the distant future, we would abandon our farming duties to follow Zixia Xianren into other worlds. To be honest, I am somewhat eager for it, as Little Bai has already begun to dream. My master can accomplish anything. I trust that whatever has drawn him out, that world must be in a state of chaos. Uncle, that sword is so cool. I wish to learn as well. I regret to inform you that I do not yet possess the skill. Once I find a spell book and study it, I will teach you. As winter yields to spring, the tender shoots of the Chinese tun tree sprouted in the courtyard. Without realizing it, Lu Tan had gathered a basketful of tender shoots. Lu Tan, shall we have Chinese tun stir-fried eggs? Little Bai asked, gazing up from the ladder. Indeed, this is the gift of spring, a delicacy we can savor only once a year. Rich in nutrients and flavor, Lu Tan washed the shoots, blanched them, chopped them finely. Mixed them with egg batter, added 5-spice powder and salt, then stir-fried them until fragrant. Within moments, they were ready to serve. At dinner, each received a small bowl. Little Bai devoured his in mere moments, exclaiming, delicious. I almost ate the bowl too. Lu Tan, I adore this life. The sun is warm, life is sweet. The air is fragrant, and each day I can be with those I cherish. I feel the same, Lu Tan replied. It brings me great happiness. All feelings of uncertainty and helplessness had dissipated. Within this home, one can persistently accompany happiness. With human lifespans being finite, Lu Tan secretly hoped to grow old with Xian Nan, while also wishing that time would slow, allowing her to spend more moments with her family. Xian Bei and Little can plan to travel, seizing their youth for an extended honeymoon. The population of Lu Tan's kingdom continued to grow, and Xian Nan became increasingly busy. The cotton candy stall flourished, with Little Bai managing the children alone. Lu Tan began to speak less and less. It is not due to unhappiness, but rather the comfort found within this home, where the family can be together without uttering a word, yet never feel awkward. Seasons drift by, and both Xian Zhuju and Xian Tanan have grown up, while Wolf Tan remains unchanged. As long as she remains silent, no one knows she is the mother of Xian Zhuju and Xian Tantan. She and Xian Zhuju are like sisters. Now 18, Xian Zhuju will soon marry. Watching her and Xian Tantan play in the snow, Wolf Tan feels a pang of melancholy. Every gathering must eventually come to an end, yet as long as they find happiness, that is sufficient. Xian Bei, Shaoqin has sent gifts from beyond the borders, dried venison. Xian Zhuju heads to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a brief moment in the snow, Wolf Tan returns to the courtyard to warm herself by the fire. Xian Nan arrives, draping a large cloak over Wolf Tan's shoulders. What are you thinking about, my dear? Upon turning, Wolf Tan notices a few strands of white in Xian Nan's hair. He bears more burdens than she does. And though his appearance has aged, his handsomeness remains. She was merely lost in thought. Once the dumplings are ready, the family gathers joyfully for dinner. Xian Zhuju now teaches at a private school, while Xian Tanan has taken over Xian Bei Xiaocan's demon-catching duties after his travels. Among them, Wolf Tan seems the most idle. Yet doing nothing day after day feels surprisingly exhausting. Suddenly, Zixia Xianren makes an appearance. What a rare visitor. Grandfather Zixia, please take a seat and join us for dumplings. Ah, what a delightful earthly delicacy I have stumbled upon. After the meal, Zixia shares tea with Wolf Tan and engages in casual conversation. Do you have any plans for the future? Wolf Tan replies, a road straight ahead leads to an end. Will you have no regrets? Wolf Tan shakes her head. This is quite satisfactory. Let me take your pulse. Wolf Tan extends her hand. Zixia lightly touches it. Time may be short. Think it over and let me know. Many years ago, Zixia had foretold that Wolf Tan might not live beyond 50. There was but one way to temporarily extend her life: to speak less, think less, and use her eyes sparingly. The other way to achieve longevity was through cultivating immortality. Wolf Tan, being pure-hearted and virtuous, was a rare candidate for such a path. She shakes her head. If, in a million years, my family is gone, what meaning would my existence hold? Her family is the source of her happiness. As a demon catcher, you could lead a fulfilling life. When life is rich, there is no time to dwell on the past. Wolf Tan shakes her head. Will you not inquire about your partner's thoughts? Perhaps he supports you. Wolf Tan has never spoken to Xian Nan about it. Xian Nan has expressed that if one of them must depart first, he wishes it to be Wolf Tan. He would prefer to bury her himself and mourn alone for years, unwilling to let her bear the sorrow. Wolf Tan, there is still some time. Why not give a try? You may find joy in capturing demons. Wolf Tan lifts her gaze to Zixia. Her eyes no longer as clear as they once were, now clouded with uncertainty. Wolf Tan gives birth to a son named Xianji. Zixia also persuades Wolf Tan to pursue demon catching. Concerned for her, Xian Nan insists on accompanying her. Xiaobai is also worried and follows suit. Soon, even Cotton Candy joins them. This world does not require their presence, as Zixia summons them to another battlefield. However, Wolf Tan realizes she does not wish to be a demon catcher. Her heart still belongs to the flowers and plants at home. After a time of tending to her beloved flora, Wolf Tan departs. She does not witness Xian Zhuju's marriage nor see Xianji grow. Xian Nan works tirelessly day and night, unable to allow himself to be idle. For everywhere he sees Wolf Tan's shadow. Years later, Xian Bei passes away peacefully at 79, laid to rest alongside the Empress. This path remains as straight as Wolf Tan had anticipated. In the end, familiar faces fade away, and familiar things change incessantly. For one on the path of cultivation, everything resembles fleeting shadows. The observer of time is none other than Xian Bei. Many years later, he is no longer the prince of Wolf Tangua, nor the spouse of Shaoqin. Thousands of years can transform the earth into oceans or deserts into oases. Xian Bei ultimately understands that Wolf Tan's decision was indeed wise. He often feels lonely. He muses that perhaps his master feels the same solitude. Fortunately, Wolf Tan chose correctly. She did not become like him. Xian Bei continues as a demon catcher. Wealth easily within his grasp, yet he does not cherish riches. He prefers simple clothing and home-cooked meals. Yet he can no longer savor Wolf Tan's culinary creations. Occasionally, Xianbei feels emptiness and contemplates a worthy pursuit that might dispel this profound void, waiting for his elder brother Xian Nan to return, along with Tan. Xianbei calculates that will be a long time. However, he is willing to wait. Idly waiting is not Xianbei's style. He establishes a sect on Jixiang Mountain, naming it Jixiang Men. In times of joy, he might take on a disciple every 10 or 8 years, while during quiet periods, it could take a century to accept one. Thus, Jixiang Men remain small in number. These few disciples uphold the entire demon-catching endeavor in the world. Those who arrive here are not ordinary. They must possess both ancestral virtue and exceptional talent, along with steadfastness, courage, and indomitable will. Disciples who have completed their training no longer return to the mountain. Currently, there are 6 who have yet to complete their training. Nanxing, 17, is the son of the world's greatest beggar gang leader. Zhu Chanshan, 16, is the daughter of Ultangua's foremost merchant. Xian Xuanli, 19, is the son of the reigning general of Ultangua. Yifeng, 19, is an orphan taken in by his master Xianbei when he was but a month old. Raised on Jixiang Mountain, Yu Xianzheng, 17, is the daughter of the prime minister of Jinligua. Xiaobai, 19 plus a few extra years, is actually a fox who has been loitering on Jixiang Mountain, appearing to be under 20, indulging in leisure, yet boasts the highest cultivation among the untrained disciples. In truth, he is not a legitimate disciple. Xianbei simply lacks the desire to expose him. There is a bit of gossip to share. Zhu Chunshun and Xian Xuanli are betrothed. The union of extreme power and extreme wealth is something both families desire. Yet these two youths are opposed to it. To escape marriage, Zhu Chunshun arrives at Jixiang Mountain, only to find that Xian Xuanli has also arrived on the same day. Upon meeting, their enmity flares, and before even becoming disciples, they engage in a brawl. Zhu Chunshun is no gentle soul. When she fights, she does so without restraint. Though Xian Xuanli appears cold as ice, he still shows deference, being mindful of her gender. Zhu Chunshun stabs Xian Xuanli with her sword, and Xianbei intervenes just in time to halt this skirmish between the betrothed couple. If you wish to join Jixiang Men, cast aside past grievances from this moment forward. I do not wish to witness any more fighting. Zhu Chunshun pouts so. Xian Xuanli responds, Xianbei shakes his head, catching a glimpse of Zhu Chunshun's disgruntled expression. It must be said, this young lady possesses an exquisite beauty, her face a masterpiece of creation, bearing a striking resemblance to the Wolftan of yore. Xianbei eventually marries Shaocan and has long since lost any romantic feelings for Wolftan. Yet this does not prevent him from admiring her beauty. She is Wolftan, and Wolftan has returned. The handsome young man who remained composed even after being stabbed by her is none other than Xian Nan. Time has changed them, yet Xianbei remembers everything between them. As long as you return, that is enough. I am glad I waited. On this vast mountain, only 7 souls reside, with spacious rooms facing south available for choice. During the day, they practiced their skills, and in the evening, they savored barbecued delicacies while gazing at the stars. A few youths found joy in each other's company. The girls, particularly, had more topics to discuss. Zhu Chunshun and Yu Xianzheng became inseparable friends, even holding hands when visiting the restroom. Xianli, on the other hand, maintained an aloof demeanor, speaking little, yet that did not deter others from wishing to befriend him. The ancestral teachings of Nanxing State. One relies on parents at home and friends outside. The more diverse the friends, the better. If Xianli did not take the initiative to engage, others would approach him with camaraderie. Yifeng possessed the strongest survival skills among them. As the young ladies struggled with their new surroundings, many tasks remained foreign to them. Yifeng, while expressing disdain, lent a helping hand. Especially Zhu Chunshun, who had been on the mountain for nearly a month, still struggled with basic tasks, unable to wring a mop properly when it was her turn to clean the floor, leaving it slick and slippery. Yu Xianzheng did not mind, helping her with a dry mop for a second pass. Yifeng and Nanxing also offered assistance. Xianli merely observed with a disdainful glance, silently judging. Fool. Who would want to marry someone like her? As night fell, the 6 of them gathered around a campfire to enjoy barbecue. Nanxing grilled, Yifeng skewered, Yu Xianzheng added firewood, and Zhu Chunshun took on the role of the eater. Xianli gazed at the stars above, while Xiaobai lay beside them, basking in the moonlight and snoring softly. Zhu Chunshan remarked, "We have already become fellow disciples. Once we complete our training and descend the mountain, we will be comrades in arms. Can we not always look at each other with such disdain?" Nanxing respunda Xuanli. And Zhu Chunshan added, "I cannot show him a pleasant face." Yifeng inquired why. Zhu Chunshan replied, "I fear his family will persistently propose marriage." Xianli scoffed, "Who cares? Proud, irritable, princess syndrome." Zhu Chunshan rolled up her sleeves, ready for confrontation. Xianli continued to gaze at the sky, unmoved. It's not a matter of deep hatred. It was a decision made by the previous generation. Zhu Chunshan, please give me some face. Nanxing handed a grilled chicken wing to Zhu Chunshan and offered a few skewers to Yu Xianzheng. I have treated him well. Aside from my initial anger on the first day, I have been tolerating him. Haven Ti, I am saying we should be friends, good friends. Nanxing extended his thumbs, beckoning with his fingers. Zhu Chunshan replied, "No way. Xion li issued impossible." In unison, Yu Xianzheng then sang a song, causing the slumbering Xiaobai to lift his head and exclaim, "Ah, lovely," before his head drooped again, returning to slumber. After satisfying their appetites and extinguishing the campfire, Yifeng, the senior brother, suggested, "Let us retire to our rooms early. We must rise early to tend to the garden." The auspicious sect had a tradition of self-sufficiency, growing all their own vegetables. Naturally, the current disciples were responsible for this labor. At the crack of dawn, as the rooster crowed, Yifeng's Suona summoned them from their slumber. What instrument could have a more jarring effect than the Suona? The sound left no room for lingering in bed, filling their minds with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The other 5 awoke, yawning. Xiaobai grabbed a basket to collect eggs. Xianli took a sickle to chop firewood. Nanxing watered the vegetable garden, and Yu Xianzheng tidied up. Yifeng tended to the sheep, milked them, then headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, calling upon their master to join them for the morning meal. A fragrant bowl of boiled sheep's milk, a basin of boiled edamame, and a bowl of tomato and egg noodles awaited them. After a morning of hard work, such a warm meal was well worth it. Xianbei looked at Zhu Chunshan and asked, "Do you not wish to challenge yourself with cooking?" Zhu Chunshan hurriedly waved her hands. "Master, you know me well. I fear I would blow up the kitchen, and then there would be nothing to eat." In Chapter 70, A Bamboo Grove, Zhu Chunshan's face bore a striking resemblance to Tan. Yet in terms of character and grace, she was incomparable, particularly with her ongoing feud with Xianli. One icy as a glacier, the other a reckless, tempestuous young lady. Xianbei questioned whether they could ever find harmony. Xianbei remarked, "Heaven has granted you the opportunity to be well-matched and betrothed from birth. If you do not strive for it yourselves, do not blame fate." With a clatter, Zhu Chunshan accidentally spilled porridge. "Is everything all right? Did you burn yourself?" Yu Xianzheng quickly checked on her. Nanxing fetched a cloth to help wipe the table, while Yifeng grabbed a trash bin. Thankfully, she was unharmed, though porridge splattered her skirt. "Zhu Chunshan, go change your clothes," urged Yu Xianzheng, taking her hand and leading her away. Xiaobai exchanged a meaningful glance with Master Xianbei. "Do you think we have mistaken our identities? Is she perhaps the reincarnation of the young lady with the feather fan?" Xianbei replied, "It is possible. Tan would never commit such a basic error." She knew to hold her bowl while eating, whereas Zhu Chunshan seemed to disregard the bowl entirely. One individual sat silently at the dining table, his presence hardly acknowledged. Much like Xianbei and Xiaobai, Xianli, too, set down his chopsticks. Only after Zhu Chunshan and Yu Xianzheng returned to their seats did the 7 of them resume their meal. Today, it was Zhu Chunshan's turn to wash the dishes. While others sipped tea, a resounding crash echoed, prompting Xiaobai to exclaim, "It's over." Nanxing gasped, "Oh my." "Truly, Zhu Chunshan," Yu Xianzheng commented. "Chunshan must have never washed dishes at home. We cannot entirely blame her." Clearing his throat, Master Xianbei stood up and walked away, feeling a bit let down and needing to step outside for a moment. Yu Xianzheng and the others rushed into the kitchen to find shattered pieces of crockery scattered across the floor. Zhu Chunshan, helpless, was picking up the shards. "Zhu Chunshan, quickly get up and sweep. Do not cut your hands. Yifeng advised, already bringing a broom and dustpan. Ouch! Zhu Qinshan winced, a drop of blood seeping from her fingertip. Xuan limudarat uzalas, and turned to leave. Did you hurt yourself? You should go outside. I will clean this up, Yifeng insisted, helping Zhu Qinshan to her feet. Yu Xianzheng led her out of the kitchen. Nanxing said, from now on, when it is Zhu Qinshan's turn to wash dishes, I will do it for her. Otherwise, no matter how many bowls the auspicious sect has, they will never be enough for her to break. A glance revealed that half of the bowls in the cupboard were now lost. Zhu Qinshan blew on her small hands, explaining, I was trying to wash the bowls and stuff them into the cupboard, but they were too high, and they rolled down. Nanxing remarked, just as I expected. Only you could pull off such a feat, looking so high yet still trying to stuff them together. Rather than adjusting them when they fell askew, you shut the cupboard door and heard the sound of bowls clattering against it. You opened the door only to find them shattered on the floor. Yifeng added. Zhu Qinshan nodded. Exactly. You truly are remarkable, senior brother. I know you well. My lady, the kitchen is not suited for you. Zhu Qinshan agreed. I feel the same. Nanxing gathered the shards and disposed of them in the trash bin, noticing Xianli sitting at the cliff's edge, playing the leaves, the melody, quite pleasant. Brother, do not disdain Zhu Qinshan for her lack of household skills. In truth, a girl who is a bit clumsy can be quite endearing. Xianli paused as leaf playing. Does she care if others disdain her? Nanxing pondered. She likely does not. After all, we are all fellow disciples. I wish to see no rift between you two. Xianli replied coldly. It is none of your concern. He jumped down from the wooden railing at the cliff's edge and walked away. Nanxing scratched his head. I genuinely find Zhu Qinshan rather charming. She is beautiful, and if we were betrothed, I would rather slap myself than argue with her. The auspicious sex rules dictate that while spells can be learned in time and capturing fairies is not urgent, the first lesson must be to cultivate vegetables. For all must eat. Descending the mountain to procure food is fraught with difficulties. Thus, self-sufficiency is paramount. Yifeng has toiled in the vegetable garden for 19 years, now yielding cabbage, spinach, lettuce, bitter chrysanthemum, green peppers, and a variety of greens, alongside eggs and sheep's milk. There is no issue regarding meals. Yifeng shared. Master told me yesterday that we should plant a grove of sugar oranges. He expressed a desire for fruit. Xiaobai interjected, actually, Xianbei likely craves the sugar oranges grown by Tan, for their flavor is simply exquisite. Back in the state of Shu, we could hardly meet the demand, and the scissors sparked with excitement. Nanxing said, sure. Growing oranges is quite beautiful, and I also wish to taste sugar oranges. Xuanzheng asked, Senior brother, should we descend the mountain to buy saplings? Yifeng replied, Master has spoken. Xiaobai will plant them, and Xiaobai will guide us entirely. Zukenqing remarked, Xiaobai, who only eats, sleeps, and slacks off? You actually know how to plant oranges? Cough. Do not expose my shortcomings. In truth, aside from my adorable appearance, I possess many skills, Xiaobai said, cupping her face like a flower. We shall not buy saplings. Instead, we shall buy oranges, Xiaobai declared. Zukenqing responded. Huh? Xiaobai continued, we will buy them to eat. Zukenqing accompanied Zun Yuanli down the mountain, returning with 30 pounds of oranges, including sugar oranges and kumquats. The 6 of them gathered together to enjoy the oranges, collecting the seeds into a small mound. After finishing, Xiaobai said, let us begin. Time to plant oranges. Yifeng inquired, Xiaobai, where do we plant them? Xiaobai explained. Soak the orange seeds in water, then bury them in pots. Once they sprout, we can plant them in the ground. Can they truly grow into orange trees? Nanxing asked. Curious. Indeed, they can. I saw Tan do it that way. Who is Tan? Nanxing questioned. Tan, the queen of the founding emperor of the Tan kingdom. You said you saw Tan plant oranges? That was thousands of years ago, right? Xiaobai hurriedly covered her mouth. I read about it in a book. A work praising Queen Tan. Oh, I see. The group took turns watering the seeds, and finally, small sprouts emerged from the pots. Look, we have truly succeeded. Zukenqing exclaimed happily. Come, let us begin planting the orange trees. Xiaobai distributed small shovels to everyone. Keep a distance, everyone. The oranges will compete for nutrients, water, and air as they grow. Zukenqing said while digging, I never expected you, Xiaobai, to play the fool. I thought you were just as lazy, greedy, and useless as I am. Xiaobai patted her head. Please use another term. Call it a potential stock. There are no useless individuals in this world. Only resources that have yet to be reasonably developed. The orange trees grew taller day by day. Zuchensheng and Yuxuanzhang tied bows around each orange tree. Nanxing gazed at Zuchensheng's profile, thinking, I told you Zuchensheng is truly adorable. If she were willing to marry me, I would not require her to do anything and would even hire 8 maidservants to attend to her. Yifeng patted Nanxing's shoulder. Do not dream. She would not even glance at someone like you, let alone someone like Zun Yuanli. Nanxing glanced at the distant Zun Yuanli, who was as cold as ice. True, he is taller than I am, and his looks are superior. Coming from a prestigious family, he appears much more graceful than I do, yet I possess greater approachability. With a clap, Nanxing finally found an advantage over Zun Yuanli. Huh, do you think Zuchensheng would cherish your approachability? That wealthy lady could have a far more amiable companion by her side, one who could circle the Luftan kingdom hand in hand. Indeed, stop dreaming. What is wrong with dreaming? What if it comes true? I dare say you will not succeed. Zun Yuanli cast a glance toward them, and Nanxing felt that this usually indifferent gaze seemed to carry a hint of sharpness. The orange trees blossomed. Zuchensheng and Yuxuanzhang enjoyed playing beside the trees. Yuxuanzhang played the pipa, while Zuchensheng painted. In Zuchensheng's painting, there was an orange tree in Yuxuanzhang. Nanxing glanced at it and gave thumbs up. It is truly well painted. It looks just like the real person. Xiaobai rested her chin on her hand. What did I say? Zuchensheng is a potential stock. How could someone so beautiful be useless? In fact, Zuchensheng had been learning to paint since she was 3, changing teachers 6 or 7 times. By the age of 11, no one could teach her anymore. The teachers who came to apply felt unqualified after seeing her work. Yifeng pointed to an orange tree in the painting. It's identical. How could such a meticulous lady possibly break a bowl? It wouldn't be because she intentionally wanted to avoid washing dishes, would it? Luftan raised her hand, holding a paintbrush. I swear I truly did not mean to. As she raised her hand, the brush, laden with paint, flew out and landed on someone. Zuchensheng turned around and gasped in disbelief. How unfortunate. Why did it have to be him? Zun Yuanli stared at the stain on his white robe for a moment. I apologize. You saw that. It was an accident. Nanxing remarked, TSK, TSK. Zun Yuanli, that robe must be quite expensive, right? He walked away coldly. Yifeng helped Zuchensheng retrieve the brush. Zuchensheng said, oh no, this paint contains animal glue. It cannot be washed off. Zun Yuanli seems to really like that robe. His expression just now looked even more infuriated than when you stabbed him, Nanxing commented. Zuchensheng replied, the eldest son of a general. Would he really care about a piece of clothing? Have you noticed? Zun Yuanli seems to wear that same robe all the time. Even when you stabbed him and stained it with blood, he didn't throw it away. I once saw him go down the mountain to find a skilled tailor to mend it, and he continued wearing it. Yuxuanzhang said, that tailor must be exceptionally skilled. The hole is nearly unnoticeable. Yifeng added, perhaps that robe holds some sentimental significance for him. They're the hot spring in the back mountain where everyone usually bathes. A rockery separates the men's and women's bathing areas. Zun Yuanli soaked in the misty hot spring, resting with his eyes closed. A hand quietly took the clothes left on the shore. Miss Zhu, what are you doing? The thief was caught by Yifeng, who was about to head to the hot spring. Shu, senior brother, you saw nothing. Is it not obvious? Yifeng raised an eyebrow at the clothes Zuchensheng was clutching, which resembled Zun Yuanli's. Sister Chun, you have gone too far. Mischief is acceptable, but this is too much. Imagine when Zun Yuanli comes out of the bath and cannot find his clothes. How embarrassing that would be for someone so concerned about appearances. Zuchensheng blinked. Is he really that concerned about appearances? Yifeng shrugged. Have you ever seen him do anything embarrassing? Zuchensheng replied, yes, for instance, he speaks ill of me. Yifeng pointed at the clothes and shook his head. You misunderstand me, senior brother. Please go soak and chat with him a bit longer. Let him stay in there a while and give me half an hour. Half an hour? I would be in there until my skin peels off. Please, please. Zuchensheng ran off without looking back. Chat with Zun Yuanli for half an hour? I might as well just knock him out. Yifeng was already finding it difficult. Who wants to talk to a block of wood? What do you say? He responds with nothing. What do you ask? He only says, it has nothing to do with you. He finished bathing and was about to leave. As Yifeng thought of Zukencheng's request, he said, "Hey, don't go. Is there something else?" "Ah, yes, there is something." Zhuan Yuanli sat back down, signaling with his eyes for Yifeng to hurry. "I wish to hear your thoughts on Zukencheng. Why did you run away from the marriage?" Yifeng expected him to respond, "It has nothing to do with you." Zhuan Yuanli looked into Yifeng's eyes for a moment. "Do you also like her?" No. I just think Sister Zhu is quite adorable. She is beautiful and paints exceptionally well, innocent and kind-hearted. I believe any man would like her, at the very least, not dislike her." Zhuan Yuanli replied, "I did not flee the marriage because it was her. I would escape any marriage, as I do not wish to marry simply for the sake of continuing a lineage." After speaking, Zhuan Yuanli attempted to leave the water again. Wait. Zhuan Yuanli, do not go just yet. Is there something else?" Yifeng was nearly sweating. He scratched his head. "Yes, there must be something else. Speak plainly." Zhuan Yuanli was already showing signs of impatience. "I heard Nanxing likes the type of girl Zukencheng represents. If they end up together in the future, would you mind?" "No." Zhuan Yuanli exclaimed, "No. What do you mean, no?" He turned and truly left the water. The spot where he had placed his clothes was empty. "Sister, brother can only help you this far." Zhuan Yuanli scanned ashore, then turned to Yifeng. "Was it her doing?" Yifeng remarked, "This girl is pulling pranks and dragging me into her mischief. I should never have boarded her pirate ship." As the bamboo forest by the hot spring swayed, a white garment fell from the sky, which Xuanli deftly caught. Shameless. A girl actually peeping at a man bathing? It was me, not the girl Zukencheng. Little Bai emerged from behind the bamboo grove, proclaiming, "I'm just doing a good deed. No need for thanks," before scampering away. He had already discerned the murderous intent etched on Xuanli's face. As Xuanli shook out the garment, he noticed it bore an exquisite bamboo design, embroidered with colorful silk threads, perfectly concealing any stains. One must admit, the girl's craftsmanship was remarkable. The bamboo embroidery was nothing short of breathtaking. Xuanli donned the attire and stepped outside, where Nanxing was preparing dinner. Upon seeing Xuanli's outfit, she remarked, "It looks quite nice. Which embroidery shop made it? I should visit one day." Xuanli merely smirked in silence. Yu Xianzheng whispered, "It was stitched by Chunsheng." "Ah," Nanxing replied. As expected of Chunsheng, her skills are truly impressive. Some girls exhibit their virtues at first glance, like Xianzheng, while others, such as Chunsheng, may not seem so at first, requiring time to reveal their true essence. During dinner, Xuanli frequently glanced at Zukencheng. "Why are you staring at me? Don't be captivated by my extraordinary beauty," Zukencheng teased as she held her bowl of rice. "You're insane," Xuanli retorted. "Zushimiai, you finally decided to lift your bowl and eat?" Yifeng interjected. "Ah, I see you all holding your bowls. So I thought I'd give it a try and found it convenient not having to lower my head to reach my bowl," Nanxing said. "The bamboo on Xuanli's outfit is really beautiful. Chunsheng, could you stitch one for me too? You haven't stained your clothes, so I won't take responsibility." Xuanli shot her another glance, only to be met with a fierce stare from Zukencheng, prompting him to turn away. "It truly is beautiful," Yu Xianjing chimed in. "Chunsheng, I want one too." "Sure, I'll stitch one for you," Zukencheng replied with a smile. "Why does Yu Shimi get one?" "Because she is a girl, and we're good friends," Zukencheng said, cuddling her bowl with a cute expression. "So disappointing," Nanxing sighed. Little Bai, savoring his fragrant rice, suddenly reached over to steal a piece of meat from Xuanli's bowl. Xuanli glared at him with icy eyes. "What are you doing?" "Today's pig ears were delicious, and there are none left on the plate," Little Bai replied. Xuanli, clearly displeased, set down his bowl, declaring, "It's all yours." He would never eat anything that had been contaminated by someone else's saliva. Xuanli left the dining table to read in his study. Yifeng asked Little Bai, "What are you doing? Why provoke him?" "Who said I was provoking him? I just want a piece of meat." In fact, just moments before, Xuanli had muttered insane in Zukencheng's direction, which had already displeased Little Bai. Protecting Liltan seemed to be ingrained in Little Bai's very being, his instinct and mission. He lifted Xuanli's bowl and began to feast, declaring, "Wasting food is the worst. Every grain is a product of hard work." "Insane? I think you're the one acting insane. Chunsheng is clearly adorable. Besides, she even stitched bamboo for you, while I received nothing." After the orange tree blossomed, it bore golden fruit. Zook and Cheng reached up to pluck one. Let me taste. The sugar orange was sweet and tangy. She picked another golden orange, which was also sweet. Lil Bai, I never expected we truly succeeded. Of course, we planted a good variety. It's bound to be delicious, Little Bai said, plucking one for himself. As soon as he popped it into his mouth, tears streamed down his face. This flavor was identical to the sugar oranges grown by Altan. Little Bai, what is wrong with your eyes? Zook and Cheng tilted her head adorably. Singat in them, Little Bai rubbed his eyes. He had long awaited Altan's return. And now she was back. How wonderful it was to be together again for decades. In the stillness of the night, while others were resting, Xianbei stepped outside and crouched to observe the orange trees. Under the moonlight, he picked a large, round fruit. Second master, I caught you stealing oranges, he was playfully chided. Xianbei turned and said, it tastes just like it did back then. Indeed, Zook and Cheng was Luftan, and Luftan was Zook and Cheng, sharing the same essence and formula. Xianbei took a basket, filled it with oranges, and sat at the dining table to enjoy them slowly. Normally, he maintained a facade of composure in front of the 6 others. But now he relaxed completely, reminiscent of the Xianbei from long ago. Little Bai reached in to grab an orange. I miss Luftan, he confessed. She is back and is right in front of you every day, Xianbei replied. Yet I feel conflicted. She sounds so close, yet not quite herself. Alas, I have overestimated my significance in Luftan's heart. She doesn't take care at all. In this world, she comes and goes as she pleases, leaving us 2 lonely souls to dwell in memories of the past. Xianbei remarked, this life is long, and many things and people will be lost along the way. I believe Luftan made the right choice. Those who remain are forever responsible for the longing. Although Zixia couldn't persuade Luftan to pursue immortality, Zook and Cheng had arrived, and she could certainly become a monster-hunting master, given her innate talent and pure heart. Little Bai asked, what are the next steps? Xianbei replied, let the 6 of them go on a training expedition together. I happen to have a small task for them. The following day, after breakfast, the group prepared to chop firewood or gather eggs as needed. Xianbei instructed Yifeng to summon everyone. Master, what is it? Zook and Cheng was the first to rush over, followed by the others. What is the matter? Have you forgotten why you came to the mountains while farming? To cultivate, to learn skills, to grow stronger, master. I haven't forgotten my original intention, Nanxing replied. I will teach you some things, and then you will descend the mountain tomorrow for a task. So soon? We have to learn today and use it tomorrow. Can we manage? Xianbei responded, if you can, you succeed. If not, you will be devoured by monsters. It's that simple. Why overthink? How cruel. Master, if you have issues with us, you can say it directly. There's no need for such extreme measures, Nanxing protested. You talk too much. Xianbei assigned each person a character, separating their attributes and teaching 1 spell each. Xuanli was of the metal element, Yu, Xianzheng of wood, Yifeng of water, Zook and Cheng of fire, and Nanxing of earth. The spells were straightforward. Xuanli learned 1,000 gene weight, which could suppress opponents with immense force. Yu Xianzheng learned blossoms everywhere, which conjured thorns to bind foes. Yifeng created water attacks. Zook and Cheng could manipulate fire, and Nanxing learned earth concealment. The 5 of them possessed complementary skills, allowing for mutual assistance. As their cultivation progressed, their spells would also become more refined. Once they descended the mountain together, Xianbei gazed at the drifting clouds below while leisurely sipping tea. This was merely a low-level task they had undertaken. With Little Bai, the seasoned veteran, accompanying them, Xianbei had little to worry about. Before him lay a plate of oranges. He hoped Luftan would choose to stay this time. In her past life, she had abandoned the path of a monster hunter, forsaking immortality, so he thought to nurture this interest in her from this lifetime onward. Yifeng held a note detailing their mission, to subdue the monster in the soy sauce shop. Can a soy sauce become a spirit? Nanxing inquired. Perhaps it's a mischievous spirit that steals soy sauce, Yu Xianjing suggested. We'll find out once we arrive, Zook and Cheng stated. Upon reaching the soy sauce shop, Yifeng explained their purpose. Ah, you are from the Jixiang sect here to capture the spirit. I never expected 6 people for just 10 copper coins. We agreed on quantity without raising the price, right? Just because there are more of you doesn't mean I'll pay more. Yifeng scratched the back of his head. 10 copper coins? Are we being undervalued by our master? 10 copper coins Woon tea, even by an ice cream cone. Xiao Bai. This transaction was never intended to be profitable. The primary purpose for the intern was to gain experience. Xianbei mentioned that as long as he didn't incur any losses, he would be satisfied. The owner of the soy sauce shop is an elderly couple in their 70s. A few of us sat down, sipping tea while listening to the owner recount the events. This is a family business that has been passed down through generations, solely selling soy sauce. However, for the past 6 months, there have been strange noises coming from the soy sauce warehouse at night. During the day, we discovered that the soy sauce barrels had been broken, spilling soy sauce all over the floor. This has happened several times already. It is truly despicable, and I have no idea who the culprit is. Could be a mouse problem? Xiaobai inquired. No, we brought a cat from a relative's house, but it hasn't caught a single mouse, Xianli replied. Let's go take a look at the warehouse, he suggested. The owner opened the warehouse door, revealing a wooden room devoid of anything but soy sauce barrels. As you can see, it's quite evident. We will stay here tonight. Please lock the door from the outside and return tomorrow to open it, Yifeng stated. As night fell, the 6 of us sat on the floor playing cards, with a candle placed in the center. Xiaobai said, if anyone feels sleepy, they can go to sleep first. Those who are not sleepy can continue playing. I'm tired. I'll take a nap, he said, lying down and immediately starting to snore. Zhu Chun yawned and remarked, I wasn't sleepy, but now that I see Xiaobai asleep, I feel tired too. Zhu Chun also lay down to sleep. The remaining 4 continued playing. The next day, when the owner opened the door, he exclaimed, Oh my soy sauce. How could you let this happen in the warehouse? Is this how you from Jixiang men catch monsters? The 6 of us were sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. The owner and his wife hurriedly woke us, saying, Get up, get up. If you want to sleep, go home and sleep. I knew from the start that you wouldn't be reliable. Yifeng opened his eyes, asking, What happened? What time is it? Nanxing also woke up, inquiring what is going on. When did I fall asleep? Yu Xianzheng rubbed his face, realizing that sleeping on the floor was uncomfortable. Zhu Qinshan was resting her head on Xian Li's leg. While her face did not hurt, she felt unrest and lethargic. Xian Li looked at her disdainfully. Zhu Chen wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Why does it smell so strongly of soy sauce? The others looked around and saw soy sauce everywhere. They were scolded by the owners, who accused them of being shameless and a bunch of con artists. By the riverside, Zhu Qinshan washed her face while Yu Xianzheng combed her hair. Yifeng commented, Something is off. It's impossible for us to have all fallen asleep at the same time. I feel the same way. Zhu Chen agreed. Xiaobai remarked, I think we were drugged. Huh? For what purpose? For our 10 copper coins? Nanxing questioned. The cold and aloof Xianli interjected, The soy sauce is suspicious. Yu Xianzheng asked, What is suspicious about it? I saw something mixed in with the spilled soy sauce, he replied. I think I saw that too. Yu Xianzheng added. Xianli took out a handkerchief. I collected some. The others exchanged glances. Hair? Fragments of hair? How could there be such a thing in soy sauce? Xiaobai questioned. What you may not know is that some unscrupulous merchants, in an effort to save on raw materials, use hair clippings to enhance the color instead of fermenting soybeans. Zhu Qinshan explained. Soy sauce made from hair? Just thinking about it is disgusting, Nanxing said. So, could it be that this isn't a case of supernatural mischief, but rather that the soy sauce shop owners have offended someone? Yifeng suggested. That's a possibility. Did you see how they turned hostile so quickly? They were extremely rude. In business, one must be cordial to prosper. How could they not offend others? Nanxing echoed. Indeed, they cursed us so harshly, calling us names. If they weren't elderly, I would have definitely retorted, Nanxing added. Let's go back and take another look. As they entered the soy sauce shop, they encountered a person cursing loudly with no sign of the owners. Upon inspection, it was indeed empty. Xiaobai noted, The shop is open, yet the owners are absent. This doesn't align with the behavior of that rude couple. They proceeded to the warehouse. Upon opening the door, they discovered the elderly couple lying on the ground, their eyes wide open, unblinking. This is no longer within our realm of capturing monsters, is it? Should we notify the authorities? Zhu Chen exclaimed. Don't you find their death suspicious? It seems they were harmed, Nanxing remarked. I'm scared. I've never seen a dead person before, Yu Xianzheng said, shrinking behind Zhu Chunshun. Miss, it seems I haven't seen one either, Zhu Chunshun admitted. Retreating behind Xianli. Xianli shrugged indifferently, stating, everyone dies. What is there to fear? I don't care. I'm scared. You Xianzheng and I will step outside while you gentlemen assess the situation. Xiaobai turned and said, Zhu Chunshun, you finally act like a girl. I'm a girl, she replied. I've always had the impression that you're a brother, not a sister. Say whatever you like. You Xianzheng and I will not bear witness to anything inappropriate. They waited in the courtyard, glancing occasionally toward the warehouse door. Before long, the group emerged, with Xianli stating, they died of fright. Are you sure? I am certain. Xiaobai coughed. It's not surprising. Xianli's father holds a significant position, often facing assassination attempts. In contrast, those who meet their end are typically reckless assassins, and the young master is no stranger to corpses. Yifeng pondered. It wasn't long after we left. What could have frightened them to death in broad daylight? Xianli replied, that depends on whether they have committed any misdeeds. Yu Xianzheng, embracing Zhu Chun's arm, queried, could it be related to the hair in the barrels? That's a possibility, they all agreed. The five of them watched as Nanxing kicked over a barrel, stirring the contents with a stick, revealing hair at the bottom. There's a lot of it. Some appears to be infant hair, Nanxing noted. Xiaobai also leaned in, confirming, normally, families wouldn't sell infant hair. They typically make it into commemorative brushes. Suddenly, a shadow flickered. Who is there? Xiaobai exclaimed, covering his nose. It's that honey scent again. The six of them awakened to find themselves tightly bound. Due to a shortage of rope, Zhu Chunshun and Xianli were tied together. They were in a remote mountain forest, standing beside a middle-aged woman clad in bright red attire, playing with a strand of her hair. Auntie, we have no grievances with you. Why have you kidnapped us? Yifeng asked. Why? Ha ha ha. Because you meddled in matters that do not concern you. Xianli demanded. Did you kill the owners of the soy sauce shop? They deserved it. Nanxing cautioned. Brother, we are at her mercy. Don't provoke her. Chapter 72. The wild growth of mint. Why do you blame us for your grievances? Zhu Chunshun asked. Why did you help them look for monsters? This task was assigned to us by our master. We were sold for 10 copper coins, and we are equally aggrieved, Zhu Chunshun explained. That vile couple pretended to run a soy sauce shop while secretly trafficking infants. They got what they deserved. Nanxing gasped. So, Auntie, are you the victim? The woman ground her teeth, saying, I was once a mistress to Lord Liu and bore an illegitimate daughter, intending to rely on her for a life of wealth and luxury. However, one day while strolling, I encountered that despicable couple who sold my child. They pretended to offer me water on a hot day, but instead, they locked me in their home after taking my child. After escaping, they threatened me against reporting them, claiming they knew my secret, warning that if Lady Liu found out, I would be hunted down. In the end, I kept quiet, but they spread rumors about my affair with Lord Liu. Fortunately, thanks to a benefactor's protection, I had the chance for revenge. Zhu Chunshun said, I sympathize with your loss of child, but disrupting someone's marriage is wrong. Nonsense. Others do it too. Xianli stated, what others do is not an excuse for your actions. Wrong is wrong. How dare you shamelessly insult me? You, who deserve 1,000 deaths. Await your fate. Nanxing retorted, how are we shameless? We have not acted as the third party in someone else's relationship. He spat. Do you see this desolate place? If I do not kill you, you will starve to death. Even if you do not die of hunger, the wolves will devour you by night. Auntie, what did you use to scare that elderly couple to death? Yifeng inquired. This incense not only induces drowsiness but also creates illusions. I could have killed them long ago, but I chose to torment them nightly, subjecting them to nightmares and sleeplessness. After half a year, I deemed it necessary to administer a potent dose, allowing them to witness their own skin being flayed and muscles drawn. Xianli questioned, why do you not seek your child who was abducted, but instead entangle yourself with these two? Seek? Do you know to whom they sold her? In times of drought, they sacrificed young boys and girls to the river god. My Jinger was sold to replace one of those children. My Jinger has long been devoured by the river god. Do you know the suffering I endured to give birth to Jinga? After my severe bleeding, I could never bear children again. When old Liu learned that Jinger was gone, He did not pity me, but instead cowered behind that tigress, ignoring me. Do you know how I have lived? It is all the fault of that vile couple. They ruined my life. They caused Jinger's death and deserve 1,000 deaths for their transgressions. Suddenly, Xianli stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Annie, let us go see the authorities. You? What is happening? Nanxing also stood up. Yu Xianzheng rose as well, followed by Zhu Chunxun and Xiaobai. Zhu Chunxun remarked, do not underestimate the need for acting skills as a demon catcher. How could a single rope possibly bind us? Thank you, Chunxun. Yifeng said. When that Annie was in a frenzy, the rope was already severed by Zhu Chunxun's fire. They're demon catchers, and Xianbei only trains those with potential. They're not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Seeing her outnumbered, the Annie turned to flee. Suddenly, a surge of water erupted from the ground, blocking her path. As she attempted to evade the water, she found her feet rooted, as if ensnared. How could this happen? What have you vile bastards done to me? Xianli shook his head. Your filthy mouth and insane thoughts. He cast a spell to bind her with a weight akin to 1,000-pound iron chain, making movement impossible. Nanxing stated, Auntie, justice must be served. They deserve punishment for trafficking children, but you have committed murder and kidnapped us innocents. The auntie gritted her teeth and glared at them. Just moments ago, she had the upper hand and could act with impunity. Now, without power, she was reduced to silence. Yu Xianzheng remarked, I did not expect our first task to involve human malice rather than a supernatural creature. Xiaobai added, not necessarily. Xianbei, or rather master, would not make such a foolish mistake. The Annie shook her head and transformed into a large rat, her eyes glowing a sinister red. The rat grew larger and larger. Xianli exclaimed, this is disastrous. The invisible iron chain binding her is ineffective now. As it stood, each step shook the ground. Nanxing looked up, oh my. It truly is a demon? It clawed at Nanxing quick dodge. Zhu Chunxun and Xianli yanked him aside, just in time to avoid the rat's claws. Zhu Chunxun exclaimed, what are you doing? That was dangerously close. Apologies, I have never seen such a massive rat. Yu Xianzheng ensnared it with thorns, while Nanxing buried it under earth. Soon, a mound of soil emerged. The rat, still restless, thrashed about within the pile before escaping in disarray. Xianli intensified his spell to suppress it. Zhu Chunxun seized the opportunity to ignite a fire. The rat's skin ignited instantly. The rat thrashed, hissing and shrieking, until it was reduced to mere ashes. Yu Xianzheng noticed a shiny object among the remnants. Come see what this is, she called. Nanxing remarked, it resembles a diamond, like one a groom would buy for his bride. Xiaobai commented, I have never heard of a demon producing diamonds. Yifeng stated, let us show it to master. Xiaobai scoffed, as if I would recognize it. Xianbei examined it and discerned its significance. This is a shard of the moon's grace. Master, what is the moon's grace? It is a magical artifact that absorbs malevolent energies from the world. Once filled, it transforms into a diamond. Within it are 36 hidden compartments, capable of creating 36 such diamonds. It is said each diamond can resurrect a human or animal. I inquired of my master whether this was true. He affirmed its existence, though it does not truly bring back the dead, but instead transforms them into demons. Ah, that explains it. The auntie initially claimed to be a concubine of a landlord, only to suddenly morph into a rat demon. Her so-called benefactor was likely the one who transformed her into a demon with diamonds, Yu Xianzheng concluded. Nanxing noted, 36? How terrifying. It can spawn 36 malicious demons. The puppeteer behind this must be uncovered to prevent further harm. Zhu Chunxun remarked, it is not so simple. Without showing themselves, they remain undetectable. If this rat Annie had not committed evil, we would not have discovered her. Xianli added, I can conjure thorns with my hands, and I take joy in ridding the world of demons. I am glad to have chosen this path as a demon catcher. Who is so frightened by a corpse? Xiaobai teased. I had no choice. I was genuinely terrified. Came the response. And you? Xuanbai questioned Su Chen, reminiscent of his earlier self. Do you enjoy catching demons? Zhu Chen looked up. I do. Good. I wish you all success in your endeavors. Xianbei smiled as he departed the courtyard. Why did Master not ask me? Nanxing pointed to himself. Master did not inquire of me either. Yifeng shrugged. Is this discrimination based on looks? Nanxing questioned. It seems so, Yifeng replied. But matters not. All 5 of us are pleased to see our progress. Xianbei had previously expressed a desire for sugar tangerines, and this time wished for dandelion tea. The 6 disciples began gathering dandelions in their baskets. Yu Xianzheng suggested, why not plant some? They can also serve as food. Nanxing added, their flavor is average, but they make decent tea. They placed the gathered dandelion leaves into the baskets, wrapping the flower heads in handkerchiefs to plant later. Yifeng washed the harvested leaves and laid them out to dry. Senior brother, is this good a drink? Zhu Chunchen asked. Delicious, it cools the body. Master enjoys it and learned the recipe from a friend. A friend? We rarely have visitors on the mountain. I thought Master was unsociable and friendless. This friend appears to be a girl, skilled in gardening and cultivation, Yifeng replied. Are you sure Master does not have unrequited feelings? I do not know. Once the dandelions were dried, Yifeng placed them into 2 glass teapots and added boiling water. I will take one to Master. We shall drink the other, Zhu Chen declared. All right, let me have a taste first. Xianbei was in the study enjoying tea when Yifeng brought in the teapot. Stepping into the courtyard, he saw Zhu Chen savoring the tea. Senior brother, it is quite good. If it is good, we should plant more. Once dried, we can enjoy it often. Yifeng expanded the small garden slightly. Yu Xianzheng and Zhu Chen dug holes nearby. Brother, would 100 holes suffice? That should be enough. This plant grows annually and is remarkably resilient, so we shall never run out, Xiaobai chimed in. Yifeng handed the dandelion seeds to Zhu Chen, who diligently scattered them into the hole one by one. Although the little girl appeared inexperienced, her demeanor was quite earnest. All right, now cover it with a shallow layer of soil, Yifeng instructed. Zhu Chunchen clapped her hands, declaring, all done. Nanxing took a watering can and sprinkled water over the dandelions, saying, wouldn't it be wonderful if there were a spell to make these plants grow overnight? Xiaobai shook her head, crossing her arms. I believe it is best to adhere to the laws of nature. Plants are masterpieces of heaven, and everything created by the divine has its own growth principles. Artificial interference, like forcing growth, may yield disappointing results. Before long, the dandelion sprouted. Late at night, Xianbei sipped dandelion tea while Xiaobai sat across from him, peeling an orange. How is it? You've been drinking this every day for a month now. Are you tired of it? Xianbei replied. I feel as if this millennium has passed in the blink of an eye, but the time spent with my elder brother Tan, Shaocan, and you feels truly real. He candidly confessed, I share that sentiment. Even though caring for the children is exhausting and sleep is elusive, it feels like home. Ever since Tan left, this home seems to have scattered. Xianbei closed his eyes, leaning back in the chair. I long for Tan's cooking. Xiaobai echoed, I too miss Tan's meals. Recalling how Zhu Chanchan would break a dish even while washing it, Xiaobai sighed, perhaps I should just indulge in this wish. I don't expect her to cook for me. Xianbei raised his teacup, asserting, at least I can enjoy the dandelions that Tan planted. Their master again expressed his desire for mint tea, prompting the 6 disciples to begin digging for mint. Xiaobai guided them on how to plant it. They unearthed wild mint from the mountain, roots and stems included. They dug holes and buried them in the soil, which would soon yield a bountiful growth. Following Xiaobai's instructions, the vegetable garden was quickly overrun with mint. What should we do? The nutrients are being depleted by the mint. If our other vegetables fail, we will be left to survive on the north wind, Yifeng lamented. Cradling her head. That night, Xianbei scolded Xiaobai again. Is this how you solve Tan plant mint? Xiaobai scratched her head. It's been so long. I just remembered that Tan planted mint in pots, as she was afraid it would grow wildly. I didn't pay attention. Xianbei shook his head. Look at the garden. It is now completely filled with mint, and you must take responsibility. I will pull it out by hand. Xiaobai extended her hands to begin uprooting. Zhu Chunchen, awakened by the commotion, asked Xiaobai, what are you doing? As you can see, I'm resolving the garden's troubles. I'll help you. The two worked together to uproot all the mint, setting aside some to dry for tea and planting the rest in pots. However, just a few days after a rain, the garden was once again lush with mint. Oh my heavens, please stop tormenting me. This plant will continue to grow as long as it has even a hint of roots, Xiaobai nearly cried. Don't worry, we can uproot it again, Yuxiantang suggested. The 6 of them resumed their efforts. Planting a few pots would be enough to create an unmanageable surplus. The mint in the pots would continue to grow tall. Cutting a few stems would not hinder its growth. After another rain, the garden was once again filled with mint. Xiao Bai, on the verge of tears, lamented, "This plant is more troublesome than weeds." Yifeng replied, "Mint is, after all, a type of wild grass." Ultimately, they had no choice but to abandon that patch of garden and relocate to cultivate elsewhere. The exuberant mint, however, did not disappoint, flourishing throughout the courtyard, filling the air with a delightful fragrance and seemingly reducing the number of mosquitoes. Yifeng added a few mint leaves to the soup and bathwater, enhancing the flavors beautifully. Yuxianseng leaned in to inquire, "Elder brother, it smells wonderful. What perfume are you using?" "Hee, I added mint to my bathwater." Zhu Chunshan chimed in, "Next time, I'll add some too." Thus, the same fragrant bathwater was enjoyed by all 7 of them. When they descended the mountain, the scent of mint had unmistakably become a hallmark of Jixiang Mountain. While Yifeng was cooking, Zhu Chunshan peeked in. "What is junior sister Zhu doing?" "I'm here to learn cooking. You need not sneak. You can come in openly. I will be delighted if you learn so that I could take it easy." Zhu Chunshan nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to learn." Yifeng handed her an apron, asking, "Why the sudden interest in cooking, junior sister Zhu?" "Because Xian said I am useless." Zhu Chunshan pouted. "Ignore him. Why care about what others say? You do not live to please their opinions." Zhu Chunshan tied the apron around her waist. "I'm not thick-skinned enough to be indifferent." His words reflect his own flaws. "Why criticize you?" Zhu Chunshan nodded vigorously. Yes. His words are nasty, and he is even worse. Come, let us learn to smash cucumbers. Don't let him provoke you. It's not worth it." Zhu Chunshan protested. "Elder brother, shouldn't our first lesson be to make tomato scrambled eggs?" As for feuding with Xian, that was unavoidable. Given their unresolved engagement and mutual dislike, competition was inevitable. It only fueled their disdain further. Tomatoes and eggs were readily available, but the task was perhaps too advanced for her. Washing cucumbers, smashing them, crushing garlic, and adding seasonings, it's as simple as that. After explaining, Yifeng handed the knife to Zhu Chunshan. She glanced at the knife and then at the cucumber. A gentle smash yielded little effect, while a heavy smash embedded the knife into the cutting board. Yifeng retrieved the knife, patting her head. "Junior sister Zhu, perhaps it's best if you observe for now. You will learn by watching." He had come to believe in a saying, "When heaven opens one door, it inevitably closes another." Zhu Chunshan, already blessed with beauty and a wealthy family, could not be expected to excel in all things. Realizing she was causing trouble for her elder brother, she obediently stepped back, her eyes wide with fascination. Yifeng's cooking was deft, his knife skills remarkable, producing perfectly fine and even potato strips. "Elder brother, you're amazing. A man who can cook is sure to find a good wife." "You flatter me. I've been with my master since childhood. When I was 5 or 6 and couldn't reach the counter, I stood on a small stool to cook for him." "Is master very old?" Yifeng shrugged. "Guess." Zhu Chunshan stuck out her tongue. "I can't guess. Master is a sage. Who knows how old he truly is? Why doesn't Team Master marry someone to cook for him? Who knows? Perhaps he has high standards." As they spoke, Yifeng had already added the potato strips to the pan, creating a dish with a fragrant and spicy aroma. Cough. Zhu Chunshan couldn't help but cough. "Junior sister Zhu, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. The smoke and heat are not good for a girl's skin." "All right, thank you, elder brother. Good luck." Zhu Chunshan hurried outside, still coughing. The Jixiang sect was renowned for its love of spicy food. Earlier, Yifeng had added a generous handful of dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and numbing peppercorns to the spicy potato strips. "How strange. It didn't seem that spicy when eating, but it's quite fiery when cooking," Nanxing remarked, tapping Zhu Chunshan on the shoulder. "It's because we're used to it. Our tolerance for spice didn't come naturally. I remember the first time I had beef noodles as a child. Without any chilies, just a bit of chili oil, it felt unbearably spicy." Zhu Chunshan replied, "Me too. Now, 1 chili isn't enough. I need half a bowl. It's not that chilies have lost their heat. It's that my taste buds have become numbed." "What are you two laughing about?" Yuxianseng approached. "We're talking about delicious food," Zhu Chunshan replied. Yuxianzhang carried a basket, having just collected the dried mint leaves to bring to Yifeng for tea. Zhu Chunshan stopped her. Dear, don't go in just yet. The smell in the kitchen is overwhelming. Yuxianzhang sniffed. I can smell it from afar. The aroma of spicy potato strips is unmistakable. Nanxing offered, I can help. You girls have such fragrant clothes. It would be a pity to get them smelling of smoke. Thank you very much. Greetings. Why be so formal with me? Nanxing, carrying a basket, dove into the kitchen and did not emerge, conscripted by Shixing to peel garlic. Xiaobai hopped over, holding a bowl. What are you doing begging for food? Yuxianzhang asked, as Xiaobai showcased the bowl to the two. Inside was a dark, plump seed. What is this? Ziqinshan inquired. It's a water lily, grown in the bowl. Came to reply. Intrigued, Ziqinshan asked, a lotus flower? Can such a small one grow roots? I am uncertain. Let us give it a try. Xiaobai placed the bowl on the dining table, ensuring they could see it every day. During mealtime, Xuanbei noticed it. This can sprout leaves, but doesn't tea last long? I've seen Luton cultivate it. Who is Luton? Nanxing blurted out. Xuanbei glanced at Ziqinshan. She's my sister-in-law. Oh. Everyone collectively suppressed their curiosity, understanding that the Shurzuan was not one to indulge in gossip. Beyond tending to vegetables, he focused solely on his cultivation. Soon, Shurzuan assigned them a second task. Yifeng unfolded the note, which read, There's a fake pig. Yifeng exclaimed, A pig? And a fake one at that? Is this a joke? Nanxing replied, We shall find out. The six of them arrived at the pig farm, where the owner, a stout woman named Zhou, explained that her family frequently lost piglets and suspected outsiders were stealing them. After reinforcing the fences, the losses continued without any signs of intruders. One day, her husband discovered a pig that seemed unusual. It appeared to understand human speech and could even speak. Alarmed, he sought the help of a monster catcher. The six entered the pig pen, and Yuxianzhang and Ziqinshan quickly covered their noses. The smell is too raw. Zhou apologized. We haven't tea cleaned in 3 days. Waiting for you to catch the monster before we do. As they stepped inside, Zhou locked the door behind them, beseeching, I will await good news from you. Nanxing sighed, realizing that being a monster catcher was not as glamorous as he had imagined. He had envisioned a life of grandeur, but instead found himself chasing mice and pigs. Be grateful, Xiaobai chimed in. Xuanbei once spent a long time searching for cats, dogs, and golden hamsters. A herd of pigs grunted as they feasted, with over 100 large pigs and more than 30 piglets in sight. Let us split up, suggested Xiaobai. However, Ziqinshan refused to approach the pigs. I'm a girl. Can I not be spared? Me too. Yuxianzhang raised her hand. I also do not wish to get close. Very well. Nanxing conceded, while Xuanli coldly regarded Ziqinshan, his eyes conveying a sense of disdain. Unable to tolerate this, Ziqinshan retorted, What are you looking down on? It's just a pig. Rolling up her sleeves, she declared, Let us go. Yifeng shook his head at Xuanli. Why did you provoke her? You lack gentlemanly grace. Our Ziqinshan was right to elope, Xiaobai remarked. When Ziqinshan became serious, even she frightened herself. It was merely a psychological barrier, and once overcome, there was nothing to fear. She began to pat each pig's face. Come, speak with me. Do you know which one is the pig demon? Have you eaten any piglets? I haven't eaten any, the pig responded. Oh, then you can step aside. Next, aside from Ziqinshan, the others stared in astonishment at the black pig. It seemed to realize it had revealed its secret and squealed, darting towards the exit. That exit! Quickly pursue! Ziqinshan exclaimed. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the pig pen as 4 people chased after the fleeing pig. The pig, leaping over the low walls, resembled a rabbit in its agility. That pig just spoke to you, Yuxianzhang stated. Indeed, so what? How could a real pig possibly talk? Right? Why didn't I think of that? Ziqinshan, lost in the moment, was oblivious. Xuanli attempted to use a weight to catch the black pig, but found it too swift to target. Yifeng aimed to use water to flush it out, but Nanxing intervened. No, Shixing, leave us a chance to survive. The pig pen already reeks. If you douse it with water, will we still be alive? Yifeng retracted his sword. Very well, you take the lead. I will assist, Yuxianzhang offered, conjuring thorns that pursued the black pig. However, the thorns failed to ensnare it. The pig barreled towards Ziqinshan, knocking her over. I've been hit by a pig. She cried. Are you all right? Yuxianzhang rushed to help her, but the pig charged again. Zhuang Xuanli stepped in front of him, employing the weight technique. Nanxing swiftly erected an earthen wall before the pig. The black pig, upended, was buried under the earth, and Zukinshin ignited a flame. The pig pen was soon filled with the scent of roasted pig skin. The flaming black pig leaped and dashed toward the fence. Oh my, that startled Zhou. Quickly, catch it. Don't let it escape, she cried, panicking. The six of them rushed out to see the black pig crashing against the fence. Weighing over 300 pounds, its massive body easily broke through. Oh my. Zhou quickly dodged. You all must chase it. I spent dozens of copper coins to hire you. Don't take the money and run. Upon hearing the word copper, the expressions of the six changed instantly. Once again, we have been sold cheaply by Shizhuan, Nanxing lamented. Are we not worth even a tael of silver combined? Yifeng remarked. During our internship, the emphasis is on experience. Wealth is merely an external matter, Xiaobai added. By the way, Xiaobai, why hasn't Shizhuan taught you any spells? I'm a disciple with skills. I already know them. Do you know how to eat and sleep in? Zukinshin teased. Not at all. I do not easily show my talents, Xiaobai replied. The pig is gone, and you are still chattering. Hurry and chase. Zhou urged in frustration. Yifeng stated, Isn't this what you wished for? You asked us to find the pig demon, and we have. But if we don't catch it, it will return. What will happen if it comes back to steal piglets? Xiaobai countered. All right, we shall pursue it. Yifeng gestured to Zhou. You say a word. What word? Any word, and I'll determine where the pig went. Zhou casually uttered pig. Yifeng calculated and declared, look east. The group dashed towards the east, only to find the marketplace in chaos as the black pig rampaged through, knocking over stalls, carts, and citizens alike. Has the pig gone mad? The six chased it, panting, as the pig's four hooves outran their two legs. Young master, what is happening? A beggar on the roadside inquired of Nanxing. Chasing a pig. Young master, weren't you supposed to cultivate and learn spells? Why are you chasing pigs in the market? It's a long story. This is also part of my training. Nanxing sprinted ahead, leaving the beggar to ponder the hardships of life, ultimately retreating to the corner to bask in the sun. Let us encircle it, Zhuang Xuanli suggested. Zukinshin nodded and took another route, while Yuxianzhang followed Nanxing. Yifeng ventured alone, and Xiaobai had vanished. The five pursued the pig with fervor, while Xiaobai leisurely sipped tea at a tea house. Across from him sat a familiar face, Xuanbei, finishing a cup of tea. Second master, is this the effect you desired? It seems to differ somewhat from my expectations, Xuanbei replied, pouring himself another cup. Do you truly believe that capturing monsters will be enjoyable? If they find it uninteresting, they might withdraw from the sect. Capturing monsters is no trivial matter. I hope they proceed with caution and gain valuable experience, ensuring they do not lose their lives when faced with formidable foes. In truth, Xuanbei had been secretly protecting them during their previous task. He would not reveal himself unless absolutely necessary. They seem to harbor some doubts about my identity. Xiaobai remarked, what are their suspicions? You are merely a loafing idler. They will surely believe it. After all, you hardly appear to be a devout practitioner of demon catching. What demon should I capture, being a demon myself? 5 individuals cornered a pig at the end of an alley. Zhu Chunshan gasped for breath. Do you still wish to flee? Don't run, pig brother, just submit peacefully. I can hardly move anymore. Nanxing leaned on his knee. Yifeng simply sat on the ground, pondering how chasing a pig could be even more arduous than pursuing a tiger. Xuanli stood coldly against the wall, arms crossed, evidently the most physically capable among them. The pig sought an escape route and charged at the seemingly feeble Zhu Chunshan. She felt a wave of dizziness as she was thrown aside. To her surprise, it did not hurt as much as expected. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized she had collided with someone, Xuanli. In a moment of peril, he had embraced Zhu Chunshan and leaped away, shielding her head with his arm. Upon closer inspection, Xuanli's sleeve had torn significantly. Are you all right? Thank you. Xuanli remained silent as he pulled Zhu Chunshan up from the ground. Yifeng conjured 2 water channels to trap the black pig in between. Nanxing used earth magic, mixing it with water to create mud. The black pig struggled and rolled in the muck. Why do I suddenly feel a pang of sympathy for that pig? Zhu Chunshan remarked. Yuxuanzhang bound the black pig with thorns. The pig's cries and struggles attracted the attention of passers-by. What are they doing? Why are they tormenting a hefty pig? Chapter 74. New Year's dumplings. This is Jixiangman, catching demons, right? Oh, so the pig is a demon? Indeed, demons can devour humans. We should leave quickly, as watching this spectacle poses risks. Xianbei and Xiao Bai emerged from the crowd. Master, what brings you here? Zhu Chanshan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her esteemed teacher. Their formidable ally had arrived. Xianbei nodded at Zhu Chanshan. This pig has not harmed anyone. It has merely been exploited. What? Someone deliberately transformed the pig into a demon? Yes, it might have simply been an experiment of the moon's grace. Self-serving and unscrupulous. That individual is truly despicable. Master, what shall we do now? Zhu Chanshan glanced at her teacher and then at the black pig. Xianbei instructed, step back. Oh, all right. The six of them retreated. Xianbei unsheathed a soft sword from his waist. Nanxing whispered, does Master intend to feast on pork? Yuxuanzhang covered her eyes. Zhu Chanshan chose to watch. She witnessed Xianbei strike swiftly and accurately, extracting something from the belly of the black pig. A diamond? Another diamond? Nanxing exclaimed. It is indeed the moon's grace. Just like the last time. Yifeng remarked, it is what transformed this pig into a demon and altered its dietary habits to include its own kind. The pig, having lost the diamond, quickly wilted, appearing more like an ordinary pig. It can be returned to its owner now, Xianbei declared as he turned to leave. Yifeng, Nanxing Xuanli, and Xiao Bai each carried a pig leg, transporting the black pig to Aunt Zhou's courtyard. Oh my goodness, why have you brought it back to me? Nanxing recounted the ordeal of how the pig demon had been reverted to an ordinary pig. Aunt Zhou waved her hands. I don't want it. Who knows if it will go berserk again in the middle of the night? That iron fence won't contain it. If it eats piglets now, what will happen when it turns to humans? Whoever wants it can take it. I certainly do not. Thus, the unclaimed black pig was taken home by several individuals. Another pet was added to Jixiang Mountain. When Xianbei saw the large black pig, he paused momentarily. How did you bring it back? Were you not instructed to return it to its owner? Nanxing replied, the owner refused it. We feared it would roam the streets and be slaughtered. So we brought it back. Perfect, we can have it for meat, Xianbei said. Zhu Chanshan hastily covered the pig's ears. Master, how can you utter such cruel words? It is still a living being. Isn't a pig meant to be eaten? Yuxuanzhang chimed in. It can also be a pet. Xianbei shook his head. Do as you wish. It is your pet, so you shall provide for it. Zhu Chanshan beamed. All right then. Thank you, Master. Zhu Chanshan and Yuxuanzhang fetched water, pouring bucket after bucket over the large black pig to clean it. They made a cozy nest for it with straw near the sheep pen. Zhu Chanshan suggested, let's name it. Nanxing proposed, let us call it Sudden Wealth. Yifeng glanced at him. Young master, are you in dire need of money? Desperately. Who wouldn't want to be as rich as a nation? Yuxuanzhang suggested, let's name it How Adorable. Zhu Chanshan suggested, let us call it Fatty, how fitting. Xuanli remarked, call it Glut and even more fitting. Yifeng concluded, it seems the most grandiose name among them is Sudden Wealth. Let that be its name. Sudden Wealth had an impressive appetite, devouring everything, from leftovers to the overgrown cabbages in the garden. It was well fed and often heard making gurgling sounds while sleeping. This creature quickly befriended the sheep at home. Zhu Chanshan placed an apple on her desk, and upon stepping out briefly, she returned to find it in the mouths of the sheep and Sudden Wealth. The two were munching away, grinning at Zhu Chanshan. Zhu Chanshan patted the sheep's head and playfully tugged at Sudden Wealth's ears. Why are you not eating grass, but apples instead? Yuxuanzhang appeared at the door, saying, they have even stolen meat. The skewers of roasted meat in my room were pilfered by the two of them. Zhu Chanshan blinked. Were they pork skewers or lamb skewers? Yuxuanzhang shrugged. They were roasted chicken hearts. During mealtime, the group shared their experiences, discovering that their snacks had been partially pilfered by these two rascals. Before Sudden Wealth's arrival, the sheep had behaved quite well, but since Sudden Wealth came, it had been led astray. Yifeng remarked, indeed, this is no ordinary pig. It has been transformed. Xiao Bai suggested, we should always close the doors. These two might chew the table legs one day. Xianbei poured himself some tea. I've always said that a pig's best fate is to become sausage, yet you all insist on keeping it as a pet. Master, if you desire meat, we can purchase some for you. Do not set your sights on sudden wealth, Zhu Chunshun stated earnestly. I merely jest, Xianbei replied. You must not speak of such things, nor even think them. Zhu Chunshun's adorable pout was quite charming. For a brief moment, Xianbei seemed to catch a glimpse of Luton. Xiaobai waved a hand in front of Xuanbei's eyes. Zhu Chunshun resembles a friend of mine from long ago, Xianbei reflected, taking a sip of tea. The thought of Luton brought back memories of a warm home he had many millennia ago, a home brought together by the warmth of one person, Luton. It seems someone had previously mentioned this. My bodyguard, Fu Zhu, had said I resembled his friend, Luton. Xiaobai and Xianbei exchanged glances. Has that fellow gone to your home to become a bodyguard? Yes, Fu Zhu has watched me grow up. He is quite handsome and cool. How detestable. Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Zhu Chunshun, puzzled, asked, What are you talking about, Xiaobai? We should invite him to Jixiang Mountain sometime. After all, he is an old friend of Master, and they should gather often. Oh, I see. Fu Zhu never mentioned it. I truly did not know. Xiaobai replied. Could he bring it up? He promised not to disturb Luton's childhood, yet he eagerly ran to Zhu Chunshun's home to be a bodyguard. How treacherous. His words are as empty as flatulence. Master, how did you meet Fu Zhu? It's a long story. He is the childhood friend of another of my acquaintances. Oh, I always thought Fu Zhu seemed a bit reclusive, as if he had no friends. It seems I do not know him well enough. Fu Zhu is quite sentimental. Every year on the anniversary of his late wife's death, he visits her grave. That feather fan? Xiaobai touched her temple and said, Do not mention her. Do not mention her. Just the thought of her gives me a headache. Even if she has been gone for thousands of years, her lingering influence remains. The name Yu Shan evokes beauty. One might imagine the person to be a gentle and delicate beauty. Xiaobai chuckled along with Xianbei. Gentle? Beauty? The Lady Yu Shan is nothing like that. It is a stark contradiction. When she speaks, everyone around her must retreat, fearing they might get splattered with blood if they linger too long. Why does Shizhuan have that expression? Yu Xianzheng finally noticed something amiss. It is nothing. I have eaten well, and it is time to meditate. You all should attend to your own matters, Xianbei declared as he left the dining table. The Jixiang sect enjoys 7 days of holiday each year during the Spring Festival. Of course, one can also choose to stay on the mountain voluntarily for the new year. Yifeng, an orphan, has always spent the holiday with Shizhuan. Nanxing remarked, My father is a wanderer. Returning home means facing an empty house. I might even have to clean the place up, so I will stay here with senior brother. Yu Xianzheng added, I will return home to share a few meals of dumplings with my family and come back early to set off fireworks with you all. No need to hurry. The fireworks won't run away. We will wait for you, Nanxing replied. Xiaobai chimed in, I will stay too. Xianli, the one escaping a marriage, returned home. And another runaway, Zhu Chunshun, also went back. On New Year's Eve, Nanxing, Xiaobai, and Xianbei enjoyed dumplings made by Yifeng. Nanxing asked, Do you think Zhu Shimi's family will pressure her into marriage again? If they do, she can just run away again. Young people should pursue freedom and reject arranged marriages. Meanwhile, those two so-called free-spirited youths were lying in a room with everything they needed. But the doors and windows were barricaded from the outside. The dumplings on New Year's Eve were seasoned. And who would have thought they were betrayed by their own dear ones? Zhu Chunshun opened her eyes, feeling a headache, and found herself lying on someone else's arm. Instinctively, she sat up, and the person beside her also awakened. Xianli? Xianli was equally surprised. What are you doing here? Zhu Chunshun realized this was not her own room. Rubbing her fuzzy head, she recalled her last memory was of eating dumplings. Oh no, I've been set up. Zhu Chunshun frantically banged on the doors and windows, trying to pull, kick, and dismantle them, all in vain. Let me out. Xianli calmly sat on the bed, watching Zhu Chunshun make a fuss. They were prepared. They won't let us out easily. Zhu Chunshun, with tears in her eyes, lamented, Had I known this, I would not have returned home. What kind of situation is this? They won't even let us celebrate properly during the new year. Xianli got off the bed and opened a hidden door, stepping inside. Xianli, where are you going? Zhu Chunshun wanted to follow, but was shot a glare by Xianli. I'm going to wash up. This is the washroom. You need to wait your turn. Zhu Chunshun turned away angrily. She reassessed the room, which was quite spacious, resembling an entire floor divided into 3 areas: a study, a living room, and a bedroom by curtains. When do you think they will let us out? Zhu Chunchen asked. Xianli emerged for washing up. I don't know. Aren't you supposed to be clever? How could you also fall for their tricks? Xianli replied. How could I not eat the dumplings on New Year's Eve? It is still dumplings. I wonder whose terrible idea this was. Once I get out, I will definitely dismantle them. A sneeze echoed from afar. Fu Zhu at Zhu's residence felt a powerful sneeze coming on. Zhu Chen, that girl, is taking her sweet time. I must worry for her. Since she is destined to marry him, why linger? Better to be together and enjoy life sooner. Zhu Chen intended to wash up briefly and enter the washroom, discovering a supersized bathtub akin to a small swimming pool, with flowing water perpetually entering and leaving. Xianli's home was built against the mountain. From the bottom, it resembled a multi-story building, but inside, it was a series of small bungalows. Xianli, your home is extravagant. I used it to practice breath holding as a child. In summer, I would soak in it all day to cool off. Your family knows how to enjoy. When at home, Zhu Chunchen also bathed daily. One day, without it left her feeling uncomfortable. She noticed not only new toiletries, but also a bathrobe, her bathrobe, and a change of clothes. They are truly scheming for my daughter. Zhu Chunchen removed her clothing and stepped into the bathtub. The mountain spring water was icy, yet Zhu Chun relished the cold bath, as it invigorated her mind and enhanced her beauty. As she emerged from the bathroom, Xianli glanced at her, immediately understanding the essence of pure beauty. Fresh from the bath, Zhu Chunchen's hair was still dripping, and the bathrobe hung loosely on her. This starkly contrasted with Xianli's neatly dressed appearance. Is it appropriate for you to be like this in my home? Well, we cannot go out, and no one can see us. What do you take me for? It does not matter. We are already so familiar. I am, after all, a man, a normal man. What do you think you could do to me? Zhu Chun brushed past Xianli and sat at the desk to read. Xianli covered his face, thinking this woman was truly too casual. On the first day of a new year, the two quietly remained in Xianli's room until Zhu Chunchen's stomach growled, asking Xianli, are you hungry? Starving. Does your family intend to starve us? I doubt it. Xianli replied, they need to keep me alive to continue the family line. Just as he spoke, there was a knock on the door. Young master, Miss Zhu, I have brought you both some food. Zhu Chunchen had a sudden idea and gestured to Xianli with her eyes. Let us escape when the door opens. A mere maid is nothing to fear. Xianli turned away, ignoring her. Hey, I'll escape on my own. Don't regret it. When the door opened, Zhu Chunchen stood at the threshold. The maid entered with a tray of food, respectfully placing it on the dining table. It was quite a feast, 16 dishes and 1 soup, with dumplings as the main course. The door closed from the outside, leaving Zhu Chunchen stunned. She turned to Xianli. You knew this would happen, didn't you? Xianli nodded casually and sat down to eat. In that brief moment when the door opened, Zhu Chunchen noticed a row of golden-armored warriors standing at the entrance, all armed and ready for action. The glimmering spears completely intimidated her. Let us eat. A hero does not suffer a loss in front of him. As Zhu Chunchen sat down, she found the dishes to be quite delightful. There was an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, including her favorites, stir-fried green peppers with meat, spicy duck intestines, and roasted chicken hearts. Clearly, they had put in effort, and she picked up her chopsticks. However, she noticed Xianli had not touched any of the dishes. Don't eat, Xianli warned. Why not? Are you going to let us starve on New Year's Day? Xianli sighed. The food is spiked. What? Moments later, Zhu Chunchen's face turned crimson. Xianli stated, it is exactly what you think. Chapter 75. Let us escape from the marriage. Zhu Chunchen quickly set down her chopsticks. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. How can they be so cruel? Xianli crossed his arms. Do you think I left home for no reason? Have you ever been fed such things before? With whom? Your last fiancé? Xianli replied, there are not that many fiancés. Only you. I narrowly escaped last time. Zhu Chunchen was completely exasperated. Had she known that such a trick awaited her, she would never have returned. Do they consider us to be mere playthings? I absolutely cannot marry into this family. You should flee as soon as possible. Zhu Chunchen slammed her hand on the table. Xianli raised his eyes to glance at Zhu Qinshan, but said nothing. As Zhu Qinshan gazed at the lavish spread before her, hunger gnawed at her. What should I do? I am so hungry, Xianli reassured her. The effects of a drug, one tea, last long. In a few days, its potency will fade. Zhu Qinshan's mind was filled with dark thoughts as she pondered the unfortunate circumstances during this festive season. How many more days would she have to endure hunger? What sins had she committed to deserve this? Xuanli turned away from the dining table. Zhu Qinshan attempted to read, but her empty stomach caused her to become increasingly distracted and restless. She collapsed onto her desk, crying out in desperation, "Help! I'm so hungry." As night fell, the room contained only a single bed. Xuanli remained seated at the table, engrossed in a book. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhu Qinshan approached the bedside. "Xuanli, you are a true gentleman." Xuanli raised his gaze, intrigued. "Oh, and what of it? You should yield to me," she insisted. Xuanli merely nodded. "I will take the bed, and you can sleep on the floor." "That is my bed. Do you not mind?" He replied. "Mind? I shall endure it," she said as she wrapped herself in a blanket and fainted from hunger. In the middle of the night, she awoke to find Xuanli dozing with his head propped on his hand at the table. "Zhu Qinshan, you must not be soft-hearted. There are countless wicked individuals outside who wish to deceive you. Do not give them the satisfaction." Turning over, she fell back asleep. Xuanli, seated, felt discomfort in his back and shoulders. A certain individual, feeling slightly guilty, flashed him a brief smile before heading to wash up. When it was Xuanli's turn to wash, Zhu Qinshan beamed at him with a bright smile. She thought the bed was quite spacious, allowing for ample room even if they slept in the middle. "What are you thinking?" She chided herself. "Blind kindness can lead to dire consequences. Do not pity him. As a girl, if you suffer, you will be the sole victim." Xuanli emerged from the washroom and stated, "From now on, I will sleep during the day while you take the night." Zhu Qinshan nodded in agreement. "Fair enough." Xuanli went to catch up on his sleep, while Zhu Qinshan resumed her reading. Every book seemed to transform into images of roasted duck, roasted chicken, and fried skewers. "I am so hungry," she lamented. The food remained untouched on the table, and her stomach growled audibly. Clutching her belly, she picked up a pair of chopsticks, her head spinning as she clumsily picked up a spicy duck intestine and brought it to her lips. Zhu Qinshan, "Huh, if you eat that, I will knock you out." The handsome young man lying on the bed did not appear to be joking. Zhu Qinshan retorted, "What makes you think I would take advantage of you?" Believe it or not, after delivering her threat, Xuanli leaned against his pillow and returned to sleep. Zhu Qinshan placed the spicy duck intestine down and clapped her chopsticks together. "If I don't eat, then so be it. With my physique, I refuse to believe I could starve to death in 10 days or 2 weeks. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Miss Zhu, I have brought you both your meals." Zhu Qinshan suddenly remembered that the dishes could still be eaten after a few days. She quickly cleared half of the table for the food. "Please come in." "Oh, the leftovers from yesterday are cold. Shall I take them away?" No, please leave them." Zhu Qinshan hurriedly protected them with her hands. "Leave today's food on that side. Thank you." Once again, there were 16 dishes, 1 soup, and the staple of dumplings. After the maid left, Zhu Qinshan felt a wave of emotion, nearly brought to tears as she pitted herself. "I do not know how many days I will be confined. I want to return to Jixiang Mountain, where there are warm companions and hot meals." In the evening, Xuanli awoke to find Zhu Qinshan slumped over the table, unsure if she was asleep or had fainted from hunger. "Zhu Qinshan, She lifted her head. "You haven't eaten, have you?" Zhu Qinshan wiped away drool, saying, "I dreamt I was eating, but the more I ate, the hungrier I became." "Fool," Xuanli said. Zhu Qinshan crawled onto the bed and flipped the blanket he had used to cover herself. "Let us sleep. If you fall asleep, you won't be hungry." Zhu Qinshan, You can drink water." Oh, the water was spring water, pure and natural. Xuanli filled a bowl for himself, and Zhu Qinshan followed suit. "This water tastes a bit sweet," she remarked as she suddenly felt a warmth spreading through her body, especially in her lower abdomen. Her cheeks flushed, and a mist of moisture filled her eyes. Xuanli snatched her bowl away. "Did you wash the bowl before filling it with water?" "No, it was empty. It hasn't held food." Xuanli's expression changed. Zhu Qinshan found the person before her somewhat blurry, yet refreshing, wishing to lean closer to alleviate the heat. Xuanli, do you not feel the room has suddenly warmed? Fool! Zhu Chunchun was knocked unconscious by Xuanli from behind. He lifted her and tossed her onto the bed. How have you grown so large with such intelligence? Xuanli pulled the blanket over her and took the bowl she had just used to wash out thoroughly with spring water. When Zhu Chunchun awoke, her neck ached. Xuanli, did you hit me while I was unconscious? He replied, no need for thanks. Zhu Chunchun grumbled inwardly. I would thank your ancestors for 8 generations. Xuanli seemed to sense a resentment, muttering, unappreciative. The bowl has been cleaned. You may drink now. Zhu Chunchun recalled the searing heat she had felt after drinking the water, which frightened her. If he had not knocked her out, who knows what might have happened? Luckily, she and Xuanli had never seen eye to eye. The first thing Zhu Chunchun did upon waking was to sit at the table to eat. The first bite went unimpeded by Xuanli, and the second bite seemed unnecessary to stop, as she had already eaten. Zhu Chunchun devoured the food with the fervor of a starving ghost, sampling every dish. After finally burping, she looked up at Xuanli and grinned. I think we could take turns knocking each other out. I cannot withstand hunger, so I will eat first. After finishing her meal, Zhu Chunchun turned her back to Xuanli. I have realized your technique for knocking people out is swift and precise. After a good sleep, the heat dissipated. Are you truly that greedy? He asked. Why do I starve myself during the new year? Life is but 30,000 days and merely 90,000 meals. I treasure every opportunity to eat. Xuanli's face was cold as ice as he pinched Zhu Chunchun's neck once more. Not only was she full, but she also slept well. Originally, they had been 2 individuals suffering from hunger together, but now only Xuanli remained to fight the battle alone. On the 3rd day of the new year, Yu Xianzheng returned to Jixiang Mountain, bringing back an abundance of delicious food: cured meat, candies, candied hawthorn, pastries, and spicy chicken feet. As they feasted, they murmured, why have Zhu Shimi and Xuanli not returned yet? Could it be that they have become too enamored with their surroundings? I know a little about Qinchin's situation. I believe she would not lose track of time and will likely return tomorrow. One individual enjoyed their meal heartily, seemingly having embraced the very notion of losing track of time. This sight sparked annoyance in the handsome youth. Zhu Chunchun, you eat until you are full and then do not move. You're getting plump. Am I really fat? Zhu Chunchun pinched her chubby cheeks. I am round and adorable. I do not mind being plump. What is appealing about a bony frame? Wasn't this purposefully aggravating? The person opposite her was presently forced into a weight loss regimen. While Zhu Chunchun indulged in her own desires, she also urged Xuanli, at least eat a meal. How can you resist this dreadful arranged marriage without energy? No, I fear you might knock me out, he replied. You think highly of me, humph. If you do not eat, you shall remain hungry. Only those who are hungry know the pain. Zhu Chunchun not only desired to eat, but also relished in making show of her enjoyment before those who were starving. She savored each bite of food with a mouthful of soup. So delicious. Another bite of dumplings. The vegetarian dumplings from the first day were delightful, while the beef and green onion dumplings from the second day were even better. Can you eat quietly? I cannot. It is simply too delicious. Xuanli, I have sampled it for you. Truly, the medicinal effects diminish significantly the day after. I prefer to eat from the day before. Today's food can wait. After finishing, Xuanli was once again met with Zhu Chunchun's antics. By the 5th day, the 2 had yet to return, and everyone had consumed all the delicious food Yu Xianzheng had brought back. This is not Chunchun's style. She usually keeps her promises. She stated she would return with me on the 3rd day and mentioned she could not endure another day in that house. Yifeng remarked, do you think they might be pressured into marriage by the elders again? Xiaobai replied, of course. They do not care whether the next generation is happy. They merely want to secure the marriage first. They do not even consider whether the children's personalities are compatible. They just want to ensure the son is born. Regardless of whether you genuinely love each other, I simply wish for you to endure together until old age without abandoning your family. Yifeng raised his thumb in approval, summarizing the situation aptly. Your family granted you life, provided you with food, clothing, and shelter. Thus, you are but an accessory to the household, and you must obediently comply. Even those born into wealth cannot escape such a fate. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Xuanli finally began to eat, consuming the dishes from the first day of the new year. Fortunately, the cold weather had preserved the food. When the maid came to collect the dishes and saw the empty plates, her face immediately lit up with the anticipation of gossip. Xuanli shrugged, stating that soon everyone in the household would hear about it. The innocent need not worry, and one cannot control the words of others. Zhu Qinshan lounged lazily on a chair, holding a book, with his feet resting on the desk. This life of eating and sleeping seemed rather comfortable, akin to an unconventional retreat for a beloved. Another maid entered to change the bed linens, casually laying down fresh ones. As she left, she muttered quietly, wondering why there was no sign of blood. Once the door was closed, Xuanli suggested that Qinshan could prick his finger and let a drop fall onto the sheets. Qinshan gazed at his delicate hands, questioning, "Why must it be me?" Xuanli replied, "People can be quite fearful. They won't know how to spread the word. Let them spread whatever rumors they wish. I have enough to eat without needing to be knocked unconscious." With the 16 dishes from the second day, still sufficient for 2 more days, they would not go hungry again. Qinshan took the opportunity to read through many of the books in Xuanli's study. While washing up, Qinshan looked in the mirror and felt that his fortune had indeed improved. Xuanli entered, prompting a startled Qinshan to ask, "What are you doing? Have you eaten too much? I have something to discuss with you. Did you eat today's meal?" After a moment, Xuanli stated, "Today we shall escape." "How do we escape?" "By burning this." "Brother, this is your home. The bathroom, that wall." "The washroom is made of solid wood," Xuanli pointed out, indicating a window beside the bathroom. "We can create a hole and slip out." Qinshan remarked, "That's quite ruthless. You would go to such lengths in your own home. If you wish to continue staying here, you may choose not to cooperate." No, I miss Jixiangshan. I want to return to enjoy the dumplings made by my senior brother and watch the fireworks." The two of them finished the meal from the second day, realizing they needed strength for their elopement. Have you ever heard of a couple eloping together? It is indeed a rarity. The house built against the mountain's back wall was unguarded. Qinshan used magic to burn a hole, and Xuanli jumped out first, pulling Qinshan along. They stealthily made their way out, successfully escaping. Upon returning to Jixiangshan, everyone was momentarily taken aback at the sight of them. Yuxianzhang exclaimed, "You two seem to be involved." "Not at all." Qinshan shook his head. "Then why are you holding hands?" Qinshan quickly let go. Qinshan recounted their escape to everyone. "How did we let our Qinshan starve during the new year and come back looking even fatter?" It's not fat, it's just swollen." Others gave her a knowing look. "I believe you, sure." Qinshan was naturally prone to gain weight and needed to remain active, as inactivity would lead to weight gain. Yifeng remarked, "I didn't expect your new year to be so eventful." Xuanli replied, "If you like, I can let you experience the taste of hunger." Xuanli truly wished to avoid such an experience again. Jixiangshan is indeed superior. The water is pure and harmless. Qinshan sipped peppermint tea, enjoying the natural and wholesome food. Food should bring comfort to both body and mind, yet some exploit it for malicious purposes, which is truly despicable. In light of my mother-s situation, I refuse to descend the mountain next spring festival. Qinshan looked up to find Xuanli watching her. "Don't look at me. I will never return to such a heartless household." At that moment, General Xian was pondering the hole in the bathroom. What kind of flame could burn so thoroughly and perfectly round, while controlling the fire to prevent it from spreading elsewhere? The news of Qinshan and Xuanli's escape soon reached the Zhu family. Fuzhu remarked, "Indeed, a fine disciple raised by Xianbei, with such magic to escape. I must consider using steel plates next time." Little did Qinshan know, she had been outmaneuvered by her friend. This was her dear brother Fuzhu. Upon realizing the plan had failed, both the Xian and Zhu families sent food to Jixiangshan. The Xian family sent 10 roasted suckling pigs, while the Zhu family sent a whole roasted lamb. Qinshan now harbored reservations towards those two families, insisting they take it away. Whoever wishes to eat can do so. "I refuse." "Agreed," Xuanli concurred. Chapter 76. Qinshan's colorful peppers. "We are merely errand runners. Please do not burden us further, young lady." The delivery servant set down the items and hurried away. Qinshan looked at the food with disdain, for a mere bite to eat. She had been knocked out by Xuanli several times. They likely added spices to the food to tempt the wealthy goat, Bao Miao. Yifeng exclaimed, "You're giving a pig and a lamb roasted suckling pig and roasted lamb?" "Zhu Shimi, how could you be so cruel?" Oh, they're the same kind. I became confused. Master Xianbei took a piece to examine and declared, everything seems fine. Qinshan questioned, Master, are you certain? With a swift motion, Xianbei sliced the roasted suckling pig into pieces, tasting a piece and remarking, the flavor is quite good. Only then did the others join in to eat. Xuanli also took a piece, noting its crispy exterior and tender interior. Qinshan could not resist temptation and took a piece as well. Food should be like this. Those previous meals were nothing short of torture. Qinshan, we await your return to set off fireworks. Let us go have fun. Xiaobai and Yifeng went to light the fireworks, while Yuxiantang and Chunshan sat side by side, resting their faces in their hands, watching. Xuanli remained silent, occasionally glancing at Qinshan. During a joyful moment, Yuxiantang pulled Chunshan to dance in circles, singing to her. Nanxing and Yifeng joined in as well. Xiaobai tugged at Xuanli, coaxing him to temporarily set aside his aloofness, and they all gathered around the bonfire, singing and dancing until the late hours of the night, with Chunshan feeling all her worries dissipate. After the fireworks, they enjoyed the barbecue. Now this feels like a celebration. I truly believe Jixiangshan is my home. Being with the young ones was exhilarating. The elders seemed indifferent to whether one was happy or not. The following day, Chunshan descended the mountain with Yuxiantang to shop. Yuxiantang sought to buy a pair of insoles, while Chunshan desired some blush and powder. They parted ways, agreeing to meet at the end of the alley in half an hour. As Qinshan walked, she noticed a young girl begging, kneeling with her head bowed. Qinshan reached into her pocket, realizing she had left her money with Yuxiantang when they separated. Seeing the girl begging made Chunshan feel compelled to give something. Regardless of the truth, contributing brought her peace of mind. What if the girl was genuinely in need? Qinshan began searching for Yuxiantang in various shops. Finally, she found her, retrieved her money, and hurried back to find the begging girl, only to discover she had already left. Qinshan patted her head. I'm too late. Yuxiantang came running, panting. Qinshan, did you do a good deed? Qinshan shrugged. She yes gone. Oh, perhaps next time. Qinshan bought a large piece of pig lung and some green peppers. Senior brother, Wei Ve returned with the groceries. Yifeng exclaimed upon seeing the stir-fried pig lung with green peppers. Not bad. I'm craving that. Nanxing chimed in. Stir-fried pig intestines with green peppers is delicious too. Qinshan replied, next time, I'll buy pig intestines when I descend the mountain. Xianbei approached, suggesting, since we love spicy food so much, why not plant some peppers? Plant peppers? Qinshan responded, Master, I only know how to eat peppers. I will guide you, Xiaobai offered. I'll join too. I want to plant peppers as well. Yuxiantang added. Yifeng remarked, all right, while you cultivate chili peppers, I shall prepare stir-fried green peppers for us. Nanxing responded, joining a demon-catching sect and learning to cultivate vegetables. How wonderful. 1 tuition fee for 2 skills. Under Xiaobai's guidance, Nanxing, Yifeng, Yuxian, Zhengzhong, and Zuqinshan diligently extracted the seeds from the dried chili peppers, then carefully scattered them evenly in a flower pot. Remember to water them daily, instructed Xiaobai. How simple, they replied, placing the pot beside the dining table, inadvertently turning it into a receptacle for leftover water. Tea dregs, spring water, and even plain boiled water were all poured in. Soon, the chili peppers sprouted. When they reached the height of a finger, Xiaobai declared, friends, it is time for us to transplant them. In Yifeng's modest vegetable garden, there was a variety of sweet bell pepper, which was non-spicy. He had initially purchased the seedlings directly from a market at the foot of the mountain, thus missing the seedling stage. Now, he was rectifying that oversight. Chili peppers require ample water. Forgetting to water them for a day would render them wilted. However, once watered the next day, they would perk up again. One day, Zuqinshan awoke and went to water the green peppers, only to find Yang Miimi indulging in a feast. Ah, is it that delicious? Let me have a taste, she exclaimed, plucking a green pepper leaf and chewing it thoughtfully. Initially reluctant, she could not resist after seeing how much Yang Miimi enjoyed it. To her surprise, it was quite delectable. Zushimi, what are you doing? Yifeng inquired. Sharing delicacies with Yang Miimi. She replied, green pepper leaves are indeed edible. Let me blanch them and prepare a salad, Yifeng suggested. He fetched a basket, and Zuqinshan joined in plucking leaves, filling half the basket with large ones. As long as we do not pluck the tips, they will continue to grow, Yifeng assured. Yang Miimi, still unsated, was led back to the sheepfold. Yifeng boiled a pot of water, blanched the clean green pepper leaves, drained them, and added vinegar, soy sauce, sesame oil, salt, and other seasonings, mixing it all together before serving at the table. Come, taste the green leafy vegetables we have grown ourselves. 7 people eagerly grabbed their chopsticks. Delicious. So fragrant and tender. No wonder Yang Mimi loves to eat them. Zukinshin and Yushin ventured down the mountain for an outing. They encountered a little girl, sobbing pitifully, pleading with her mother for a hairpin and a shuttlecock. Her mother resolutely refused to buy them. The child, so adorable, tugged at Zukinshin's heartstrings, prompting her to purchase a shuttlecock and several hairpins. After paying, she handed the packaged gifts to the little girl. The child ceased her tears, but then, crucially, her mother hurried her away. They departed swiftly, leaving Zukinshin momentarily bewildered, a sentiment mirrored by Yushin. Shinshin, did we not just perform a good deed? Yushin pondered. Indeed, but why does it feel as if we received no gratitude? The hairpin was lovely, as was the shuttlecock, and they had been bought with real silver. Zukinshin felt a fleeting disappointment, but quickly reconciled herself. It matters not. I did what I enjoyed, and her lack of courtesy is her concern. Yushin continued to dwell on the matter during their journey. Zukinshin gently shook Yushin's hand. Yushin, perhaps that lady is simply not very talkative. True. Some individuals do experience social anxiety and tense up in the presence of others. Forget it. Having already given, I shall not dwell on it. Yes, you are right, Shinshin. Upon returning to Jixiangshan, Yushin recounted the day's events to the senior disciples. Xuanbei joined them for tea. That is splendid. Those who receive without giving will carry away your misfortunes. Just perform good deeds without questioning the future. It is enough to act with a clear conscience. Indeed, I never performed the deed for her gratitude in the first place. The green pepper leaves were delicious, but before they blossomed, they had been devoured by the group. Zukinshin squatted down to examine the bare stems of the peppers and asked, will they still flower like this? No. Xiaobai appeared behind her, shaking his head repeatedly. What? Then we will not be able to harvest any peppers? No matter, we have enjoyed the leaves, and in the end, it is all food, whether peppers or leaves. Yifeng concurred. Indeed, as long as we do not fixate on trivialities, a broad mind will yield joy regardless of the circumstances. Eager to taste the pepper she had grown herself and to enjoy the leaves, Zukinshin decided to plant more. The small garden at Jixiangshan was doubled in size by Zukinshin's efforts as she dug and loosened the soil. Nanqing arose to freshen up. Shinshin, you are up early. Zukinshin brandished her hoe. Good morning, Nanqing. Lately, I awaken with the dawn and cannot return to sleep, yet my sleep has been remarkably restful. That signifies good health and youth, Xuanbei remarked, passing by. Good morning, Shizu. Were you planting, Shinshin? Chili peppers. I not only wish to enjoy the leaves, but also the peppers themselves. If we plant more, we can surely savor them, given that one dried chili contains numerous seeds. So you cannot sleep because you are preoccupied with the thought of eating chili peppers? Yushin teased. The ones who gave me life are my parents. But the one who understands me is Yushin. Thus, among all the disciples at Jixiangshan, Zukinshin became the one whose cultivation progressed the slowest, yet whose agricultural experience flourished the quickest. She adored that patch of chili peppers, often wandering there, watering them twice a day. She would even brave the rain with an oil paper umbrella to check if the flowers had fallen. Finally, the peppers began to set fruit, growing in clusters. Zukinshin was overjoyed. Xiaobai remarked, these are ordinary chili peppers. If we were to plant rainbow peppers, they would be truly beautiful and much spicier. Taking a bite would be exhilarating. Zukinshin was instantly intrigued. Then I shall plant rainbow peppers. She descended the mountain in search of rainbow pepper seeds, and after a long quest, she indeed found them. Elated, she returned to the mountain, nurturing the seedlings, transplanting them, and joyfully watering them while awaiting their growth. These peppers became akin to Zukinshin's friends. As she spent time squatting beside the vegetable patch daily, the rainbow peppers blossomed, indeed stunningly beautiful. Xiaobai observed, not bad, just like those grown from Luton. Congratulations, Zukinshin. You have succeeded. Let us celebrate. We shall have rainbow peppers to eat. Freshly picked, Is there anything fresher than this? The rainbow peppers still on the plants were as delightful as flowers to behold. While Zakinchin toiled in her chili pepper field, Xuanbei and Xiaobai watched her silhouette, reminiscent of Luton. Suddenly, an unexpected guest arrived at Jishangshan, Fuzhou. He was even colder than Zhuangxianli. Yet, Xuanbei insisted that Zhuangxianli entertain him. Thus they sat in silence, sipping tea cup after cup. "Where has everyone gone?" asked Fuzhou. "They have gone to fly kites." Zakinchin remained oblivious to her dear brother Fuzhou's arrival. By the time she returned with a large butterfly kite, Fuzhou had already left, driven away by Zhuangxianli's sire. Xiaobai quietly inquired of Xuanbei what was his purpose here. To urge Zakinchin to return and marry, as well as to learn business in preparation for inheriting the family business. What did Zhuangxianli say to him? Marriage is out of the question. He even brazenly broke Fuzhou's sword. Impressive, the younger generation is formidable. Zhuangxianli, typically taciturn, was nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps Fuzhou had simply aged. What caused their altercation? Xuanbei explained. Zhuangxianli's attire. He does not allow others to touch it, yet Fuzhou insisted on reaching out. In this world, those of sound mind likely do not desire immortality. For those who live long understand that longevity is not as blissful as it seems. The reason Fuzhou yearns for this path is due to a single individual, Zixia. Fuzhou does not wish for immortality, but Yushan does. She fears that in her next life, she may not be reborn into a good family, may not encounter a virtuous man like Fuzhou, and may not live a life of luxury as she does now. When Yushan was gravely ill, Fuzhou sought Zixia, offering any condition in exchange, only to find Zixia resolutely refusing to save Yushan. She only aids those she deems worthy of saving. The garment belonging to Xuan Li was a gift from Zixia. The old man had stealthily stayed with the Xuan family for several decades, teaching Xuan Li both scholarly pursuits and martial arts from a young age, effectively nurturing him in secrecy. It was only after Fuzhou found him that Zixia blossomed like the peach blossoms of spring. It was not a matter of being unable to fight back, but rather an aversion to the trouble it would bring. Xiaobai slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming that if he were in the same situation, he would also harbor resentment toward the old man for causing the separation of a couple. Xuanbei remarked that it was due to the feather fan lacking such a benevolent connection, as she had never accumulated virtuous speech in her lifetime. Zhu Qinchin observed that one corner of the dining table was missing, cleanly severed. Alas, just yesterday it was perfectly fine. It doesn't seem like it was nibbled away by a sheep. What has Master done? Could it be that Fuzhou and Xuanli had fought? One disregarding the elderly and the other neglecting the young, engaging in a brawl with knives and swords. When asked, he merely replied, "I don't know. I didn't see anything." During mealtime, Zhu Qinchin noticed Xuan Li using chopsticks with his left hand while his right hand hung limply by his side. "Xuan Li, what happened to your right hand?" "Bitten by a dog," came the reply. Yu Xinjin questioned, "A dog? Do we have dogs on our mountain?" Xiaobai chuckled, "Indeed. It seems only magic can defeat magic." Fuzhou had no choice but to accept the situation with Xuan Li. For 3 consecutive days, he dined using only his left hand. Zhu Qinchin approached, lifting Xuan Li's right hand to examine it. The hand was flaccid, easily grasped by Zhu Qinchin. "What are you doing?" Xuan Li inquired. "Dislocated? Why don't you go get it treated?" Xuan Li replied coldly, "I don't want to." "Do you aspire to be a one-armed hero?" Zhu Qinchin insisted, tugging at Xuan Li's sleeve, compelling him to seek treatment. Xuanbei observed the two as they descended the mountain, one forcefully pulling and the other appearing reluctant. Xiaobai remarked, "Isn't Xuan Li averse to others touching his clothing? How is it that Qinchin can be so forceful?" Xuanbei discerned the underlying sentiments. Young people often express words that contradict their hearts. Upon Xuan Li's return, his hand was wrapped in bandages hanging around his neck. Zhu Qinchin took the opportunity to write on the layers of bandages, "Wishing you a swift recovery. Keep it up," and drew a smiling face. Xuan Li lamented, "I didn't even know you were injured. Had I known, I wouldn't have asked you to tend to the sheep." Yifeng confessed, "I also failed to notice." It was Qinchin's keen observation. In Chapter 77, titled Mao Mao, Xuan Li feigned calmness, stating, "I am fine." "Fine? One of your arms is incapacitated. How did this happen? Don't tell me it was a dog bite." There are neither wild dogs nor wolves on Jixiang Mountain, and falling to such an extent is impossible, Feng interjected. Xuanli instinctively glanced at the corner of the table. Xiaobai remarked, "It must have been a fight." Zhu Chunchen expressed astonishment. Xuanli got into a fight? He spends every day on the mountain. Who could he possibly fight with? The sheep or the rich? Your great brother, Fu Zhu. Zhu Chunchen looked at Xiaobai and then at Xuanli. Good heavens! To survive a fight with brother Fu Zhu is remarkable. Xuanli, you are truly extraordinary. Could that corner of the table be the result of your struggle? At this moment, Xuanli pondered, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. When had brother Fu Zhu come up the mountain? How had he not seen him? Xuanbei replied, "What else could it be? I deliberately kept you from seeing him." Yu Xianjing inquired, "Chen Chen, is your brother Fu Zhu very formidable?" Xiaobai affirmed, "Indeed, he is a scourge of the nation. Anyone he intends to harm will never see the light of the next day." Zhu Chen defended, "My brother is quite good-natured and honorable. He is not unreasonable, and it is not his style to fight indiscriminately." Xiaobai retorted, "Is he not? Who else is?" Xuanbei regarded Zhu Chen with a look of pity, a rabbit blinded by ignorance. "Fortunately, you have reached Jixiang Mountain. Otherwise, you would not know how long you would be deceived." Xuanli stood up and left. Nanxing commented, "Xuanli is indeed Xuanli. Had it been anyone else, they would have shed tears and recounted the injustices done to them, how their arm was crippled, how the table suffered abuse. Yet our young master Xuan merely walks away in silence. I must ask brother Fu Zhu why he clashed with Xuanli." Zhu Chen skipped down the mountain. Upon reaching home, she could not enter through the front door. Struggling to scale the wall, she called out, "Who is it? Who dares intrude? Surrender immediately." "Shoo, quiet down. It's just me." The guard, upon recognizing her, exclaimed, "Miss, how did you end up climbing the wall? Do you believe I am exercising?" "Brother Adai, I will leave shortly. Do not alert anyone, especially not my mother." The guard replied, "Miss, you are making it difficult for me. Please, please," Zhu Chen pleaded sweetly. "Very well, I shall pretend I have not seen you." Mississippi Zhu Chen tiptoed to Fu Zhu's room, gently knocking 3 times. "Chen?" Fu Zhu's voice came from inside. "It's me, brother Fu Zhu. I am coming in." Zhu Chen opened the door and entered, carefully closing it behind her. "Brother Fu Zhu, how did you know it was me? Who else would knock so politely?" Others bang on the door as if delivering bad news. "Hee, brother Fu Zhu, why are you resting so early?" The room is dark. Lighting the oil lamp with a fire starter, she discerned Fu Zhu lying on the bed, his complexion resembling that of pig liver. "Brother Fu Zhu, are you feeling unwell?" Fu Zhu replied with a grunt as Zhu Chen felt his forehead and lifted the covers to check his pulse, despite her lack of medical expertise. Upon seeing his hand, she gasped, "Brother Fu Zhu, what happened to your hand? It looks like a steam bun. What happened to this paw?" "Oh no, brother Fu Zhu, what is wrong with your hand?" "Bitten by a dog." Zhu Chen was perplexed. If Xuanli was bitten by a dog, how is it that you, brother Fu Zhu, were also bitten by a dog? Fu Zhu nearly spat blood from the anger this statement incited. "That rascal," he growled through clenched teeth. "Brother Fu Zhu, this wouldn't be the result of a brawl with Xuanli, would it? That brat, so pretentious, won't let anyone touch his clothes." It turned out to be true. She had never imagined anyone could injure brother Fu Zhu so gravely. Zhu Chen raised the injured hand for a closer inspection. "This won't do, brother Fu Zhu. We must find a doctor to reduce the swelling." "I am fine. It will heal in a few days." Xuanli had said the same, but without treatment, his arm would be useless. "What are you both doing? You're grown adults fighting like toddlers, and both refusing to see a doctor." Zhu Chen forcibly pulled Fu Zhu from under the covers. This brother truly gives his sister a great deal of worry. The doctor, in front of Zhu Chen, used a knife to make an incision on the back of Fu Zhu's hand to drain the blood and pus, applying medicine before bandaging it up. After finishing, the doctor looked at Zhu Chen and said, "You are quite bold, little lady. With such delicate skin, you hardly seem the type to be handling a pig." Just as Zhu Chen was about to respond, Fu Zhu raised his hand to stop her. "Do not flirt with my sister. You are not worthy of her." Fu Zhu, being a man, understood men best. Flattery costs nothing and can easily win a young girl's heart. Upon exiting the pharmacy, Fu Zhu cautioned. Chin. If an ugly man tries to flirt with you, ignore him. Do not respond to every question thrown your way. Zhu Qinshan replied, Oh, a girl's reputation is of utmost importance. There are too many scoundrels who take advantage of her, boasting about their conquests as if it were a badge of honor, without regard for the girl's dignity. Brother Fu Zhu, you seem to have quite an opinion about that doctor from earlier. He does not look at people properly. He steals glances. Such a person harbors vile intentions. His hat, shoes, belt, and handkerchief are clearly stitched together by 4 different girls. Such a man is a seasoned rogue, promising marriage to every girl, only to abandon them after taking advantage. Afterward, he will speak ill of them as if they were the ones at fault and immediately seek his next target. Zhu Qinshan was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't he a doctor? How could Fu Zhu speak of him as if he were a lecherous scoundrel? In any case, keep your distance from men who sneak glances. Do not let scoundrels take advantage of you. Oh, Zhu Qinshan lifted Fu Zhu's wrist, raising his hand. Brother Fu Zhu, does it hurt? It does. Your fiancé is truly a lunatic. Oh, why bring up that unmentionable topic? In protest against arranged marriages, I went hungry for several days during the new year. He is quite acceptable. Do not nitpick. Brother thinks he is worthy of you. Zhu Qinshan waved the zongzi from Fu Zhu. Brother Fu Zhu, just now you called him a lunatic. He hits me, but not you. This man truly dotes on his wife. Will he dote on me? It would be a miracle if he doesn't irritate me. How did you see through it, Brother Fu Zhu? Fu Zhu replied, If he doesn't have you in his heart, I'll cut off my head and give it to you as a ball to kick. He witnessed how Huanan spoiled Luton in his past life, and he understood that these two were destined to be together. Fu Zhu's quarrel with him was his own affair and did not hinder Huan, Xuanli, and Zhu Qinshan's love that would last until old age. Outside the Zhu residence, the two parted ways. Brother Fu Zhu, I'll stop here. I want to go in. Take it to heart. Sooner or later, you will choose him. It's better to start adapting now. Forget it. Can't I just study properly? Brother Fu Zhu, I'm still young and don't want to think about lifelong commitments. Fu Zhu shook his head and entered the manor with his hands behind his back. Zhu Qinshan returned to Jixiangshan and bought a large basket of strawberries from the base of the mountain. After finishing the strawberries, the 6 of them had work to do, planting strawberries. They carefully plucked the strawberry seeds with tweezers, buried them in flower pots, and covered them with a shallow layer of soil, waiting for them to sprout. Xiaobai, do you think the LL really grow? Of course. I planted Luton this way back then. Soon, the strawberry seedlings sprouted. Zhu Qinshan and Yu Xianjing dug holes in the vegetable garden. Xiaobai said, keep some distance. They will grow into large plants. All right, over 100 strawberry plants were planted, and the 2 young beauties were drenched in sweat. After watering, Zhu Qinshan clapped her hands to signal the end of work. Yifeng passed by the vegetable field on his way to the kitchen. Zhu shimmy, with so many plants, will we be able to finish them? Zhu Qinshan pointed toward the sheep pen and said, Don't worry, we have sheep and they will not go to waste. With ample sunlight and water, the strawberries grew rapidly, bearing large fruits. Zhu Qinshan picked one and tasted it. Sour and sweet, delicious. Turning around, she saw Huan Xuanli behind her and offered him one. Try it. Huan Xuanli shook his head. Zhu Qinshan directly stuffed it into his mouth. Sweet, right? Huan Xuanli nodded slightly. Homegrown strawberries are the best. It's worth the effort of watering them every day. Huan Xuanli, did you have a fight with Brother Fu Zhu just because he touched your clothes? Is there any other reason needed? Immature. Zhu Qinshan stood up and said, I often tug at your clothes. Why don't you fight me? Huan Xuanli turned to leave. Zhu Qinshan, not to be outdone, grabbed his sleeve. Huan Xuanli was quite tall, so Zhu Qinshan had to stand on tiptoe to speak to him. However, this did not diminish her commanding presence. Zhu Qinshan raised her voice. Huan Xuanli, what are you two doing? One hand swollen like a bun, the other dislocated. What kind of nonsense is this? Don't let me see you two fighting again, or else what? I'll bite you to death. Zhu Qinshan ground her teeth in anger. Seeing that Huan Xuanli seemed skeptical, Zhu Qinshan grabbed his collar, and as he leaned down, she bit his ear. Huan Xuanli let out a muffled sound. Struggling to maintain his composure, Zhu Qinshan released him, wearing an expression that said, Look how impressive I am. Huan Xuanli touched his ear, his face redder than it. Zhu Qinshan picked a large cabbage to feed to the sheep, and Yu Xianjing remarked, Qinshan, Huan Xuanli seems to be acting strangely. Huh, what's wrong with him? He seemed fine just now. I saw him walking unsteadily, holding his ear, and he even accidentally bumped into a wall. Zhu Chunchen exclaimed, Huh, I didn't bite that hard. Could I have bitten him silly? Soon, the master assigned a third task. Yifeng opened a note. The exciting moment has arrived. Help the villagers find the blue fat cat. Yu Xianjing leaned in a look. Who is the blue fat cat? A cat. Huh. We are demon catchers. How do we become pet detectives? Yifeng read the last line of the note. Reward, 1 tael of silver. Zhu Chunshan said, I guess this is why the master accepted this task. Nanqing said, awesome. Our combined worth has finally advanced from 10 copper coins to 1 tael of silver. Yu Xianjing added, it probably comes from the owneress' love for the blue fat cat. Many pets are raised as children. Zhu Chunshan nodded vigorously. I once had a dog and truly felt it was like family. If I couldn't see it for a while, I would miss it. Dogs like to cling to their owners, wanting hugs and closeness. Upon finding the owneress' house, they inquired about the blue fat cat's specific appearance. It was a blue cat with a bell around its neck. The cat's characteristic was that its eyes could reveal 800 cunning thoughts. This cat was also fatter than ordinary cats. The 6 of them set off in different directions, starting their search nearby. Following the plan, they knocked on doors one by one in their village because the cat was very cute and might have been adopted by someone. After asking everyone, they were told no one had seen it. Yifeng said, some might be lying, truly fond of this blue cat. Nanqing added, it's also possible it's not in anyone's home, but is out and about looking for a mate. It's spring, the season for animals to find partners. Yu Xianjing inquired, so how do we find it? Huan Xuanli suggested, how about using that legendary method? There's a rumor that stray cats and dogs have a communication network. We can ask other strays. Nanqing remarked, but I don't understand cat language. Huan Xuanli replied, stray cats have lived around humans for a long time. They may not speak, but can understand the general idea. Yifeng said, let us go. Let us treat a dead horse as a live one. Zhu Qinshen went to the butcher's shop to buy a large pig lung, and Yifeng chopped it up to distribute to everyone. To ask for directions, one must first offer a bribe. Zhu Chunshan fed a small tabby cat, saying meow. Have you seen the blue fat cat? A very big blue cat. The cat meowed while eating and continued to circle Zhu Chunshan. She had always been very popular, attracting small cats, dogs, and even children. Zhu Chunshan patted its head, and the small cat raised its head for her to pet. Kitty, if you see the blue fat cat, tell it to hurry home. Its owner misses it. The small cat responded, meow. Yu Xianjing also told the stray cat the same thing. Kitty, if you see the blue fat cat, hurry home. Its owner misses it. Yifeng, Nanjing, and Huan Xuanli all conveyed the same message to the strays. The 6 of them gathered at the blue fat cat's owner's house. How'd it go? Yifeng asked. We fed the pig lung. I don't know what the effect will be. Just as they were conversing, a plump blue cat descended from above, landing directly on the doorstep. It strutted over, looked at Zhu Chunshan, and jumped into her arms. Zhu Chunshan stroked the cat's head. Are you the blue fat cat? The cat responded, meow. Blue, you're back. The owner emerged from the courtyard and took the cat from Zhu Chunshan's arms. Wonderful. We finally found it. Thank you so much. How did you find it? Zhu Chunshan explained the method to her, saying that from now on, whenever the cat goes missing, she should feed the nearby strays to send messages. One must admit that the local cats are quite reliable. After receiving the reward, they happily returned to the mountain with a basket of walnuts. They saw the master sitting at the tea table, playing with a cat. Where did this cat come from? It came on its own. A fortune cat. Very good. Animals that come on their own bring luck. Nanqing remarked. Zhu Chunshan and Yu Xianjing had already gathered around, one petting the cat's head and the other its tail. The little cat was enjoying playing with the young ladies. Huan Bei handed the cat to Zhu Chunshan, saying, you all can play, but don't keep it confined. Cats, like humans, also love freedom. Chapter 78. How absurd. Yu Xianjing picked fruit to feed the cat. Yifeng cut sausages for the cat. After a while, Zhu Chunshan decided to go take a bath and let the cat go. The cat leaped onto the roof, curling up to bask in the sun. Nanqing said, not bad. We have gained another shared pet. Yu Xianjing suggested, let us bestow a name upon it. In a moment of inspiration, Zhu Chunshan extended a finger and declared, let it be called Mao Mao. Yifeng remarked, you truly possess creativity, a cat named Mao Mao. Mao Mao, do you fancy this name? Zhu Chunshun waved her hand toward the ceiling. The feline responded with a soft meow. It says it likes it, Zhu Chunshun confirmed. That night, as Zhu Chunshun nestled into her blankets, she left the window open due to the heat. Suddenly, Mao Mao sprang through the window, leapt onto the bed, and burrowed under the covers. Feeling something soft beneath her feet, Zhu Chunshun grabbed the cat's tail and recognized it as Mao Mao. Mao Mao, you have not even bathed before joining me in bed? Mao Mao replied with another meow. Very well, given your adorable nature. Zhu Chunshun placed Mao Mao beside her pillow, but the cat soon returned to nestling at her feet. Xuanli had healed and descended the mountain to remove his bandages, with Zhu Chunshun accompanying him. You may attend to your own matters. I will seek you out once I am finished, Xuanli said. Oh, then I shall peruse the seed shop. A short man in his 30s, with shifty eyes, followed Zhu Chunshun closely, shamelessly eyeing her slender waist. Upon selecting her seeds and turning around, Zhu Chunshun nearly collided with him. No worries, no worries. Hey there, you smell delightful, he leered. Zhu Chunshun stepped back, but he continued to approach with a lewd grin. Do not come near me, she exclaimed. I merely wish to befriend you. I am 28, and you? I care not about your age. I have no desire to be friends. Look at you, ungrateful creature. Are you too good for me? He reached to grab her arm. Suddenly, a woman appeared and kicked him to the ground. Hey, you cannot strike someone in broad daylight, he cried, attempting to twist the situation to his favor. The stranger stepped forward, placing her foot on his head, and delivered 2 sharp slaps. You dare to harass innocent maidens. May the heavens strike you down. Do not wrong the innocent. I am a virtuous man, having committed no wrongdoing in this lifetime. The man reached for his waist, and Zhu Chunshun noticed a knife in his hand. Be careful, she warned, rushing to seize the weapon. This was a bustling area, and she did not wish to resort to magic, nor did she want to be disgraced by a rogue's harassment, as it would tarnish the honor of Jixiang Mountain. In a flash, the scoundrel's knife was now in the stranger's possession. Ah, ah, ah. His cries filled the air as one of his hands fell to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. Zhu Chunshun was taken aback. She had not anticipated this woman would truly strike. Xuanli appeared from nowhere, with a swift motion. He took the knife from the woman's grasp. Why harm another? He inquired. He was being lewd. That is for the authorities to address. By the time the authorities arrive, it will be too late. It is my fault. I provoked this trouble. Do not blame her. Xuanli pinched the knife between his fingers, breaking it in 2. Zhu Chunshun was stunned. The man, who had been writhing in pain, fell silent upon witnessing Xuanli's display of strength, whimpering softly. Xuanli tossed a gold cicada at him. You can take this. The man gritted his teeth against the pain, instinctively biting down on the cicada. Wow, I lost a hand for just a gold cicada? You truly are fortunate. The stranger spat on the man's face. Zhu Chunshun felt compelled to thank this valiant woman for her assistance. Turning, she was astonished to find the woman had vanished into thin air. Xuanli shared her surprise. Did you see which direction she went? Zhu Chunshun surveyed her surroundings. It seemed she just disappeared. They exchanged silent glances as they ascended the mountain. Upon reaching the halfway point, Zhu Chunshun said, I apologize for the trouble. I shall return the gold cicada. No need. If it can be settled with money, I prefer not to owe anyone. Consider it a token of gratitude for accompanying me while I healed. If you insist, then so be it. Xuanli, do you truly believe that rogue was innocent? Not innocent. I feared you would attract trouble. He is clearly a habitual offender, one who would twist the truth to his advantage. 2 young ladies would not stand a chance against him. Oh, Zhu Chunshun suddenly recalled Fu Zhu's words. If he has no place for you in his heart, I shall remove my head and offer it to you as a ball to kick. Xuanli broke the knife intentionally to instill fear. The wicked are deterred by strength rather than virtue. Thank you, Xuanli. No need. Zhu Chunshun felt fortunate to have encountered a stranger who stood up for her in her time of distress. There are indeed many good people in this world. As night fell, Mao Mao returned to burrow under the covers. Zhu Chunshun thought nothing of it. If the cat wished to make her bed its home, so be it. A small pet could even serve as a warm companion in winter. During the day, Mao Mao followed Zhu Chunshun wherever she went. While she watered the vegetable garden, Mao Mao nibbled on strawberries nearby. After gathering vegetables, Zhu Chunshun headed to the kitchen, and Mao Mao trailed closely behind. Mao Mao, come here. I shall feed you something delicious. Yifeng sliced a piece of sausage and tossed it to Mao Mao. Senior brother, I would like some too. Junior sister, you shall have some steamed food at dinner. Oh, very well. Zhu Chunshun exited the kitchen, and Mao Mao followed her out. Zhu Chunshun reclined in a chair with a book, and Mao Mao jumped into her lap. As she read, the cat leaned in to peer at the pages. Can you understand this? Meow. Of course, it could not comprehend. Zhu Chunshun found it endearing to even pose the question. Nanxing approached with a banana, peeling it to offer Zhu Chunshun a few pieces. Thank you. Nanxing gently patted Mao Mao's head, remarking on its softness. I feel our Mao Mao does not resemble a stray. It is quite clean and unafraid of people. Indeed, strays usually hide from humans, while domesticated cats are more affectionate. Mao Mao, were you perhaps a beloved pet who lost its way? Mao Mao rubbed against Zhu Chunshun's sleeve, then nestled back into her arms. Fu Zhu had returned to the mountain, this time seeking Xianbei. After a brief secret conversation, Fu Zhu descended alone. Zhu Chunshun was surprised to observe yet another corner of the dining table missing. Xuanli, being young and impetuous, was one thing. But why did the master also behave this way? Zhu Chunshun could not fathom why Fu Zhu's visit always resulted in a brawl. During mealtime, Zhu Chunshun gazed at the damaged table corner and timidly inquired, Master, what transpired? Xianbei took a sip of tea and replied, a minor issue. A minor issue that leads to chopping the table? Chunshun refrained from descending the mountain without cause. Oh, why is that? Xuanli's family has sent a betrothal gift. Zhu Chunshun nearly spat out her soup. What? Even Xuanli's expression changed. In this day and age, is it customary to arrange engagements without the consent of the parties involved? Zhu Chunshun turned to look at Xuanli, only to meet his gaze. Both quickly averted their eyes in embarrassment. Yu Xianzheng exclaimed, Chunshun, how can this be considered forced engagement? Zhu Chunshun nodded, still in shock. Indeed, this was utterly unexpected. Xuanli sighed, sharing Zhu Chunshun's disbelief. Chunshun, do not return. You shall reside on the mountain from now on. We are your family. Zhu Chunshun tightened her grip. I feel a bit sorry for myself. She believed that if she were to be with Xuanli, it would surely be a tragedy. The two had no common language and often found each other insufferable. Not long after, Fu Zhu returned again. This time, he was stopped at the foot of the mountain by a barrier. Shall I observe from above? Is this treatment towards an old friend not a tad excessive? I hold no excessive expectations. I sincerely hope that Chunshun's marriage is a matter of free will, for love cannot be forced. Fu Zhu huffed and departed. Chunshun remained blissfully unaware. She accompanied Yu Xianzheng down the mountain to procure some condiments when suddenly a throng of individuals surged forth, encircling the two. Zhu Chunshun positioned herself protectively in front of Yu Xianzheng, inquiring, Who are you? What do you intend to do? They gestured towards Yu Xianzheng, stating, Miss, this does not concern you. You may leave. Yu Xianzheng exclaimed, Huh? Zhu Chunshun urged, Xianzheng, you should go first. Every escape counts. Chunshun and Yu Xianzheng were unceremoniously pushed out of the encirclement. The gap that had briefly opened closed swiftly. A figure who appeared to be the leader addressed her, Young madam, please. Young madam? Are you from the Xuanli family? Indeed. Xuanli remains atop Jixiang Mountain. What use is it to abduct me? A wedding only requires a bride, does it not? The leader replied, Well, it is not entirely impossible. I am truly astounded by your audacity. How can I conduct a wedding alone? The leader remarked, You may be unaware, but according to tradition, a rooster can be used as a substitute. What? A rooster to replace Xuan Li in marriage? Zhu Chunshun was enlightened by this revelation. She began to assess her chances of breaking free from the encirclement. Armed only with her wits and the ability to conjure flames, she hesitated. For these individuals were not malevolent. They were all subordinates of General Xuan. She could not bring herself to harm them. What should she do? Surrender? Participate in a wedding with a rooster? The very thought filled Zhu Chunshun with deep reluctance. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, scattering leaves and obscuring her vision. Run! A hand grasped her. Who are you? Zhu Qinshin turned to find the girl who had previously intervened on her behalf. The encircling figures were now rubbing their eyes, as the two of them dashed away like blossoms in the breeze. The peculiar wind had aided their escape. They fled towards Jixiang Mountain. "Thank you, sister. You are beautiful and kind-hearted, saving me time and again. I am at a loss for how to repay you." "No need for thanks." As she spoke, the girl vanished once more. Zhu Qinshin glanced around in confusion. A strange thought crossed her mind. Could that girl perhaps not be human? How could a human simply disappear? If she were a spirit, why would she assist me? Zhu Qinshin found herself utterly perplexed. Upon returning home, she encountered her master. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing her. "Qinshin, did I not instruct you not to descend the mountain?" "Master, I was wrong. I forgot." Yu Xianzheng had returned before her and recounted their encounter to their master. He was just preparing to descend in search of her when he stumbled upon Zhu Qinshin. She relayed her encounter with the girl to him. Xuanbei exhibited no notable reaction. "Qinshin, you're usually kind to small creatures. This spirit likely seeks to repay a kindness." Xuanli expressed surprise upon hearing about the rooster wedding. He had not anticipated his family would resort to such measures. This was not only disrespectful to the bride, but also to him. Yifeng proposed a rather whimsical notion. What if neither of you descends? Might the Zhu and Xuan families seek a rooster and a hen to stand in for you both at the wedding? Zhu Qinshin imagined the absurdity of such a scenario and immediately shook her head. That would be too ridiculous. Xuanli replied, "It is not out of the realm of possibility. First, there are the New Year's dishes with condiments. Then the abduction of the Zhu family's daughter for a rooster wedding. What won't they do? After all, two powerful families would forge a strong alliance. Zhu Qinshin and Xuanli were merely pawns in this game. Consent was required regardless of their personal feelings. Zhu Qinshin had learned her lesson this time. She would never dare to set foot beyond the mountain again. Within the protective barrier of Jixiang Mountain, they could do as they pleased. Be it a rooster and hen wedding or a duck and hen wedding, Zhu Qinshin and Xuanli could simply choose to remain oblivious. There was no need to return for festivals. They could focus on studying and cultivating on Jixiang Mountain. The world beyond was fraught with superficiality. Xuanli stated, "I need to speak with you." He appeared suddenly at Zhu Qinshin's door. "Oh, please come in." Zhu Qinshin bore no deep-seated animosity towards Xuanli. She resolved conflicts as they arose and held no grudges. Xuanli inquired, "Do you have someone you hold dear? Is it not apparent? I have remained single since birth, not particularly interested in romance, and I certainly do not favor arranged marriages." "Oh," he responded, turning to leave. "Did you not say you had something to discuss?" "There is nothing now." A grown man, speaking with such hesitation, prompted Zhu Qinshin to mutter under her breath. Xuanli turned back. "Zhu Qinshin, if I genuinely wish to marry you, would you be willing? Do not jest. That is not amusing in the slightest." Xuanli regarded her earnestly. "I speak sincerely. Have you lost your senses? Did you not express disdain for me?" Xuanli shook his head. "I do not harbor any dislike." Yu Xianzheng happened to pass by. She had not intended to eavesdrop. Yet the words reached her ears. Zhu Qinshin shrugged. "Regardless, I have no feelings of affection." Suddenly, Xuanli took a few steps forward, leaning down to embrace her shoulders. "I like you." Yu Xianzheng immediately covered her mouth and retreated to a corner. "I think I just overheard something extraordinary." Chapter 79. The grand finale. Zhu Qinshin's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Although Xuanli spoke earnestly, she could not shake the feeling that it was insincere. Yu Xianzheng inadvertently nudged a flower pot at the corner. Hearing the commotion, Xuanli turned back. "Who is there?" Yu Xianzheng awkwardly stepped out. "Oh dear, I did not mean to eavesdrop. I merely happened to pass by. Please continue. I shall not intrude." With that, she hurried past Zhu Qinshin's door. The seriousness in Xuanli's eyes seemed to vanish in an instant as he too exited. Zhu Qinshin pondered. Am I dreaming in broad daylight? Have I drunk too much? Am I being toyed with? Yet, this oddity was but a fleeting thought for Zhu Qinshin. She would soon forget. The enchanting little beauty was already amidst the strawberry fields, snipping away with scissors. In no time, she gathered a basketful of strawberries. With a vegetable garden at home, there was no need for worry. She could eat whenever she pleased. Zhu Qinshin washed the strawberries and drained them, sharing them with her cat. Nanxing approached. Qinshin, can cats eat so much fruit? I suppose so. I'm not entirely sure, but seems to enjoy it. The cat clutched a strawberry, meowing. I heard that some people only feed their cats cat food. Zhu Qinshin replied. I raised a dog when I was younger and heard the same about dogs. Eventually, we shared our meals. I eat what it eats. Zhu Qinshin pushed half a basket of strawberries towards Nanxing. Here, have some. I will go pick some sugar oranges. All right, thank you. Nanxing munched on a strawberry, intending to share the strawberry tops with the cat, but the cat turned away and scampered after Zhu Qinshin. Hey, Qinshin has spoiled you. You won't even eat the tops. Zhu Qinshin soon gathered another large basket of sugar oranges, and she and Nanxing sat facing each other, placing the orange peels in one basket and the seeds in another. Zhu Qinshin insisted on this practice. She stated that the peel should be buried to serve as fertilizer, and the seeds should be nurtured to grow into orange trees. That makes sense. Nothing goes to waste. Zhu Qinshin remarked, there is no such thing as waste, only resources misplaced. Farmers do not waste even manure. Chicken and sheep manure are excellent fertilizers. Cow dung can also be used as fuel. Both humans and all beings are creations of the divine, and divine creations far surpass those of humankind. Nanxing, with a small belly, had eaten so much that she could no longer continue. Qinshin, I do not wish to waste. It is all right. We have the sheep and the pig. As she placed the strawberries into the trough, the pig, originally sprawled out in slumber, awoke at the scent of food, grunting, Strawberries. Zhu Qinshin patted the pig's head. My little darling cannot simply eat and sleep. You will grow too plump. When a surge of wealth arrived at the residence, it appeared to weigh over 100 jin, but now it seemed to have ballooned to 300 jin. Xuanli observed Zhu Qinshin from a short distance for quite some time. A girl like Zhu Qinshin is indeed a rarity. She could engage in conversation with a pig for an entire afternoon, and astonishingly, the pig seemed to comprehend her, occasionally grunting in response. Yifeng gazed at Xuanli, who had not blinked while watching Zhu Qinshin, indicating that there was something between them. Yifeng conveyed his observations to Nanxing Yuxian. Yuxian remarked, I was already aware of it. Oh, I never noticed. Xuanli seems so cold. How did you perceive it? I inadvertently overheard Xuanli confessing his feelings to Qinshan the other day. What? That happened? Please, share more. Yuxian recounted the events. I never anticipated this. If they truly have something going on, why the elopement and the hunger during the new year? Perhaps they simply wish to avoid being manipulated by others, Yuxian suggested. I can't help but feel that it is Xuanli who is overly enamored, while Qinshan seems indifferent. I share your sentiment. Our Qinshan is lively and adorable. How could she endure that taciturn character? As night fell, a cat leaped through Xuanbei's window. The oil lamp still flickered. Xianbei was engrossed in an ancient tome. Once the cat landed, it transformed into a young girl, the very one who had repeatedly rescued Zhu Qinshan from peril, a girl known for her propensity to vanish. Master, she called respectfully. Next to Xianbei lay a silver iron box. The grace of the moon has but one last pearl. Consume it, and you shall fully transform into human form. Thank you, Master. The girl opened the box, revealing a diamond, which she promptly bit into with a satisfying crunch. The following day, the girl became a junior disciple of the Jixiang sect. Zhu Qinshan immediately recognized her. Is that you? The girl smiled, affectionately nuzzling Zhu Qinshan and embracing Yuxian. Yuxian exclaimed, Wonderful! Another junior sister has joined us. The grace of the moon was inadvertently acquired by Xianbei after vanquishing a malevolent monster. He had used the diamond within to create the black pig and to bring forth the girl. In truth, it was merely a test of its power and a means to evaluate his disciples. Now, it served no purpose for Xianbei and had become mere sustenance for the cat. The 6 innocent disciples remained oblivious to the fact that the one who resolved their troubles might very well be the creator of those troubles. Fuzhu arrived once more, only to be thwarted by the barrier, inciting a torrent of curses from him at the mountain's base. Xiaobai inquired, Second Master, are you truly intent on obstructing this marriage? Xianbei, calm and composed, replied, When Qinshan marries depends solely on her desires. As long as I am here, no one can coerce her into anything against her will.